1. I'm your secretary. Hello, is this Wu Tian? I am your secretary Longyun. You are about to inherit hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth. Your identity is actually... The nice female voice on the phone didn't finish, and Wu Tian was already hanging up the phone for unknown reasons. Harassing phone calls again. Without much thought, Wu Tian took a deep breath and looked towards the University City Cafe in front of him. Today he's going to muster up the courage to do something big. Li Meng, I like you. Next to the cafe's window seat, Wu Tian stood nervously in front of the goddess Li Meng, waiting for her response. Who knows? You secretly followed me? Li Meng looked up and realized that it was Wu Tian, and a trace of disgust was born in her slightly red eyes. She had just broken up with her rich boyfriend and Wu Tian appeared in front of her. Taking advantage of your emotional window to confess and take advantage of the situation? I wasn't stalking. I saw you outside the coffee shop and it took me a while to work up the courage to come in. Wu Tian's fantasized goodness was instantly shattered and immediately became a bit rushed. Just you. What is the qualification to say like me? I want the life you cannot give. I heard that you every month to the end of the month are poor can only eat steamed bread. Do you think I will live this kind of life? Li Meng's pretty face carried a sneer. Wu Tian's heart went cold. After years of crushing, I didn't expect to be rejected so easily. I don't have any money, but I promise to make you happy every day. I even brought you a gift. Crunch. Before the words were finished, a white BMW 320 pulled up in front of the coffee shop. The car came down with a young man covered in designer labels and dyed in grandmother's gray, holding a gift bag of LV, and after entering the store, he walked straight to Li Meng and sat down next to him. Glancing at Wu Tian, who was in the process of opening his gifts, he revealed a disdainful look. We just quarreled a fight. There are flies sniffing the wind, but also send gifts? Look at this look is also not what high-grade goods. Baby, you will not become so bad eyesight, right? Zhao Yang, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to break up with me? Lemon skimmed her head pretending to be angry. Yesterday I was a little short-tempered and didn't stop, so I'm not coming to apologize. Zhao Yang said, taking advantage of Wu Tian's daze to snatch the gift box from his hand, ripping it right open and pulling out the crystal hairpin inside. He taunted, TSK, what age are you still giving away this kind of kid stuff? Just you want to chase after my family's Mengbao? What's the big deal about being rich? Can you make Li Meng happy? You'll only make her cry. Wu Tian tried to snatch back the hairpin, but flopped. His face reddened as he argued, hey, being rich is really something. A contemptuous smile floated at the corner of Zhao Yang's mouth. The crystal hairpin fell to the floor as her hand loosened. It clanked into pieces. Accidentally broke yo. A few $dozen, right? Want to compensate you all? After saying that, he sneered and put the LV gift bag down on the table. LV limited edition bag. The market price of 32,000. The whole Luzhou only 3. You can afford it, poor? Li Meng's eyes lit up when she saw the gift bag. Cannot even afford a good gift, but also want to give people happiness. Really childish. Take a good piss and look at yourself. You give lousy shoes are not worthy. Zhao Yang sneered repeatedly. Wu Wei was shivering. Li Meng has long been in a state of bliss. This LV bag is her most wanted gift. I did not expect that it is actually in front of the eyes. The previous complaints instantly turned into nothing. The heart sweetened into a ball of honey. Pretending to be shy, she kissed Zhao Yang on the cheek. With this kiss, Wu Tian's heart broke like a crystal hairpin. Poor see, this is real joy. Zhao Yang demonstratively gave Wu Tian a provocative look. You a poor, cannot give her the life she wants. The happiness of the rich is what you cannot imagine, because you simply do not have that level. Toad wants to eat the swan meat, is nothing more than a fairy tale. You even took it seriously. Your so-called happiness is nothing but some flowery words. It can only go to trick those girls who have never seen the world to gnaw buns with you. People should be self-aware. Don't come back to harass Meng Bao in the future. After saying that, Zhao Yan was already high and mighty as he left with Li Meng. Wu Tian didn't remember how he got out of the coffee shop, and countless students pointed at him on the way back to school. Isn't that the beggar who just took a crystal hairpin at the coffee shop and tried to chase after Li Meng? I heard he was severely humiliated. Self-importance even buy a gift to nibble on buns for a few days, and still want to pick up a goddess. If I were him, I'd just find a crack in the ground. A merciless mockery filled Wu Tian's ears. The hatred in his heart was overwhelming. It's all because they don't have any money, and even the most basic dignity of being a human being has been trampled to pieces. Can one only be a lose for the rest of one's life? I'm not happy about it. Crunch! Just as Shin Li's heart was burning with hatred, a black Bentley pulled up beside him. In the car, walked down a long hair, dressed in OL suit temperament big beauty, eyes like water waves flow, but the look is very arrogant. Wow, how can there be such a beautiful girl in our school? I wonder if I have a chance. I'm willing to be her dog licker. Just you? Can't you see that people are riding in Bentleys? You're not even qualified to lick them if you want to. The The moment the beauty appeared, it was already causing a frenzy of chatter. Wu Tian also saw it, but he knew that he was not even worthy of Li Meng, let alone such a beautiful woman. The mind was about to leave. Who knows? The beautiful woman unexpectedly stepped on her high heels and walked to Wu Tian with her slender thighs. Just as Wu Tian was shocked by this powerful aura and was extremely nervous, she suddenly bowed to the end. Mr. Wu, I'm your secretary Longyun. I called you an hour ago. 200 billion assets. You're calling me? Wu Tian was dumbfounded. The sudden appearance of the luxury car and this imperial temperament of the black silk big beauty, even called himself Mr. Wu, and said she was her own secretary? How is that possible? Yes boss, please get in. The beautiful woman didn't say much and turned to open the car door in a very respectful manner. Wu Tian will be convinced to go into the car, but in his heart he thought of the phone call this morning. It's just, how is this so much like a scam? But it doesn't matter if it's a scammer. You're barefoot anyway. I just checked this car on Baidu. The low end at least 4 million to start. Definitely a symbol of the tycoon. Holy, didn't you guys say he's a poor? How come he has such a beautiful secretary? Black silk legs imperial sister my favorite. Really want to lick her feet. Maybe this guy is a rich young master, deliberately pretending to be poor and miserable, wanting to gain sympathy from the goddess, and now he's not pretending anymore, showing his cards. As soon as the car door closed, there was a complete sensation among the onlookers. The eyes of those who were still laughing at Wu Tian were all filled with envy and jealousy. Once Wu Tian got into the car, Longyun sat close to him in the back row. The fresh and pleasant fragrance on his body smelled so good that Wu Tian's heart was crispy. Thank you for helping me out just now. Wu Tian thought that Longyun was a rich girl who had seen herself being humiliated and was just trying to help. Longyun porpoised. Boss, I'm really the secretary your family matched you with. You're an adult now, and it's time to regain your identity. What identity? Wu Tian felt that Longyun was joking with himself, and his expression dimmed. My parents died a long time ago, and I was brought up by my uncle, who is an ordinary person. There's also a grandfather that I don't see much. Every time I come to visit I have to borrow money from my uncle. What kind of status can I have? Longyun smiled mysteriously after hearing this. Taking out his cell phone, he sent out a WeChat video call, then handed the phone to Wu Tian. Your grandfather, Wu Lao, is now abroad. He will personally explain everything to you. The video connected and an old man in a tang suit with a detailed and peaceful face appeared inside. It was Wu Tian's grandfather, Wu Shihe, but the temperament was completely different from the grandfather Wu Tian had known since childhood. The grandfather in the imprint always had a hint of lewdness, was struggling to make ends meet, and was asking his uncle for money to spend whenever he saw him. And the old man in the video, with his imposing presence, makes it look uncomplicated at first glance. Master? Wu Tian tried to shout in disbelief. TN. You've suffered all these years. Wu Shihe kindly called Wu Tian's little name. Now that you have grown up, there are a lot of things. It's time for you to know. Our Wu family, in fact, is not the Wu family that you have imprinted on you, but rather, it's a worldly powerhouse with hundreds of billions of assets. Thousands, hundreds of billions of assets. Wu Tian couldn't believe it. Grandpa, you're teasing me. Every time you come to visit me, you even ask uncle to pay for the traveling expenses. Silly boy. That's for acting for you. Your uncle isn't actually related to you in any way. He's my secretary. Wu Shihe explained with a smile. In order to test and hone your heart, I decided to hide the truth from you since you were a child and let you live as an ordinary person. His mission has been accomplished. He won't meet with you again in the future. And I'm getting old. This big Wu family needs an heir who is capable enough to carry the burden. You are my only direct blood relatives, but want to take over the Wu family's industry. Just rely on identity is not enough. Must have enough ability. I let Longyun bring you 300 million. These money you can freely dispose of, but if you lose this money, Wu family heir to this seat, I will choose another person. And you, in the future, can only continue to live an ordinary life. Understand? These words were no less than thunderbolts from a clear sky, and Wu Tian's heart beat wildly. Everything from childhood to adulthood was actually an illusion arranged by Grandpa, and his own identity is actually a rich young man from a wealthy family. Anyone who can prove to be competent enough will be able to take over the $100 billion in assets. Thinking of this possibility, Wu Tian could not stop the blood in his entire body from starting to boil. Grandpa, 300 million is already enough. Wu Tian clenched his slightly trembling fists and sent out his hatred. I will definitely use this $300 million to earn more assets and will never let you down. Very good. It seems that these years of mediocrity haven't worn down your ambition. I'll wait for your good news. Wu Shihe revealed a pleased smile. Then for now, Longyun will stay in Luzhou to help you. Grandpa, wait. Seeing that he was going to hang up the video, Wu Tian hurriedly shouted. Now that you've told me the truth, can you tell me how mom and dad died? When he said these words, Wu Tian's heart was trembling. This question, he had asked countless times, but never got an answer. Today, Grandpa will tell himself everything, right? Just, as the smile on Wu Jihe's face slowly faded, he shook his head. Now is not the time. When the time is right you will naturally know. However, you have to remember, do people do things? Never like your father back then so wild. The wind will destroy the wood when it shows. You must keep that in mind. After saying that, Wu Jihe disconnected the video. Wu Tian's heart burst with disappointment and secretly hated it. The reason why Grandpa doesn't want to talk about it will definitely not be simple. And if you want to know the truth you have to be strong enough. Grandpa is right. Until then, one must not be that big tree destroyed by the wind. Boss, this card has $300 million at your disposal. And my business card. So you can call me for anything. Longyun put away her cell phone and pulled out a Swiss Bank's Globe Gold card and her own business card and handed it to Wu Tian. After learning a few things, he left the school with the driver. After getting off the bus and seeing the awe in the eyes of the people around him, Wu Tian felt like he was reborn. The whole world is full of hope and light. It's a pity. If it had been better earlier, Li Meng wouldn't have rejected my confession and run away with Xiao Yang. Wu Tian revealed a bitter smile. But on second thought, that's an unfortunate blessing in disguise. If Lemon knew she was so rich, she would definitely come for the money. And that wasn't the kind of relationship she needed. Back to the dorms. A few of the housemates were lying on their beds playing King of Glory. Xiao Tian, didn't you go and confess to Li Meng? Did it succeed? A game ended. Sun Xiaohao put down his cell phone and asked with concern. Rejected. Wu Tian spread his hands. There was nothing to hide. Soon it was expected to spread throughout the school. You're also too self-important. The head of the house Wang Hong smacked his lips and sneered with a sneer on his face. Even I can't compare to that Zhao Yang, and as usual, I was rejected by Li Meng. You say you are poor. Go is not looking to hit the face. Wang Hong has a good family and is the richest person in the dormitory. The family also gave him a special Hyundai Elantra. Usually accustomed to the feeling of the big young man, that kind of feeling, like the high and mighty. It was even more so with Wu Tian, showing a sense of superiority from time to time. Seeing that Wu Tian was rejected, he began to fall on his sword. Wu Tian knew that Wang Hong's family was well off and had always looked down on himself. But now with these 300 million, he must raise his eyebrows today. To celebrate Li Meng's rejection of me, I've decided to treat everyone to dinner today. Wu Tian suddenly spoke. Holy, you've changed your nature today, Xiaotian. Not eating steamed buns? And still want to treat us to dinner? Sun Xiaohao was surprised. These days Wu Tian had saved as much as he could in order to buy gifts, and use steamed buns instead for both meals, and suddenly changed to be so generous. It was a bit hard to get used to. It's rare for Wu Tian to be generous for once. How about we go to the big red shed down the road to eat skewers? Jian Wan proposed. How dirty is a roadside stall? Not afraid of eating diarrhea? Wang Hong's face of superiority came out again. Sherpa, it's rare that Wu Tian treats a guest. Do you want him to treat a 5-star restaurant? Sun Xiaohao knew what kind of virtue Wang Hong usually had and fought for Wu Tian. That's right, Sherpa. You're not tired of eating your usual big fish and meat. It's not bad to try a different flavor. Jian Wan patted his ass. Wang Hong has a face of enjoyment, and knows that Wu Tian, a poor man, is not likely to invite any good places. Since it's a dormitory group activity, it's not good to not go by yourself. You'll look too out of place. Alright, then for the sake of Wu Tian, I'll go with you guys to experience the roadside stall. Wang Hong agreed with a feigned reluctance. 3. Being belittled. Half an hour later, the four of them arrived at the FAIU eatery, which was already lit up before it was even dark. Picked a seat in the lobby. Sun Xiaohao looked a bit terrified. Wu Tian, if not, let's go back to eat skewers. Here is also too expensive. There's no price on this menu either. It can eat up 2 months of your living expenses if you're not careful. Jiang Wan also didn't expect Wu Tian to bring them to this kind of place. I don't know what's gotten into Wu Tian. Wu Tian, it seems you are really stimulated and intend to break the pot. Wang Hong laughed without any shade. This is a place where only the really rich people come. I don't even dare to come often. You won't plan to eat a king's dinner, right? Just to be clear, if you can't afford it, I can't pay for it. Wang Hong thinks that Wu Tian just failed to confess his love and is afraid of being looked down upon by others, and wants to pretend to save face. But face is something that is tied to money. Poor is poor and naive enough not to know his own weight. Don't worry guys, since it's my treat, surely I'm responsible. Wu Tian could hear the sarcasm in Wang Hong's words and didn't want to explain, beckoning for the waiter to place the menu in front of the three. Feel free to order whatever you like. Don't be polite. Sun Xiaohao and Jian Wan glanced at each other, neither knowing what drug Wu Tian was selling, but seeing that he was insistent, it was hard to say anything more. If you can't afford it, you'll just have to make up the difference when the time comes. Wang Hong, on the other hand, nonchalantly picked up the menu and asked the waiter with a professional look, ordering a few specialties, plus 4 1-pound Australian lobsters and 2 bottles of limao. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were shocked, thinking that the head of the house is really ruthless. This is to pit Wu Tian to death. I'm afraid these 4 big lobsters with the wine alone are astronomical to them. Just as he was about to persuade, he heard Wu Tian say to the waiter, "Serve as he says." Since Wu Tian had said so, the two of them had no choice but to swallow their words back into their stomachs. After reporting the menu, Wang Hong's eyes suddenly lit up and he stood up towards a loud greeting. "What a coincidence! Wan Ying, you're eating here too?" The 3 men turned their heads at the sound, seeing the school flower Wan Ying and her 2 girlfriends were coming down from the elevator on the 2nd floor. Wan Ying was dressed in a long snow-white dress with a remarkable temperament, and she looked dazzling even among the bustling customers in the hall. When she heard Wang Hong's greeting, her beautiful eyebrows were slightly wrinkled and she didn't pay attention to it. After all, Huiyue restaurant is not a general pavilion. The customers inside are basically more quality. Even chatting and talking voice also try to put down, so as not to disturb others. Wang Hong's loud voice made her both disgusted and embarrassed, so she didn't even want to pay attention to him. However, at the sight of Wu Tian, Wan Ying's slightly furrowed brows gently loosened as she smiled at him in greeting before leaving with her girlfriends. Wu Tian, when did you know the schoolgirl? She even smiled at you. Hey, it can't be that she's taken a liking to you, right? Sun Xiaohao whimpered incredulously. Wan Ying is a notoriously arrogant person in the whole school. I heard that her family is well off and she usually doesn't give any man a good look at all. Jiang Wan had an envious face. Only Wang Hong's face was clouded with embarrassment, and he didn't know how to recover his hand. He couldn't believe that Wan Ying would greet Wu Tian despite ignoring him. Face is very down. Coldly laughed. Don't be delusional. Wan Ying is the big miss of Runhua Group. How can she look at this kind of beggar Wu Tian? Big families are concerned about the right family, understand? Sherpa, you're too realistic. Sun Xiaohao was indignant. Jiang Wan also expressed his incomprehension. Nowadays, they all advocate free love and reject arranged marriages. What do you guys know? Do you really think reality is a fairy tale? A low level is a narrow vision. Wang Hong grunted in displeasure. Far from it, people are just cultured. Wu Tian stopped the two from arguing at the right time. In fact, he only had a one-sided relationship with Wan Ying, and once inadvertently picked up Wan Ying's meal card and returned it to her. That smile just now was nothing more than a field greeting. I didn't expect the 3 housemates to argue about it. Soon the food was served. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan, the two of them, for the first time, were so extravagant that they couldn't even care less about words, and they winded up. If it wasn't for the same dormitory, I wouldn't even love to eat with you guys. Completely unseen, Wan Hong saw the two of them wolf down their food with a look of disgust. The two of them were eating happily, not caring what Wang Hong said, showing their teeth and smiling. After a meal, Wu Tian called the waiter to pay the bill. "Hello sir, the total consumption is $12,800. The waitress revealed a professional smile. "What? More than 10,000? Sun Xiaohao jumped up in disbelief. "I thought 3 or 4,000 would be enough, but I didn't think it would be that much. I copy. Even if we sold us cannot afford to pay." Jiangwan voice with a crying voice, originally intended to be more words a few people put together as an indulgence, but also cannot let Wu Tian a person to pay. Who knew it was so expensive? Totally exceeded expectations. The heart regretted to death. It would have been better to ask for the price when ordering the food before, and he shouldn't have ordered the food for Wang Hong. The days of a rich man are truly unimaginable. Wu Tian sighed in his heart for a while. He didn't expect it to be so expensive either. Although more than 10,000 yuan for their own just a rain can before the poor after all. Not so big money ever. Not yet adapted to it. Seeing that the Huiyu eatery was filled with people, Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh. One meal was equivalent to half a year's worth of his previous living expenses, and yet so many people patronized it. By the looks of it, this restaurant should not have a low profit. It's still a rich man's money that's good to earn. What to do? I only have 200 on me and 600 in Alipay. Sun Xiaohao saw Wu Tian's silence and anxiously pulled out his cell phone, scratching his ears. All together, I still have 12,000 here. The big deal is that we will collectively eat dirt these days. Jiang Wan said stiffly, took out his wallet and looked at Wang Hong. What are you looking at me for? Wang Hong picked his teeth with a toothpick and looked unconcerned. As I said before, I'm only responsible for eating. Waiter, may I ask how much your hotel sales average out each month? Wu Tian did not move and asked. Sir, the waiter first time to see people eating asked the hotel revenue. Face it cold not answer the counter question. We Huiyu eatery is oriented to the high-end crowd place. You will not have no money want to renege on the billet. I have to remind you, our hotel and the Public Security Bureau 24-hour network. There are cameras everywhere. Wu Tian, you said you want to treat dinner. I'm giving you face to come, don't make me lose face with you. Wang Hong's face also turned ugly. He just wanted to take the opportunity to make a fool out of Wu Tian, but he didn't want to mess up and get himself into the police station. If you let your friends know that you don't have money to pay for your meals, how will you be able to get along in school in the future? Can't pay won't really have to go to jail, right? Sun Xiaohao, hard afraid, after all, is still a student. Wu Tian, think of a way. Because of this matter in jail, how rowdy. If not, we each find relatives and friends to borrow. Jiang Wan said stiffly. Sir, card or cash, please? The waiter prodded with an irritated look on his face. You can't afford to spend money, but you have to act like you can't afford to spend money, so you can't be polite to people like that. Who knows? Wu Tian shocked the audience with his words. Don't worry, I'm thinking about it. Should I buy your restaurant? I'll buy this hotel. Hearing these words, Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan's mouths were so wide open that they could fit an egg. Even Wang Hong's scalp went numb. Wu Tian is not really crazy, right? Even meal money cannot afford to pay, but also want to buy the Huiyue eating house. The mouth is simply scared to death. Wu Tian, don't joke. Let's hurry up and think of a way. Jiang Wan is really afraid that if it goes down like this again and the hotel calls the police, then the future will be really ruined. I'll call my mom right away to borrow some money and pay the bill first. Sun Xiaohao had already pressed for a call. However, he was gently pressed down by Wu Tian. Just you still want to buy our restaurant? There's no occasion for pretending X. Seeing this, the waiter picked up the intercom. Security. Someone wants to renege on the bill after eating without paying. Come and deal with it. Roger. The security guard standing at the four corners of the hall immediately walked towards Wu Tian and the others. Wu Tian, you can end this on your own. I won't accompany you in your madness. Seeing the bad situation, Wang Hong finished with a gloomy face and hurriedly slipped away. If you don't leave, you might end up asking him to pay. Seeing Wang Hong running away, Jiang Wan cursed in anger. Unrighteous fellow. Wu Tian, you run too. If you don't leave and get caught, you'll go to jail. Sun Xiaohao pressed against Wu Tian's ear and urgently advised. I'm not going. Wu Tian smiled. You don't need to call out for the security guards either. Have your manager come over? I want to ask him about the revenue status of Huiyu Eatery. You really don't want to see the coffin without tears. I've seen a lot of renegade accounts, but I've never seen you so good at pretending to be X. The waiter was extremely angry and laughed. Snap. Just after he finished speaking, Wu Tian pulled out a bank card and threw it on the table, then took out his cell phone and dialed the number on his bank card, got through to the VIP specialist, turned on the speakerphone and put the phone on the table. Hello, esteemed Mr. Wu, this is your VIP seat. How can I help you? A pleasant and clear female voice came from the phone. Check the balance on this card with the tail number 0888 for me. Yes, please wait. The phone was silent for a few seconds, and the voice came out clearly. In your card, there is currently 300 million renminbi yuan whole. May I ask what kind of business you need to handle? I'm just checking to see if the money is missing. Thanks. Wu Tian hung up the phone with a bashful face. Sun Xiaohao, who was beside him, was desperately pinching his face and muttering to himself, Am I dreaming? Jiang Wan's eyes were about to stare out of their sockets, looking at Wu Tian as if he was looking at a monster, and the inside of his head went blank. Only after a long time did he spit out a sentence. Brother, you've hidden so much from us. The waiter's expression, Judas, was wonderful. A burst of red and white. Call your manager over. Wu Tian repeated. Okay, you wait a moment. The waiter came back to his senses and hurriedly supported the approaching security guards, nimbly summoned the manager on the intercom and told him what had happened. Hello, Mr. Wu. I can't make the decision about the hotel acquisition, but it just so happens that our general manager Lu is here today, so if it's convenient, please follow me to the parlor and I'll inform General Manager Lu to talk to you. The manager was respectful. Maybe this young and tender-looking young man will be his boss in the future. The three were taken by the manager to wait in the parlor on the 8th floor of the hotel. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan couldn't wait to hear Wu Tian confess the truth. Wu Tian had to tell the two housemates that his family is a rich family, but his grandfather was afraid that he had money and forgot his roots, so he set up a test. The two men listened for a long time. If Wang Hong knows about this, I guess his intestines can repent. Jiang Wan let out a long sigh, glad that he didn't run away after Wang Hong. Otherwise he really didn't know how to face Wu Tian, the great mansion magnate. In the future, more than Wang Hong, if I were Li Meng, I would hate to be able to poke my own eyes out. Sun Xiaohao was both excited and happy for Wu Tian. While he was talking, a middle-aged fat man with a smiling face walked into the conference room led by the manager. This is our boss, Mr. Lu Junlu. The manager introduced. This is Wu Xiao, who wants to buy our Huiyu Eatery. Young Wu is really young and promising. It looks like he's the same age as my daughter, and he already has $1 billion. I'm really impressed. Lu Jun was very happy with a red face. Recently, It happens to be the real estate development side of the lack of liquidity, the emergency of his head too big, and then cannot be financed. The project may have to be yellow, when the loss of a large amount of money can even cause a break in the capital chain. Was already thinking of dishing out the Huiyu eatery. Although the revenue situation of the place is good, not many people can take out tens of millions of dollars in one hand to buy it. After all, catering is not a profitable industry in this era. Just when he was worried about this matter, Wu Tian appeared. How could he not be excited? The two men, one wanting to buy and the other wanting to sell, hit it off, called the CFO, looked over the daily and monthly revenue statements, and negotiated the purchase of Huiyu Eatery for a value of $20 million. Grandpa, I will honor what I said and will never let you down. With this in mind, Wu Tian signed the transfer contract on the spot and paid the money, and his heart was unbelievably happy. Half a day ago, he had to save money to buy a gift of a few dozen dollars, but now he's spending $20 million on upscale restaurants without batting an eye. Wu Xiao, no, now I should call you Mr. Wu. Lu Jun was grateful. Nowadays, young people who are as bold as you are really not seen much. I'm not hiding it from you. My capital chain is very tense lately. This money really saved my old life. To each his own. I actually didn't think about it that much. Wu Tian made a polite remark. Ha ha, since you helped me, Mr. Wu, Lu Jun, can't be petty. Lu Jun let out a bright laugh, opened his wallet and took out a black card, handing it to Wu Tian. This is the supreme card of the Universal International Club. Only people with billion-dollar status are qualified to enter. The annual fee is $300,000. Consider it as a bit of a meet and greet gift for Mr. Wu. Universal International is notorious for being a landlord's club. Jiang Wan looked envious. Being the most famous gathering place for the rich in Luzhou, even beggars are happy about it. Then thank you, Mr. Lu. Wu Tian was not polite and accepted the card, thinking that since there were a lot of dirtbags there, he wanted to make his assets increase quickly, so he might be able to use them in a big way. Leaving the Huiyu Eatery, back to the dormitory, Wang Hong saw the three people safe and sound, but also all smiles, surprised. Where do you get the money to settle the bill? Jiang Wan was already angry at Wang Hong for not being righteous and leaving his three to run away. He replied in a bad mood. Wang Hong, you can't even imagine how rich Wu Tian is. He bought the entire Huiyu eating house. It's a pity. You left us behind and ran away, so you didn't have the chance to see that wonderful scene. Sun Xiaohao followed with sarcasm. Blow it, you guys. If Wu Tian can buy the Huiyu eatery, I'll walk upside down from now on. Wang Hong snorted, thinking that the three were bluffing him. Wu Tian smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Hong is a person he has seen clearly today. There is no need to have a deep friendship with him. It's only cost $10,000 or so to try out a person's nature, and it's well worth it. A beautiful night's sleep. In the morning, when Wu Tian just arrived at the classroom, he found Li Meng sizing himself up with a strange look, and many of his classmates pointing at the finger. Li Meng said yesterday Wu Tian, this poor, ran to confess to her. Really told want to eat swan meat. Where is the courage? Taking a crystal hairpin bought from a gift store and trying to get the class flower to be his girlfriend is so childish. It's almost like we're both class favorites. To be poor is to have the consciousness of being poor, and to be ashamed of oneself is something that only he can do. The level is too low, not even realizing that in Li Meng's eyes, he's not even a spare tire. At best, he's a jack-in-the-box. A sound of unpleasant sarcasm drilled into the ears of the three Wu Tian people. 5. Clowns, shut the up. You guys. Sun Xiaohao couldn't listen to it anymore and pointed at the gossiping classmates and yelled. Listening to a bit of wind is rain. What qualifications do you cowards have to talk about others? Wu Tian can at least muster the courage to do what he wants to do. What about you guys? Each and every one of you. What else can you do besides talk about it? Xiaohao is right. We are all classmates. Accumulate some virtue, lest you give birth to a son without an asshole in the future. Jiang Wan was also indignant for Wu Tian. Wang Hong shrunk his head. This was something he wasn't going to intervene. Anyway, the relationship with Wu Tian was average, so there was no need to offend Li Meng for Wu Tian. Just as a joke. Forget it, dragons don't live with snakes. It's not on the same level, why talk too much? Wu Tian didn't want his roommate to quarrel with these people because of himself and advised. Li Meng had been smugly watching the joke, but she didn't realize that Wu Tian was so calm and was clearly mocking her for not being at a high enough level. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he simply tore his face off completely. Wu Tian, just you are worthy of talking about levels? People like you even after graduation, you are only worthy of working for my boyfriend. Lifelong unproductive things, and still dare to make a big pout. If not for the same class, I don't even bother to look at the afterglow of you. Toad 1. Li Meng spoke so loudly that she could be heard clearly even in the corridor outside the classroom. Li Meng, don't go too far. Just because Wu Tian is too lazy to bother with you doesn't mean he's easy to bully. Even Sun Xiuhao's blood rushed up in anger when he heard these words. Too presumptuous, you'll regret it. Jianwan shook his head inside. Students understand each other. Li Meng is what people Jianwan know very well, bent on wanting to climb Yen attached to the power. However, he had eyes without pearls, letting Wu Tian, the great Buddha, not embrace him, but also stepping on a few feet. Couldn't help but feel quite sorry for her. Poof. Li Meng was unimpressed and laughed coldly. It's really ridiculous. An ignorant beggar like Wu Tian. I wouldn't even blink if I rejected 10,000 of them. Frog in the bottom of the well. I think the ignorant one is you, Li Meng. Right at this moment, before Wu Tian could speak, a crisp voice came from the doorway. The crowd looked, and it was Lu Yueyao from the next class. Luzhou University of Technology, recognized as one of the 3 great beauties, ranked second only to the school flower Waning. Whether it is temperament or looks, are stronger than Li Meng, not a star and a half point, because Waning was rather cold. She never pretended to any man. So Lu Yueyao, who was the flower of the junior class and ranked second in the whole school, became the hottest goddess in the whole school. It was said that the people chasing her could line up from the school building to the front door of the school. Why is she here? It seems like she's still upset with Li Meng. Did Li Meng offend her? Impossible. The two of them have always been well-watered, and not in the same class. Li Meng had enough to offend her for what? Could it be fighting for Wu Tian? I can't imagine that the goddess in my heart is actually so righteous. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can that be? What virtue does Wu Tian have that would allow Lu Yueyao to help speak? The whole class, the men, practically roared. Normally it was hard to even think of taking a glance at Lu Yueyao, but to think that the goddess would suddenly visit this class today, what an honor that would be. Li Meng's face, unsightly to the extreme. Lu Yueyao, what do you mean? Wu Tian was also strangely surprised. He and Lu Yueyao didn't know each other at all, so why would she speak for him? It doesn't mean anything. I just think you're quite ridiculous. Lu Yueyao ruffled her hanging hair and smiled lightly. I'm afraid you still don't know that the Huiyu eatery by the school is owned by my family, right? Hearing this, Li Meng's face became even more ugly, with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. The Huiyu eatery was famous throughout the university city, and Lu Yueyao was surprisingly the owner's daughter. She can't afford to offend such rich people. But Li Meng didn't want to lose face on this, and stiffly pushed back. So what? Did you come here specifically to show off your wealth? You're also too shallow. Showing off your wealth with people like you lowers my grade. Lu Yueyao looked quiet and pretty, but spoke with an air of strength that was not no time stronger than Li Meng, and continued. Last night, my family's Huiyu eatery was bought by someone. None of my business. Li Meng became more and more confused. Of course it's none of your business, because the buyer is your class's Mr. Wu Tian Wu. His level is really not something that people like you can speculate on. Lu Yueyao's sentence was like a heavy bomb exploding in the flat ground. The entire class, at the same time, resounded with a hissing sound as they sucked in cool air. All the gazes were united on Wu Tian in a split second. Holy crap, it's fake. Is he even not poor? How can someone who used to be so poor that he had to nibble on steamed buns have so much money? Looking away, Wu Tian is actually a tycoon. Could it be that he was deliberately acting for us in the past? It's funny how you people's faces are being watched, isn't it? The classroom instantly boiled. No one doubted what Lu Yueyao said because she didn't have any need to lie. Wang Hong was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that what Sun Xiuhao had told Jiang Wan last night about Wu Tian buying the Huiyu eatery was actually true. If Lu Yueyao hadn't said this matter herself, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. For a while, Wang Hong's heart was filled with remorse, and he couldn't wait to ruthlessly slap himself twice. Why did he run away last night? Now in Wu Tian's heart, he must be holding a grudge against himself. Li Meng, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded, falling into a sitting position with a face like dirt, muttering, how could this happen? Lu Yueyao didn't bother to look at Li Meng's expression anymore. She went straight into the classroom and walked over to Wu Tian and stretched out her hand. Wu Tian, thank you for helping my dad turn over the funds in time. My dad specially asked me to invite you to my house for dinner tomorrow night. Ah, good. Thank Mr. Lu for me. Wu Tian was embarrassed for a moment and did not reach out to shake Lu Yueyao's hand. After all, the two of them were not familiar. Lu Yueyao, however, did not care, and her outstretched hand casually ruffled back, bringing up a few threads of hair scent, with a great deal of flavor. Then I'll pick you up after school tomorrow. After saying that, he waved his hand towards Wu Tian and left the classroom. The crowd didn't fully react until she walked out. I've never heard of Lu Yueyao being so nice to any person. That smile is truly mesmerizing. It's over. It's over. Does Lu Yueyao like Wu Tian? The whole school men are probably going to be heartbroken and buy drunk. Is Wu Tian what you call him? No big deal. Call Wu Xiao. Cough cough. How broad-minded is young Wu? Surely adults don't count the faults of small people. We are in the same class, with Lu Yueyao together. Wu Tian immediately became the center of attention. The people who had been verbally attacking him and looking at him as a joke had fallen over themselves to pat him on the back. Looking at these people, Wu Tian could not help but raise a trace of disgust in his heart. In the past, when I was poor, I tried to look at myself as a joke, but now that I'm rich, I've come to flatter, and human nature is so ugly. Li Meng grimaced. Her face was completely disgraced at this moment. Think you're great just because you have a few stinking dollars. Wu Tian, you wait for me. I'll make you look good. Li Meng's heart was filled with resentment. After class at noon, Wang Hong quietly walked over to Wu Tian. Xiao Wu, after all, we are all in the same dormitory. I solemnly apologize to you for any offenses in the past. Wang Hong licked his face, flushed with a disgusting smile. It's not like you've done anything to apologize to me. There's no need. Wu Tian smiled faintly. Actually, I have something I want to beg you for. A touch of joy rose in Wang Hong's eyes. What is it? My dad. He has been doing business recently. It's a bit bad. There's a problem with the funds. Wang Hong rickied his waist, followed behind Wu Tian. With a fawning face, Wu Xiao, you see you're such a big tycoon. We're in a dormitory again. Can you lend some money to my dad for turnover? Wu Tian had a sudden urge to laugh in his heart. This guy is pretty realistic. He ran faster than a rabbit last night and usually talks badly about himself. I can't believe you want to borrow money. I'm sorry, my money doesn't come from the wind. No borrowing. Wu Tian coldly refused and called Sun Xiaohao to walk towards the cafeteria with Zhang Wan. Wang Hong's fawning smile crunched to a halt. 2 afternoon sessions. After school, Wu Tian and Sun Xiaohao Zhang Wan had just walked to the dormitory floor. Li Meng's boyfriend, Zhao Yang, was seen walking out from the corner with 3 punks with colorfully dyed hair and tattoos of dragons and tigers on their arms. Zhao Yang wrapped his arms around Li Meng's waist with an open expression. Wu Tian, I heard that you've gotten rich. It's great. You even dare to bully Lao Zi's woman. Yesterday's incident, Lao Zi didn't find trouble with you for Li Meng's sake, and you surprisingly still won't learn a lesson. A little thug, not knowing what to do, having to ask me to personally teach you how to behave. Sun Xiaohao was very nervous when he saw those punks, but he didn't back off. Instead, he blocked Wu Tian behind him. What do you want to do? This is a school. Zhang Wan pulled out his cell phone and was ready to call 110. I'm calling the police. Don't you guys mess around. 2 little brats looking for death. The 3 punks looked at each other and laughed. Walking up and reaching out, they pushed Sun Xiaohao and Zhang Wan and stumbled. How dare you call the police? Wu Tian, you kneel in front of me today and kowtow 3 times honestly. I'll let you go. Zhao Yang let go of Li Meng, who was hugging him, and walked to Wu Tian with a fierce smile. Otherwise, you won't stay in this school. Big brother, what's the point of wasting words with him? Slap him a few times first. One of the gangsters made a gesture and was ready to move forward. I'll see who dares to move. Just then, a cold laugh came out. Long Yun, who had an OL suit and stockings and long legs with a condescending expression, came from the distance with 4 black suits and sunglasses, strong as ox-like bodyguards. 6 who dares to mess with it. Seeing Long Yun's arrival, the corner of Wu Tian's mouth slightly turned upwards, revealing an evil smile, and with the addition of his expression, he looked like a mongrel king. At this moment, Wu Tian's heart was so refreshing that he was originally worried about how he and the others would leave. Now that there was Long Yun and 4 bodyguards, his heart finally fell to the ground. Zhang Wan, there is no need to call the police. Wu Tian rushed at Zhang Wan and then stopped Sun Xiaohao behind him. In an instant, it was as if Wu Tian had become the center of attention in the room. Who is it? Making a big deal out of it. Aren't you afraid that this young man will make you look good? Zhao Yang's heart was like a volcano erupting with anger when he heard someone speaking for Wu Tian. Several punks also laughed out loud. In their territory, they could move whoever they wanted to. No one had ever dared to call out. This one sounds like it's still a female. The crowd sniffed and looked. Long Yun appeared in their line of sight. I'll go. Big brother, this chick can do it. I feel like my body is boiling. I can't stand it anymore. This chick, brother wants it tonight. The 3 punks said what was on their minds without any sense of propriety, and at the same time, they showed a piggy expression. Makes you sick to look at. Naturally, Long Yun also felt sick to his stomach. Long Yun, I want them to look good. Wu Tian looked at Zhao Yang with a bashful face, not even bothering with the 3 punks. Zhao Yang, today's matter, we're done for today. As soon as the words fell, the several bodyguards standing behind Wu Tian were like a black whirlwind, beating the punks to the ground in 3 or 2 strokes. Unable to move, one of them gave a bodyguard and came directly to Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang also counted himself as a human being. He was afraid that Li Meng would be hurt and resolutely took a step forward. The purpose of a bodyguard is to follow orders completely and ensure the safety of the boss's life. There was no doubt that Wu Tian's words were like a holy decree that the bodyguard could only obey. Not surprisingly, Zhao Yang was easily taken down. The ground wailed. Boss, you guys are killing us. That's right, boss, What kind of person is this, going out with a bodyguard? Please, leave us alone. We wouldn't dare. The punk was subdued by the bodyguard and didn't dare to have any complaints, so he could only beg for mercy. The places where they were hit were all joint positions, and it was a good thing that the bodyguard had a sense of proportion, or else they might have been really disabled, and perhaps they would have been left with a lifelong disability. Zhao Yang was different. The bodyguard seemed to know what was on Wu Tian's mind and gave Zhao Yang special treatment. What are you doing? Gathering people to fight? I called the police. The police will be here soon. Seeing her boyfriend being beaten, Li Meng had called the police a long time ago, because he didn't know if Wu Tian would clean up even her. After all, she had said a lot of hurtful words to Wu Tian before. Brother Tian, spare my life. I don't dare anymore. I know I'm wrong, Zhao Yang said with blood mixed in his mouth and the teeth that had fallen out, due to being pressed to the ground with one hand by the bodyguard. He couldn't speak without coming up for air. Brother Tian, I'm Zhao Yang. I'm an asshole. I'm a piece of. This woman Li Meng is a. I'll break up with him. If Brother Tian likes it, I'll give it to you. Zhao Yan was acting like an asshole at this point. Hearing her boyfriend's words, Li Meng's heart was broken. She was suitable to become your Zhao Yang's goods. You said to give it away. Zhao Yang, you asshole, I was wrong about you. Li Meng had mixed feelings in her heart. Yesterday she had that with him. Today she was going to give herself away, and to Wu Tian at that. Whoever it was, Li Meng spoke against her will under her breath, but her eyes were looking at Wu Tian from time to time. At this moment, he saw such a loser Zhao Yang and regretted it in his heart, but he also hoped that Wu Tian would look at her. However, when Li Meng's gaze landed on Long Yun, she finally realized the gap between herself and Wu Tian. Humph, you guys behave yourselves. I hope you don't say the wrong thing. Knowing that there would soon be law enforcement officers who would want to come, Wu Tian said a few words and left, letting them off just like that. Just now they wanted us to be missing arms and legs. Sun Xiuhao was still indignant. Jiang Wan didn't say anything. He pulled Sun Xiuhao and made a look. The two of them then understood and left first. Looking at the backs of his two roommates as they left, Wu Tian also let out a sigh of relief. Seriously, if it wasn't for Long Yun today, it might have ended the other way around. Thank you. Wu Tian's words came from his heart. He really wanted to thank Long Yun for always coming out to relieve himself every time he came to a crisis. Nothing. Long Yun was still haughty. Even in front of Wu Tian was equally like an iceberg beauty without any pretense. The two of them walked a long way like this without words, and finally it was Long Yun who said, your grandfather wished to keep them by your side to protect you. It's better to forget about it. There are many things that I can solve by myself. A trace of warmth flowed from Wu Tian's face and said, is he okay? My grandfather. The sky was getting dim, and it was soon to be close to night. Your grandfather is fine. I won't compromise you on the bodyguard thing. We can only rest assured of your safety with them around, and since you don't want them to follow you, I'll ask them to protect you in secret. Undercover protection. When I heard it was kinda like that, I agreed. On the second day, in front of the school, Lu Yueyao leaned in front of a sports car as if she was waiting for someone. This is big news Lu Yueyao who is school flower or shoot in the second place. Hot. Today she was at the door, wasn't she? Looking towards the inside of the campus, obviously waiting for someone. Not long after, Wu Tian slowly walked out from the school entrance. Classmate Wu Tian, here. Lu Yueyao shouted hurriedly when she saw Wu Tian's figure, while waving her small hand in a rather excited manner. This was the whole school's celebrity, calling a boy's name so blatantly. I'm afraid some gossip was going to spread the next day. Hearing Lu Yueyao's words, everyone's eyes fell on Wu Tian. That's a lot of eyes in one place. Seeing the many gazes gathered on his body, even the thick-skinned Wu Tian was shy and ran all the way into Lu Yueyao's car. Go! When Lu Yueyao saw Wu Tian get on the car, she smiled faintly, and with a blast of the gas pedal, the car instantly rushed out and disappeared in the crowd's line of sight within a few seconds. Watching the departure of the two, the school entrance was bustling with activity. According to this trend, it is estimated that tomorrow's school news headlines will be the two of them. Can't see that Mr. Wu is still shy. In the car, Lu Yueyao looked at Wu Tian through the rearview mirror and said. Wu Tian smiled awkwardly and soon the car arrived at Lu Yueyao's home. It was a private villa, and when the two of them got out of the car, they headed inside the house. The house was quite lively inside at this moment, and the moment Lu Yueyao opened the door, a cheer rang in Wu Tian's ears. Yu Yao is back. Our mistress is back. Yu Yao, come on, Lin Zihao is here too. The crowd's eyes were all gathered in front of Lu Yueyao, completely ignoring Wu Tian behind her. And yes, it was hard to get noticed when you were all dressed up in cheap ground-up clothes. Along the way, Lu Yueyao was greeting too many good friends. Wu Tian was like a curious baby, looking east and west, calculating in his heart that he should either buy a villa to live in or not. When Lu Yueyao came to the backyard of the villa, Lu Jun was also in the backyard, and when he saw Wu Tian beside Lu Yueyao, a smile appeared on his face. General Manager Wu is also here. All the people here at the party my daughter is throwing today are her good friends. Lu Jun briefly introduced 2 sentences, then greeted Lu Yueyao to treat herself well and left. Wu Tian politely said a few words and didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't recognize any of the people here, except for Lu Yueyao. At this time, someone finally noticed Wu Tian. They realized that no matter where Lu Yueyao went, Wu Tian would follow him wherever he went, even when he met with Lu Jun, and the two of them seemed to be very opportunistic. Yu Yao, who is he? Your boyfriend. One of Lu Yueyao's close friends walked over and inquired. Lu Yueyao smiled and said, you guess. Yeah, Yu Yao, who is he to you? Lin Zihao also walked over, seemingly concerned about Wu Tian's identity. However, at a glance at Wu Tian's ground-up clothes, a hint of contempt appeared on his face. He's just my friend. Although Lu Yueyao said this on his lips, his hands betrayed it. He was seen holding Wu Tian's arm with both hands as if he was very close. Seeing this scene, Lin Zihao's eyes almost spewed fire. Everyone inside the circle knows that Lin Zihao likes Lu Yueyao, and it's the kind of like that almost forgets himself, such as when he sees Lu Yueyao being intimate with a man he doesn't know. He almost loses his mind. Who are you, daring to come so close to my Yu Yao? Lin Zihao's breath was very loud and his expression was hideous as he took a step in front of Wu Tian. 7. Beautiful people. The crowd's eyes all looked towards Wu Tian and Lu Yueyao. The two of them were like a sweet little couple at the moment. Who the hell are you? Yueyao, stay away from him. Lin Zihao's voice was a little hoarse. He wouldn't allow anyone else to get so close to Lu Yueyao. In his heart, Lu Yueyao seemed like a piece of reverse scale. Others touching it would make him go crazy and have a seizure. Lin Zihao, I'm just an ordinary friend with you. Please don't call me Yu Yao. You can call me Lin Yu Yao. Lin Zihao, who was already overcome with anger, looked to lash out. His anger had rushed to the top of his head, and he was close to rolling up his sleeves and giving Wu Tian a punch to relieve his anger. The people around them also stopped talking and gathered around the three, and some of those who knew Lin Zihao even stood at the side shouting and cheering. Lin Xiao is furious. That kid is going to be finished. Oh, there's a good show tonight. Who is that kid, daring to contact Lu Yueyao so blatantly? Isn't he looking for death? That's right. Look at him dressed in a ground-up suit. I guess his set is only $100. Around a bit of people pointing. Wu Tian to nothing. They love how to say, their own walk their own way. But Lu Yueyao was different. Today Wu Tian was their honored guest. How was he treated like this? Seeing that the war was about to break out, at just the right time, Lu Jun walked in from the outer room. Yu Yao, your classmates come once in a while. Take good care of them, as well as these friends of yours. Everyone is a friend when they come here. Let's wait until later to talk about anything. And you, Lin Zihao, calm down. You kid dare to make a move. Be careful, I'll teach you a lesson instead of your father. Lu Jun for Lin Zihao's father, that is a familiar person. The relationship between the two is equivalent to brotherly love. After all, are together to carry a gun? Together with the whore, what people? What had been a gunpowder-like battlefield was stirred up by a few words, and Lin Zihao could only hate it when he saw it. Wu Tian then followed Lu Yueyao to a sofa. Lu Yueyao was very understanding and found fruits and drinks for Wu Tian. At least people are guests. The ass has not yet sat on a hot compress. By some people's cynical angry away. One cannot say, sorry about that. Lu Yueyao didn't know what to say. Facing Wu Tian, she had a hazy feeling. Seeing Lu Yueyao's eyes flowing and there seemed to be crystal tears flashing inside, Wu Tian was immediately startled. It couldn't be that he was so calm today that the other person thought he was angry. Wu Tian was afraid that Lu Yueyao would really cry out, so he hurriedly explained, it's nothing, fellow student Lu. I'm just treating them like they're a fly that keeps buzzing in my ears. You don't have to apologize to me. It can't be helped. All my clothes are from the ground. Less than $100. Wu Tian grinned, said and tugged on his less than $30 clothes and said, his eyes full of laughter, which is like Miss Lu, living like a princess all day long. In their eyes, I'm just a toad trying to eat swan meat. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to look at you, but now, I realize that you're really pretty. Wu Tian spoke his heartfelt words. He even dared to chase after Li Meng, let alone Lu Yueyao, who was not 100 times more than Li Meng. Wu Tian, I realized, you are not honest either. You are the same as those oily talkers, full of talk about beautiful women wanting to date. Lu Yueyao blushed. LOL, peeled you an apple. No need to thank me. My lady is in a good mood today. Before Wu Tian could say anything, Lu Yueyao handed the apple in her hand to Wu Tian. Wu Tian wanted to push back, but Lu Yueyao didn't seem to intend to give up, so he simply took it. This scene fell into the eyes of Lin Zihao in the distance. Seeing his eyes on fire, his buttocks on pins and needles, and in his heart, he was afraid that he wanted Wu Tian to die. He Lin Zihao like Lu Yueyao has been known to everyone, but Lu Yueyao just do not have a cold to him, and now I do not know where to come out of a white boy. Are fast to Lu Yueyao's soul hooked away. Lin Xiao, why don't I call a few of my brothers to teach him a lesson? Right, young Lin, we can't touch him here, but outside he's still a fish on a chopping board, to be slaughtered. A few young men, out this attention back and forth by Lin Zihao's side, most of them trying to make Wu Tian look good. During that time, Lu Yueyao's laughter reached Lin Zihao's ears, and it made him even more furious that he clenched his hands. His eyes looked straight at Wu Tian, and his teeth gnashed and rattled. A party soon came to an end as the guests all left in droves, and in the end, only Wu Tian and the Lu family's father and daughter were left. Lu Jun actually intends to set up Wu Tian. Young people, of course, to choose their own daughter like their own preferred. Wu Tian was obviously the one, and he was also hit with the idea that he had done himself a great favor and was still a promising young man and a billionaire, and at the same time, he noticed that his daughter seemed to be extraordinarily well disposed towards Wu Tian. This getting along well is naturally not a friendship, but a bond between two people. Dad, I'm sending Wu Tian back to school, so get some early rest yourself. Lu Yueyao saw that it was getting late outside and said to Lu Jun, hearing his daughter to go with Wu Tian. Lu Jun of course happy, after all, private more contact between the two. Perhaps there can be any progress may also be said. With this thought in his mind, Lu Jun also smiled at Wu Tian and also took advantage of his daughter's lack of attention to remind her in a low voice. Young people have quite a lot in common and can talk more on the road. Wu Tian was confused by what he heard and was thinking that he had already been pulled out by Lu Yueyao. Soon after, drove back to school. Thank you for coming to Wu Tian and for helping my dad. Lu Yueyao was genuinely grateful. 8. A lot of money. It's nothing, it's just along for the ride. Wu Tian grinned, but let Lu Yueyao secretly stagger. Such a large sum of money, but also in passing, it is estimated that the only one who said so is Wu Tian. When he had sent Lu Yueyao away, Wu Tian returned to the dormitory. Squeak, the door was gently pushed open by him, and it was dark inside. Apparently people have all fallen asleep. In order not to disturb his roommate's rest, Wu Tian just tiptoed to his own bedside and muttered, strange, how one of them sleeps so early today. Don't they open the black? Ass just touched the bed. Suddenly, there was a snap and the lights were turned on by someone. Good, Wu Tian, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. How is the soft jade warm enough? Sun Xiaohao wore an obscene smile, not knowing what images were being brainstormed inside his head, accompanying the goddess to accompany the pleasure. That's the goddess in the heart of the entire school's male compatriots. Jiangwan also followed and flirted. I guess tomorrow, you will become a big celebrity. You are afraid that you don't know today at the entrance of the school. Lu Yueyao even let a man get into the car. Does it represent anything? Jiangwan pretended to be skeptical, whetting Wu Tian's appetite. Wu Tian, who was carrying a sleepy feeling, was so messed up that the whole person suddenly woke up. Still a little confused, he asked, what's wrong? It's not just going to have a meal. What? You guys are just having dinner. Sun Xiaohao immediately revealed a surprised expression. Have you guys not done anything else? Come on, am I that kind of guy? Wu Tian waved his hand, reached over his mouth and snorted, then lay down on the bed, took out his cell phone, and shouted, don't care about that much, come hack without sleeping. My great sword is hungry and thirsty. Until 1 in the morning, Wu Tian still did not sleep, but his roommate had already started snoring. Hearing Wu Tian want to throw a pillow over, but think about it and hold back, without sleepiness, Wu Tian simply swiped his phone to browse the page and suddenly saw a live broadcast platform. He was very familiar with this platform and used to watch live broadcasts here. He also remembered an anchor that never showed his face for some reason. Clicked through to the page of the live streaming platform. I looked up Masked Girl and saw a room. I went in and saw that she was still live streaming. This girl, he had seen her live broadcast before, and he had to say that her voice was very nice, and every time he listened to it, he would feel peace of mind. However, although the Masked Girl's voice was very melodious and refreshing, the inside of her live room was equally cold. With such a moving voice, it's amazing that only a handful of people are listening, and there are people who are blackballing her. What a song! It's so hard to sing. I don't know how a little anchor like you survives. Upstairs brother, watch what you say. Our Masked Girl song is obviously very melodious. That's right. Who's this? It's Blackie, isn't it? The airwaves exploded, and the black guy still continued to be black, with everyone else helping out. Just when the live room was about to become a food market, the anchor Masked Girl finally spoke up. She only coughed gently a few times, then sighed and spoke. If you want to hear me sing, listen quietly, and if you don't want to listen, please leave. After the woman finished speaking, she didn't pay any attention to the people anymore. A smile spread across Wu Tian's face when he saw the woman in front of him. Out of the blue, he suddenly wanted to look at the woman's face. Thus, Wu Tian placed his hands on the keyboard and after thinking for a while, he started typing on top of the keyboard. Masked girl, do you want fire? After typing a line, Wu Tian then pressed the enter key and sent the message. It didn't take long for the masked girl to reply with a message. I'm not going to be on fire. I just want to sing here quietly so you can hear yourself sing. But the next second, phew, crazy mortal swiped 10 spaceships for you. A series of beeps rang out on the live feed. Wu Tian's hands and 10 fingers tapped on top of the keyboard, and the keyboard crackled non-stop. The people in the live broadcast room exploded when they heard the system's beep. All the dives are out. Wow, dirt cheap. Who is this? 10 spaceships in one visit. One spaceship 10,000 RMB. Ah, wouldn't 10 be 100,000? Upstairs, looking at you like a turd. I'm afraid you're still eating buns. Someone in the live broadcast room swiped a gift, and it was still 100,000, which is not a small amount, and at the same time, it also alarmed the undercover agent who dived in the live broadcast room. This person is the other live room, because this live room of the woman is very mysterious, and the song is also very good. Has been in this live room squatting, specializing in black her fans. When he saw that someone was live swiping gifts, he immediately went back to his live room to report it. After all, an anchor fire depends on whether there is a tycoon cover. Now the masked girl live room came to a tycoon. That's a big deal, because it means that she may be brought up. Ding, the supreme second dog will lead the broadcast. Ding, distant aliens will lead the broadcast. Originally only a few hundred people in the live room suddenly will lead the two tycoons. Directly let the live room crazy. Everyone started sending messages. 2 tycoons have descended. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the big landlord. I'll be damned. There's a big man coming in. I'm going to hug the dirt. Is there a shortage of pendants for dirtbags? The live room was instantly buzzing with people. The masked girl was also dumbfounded. How suddenly came 3 tycoons? And the hands are $100,000. It's not a small amount for her. Whose live room is this? The distant alien spoke. I don't know. I heard someone swiping a gift here and came over to check it out. The supreme second dog also spoke up. The 2 tycoons seemed to know each other and chatted. Ding, crazy mortal sends the masked girl 10 spaceships. The one who swiped the airship was of course Wu Tian, who not only wanted to help this live girl fire, but also wanted to explore the water of this live platform to pave the way for his next investment. Seeing that there were tycoons coming to the live broadcast room, Wu Tian smoothly sent a few more gifts, and then said, it's a guest who comes. Since he's here, please listen to Mast singing in peace and quiet. Hearing Wu Tian's words, Mast also picked up the microphone and ordered a song she was most familiar with and sang. The song was still so melodious that it mesmerized Wu Tian. The tycoon also seemed to hear the masked girl's melodious singing voice, and immediately wanted to see what she looked like. Seeing this, the corner of Wu Tian's mouth turned up slightly. He wanted this effect, then typed a line to bring up the tempo. It's not impossible for you to see what she looks like. You can ask the masked girl to remove her veil if you look at whoever swipes through the gifts. As soon as these words came out, the broadcast room, at once, exploded. Just kidding. They've been listening here for 2 years now and have never seen a masked girl's face. Is this one going to be a dream come true? Tutor very readily agreed. Wu Tian directly started swiping gifts and didn't say anything. The top of the screen was full of spaceships floating by, one after another. I don't know how many dozens of them had flown by, watching the people in the live broadcast room in a daze. I'll go. The tycoon swiped the gift without blinking. Awesome. No way. I think this anchor is going to be on fire. Upstairs has a point. If it doesn't catch fire, I'm going to eat live. Almost all of the people inside the live stream were brainwashed and loyal fans who were happy that the masked girl would be on fire. It swiped all the way up to 2.5 million before stopping. Wu Tian didn't know how much he had swiped. Anyway, as long as he knew he was ahead. Taehao seemed to know how scary Wu Tian was and silently exited the live broadcast room. Suddenly, the crowd surrounding the live broadcast began to speak, and they all swiped the screen. 666 ah. For them, the mad mortal became a direct guardian of the masked girl. A wave of maneuvering has made him a celebrity. 2. It wouldn't take long for this news to make other people come to this live room to spectate, and soon this live room would be a big fire, because this place was swiped with 4 million gifts. Thank you, brother crazy mortal. I have nothing to show for it, but I didn't promise to show you what I look like, so I apologize. The masked girl seemed a bit helpless. The other party had done so much for her and she couldn't show him herself. More or less. I can only order a song to make up for it. It's fine. It's all a little money. Wu Tian looked at the screen, very satisfied with his performance. It seems that the money is still in the blame. Ah, if it were in the past, I also shouted 666 with the eating masses, right? It's not for nothing that money makes the world go round. I do not know when sleepiness came. Wu Tian looked at the time. At this time it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. It will soon be dawn. The dormitory still snores. Looks like it's time to go buy a house, Wu Tian said in a low voice. His eyes were mesmerized. Gradually sleepiness hit him. So sleepy that he fell asleep. 9. Dog's eyes look down on people. The next morning, Wu Tian slept late and got up late. When he got up, he was the only one left inside the dormitory. Almost slept through the morning class. In the afternoon, Wu Tian looked out of the school and began to walk towards the center for selling houses on the received. To say this to buy a house, naturally, you have to choose the place with the best location. As for the price, of course, you have to choose the most expensive. Taxi. Wu Tian stopped a cab and said, "Master, go to Haitian Villa area." After hearing Wu Tian's words, the cab master could not help but look at him twice more. "Little brother, this is where you live, ah? I heard that it is not a place where ordinary people can afford to live, ah? It can be said that an inch of earth is an inch of gold, ah? Expensive and scary. Master is a local, driving a cab camp, earn hard money." See Wu Tian dressed in general, but also some curiosity asked. Wu Tian was not ambiguous and said casually, "I am going to buy a house. I heard that the location there is good and the price of the house can be." Ha! The cab master didn't speak anymore. Going to Haitian to buy a house? The average person can't really afford it, let alone this young man in the car. The car quickly arrived at the Haitian Home Sales Center, and Wu Tian gave the master 100. No need to look. Then he walked towards the Haitian Home Sales Center. The Home Sales Center is magnificent, and the inside can be described as gilded, and can really be described as an inch of luxury. Walking into the sales center, no one came to meet him. Never mind, I'll just turn around on my own. Wu Tian looked this way and that way, and finally, the salesman saw him. However, the salesman did not bother to take care of Wu Tian. Seeing that Wu Tian was dressed so shabbily, he looked to be the kind of hot-blooded young man who was quite ambitious and wanted to brag about buying a house. With the intention of dismissing the even, the salesman walked up to Wu Tian. Wu Tian stood in front of a sand tray and saw a set of sea view villa was very nice. He looked back and forth several times. Just want to see the sea view house. After walking around a lot, I've got my eye on 3 suites. All the houses facing the river are quite nice and sunny. Facing north and south. You're the salesman. Lori. Wu Tian looked at the identity plate and said indifferently. He was not friendly with this Luli. This person was obviously sent here to beat himself up, but he really came to buy a house. It seems that he is going to be picked up by this Luli. Not paying any attention to the salesman's bitter expression. I'd like to see an ocean view. Your best ocean view, show me around. Wu Tian's voice was not loud, but in the large hall, it was still heard by quite a few people. All of a sudden, the people looking at the rooms inside the hall turned back to look at Wu Tian. Upon seeing such a youngster as Wu Tian, one could not help but shake his head. Another swollen face is not necessarily a good thing to have a lofty ideal, but you have to know that in Haitian, a set of sea view house that is a few million millions, that's not a shot in the dark, and it's the worst listing ever. If you want to choose the best, the price has to go up. This is no longer something the average person can afford. What is the name of the gentleman? Luli sneered at Wu Tian and said expressionlessly, "My surname is Wu." Wu Tian ignored Luli and said to himself, "Can you show me the house?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Wu. I'm not feeling well today. Let me get someone familiar with the procedure to look at it for you," Luli said, covering her forehead, then waved at the sales desk and a young newcomer ran over. Luli was disdainful when she saw how eager the new arrival was. A poor yakuza comes to see a house. If he can buy a house, I'll write my name backwards. Luli muttered. "Mr. Wu, right, I'll take you to see the house. My name is Li Cheng. You can ask me if you don't understand anything," Li Cheng said, and then led Wu Tian towards the ocean view room. The two of them exited the sales center with the Haitian villa area behind them. Under Wu Tian's instruction, the two of them looked at 3 suites. All 3 suites were Wu Tian's favorite, most of which a sea view room, which Wu Tian felt was the best. At the same time, Wu Tian also looked at one of the villas facing the river. This villa is one of a kind. There are no neighboring villas around it and it is absolutely quiet. That was one of Wu Tian's favorite things, the quiet. He and sales Li Ching chatting. Looking at the house will be the sales center. Is Mr. Wu satisfied? I saw that you were very satisfied with room 103 in area A. Li Ching revealed a professional smile, her voice gentle and nice. Well, I also quite like that set. Why don't we just take him? Go pay for the room and pick it up now, Wu Tian said immediately. These put Li Ching surprised too. That set of house price is not low, and in front of the eyes of this Mr. Wu does not look like a rich man. This will not be coaxed to play it. She came to this business and understood the reasoning. When the two returned to the sales center, their colleagues were curious and inquired about the suite that Wu Tian was looking at. When they heard that it was room 103 in area A, The crowd revealed mocking looks. A poor man who still wants to buy a $10 million villa is simply delusional. Let's see what kind of money he comes out with for it later. It won't be plutonium. The crowd was waiting for a good show to see Wu Tian make a fool of himself. 10. Beautiful teacher. Qingli was always enthusiastic and showed the professionalism expected of a salesperson. She also didn't know if Wu Tian had the money to buy the mansion and wasn't sure if the other party was trying to tease her. But she treats every customer with this attitude and remains patient even if the person doesn't buy. On the contrary, it was Lu Li, who walked over to block Wu Tian's front and sneered, "Are you really considering buying this Riverview house?" Of course. Wu Tian nodded his head vigorously, not half joking. "This house is over $10 million. I know. So, do you have a mortgage? Or full payment?" Luli clasped her hands to her chest with a playful smile on her face. Full payment. Put. Once she heard this, Luli couldn't hold it in and directly laughed and sprayed. "This beggar in front of me is really able to pretend, wearing dozens of dollars of ground goods, but also run here to buy a house in full." She smiled at this, and a few salesmen behind her couldn't help but be secretly amused. After half a smile, Luli pretended to be polite and extended her right hand. "Come on, please pay for the formalities." She then stepped aside and stood with a few other salesmen waiting to see how this pretentious kid would end up today. "I'll swipe my card." 5 Days fished out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to Li Qing. "Please do the paperwork for me." "Okay." Li Qing received the bank card with both hands. At this time, she was also apprehensive in her heart, not knowing if there was any money inside the card. Took out the POS machine and entered the $10 million limit and slapped the bank card on it. Lu Li and the few salesmen all put their heads together. They were all waiting impatiently to see the joke. After the card has been swiped, the POS machine prompts a successful swipe beep, and then the POS machine prints out the transaction ticket. Seeing the success of the card, Lu Li and the salesman were all dumbfounded, not expecting to really swipe 10 million cash from the card. A few salesmen, who could still laugh, were staring at Wu Tian as if they were looking at monsters. Their expressions were extremely exaggerated. All did not expect that the boy in front of them was not a poor man, but a rich man with a lot of money. To be able to come up with the full payment of $10 million to buy this kind of Riverview mansion, how rich must one be? Worth at least over $100 million. Li Qing was also surprised, not realizing that Wu Tian was really so rich. And while surprised, more than anything else, she was pleasantly surprised. She is a trainee salesperson, never received a large order before, or the first contact with this 10 million large single. This single commission alone will be several months of salary. Mr. Wang, the swipe was successful. This is your bank card. After swiping the card, Li Qing returned the bank card to Wu Tian with both hands, her arms slightly trembling with excitement. "That's good." Wu Tian put away his bank card and ordered with a smile, "Go and do the formalities for me. The faster the better." To be honest, she had a pretty good feeling about the girl in front of her. Unlike a few other salesmen who were snobby, letting this Li Qing's girl earn a commission made him feel comfortable in his heart. "Okay, I'll do the formalities for you." Li Qing was so happy that her mouth couldn't close, and she was excitedly busy with the small ticket. The other salesmen were particularly envious of Li Qing, who had easily taken such a large order. Especially Lu Li, she was the one who pushed this big order to Li Qing. Thinking about it, she felt regret and heartache. If she had known that Wu Tian was so rich, she would have shown her big white teeth and received him well. How would she have dared to be cynical? After a slight stun, several salesmen gathered around, changing their previous attitudes, all bowing to Wu Tian to please him. Now that they knew that Wu Tian was a fluffy rich big shot, even if they borrowed 120 of their guts, they wouldn't dare to offend him. After finishing the formalities, it was already in the afternoon. Under the enthusiastic send-off of the salesman, Wu Tian took the title certificate and left the sales department. From now on, he was also a person with a house. After buying the house, he called to arrange for Long Yun to purchase furniture. Long Yun was worthy of being the secretary chosen by the old man, and she did her work crisply and efficiently, setting up the new house on the same day. Wu Tian moved into the new home overnight, looking at the large room, which is fully equipped with brand new furniture, as well as in front of the temperament and beauty of this beautiful female secretary. The mood is incomparably comfortable. After looking around the various rooms, Wu Tian finally stopped at the study. Looking at the shelves filled with writings on economics, he couldn't help but frown in question. Why are all these books in the study? This is the old master's command. After all, young master, you will be in charge of hundreds of billions of assets in the future. You need to specialize in economics and management in terms of learning and industry. Long Yun explained with an expressionless face. But, the old man also said that I should supervise your studies every day from now on. That's not necessary. Wu Tian scratched his head and looked at Long Yun with some headache. If a big beauty like you stays here, how can I still have the heart to study? You'd better go out. I'll learn slowly by myself. Okay. Longyun smiled awkwardly and turned to walk out. Phew! Wu Tian sat paralyzed in his chair and let out a long breath. It looked like wanting to inherit the $100 billion family fortune wasn't as easy as he thought. Soon he pulled himself together and began to look through the books in earnest. He was afraid of being poor in the past. He must find a way to enrich himself, make himself strong, and never let his grandfather down. After reading a book, his mind went back to the dominatrix called Masked Girl, the platform where the female anchor is called Seafood TV. The platform is very small, and there are only a few famous anchors, but their interface and all services are very complete. I just got some insights while reading that if I can invest in these types of live streaming platforms for not much money, I might be able to get a good return on my investment. Thinking about the Seafood TV, Wu Tian didn't sleep until very late. The next day when I woke up to go to school, I ran into Zhao Yang and Li Meng at the classroom door. Zhao Yang had some bruises hanging on his face after the tyranny he suffered yesterday, and when he saw Wu Tian, his neck shrank and his eyes were filled with fear. Li Meng also dodged a bit in fear. Both of them were terrified by those 4 bodyguards yesterday, and they were still in a state of shock. Wu Tian didn't say anything more, glancing at the two of them and stepping into the classroom. The corners of Li Meng's mouth trembled a few times as she watched Wu Tian's back walk further and further away, and the words she wanted to say ended up not coming out. It was only now that she realized that the Wu Tian who used to chase after her ass as a licking dog was gone. The current Wu Tian seemed to be a bit high up and had made her unattainable. As soon as Wu Tian entered the classroom, his classmates started talking about the relationship between him and Lu Yueyao. Previously, when we saw that Wu Tian got into the car of Lu Mengyao, the school girl, it made everyone envious. Just as everyone was talking, Mu Ran's sudden appearance scared all the students into closing their mouths and not daring to speak. Mu Ran. This was the most ferocious teacher within the entire department, secretly affectionately known by her classmates as the Demoness. In her classroom, no one dared not pay attention. Mu Ran is fierce, but she is very beautiful, wearing a long slim dress, beautiful and beautiful. 11. Class model. Mr. Mu Ran class. The students are playing 120% of the spirit of listening carefully. No one dares to desert. Wu Tian also listened very carefully to the lecture. Usually he liked to listen to Mr. Gao's lectures the most, but since I read too late last night and didn't get much sleep, I couldn't hold on halfway through the lesson and fell asleep on my desk. After falling asleep, he had a nightmare that he had failed in his investment, spent all the 300 million assets given to him by his grandfather, and was deprived of the qualification to inherit the $100 billion family fortune. Grandpa, give me another chance. I can do it. In his sleep, Wu Tian desperately cried out, hoping that his grandfather would give him another chance. He was not willing to fail like that. He yelled so much that he attracted the attention of all the students. When they saw Wu Tian collapsed on his desk, sleeping soundly, the whole room of students were stunned. They didn't expect Wu Tian to be so bold. How dare he doze off in Mr. Gao's classroom and talk in his sleep there? He's tired of living, isn't he? Ahem. Wu Tian's dream talk naturally also startled Mu Ran, coughing heavily twice and shouting, Wu Tian, Grandpa, believe that I will be able to do it. Give me another chance and never let you down. Wu Tian wasn't awakened by Teacher Gao's shouts, still collapsing on his desk and talking in his sleep. Pop! Mu Ran threw the chalk in her hand to the table. Her face became gloomy and black. It was the first time that she encountered a student who dared to fall asleep in her classroom, and she couldn't even wake up by shouting. Her eyes were cold as she approached towards Wu Tian with a calm and slow pace, her entire body filled with anger. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense to the extreme. The students had never seen Mr. Gao so angry, and their hearts were heavy as if they were pressed with stones. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but secretly sympathize with Wu Tian. This time, Wu Tian slept in Mr. Gao's classroom, so the consequences must be very serious. Jiang Wan and Sun Xiuhao, on the other hand, could not help but feel secretly anxious. They wanted to remind Wu Tian, but it was simply too late. On the contrary, Zhao Yang on the side couldn't help but secretly gloat. He couldn't wait to see Wu Tian being abused by Teacher Gao. Wu Tian, get up! Under the gazes of the students, Mu Ran walked over and pushed Wu Tian. Wu Tian was woken up in a flash, only to realize that it was a nightmare just now. Luckily it's just a dream. If the investment really fails and you lose your eligibility to inherit the family fortune, that's the end of it. Just after he finished breathing a sigh of relief, he noticed Mu Ran's cannibalistic gaze glaring at him, and his frightened expression tightened as he hurriedly greeted, Mr. Gao, good evening. Upon hearing this, a few students couldn't hold back their direct laughter. Pop! Mu Ran was furious and slapped hard on the table, glaring at Wu Tian and reprimanded. Wu Tian student, you treat my classroom as your dormitory, right, but also good evening, look at what time it is now, 10 o'clock in the morning. Wu Tian swallowed and hung his head down like a child who had done something wrong. After reading too late last night and thinking about investing all the time, I didn't sleep well all night last night before falling asleep in Mr. Gao's class. You went to bed at 10 a.m. What did you do last night? Stand up for me. Mu Ran didn't give Wu Tian a chance to explain at all. Hands behind his back. I'm quizzing you on 2 questions now. If you can't answer them, go and flush the toilet for me at noon. Yes. Wu Tian nodded with a bitter face. First question. What is strategic management? Mu Ran glared at Wu Tian and asked coldly. At these words, the expressions on the faces of the students became odd. Regarding strategic management never learned before. Mr. Gao asked this question, obviously to deliberately make things difficult for Wu Tian. Zhao Yang, on the other hand, looked unusually excited, and it looked like Teacher Gao was asking this kind of difficult question to intentionally try to make Wu Tian embarrass himself in public. Just when everyone thought Wu Tian couldn't answer, they only heard Wu Tian slowly speak. Strategic management refers to the global and long-term development direction, goals and tasks and policies for an enterprise or organization in a certain period of time. Wu Tian spoke eloquently and answered the teacher's questions very carefully. By coincidence, the book he read last night was a strategic management book, so he was able to answer the question with precision. After listening to the answer, the students all looked particularly surprised that Wu Tian was not expected to be able to answer what he had not learned before. Mu Ran was also surprised. She had originally intended to make things difficult for Wu Tian's classmates, but she didn't expect Wu to answer with precision and accuracy. With a slight pause, she followed up with a second question. What's the difference between a strategic investment and a financial investment? Strategic investments are longer term than financial investments and are riskier and more specialized due to a combination of cost and market considerations. Wu Tian was carefully conceptualizing in his mind, organizing what he had learned inside the book last night. It was only at this point that he realized that the books on economics and management that his grandfather had made him learn were indeed of great use. The classroom was silent, and everyone's eyes became extra bright as they looked at Wu Tian. Mu Ran's expression at this moment was obviously a bit stunned. She didn't expect Wu Tian to be able to answer for knowledge he hadn't learned, answering with precision and without any deviation. The answer is very good. Mu Ran turned his anger into joy and couldn't help but raise his hands to applaud. Driven by Mr. Gao, the students raised their hands and applauded, all unable to resist applauding Wu Tian's performance. Over time, Wu Tian became a role model for the class and was praised by his classmates and teachers. Zhao Yang had originally waited to see Wu Tian's joke, and after waiting for half a day, he ended up seeing Wu Tian making a fool of himself in the class. Wu Tian, this kid obviously dozed off in class and talked in his sleep, but in the end, not only did he not get criticized, but he was even praised, which is really outrageous. Zhao Yang was upset and got up to remind the teacher. Mr. Gao, Wu Tian just slept in your classroom. Wu is usually more studious, so it's justifiable to be sleepy once in a while. Mu Ran instead spoke up for Wu Tian. This was the first time Mr. Gao had helped to excuse an errant student. But, seeing Mr. Gao defending Wu Tian so much, Zhao Yang was speechless for a while. Just as he was about to sit down, he only heard Mu Ran speak. Mr. Zhao, let me ask you a simple question. Strategic investment is divided into those categories? I don't know. Zhao Yang gritted his teeth and hung his head somewhat dejectedly. This kind of knowledge has never been learned before. Not to mention that he does not know the answer. I am afraid that 95% of the class does not know the answer. See, this is the gap. Mu Ran stared at Zhao Yang for a few moments before finally landing his gaze on Wu Tian. I hope that in the future, we don't learn from Zhao Yang, but more from Wu Tian. He's our role model, said, once again leading the applause. The classroom once again erupted in applause. Zhao Yang clenched his fists and clenched his teeth secretly. He had never been so humiliated as he was today. He felt that his face was lost. Obviously the one who dozed off in class was Wu Tian, and as a result, the kid was praised a lot, but in the end, he was made to suffer ridicule. 12. In the face. Just because Wu Tian answered 2 puzzles correctly, he instantly became a role model for the class and was praised by Mr. Gao. Wu Tian didn't think so. To be honest, it was only a fluke that he got those 2 puzzles right this time. If it weren't for the fact that he had read a book on strategic investing last night, he wouldn't have known anything about these types of questions. Now there is even more conviction in my heart that I must work hard, study hard, enhance my knowledge base and become stronger. After Mr. Gao's class, Wu Tian had little interest in the next elective class and got up to leave the classroom. Li Meng's gaze kept following Wu Tian's back. Suddenly, he realized that Wu Tian, who used to be useless, seemed to have suddenly become much more powerful, and was stronger than Zhao Yang in every aspect. It was hard to see the boy she used to dislike and humiliate become stronger. Wu Tian didn't know what Li Meng thought. By noon, he left the school and came to a Sichuan restaurant on West Main Street. I've been to this restaurant a few times before on occasion. The food is exceptionally well cooked and the owner is very welcoming. Young man, what do you want to eat? The owner was a simple middle-aged uncle, poured a cup of water and placed it in front of Wu Tian. Smilingly asked. Wu Tian took a sip of water and returned. Braised pork, mapo tofu, and a bottle of beer. Okay, the older man answered and then headed for the back kitchen with gusto. No sooner had he taken 2 steps than a couple of punks barged into the restaurant. The leading punk kicked over a chair, pointed at the restaurant owner's nose and yelled, "Old bastard, hurry up and pay back the money." Several gentlemen, I don't have any money right now. The middle-aged uncle looked at the several punks with a face of fear. His legs were secretly trembling. No money, ha? Then credit this restaurant of yours to us. The lead gangster glanced at the small restaurant and sat down in one of the seats, not intending to leave easily. The middle-aged uncle was a bit tearful. His family depended on the restaurant for a living. If there was no more restaurant, how could they live? Wu Tian could see the restaurant owner's difficulty and spoke with concern. Uncle, how come you owe them money? Ugh. The middle-aged uncle let out a long sigh, rubbed his eyes, and said, my wife had a serious illness not long ago, and there was no money to pay for medical treatment, so I managed to borrow $200,000 from them to get the money together. And it turned out that, what's wrong? They asked me for $700,000 with interest. $700,000? Where do I have so much money? Said the middle-aged uncle and cried. After hearing these words, Wu Tian's heart moved and his nose turned a little sour. He had lived this kind of poor life before and knew what it was like to be without money, and he felt deeply about the old uncle's situation. Dad, while this was going on, a pretty girl in a school skirt ran into the cafeteria. Wu Tian knew this girl, named Lin Weiwei, is a key university in Luzhou City, the school bully, but also several universities by the object of the standard. Lin Weiwei is not only good at studying, she is also very pretty, with a round face and big eyes. Her sweet and lovely look is especially charming. Dad, are you okay? Lin Weiwei ran into the restaurant and held the boss's arm in an urgent voice of concern. Dad's fine. Lin's father rubbed his somewhat reddened eyes. He didn't want his daughter to see his vulnerable side. It's okay. Lin Weiwei was a bit more relieved and glared back at the punks. Are they here to demand money again? Don't you care? Just go. Lin's father pushed his daughter towards the outside of the restaurant. Go? Where to go? A few gangsters blocked the entrance to the restaurant, like greedy cats seeing fish, their eyes staring greedily at Lin Weiwei, green light in their eyes. The leader of the gangsters slowly approached towards Lin Weiwei and said with a bad smile, Old man, your daughter is quite pretty. Why don't you hand her over to us? You beasts, don't try to bully my daughter. At the critical moment, Lin's father used his pale and thin little body to protect in front of his daughter. Old man, don't be so damn ungrateful. The leading gangster gently pushed, and Lin's father took a long song several steps backward, almost falling down. Fortunately, Lin Weiwei reacted quickly and hurriedly jumped up to hold her father's arm. The lead gangster, on the other hand, ran out of patience and ordered his subordinates, father's debt, daughter's taste, take this girl back as interest. Yes, a few punks got the order and pounced towards Lin Weiwei with a brain. Frightened, this girl backed up, her body on the verge of curling into a ball. Stop. At the critical moment, Wu Tian shouted angrily and blocked in front of Lin Weiwei. I'll pay back the money they owe you. Just you? Ha ha ha. A few punks roared with laughter, as if they had heard a great joke. After laughing, the leading gangster poked Wu Tian's old washed clothes with his hand and said sarcastically, if you want to save the beauty heroically, you have to have the ability to do so, just like you are poor. What can you take to save the beauty? Cut the crap. How much do they owe you? Wu Tian tilted his head slightly. He was in charge of this matter today. From this father and daughter, he saw the shadow of what he once was, and if he sat back and did nothing, I'm afraid the father and daughter would end up in a miserable situation. $700,000. Do you have it? The punk stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at Wu Tian provocatively, as if he was looking at a beggar. The gangster behind him couldn't help but taunt. Big brother, not to mention 700,000. I don't think this kid can even take out 70,000. Ha ha ha. Another round of laughter from several of the punks followed. Give me the card number. I'll transfer it to you now. Wu Tian did not care about these jeers. Good. I'd like to see how you kid can continue the trick. After the lead gangster finished saying this, he instructed his little brother behind him. Give the card number to this kid. Yes. The punk obediently reported the card number to Wu Tian. After Wu Tian got the card number, he took out his cell phone and operated it for a while as fiercely as a tiger, then put away the phone and looked at a few punks. $700,000 has been transferred to you. Get lost. A few punks froze at first, then laughed together. Snap, pop, pop. The lead gangster clapped his hands a few times and stretched out his thumbs to boast. Kid, you are so good at acting. Not to go to be an actor is. Really? Before the words were finished, he was interrupted by the little brother behind him. Big brother, SMS alert. The card received 700,000. How much? The smile on the punk's face came to a screeching halt, and he looked at the little brother behind him with a surprised expression. 700,000. 13. Arrogant. Cough. The gangster coughed dryly twice and slowly looked up at Wu Tian. His facial expression slightly distorted. I didn't expect this poor-looking hairy kid in front of me to be quite rich, and transferred $700,000 to him with that stroke of his cell phone. Originally, he thought that this kid was deliberately pretending to be a bully, but it seems that he was the one who looked away. To go out for $700,000 for the sake of a sister. I think this kid is not so simple. He must be a fluffer. The gangster put away his mocking face and said to Wu Tian with a serious face, "Little brother. Buddy, I have eyes today but I don't recognize them. Tai. I have offended a lot just now. Took the money. Why don't you get lost?" Wu Tian looked at the few punks and impatiently urged, "Okay, we're leaving." The punk laughed dryly a few times, and hurriedly left with a few of his little brothers. For a moment, the restaurant was quiet. Seeing the punk walk away, the Lin family father and daughter secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin's father walked in front of Wu Tian and bowed deeply to thank him. "Little brother, thank you for saving our father and daughter." He knew that if it wasn't for this young man in front of him today, not only would the restaurant not be saved, but he was afraid that his daughter would also be scourged by those animals. There's no need to be polite about raising your hand. Wu Tian hurriedly helped Lin's father up and said with a smile, $700,000. This is not a small amount. After Lin's father said this, he hurriedly reminded his daughter, "Quickly, hurry up and thank the benefactor." "Thanks." After Lin Weiwei thanked her, she couldn't help but speak. "By the way, why did you help us?" To be honest, learning that the boy in front of her in order to save her to the debtor to transfer 700,000, at that time she felt particularly surprised. Even if you are rich, you don't help strangers for no reason. I just particularly like this store, and seeing what you guys are going through makes me empathize, so I'll help you out. Wu Tian gave such an answer. This explanation sounds a bit stifling, yet it is. You, Lin Weiwei bit her lip, looked at Wu Tian warily, and asked testily, "Do you have something in mind for me? Don't ever misunderstand. I was just deeply touched and couldn't help but come to my rescue." Wu Tian tried his best to make his tone as sincere as possible. He understood that anyone else would be suspicious when it came to something like this. If that's the case, then thank you so much. Lin Weiwei bowed deeply towards Wu Tian and squeezed out a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. "I still don't know what your name is?" "Wu Tian." "Brother Wu, don't worry, we will definitely pay you back the $700,000 as soon as possible." Lin Weiwei finished saying this and found a pen and paper to write the note, and left her home address and phone number on the paper. Wu Tian didn't say much, accepting the IOUs with a smile and relieved. "No need to be anxious. When will you guys have money to pay back?" "Right, is there any food left?" Yes, I'll do it now." Lin's father answered and rushed to the kitchen to get busy. After making the meal, the Lin family father and daughter accompanied Wu Tian to eat together, and the father and daughter couldn't say thank you enough. After a meal, Wu Tian had gotten acquainted with the Lin family's father and daughter. After a short time together, Lin Weiwei was quite fond of Wu Tian and couldn't help but give him a few dishes. After eating, Wu Tian took a taxi and prepared to go back to his place. After getting into the car, the cab master couldn't help but look at Wu Tian a few more times once he heard that he was going to Haitian Garden. After all, Haitian Garden is a famous rich area. Living there is not rich or noble. Ordinary people cannot afford to live. "Young man, you go to see the Sky Gardens as a tutor?" the cabbie asked without words, steering wheel in hand. He usually seldom went to the Haitian Garden because most of the people who lived there had special cars, and very few of them would be cabs. "Not as a tutor. I live there." Looking at the taxi driver's amiable appearance, Wu Tian's heart also felt a little more affectionate. "You live there? Right. Young man, it's not that I'm looking down on you. It's not an ordinary person who can live in that kind of place. If you really live there, that's really too low profile," the taxi driver said smilingly. "Is that so?" Wu Tian shook his head with a bitter smile and didn't explain that much. It was hard to believe he was rich in the way he was dressed and the way he looked now. Of course, it didn't matter. Adapting to this kind of dress, he didn't want to deliberately change anything. The cab driver was a chatty, simple uncle with good driving skills, and the two of them talked and laughed along the way. Seeing that it was about to reach the Haitian Garden, suddenly a BMW car rushed over in reverse. The taxi driver was so alarmed that he rushed to the left and steered to avoid a head-on collision with the BMW. As a result, the BMW crashed into a greenbelt on the side of the road and the cab crashed into a streetlight pole on the street. Wu Tian sitting in the passenger seat, is about to collide with the lamppost, scared of cold sweat on the forehead. The critical moment, the taxi driver slammed a direction. Clunk! There was a loud bang as the cab crashed into a light pole. except the impact was not on the passenger side, but right in front of the cab. The impact was not so hard that the cab driver's head hit the steering wheel and blood slowly flowed down his forehead. Little brother, are you alright? The cab was injured on his forehead, and at this time, he was even concerned about Wu Tian's well-being. It's fine. Wu Tian had a hidden touch in his heart. Just now, it was fortunate that the cab driver had deflected in time, or else the cab driver would not have been the one who was injured. It's okay. The cabbie's head sank and he slumped over the steering wheel and passed out. Uncle! Uncle! Wu Tian called out twice, and seeing that the cab driver did not respond, he hurriedly fumbled for his cell phone and called the emergency number. The ambulance rushed over and took the taxi driver and the injured in the BMW all to the city hospital. Wu Tian also followed. After all, the cab driver was injured in order to protect him, so he naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. It's rare these days to find a driver as conscientious as that. The driver uncle was sent to be rescued, and Wu Tian was also taken by 2 doctors to check his body, and there was no serious problem. Walked out of the examination room, saw a beautiful girl wearing a short skirt is crying at the door. She is just driving a BMW car accident owner. Looks like it is scared lightly. The circles of the eyes are a little red. It was this roadkill that nearly killed Wu Tian just now. Wu Tian had wanted to reprimand the female car owner for a few words, but seeing her crying, his heart softened and he comforted her instead. What's the use of crying when things have already happened? It was so close just now. I almost ran over someone. The beautiful car owner inhaled her nose. A look of shock. Driving is no joke. A little carelessness can ruin your car and not only yourself, but others as well. As a victim, Wu Tian had to educate the other party properly, lest the girl would wreak havoc on others in the future. This girl admits that she has a good attitude, and admits that she is wrong, and will be twice as careful when she drives in the future. Shen Shui. As the two were talking, a man in a suit approached. Seeing this man, Shen Shui hurriedly wiped away the tears on her cheeks while straightening her scattered skirt, as if she didn't want the man to see her wretched side. The man walked over quickly and said with an urgent voice of concern, Shen Shui, I heard you had a car accident. Are you alright? I'm fine. Shen Shui returned a sentence nonchalantly, looking at the man with a few points of loathing hidden in her eyes. The man in front of her, whose name was Zhang Hao, chased after him like a dog's ass plaster on weekdays, annoying the hell out of her. It's good that it's okay. Zhang Hao looked up at Wu Tian. His face instantly became hideous, viciously questioning, Kid, you're the one who hit Shen Shui with your car, right? How did you kid drive? 14. Provoke me and you'll get what's coming to you. No. Without waiting for Wu Tian to reply, Shen Shui hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. It was my driving maneuvering error that accidentally hit them. It's all my fault. Zhang Hao's expression stiffened slightly, his tone still aggressive. No matter whose fault it is, as long as it makes Shui frightened, then it won't do. This kid must apologize. As long as there was any opportunity, he would spare no effort to please Shen Shui. Apologize? The corner of Wu Tian's mouth curled slightly. Who am I to apologize? It is really a travesty that he, as a victim, was asked to apologize to the other party. If I tell you to apologize, you have to apologize. Zhang Hao tilted his head with a willful and lofty look, like a belligerent rooster at this moment. Wu Tian skimmed his lips and didn't say anything. On the contrary, it was Shen Shui on the side who hurriedly persuaded. Zhang Hao, don't be like this. This matter was originally my fault. Snow, don't mind. I must make this kid apologize to you today. Zhang Hao shielded Shen Shui behind him and pointed at Wu Tian's nose and screamed, hurry up and apologize. Pop. Wu Tian had long since lost his patience and raised his hand to slap Zhang Hao in the face. It was the first time he had encountered such a brutal and unreasonable shrew, and to be honest, his palms had been itching for a long time. Zhang Hao received a slap on his face and immediately stormed out. Kid, how dare you hit me? After yelling this, he pounced on Wu Tian like a mad dog. Wu Tian slammed his shoulder hard into it while lifting his knee up towards the opponent's belly. Don't look at his thin body plate. He is not weak at all in a fight. After all, he has been hanging out with wild children since he was a kid. The pampered Zhang Hao was no match for him, and in 2 strokes he was beaten up, screaming and grimacing. Lousy is not finished with you. Wu Zun was naturally not willing to be abused in front of the goddess, and with open teeth and claws, he was ready to pounce on him again. Enough. Shen Shui, who was standing by the side, could not stand it anymore and glared at Zhang Hao, exasperatedly scolding, have you made enough noise? Seeing Shen Shui's disgusted eyes, Zhang Hao could only stop. At this time, he was in his heart, not to mention getting a beating. In the end, he also made the goddess feel disgusted. How many times have I told you that this is my fault? Why can't you understand? Shen Shui was furious. Zhang Hao didn't say anything, but just glared at Wu Tian with that hateful look in his eyes, with endless grievances in his heart. At this time, the nurse walked out from the ward and scolded, "You guys, can you keep your voices down? The injured person needs to recuperate now." "Oh, got it." Shinshue smiled with an apologetic face. "Which one of you is the family of the injured?" "I." Shinshue stepped forward and awkwardly said, "I am the person responsible for this accident. Everything is my responsibility." "Well then, come in with me." The nurse said this and led Shinshue into the ward. In the corridor, Zhang Hao glared at Wu Tian with that resentful gaze. He couldn't wait to slap this brat to death right now. If it wasn't for this brat, he wouldn't have been stunk out by Shinshue. After gritting his teeth for half a day, Zhang Hao viciously threatened, "Kid, if you kneel down and apologize to me right now, I can spare you from dying." "Just you?" Wu Tian hooked the corner of his mouth in a contemptuous smile. "Don't really see what this kid is capable of." In addition to going crazy and splashing around, his body was a wasted mess, and this kind of man dared to clamor with him, so he really didn't know what he was doing. "Kid, to tell you the truth." Zhang Hao shook his collar, tilted his head and said, "I'm the general manager of Yunnan Group. If you're smart, kneel down for me now." "Yunnan Group?" Wu Tian frowned slightly. "I seem to have heard the secretary Long Yun mention the Yunnan Group before, a tiny branch of their Wu family. I just didn't expect that there would be this kind of scum in its branch, which is simply the company's assholes." Seeing Wu Tian's expression, Zhang Hao thought that the kid was scared and looked extremely pleased. "Kid, now you know you're scared. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to my old man. The one who should be afraid is you." Wu Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense, fished out his cell phone and dialed his secretary Long Yun's number. "There's a general manager of a Yunnan company named Zhang Hao. Fire this kid now." After saying this dryly into his cell phone, he hung up and put it away. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Hao tilted his head and burst into laughter, laughing for a long time before he couldn't help but taunt, "You kid can really pretend. And you call to fire me? Don't even take a piss. What are you going to fire me for? With that wimpy look? If you can fire me today, I'm your grandson." Zhang Hao put his hands in his pockets and tilted his head back on the ceiling. Just when he was laughing happily, the cell phone in his pocket rang, and after answering the phone and saying only 2 sentences, the smile on his face disappeared little by little, and in the end, the whole big face became stiff. He just looked at Wu Tian dumbfounded. The look in his eyes was extremely complicated. Surprised, shocked and incredulous, and more than anything else, terrified. "I just got a call from the company and got an order from my boss's boss at the head office that he has been fired." Dreams did not expect, in front of this kid, a phone call really fired him, so that his efforts for more than a decade are in vain. From the high above instantly fell to the bottom. Puff. Froze for a good half day. Zhang Hao back to God, scared legs soft, rushed to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. "Big brother. No, Grandpa. I'm wrong. He is not stupid. Can be a phone call will be his company executives fired. Dare not imagine. The identity must be how fluff." The kid in front of him was a character so fluffy that he took off, or at least he couldn't afford to. At this moment, his ruined intestines were green. Had he known that this kid in front of him was a fluffing bigot, why would he want to offend? "I really don't understand how someone like you was a general manager at that time." Looking at Zhang Hao, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, Wu Tian's heart was particularly lost. It looked like there was a problem with the management of those branches under the family, or else they wouldn't have let this kind of trash become executives. "Grandpa, I am really wrong. Please give me another chance. I have eyes and don't recognize MT. Tai. I shouldn't offend you." Zhang Hao did not finish his words, raised his hand and fiercely pumped his own 2 mouths, as a way to pray for Wu Tian's understanding. It was hard to become a company executive, and he didn't want to let it go to waste. Instead of doing so, he made Wu Tian even more fed up, lifting his leg and kicking Zhang Hao, cursing, "Get lost, don't let me see you again." "Grandpa, I was wrong." Zhang Hao was kicked over and sat on the ground like mud, tears of remorse flowing from his eyes. He had never regretted anything in his life, and by far, the thing he regretted the most was messing with a youth named Wu Tian. If he was given another chance to choose, he would not offend Wu Tian even if he died. Not only will they not be offended, they will be desperate to please. 15. Beautiful Shun Shui. It was a pity that there was no medicine for regrets in the world, and it seemed too late for regrets now. Zhang Hao left this place in a state of disorientation, feeling as if his body had been emptied out, and his entire being became incomparably disheveled. Looking at Zhang Hao's back, Wu Tian did not have the slightest fluctuation in his heart, and even felt happy for the company to get rid of such a worm. At this time, the door to the wardroom opened, and Shin Shui took the lead and walked out. After looking around the corridor for a few moments, he couldn't help but ask Wu Tian after him, "Where is Zhang Hao?" "Gone." Wu Tian replied 2 words nonchalantly. To be honest, he didn't have a good feeling about this woman called Shin Shui. This woman was a roadkill, driving a car that nearly killed him. and the fact that she was with scum like Zhang Hao naturally made it a bit repulsive. It's good that it's gone. Once she heard that Zhang Hao was gone, Shen Shui cheered up instead. Soon she frowned again and said with anxious concern, "Right, Zhang Hao, he didn't give you a hard time, did he?" "No, that's good." Shen Shui nodded and kindly reminded, "Zhang Hao is a sinister villain, often relying on his power to retaliate against others. You must be careful, don't bother." After Wu Tian replied this, he saw the doctor walk out of the hospital room and hurriedly went up to ask, "Doctor, how is Uncle Driver doing?" "Trauma to the brain, temporary coma, nothing serious, recuperate for a while and it will heal." The doctor spoke in detail about the injured person's condition. After hearing this, Wu Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that it's okay, thank you doctor." "You're welcome, let the patient recuperate." The doctor said this and turned to leave. After the doctor left, Wu Tian entered the hospital room and saw the driver uncle with a bandage on his head, lying unconscious on the bed. His heart was mixed. Fortunately, the driver uncle twisted the steering wheel in time to deflect the impact area to the front of the cab, or else he would be the one lying on the bed. In other words, the driver saved his life this time. After living for more than 20 years, I have never seen such a kind driver, and I can't help but feel secretly grateful. Just as he was looking at the older man in a dark daze, Shen Shui walked in and said with a guilty face, "I'm really sorry that I caused this car accident today, but don't worry, all the expenses for the driver's hospitalization will be paid by me." "It's not necessary." Wu Tian glanced at Shen Shui, and then got a nurse to change the driver uncle to a VIP premium ward, and got an escort to take care of the uncle, arranging everything before he took a cab back to his place. After taking a shower, he was about to go to bed, only to have his secretary, Long Yun, barge in and remind, "Young master, you forgot that there are still things left to do." "What is it?" Wu Tian frowned slightly, not thinking for a moment. "Young master, the master asked me to supervise your studies every day. It's been a long day. Can't. Okay." When he met such a strict female secretary, Wu Tian was really a bit in tears. Rising from bed, he dragged his tired body into the study and began to study those books on economics and management. He stayed up until 11:30 p.m. Before going back to bed. He had a nightmare in the middle of the night that he was in a car accident while taking a cab and the cab driver was run over alive trying to save him. Wu Tian woke up with a start. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead in fear, and the bedsheet was wet with sweat. Wu Tian wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Luckily it was just a nightmare, and felt out his cell phone to see that it was already 5:30 a.m. First he went to the bathroom and took a shower. Then he went out to get breakfast, after which he took a cab to the hospital to visit the cab driver. When he pushed open the door of the VIP wardroom, he found that the driver's uncle had already woken up, and the female driver who caused the accident yesterday, Shen Shui, was also there, and was now talking and laughing with the uncle. "Why are you here again?" Wu Tian walked into the hospital room and asked Shen Shui in a complaining tone. Shen Shui pulled the hair at the corner of her ear and explained with a smile, "I came to visit uncle, and by the way, I apologized for making amends to uncle. You are not welcome here, go away." Wu Tian reached out and made a pleased gesture, obviously wanting to give Shen Shui an expulsion order. Shen Shui rubbed her arm and froze in place for a while with a somewhat awkward expression. She just wanted to make up for the mistake she made yesterday, and she didn't expect Wu Tian to misunderstand her so deeply, making her feel aggrieved in her heart. "Ahem." The driver uncle coughed dryly and said to Wu Tian with a smile, "Little brother, the girl has no bad intentions. She's a nice and good kid. Don't bother with her about that matter yesterday." "Uncle, I was afraid that she would affect your recuperation." Hearing the driver uncle relieving himself, Wu Tian's tone was much milder. "This girl is a good kid. She came over before dawn to take care of me." Speaking here, the driver uncle pointed to the thermos bucket. "She also brought me nutritious porridge. It tastes very good. You try it too." After saying this, the driver uncle made a wink towards Shen Shui. Shen Shui immediately understood and hurriedly served a bowl of nutritious porridge and handed it over. "If you're willing to forgive me, try the porridge I made." For the sake of the uncle's face, Wu Tian could not excuse himself and only accepted the nutritious porridge, since the other sister sincerely apologized. He, a big old man, couldn't be bothered to go on, and only had to take a symbolic sip of the nutritious porridge. After drinking the nutritious porridge, he immediately brightened up and looked at Shen Shui with a face full of surprise. "You made this porridge?" "Right. Delicious." Wu Tian finished the nutritious porridge in one gulp and couldn't help but praise it. "You're really good at craftsmanship. This porridge is so delicious." Shen Shui guffawed. Hearing the praise, her heart was sweeter than honey. The driver uncle couldn't help but speak up. "This girl is the chef of Fuyuan restaurant. Can her skills be bad? I really didn't think that you are still the chef of Fuyuan restaurant." Wu Tian was doubly surprised, not realizing that such a delicate little girl was working as a chef at Fuyuan Restaurant. Fuyuan Restaurant is very famous. The dishes and flavors in it are unique, and of course, very expensive. Xin Shui was a little embarrassed by this hot gaze, rubbing her face and hanging her head in embarrassment. Wu Tian also realized that he was a bit out of character and hurriedly retracted his gaze and asked the driver with a smile, "Uncle, my name is Wu Tian. I still don't know what you call yourself. My name is Lu Fugue. Just call me Uncle Lu." Lu Fugue laughed, his pale face full of creases. "Uncle Lu, thanks to you saving me yesterday. Otherwise," without waiting for Wu Tian to finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Fugue. "That's my professional conduct. There's no need to say thank you. Protecting the passengers with your life, you are the most conscientious driver I have ever seen." Wu Tian bowed deeply towards Lu Dague. "It's not just a matter of gratitude and appreciation, it's a matter of deep respect." After bowing, he couldn't help but open his mouth again with concern. "Uncle Lu, how come your family didn't come to see you? Wife and children are in the rural home. Didn't dare to let them know after the accident." Lu Fugue grinned. "It's okay, I gave you caregiver. Let the caregiver take care of you first, and I will also take time to come over to see you every day." Wu Tian sat down by the bedside and held the uncle's arm. From the first moment he met the driver uncle, he felt particularly close. Who knows, 1 second at a time. Kappa. It was at that moment that the door to the room was pushed open. A fat, middle-aged man barged in. "I say, old Lu, look what you've done to the car. The front end is badly dented and the engine is broken." 16 He doesn't want it. "I want it." The middle-aged man is no other than Liang Yao, the director of the cab company, who sternly rebuked Lu Fugue as soon as he entered the door. "I'm sorry, Director Liang, this time it's my dereliction of duty." Lu Fugue was terrified and hurriedly apologized and admitted his mistake. "Do you know, just because of your dereliction of duty this time to our company caused much loss," Liang Yao chattered admonished. "Pop." Wu Tian couldn't look at Liang Yao's face, slapped the cup on the table, glared at Liang Yao and asked, "Is it your car that's important, or is it human life?" As soon as the dead fat man entered the door, he cared about the car and the company's performance, and never cared about Uncle Lu's injury since the beginning. "Where did the hairy kid come from? It's none of your business if I teach my subordinates a lesson." Liang Yao stared at the two bulls' eyes and roared in anger. "I will manage this matter today." Wu Tian stood up from his chair, his eyes looking straight at Liang Yao. Lu Fugue was scared and tugged on Wu Tian's sleeve, muttering in a low voice, "Little brother, I know you're doing me a favor, but Director Liang is my boss, so if I piss him off, I might lose my job. Driving a cab is hard work, but at least you can earn a few $1,000s a month, and he is counting on that money to support his family. If he loses his job, he and his family will have to drink the northwest wind." Upon hearing this, Liang Yao instead became even more arrogant. "Kid, do you hear me? Old Lu's rice bowl is in my hands. Offend me and immediately let him get lost. From today onwards, Uncle Lu will not be working in your company." Wu Tian immediately made a decision for Lu Fugue. "This supervisor in front of me is not a good thing at all, and continuing to do this will only make Uncle Lu suffer from oppression and humiliation." "What? Quit?" Liang Yao's eyes glared round, twisting his head to look at Lu Fugue. "You're really quitting?" "I." Lu Fugue looked up at Wu Tian and nodded through gritted teeth. "Yes, I'm quitting." He knew that Wu Tian was trying to maintain his dignity, so naturally he couldn't refute Wu Tian's face and only agreed with a stiff upper lip. You. Liang Yao was speechless with anger. He originally just wanted to reprimand Lu Fugue and then fine him a bit and leave it at that, but he ended up being taken down by the other party instead. Right now is the peak season. It is the lack of people. Lu Fugue, this kind of teacher ago, the company that is a loss. However, company management like him, naturally, would not beg a driver to stay, pulling his voice to deliberately make things difficult. "You wrecked the car. Wanting to leave is not so easy. It's my responsibility to wreck the car. You don't have to worry about this. It will be compensated by the insurance company." Next to her, Xin Shui couldn't help but interrupt. "This." Liang Yao was dumbfounded and stood in place like a man. "What are you gawking at? Why don't you get lost?" Wu Tian impatiently urged. "Old Lu, count yourself ruthless." Liang Yao gritted his teeth unwillingly and put down. "If you leave the cab company now, sooner or later you will starve to death." After saying this, he turned around and left with a face full of anger. "Ugh." Lu Dague sighed and said with a face full of despair, "Having lost my job, it looks like I can only go back home to the countryside." The thought of his wife and children waiting for money to spend, his heart is a little restless. "Cannot wait to go out now to find work to do." "Uncle Lu, don't be anxious. I'll take care of your work." Wu Tian patted Lu Fugue's arm and comforted him with a smile. "An old uneducated farmer like me, who can't do anything but drive. Even if you wanted to help me, I don't have the skills. Driving is your greatest skill." Wu Tian pursed his lips and said seriously, Uncle Lu, I'm going to ask you to drive for me. Drive you? Yeah, when you're healed up, you'll be my driver for $100,000 a month. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Lu Fugue coughed violently and almost didn't choke to death on his own saliva. I didn't expect Wu Tian to give him 100,000 monthly salary as soon as he opened his mouth, which was simply higher than his income from driving a cab for a year. After being slightly stunned, he hurriedly waved his hands and refused. No, 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 no. Previously, Wu Tian spent tens of thousands of dollars to find him an escort and help him transfer to the VIP ward, which already made him feel bad. Uncle Lu, an educated driver like you deserves a high salary of $100,000. Wu Tian said in a non-committal tone. I also want to bring your wife and children to the city so that they can go to school in the city, so that you won't be separated. Little brother. Lu Fugue grabbed Wu Tian's arm and said in a trembling voice of gratitude, I, Lu Fugue, will never be able to repay you for your great kindness in my life. Uncle Lu, you saved my life. What's all this I've done? Wu Tian smiled faintly. In fact, he currently has no use for a driver, and spending 100,000 monthly salary to keep Lu Fugue by his side is not only to repay the favor, but also to keep this did general. An educated and kind man like Lu Fugue would be priceless to keep around for his own use. I'll thank you for my wife and child together. Lu Fugue was still ready to get up from the hospital bed to say thank you. Wu Tian hurriedly pressed him down on the bed. Uncle Lu, your injuries have not healed yet. Don't move around first. Whatever you have to say, wait until your injuries have healed. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Fugue obediently lay on the bed. At this moment, he was especially glad that he could meet such a warm-hearted child like Wu Tian. It was really a great fortune. The two of them pulled a few home truths, and seeing that it was getting late, Wu Tian let Uncle Lu recuperate and turned to leave the ward. Walking out of the ward not far, Shen Shui quickly chased out and opened her mouth to say with concern, my friend Zhang Hao didn't give you a hard time, did he? No. You'd better be careful. Zhang Hao, this person has a small heart. I'm afraid. Don't worry, I've already reconciled with him. Wu Tian casually made a perfunctory excuse. At this time, Zhang Hao has been fired by Wu Tian. From the company executives changed into an ordinary little fart. And then see Wu Tian. I'm afraid to be scared into a tortoise. That's good. Shen Shui was relieved and followed Wu Tian for a few steps, trying to ask, you're not mad at me now? Seeing as you apologized sincerely, this matter will be settled. Wu Tian smiled graciously. I'm really sorry in my heart for causing harm to you guys. By the way, why don't we go to my restaurant? And I'll cook you something delicious with my own hands as an apology. How about that? I'm the chef of that restaurant. Okay. Wu Tian happened to be hungry, and when he heard that Shen Shui had invited him for dinner, he naturally would not refuse. 17. Someone's looking for trouble. The two came to the Fuyuan restaurant. True to its reputation as the most unique and big restaurant in Luzhou, the place was very hot, with a lot of customers waiting in line for their meals. Entering the restaurant, the waiters greeted Shen Shui one after another, and at the same time, they all looked at Wu Tian with that strange look in their eyes and couldn't help but whisper about something. Wait a moment, I'll go make you something delicious. Shen Shui guffawed and turned around to dive into the kitchen. After saying hello to my colleagues in the back kitchen, I got busy, probably because she wanted to show her best craftsmanship to Wu Tian, so she was particularly serious about cooking today, and every detail was handled very well. Boss Shen, I haven't seen you this serious in a long time. You're making food for your boyfriend, right? Colleagues who were usually on good terms came over and teased. Don't talk nonsense. Shen Shui blankly glanced at her colleague and continued to meticulously busy herself with cooking. Yuki, don't hide it from us. You were just seen bringing a boy into the restaurant. Were you cooking for him? Right. That boy is your boyfriend? No. Shen Shui hurriedly waved her hand and explained. He and I are just, well, we can only be considered ordinary friends. I've never seen you cook for a boy alone before. So be honest, do you like that boy? No. No. Why are you blushing? Go go go. Who's blushing? Shen Shui slightly rolled her eyes and continued to busy herself. After working hard for over an hour, she finally finished 4 dishes, all of which were some of her best big dishes. Have the waiter bring out the 4 courses and set them on the table. Wu Tian was playing with his cell phone when he saw the waiter bring out 4 dishes. These 4 large dishes are styled, laced and color coordinated, not to mention how it tastes. The appearance of the dish is so exquisite that it looks pleasing to the eye and appetizing to the palate. Did you make this? After staring at the dish for half a day, Wu Tian landed his gaze on Xin Shui again. Yes, I really didn't see that you were so good with a sword. Taste how it tastes. Xin Shui took a seat opposite Wu Tian and waited for an evaluation with an expectant face. Good, I'll taste it. Wu Tian picked up his chopsticks and clamped a piece of crab pastry into his mouth. The texture was gorgeous and tranquil, and a strong aroma came to his nose. Delicious. Wu Tian nodded his head in satisfaction and then tasted the second dish, which he found equally delicious. It wasn't until he tasted the fourth dish that he couldn't help but extend his thumbs up. Worthy of being the chef. His craftsmanship is truly exquisite. It's good that you like it. Eat it. Shen Shui was especially happy to get such a high evaluation. If I can marry a wife with excellent craftsmanship like you, I will have a mouthful to feed in the future. Wu Tian ventured out a sentence under his breath while enjoying his food. Xin Shui's pretty face reddened, and she ranted without any good reason. Humph, I won't marry a man like you. Why are you blushing if you're not going to marry? Eat yours. Where are you talking so much? Xin Shui put a chopstick of vegetables in Wu Tian's bowl and snapped in a bad mood. Not bad. Really tasty. Wu Tian didn't talk any more nonsense and wolfed down the delicious food. It's been a long time since I've had such delicious food. It's almost better than the food at that What's It 5-star hotel. Quickly devouring several dishes, he wiped his mouth with a piece of paper and asked with a smile, how much does this table cost? I invited you to eat. This meal doesn't cost anything. Xin Shui waved her hand generously and smiled. Consider it my compensation to you. It's not enough for me to have just one meal this delicious. So how many meals do you want? I want to eat for the rest of my life. Go. Xin Shui rolled her eyes without any good reason and said with a red face, I didn't realize that you are like other boys. You like to be oily. I'm kidding you. Don't get mad. It's not that petty. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll be going then. Bye. Wu Tian waved his hand and got up, ready to leave. Just as he reached the door, he was blocked by a tall, imposing man in a suit. The man in the suit had a silver badge hanging in front of him, and from the information on the badge, he knew that his name was Ken Huang, and he was the manager of this restaurant. Huang Jian reached out in front of Wu Tian and intentionally raised his voice. You want to leave after dinner without paying? When these words came out, they instantly attracted the eyes of the other guests. All of them treated Wu Tian as a character who ate the king's food and couldn't help but secretly show their contempt. Manager Huang, I'm the one who made him eat it. Xin Shui saw that the situation was not good and rushed forward to relieve herself. Shen Shui, what right do you have to make a guest eat without paying? Huang Jian glared at Xin Shui and chided angrily, his entire body erupting with a shocking rage. He usually pursued Xin Shui and was rejected, but he didn't expect to bring a strange man into the restaurant today and personally cook for this man, and the two of them even talked and laughed and were ambiguous to the extreme. When he thought of Xin Shui, who was usually indifferent to him, being so close to another boy, he couldn't help but feel angry, which was why he blocked the doorway to deliberately make things difficult. Xin Shui's face stiffened slightly. She didn't expect Manager Huang to be in such a temper today. Rubbing his arm, he forced a smile and whispered, Manager Huang, according to the regulations, the chef is eligible to treat guests to a free meal every month. The restaurant's rules are now up to me. If I say you're not qualified, you're not qualified. Jian Huang tilted his head in a dog-like manner. He was dead angry white column to please Xin Shui. Busy months, the woman did not even look at him, but the result was a hairy boy hooked soul. He was naturally upset in his heart, and in a fit of anger, he tore his face, intending to take this opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate Xin Shui, and incidentally make that kid lose face in public. You, Xin Shui mouth corners ruthlessly pumped, did not expect Huang Jian became so heartless? Forced to suppress anger said, in that case, then from my salary inside the deduction is good. No, the guest must pay personally. Huang Jian landed his gaze on Wu Tian, deliberately making things difficult. Okay, I'll pay. Wu Tian also didn't want to make things difficult for Xin Shui, took out his bank card and asked, how much? 53,000. What? Upon hearing this, Xin Shui's face suddenly changed. Manager Huang, these 4 dishes clearly only cost 3,000. How did it become 53,000? A fine of $50,000 for eating a king's dinner, plus $3,000 for the food. $53,000 together. Huang Jian stuck his hands in his pockets with a wholehearted air. He had long plotted to screw this kid over, to see if this kid dared to steal a woman from him. You, Xin Shui's mouth trembled with anger. Even if she was stupid, she could see that Huang Jian was deliberately retaliating. Huang Jian has always wanted to subterfuge her. Was harshly rejected by her? I did not expect to make this kind of underhanded means of revenge now. Really shameless. Wu Tian probably saw what was going on and looked at Jian Huan with a cold smile. Are you sure you want a fine? Sure. Good. I hope you can stay this hard. After Wu Tian finished saying this, he turned his head to Xin Shui and said, call and get your boss out. 18 This restaurant. I'll buy it. This. Shen Shui was slightly hesitant. She was the most familiar with the situation in the restaurant, and knew that Jin Huang had a good relationship with the boss, and it was on the basis of this relationship with the boss that Jin Huang dared to be so unscrupulous. It's useless even if you call the boss out now. The boss will definitely favor Ken Huang. Silly kid, don't even take a piss. Just like you still want to see our boss. Huang Jian smiled contemptuously, looking at Wu Tian with eyes full of contempt. He reached out and patted Wu Tian's shoulder, provoking, "Do you believe that even if you meet our boss, you'll still be a grandson, and I'll screw you any way I want?" So wild? Wu Tian's eyes darkened, and a few more points of anger were hidden in his heart. "Because I have the capital to be wild." Jin Huang shook his sleeves and yelled impatiently, "Now I'll give you two choices. Either you pay a $50,000 fine and leave, or let the security guards beat you up. I choose neither." Wu Tian didn't expect that having a meal would lead to such unpleasantness. $50,000 is just chump change to him right now, but he'll never hold back on taking out that $50,000. Giving money will only encourage immodesty and make the other party think that he is easy to bully, and at the same time, it will make Shen Shui lose face. "Since you don't choose, I'll choose for you." Huang Jian gritted his teeth and beckoned to the two security guards to order. "This kid eats bully food. Beat him up violently and throw him out of the restaurant." "Yes." The two security guards were ordered to pounce on them with grimacing teeth, ready to strike. The guests in the restaurant all probed and looked like they were waiting for a good show. Everyone wanted to see this bully boy being brutalized by the security guards. "Stop!" Just as the security guards were about to make a move, there was a sudden bellowing sound and a middle-aged man in a suit walked over. Seeing the middle-aged man, Wu Tian's eyes flickered slightly and a few more unexpected looks appeared on his face. The one who walked over was no other than Lu Yueyao's father, Lu Jun. Previously, he had acquired the Huiyu eatery from Lu Jun, but he didn't realize that this Fuyuan restaurant was also an industry under Lu Jun. Since this restaurant was a property under Lu Jun's umbrella, things were much simpler, and there was no need for him to frown on it greatly. Huang Jian farted and greeted him, smiling and fawning. "Boss Lu, someone is causing trouble in our restaurant, and I'm getting ready to." He didn't finish his words, and as a result, he was ignored by Lu Jun. He didn't expect Boss Lu to ignore him, and what was even more unexpected was that Boss Lu walked over and took the initiative to greet Wu Tian. "Little Wu, what a coincidence, we meet again." Lu Jun did not have any shelf at all and greeted Wu Tian in a respectful tone. Huang Jian's face was shocked. He didn't expect this kid in front of him to know with Boss Lu, and it looked like the two of them had a great relationship. He was surprised, did not expect the poor boy in front of him to be able to climb up to Boss Lu, and his heart cried out that it was not good. Shen Shui felt equally surprised. She also did not expect Wu Tian to know Boss Lu. It was really unexpected. Those guests in the restaurant were also stunned. Since this young man knew the restaurant's big boss, why did he still need to eat a king's dinner? Under the gazes of the crowd, Wu Tian smiled and said to Lu Jun, "What a coincidence. I didn't realize that this restaurant is also Boss Lu's property. Don't call me Boss Lu. Call me Uncle Lu from now on." Lu Jun patted Wu Tian's shoulder and revealed a kind smile. Last time, thanks to Wu Tian's acquisition of Huiyu Eatery, he was able to get rid of the risk of a broken capital chain, and his heart was grateful. "Uncle Lu," Wu Tian sweetly shouted and opened his mouth to propose. "I'm very interested in this Fuyuan restaurant of yours. Can you sell this restaurant to me as well?" In his eyes, this restaurant has a good location, especially high traffic, and is very famous in the neighborhood, so there is a lot of potential for investment now. These words, however, caused the guests present to look grave, and they couldn't help but secretly doubt that such a hairy kid really had the ability to acquire Fuyuan restaurant. Even Huang Jian also felt that this kid is playing hard to get. After all, Fuyuan restaurant is not small. The location has a natural advantage. If even the land together, the market value of more than 10 million, this kid here can come up with $10 million? Your kid really has a vision. Lu Jun nodded appreciatively and threw his hands behind his back. This is a piece of feng shui land, making a steady profit doing catering. In itself I don't want to sell it, but considering that you helped me before, I will bear the pain and sell this restaurant to you. How much? The land is being sold as a package with catering for $13 million. Okay, deal. Wu Tian made a decisive decision. Now that the city is expanding eastward, in a few years, this area will become the core area with unlimited potential for future development. With that, the two hit it off and simply negotiated the sky-high deal, with both parties signing the contract on the spot. It wasn't until Wu Tian finished paying that the crowd woke up with an exaggerated expression of shock and incredulity. It was only at this point that everyone realized that the kid in front of them wasn't an ordinary little fart, but rather a deep-rooted fluffer bigot. Only a cheating bigot like this one, who is worth over $100 million, can be so spontaneous as to buy a $10 million restaurant when he says so, without even blinking an eye. Shen Shui was just as dumbfounded as the crowd. She didn't expect Wu Tian to buy Fuyuan restaurant so easily. It was completely out of her expectation. No one at the scene dared to underestimate Wu Tian anymore, and the eyes that looked at him became much deeper, as focused as if they were looking at an antique. The most shocked person on the scene was none other than Jin Huang, who originally thought that Wu Tian was pretending to be a pussy, but he didn't expect that this kid would really buy the Fuyuan restaurant with more than $10 million. Big man. This kid is definitely a big man. You can imagine the power of the restaurant when you can spend over $10 million on it. Luckily, he also hit the humiliation of this kid before. Did not think that in the twinkling of an eye, this kid became his boss, which can be regarded as a big trouble. After slightly stunned, Scared hurriedly licked his face and went forward to curry favor. Boss Wu, in the future, I will look forward to you as your head. Everything will be according to your instructions. Weren't you quite mad just now? You even said you could fix me as much as you want. And you're admitting your weakness so quickly? Wu Tian glared at Huang Jian with a displeased face and coldly reprimanded. I was wrong. Huang Jian wiped a cold sweat on his forehead, his legs shaking with fear at this moment. If he had known that this kid was so strong that he could become his own boss, he wouldn't have dared to offend him even if he had borrowed 10 guts. It's good to know that it's wrong. Wu Tian bristled and threw his hands behind his back. Notify all the employees in the restaurant to come and gather here. I want to have a meeting. Yes. Jin Huang nodded as if he had been amnestied, and busied himself with gathering all the dozens of restaurant employees into the hall. After gathering the staff, he pointed at Wu Tian and introduced to the crowd. From today, Mr. Wu is our boss. Let's all welcome the new boss. Driven by Jin Huang, all the employees raised their hands and applauded. After the applause, Jin Huang smiled and fawned. Next we have our new boss, Boss Wu, to speak for us. Once again, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. 19, turn him on. Wu Tian pressed his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet, swept a glance at the employees present, and immediately announced, next I announce that I will formally remove Huang Jian from his position as manager and dismiss him from the restaurant. Puff! Huang Jian's body went limp, paralyzed on the ground like mud. Originally thought that he had escaped, but did not expect that Wu Tian would not be able to play his cards in the right way, and dismissed him immediately. Big brother security guards, throw Jin Huang out and don't let him in from now on. Wu Tian instructed the 2 security guards. Yes, the 2 security guards got the order and swooped in left and right, dragging and throwing Jin Huang out with nimble hands and feet. Seeing Jin Huang being thrown out of the restaurant, the other employees were secretly relieved. They were usually not less bullied and suppressed by manager Huang, and some female employees even suffered from subterfuge. I didn't expect the new boss to eradicate the cancerous tumor of Jin Huang as soon as he arrived, which was a great relief. There was no one happier than Xin Shui. Eradicating scum like Huang Jian was considered clearing a major obstacle for her, allowing her to avoid being pestered in the future. In the future, everyone follow me to do a good job, to ensure that you will not be treated poorly. Wu Tian said in a speech that the crowd is fighting spirit and full of passion. Everyone is energized to follow the new boss in a big way. This is the end of the meeting. Everyone go and get busy. Wu Tian simply said a few words and let the group disperse. Xin Shui stood still and looked at Wu Tian with an odd expression, pursing her lips. I should call you Boss Wu now. Until now, she felt unbelievable, not realizing that Wu Tian, whom she knew from the crash, had become her boss all of a sudden. It was hard not to feel a little weird watching such a familiar and strange boy become his boss. Will I be able to eat your cooking anytime in the future? Wu Tian's tone was still so gentle, and his attitude towards Xin Shui did not change because of the change in his status. You're the boss. I'll naturally do whatever you want to eat. Xin Shui bit her mouth and smiled. I hope Boss Wu will bear with me if I don't do well. Just don't fire me for hesitating. You're such an excellent chef. How can I afford to fire you? Wu Tian pointed to the corner seat. Sit down. Let's talk about the restaurant. What is it? Ken Wong was fired by me, and now I'm looking for a manager to run the restaurant's affairs for me. What? Are you going to be a shirker and leave us alone? Xin Shui couldn't help but spit out a sentence. I'm too busy. I still have to go to school every day. I really can't take care of myself. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly, then asked, is there a suitable candidate to recommend over for the position of manager? Well, Xin Shui thought for a while, but eventually shook her head. For the time being, I didn't think of any suitable candidates. I'll leave this to you. You take more care, and if you can't find a suitable candidate, you'll take over. I can't do it. Letting me be the chef is more or less the same. Letting me manage is not an option. Xin Shui waved her hand and hastily refused. Let's talk about this matter when the time comes. Wu Tian did not force himself, and he planned to put this matter aside for now. A lot of things cannot be rushed, to step by step steady over, sometimes too impatient instead of counterproductive. After the two of them chatted for a few sentences, Wu Tian explained some things about the restaurant lobby and the back kitchen. said goodbye to Xing Shui and left the restaurant. I got home, took a shower, and was about to go to the study to read a book, just as my cell phone beeped. Turning on his phone, he found it was the background beep of his reading app, alerting him to an update of a novel he'd been catching up on a while back. I found an interesting online novel in the bookstore a while back, written by a female author named Bluebird. The book is written with a lot of character, but the word count is too small. C is wonderful when suddenly cut off. Await is more than half a month. Wu Tian hurriedly opened the latest chapter of the novel and started to read it, and finished the latest chapter in less than 10 minutes. After reading the latest chapter, he was still a bit unfulfilled, so he sent a private message to the author. This book is written wonderfully. Why don't you speed up the update? After sending a private message, I soon received a reply from the author. Sorry, life has been very stressful lately, and work has been difficult, so I really don't have time to update. Wu Tian wrote back again. Did he run into any trouble? Bluebird, there are so many things in life that are not as good as they should be, and when you go forward with your dreamland, you tend to get tripped up, alas, by the world. This female author named Bluebird seemed to have 1,000 words, all of which ended up in a deep sigh. Between the lines, Wu Tian reads the pressure and helplessness faced by the female author in pursuing her dream, perhaps because of the financial constraints that forced her to give up her dream for the time being. There are a lot of dreamy, capable literary creators in this day and age who have had to give up literature in favor of survival because of very real problems. Having experienced the trials and tribulations of the underclass, Wu Tian was deeply touched by this helplessness. If no one helps this author named Bluebird, she may just fade into obscurity and be buried in a sea of stars. After staring at the few short sentences on the private message for half a day, Wu Tian finally decided to give the Bluebird a reward worth 500,000 book coins. This is his encouragement and recognition of Bluebird, and his support of literary creators. He doesn't want such talented authors to be tripped up by reality. Just after the reward, I received a private message from Bluebird. How did you reward me with so many book coins at once? Wu Tian, this is an encouragement to you, a recognition of your writing prowess, which, in my opinion, cannot be measured in monetary terms. Bluebird, thank you big brother, never confiscated so many book coin reward. I do not know what to say. Good. Thank you, really thank you, followed by a lot of emojis, happiness, excitement, and tears. Even through the screen he could feel the excitement, thrill, and endless gratitude to Wu Tian in the Bluebird's heart. Maybe the Bluebird was already dancing with excitement and tears of excitement at this moment, and the whole person was in a state of mania. Wu Tian, go for it, write a good book. I believe you will realize your dream one day and let your words create miracles. Bluebird, big brother, I will work hard and never let you down. It was followed by a string of struggle emojis. Wu Tian, write your book well. I'll wait for you to update it, but you must get well. Don't drag yourself down. Bluebird, thank you big brother, you are the precious person in my life. Thanks for having you. Meeting you is the biggest luck in my life. Wu Tian, go for it. After sending those 2 words, he put away his phone and started reading. It was only because of empathy, love of literature, and admiration for the author that he couldn't help but reward $500,000. The $500,000 was nothing to him, but it meant a lot to Bluebird, and maybe it would change her life as a result. While he was reading seriously, he didn't know when Long Yun appeared at the entrance of the study, his eyes gazing at him closely. Being a bit uncomfortable by this stare, Wu Tian put down the books in his hands and asked with a smile, Secretary Long, is it because you think your young master is very handsome, making you a bit obsessed? 20. Entering the broadcasting industry. I'm not sure if it's handsome or not, but young master's face skin is getting thicker and thicker. Long Yun skimmed her mouth and looked straight at Wu Tian with her eyes. Young master, I came to remind you that you've been spending a bit fiercely lately. Do you think I'm a second generation who only spends money frivolously? Wu Tian got up and walked over, stopping half a meter away from Long Yun. Smelling the first sonic scent of the woman's body couldn't help but make his spirits glow. One had to admire the old man. He had such a good eye, picking such a superb female secretary to be his assistant. Don't dare. Long Yun said he didn't dare on his lips, but actually thought so in his heart. In her eyes, the young master would indeed only spend money indiscriminately, and he hadn't made much of a name for himself even after spending so much money. Sooner or later, you will realize that all the money your young master spends out will yield exponential returns. Wu Tian smiled confidently, not caring at all about what Secretary Long thought of him right now. Whether what is being done now is right or wrong is anyone's guess. Time will test everything. After staring at Secretary Long for a few moments, Wu Tian took the initiative to change the subject. By the way, I asked you to help me investigate Seafood TV earlier. Has there been any progress? Seafood TV is small in scale, lagging behind in the industry. Coupled with the lack of sustained investment, the capital chain has broken. Long Yun couldn't help but follow up after saying this. Young master, why are you concerned about Seafood TV? I want to invest in Seafood TV. Invest? Long Yun's brows tightened slightly, and he advised in a kind word. Seafood TV. Now the market is unstable and risky. If you invest now, it's like walking a tightrope. Risk is directly proportional to reward. I've looked into it carefully and now is the time to get into Seafood TV. But, alright. Wu Tian waved his hand and directly interrupted Long Yun. Contact the owner of Seafood TV for me and ask him to meet tonight. Yes. Long Yun wasn't saying anything. She had to obey the young master's order. Only that there were a few more hidden worries in her heart. Soon she called and contacted Sun Shang, the owner of Seafood TV, and arranged to meet at the Left Bank Cafe. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wu Tian brought Long Yun to the Left Bank Cafe and met Sun Shang, the owner of Seafood TV, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with glasses framing his face. His entire body exuded a bit of a scholarly temperament. Hello boss Sun, I am Wu Tian. Wu Tian extended his right hand and took the initiative to introduce himself. Sun Shang's expression stiffened for a few seconds, and the way he looked at Wu Tian was obviously a little different. I didn't realize that the boss who threatened to invest in Seafood TV was a brat, dressed in ordinary clothes, without a bit of the boss's momentum. After being slightly stunned, Sun Shang forced a smile and reached out to shake Wu Tian's hand. Hello, I'm Sun Shang, boss Sun. I won't beat around the bush with you. After Wu Tian took his seat, he opened the door and said, I'm more interested in your Seafood TV and intend to want to invest. Mr. Wu, the threshold of our business is not low. I don't know if you've ever learned about it? Sun Shang held up his glasses and asked with a smile. The implication is to tell Wu Tian that he wants to invest in Seafood TV, needs a lot of money, and wants to know if Wu Tian has the strength. Live broadcasting relies on burning money to attract traffic. Once the traffic goes up, relying on live resources and strong platform operation, it is actually not difficult to make money. Wu Tian spoke eloquently. Continuing to invest in Seafood TV, he must have done a lot of homework before this and naturally knows the risks and opportunities involved. It looks like Mr. Wu knows quite a bit about the live broadcast industry. Sun Shang nodded and politely continued to pursue. I wonder what preparations have been made. Don't worry about this. I'm not poor. Speaking here, Wu Tian made a wink towards Long Yun. Long Yun understood and gave Sun Shang a glance at the property rights of Huihua Eatery and Fuyuan Restaurant, saying, this is only a very small portion of our young master's share of the assets. I didn't expect Boss Wu to be a big plutocrat. Out of respect, learning that Wu Tian's strength was amazing, Sun Shang immediately became enthusiastic and picked up the kettle to personally pour a cup of water for Wu Tian. To be honest, he was worrying about the money during this time, pulling investments everywhere, and if Seafood TV didn't have any more money to inject, there would be a huge crisis. There are not many people rushing to invest in live broadcasting now, not to mention that Seafood TV is now facing many problems. No one dares to invest easily. The Mr. Wu in front of him offered to invest, which was a blessing in disguise for him. Alright, let's talk about the investment. Wu Tian took a sip of tea and opened the door. I'll put up $50 million and take 40% of the shares. How about it? That won't do. Sun Shang's face sank, and he immediately objected. $50 million, at most 20% of the shares. 30%. Wu Tian made a concession and extended 3 fingers. At most 20%. Sun Shang's tone was also resolute. If it is not because of the recent capital chain break, this $50 million top day can only account for 10% of the shares. 20% has already made a great concession. $50 million 30%. If Boss Sun is unwilling, I won't force myself. Wu Tian put down his teacup and got up, ready to leave. Wait. Seeing that Wu Tian was about to leave, Sun Shang hurriedly got up to stop him, gritting his teeth with a meaty pain. Okay, 30% for 30%. This situation right now has no choice for him. If he doesn't compromise now, I'm afraid Seafood TV will completely collapse. Boss Sun is indeed a refreshing person. The corners of Wu Tian's mouth rose to form a nice-looking arc, while his heart secretly let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Wu, you can really. Sun Shang had a bitter face. Looking at the young man in front of him, he didn't even know what to say. The kid in front of him was simply taking advantage of the fire, jamming him to death with a single strike, leaving him with no power of maneuver at all. Boss Sun, I know that now Seafood TV is in a hurry for funds. You can rest assured that after signing the contract, $50 million of funds will arrive at once. Seeing that the other party made such a sacrifice, Wu Tian did not dilly-dally and took the initiative to propose a one-time arrival of the investment funds. Yes. Hearing this, Sun Shang was much relieved. Mr. Wu is really generous. Let's sign the contract now. The two then signed a contract, and Wu Tian transferred the $50 million investment capital to Sun Shang in one go. The collaboration went pretty smoothly and basically came to an agreement with few twists and turns. After signing the contract, Wu Tian made some suggestions from the perspective of a Seafood TV viewer, including the interface and user experience. and some resource differentiation and other issues. Sun Shang listened and nodded his head, smiling. Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. I didn't expect Mr. Wu to be so insightful about live broadcasting. Everyone is in a different perspective. I'm just giving advice from the viewer's perspective. Wu Tian smiled, somewhat flattered. In fact, those suggestions he just made were what many viewers had in their hearts, only that other viewers didn't have the chance to say them. Good. I will definitely make good improvements according to what Mr. Wu said. After hearing these words, Sun Shang had a feeling of hating each other, raised his teacup and said, "Let's take tea instead of wine. Cheers. I hope that we can work together happily, and make the seafood bigger and bigger, and become the industry leader. Happy cooperation." Wu Tian raised his teacup and clinked it with Sun Shang. Simply get along can be learned. Sun Shang is a capable person. In time, we'll be able to seafood TV bigger and stronger. 21. Make a fortune. After signing the contract, the two chatted about some details of the cooperation and reached a consensus before leaving. Walking out of the cafe, Long Yun looked at Wu Tian with a strange gaze. "Young master, I didn't expect you to be quite bold in business negotiations." "Yes?" Wu Tian grinned. Being able to get the affirmation from his secretary Long Yun made him feel accomplished. To be honest, he didn't have a clue at the time. However, he understands one thing. The so-called cooperation should be mutually beneficial and win-win, not only to ensure the maximization of their own interests, but also to consider the claims of others. Cooperation can only result when the interests of both parties coincide at some point of intersection. "But I still think investing in seafood TV is too risky." "Stop." Wu Tian directly interrupted Long Yun's words and smiled. "Now that the money has been invested, it's too late to say anything. Instead of trembling with fear and trepidation, it's better to put your best foot forward and take a gamble." "That's right, it'll have to do for now. I'm in a good mood today. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner." Wu Tian said this and pulled Long Yun to a nearby restaurant. While eating, the phone rang and touched it to see that it was a call from Mr. Moran. Hurriedly picking up the phone, pretending to be a good boy, he asked into the cell phone, "Teacher Mu, looking for me for something?" "Wu, you haven't come to class for a few days. What's going on?" On the other end of the phone, Moran's tone was as icy as usual. "I've had a stomachache for the past few days and I'm a bit uncomfortable." Wu Tian hurriedly found an excuse and explained into his cell phone. "Does it still hurt? Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup?" Moran's tone of questioning suddenly became much gentler. This, on the contrary, made Wu Tian somewhat less adaptable, not expecting that the usually fierce and beautiful teacher also had a gentle side. After a moment of contemplation, he hurriedly said into the phone, "Teacher Mu, I'm already fine. I'll come to class tomorrow." "Well then, don't be late tomorrow." "Okay, bye teacher." After Wu Tian finished the phone call, he realized that his secretary Long Yun was a bit distracted with her chopsticks. Reaching over and shaking his hand in front of Long Yun's eyes a few times, he smiled and said with concern, "Secretary Long, what are you thinking about?" "It's nothing." Only then did Long Yun return to her senses, hanging her head down and continuing to eat. Seeing Long Yun in this state, Wu Tian couldn't help but tease, "Secretary Long, is it because you've been single for a long time?" "No." "So have you ever had a boyfriend?" "No." "A woman with a good figure and face like you, it's a waste not to fall in love." "Don't be frustrated. Some other day this young master will introduce you to a boyfriend." Wu Tian was in a good mood and endlessly flirted a few times. After dinner, the two returned to their lodgings. It was still early, so Wu Tian went into the study to continue reading. Seeing a book on futures, Wu Tian was deeply touched and couldn't resist trying to buy 1,000,000 futures online. After buying, he went back to reading, and when he opened the phone before going to bed, he realized that the futures he had bought had risen to over $8 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Tian jumped straight to his feet in excitement, his eyes gazing closely at the string of numbers on the computer screen. Did not expect such a short period of time. The earnings doubled more than 8 times. This Nima money is also too fast. Just a few hours to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then robbing the bank is still too much. Just when he was excited and ready to continue the operation, the result was that the computer suddenly crashed and just got stuck. Pop. I did not expect to die at the critical moment. Wu Tian felt particularly angry and ruthlessly slapped on the table. It seems to be necessary to change a better computer. In the future we'll have to rely on the computer to make money. The computer is too poor, really cannot. Tossing half a day to turn on his computer. When he opened the futures interface, he found that the 8 million or so he had just made had jumped by more than $1 million. That's over $1 million lost in just a few minutes. From Jew like today, so exciting ever. Feel the heart thumping. Just a few hours. With $1 million earned more than 7 million, and then wildly fell more than 1 million. This is so damn exciting. It feels like a roller coaster. Seeing that there is still a downward trend, Wu Tian scared and rushed to withdraw from the market to cash. The remaining more than 7 million returned to the account. Although this thing makes money fast, but also lose money fast, maybe a moment's effort will even lose the capital. Phew. After the operation was completed, Wu Tian sat paralyzed in his chair and let out a long breath. The big ups and downs just now made his heart beat wildly even now. The fun thing is so deep inside that you can get caught up in it and get yourself killed. It looked like he couldn't play with the fund in the future. Right now he wasn't short of money in case he got caught in a trap. Turned off the computer and went to bed. The next day, Wu Tian woke up early and rushed to school, for fear of being late again to be scolded by Mr. Mu Ran. Having not attended classes for several days, Wu Tian obediently stayed in the classroom today and left only after a few mandatory classes. The computer at home was so poorly formulated that he decided to go buy a better one before it crashed again last night. Take a taxi to Guangmei City, which is the largest computer market in Luzhou, which has everything. What brand of computer can be bought here? Guangmei City is divided into two areas. Area A is a concentration of high-end computers, while Area B is comparatively much worse with ordinary home computers. Wu Tian wandered around the B area and felt that all the computers in there were too poor, so he simply came to the A area. Here are all high-end brand-name computers. The cheapest is more than 10,000 yuan. The better workstation tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wu Tian is quite satisfied with these computers, except that after half a day of turning around here, no one cares, completely treated as air by those bosses at the counter. Auntie, I want to buy a better computer. Wu Tian walked over and smiled to one of the counter bosses. You want to buy a good computer? The middle-aged woman swept Wu Tian with that scrutinizing gaze, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Right. Wu Tian nodded and smiled. Can you recommend one for me? See the B-zone across the street, where the computers are all cheap and better for you. The middle-aged woman pointed across the street and said cynically. After saying this, she began to busy herself, not bothering to take care of the penniless poor man in front of her. Seeing Auntie's dog-eyed look, Wu Tian bitterly smiled and shook his head, and without saying anything more, he turned around and walked towards the opposite counter. After walking a few steps, he heard a shout from his ear. Wu Tian. Turning his head, he saw a man standing behind the computer counter across the street, having a few moments of bullish grinning at him. Donkey Kong? The man was no other than his high school classmate, Da Gang. Da Gang also stood next to a beautiful girl. It is his high school girlfriend Li Mi, face smeared with thick makeup, wearing gold and silver, quite a boss posture. Seeing this pair of men and women, Wu Tian's heart felt like it had been stabbed uncomfortably by a needle, and his mood instantly became depressing. To be honest, he didn't expect to meet his ex-girlfriend from high school here either. Seeing the familiar girl in front of him, thoughts tumbled through his mind as memories of his overlooking surfaced in his mind. 22. In your face. At that time, he and Li Mi get along quite well. The two men and women love. Many students are envious. Unfortunately, the relationship didn't last and eventually lost out to money. After less than half a year together, Li Mi begins to dislike Wu Tian and turns to the arms of the rich Da Gang. Instead of going to college after high school, Li Mi and Da Gang held hands and walked down the aisle. Da Gang's parents do business. Family conditions are not bad. After the two married, their parents rented a counter for them in Guangmei City area, selling high-end computers. Yo, if it isn't Wu Tian. Da Gang swept Wu Tian a few times with that look of an animal on the prowl and laughed cynically. I heard that you're attending college at the University of Technology? Yes. Wu Tian nodded. Seeing the duo again today still left him with a heavy heart that he couldn't let go of. Back then, he had moved his heart towards Li Mi, but he didn't expect to be snatched away by Da Gang in the end, which gave him a particularly heavy blow. At that time, he secretly vowed in his heart that he would make himself strong and make Li Mi regret for abandoning him. Going to college is of no use. Look at you. What's the difference between you and a beggar now? Da Gang struck without mercy, fighting a few sentences, but also cannot help but open his mouth to show off. Look at me. Did not go to college, and now as usual when the boss. See, this counter is I rented with Li Mi. This place inch of gold. Rent a year to 100,000. Is that so? Wu Tian coped with a cold smile. The other party's face made him feel a little nauseous. Do you know the profit of this counter of mine? I'll shock you by saying it. Da Gang tugged at his collar and tilted his head in extreme complacency. I'm making over $200,000 a year from this counter. And look at you. I'm afraid you won't make $200,000 in 3 years. To put it bluntly, only I am worthy of Xiaomi. Da Gang reached out and wrapped his arm around Li Mi's waist branch. At that time, if Xiaomi followed you, I'm afraid that she could only drink the northwest wind. Ha ha ha. Da Gang sneered a few times and threw back his head and let out a wild laugh. Next to her, Li Mi gave Wu Tian a disgusted look, followed by a snort. I was so stupid back then. How could I look at a loser like you? The corners of Wu Tian's mouth jerked hard a few times, and his heart was as hard as a knife. This was the girl he had once liked, a girl who saw money and was selfish. Brother Gang is right. It's lucky I didn't follow you back then, or I don't know how it would be. Lini sneered and skimmed her mouth, her eyes full of contempt. Especially when she saw that Wu Tian was dressed in a pair of grown-up clothes. She was particularly bored in her heart and felt ashamed to talk to this kind of boy for more than a few words. Wu Tian, you came here to buy a computer, right? After a pair of taunts, De Gang couldn't help but ask after him. Right. Wu Tian nodded. Then you're in the wrong place. This is Area A, selling high-end computers. If you want to buy a computer, go to Area B, where computers are cheaper. De Gang reached out and pointed to the diagonal opposite of Guangmei City, smiling. I don't need the cheap ones. I want to buy a good computer. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a classmate, Wu Tian wouldn't even bother to talk nonsense. Can you afford a good computer? Sure. Take a look at this computer. Fruit Computer Supreme, $15,000. Do you have that much money? De Gang provoked by pointing at one of the computers in the counter. In his opinion, this kid was a pauper who couldn't afford such an expensive high-end computer. You can't even afford clothes, and you can afford a computer like this? This computer is not expensive, but the performance is a bit poor. Wu Tian shook his head without any interest. He came over to buy a computer this time, and an ordinary computer like this won't be able to meet his eyes. His requirements are higher than that. But, ha ha ha. Da Gong couldn't help but laugh like he heard a smile. Even Lini couldn't help but secretly laugh. After laughing for a long time, they just now couldn't help but sneer. Kid, you don't have any other skills, but now you've learned to pretend. The way Lini looked at Wu Tian was even more disgusted and loathsome. I did not expect to see a few years. Wu Tian so pretentious. More than 10,000 computers, he is still too bad. Really pretending to be a good hand. With these computers of yours, I can't even look at one of them. After Wu Tian said this, he turned around and walked towards the next counter. It's not that you can't look at it. You can't afford it at all. Ha ha ha. Da Gong said this and scoffed recklessly. His smile caused Lini to purse her lips, and even the old auntie at the opposite counter followed suit. Wu Tian didn't bother to pay attention to Mr. and Mrs. Da Gong, turned around and walked next door to the uncle's counter and asked, is there a better computer? There. The middle-aged uncle was a warm-hearted person and recommended several hot-selling products to Wu Tian in a row. Wu Tiandu was not too satisfied and continued to pursue. Uncle, don't you have a better computer here? Any better than a workstation computer? Okay, workstation computer then. Workstation computers need to be booked in advance. And, the middle-aged uncle laughed dryly twice and reminded, and the price is particularly expensive, so ordinary people can't afford it. How expensive? Workstation computers are also divided into several categories. The most expensive one I have here is over $300,000, and the cheapest one is tens of thousands. If you're going to buy a good one, I'll take one that's over $300,000. Wu Tian had long heard that workstation computers brought an extraordinary experience, so he happened to take this opportunity to buy one. Anyway, the computer will not be broken for a while. Buy a good computer at home, leisure office both. Lini and De Gang once again laughed out loud. It was as if they had heard a heavenly smile, and they laughed and laughed, their mouths unable to close. After laughing for half a day, Da Gong couldn't help but speak out sarcastically. Wu Tian, even if you pretend to be a bully, you can't be too outrageous. More than 300,000 workstation computers. I'll see how you'll end up later. You don't have to worry about this. After Wu Tian said this, he took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to the middle-aged uncle. Reserve me a workstation computer with strong performance. Good. The middle-aged uncle took the bank card with confidence. He still didn't quite believe that this young man could really come up with $300,000, but in the next second, the middle-aged uncle immediately stared with wide eyes. Really? Really brush it out? Well, Wu Tian opened his mouth to inquire. Well, you keep it. The middle-aged uncle reacted, rushed to hand over the bank card respectfully with both hands, and as the small ticket was typed, the other parties Da Gong and Lini both saw the scene, instantly with rounded eyes and a face full of shock. How is that possible? Did Wu Tian, a poor student, really swipe $300,000 out casually? The two men only felt a hot stinging pain on their faces, as if they had been viciously slapped a few times. 23. Look down on people. The middle-aged woman on the opposite side of the room, seeing that Wu Tian had bought a $300,000 workstation computer next door, was even more wide-eyed. She was ruined in the gut. At first she thought Wu Tian was a penniless student. Who knew that he was so rich? Soon, the middle-aged uncle finished swiping his card and sent it to Wu Tian's front with both hands. Boss, thank you for taking care of my business. Thank you. After saying that, he bent down deeply and bowed towards Wu Tian. his lips trembling a little with excitement. Never sold such an expensive computer since I opened my business, and the profit on this sale alone was over 10,000. Uncle, doing business should be as honest as you are. Wu Tian took back his bank card and smiled and asked, when will the computer I bought be assembled? 3 days. I'll get it done as soon as I can in 3 days. Alright then, I'll come over to pick it up in 3 days. After Wu Tian said this, he turned around and left the place. There was a slight pause in his steps as he passed in front of Li Mi and De Gang's counter. Then he walked away quickly. Da Gang and Li Mi just looked at Wu Tian's back stupidly like that. Missing out on this business, the two of them were chagrined in their hearts. After Wu Tian left, the middle-aged uncle shook his head and walked over to the De Gang counter. That big man just now was your classmate? Yes. De Gang gritted his teeth. His heart mixed. Luckily you guys still have the face to mock people. They are much richer than you guys. The middle-aged bitterly laughed and shook his head, snorting. He spends $300,000 on a computer, which is higher than your yearly profit. What qualifications do you have to mock him? Dagon hung his head low and didn't say anything. Next to Li Mi's heart is very bad. She did not expect that once abandoned by her loser, now even developed, becomes so rich. The heart couldn't help but secretly regret. Had I known that Wu Tian could mix so fluffy, I shouldn't have abandoned Wu Tian to be with De Gang in the first place. Unfortunately, it's too late for regrets. Besides, Wu Tian, he left Guangmei City and went straight back to school, and found that no one was at his roommate Sun Xiaohao's seat. Sun Xiaohao never missed class before. Why didn't he come today? Why isn't Xiaohao in the dormitory? Wu Tian made a round of the classroom and finally landed his gaze on Jiangwan. Jiangwan rubbed his neck and stammered out a sentence. Sun Xiaohao went to the hospital. What's the hospital for? Could it be that he is sick? Wu Tian's expression tightened as he hurriedly asked after him. His mother is seriously ill and in the hospital. His mother? His mother is seriously ill and needs to have an operation, but it seems like the operation fee hasn't come together enough. Jiangwan scratched his head and said with an embarrassed face, this matter Sun Xiaohao asked me to hide it from you and didn't let me talk about it. He doesn't want to owe too many favors to others. Confused, Wu Tian cursed and pressed again. Then do you know which hospital his mother is in right now? Tongren Hospital. I'll go over to him now. Without saying a word, Wu Tian turned around and ran towards the outside of the classroom. Running too fast, he almost knocked over Mr. Moran just as he walked out of the classroom. Mu Ran's face sank, and with a few moments of anger he chided. Student Wu Tian, are you going to skip class again? Right. Not right. Wu Tian first nodded, then hurriedly shook his head, explaining, Sun Xiaohao's mother is hospitalized, and the situation is very serious, so I want to go over to visit and see if I can help. Yes? Once he heard this, Mu Ran's tone became much softer. Then you go. I'll make up a leave slip for you later. Thank you, Mr. Mu. After thanking him, Wu Tian left the classroom as fast as he could and took a taxi straight to Tongren Hospital. When he passed the charging window, he saw Sun Xiaohao kneeling in front of a doctor in a white coat, begging bitterly, Doctor, you must find a way to cure my mother. Your mother needs stenting surgery. Hurry up and get $1 million ready. The doctor waved his hand impatiently. Doctor, I don't have any money right now. Can you treat my mother first? When I have money I will definitely return it to the hospital. Sun Xiaohao cowed out and begged repeatedly like a chicken cutting rice. Tears were about to roll out. The doctor's old face slammed and yelled, what's the point of treating a disease without money? Our hospital isn't a charity. The doctor acted very coldly, and did not sympathize with Sun Xiaohao in the slightest because he knelt down. Xiaohao, get up. Wu Tian could not stand to watch and hurriedly swooped over to help Sun Xiaohao up from the ground. Sun Xiaohao was pulled up and asked with a surprised face, Wu Tian, why are you here? I heard it from Jiangwan. You're just not righteous enough to tell me when something so big happens. I was trying not to get you in trouble. Well, let's not talk about that for a moment and quickly tell me about your mother. Alas, mentioning his mother, Sun Xiaohao instantly became incomparably frustrated inside. My mother suffers from blood clots and needs stent surgery. The surgery costs more than $1 million. I sold my house in the suburbs of my hometown, but now I'm still short of $500,000. Don't be in a hurry. I'll find a way to get this money. Wu Tian soothed and turned his head to the doctor in the white coat and urged, hurry up and go get ready to operate on the patient right away. If you want to operate on a patient, turn in your scrubs first. The doctor in the white coat yelled stiffly, what kind of bull doctor are you? Seeing this attitude of the doctor, Wu Tian was immediately enraged and reprimanded. Doctors practice medicine to cure the sick and save lives, which is like you. From the first moment he saw the doctor in the white coat, he felt bad in his heart, and he really couldn't help but curse a few times. You kid, cut the crap here. According to the hospital rules, you must pay before surgery. The white coat doctor shot back without showing any weakness. Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to go ahead and get ready. I'll pay for it right away. Pay up? Just you? The doctor in the white coat swept Wu Tian with contemptuous eyes for a few moments. $500,000, can you take it out? A dog's eye view is low, isn't it? Wu Tian was a bit enraged. From the beginning, the doctor's treatment of Sun Xiaohao made him feel angry. Cut the crap, go pay the money first. As long as you pay the surgery fee, I will operate immediately. The white coat tilted his head and looked at Wu Tian with a provocative face. In his opinion, the kid in front of him was so poor that he couldn't take $500,000 for the operation. Okay, I'll go pay now. Wu Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense and led Sun Xiaohao towards the charging window. The doctor in the white coat followed, looking like he was waiting for a joke. Several people came to the payment window. Wu Tian asked Sun Xiaohao's mother's name, then handed the bank card to the charge officer. Pei Li Guofeng $1 million for the surgery. $1 million? The toll collector's face was slightly shocked. She rarely saw someone who could be so generous. Even if it was just a few $100,000 for an operation, many times it would drag a family down. Thinking, she took the bank card in surprise. She froze when the card was swiped. Seeing this, the doctor standing in the back smiled contemptuously and couldn't help but digress. Does this kid have no money in his card? There's money. Swiped $1 million. The toll collector also had a racing heartbeat and hurriedly spoke. Ahem. The doctor in the white coat nearly choked on the next mocking words that reached his mouth and coughed violently a few times before he looked at Wu Tian in shock. How could he not expect this kid in front of him to be so rich? Swipe $1 million offhand? In the next second, the doctor in the white coat changed his previous attitude and grinned. Sir, don't be in a hurry. I'll go prepare for the surgery. 24 successful investments. After paying the surgical fee, Wu Tian turned back to the doctor in the white coat and asked, the surgical fee has been paid. Can we do the surgery now? Can. The doctor in the white coat nodded repeatedly. Seeing that this kid is rich and powerful, a rich big brother, knowing that he does not dare to provoke, he became more than a grandson at this moment. Hurry up and arrange for the best specialist to operate on my friend. Wu Tian glared at the doctor in the white coat and urged. Yes. The doctor responded and then went about his business. Puff. Sun Xiaohao's legs went limp and he directly knelt in front of Wu Tian, saying gratefully, Xiao Tian, thank you for paying money to help cure my mother. There is gold under a man's knees. Get up quickly. Wu Tian hurriedly helped Sun Xiaohao up from the ground and smiled. You used to help me a lot in the past. It's only right that I help you now. As the saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water is repaid by the spring. Sun Xiaohao was a good person and used to help him a lot in the past. Now that Sun Xiaohao was in trouble, he naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I really didn't expect. Tears rolled out of Sun Xiaohao's eyes before he finished his words. He had never dreamed that Wu Tian would take out $1 million without hesitation when he needed help the most. The $1 million might not mean anything to Wu Tian, but it was an astronomical amount to him. We are friends. We should help each other. Wu Tian patted Sun Xiaohao's shoulder and said, manly men don't cry, and don't kneel to people easily. Yes. Sun Xiaohao wiped away his tears and said in a trembling voice, Xiao Tian, I'm really glad to know you. From now on, I, Sun Xiaohao, will be at your head. It's not that serious. We'll still be good brothers from now on. Well, I'll definitely find a way to pay you back for your $1 million. Let's talk about this later. It's important to treat Auntie first. After Wu Tian finished saying this, he took the initiative to change the topic. Right, first take me to visit Auntie. Good. Sun Xiaohao forcefully dried the tears on his face before he led Wu Tian towards the hospital room. The two came to the fourth ward. A middle-aged woman lying in the hospital bed, looking yellow and thin, especially pale. The whole body is not half the color of blood. This is Sun Xiaohao's mother, who worked for her family all her life and was finally struck down by the disease. Mom! Sun Xiaohao jumped up and hugged his mother's arm, saying excitedly, we have now paid enough fees to operate on you right away. I heard that the surgery costs more than $1 million. Where did you get that much money? Sun's mother looked at her son with a tense face, eager to know the source of the operation fee. Over $1 million is no small amount, and it's astronomical for a family like theirs. Xiaohao had suddenly scraped together over $1 million, and she was worried that the money had come from the wrong source, which was why she hurriedly pursued the matter. Mom, this is my classmate Wu Tian. Sun Xiaohao pointed at Wu Tian and explained to his mother, he was the one who lent me $1 million for your surgery. Upon hearing these words, Sun mother instantly became agitated, and tears rolled out of her eyes like spring water. Son, thank you for helping us. Mother Sun dragged her weak body and prepared to get up from the hospital bed, wanting to express her gratitude to Wu Tian. Perhaps his body was too weak, and he ended up falling hard on the bed again before he could get up. Auntie, your body is too weak. Don't move around. Wu Tian rushed forward and pressed down on Sun mother's body, signaling her to lie down on the ware and not move around. Child, Mother Sun held Wu Tian's arm in a death grip and said in a trembling voice of gratitude, "You are truly a benefactor of our Sun family. Auntie thanks you. In the past, Xiaohao was very kind to me and often helped me. Now it's only right for me to help you guys." Wu Tian smiled. Upon hearing this, Sun Mother cried louder instead. Xiaohao is truly blessed to have a friend as good as you. Friends have to help each other in times of trouble. Xiaohao, you must remember that Wu Tian is a great benefactor to our Sun family. You must repay him properly in the future. Mother Sun twisted her head and instructed her son. I know. Son Xiaohao nodded his head vigorously. Alright auntie, you recuperate well. The doctor will arrange for you to have an operation later. I will come back to see you another day. Wu Tian was afraid of affecting Sun Mother's mood, so he simply said goodbye and left the ward. Sun Xiaohao sent Wu Tian out of the hospital room, and did not forget to thank him again. Xiao Tian, this time I really thank you. Let's not talk about this first. Wu Tian directly interrupted and patted Sun Xiaohao's shoulder. Take good care of auntie. Call me anytime if you have any problems. I'm leaving first. With those words, he turned and left the hospital. On his way back to school, he happened to be passing by the Phaeton eatery, so he told the cab driver to stop and decided to check out the situation in the restaurant. Business in the restaurant was very hot and crowded. Many guests were waiting in line to eat, and the restaurant waiters were all busy. Seeing this scene, Wu Tian felt particularly pleased. It seems that investing in Huiyu restaurant is a correct decision. I believe that before long we'll be able to return to the capital. He just stood in the corner, silently watching the incoming and outgoing guests, as well as the busy waiters. Soon the lobby experience saw him and greeted him with a fart to curry favor. Boss, you're here. Why didn't you inform me to receive you? There's no need for you to receive. Just greet the guests. Wu Tian glanced at the lobby manager and ordered. When he negotiated with Lu Jun to acquire Huiyu Eatery before, the lobby manager was also there, so he had a deep impression of him. Boss Wu, you've come to the restaurant. I wonder what your instructions are. The smile on the lobby manager's face was always so bright. I'm just checking in. By the way, how's the restaurant doing these days? The restaurant has been very hot lately. I'll bring the bill for you to look at. After the lobby manager said this, he hurriedly ran over and carried the bill over. After looking at the bill, Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction. Good job. The benefits have increased quite a bit from before. It's all because of Boss Wu's good leadership. Less ass-kissing. Wu Tian slightly blanked the manager and smiled. You and the guys have worked hard. Wait until the end of the month. I'll take a portion of the profit to give everyone a bonus. Thank you, Boss Wu. After thanking him, the lobby manager said to a few nearby waiters, Boss Wu is going to give us a bonus. Are you all happy? Happy. As soon as the waiters heard about the bonus, they all gathered around, praising Wu Tian for being a good boss who sympathized with his employees and expressing their gratitude. As long as the big guys follow me and do a good job, there will be a lot of bonuses in the future. I'll let you guys get your bonuses. Wu Tian said to the crowd in a morale-boosting manner. Yes, the waiters cheered in unison, all raising their hands in spontaneous applause, and the whole restaurant had erupted into a frenzy. Alright, everyone hurry up and go greet the guests. Don't worry about me. Seeing that the guests were gathering more and more, Wu Tian reminded the waiters. Yes, the waiters continued to busy themselves. Meeting such a good boss makes them so energized that they all feel especially passionate and motivated. 25, you're sorry now? It's too late. After pacifying the waiter, Wu Tian again dropped his gaze on the lobby manager. What do you think is still lacking or insufficient in our eatery? Our Glow Moon eatery is perfect and impeccable. The lobby manager tilted his head with a few moments of pride. For 100 miles round, there is no restaurant that can surpass the Huiyu eatery. No matter the size, class, quality and service, there is no rival. This attitude of yours is just not right. Wu Tian directly poured a pot of cold water and said, based on my observation, the service of our Huiyu eatery is not bad, but the attitude of the waiters is obviously not that vain. Just like you, they all seem to be a bit arrogant. After hearing this, the lobby manager was speechless for a moment. Also, no matter how many guests increase, the quality of our food must never decrease. It must always be the same. Understand? Ming understands. The lobby manager nodded in response. Do as well as I ask. I'll leave first. After Wu Tian said this, he turned around and left the Huiyu eatery. In fact, the service and food quality of Huiyu eatery was fine. Wu Tian was worried that they were getting carried away, so he gave them a small knock. When he returned to school, he found the classroom particularly busy, and the class committee was proposing to organize a class dinner. When I heard about the potluck, some of my classmates were very positive, but of course, others were reluctant to participate. The reason for not wanting to participate is simple, because this gathering is AA system. A meal consumption is tens of thousands of dollars, and spread out several hundred. For students with rich families, a few $100s is not worth mentioning at all. but for poor students, a few $100s is the living expenses for most of the month. This potluck could have them eating dirt for half a month. Let's go to the Kuwaiting building for a get-together tonight. All spending will be on the AA system. Does everyone have any opinions? The class committee began to ask for everyone's opinion. No comment. Half of the students expressed their support, while other students have made excuses that they don't have time to attend the party. Many of them actually don't want to waste their saved living expenses on the party. Originally a good party, but it turned out that most of the classmates did not attend, making it a bit cold instead. Shay, poor bastards. I think you guys are broke and can't afford to spend money to attend the party. Zhao Yang couldn't help but sneer at those students who didn't attend. The other students launched verbal attacks in droves. Just because those classmates don't attend, this party may be put on hold, and that's why everyone is upset. For a while, two factions formed in the classroom, the asset faction and the civilian faction, and people began to argue. Quiet. Seeing that his classmates were bickering, Wu Tian walked to the podium and said to the crowd, "Tonight is my treat, so let's all go to the Kuwaiting building for a get-together." He didn't want his classmates to fall out over the incident, so he offered to treat everyone to a night out. Yes, the classroom instantly erupted when they heard that someone was treating them, and everyone couldn't help but cheer. Pretentious. Zhao Yang was unconvinced and whispered a contemptuous sentence. When he said this, it instantly caused a few girls to be dissatisfied and disliked him back. Classmate Zhao Yang, aren't you quite rich? You can also treat your classmates to dinner. You can also pretend to be a bully. Zhao Yang gritted his teeth and was speechless for a moment. He did have some money on hand, but he couldn't afford to take it out and treat his classmates to dinner. It was a nasty waste. Shut your mouth if you can't spare the money. Wu Tian kindly invited us for dinner. Don't dog bite Lu Dongbin. A few girls couldn't help but ruthlessly despise a few sentences. Zhao Yang's face turned green with anger and he couldn't say a word in half a day. Alright, it's getting late. Let's all go to the Kuwaiting building together. Wu Tian glanced at the time and then led the students out of the classroom. We all came together to the Kuwaiting house, and after ordering our food, we started chatting and laughing. There were a lot of girls who were secretly talking about Wu Tian, and during this recent period of time, everyone was bursting with favor for Wu's classmates. Soon, the waiter brought the delicious food and set up several tables. The students sat around the table and began to enjoy the food, eating and chatting. The atmosphere is quite harmonious. The students didn't purposely try to curry favor with Wu Tian. They didn't intentionally flatter Wu because he was rich. To be honest, Wu Tian liked this feeling. If everyone was hypocritical and flattering and pleasing, it would instead make him feel disgusted. After dinner, Wu Tian took a glass of red wine and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking out the window, his mind was full of thoughts. Never before had he dreamed that one day he would become a billionaire, stepping on the shoulders of giants to climb higher. He didn't know how far he could go in the future, but he would work his ass off and never give up. Just as he was holding the red wine in his hands and fuming darkly, Li Meng raised her glass and walked over. Tonight she was dressed in a one-piece halter dress, her face smeared with light makeup, delicate and unassuming. Probably because she drank red wine, her face was flushed, and she raised her glass to Wu Tian and said, "Before, I am sorry, I shouldn't treat you like that. The past is the past." Wu Tian smiled blandly and took a sip of red wine in a coping manner. Now to Li Meng long ago did not have that kind of feeling before. Looking at this girl in front of him, he was extremely calm inside. "Goten." Li Meng pressed her body close to Wu Tian, blinking her two beautiful eyes, and said in a gentle tone that she had never had before, "It was me who was stupid before. I can't do right by you. Can you give me another chance? I'm sorry, some things missed are just missed, and I won't let what I missed be wrong a second time." Wu Tian smiled bashfully and turned around, ready to leave. If he was given a choice now, he would never like this hypocritical, snobbish girl again. Wu Tian had just taken 2 steps when Li Meng reached out and held her arm in a death grip. "Wu Tian, I realize that the person I really love is still you. Do we still have a chance? I love you. You like me now? Why didn't you say you liked me then when you humiliated me and looked down on me in the cafe?" Wu Tian retracted his arm. "What's that saying? Once you treated me with love and respect, but now I'm a person you can't afford to reach." After saying that, Wu Tian let out a cold snort and left quickly. He had now seen Li Meng's nature. The girl was a snob and only liked money, but alas, it was people like that he despised the most. Makes him sick. Wu, Li Meng face instantly a pale. How she did not expect. She just missed an opportunity to fly on the branch as a phoenix. 26. Throwing money away. The party didn't end until late, and the students all had a great time and thanked Wu Tian as they left. Seeing his classmates so happy, Wu Tian also felt happy and took a taxi back to his place after settling the bill. Time is still early. Wu Tian touched out his cell phone to open the seafood TV, directly into the masked female anchor's live room. "When I first invested in seafood, It was mainly because this platform has a refreshing interface, a great user experience, and a lot of potential for growth. As a viewer, he was able to be captivated by the platform's user experience, and I'm sure other viewers were as well. When he entered the masked girl's live room, he found that the place had become so popular that the visitors had tripled from before, and many viewers had become the girl's guardians. It looked like the last time he helped this girl swipe a gift had played a small role in driving a large crowd. As soon as she entered the live broadcast room, the masked girl welcomed her and sang a song specifically for Wu Tian. This has since caused others to become jealous and all have taken to the public screen to express their displeasure. Wu Tian pursed his lips and directly swiped $100,000 worth of spaceships for the anchor. Once they saw that the big man had made such a wide poke, those viewers who were jealous of Wu Tian were convinced and all brushed 666 in unison on the public screen. A bigot like this fluffer is naturally entitled to special treatment from the anchors, and anyone who is not convinced can speak up with gifts. There was really a tycoon in the live broadcast room who expressed his displeasure, and after Wu Tian swiped 10 rounds of spacecraft, he immediately followed up and swiped 15 rounds of spacecraft, which was worth $150,000. The live broadcast immediately boiled over, and the pop-up screen took off in 6666, all of them unable to resist cheering for the tycoon. Seeing that someone swiped a gift, Wu Tian on the other hand couldn't help but be secretly happy and tapped the screen to directly swipe 30 rounds of spaceships. Not showing any weakness, Toheo followed suit and swiped 40 rounds of spaceships, trying to suppress Wu Tian in this way. Subsequently, Wu Tian directly swiped 200 rounds of spaceships. The entire live broadcast immediately exploded. I didn't expect the big man to make such a broad poke, and brushed 2 million gifts at once. People have been leaving comments on the public screen. Big brother mighty. Rich people are just fluffy. This is the most generous 6 I've ever seen come out. This is supposed to be the richest big shot in seafood TV. 2 million spaceships starting out is just shocking. Fluff. Admiring. The public screen was filled with adoration and admiration for Wu Tian, and the entire live broadcast room boiled over, with waves of climaxes lasting for a long time, spreading to the entire seafood TV. For a while, many visitors came to the masked girl's live room to watch the big brother, making the live room jammed for a short time. The big man who had previously swiped the gifts was also shocked by this wave of operation, and he didn't expect his opponent to be so trenchant, swiping more than $2 million out of the blue. He knew that he had run into a ruthless person, and he didn't dare to continue the competition, and he left the live broadcast room in a grayish manner. The heat of the entire broadcast lasted for more than half an hour without decreasing in the slightest. Brush 2 million gifts at a time. This is not common in the whole seafood TV. Not only attracted visitors to watch, even many anchors came in to join in the fun. Soon, Wu Tian received many private messages from female anchors who wanted to pull into their live rooms. Obviously, whoever could handle a big shot like Wu Tian would be the same as keeping the god of wealth and would have a steady stream of gifts in the future. There were even female anchors and tourists who privately messaged Wu Tian to leave their WeChat and phone numbers, wanting to get on this big brother's good side. Wu Tian was too lazy to pay attention to these private messages. Just as he was about to exit the live broadcast room, he ended up receiving a private message from the masked girl. Masked girl, big brother, thank you for the gift. You are so good to me. I am moved to tears. Wu Tian tapped the screen keyboard and returned a private message. Work hard. I believe you are the best. I will always support you. Masked girl, big brother, you rewarded me with so many gifts. Do you have other ideas about me? Wu Tian, I know you're not that kind of girl. The same way I'm not that kind of guy. Reward you just to support you. Don't think too much. Masked girl, you're the best boy I've ever met. Thank you. Thank you very much. There was a touching emoji attached to that statement. Wu Tian, just be yourself. Don't be burdened or psychologically pressurized. I'm very optimistic about you. Masked girl, ugh. Wooten, what's wrong? Masked girl, the official asked me to show my face and dance. I don't want to show my face. Moreover, I don't want to dance. Now I don't know what to do. Can you help me think of a solution? Wu Tian, never force yourself to do something you don't want to do. Wait, I'll make a call and take care of it for you. After sending this private message, Wu Tian touched his cell phone and dialed Sun Shang's phone, and opened the door. Mr. Sun, there is something on the platform that I would like to ask you to help deal with. Mr. Wu, as an investor, if you have anything to say, feel free to command. On the other end of the phone, Sun Shang behaved politely and respectfully. There's an anchor named Masked Girl. And you guys make him take off his mask and dance? I think I approved the program. The masked girl was tapped up by me. I hope you guys won't force her to take off her mask and dance. Is that alright? Wu Tian asked in a very euphemistic tone. In fact, with his status as an investor, he could have just asked Sun Shang what to do, but he wasn't that forceful. Mr. Wu, I didn't expect the masked girl to be one of your people. I understand. I'll immediately ask them to cancel this resolution. And don't worry, I'll try to channel as much as I can to the masked girl. On the other end of the phone, Sun Shang crackled a series of promises, and was trying to use this to please Wu Tian. Then I'll trouble Mr. Sun. Wu Tian thanked him and hung up the phone. When he opened the seafood TV again, he received 3 private messages from the masked girl. Brother, I have good news for you. I was just informed by the officials that I could not take off my mask or dance, and they promised to channel me. By the way, big brother, you helped me out with this, didn't you? Big brother, thank you. I don't know how to thank you. After reading these 3 private messages, Wu Tian pursed his lips and smiled, tapping the keyboard to write back, a show of hands. No need to be polite. Masked girl, big brother, who the hell are you? How do you have so much power to make the officials change their decisions so quickly? Wooten, you'll find out later. Masked girl, to be honest, I'm rather curious about you now. I kind of want to see you. Wu Tian, there may be a chance to meet later. After sending this private message, Wu Tian exited the live broadcasting room, put away his cell phone and drilled into the study to start studying seriously. As he was carefully opening the book, his cell phone rang with a call from an unknown number. After answering the phone only to learn that it was the Guangmei City computer boss called, said that the workstation computer has been assembled. Let him go pick up tomorrow. Wu Tian continued to read after answering the phone. The night was silent, and the next day Wu Tian woke up early, washed up and then headed to Guangmei City to pick up his computer. As soon as he walked into Area A, the middle-aged uncle greeted him enthusiastically. Boss, the computer you ordered is ready. 27, can I get in now? Good. Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction and couldn't help but glance at the opposite counter. Realizing that Li Mi and De Gang were not there, he couldn't help but follow up with a question to the boss. Uncle, why didn't those two come to do business? Those two quarreled and haven't been here for 2 days. The middle-aged uncle moved his computer out as he replied. Why the fight? I think it's because of an ex-boyfriend or something. I'm not sure exactly. Wu Tian nodded thoughtfully, watching the older man carry out the assembled new computer before returning to his senses. After staring at the brand new computer for a few moments, he asked the older man, how's the computer? Did you help me test drive it? It's been tried. Don't worry, it's guaranteed to be fine. That's good. Wu Tian felt that the boss was down to earth and reliable, and didn't bother wasting any more time trying out the computer, preparing to carry it home. I'll do it. The middle-aged uncle is quite good at doing things, took the lead and carried the host, smiling nervously. The host is a bit heavy. I'll move it. I'll send you downstairs. Then it's been hard work. Wu Tian smiled with satisfaction and picked up the display to take the lead towards the stairs. It's fine. You take care of my business. Even if I send you home, it's only right. The middle-aged uncle hugged the host and followed behind, smilingly currying favor. The two went down the stairs holding a computer and collided at the corner of the stairs with a yellow-haired young man who was also holding a computer. Kid, are you blind? The yellow-haired young man bumped into someone. Instead, he even yelled and cursed at the top of his voice. Do you know what kind of computer I have here? Alien. More than $10,000. You can afford to pay for it if it's broken? After cursing, he couldn't help but sweep Wu Tian for a few moments with that look of disdain that he had when he looked at a beggar. Ha! When his words came out, the middle-aged uncle behind him couldn't help but sneer twice, as if he had heard some joke. The laughter made the yellow-haired young man irritated, and he raised his head to glare at the middle-aged uncle. What are you laughing at? It's nothing. The middle-aged uncle looked at an alien computer held in Yellowhair's arms and said, this computer of yours is really good, but compared to this computer in little brother's hand, it's nothing at all. Him? The yellow-haired young man glanced at Wu Tian and sneered. Don't you fool me. This one assembled machine of his has the fluff of my aliens? In China, workstation computers are not popular, and it is normal that many people do not recognize them. How uneducated. The middle-aged uncle blankly glanced at the yellow-haired youth, ashamed of his ignorance. It was at this time that a non-mainstream pretty girl walked downstairs and complained to the yellow-haired young man. Honey, what are you dawdling for? I've been waiting for you for half a day. Xiao Mei, look, this is the gift I bought for you. The yellow-haired young man handed over the computer in his hand. Aliens. Seeing the computer, Xiao Mei immediately brightened up. Ah Dong, I didn't expect you to buy me such a good computer. Love you. When she finished, she brought her head over to give her boyfriend a kiss on the cheek. Just now, that kid walked without eyes and almost crashed my alien. The yellow-haired young man landed his gaze on Wu Tian again with a resentful face. What ungrateful. Xiao Mei twisted her head and glared at Wu Tian, and before she finished cursing, her pupils instantly enlarged 100 times, as if she had discovered a new continent, gazing at the computer in Wu Tian's hands, exclaiming, oh my god, it's so awesome. Inside, I couldn't stop my fervor and obsession with this computer, and I couldn't help but reach out and touch that computer monitor with an unusually excited expression. Ahem. Seeing his girlfriend in this state, The yellow-haired young man was upset and reminded his girlfriend, Xiao Mei, what's there to see in that one assembled machine of his? What assembly machine? He's a workstation computer. Xiao Mei turned around and gave her boyfriend a blank look, pointing at Wu Tian's computer. She had been exposed to many workstation computers abroad, and only the exceptionally wealthy could afford this customized version. I just don't believe it. His computer can be as expensive as my alien? The yellow-haired young man disliked back unconvincingly. He's the one who doesn't know anything about computers. Nothing in depth. And that's why he said what he said. Just don't disgrace yourself here. Xiao Mei turned back to glare hard at her boyfriend and whispered, people's random monitors and motherboards are more expensive than your computer? What? After hearing this, the yellow-haired young man was shocked. After staring at the alien in his hand for a few moments, he dropped his gaze on the computer in Wu Tian's hand again and said skeptically, is that computer of his really so powerful? That computer of his costs $300,000 less. $300,000? The corners of the yellow-haired young man's mouth twitched viciously a few times, and the expression on his face couldn't be more exaggerated. His girlfriend's words had broken his perception. He had thought that aliens were the most expensive computers, but he didn't realize that the computer in that kid's hand was as high as $300,000. Luckily, he was still mocking other people's $300,000 computers with his $10,000 aliens, which damn near disgraced his face. The yellow-haired young man is like standing in place. His face is red for a while and white for a while. His expression is not to mention how embarrassing. He was slightly stunned for a few seconds before he licked his face and extended his hand in front of Wu Tian. To Heyo, can we make a friend? I'm busy. I don't have time. Wu Tian decisively refused. He would never make friends with these cats and dogs. After saying this, he walked around the yellow-haired young man and took a big stride towards the stairs. The middle-aged uncle followed behind holding the mainframe, and it was especially refreshing to see this ignorant kid get hit in the face. $300,000 for a computer. So damn rich. Looking at Wu Tian's back as he walked away, the yellow-haired young man couldn't help but secretly envy him. Wu Tian lazily ignored the yellow-haired young man and left Guangmei City with his computer in his arms, stopping a cab and sitting in it. Master, Haitian Garden. Getting into the cab, Wu Tian politely said to the taxi driver, holler. The taxi driver glanced at Wu Tian for a few moments and asked with a smile without words, young man, you're going to Haitian Garden to fix someone's computer, right? In his opinion, this kind of young man dressed in ordinary clothes definitely couldn't afford to live in a rich neighborhood like Haitian Garden. Yes. Wu Tian pursed his lips non-committally and thought about getting a car and a driver's license so that it would be easier to travel. Haitian Garden can be all rich people. Liven that inside the non-rich that is expensive. You give them to repair the computer, try to ask for a higher price. Along the way, the taxi driver chattered nonsense. Wu Tian just casually dealt with a few sentences. Half an hour later, the cab drove to Haitian Garden and was stopped by the security guard at the gate. Sorry, foreign vehicles are prohibited. We're pulling a heavy computer. Send it in and it'll be right out. The cab driver smiled and pleaded with the security guard. No, the guard sternly refused again. Okay. The taxi driver shrugged helplessly and turned his head to Wu Tian. We can't get into this kind of high-grade residential area. You can only get off here. I'll try. Wu Tian rolled down the window and fished out the access card from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. Can I get in? 28 is rich. Can. You are the head of the household here. Of course you can enter. Quickly open the door. The security guard saw Haitian's exclusive access card and immediately saluted with a wide-eyed smile while letting someone open the gate. The taxi driver stared wide-eyed, his bright eyes gazing tightly at Wu Tian with an oddly frightening expression. He probably never dreamed that this ordinary-looking young man in front of him was actually a resident of Haitian Garden. Haitian Garden, that is the top rich residential area. People who can live here are either rich or noble. You can imagine how this kid is cheating. Master, go inside. Seeing the taxi driver staring at himself in a daze, Wu Tian opened his mouth and reminded him. Oh, the taxi driver then came back to his senses, hurriedly put the car in gear and drove it in, smiling sarcastically. Young man, I really didn't see it. You're still a deep-seated big brother. That's an understatement. Wu Tian shook his head with a bitter smile and pointed to the residence in front of him. That one, just parked downstairs. Ma, Riverview Mansion. This is the most expensive house in there. The taxi driver once again exclaimed in shock. It wasn't until then that he realized that he had met a truly rich man today. Only that the kid in front of him was too low-key, living in a first-class Riverview mansion, but still dressed so plainly. Thank you, master. Wu Tian gave the money and pushed the door to get out of the car. The taxi driver hurriedly and enthusiastically got off the car to help move the computer. And after moving the computer, he also gave Wu Tian a business card. Where do you want to go in the future? Call this number. I'll come over to pick you up at any time. Okay. Wu Tian accepted the business card and took the elevator upstairs with his computer in his arms. When I got home, I couldn't wait to put the computer on, booted it up and played a game of League of Legends, which was a blast. A good computer is not the same. After playing the game, seeing that the time was still early, Wu Tian decided to go ahead and order a car and get a driver's license some other day. Took a taxi to Ruitong Plaza and walked straight into one of the Mercedes-Benz Force stores. The Force store was luxurious and atmospheric, with more than a dozen Mercedes-Benz cars parked inside, except that there weren't many customers inside and the salesmen were idle. As soon as Wu Tian walked into the Force store, ushered in a burst of contempt and disdain for the eyes. The salesman present seemed to look down on Wu Tian, this kind of shabbily dressed stupid boy. No one came forward to take care of. Wu Tian was not impressed and looked at the cars alone in the store, and soon valued a Mercedes-Benz off-road and said to the salesman, "I want to try this car." "Can't afford it. What's there to try?" One of the salesmen skewered and mocked. "How do you know I can't afford it?" Wu Tian looked back at this salesman. From the salesman's badge, we can learn that the woman's name is Lu Hui, or the sales manager inside this Force store. Just your kind of bumpkin I've seen a lot, all covered in ground floor goods, poor, almost begging on the street. "What are you going to buy a car with?" Lu Hui clasped her hands on her chest and sneered sarcastically. Several of the other salesmen looked on coldly, with a touch of scorn and contempt on their faces. "I sincerely want to buy a car. How come you guys have this kind of attitude?" Wu Tian was originally in a good mood, and met these few, which instantly made him feel low. "Want to buy a car, right?" Lu Hui shrugged her nose and pointed to the electric car store across the street. "Nah, go buy it across the street. You might be able to afford a car there." Dog's eyes look down on people. Wu Tian glared fiercely at the several salesmen and turned around to leave the Mercedes-Benz Force store. As soon as he stepped forward, he heard coos of laughter from behind him. "This kind of poor sour goods still come here to buy a car. Don't take a piss and look at it. Poor and disgraceful. In the future, pretenders like this one will be directly bombed out. A smell of poverty. It smells disgusting." Several salesmen had a disgusted look on their faces. They simply despised poor bastards like Wu Tian. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and held back his anger and entered the Red Flag Force store next door. "Originally, I wanted to buy a Mercedes, but after seeing the attitude of those salesmen, I suddenly changed my mind. Instead of spending money to look at other people's faces, why don't you support the homegrown?" The Red Flag Force store isn't as big as Mercedes-Benz. There aren't a lot of cars displayed inside, and there are only 3 salesmen. Walking into the store, a beautiful salesperson took the initiative to welcome her with a professional smile. "Hello sir, I'm Ling Ling the salesperson. How can I help you?" "I want to buy a car." Wu Tian was quite satisfied with the salesman here. Unlike the dog-eyed man next door, "We have 4 cars here. One just came out." "Wait." Not waiting for the salesman to finish his sentence, Wu Tian stared at one of the cars in front of him. "That car is good. I like it a lot." Saying that, he took a step towards that red flag L5. "The styling and performance of this car is outstanding. It is the Rolls-Royce of the domestic sector, loved by many people. It is the price is not very affordable." What can I say about this car?" Ling Ling followed, her expression stiffening as she smiled. "I suggest you check out the H5. There's our newest model." "You mean the L5 is a bad car?" "It's not bad, it's just that, it's too expensive." "Are you thinking I can't afford it?" "It's not that, Ling Ling was dumbfounded by the question and didn't even know how to explain. She recommended the H5 just because that car is plebeian and affordable for many people. As for this L5, with a price tag of more than $5 million, ordinary people really can't afford it. "How much is this car?" Wu Tian's eyes were looking straight at this L5, with a glint in his eyes. "Loved this car from the first moment, and the more I looked at it, the more I liked it." Topping out at $5,800,000. Ling Ling quoted this selling price, trying to make this customer completely die. "That's it." After listening to the offer, Wu Tian took out his bank card and handed it to the salesman. "Swipe the card and do the paperwork for me now." "Ha?" Ling Ling was dumbfounded, glancing down at the bank card and saying bitterly, "Big brother, you're not teasing me, are you? I'm too busy to play with you." But Ling Ling still found it hard to believe. Does the plainly dressed, ordinary-looking older boy in front of me really have that much money to buy a domestic luxury car? But looking at the other party with such a serious expression, it didn't seem like a joke. After a long moment of hesitation, she reached for her bank card, walked stupidly to the front desk, and swiped her card distractedly. Seeing the successful swipe of the card, her eyes were startled and her heart beat wildly like a drum. "Ling Ling hands my card," excitedly yelled. "Big brother, swipe the card successfully. You really have money in the card." "Of course I have money. What would I buy a car with if I don't have money?" Seeing the stupid look on the salesman's face, Wu Tian spoke indifferently. This girl swiped her card successfully, as if she was more excited than winning $5 million. "Great. The card was successful. I sold a $5,800,000 luxury car. Ling Ling's face flushed with excitement. 29 buying a luxury car. Ahem. Wu Tian coughed dryly twice and reminded. Sister, can you help me with the formalities first? Only then did Ling Ling realize that she was overexcited and quieted down, resurveying Wu Tian with a scrutinizing gaze. Honestly, never have I seen such a low-profile invisible rich man, dressed in ordinary-looking clothes, but with an amazing deposit in his card. Buying a car is just like buying groceries. No haggling, no pushing, and when you've got your eye on it, you just pull out your bank card very spontaneously. After selling cars for 2 years, it was the first time she had encountered this kind of customer, so it was no wonder that she was not allowed to get carried away with her excitement. You wait, I'll do the paperwork for you right away. Ling Ling came back to her senses, jumped up and ran off to do the paperwork. The other two salesmen were happy to learn that Ling Ling had sold a top-of-the-line luxury car and rushed to help with the paperwork. With 3 people collaborating, the first formalities were quickly completed. Big brother, congratulations on becoming the owner of the L5 Supreme. After completing the formalities, Ling Ling handed the bank card to Wu Tian with both hands. I'll accompany you out for a test drive now. Okay? Wu Tian nodded and got into the cab of the red flag L5 to start the car. The roar of the engine made him passionate. This was the first car in his life. It was hard not to let him feel excited. Put it in gear, step on the gas and drive the car out of the 4S store. When passing outside the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, Lu Hui and those salesmen of the 4S store came out and blocked in front of the red flag car. Yo, isn't this the bumpkin from earlier? Lu Hui glanced at Wu Tian in the driver's seat and spoke sharply and sarcastically. Wu Tian didn't say anything, but Ling Ling beside him said indignantly, Lu Hui, get out of the way. I want to take the customer for a test drive. They knew each other before. In fact, Ling Ling was previously a colleague with Lu Hui and others, all working as a salesperson in a Mercedes-Benz 4 store, later by Lu Hui and other people's ostracism and taunting. Ling Ling bear to leave the Mercedes-Benz 4 store, into the next door of the red flag 4 store to do sales. Ling Ling, you're so stupid to bring a bumpkin for a test drive. This kind of poor guy can't afford it at all, and a test drive is just a waste of time. Lu Hui couldn't help but snicker. Yeah. Those salesmen behind her followed and chimed in. This kind of bumpkin is so poor that he was still kicked out of the store by us just now. To tell you the truth, Mr. Wu has actually bought the car, Ling yelled. Put. When this came out, Lu Hui and a few salesmen behind her were amused. A bit of ridicule. Lu Hui clasped her hands to her chest and said, if the bumpkin has money to buy this L5, I'll eat the tires of the car. A few salesmen followed and agreed. No one believed that a bumpkin like Wu Tian could buy the L5. After all, this car is nearly $6 million. Even the rich can't afford it, let alone this bumpkin in front of him. Look, $5,800,000 in full. Ling Ling didn't bother with nonsense and directly unfolded the invoice and put it together. Seeing the amount on the invoice, Lu Hui and those salesmen's bodies trembled fiercely a few times as if they were struck by lightning. Anything can be faked, but the invoice should never be faked, because this is something that the 4 store is going to take to finish the tax. The invoice clearly states that Wu Tianhua spent $8 million to buy this red flag L5 in full. Oh my god. Staring at the invoice dumbfounded for a few seconds, Lu Hui could not help but let out an exclamation of surprise. This bumpkin even. No, it's not even dirtbag. Being able to spend almost $6 million on an L5 is definitely the dirtbag of dirtbags. At this moment, she had mixed feelings in her heart. Worse than eating. The man they had humiliated and kicked out of the store earlier was actually a really big dirtbag. Lu Hui and those salesmen behind her heart are sorry to die. Sent to the door of the rich and powerful, so they turned away. Cheap red flag 4 store for nothing. They all couldn't help but mentally smack themselves a few times. Get out of the way. Wu Tian coldly glanced at those salesmen and impatiently growled. Lu Hui and those salesmen then woke up. Changing his attitude, he took out his business card and licked his face and said, Big brother, this is my business card. If you want to buy a car again, you can find me. If they could climb up to such super rich people and sell a car, the commission would be enough to feed them for a long time. Pop. Wu Tian took the business card and unceremoniously threw it on the ground. I don't even want your cars given to me. After saying this, he drove away from the place in his car, leaving Lu Hui and the salesman with remorseful eyes. Pop. Seeing the huge wealth slipping away from her eyes, Lu Hui raised her hand and slammed her hand fiercely on the face of the salesman behind her, scolding, Rubbish, such a rich big shot. You guys even made a mocking remark. Do you think you have too much money? The salesmen all hung their heads low and didn't say anything. All of you idiots, open your eyes wider in the future and stop judging people by their appearance. After Lu Hui yelled this, she stomped her feet and returned to the 4 store in a huff. Those salesmen gritted their teeth unwillingly. and all returned to the 4S store with their heads hanging down as if they had lost the battle. Car. Phew. Ling Ling tilted her head and let out a long breath. After being suppressed for so long, she was finally able to raise her eyebrows today, especially when she saw the regret and chagrin in the eyes of Lu Hui's gang. She felt especially relieved in her heart. Big brother. Thank you. Ling Ling twisted her head to look at Wu Tian. The corner of her mouth hooked into a sweet smile. You're a nice girl, and I'll be looking for you to buy a car in the future. Really? Ling Ling was thrilled and reached out to hug Wu Tian's arm in a death grip. Quickly she retracted her hands and bit her lip in embarrassment. Sorry, I'm just so happy. It's fine, I don't mind. Wu Tian couldn't help but glance at Ling Ling and realized that this girl was actually blushing. He didn't continue the joke, and after a run down the road, feeling that the car was perfect in every way, he dropped Ling Ling off at home and drove off. Now that the car is purchased, it is imperative that you get a driver's license. When I got home, I first signed up online. 3 days later, as agreed, I went to the driving school to learn how to drive. Just arrived at the driving school, met an acquaintance. It is the Fuyuan restaurant chef Xin Shui, wearing a knee-length skirt. Under the skirt of the 2 white tender calves is very eye-catching. Xin Shui, why are you here? Wu Tian took the initiative to greet Xin Shui. The girl was definitely a sight to behold in the driving school, drawing sideways glances from the boys every now and then. I'm learning to drive here. Xin Shui pulled the hair at the corner of her ear, her tone sweet and delicate. It was only in front of Wu Tian that she would show such a delicate side. Such a coincidence. I'm also learning to drive here, so we'll be classmates from now on. Wu Tian laughed. After the last time he got along, he had a good feeling about Xin Shui. This girl was not only pretty, but also kind-hearted and had a particularly good character. While the two were chatting, a man in a suit approached, holding a large bouquet of roses. 30, block, MS. Xin, this is for you. The man in the suit sent the roses to Xin Shui and smiled in a gentlemanly manner. Mr. Liang. Xin Shui's face stiffened, and she frowned with a few moments of resistance. The man in front of her was named Liang Jun, the owner of Hua Jun Trading Company, and she had met at a friend's wedding banquet before. Ever since that meeting, Liang Jun has been chasing after her, pestering her like a dog's paw. I've long wanted to get rid of Liang Jun's pestering, but this man's cheek is too thick and tiresome. This time, when she saw Liang Jun, she had a bright idea and politely refused with a smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Liang, I can't accept your roses. Why? Liang Jun still had a smile on his face. I'm afraid my boyfriend will get jealous. You have a boyfriend? Hearing this, Liang Jun's face sank violently, his smile disappearing in an instant. Xin Shui smiled faintly and reached out to take Wu Tian's arm. Introducing, this is my boyfriend, Wu Tian. Wu Tian knew that Xin Shui was using him as a shield, so he tacitly cooperated with the act. Him? Only then did Liang Jun notice that there was a shabby and downtrodden kid standing next to him, and his face became even more somber. After staring at Wu Tian for a few moments, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a sneer. Miss Xin, why did you find this kind of person as your boyfriend? My boyfriend and I love each other very much. I hope Mr. Liang won't disturb our lives in the future. Xin Shui said this and held Wu Tian's arm as she prepared to leave. Wait. Liang Jun wasn't willing to do that and circled around to block the duo's path. Scrutinizing eyes swept Wu Tian for a few moments, and he couldn't help but taunt. Kid, what can you give Miss Shen? Anything she wants, I can give. Wu Tian slightly tilted his head and very domineeringly took Xin Shui into his arms. With this embrace, he couldn't help but make Xin Shui's pretty face redden and her heart beat wildly like a deer in headlights. Just you? Liang Jun bristled with disdain, then fished out the car keys from his pocket and said provocatively, This, can you afford it? After saying this, the pretentious one pressed the car keys. Across the parking lot, a blue Mercedes-Benz sports car was lit up, its dazzling headlights attracting many sideways glances. Mercedes-Benz high-performance coupe, top end landing $1,200,000. Wu Tian twisted his head to look at the Mercedes-Benz and said as if he was talking to himself, Count on your kid's knowledge. Liang Jun tilted his head proudly, looked at Wu Tian with his hands in his pockets and teased. I have a Mercedes. What do you have? I have this. Wu Tian calmly pulled out his car keys. Put. Seeing the car keys Wu Tian pulled out, Liang Jun directly burst out laughing. After laughing for a long time, he couldn't help but taunt. Red flag car. Thanks to you. Taking a domestic car to compare with my Daban. Really looking for abuse. Yes? Wu Tian pursed his lips and directly pressed the car key, and the red flag L5 next to the Mercedes was lit up. The moment L5 was lit up, the smile on Liang Jun's face stiffened a little bit until it finally disappeared completely. Eyes tightly focused on the red flag L5. Incredulous, L5 is your car? Of course. Wu Tian shook the car keys in his hand and asked with a smile. How is it? No worse than your Mercedes, right? You. Liang Jun opened his mouth wide and couldn't say a word in half a day. feeling worse than eating a fly. I thought this kid was just driving a 100,000 red flag. Unexpectedly, this kid is L5. What is the concept of L5? That is nearly $6 million of top luxury cars. At least can buy him these 5 Mercedes. Those who can buy a Mercedes-Benz are not necessarily rich, but those who can buy a red flag L5 are definitely top tycoons. Mr. Liang, right. Remember, I have what you have and what I have you can't give, so I advise you, stay away from Xiao Shui in the future. Wu Tian dropped these words and wrapped his arms around Xin Shui and walked towards the red flag car. Liang Jun gritted his teeth. The words he wanted to say could not be said at all. Watching this kid Wu Tian put his arm around Xin Shui and get into that red flag car, a sense of frustration that he had never felt before welled up inside him. Never thought I'd lose, and to a homegrown brat at that. With his heart in his mouth, he slammed the roses in his hand on the ground and walked towards the Mercedes in large strides. The Mercedes-Benz, which he used to be proud of, now made him feel a deep sense of shame. Red flag car. Wu Tian started the car and drove away from this place with Xin Shui. Seeing Liang Jun's defeat, Xin Shui was extremely pleased, and soon she frowned again, puzzled. Your domestic red flag car, how did you still face Liang Jun's Mercedes-Benz? She doesn't know anything about cars, that's why she asks such IQ-dropping questions, because it's L5. Wu Tian gave such an answer while driving seriously. What L5? L5 is L5, playing God. Xin Shui rolled her eyes in a good-natured manner, then felt out her cell phone to Baidu the so-called L5. It's a shock not to find out. I didn't realize that this red flag car she was traveling in was nearly $6 million, so it's no wonder that it was able to dumb down the arrogant and domineering Liang Jun. Who the hell are you? How come you drive such an expensive car? Xin Shui blinked her big eyes and stared at Wu Tian with a curious expression. This man had previously acquired Fuyuan restaurant, and now he was driving this kind of luxury car. His identity was by no means simple. What am I? I'll scare you by saying it. Wu Tian deliberately pretended to be a god. Say, who the hell are you? Actually, I am. Wu Tian's expression was particularly serious, and he said back very seriously, socialist successor. Put. Xin Shui managed to be amused, and laughed with a fluttering, flamboyant smile. He already had a good figure, and when he smiled like this, Wu Tian's eyes went straight as he watched. Wu Tian gulped a few mouthfuls of saliva and couldn't help but boast. Big beautiful Shun, you look so beautiful when you smile. Go! Only then did Xin Shui realize that she had lost her temper and hurriedly put away her smile and said with a straight face, by the way, just now, that man called Liang Jun was always pestering me, and I won't be angry if I use you as a shield, right? Don't say being a shield. Even if you let me help you pass on the family name, I have no problem with it. Wu Tian joked with a flowery mouth. Being with this girl made him feel relaxed and at ease, and he became a bit tongue-tied in his speech. Not serious. Xin Shui softly rolled her eyes, but she didn't get angry and proposed. To show my appreciation, I'll treat you to dinner. Cook me dinner? I don't want to do it today. I just want to eat. Let's go to Fuyuan's. No. Xin Shui shook her little head to think for a moment and threw out 4 words. Huiyu Eating House. Why did you remember to go there? Wu Tian was a bit surprised. Could it be that this girl knew that the Huiyu Eatery was also owned by him? I used to go to the Huiyu Eatery often. The food there is very unique and has a special flavor, so I'll take you there today to enjoy the taste. Xin Shui changed to a comfortable position and leaned on the seat. 31 He's our boss. Wu Tian didn't say anything else and drove Xin Shui to Huiyu Eatery. It's not quite dinner time yet, and there aren't many customers in the restaurant, but the place is still hotter than the others. The two had just walked to the door when Chen Gang, the manager, brought his men to welcome them, bowing in unison to greet them. Good day, boss. Ha! Xin Shui was startled, thinking that the other party was talking to her. She quickly waved her hand and denied. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your boss. You are not our boss. Mr. Wu next to you is our boss. Chen Gang pointed at Wu Tian and introduced him smilingly. Him? Upon hearing this, the expression on Xin Shui's face looked even more surprised. After looking at Wu Tian, he dropped his gaze on the manager's face again and said incredulously, You said, he is your boss? Yeah, it's our boss. Mom! Xin Shui cried and laughed as she looked at Wu Tian and marveled. How come this restaurant is also yours? Originally, he wanted to find a strange and delicious restaurant without being disturbed. Who would have thought that this Huiyu Eating House was also Wu Tian's property? How come the 2 best restaurants in Luzhou have been occupied by Wu Tian? I thought this restaurant was developing well, so I bought it. Wu Tian scratched his head and explained with a smile. Okay. Xin Shui cried and laughed as she bit her mouth, really not knowing what to say. Chen Gang made a gesture of invitation and rushed to curry favor. Boss lady, inside please. He dared to call the two that because he saw their relationship was ambiguous. Xin Shui's pretty face reddened at the shouting and refuted. Don't shop blindly. I'm not your boss's wife. The boss has never brought a girl to the restaurant. You're the first. Chen Gang was quite good at talking. Yes? Xinshui secretly glanced at Wu Tian, a slight sweetness inexplicably welling up in her heart. Ahem. Wu Tian coughed dryly twice and said to Chen Gang, don't get me wrong, MS. Shin is my friend. We're here for a casual dinner. Yes, you guys sit down first, I'll go prepare right away. After Chen Gang said this, he ordered the waiters behind him to prepare the feast. The result was interrupted by Wu Tian's cold voice. Don't make it so grand. Today we are just ordinary guests. See you slipping again, be careful. Wu Tian didn't finish his words and compared a neck-wiping gesture. Frightened Chen Gang hurriedly hung his head. Mr. Wu, I was wrong. I know what to do. The two of you inside please. Let's go. Wu Tian glared at Chen Gang, brought Xinshui into the restaurant, found a seat, and started chatting after ordering. Chen Gang and the restaurant waiter were also sensible, treating the duo as ordinary guests without any special care. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, Xinshui's face sank as she bitterly said, that guy followed me here again? Wu Tian looked back and saw Liang Jun walking towards the restaurant. I think this kid must have followed the red flag car to find here. Thicker skin than me. Wu Tian rubbed his chin with his hand and muttered darkly, hey, you still have to keep posing as my boyfriend. Xinshui brought her head over and muttered in a low voice, no problem. Wu Tian begged and nodded, trying to ask, want to do something a boyfriend and girlfriend should do? What? Take a kiss. Go, beautiful thought. Xinshui slightly rolled her eyes and kept her distance, fearing that she would be taken advantage of by Wu Tian. While the two were whispering, Liang Jun had already walked over and nonchalantly sat down in the seat next to him. Mr. Liang, why are you here again? Xinshui rubbed her arm and looked at Liang Jun with a displeased face. MS. Shin, I'm just worried that you've been cheated and came over to see you. After Liang Jun said this, he turned his head to look at Wu Tian. I suspect that this kid is a liar. That L5 of his is 80% rented, specializing in cheating pretty girls. He did suspect that the $6 million limousine was rented by Wu Tian. After all, with this kid's dress and taste, he didn't look like a rich man in any way. Even if the car wasn't rented, he had to find a way to discredit Wu Tian and damage his image in Xinshui's mind. I don't need you to care about my affairs with Wu Tian. Just go. Xinshui blankly glanced at Liang Jun and urged with some boredom. MS. Shin, we are at least considered friends. Is it okay to have dinner together? For a while, Xinshui really couldn't find a reason to drive him away. Anymore, Liang Jun was a friend of a friend, so she couldn't afford to dismiss each other's face. At that moment, the waiters brought the dishes to the table one after another. Xinshui didn't say anything else, picked up her chopsticks and started eating. She just wanted to end this awkward lunch as soon as possible. Miss Shin, I heard that you especially like the flavor of this restaurant and often come here to eat? Liang Jun asked without words, always keeping a gentlemanly smile on his face. Aha! Xinshui nodded in a coping manner. As long as you like something, I will make it exclusive to you. Liang Jun shook his sleeves and tilted his head. I'm going to invest in this restaurant. Then snapped his fingers at the waiter. Get your manager here. I'd like to take a stake in your restaurant. The waiter glanced at Wu Tian and when he didn't say anything, he obediently retreated. The manager, Chen Gang, was quickly brought over. Chen Gang glanced at Wu Tian and said to Liang Jun with a smile, this guest, I'm really sorry, our restaurant is not bad. Pop. Liang Jun pulled out his bank card and threw it on the table, yelling with a rich and generous voice, here is $5 million. I only want 30% of the restaurant's shares. This time, he had thrown his weight around, because he wanted to use it to impress Xinshui, and at the same time, let Wu Tian see his strength. Wu Tian and Xinshui glanced at each other and did not say anything, as if they were watching a clown performing a show. I'm sorry, this is a matter of great importance. You need to discuss it with our boss. Chen Gang spoke in a fairly polite tone, because he couldn't fathom the relationship between the man in front of him and his boss. He didn't dare to offend at the moment. Then what's the point of wasting words? Go get your boss. Liang Jun had already made up his mind to invest. This time, he invested his entire fortune, not only to impress Xinshui, but also valued the fat meat of Huiyu Eating House. The Fairy Moon Eatery is a quality asset with a yield more than 5 times higher than his trading company. Are you sure you want to see our boss? Chen Gang glanced at Wu Tian once again, as if waiting for a hint. Only Wu Tian didn't give him any hints and always remained indifferent. Of course, go get your boss over here. Liang Jun had run out of patience and spoke in a slightly agitated tone. No need to look. Chen Gang walked over and pointed at Wu Tian and introduced. This is the owner of our Huiyu Eatery. He couldn't cope with the situation at the moment, so he had to move his boss out. What the? Say that again? Liang Jun didn't seem to hear too well. Mr. Wu Tian is the big boss of our Huiyu Eatery. Chen Gang repeated what he had just said. The words were spoken in a serious, clear tone, without a trace of ambiguity. 32, you're the one to beat. Puff. After hearing this, Liang Jun's legs went limp and he directly slipped off his chair and fell under the table. The whole person seems to have been stimulated by a small amount of stimulation. Paralyzed on the ground half a day, did not get up. At this moment only feel the face of the hot stinging pain, as if it was being swung hard. A few slaps. Took out all the belongings, 5 million out of the investment. I thought I could pretend to be a big force, but I did not think it would be this result. He is like a show in front of Xin Shui and Wu Tian. At the end of the day, without saying a word, Wu Tian slapped him hard in the face and abused him. Who would have thought that the owner of the restaurant that he wanted to take a stake in with all of his assets would be this kid Wu Tian? Paralyzed. Can't he live? Are you alright? Chen Gang hurriedly helped Liang Jun up from the ground and smiled with concern. Liang Jun's facial expression had stiffened, and he felt bad about the whole thing. Can he be okay after such a big blow? Our boss Wu is very nice. Why don't you talk to him about taking shares? Chen Gang proposed with a smile. Gulp. Liang Jun twisted his head to look at Wu Tian, swallowing hard in his throat. Now that he was asked to talk to Wu Tian about taking shares, he simply couldn't open his mouth. What kind of experience was it for the silly boy he had previously looked down upon to transform into the object of his admiration? Mr. Liang, you want to take a stake in my restaurant? Wu Tian just looked at Liang Jun, his tone slightly cold. I was trying to. Liang Jun bitterly gritted his teeth, and before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wu Tian in a deep voice. Don't even think about it. Firstly, our restaurant is not poor in terms of money. We don't accept any investment. And secondly, our restaurant doesn't accept garbage. Liang Jun's mouth trembled with anger, but he simply didn't know how to hit back. For a moment, it felt like there was a big gap with Wu Tian, as if there was a big mountain between the two of them. There's nothing else. Mr. Liang can go now. Wu Tian leaned his body on the chair and coldly warned. I hope that Mr. Liang will not harass Xiao Shui in the future. Otherwise, Ka-ching. Without finishing his words, Wu Tian threw the cup in his hand on the ground. A shocking crunching sound scared Liang Jun's body, and his entire heart tensed uncontrollably. He looked up at Wu Tian, took his bank card and turned around to leave, lost in thought. Now there was no longer that kind of arrogance and strength, like a defeated rooster hanging his head in shame. I'm afraid that he would never have the courage to compete with Wu Tian for women in the future. After Liang Jun left, the atmosphere in the restaurant gradually eased. Thank you. Xin Shui's eyes flickered, slightly spreading a smile. Being scared by you like this, I'm afraid Liang Jun will never dare to harass me again in the future. I hope he's sensible and doesn't force me to make a move. Wu Tian was unimpressed and didn't put this kind of minor character in his eyes at all. Alright, I'm full. Let's go. Xin Shui wiped her mouth with a tissue and looked up at Chen Gang. I'll pay the bill. How much? How much is it? Chen Gang twisted his head and dropped his gaze to Wu Tian, asking in a solicitous tone. It's reasonable to say that the owner doesn't need to charge for bringing a girl to eat at his own restaurant, but if you don't charge and are suspected of kissing ass, will you be scolded by your boss? Why are you looking at me? Are you still planning to collect money? Wu Tian glared at Chen Gang and asked back with a displeased face. No charge. Chen Gang hurriedly waved his hand in fear. When he meets this kind of boss who does not follow the rules, it really makes him scared, afraid of making a mistake accidentally. Seeing Chen Gang so timid in front of Wu Tian, Shen Shui was amused. With this smile of hers, the atmosphere immediately eased. At that moment, the waiter brought up a pastry. Boss, this is our store's new couple's cake. Nice. Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction and said to Shen Shui with a smile, pastries help with digestion. Let's eat before we leave. I'm not eating it, you eat it slowly yourself. Shen Shui dropped this, got up and ran out in a huff. Wu Tian then remembered that it was a couple's cake. No wonder Shen Shui would be angry. It can only be said that this girl is too sensitive. You guys eat this? Don't waste it. Wu Tian instructed Chen Gang and the waiter and quickly chased them out. After dinner, the two returned to the driving school to begin practicing. The coach was a young man in his 30s named Xiao Chang, who was particularly strict with the male trainees and much friendlier with the female trainees. Shen Shui was especially taken care of, giving her the most opportunities to practice. Wu Tian quickly discovered the foul play. Xiao Chang saw Shen Shui just like a greedy cat saw a fish, his eyes darting around her body. It looked like the rogue coach was trying to take advantage of Shen Shui. At first it was fine, then Xiao Chang became more and more bold, taking advantage of Shen Shui's inattention, reaching out and preparing to take advantage of her. Wu Tian grabbed Xiao Chang's idle pig's hand and scolded, Coach Xiao, you are shameless, taking advantage of the trainees while you can. None of your business. Let go. Xiao Chang was caught in the act. Not knowing how to repent was just a matter of fact, but instead, he was particularly arrogant. Pop. Wu Tian swung his fist up and smashed it hard on Xiao Chang's face. Scum. I've put up with you for a long time. Previously, When this scum laid hands on other female trainees, he turned a blind eye, but this time, when Xiao Chang was ready to lay hands on Shen Shui, how could he bear it? Mudhorse. How dare you? Ah, Xiao Chang did not finish his words, and as a result, his face was punched once again, and he let out a mournful scream. I think you really owe it to yourself. After Wu Tian said this, he pounced on Xiao Chang and punched and kicked him. The driving school was soon filled with murderous screams. Xiao Chang was beaten head in blood, full of bruises, bared his teeth and viciously threatened. My uncle is the principal. Dare to hit me. You kid is dead. Ah. Hearing the screams, many trainees gathered around to see what was going on. It's the first time people have encountered this kind of student hitting the coach. However, seeing that it was Xiao Chang who was beaten, the cadets were secretly relieved and couldn't help but clap their hands in their hearts, especially those female trainees. They usually have not been slimed by Xiao Chang. Some trainees were even threatened to be submarined in order to get a driver's license. Many people choose to be silent. After all, Xiao Chang's uncle is the principal of the driving school. No one dares to offend. Shen Shui's entire body froze. She didn't expect Wu Tian to tyrannize the coach for her sake. There were many boys who usually invited her to dinner and sent her flowers and bought her gifts. But the one who fought for her, Wu Tian, was definitely the first. Seeing this scene, she was vaguely touched inwardly. The story had a big impact and quickly spread through the driving school. The principal, Xiao Jinlong, learned of this and hurried over, scolding sharply. Quickly, stop it. Wu Tian saw that the fight was almost over before he put away his fists. Xiao Chang endured the pain and climbed up, flung himself into the arms of Xiao Jinlong and cried, Uncle, I was beaten. You have to do it for me. Woo woo woo. Xiangzi, how did you get beaten like this? Seeing his nephew's miserable appearance, Xiao Jinlong gushed with heartache. 33 molesting Longyun. It's that kid. I was beaten by that kid. Xiao Chang reached out and pointed at Wu Tian, showing his teeth and accusing, his eyes full of anger. Damn. Xiao Jinlong's eyes flashed as he coldly glared at Wu Tian, his face grimacing as he said, Kid, you're simply impatient with life. You even dared to hit my nephew. Your nephew is worse than a beast, taking advantage of female trainees in broad daylight. I'm just doing the right thing for heaven. Wu Tian looked like he was taking things for granted. Fart. Xiao Jinlong roared, pointing at Wu Tian's nose and threateningly said, Quickly kneel down and apologize to my nephew. Apologize? Don't dream of it. If you don't apologize to my nephew today, you won't get your license. With this kind of underhanded driving school of yours, it's better not to learn. Wu Tian put down these words and pulled Shen Shui around to leave. There are so many driving schools in the city of Luzhou. He can change the driving school to take the driving license. There is absolutely no need to stay in this brilliant driving school. To be honest, he was disgusted by the behavior of the instructors at this driving school, and he would not have enrolled here if he had known that. Kid, do you think this is over? Xiao Jinlong pulled his voice and threatened viciously. Offend me. Your family and friends will have to suffer. He just blatantly threatened Wu Tian's family and friends with an extremely arrogant tone. The onlookers of the trainees all felt a strong murderous aura. Everyone knows Xiao Jinlong's character, and also knows how powerful its background is. The consequences of offending Xiao Jinlong are really unimaginable. The crowd couldn't help but secretly feel worried for Wu Tian. Wu Tian had originally planned to leave it at that, not wanting to make a big deal out of it. However, when he heard these words, his eyes chilled and he suddenly stopped and turned to glare at Xiao Jinlong. Old man, are you threatening me? So what if I threaten you? Xiao Jinlong, like a belligerent rooster, tilted his head and loudly provoked. He was used to being arrogant in this area and had never put anyone in his eyes, let alone a brat. Old thing, believe it or not, I'll make your driving school disappear completely in Luzhou? Wu Tian gritted his teeth as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He hated it when people threatened his family and friends, and this old thing in front of him had managed to offend him. Ha ha ha. Xiao Jinlong tilted his head and let out a burst of maniacal laughter, screaming, Nor do you take a piss. Just like you still want my driving school to disappear. What a big talk. Yes? Wu Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense. Directly felt out his cell phone and dialed his secretary Long Yun's number. Within 3 days a brand new driving school will be opened across the street from Splendor. I want the new driving school to replace Splendor Driving School, so that Splendor will completely disappear. After saying this, he simply hung up his cell phone, having never considered entering the field of driving schools before. This time, in order to suppress Xiao Jinlong, he decided to enter this brand new field. He has been completely offended by Xiao Jinlong's bravado, and passed away to trample this old man under his feet and eradicate the scourge for the people of Luzhou. Ha ha ha. Xiao Jinlong once again tilted his head and let out a burst of maniacal laughter, mocking, your kid can really pretend, but also ing to open a new driving school, but also want to make my driving school disappear. You blowing cheating cannot rely on a little poo? Even the onlookers thought it was a joke. No one believed that a small character like Wu Tian could run a driving school. Even if we could start a driving school, it would be impossible to bring down a century-old driving school like Splendid. It's just a pipe dream. 3 days. Wu Tian stretched out 3 fingers and said with a confident expression, "Remember, 3 days later, I will make you repent for what you have done today." "Fine. 3 days. If you can't bring down my brilliant driving school, I'll make your life worse than death and beg for mercy on your knees," Xiao Jinlong yelled in an almost roaring manner. "We'll see." After Wu Tian said this, he pulled Xin Shue's arm and turned around to leave quickly, leaving behind a cold and arrogant back. Walking out a long way, Xin Shue could not help but open her mouth to thank. This time, "Thank you for helping me out." When she thought of Wu Tian confronting Xiao Jinlong with the domineering aura of a sovereign just now, she couldn't help but be secretly touched in her heart. As a friend, it's only right to help you out. Wu Tian collected the anger in his heart and a gentle smile gradually leaked out on his face. "You're really going to start a driving school and take down Xiao Jinlong's brilliant driving school? Sure. Spending so much effort to deal with a Xiao Jinlong. Is this worth it? Being an enemy of me, I will destroy it at all costs." After Wu Tian replied this, he then changed his tone. "Not to mention that starting a driving school is a new endeavor for me. Perhaps it can open up a new market. I really don't understand how you think." Xin Shui shook her head with a bitter smile. She was now increasingly unable to understand Wu Tian. The boy in front of him looked simple and rustic, but he was actually thoughtful and did things by surprise, making it difficult to guess. "All right, I'll send you back first." Wu Tian didn't explain that much and sent Xin Shui home first, then drove himself back to his residence. On his way home, he received a call from Lu Jun, asking him to go to the Universal International Club in the evening, just as there is nothing to do in the evening, so he agreed. There's no harm in getting closer to Lu Jun, it will help him develop his career in the future. When I got home, I found Long Yun on the phone arranging for a driving school. Once she saw Wu Tian, she hung up the phone and said in confusion, "Young master, why do you suddenly want to start a driving school? There's a lot of garbage in driving schools nowadays, just like the big moth that is the brilliant driving school, which needs to be cleaned up and reorganized." Wu Tian casually gave this answer, knowing that Secretary Long was doing it for his own good, thinking of him at all times. That's why he explained so patiently, "We have many ways to bring down the brilliant driving school. Why do we have to start a driving school?" Long Yun's eyebrows were locked, eager to know what the young master was thinking inside. "I think driving schools make money and are a good investment, period. But there are a lot of driving schools in Lashuzit and the market is saturated, which is so much nonsense." Wu Tian impatiently blinked Long Yun and said, "We belong to the churners now. First we drive our opponents away with freebies, then we monopolize the market, make new rules and become the dominant player in the game." "Yes." Long Yun hung his head and didn't say anything else. "Recently, I've noticed that the young master is becoming more and more like a helmsman, and his speech is becoming more and more like the old master's." "Don't strain your face." Wu Tian realized that he was too harsh and switched to a gentle tone. "We're going to the Universal Club tonight. Do you want to go with me?" "I'll pass." "All right then." Wu Tian didn't force himself, changed his clothes and headed for the door. When he walked to the door, he was stopped by Long Yun. "Young master." Long Yun fished out a card from her pocket and handed it to Wu Tian. "Take this card. It might be useful." "Want this young master to take you to a room?" Wu Tian took the card and quickly realized that it was not a room card, but a black card of the Universal Club. "Ahem." Long Yun coughed lightly and explained with a face full of embarrassment. "This is the Universal Club black card, previously given to me by my old master. The level is very high. 34 Supreme Gold card." "Yes?" Hearing that this card was a gift from the old man, Wu Tian couldn't help but re-examine the card. The card is exquisitely crafted from obsidian and features a gold dragon pattern in addition to the Universal Club logo. Since it was a card given by the old man, it was bound to be no ordinary card, and it was assumed that the card contained a huge amount of energy. After staring at the black card for a few moments, Wu Tian looked up at Long Yun. "Get a grip on the driving school. I'll leave first." With these words, he turned and walked quickly away. Wu Tian took a taxi to the Universal International Club, which was the highest level club in Luzhou, and only people with billions of dollars were qualified to enter. The appearance of the club is like a huge blue pearl, set between the two strangely shaped high-rise buildings, powerful and majestic. When you enter the club lobby, you are greeted by a blue glass dome that shines like a starry night sky. The first time Wu Tian entered the hall, he was shocked by the domineering aura and couldn't help but stare at the huge blue glass dome for a few more moments. Just as he walked into the lobby, he was greeted by a couple of waiters. Not bad for an upscale place. Even the waiters are different. The waitresses here were different from other places. All of them were beautiful and tall, and all of them wore brand name clothes and served in a much higher class than ordinary waitresses. One of the tall and beautiful waitresses blocked in front of Wu Tian. "Sorry, You are not qualified to come in. From the nameplate in front of the waitress, he knew that the beauty's name was Suya, and the eyes that looked at Wu Tian were filled with contempt and disdain. How am I not qualified? Wu Tian asked irritably, not having any good feelings towards this dog-eyed waiter. The guests who come here to spend money all have to be worth over $100 million. Speaking here, the corner of Suya's mouth quirked. Do you think you're qualified? Sure, okay then. Your gold card please. Sua reached out and demanded impatiently. The gold card is the customer's identification in the club, and only those who are worth more than $100 million are eligible for the gold card. The kid in front of her looked like a poor man. There was no way he could have a gold card. All she wanted now was to get this kid out as soon as possible. Is this it? Wu Tian pulled out a card from his shirt pocket and handed it over. This is the Supreme Gold Card of the Universal Club. Before the acquisition of the Huiwa Eatery, Lu Jun sent him. The annual fee are 300,000. Supreme Gold Card? Seeing Wu Tian pull out the card, Suya was dumbstruck and more surprised than if she had eaten an elephant. I didn't expect that this cheaply dressed, seemingly poor and stupid boy in front of me would have this kind of Supreme Gold Card that symbolized his identity in his hands. Instantly it felt like a slap in the face. Hot and stinging. So am I qualified to play here now? Wu Tian shook the gold card in his hand and asked with an expressionless face. Yes. Only then did Suya come back to her senses and nodded her head repeatedly. You have a gold card, so of course you are qualified to spend money here. At this moment, the smile on her face couldn't be more awkward, and that pretty face was worse than paraffin wax. It's really a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect this kind of cheap beggar to get the club's Supreme Gold Card. Don't ever dog your eyes again in the future. Wu Tian put away the gold card and advised in a cold tone. Yes. Suya gritted her teeth and hung her head in embarrassment, her face red for a while at this point. It was at this moment that Lu Jun walked into the hall and waved at Wu Tian with a smile. Little Wu, you're here, Mr. Lu. Don't call me Mr. Lu in the future, just call Uncle Lu. Lu Jun quickly walked over and cheerfully smiled at Wu Tian. Uncle Lu. Wu Tian hurriedly changed his address. From the very beginning, he was quite fond of this man called Lu Jun. Xiao Wu, I'll take you to relax tonight. After Lu Jun said this, he reached out and made a gesture of invitation. Go, let's go to the private room. Uncle Lu, tonight is my treat. After Wu Tian said this, he reached out his hand and prepared to push open one of the golden private rooms and walk away. As a result, he was once again blocked by the waitress called Suya. Sir, yours is a gold card. You can only go to the ordinary private room. You are not qualified to go to the golden private room. Don't worry, I'm not poor. Wu Tian waved his hand impatiently, feeling that the service here was really bad. It's not the money, it's the fact that you're not level enough for this card. Suya looked at Wu Tian with that look of a country bumpkin. She didn't even know how this kind of unseen guy came out of the club. Yo, isn't this Mr. Lu? Just as the waiter was patiently explaining, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over with his arm around his female companion. The middle-aged man swept a glance at Lu Jun, and then dropped his gaze on Wu Tian, sneering and sarcastic. Yo, Mr. Lu is genuinely idle, bringing beggars to play here. He is my friend Wu Tian. Lu Jun glared at the middle-aged man and said with a face full of displeasure. The middle-aged man in front of him was named Chen Hao, and he was his business nemesis, who usually didn't go against him much. TSK, Mr. Lu, how come you have such bad taste, being friends with this kind of hick? Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh after saying this. As he laughed at this, his female companion beside him couldn't help but be secretly amused. I still have things to do. Farewell. Lu Jun clenched his teeth in anger and brought Wu Tian with him as he prepared to leave the place. Stop. Chen Hao's body crossed, blocking the way of the two. I just heard that your hillbilly friend wanted to enter the golden private room? It has nothing to do with you. The anger in Lu Jun's eyes grew. Chen Hao didn't care about Lu Jun's angry expression. Scornful eyes scanned Wu Tian and sneered. With this wimpy look, you still want to enter the golden private room? It was said that beating a dog was for the master, and he deliberately humiliated Wu Tian in order to embarrass Lu Jun and make General Manager Lu embarrassed in public. Of course, Wu Tian responded with a displeased face. Seeing that this kid in front of him was so rude to Lu Jun, he was secretly upset and had the intention to teach him a lesson. Just you wimpy poor bastard. You still want to go to the golden private room. You don't take a piss. Chen Hao's sarcasm a few sentences, looked up and said to waitress Suya, tell this kid, what kind of person is qualified to enter this golden private room? Only customers with a diamond card are qualified to enter. As Suya replied, she couldn't help but glance at Wu Tian, secretly leaking a look of dislike. Drill card. Chen Hao reached out for a set of hands, fished out a club diamond card from his pocket, and yelled in a pretentious manner. This is a diamond card, a symbol of identity and status, 100 times more fluffy than a gold card. After half a dozen moments of triumph, He waved his diamond card and laughed. Silly boy. This is the diamond card. Do you have it? No. Wu Tian bristled, unimpressed. Without a diamond card, what qualifies you to enter the golden room? I can still get into the gold booth without a diamond card. Bah! Chen Hao spat viciously towards the ground and provoked in a contemptuous tone. If you kid can get into this golden private room today, I'll eat all the trash here. Without a diamond card, this kid has no business being in the golden room. 35, shocking identity. This is what you said. Wu Tian pursed his lips and fished out a black card from his pocket and asked Suya, am I qualified to go in now? This was given to him by his secretary Longyun before he left the house, saying that it came from his grandfather's hands, so he thought that it must have more authority than both the gold card and the diamond card. Chen Hao grinned and couldn't help but taunt. Silly boy, taking a room card and running here to act like a pussy. You're making an international joke, right? The female companions behind him followed with pursed lips, and even those waiters couldn't help but snicker secretly. At first glance, the black card didn't look dazzling, and it did look a bit like a room card in an ordinary hotel. Ha! Even Suya couldn't help but let out a sneer from the corner of her mouth, and when she got a good look at the card, her face sank violently, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Her pupils slowly dilated, staring at the card as if she had seen a monster, her expression exaggerated to the extreme. It was only at this point that she could see that the one in Wu Tian's hand was not an ordinary room card, but the legendary black card. The black card is the highest level of Universal Club membership, and there are only 3 of these cards in the world. But she never dreamed that one of them would be in the hands of such an ordinary-looking hairy kid. The black card is not just a symbol of identity and status, it is a supreme right. Anyone with a black card can mobilize all the forces and resources under Universal International at any time. After staring at the black card for a long time, Suya slowly raised her head, looked at Wu Tian with a face of fear, and said in a trembling voice, I really didn't expect that you were. You. After learning about Wu Tian's identity, at this moment, her eyes were full of fear and uneasiness as she looked at Wu Tian, her heart secretly terrified. After spending almost a year at the Universal International Club, I had only seen black cards in photos before, and it was the first time I had seen a real black card in action. This kid in front of him could hold a black card. His identity and status was naturally unrivaled. It was scary to think about it. Thanks to the fact that she had been sneering at this brat before, when she learned of the other party's identity, she had the feeling that she was in big trouble. Do I have the qualifications to enter this golden private room of yours now? Wu Tian shook the black card in his hand and asked again, repeating the tone he had just used. You. Wait a moment. Suya was not qualified to receive this kind of character at all, and hurriedly fumbled for her cell phone to call the top. Less than a moment after making the call, the old president of the Universal International Club rushed over with more than a dozen executives and bodyguards. Lu Jun and Chen Hao didn't recognize the black card, so naturally they didn't know the true meaning given inside the black card. However, the duo were visibly surprised and shocked when they saw the club's veteran president appear in the lobby. Everyone knows that the club's old boss is a mysterious big shot, with several large consortiums behind him, and is a fluffy and coaxing big shot in Luzhou. This kind of big shot usually seldom shows up. Why did he suddenly appear today, and in such a high profile? The atmosphere in the hall was unusually tense, and the waiters all consciously backed away, curling up with a look of trepidation. Under the gazes of the crowd, Universal Club's old boss, Lin, walked over with more than a dozen attendants. Lin was a typical country face, not angry, and his whole body carried the domineering aura of a superior. As he gazed at the black card in Wu Tian's hand, the big national character's face obviously changed and his expression became odd. He walked over quickly and bowed slightly towards Wu Tian. On behalf of all the members of Universal International, I would like to welcome you. These words instantly shook the entire room. All of them did not expect the usually high and mighty top bigwigs to bow down and greet a hairy kid at this moment. Chen Hao's jaw dropped in shock. He didn't expect a big shot like Linen to nod his head to such a country bumpkin. He had been ignored several times before when he tried to flatter Linen, but this time, he witnessed that Linen actually showed such respect to a hairy boy in public. What the hell? Not only did Chen Hao feel shocked and surprised, even Lu Jun was stunned, similarly not expecting a character like Linen to take the initiative to curry favor with Wu Tian. Who are you? Wu Tian had probably guessed the identity of the other party, but he still couldn't help but ask. I'm Linen, the owner of the Universal International Club. Linen replied back in a respectful and careful tone, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He didn't know what the identity of the young man in front of him was, but the card in the young man's hand he could recognize at a glance. That was the Lin family black card, one of only 3 black cards in the world that the old man used to give out. The old master had said that just seeing these 3 black cards would be like seeing the old master himself, which was why he was so respectful and polite. So you're the owner of Universal International Club? Wu Tian had nodded. He was also surprised that he didn't expect even the owner of the Universal Club to act so respectfully towards him after meeting Black Card. This shows how much energy this Black Card has. Hello, my name is Wu Tian. Wu Tian took the initiative to extend his right hand and shook hands with the other party in a very friendly manner. Hello Mr. Wu. After Linen said this, he led all the club's executives to bow deeply to Wu Tian. No need to be polite. Wu Tian waved his hand and asked with a smile, do I have the qualifications to enter this golden private room now? Please, Mr. Wu. Linen personally went forward to open the door of the private room with his fingerprints and made a gesture of invitation. Wait, Chen Hao, who was on the side, came back to his senses and hurriedly spoke up to stop it. Mr. Lin, according to the regulations, only customers with a diamond card are qualified to enter the Golden Hall. Mr. Wu doesn't have a diamond card, but he has a black card in his hand. Linen pointed at the black card in Wu Tian's hand and explained with an expressionless face, a black card can compare to a diamond card? Chen Hao had never heard of black cards before and didn't know the power of them. Even 100 diamond cards are no match for a black card. Ha! Chen Hao didn't expect the black card in Wu Tian's hand to be so fluffy, 100 times more fluffy than his diamond card. After being slightly stunned, he tried to follow up. Mr. Lin, I'm curious, what exactly is that kid? I don't know what he is. Linen put his head over and muttered in a low voice. But one thing is for sure, he's a character you can't afford to mess with, and likewise a character I can't afford to offend. After hearing this, Chen Hao's scalp went numb, cold sweat broke out on his forehead in fear, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Wu Tian. Linen was a famous big shot in Luzhou, even a big shot like him couldn't afford to offend Wu Tian, so he didn't dare to imagine how much of a fluffer Wu Tian was. Only at this point did he realize that the shabbily dressed, ordinary-looking hairy kid in front of him was not simple, but a deep-seated, fluffy, coaxing big shot. As for what kind of character this kid was, he didn't know right now, but one thing was for sure, the kid in front of him was a super-duper he couldn't afford to offend. The heart cannot help but secretly fear, had known that this kid is so fluffy, killing him would not dare to offend. Even the female companion behind him, at this moment, her eyes became grave as she looked at Wu Tian. She also realized that the little beggar that she had looked down on before was actually a character that even Master Hao couldn't afford to mess with. 36, get out. Wu Tian drilled into the golden private room to take a look and found that the so-called private room was large in size, and it was lavishly decorated and well stocked with everything, so extravagant that it was frightening. Of course, he wasn't interested in that. When he stepped out of the private room, he saw Chen Hao cowering and preparing to flee the place. Stand still, Wu Tian bellowed and walked over to block in front of Chen Hao. I remember you saying before that as long as I could enter this golden room, you would eat all the trash in the hall. I was wrong. Chen Hao clenched his teeth and bones and hung his head with a face full of repentance. I thought that this country bumpkin beside Lu Jun was just a small character, and I wanted to ruthlessly ravage and humiliate him. As it turned out, he didn't expect that the seemingly unassuming bumpkin had an unknown and mysterious background, and even the owner of the Universal International Club didn't dare to offend him. After realizing the other party's life, his heart was filled with regret and awe. What are you waiting for? Start your show. Wu Tian kicked the trash can and impatiently urged. I hope you'll let me off the hook if you have to spare me. Chen Hao lowered his stature and dignity and begged bitterly. Do I have to feed you? No, Chen Hao ruined not at first. How the hell blind eyes? To provoke this kid it? He knew that as long as Wu Tian gave the order, all those bodyguards under Linen would pounce on him and stuff trash into his mouth. Once the matter of eating garbage spreads out, I'm afraid it will be hard to mix in the Luzhou business community in the future. In desperation, he could only lick his face and ask Lu Jun for help. Mr. Lu, please say something nice to your friend and let him let me off the hook. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to have a day to bow down. Seeing Chen Hao pleading so lowly, Lu Jun felt particularly relieved in his heart. In the past, he had been suppressed by Chen Hao every time, but today, he finally allowed to move back around. As long as your friend can let me off the hook, I will never go against you again. Chen Hao continued to plead for mercy. Good. Remember what you said today. Without waiting for Lu Jun to speak, Wu Tian couldn't help but digress. If you dare to offend Uncle Lu again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Dare not, dare not. Scram! Wu Tian roared impatiently. Originally, he only wanted to help Uncle Lu teach Chen Hao a lesson, and since he had now achieved his goal, there was no need to continue. I'm rolling. Chen Hao didn't care about his female companion behind him, and fled the place with a scared ass. The female companion glanced at Wu Tian, her neck shrank in fear, and she ran out with panicked steps, driving away Chen Hao and the two of them. Wu Tian walked to Lu Jun. Uncle Lu, don't let what just happened affect your mood. Let's continue playing. You kid is really deep in hiding. Lu Jun scanned Wu Tian with that odd look in his eyes and lamented. The hidden strength is beyond my imagination. At today's sight, I realized that this kid is incredibly powerful, and the power behind him might be above him. Uncle Lou, I'm not as complicated as you think. Wu Tian shook his head with a bitter smile and took the initiative to change the topic. What's fun next? There's an underground boxing ring in the club. Want to go and have some fun? Lu Jun couldn't help but open his mouth and propose. Good. Wu Tian didn't have any opinions. Anyway, he mainly came over to accompany Lu Jun tonight. As for what to play, it didn't matter to him. Lin An, who was on the side, smiled and said, if you two want to go to the boxing ring, I'll lead the way. Please. Lin An made a gesture of invitation and led the duo towards the underground boxing ring. The basement was large, and it was filled with guests gathered to watch an intense boxing match. In the ring, two strong men were fighting to the death in an unusually intense scene that drew screams from the stage. One of the tattooed men was seriously injured, continuously being ed over by his opponents, and had already been bloodied, while he still didn't give up, and stood up again and again to carry on hard with his opponents. Looking at this scene on the stage, Wu Tian's eyes flickered a few times, and his heart was vaguely touched by a hint. It's been a long time since I've seen such a tenacious man, and that kind of tenacity to fight and die rather than give in is admirable. What's the name of that tattooed man? Wu Tian gazed at the stage with both eyes and couldn't help but ask Lin An. Green Dragon. After Lin An answered this, he said in confusion, Mr. Wu, is there a problem? It's nothing. Wu Tian nodded without another word and continued to enjoy the boxing match on the field. Half an hour later, the boxing match ended, and the man named Qinglong lost to his opponent, collapsing to the ground in a state of total exhaustion. The person in charge of the ring, a rugged man with a full beard, walked over and viciously kicked Qinglong, cursing, what a waste, what's the use of me raising you? Qinglong didn't say anything as he endured the severe pain on his body. Even though he was severely injured, he still acted like an iron fist. Men, throw this trash out of here. The rough big man beckoned to the bodyguards behind him and ordered. Yes. The two bodyguards answered and then prepared to make a move on Qinglong. Stop. Wu Tian walked over, took a look at the bloodied Qinglong, and consulted with the rugged big man. I see that he's seriously injured. Why don't we get out? The rough big man was grumpy, glaring and cursing. You kid is not qualified to dictate here. Get lost. You're really looking for a fight. The rough big man didn't have the patience for nonsense at all, and swung his fists to Wu Tian over. Stop. A sudden bellowing cry came from him, frightening the rough and rugged big man, who hurriedly retracted his fists. The one who issued the violent shout was no other than Global Club owner Lin An. The rugged big man bowed deeply towards Lin An and asked cautiously, Mr. Lin, what are your instructions? Mr. Wu is my friend. Lin An pointed at Wu Tian and introduced him to the rugged big man, his tone cold as frost. What? The rugged big man's face was shocked and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I didn't realize that this crude kid in front of me was the boss's friend. Just now it was so dangerous that I almost made a big trouble. Slightly stunned and frightened, he hurriedly apologized to Wu Tian. I'm sorry, just now it was me who had eyes and offended you. It's okay. Wu Tian waved his hand generously and pointed at the dying Qinglong on the ground. I'm interested in this person. How about handing him over to me? The rugged big man didn't rush to answer, but looked at Lin An with that solicitous look. With the boss present, it's not his turn to make the call. Mr. Wu, why are you interested in a boxer? Lin An couldn't help but ask the doubt in his heart. Normal men are interested in girls, and Mr. Wu seems to be a little different, interested in such a fighter. I think this person is very special, and unrivaled good material. Wu Tian made a perfunctory remark and pressed again. Are you giving or not giving? Here, of course. Lin An nodded his head vigorously and smiled curtly. Don't say it's just a boxer. Even if you want this ring, I'll still give it to you. 37 Conquering the Green Dragon. By the way, help me send him to the Second People's Hospital. Wu Tian stared at the drowsy Qinglong for a few moments and twisted his head to drop his gaze on Lin An. No problem. Lin An nodded and immediately ordered his entourage to send the nearly unconscious Qinglong to the hospital. Thanks. Wu Tian thanked him and then left the underground boxing ring with Lu Jun. The two played at the club for a while, and finding nothing interesting, they went their separate ways. When he got home, Wu Tian first went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then dug into his study to read a book. He has been reading a lot of books on futures lately, which has renewed his interest in the futures market. After this period of time to read and study, so that he has a great change of mind about the futures market, decided to play futures again. This time, unlike the last time, he did not blindly invest in the market. Before entering the market, a lot of analysis and preparation work, drawings have spent several industries. He worked most of the night to get ready for the market. In order to test the effectiveness of this period of learning, directly invested $15 million to buy futures, and did not set a stop-loss point. This time he was in a normal frame of mind. not as excited as he was the first time he bought futures and went to bed afterward. When he opened the computer again the next day, although Wu Tian did not put it on his mind, he still stared with wide eyes when he saw it. How could he not realize that the futures he purchased last night had jumped threefold? Now he's netting over $30 million on his books. Looking at the long string of numbers on his account, the corners of Wu Tian's mouth rose, his blood boiling with excitement. Didn't expect the futures market to make money so fast and grow his wealth so much overnight. It seems that this time of reading and learning is very effective, and his ability to analyze the futures market subjectively is a key factor in his money making. Of course, luck plays a big part, and something like futures is, after all, a speculative endeavor. Excited, Wu Tian rushed to cash out of the market. He understood that this kind of thing was good for casual fun, and should never be indulged in, lest he become addicted to it. After breakfast, Wu Tian headed to the city's second hospital and saw that Qinglong had already improved and was packing up his things to be discharged. "How are you?" Walking into the hospital room, Wu Tian glanced at the spirited Qinglong and sat down next to the hospital bed. Qinglong himself didn't have any major problems. He was physically drained from boxing with someone last night, and it was only because of some skin wounds that he fell unconscious. "It was you who saved me last night?" Qinglong eyed Wu Tian and spoke in an unfriendly tone, even with a hint of repulsion. This rejection is like the poor people's innate hatred of the rich. "It's me," Wu Tian nodded. "Don't think that just because you saved me, I will be grateful." After saying this, Qinglong turned around and left without looking back. In response to this attitude of Qinglong, Wu Tian did not get angry and lightly spat out, "You seem to have some kind of misunderstanding about me." Humph. As he passed by Wu Tian, Qinglong suddenly stopped. "In the eyes of you rich people, we lowly fighters are nothing more than toys." "You're mistaken." Wu Tian stood up from his chair and walked over to face Qinglong. "In my eyes you are not a toy, but a tough man with a strong iron bone." "Yes?" Qinglong's eyes turned cold as he suddenly swung his fist towards Wu Tian's face and slammed it hard. This punch was strangely fast and amazingly powerful. Like a mountain of mountains, it rolled up a strong wind and forced it over. The moment the fist smashed over, Wu Tian's heart trembled, instantly enveloped in fear, feeling the aura of death that he had never felt before. But he didn't dodge and stood motionless, not even blinking. The hardness that radiated from the other man infected him physically, and he was not at all afraid of death in the presence of this hard man. A strong wind came, and the fist ended up resting in front of Wu Tian's nose. "You are not afraid of death?" The green dragon seemed to be shocked by the aura on Wu Tian's body, and his pupils slightly contracted. Since his debut, he had never seen such a calm man as the one in front of him, with a monarch's presence and extraordinary demeanor, and he did not panic in the face of the sudden danger. "Fear of death." Wu Tian pursed his lips and smiled. "No one in this world is not afraid of death, and I am no exception." "Then why didn't you duck just now?" "Duck and I lose." Wu Tian tilted his head slightly. "I have one thing in common with you. You and I won't give in easily." "Yes?" Qinglong lowered his fists and the look in his eyes softened a bit. "It looks like you're not like other rich people." At this time, he had already lowered his guard and secretly felt a little more favor and trust towards Wu Tian. "Why do you want to be a boxer?" Wu Tian fished out a cigarette and handed it to Qinglong while lighting one himself. Qinglong lit a cigarette, slowly paced to the window, took a drag and said, "In order to cure my sister, I can only fight to make money." At the mention of his sister, he spoke in a much softer tone. "What's wrong with your sister?" "Obstructive anemia. This disease is not curable, but don't worry, I will contact the best hospitals and experts to cure your sister." Wu Tian took a few puffs and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. "It's been a while since I've smoked and suddenly I don't feel very comfortable. You want to tie me up in this way so that I can punch for you?" Qinglong frowned and questioned in a cold voice. "You're overthinking it." Wu Tian looked up at Qinglong and said, "From now on, you're free, you don't need to fight anymore in the future." With those words, he turned toward the outside of the hospital room. "Stop." Qinglong's eyes tightened and he couldn't help but follow up. "Why are you helping me? You're a tough guy with backbone, unconvinced and not afraid of death. I admire you. People like you should have greater deeds. You can't be trapped in the boxing ring." Wu Tian's words were resounding and his tone was very sincere. It was from his heart. From the first moment he saw Qinglong on stage, he thought the man was a moldable talent and had the intention to enlist him. "Yes." Qinglong put out the cigarette but in his hand fiercely. "Not for anything else, just based on your words. I, Qinglong, would like to follow to the death in this life with my liver and brain on the ground." He has an empty heart, but he is depressed and unfulfilled. No one had appreciated him since he was a child. In the eyes of those rich people he was just a toy that could box. No one ever treated him like a human being, and these words from Wu Tian just now seemed to have touched his inner pain, allowing him to find a spiritual support. "My name is Wu Tian. From now on, we are brothers and will fight together." Wu Tian walked over and patted Qinglong's shoulder vigorously. It made him feel especially relieved and happy to have such a hardened man with a strong iron backbone bow down. Big brother. Xinglong arched his hand in greeting and shouted at the top of his voice. This big brother was his submission to Wu Tian. A man like him, you can't make him bow down even if you beat him to death or kill him. And if you once tame him, he'll be dead to you. Good brother. Wu Tian patted Xinglong's shoulder. The priority now is to cure your sister's illness. I will contact the hospital now. 38 Tingda Driving School. Wu Tian quickly contacted the best hospitals and specialists to get Xinglong's sister admitted to the hospital to start treatment. After finishing this matter, he called Long Yun and asked about the situation over at the driving school, and when he learned that things were going well, Wu Tian felt much more at ease. Taking a taxi to Fuyuan restaurant, accompanying Shen Shui to eat in the restaurant, the two of them went to the new driving school together to prepare for enrollment to learn how to drive. The new driving school is across the street from the splendid driving school, called Tengda Driving School, which covers an area of more than 500 acres, as big as 10 splendid. Tengda Driving School not only has a large site, but also has many cars and dozens of instructors poached from other driving schools. At the beginning of its establishment, Tengda Driving School is already a giant driving school, the scale of which exceeds the sum of several other driving schools in Luzhou. At this time, in front of the driving school lined up a long line of students heard that the new driving school free car have run over to enrollment. The driving school surrounded by the water. Oh my god! Looking at the spectacular new driving school in front of us, Shen Shui couldn't help but exclaim, this scale is also too big. 3 days ago it was just an outdoor soccer field, and I didn't realize that in 3 days' time it had been transformed into a large driving school. Not small indeed. Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction, very pleased with Long Yun's work efficiency. This woman was worthy of being the right-hand man that the old man had picked for him, and in just a few days, she had made the driving school a success. This is the new driving school you invested in? Shen Shui stared at the driving school for a few moments before landing her gaze on Wu Tian again. Right. Awesome. Shen Shui bit her mouth as she cried and laughed. Being rich really means you can do whatever you want. You can't say that. There are a lot of things money can't buy. Like what? Take your body for example. Even if you give money, I'm afraid you won't sell it. Wu Tian's eyes dribbled around and finally landed his gaze on Shen Shui. This girl is wearing a halter dress today, which adds a few points of sexiness and flirtation than usual, and it tickles Wu Tian's heart. Go! Shen Shui slightly rolled her eyes and scolded. Losing, you're still a big boss. You don't have a seriousness all day. Just kidding, don't get mad. I'm not that careful. Shen Shui spat out her tongue and turned to drop her gaze towards the brilliant driving school. At this time the brilliant driving school is in a state of suspended animation. Not only the instructor was poached by the Tengda driving school, even the students were all taken away. The current splendid driving school is only an empty shell, and the management inside the driving school is still struggling to hold on. See once red-level driving school this decadence. Shen Shui cannot help but lament, such a big driving school. Did not expect to say collapsed on the collapse. This is what happens when you go against me. Wu Tian raised his head and looked into the distant sky, a cold light flickering in his eyes. It's bad luck for them to offend you. God's own sins may live on, but self-inflicted sins may not. Suddenly I realized that you're scary, almost like a devil. Shen Shui rubbed her arms and put on a scared look. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. Not scared of you. Not afraid, huh? Let you see the terror of the devil. Wu Tian pretended to be a devil and with a hideous face, he lunged towards Shen Shui. Frightened, this girl's body shrank, backing up and begging for mercy. Hey, stop it, okay? Stop it. While the two were playing around, a long-faced man in a tracksuit came over and greeted Shen Shui. Little Snow, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. The long-faced man trotted over, looking at Shen Shui with eyes full of favor. Zhang Tao? Seeing the long-faced man, Shen Shui hurriedly put away her smile, straightened her somewhat messy dress, and laughed awkwardly. It is indeed coincidental. The man in front of her was her classmate, who used to chase after her and then became her best friend's boyfriend. Anyway, his style was a bit problematic. Long time no see. Zhang Tao didn't finish his sentence, but quickly dropped his gaze on Wu Tian again. Yo, this kid is your boyfriend, right? Shen Shui was about to deny it, and was interrupted by Zhang Tao before she could finish her sentence. Xiao Shui, your vision is still so poor. How do you find this kind of dirt-cheap boyfriend? He and I are just ordinary friends. Shen Shui pulled the hair at the corner of her ear and explained with an awkward expression. She didn't want Zhang Tao to misunderstand, lest she go back and talk nonsense to those classmates' girlfriends and be teased by them. Yuki, don't lie to me. Just now I saw you flirting with this kid. If it wasn't your boyfriend you'd be like this? After hearing this, Shen Shui didn't retort. If she continued to retort, wouldn't she be misunderstood as the kind of watery girl who messed around with random boys? Ugh, it's really not good. Zhang Tao circled around Wu Tian and pointed at his clothes in disgust. Ground floor goods, over 100, right? 60. Wu Tian shook the casual clothes on his body. This was what he had bought earlier in the east side corner, and although it wasn't worth much, it was really comfortable to wear. Much more comfortable than tens of thousands of dollars of clothes. Wearing this kind of clothes is not to pretend, just always remind themselves not to forget the original heart. No matter how far you go, cannot forget the original self. But, ha ha ha. Hearing that the clothes on Wu Tian were only a few tens of dollars, Zhang Tao laughed out loud in an unrestrained manner. He laughed for a long time before he couldn't help but mock. Kid, dozens of dollars of clothes? How dare you have the nerve to say that? Ahem. Xin Shui dryly coughed twice and digressed with an ugly face. Zhang Tao, we are here to enroll and prepare for the driver's license test. Then you're right to look for me. Zhang Tao wiped a handful of his handsome hairstyle and said smugly, I'm the vice principal of Tangda Driving School. You're the vice principal? Xin Shui opened her mouth wide with surprise, not expecting Zhang Tao to be the vice principal here. Know what I'm made of? So, do you know who invested in this driving school of yours? Of course I know. Our behind-the-scenes boss surnamed Wu. A single name with the word Tian. That's a Lushu fluff character. And, do you know your boss? Of course recognize. Zhang Tao shook his hair and bragged. I'm especially close to our boss. Calling him brother and brother. Drinking and having fun. And picking up girls together when we're not doing anything. Xin Shui twisted her head and glanced at Wu Tian, laughing bitterly in her heart. Zhang Tao, this kid hasn't changed at all. He still has the same old problem. He likes to blow the fluff. The owner of the driving school was standing right in front of him and still didn't recognize him, and bragged about how close he was to the owner. To be honest, she couldn't help but sympathize with Zhang Tao and secretly mourned for the boy in her heart for 3 seconds. Little Snow, let's go. I'll take you to enroll and find you the best coach. Zhang Tao bragged for half a day before he couldn't help fawning over Xin Shui. In the past, his pursuit of Xin Shui at school was miserably rejected, and he had nothing at that time. It's different now. He's now the vice principal of Tangda Driving School and intends to take this opportunity to launch an attack on Xin Shui. Okay. Xin Shui didn't poke at Wu Tian and walked with him towards the inside of the driving school. 39. Get rid of the assholes. Walking outside the office, Zhang Tao stopped and turned back to Wu Tian and said, Kid, you're such an old-fashioned person. You're not qualified to come to our driving school to take the test. Get lost. Why am I not qualified? Wu Tian asked with a cold face. You can't afford a car even if you get a driver's license, so get lost and don't waste your time. Zhang Tao waved his hand impatiently, eager to get rid of Wu Tian. I'd like to see your principal. Who do you think you are? You want to see whenever you want? Zhang Tao shook his fist and impatiently yelled, Get lost. It was at this moment that the door to the principal's office was pushed open and a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked out. Seeing the man with glasses, Zhang Tao rushed forward to curry favor. Principal Lu, if there's anything you command me to do, why do you need to personally go out? The boss is here. Go out and greet him at once. Lu Donghai held up his glasses and commanded in a deep voice with a stance. He is the principal of Tangda Driving School and is responsible for and manages all affairs of the driving school. Okay, I'll immediately arrange for someone to go out and greet them. As soon as he heard that the boss had arrived, Zhang Tao's expression also became nervous. Wait. The moment he raised his head, Lu Donghai suddenly brightened up, his eyes gazing tightly at the young man standing across the room. Just now, he received a call from Boss Long, hearing that the big boss behind the curtain had already come to the driving school, telling him to rush out to meet him. At the same time, Boss Long also sent a picture of Big Boss, which seemed to be exactly the same as the young man in front of him. Lu Donghai stared at the young man for a few moments, then once again felt out his cell phone to check the photos, and soon he confirmed that the young man in front of him was the big boss behind the scenes, Wu Tian. His face tightened in fear and he hurriedly went forward to bow in greeting. So it's Mr. Wu. Welcome Mr. Wu. Before Wu Tian could say anything, Zhang Tao, who was on the side, couldn't help but remind Lu Dahai. Principal Lu, why are you nodding your head to a turd? What a turd! Lu Dahai cursed angrily and pointed at Wu Tian and introduced. This is Wu Tian, the big boss behind our driving school. Quickly greet the boss. What? He is the big boss? Zhang Tao's eyes were rounded and his mouth opened wide in incredulity. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He's our boss. Puff. Zhang Tao's legs went limp in fear and he paralyzed on the ground like mud. Never would have thought that the wimpy turd in his eyes would be the big boss behind the scenes. This is a damn international joke. How come his own boss is so young? How come Big Boss is dressed so shabbily? How come Big Boss is with Shen Shui? Countless doubts hit his head, making him feel heavenly, whether he wanted to believe it or not. The fact was right in front of him that the dirt poor, stupid kid in front of him was his boss. Thanks to him, he had just sneered at this kid, and had ruthlessly humiliated and degraded this kid, and even threatened this kid with his fists. It's over. This time it's completely over. This time he's in big trouble. Vice Shang, Why are you lying on the ground after meeting the boss? Get up quickly. Lu Dahai didn't know what the situation was. Seeing Zhang Tao lying on the ground, he hurriedly urged. Zhang Tao also wanted to get up from the ground, but his legs were weak at this moment, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Offending the big boss this time, that was a big trouble, and his next consequences were scary to think about. What a vice principal, dogfighting and flaunting his power. How outrageous. Wu Tian's face slumped as he glared at Zhang Tao and scolded angrily. Boss, I was wrong. I had eyes to see. I'm an asshole. Only then did Zhang Tao come back to his senses, desperately repenting and apologizing, and then lifting his hand to fiercely smack a few big mouths. You're fired. Wu Tian waved his big hand and said impatiently, don't let me see you again in the future. Get lost. Boss, Seeing Wu Tian's tone so resolute, Zhang Tao's head dropped and tears of remorse rolled out of his eyes. Never regretted so much as now, just pretending in front of Xin Shui, and finally ended up in this miserable end. It took a lot of financial resources to become the vice principal of Tangda Driving School, and before he could work for 3 days, he was fired by the big boss. Lu Dahai did not understand the situation until now and tried to ask, Mr. Wu, what is going on? This asshole insulted me and even threatened me with his fists. Wu Tian explained as he pointed at Zhang Tao, who was a soft lump on the ground. What? Did you recruit him? Yes. Lu Donghai hung his head, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead in fear. Look at the kind of people you've recruited. How can this kind of scum get into our driving school? Sorry boss, I was wrong. Throw it out. Yes. Lu Donghai wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly had Zhang Tao thrown out. He didn't want to take it out on himself for this. In this way, Zhang Tao was carried and thrown out of the driving school, which is considered to eliminate a tumor for the driving school. Are you the principal of our Tangda driving school? Wu Tian questioned in a deep voice with a stance, the anger on his face never dissipating. Yes. Lu Dahua nodded slightly and carefully introduced himself. My name is Lu Donghai. Boss Long asked me to come here to take charge of running Tangda driving school. What's your plan? I intend to enroll students for free first, expand the market, push the other 10 driving schools in Luzhou to the brink of extinction, and then merge them one by one. Lu Dahua was very serious about his business strategy. Very good. Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction. These strategies coincided with his thoughts. It looks like the principal that Long Yun picked has some good qualities and is not a useless bucket. Right. Wu Tian thought of the brilliant driving school and couldn't help but open his mouth to follow up. How is the brilliant driving school now? Having already been forced into a desperate situation by us, I believe they won't be able to hold out anytime soon and will come to actively beg us. Lu Donghai had a confident smile on his face. As soon as the words fell, a woman in a suit hurriedly ran over. Principal Lu, Xiao Jinlong of the brilliant driving school has brought someone over. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Jinlong barged in with his nephew Xiao Chang, and several other driving school executives. At this time, Xiao Jinlong would still have the previous arrogant and domineering. Just 3 days' time. He looks old and disheveled a lot. Principal Lu, I came over specifically to consult with you this time. Xiao Jinlong licked his old face and smiled. Principal Xiao has come at the right time. Let me introduce you to our boss. Lu Donghai pointed to Wu Tian next to him and introduced. This is the big boss behind our Tangda driving school. Mr. Wu Tian, it's really you. Seeing Wu Tian, the corners of Xiao Jinlong's mouth twitched a few times, and his old face became gloomy and black in an instant. I was wondering before if the helm behind Tangda driving school was related to this kid Wu Tian. Until this time he dared to confirm that everything was Wu Tian's doing, and it was really this kid who controlled Tangda to deal with their brilliant driving school. Only he never thought that the kid in front of him was so amazingly strong that he only used 3 days to form the giant driving school, forcing their splendor into a desperate situation. 40, pushed to the brink. Principal Xiao, what is the purpose of coming to our Tangda driving school? Wu Tian looked straight at Xiao Jinlong with his eyes, and the tone of his question was as piercing as cold ice. Xiao Jinlong gritted his teeth, forced down the anger in his heart, and licked his face and smiled. I had eyes before and didn't recognize Tai. So I hope that Boss Wu will lift up his hand and spare us splendor. When it came down to it, he had to lower his stance and beg for mercy. Only blame Wu Tian, this kid tactics too underhanded. First all their driving school instructors all poached, and later there is a free way to suck away the students. In just 3 days, their splendid driving school had been forced into a difficult situation, and was now in a state of complete suspension. If things go on like this, I am afraid that the splendid driving school will only die out slowly. Therefore, he could only run in a lowly manner now to show his weakness, hoping that this brat Wu Tian would raise his hand. I told you 3 days ago that offending me would make you regret it. Now do you believe me? Wu Tian looked down at Xiao Jinlong with a kingly posture. His whole body was domineering. Believe it. Xiao Jinlong gritted his teeth and licked his face and pleaded again. I hope Boss Wu will let us off the hook. Let's take a step back and coexist peacefully. How about that? At this time, Xiao Jinlong which still had the previous arrogant and domineering. This moment is a soft bone. Not really, I don't dance with scum. You. The corners of Xiao Jinlong's mouth twitched fiercely in anger, and his face was even uglier than a pig's liver. He gritted his teeth and endured his anger, once again forcing a smile. Boss Wu, then what exactly do you want? Have your nephew kneel on the ground and apologize to Xin Shui. Wu Tian glared at Xiao Chang who was standing behind him and ordered Xiao Jinlong loudly. He spoke in a very strong tone, without any room for negotiation. This time, he spared no effort to bring down the brilliant driving school, just to stand up for Xin Shui, help the girl fight, and incidentally teach the Xiao family uncle and nephew a lesson. This is going too far. Xiao Jinlong's old face slumped and said unhappily, Boss Wu, I don't agree with this condition. Change another condition. If his nephew knelt down to a woman in public, it would not only disgrace him, but also their Xiao family. What the hell do you think this is a food market? Bargaining with me here. Wu Tian instantly lost his patience and threatened impatiently. Either let your nephew kneel down and apologize to Xin Shui, or let your brilliant driving school completely disappear. Boss Wu, you are really wild. The corners of Xiao Jinlong's mouth twitched, and his face became hideous. He lowered his posture and ran to beg for leniency. Who knew that this kid, Wu Tian, did not give any face at all, which was really hard for him to endure, because I have the capital to be wild. Wu Tian tilted his head and returned a sentence following Xiao Jinlong's previous arrogant tone. Then he changed his tone and said coldly, I'll give you one last chance. Have your nephew kneel down and apologize, and I'll consider letting you guys off the hook. You think I'm really afraid of you? Xiao Jinlong was an explosive temper, and at this moment, he was completely enraged. He has always been arrogant due to his family's power and has never put anyone in his eyes. Today, he lowered his stance, but as a result, he was trampled underfoot by a hairy kid and ruthlessly ravaged his dignity, which made him really unable to endure. That's because you guys have seen my cruelty. If I get my hands dirty, even I am afraid of myself. Wu Tian's tone seemed calm, but it was permeated with a powerful pressure. This tone made the scene particularly depressing. It's not that easy for you guys to force Brilliant to die. The big deal is that I'll die with you guys. Xiao Jinlong stretched his neck and clamored. If you guys are free, I'm free too. I'll just spend time with you guys. Who's afraid of who? You think you have the strength to fight me? You kid is really wildly unaware of the sky. 3 days. Wu Tian stretched out 3 fingers. When I say I'll let you disappear in Luzhou in 3 days, I'll be able to do it in 1 day. If you can make our splendor disappear today, I'll take your last name. After Xiao Jinlong roared this, he turned his head to Xiao Chang and commanded, go and make arrangements. From now on, 10 times the salary of the instructor, and the students will sign up for free to learn how to drive. He's been cornered. Right now it's planning to burn money going in to fight hard with Tundra Driving School. Even if he loses a lot of money, even if he fights to the death, he still has to do his best to maintain his dignity. Even if he died with Wu Tian, he wouldn't let this kid get away with it. Alright, I will arrange it. We will not admit defeat even if we exhaust ourselves with Tangda. Xiao Chang glared fiercely at Wu Tian, turned around and left with quick steps. Since you guys are looking for death yourselves, then don't blame me for not being polite. After Wu Tian finished saying this, he felt out his cell phone and dialed Long Yun's number, only saying a few words before hanging up the phone. After the call, the scene went quiet. The Tangda Driving School, headed by Wu Tian, was now facing off against the Brilliant Driving School, headed by Xiao Jinlong. The two factions were as if they were fighting a cold war, with neither one refusing to give in. Both sides stalemated for more than half an hour. Xiao Chang ran in a panic, yelling from a distance, Uncle, it's not good. Big deal. Not good. Don't panic. What's going on? Xiao Jinlong was composed and asked his nephew in a sharp voice. We previously invested in the project deficit, owed a huge loan. The bank forced to repossess our collateralized Brilliant Driving School, and now, more than a dozen excavators are excavating the driving school. How could this happen? After hearing this, Xiao Jinlong's old face instantly became gloomy and black, uglier than a pig's liver. Uncle, our Shaw Group's industry chain is broken. All the major banks have stopped lending. The company is afraid that it will collapse. Puff. After hearing this, Xiao Jinlong's body went limp, paralyzing on the ground like mud, and his entire body instantly became void and powerless. I didn't realize that in such a short period of time, the driving school he started collapsed, and even the Shaw Group behind him was in jeopardy. Without the driving school he could rise again. Without the Shaw Group he would be completely ruined. He froze for a moment, slowly raised his head to drop his gaze on Wu Tian, and said in a trembling voice, It was you did it? It's me. Wu Tian looked down on Xiao Jinlong from above, as magnificent as a statue. Xiao Jinlong's pupils were deeply sunken, The corners of his mouth were fiercely drawn and stored, and his expression was as stiff as a dead body. Until this moment, he did not understand how strong the kid in front of him was. In just half an hour, not only did he let his brilliant driving school collapse, even his family was implicated. His eyes were tightly focused on Wu Tian, as scared as if he had seen the Grim Reaper. He had never been afraid of anyone or anything in his life, and this time he was truly afraid. This kid in front of him seemed to be like a demon, ready to put him to death, ready to let his family be destroyed. Xiao Jinlong used all his strength to get up from the ground, lifted his steps with difficulty and approached towards Wu Tian, and when he was less than half a meter apart, he bent his legs and knelt directly in front of Wu Tian. Never wanted to kneel to anyone, and this time he had no choice. This kneeling of his shocked everyone present. All of them did not expect that Xiao Jinlong, who was so tough just now, would take the initiative to kneel down at this moment. 41. Looking for death. Xiao Jinlong swallowed his saliva and begged in a trembling voice, "Boss Wu, I only beg you to raise your hand and let me off the hook." At this moment, his eyes were full of fear and uneasiness when he looked at Wu Tian, and he was already scared to death of the man in front of him. "I told you a long time ago, fighting with me doesn't end well." Wu Tian looked at Xiao Jinlong with the kind of eyes that looked at a dead man with a strong and forceful tone. "I was wrong. Please give it to me again. I've already given you a chance. It's you who don't know how to cherish it." Wu Tian raised his hand and pointed at the door of the room and said in a cold voice, "Get out, leave Luzhou and don't let me see you again." Xiao Jinlong gritted his teeth and tears rolled out. Never been more sorry, never been more desperate. Had he known that this would be the outcome? No matter what, he would not have offended this man called Wu Tian in front of him. It seems too late to regret it now. Xiao Jinlong was struggling to get up from the ground, dragging his tired body slowly towards the outside. When passing by Xiao Chang, he raised his hand and viciously slapped Xiao Chang's face, growling, "Asshole, it's all your fault. It's all your fault." If it wasn't because of his indisputable nephew, he wouldn't have been able to offend Wu Tian and get himself into so much trouble. Puff! Xiao Chang's legs went soft and he knelt in front of Xiao Jinlong and confessed, "Uncle, I'm wrong. If he had known that Wu Tian was so powerful, he would not have dared to offend him even if he had borrowed 100 guts. Waste!" Xiao Jinlong viciously kicked Xiao Chang's body. Disheveled and powerless, he continued to walk towards the outside, the whole person as if he had a serious illness. Xiao Chang twisted his head to look at Wu Tian, his neck shrank in fear, and he got up and fled with his ass in the air. After the uncle and nephew left, the atmosphere gradually eased, driving school fiasco to this end. Brilliant complete collapse. Xiao Jinlong and Xiao Chang too were driven out of Luzhou. After this incident, the backbone of Tengda Driving School all admire Wu Tian, are proud to have such a cheating and coaxing boss. Today is really a relief. Xin Shui walked to Wu Tian and said with an excited face, "Scum like Xiao Jinlong and Xiao Chang deserve their bad luck. They all had it coming." Wu Tian was also happy to get rid of the Xiao family's uncles and nephews. Uncle and nephew too rely on their own power. Do not know how many two families of young girls scourge, like this kind of assholes, should have long been in hell. Thank you for helping me out. You've spent a lot for me this time. Xin Shui said gratefully. She knew that Wu Tian was trying to stand up for her this time before he screwed up the brilliant driving school and drove the Xiao family's uncle and nephew out of Luzhou. In this game, Wu Tian must have used a lot of connections and spent a huge amount of human and financial resources. You're my friend, so naturally I can't just stand by and watch you being bullied. Wu Tian looked like he was taking it for granted. Even if not for Xin Shui, he likewise had to step on the Xiao family's uncles and nephews. This duo was really a bit too wild. Then you'll have to cover me all the time from now on. Don't worry, I'll cover you for the rest of your life. Go, who cares? Xin Shui rolled her white eyes, and her little face inexplicably reddened. Let's go learn how to drive. Wu Tian did not want to let the atmosphere fall into awkwardness and took the initiative to change the subject. Principal Liu is quite good at what he does, and hurriedly arranged for the best coach to help the two practice. Wu Tian is very talented in learning how to drive, with a strong comprehension ability, and can learn anything as soon as he learns it. On the contrary, Shen Shui, after all, she is a delicate girl. For the card these things were not interested in, naturally learn a lot slower. The two practiced all day and didn't finish until 5 p.m. Wu Tian sent Shen Shui home first and then drove home to find Long Yun waiting for him in his room holding a document. Secretary Long, is something wrong? Seeing Long Yun's serious and archaic expression, Wu Tian knew that there was definitely something wrong with this woman. This had an exquisitely beautiful face and a hot body. The only drawback was that her personality was too cold. Even wondered if the was frigid in some way. Young master, this is your recent expenses. Take a look. Long Yun handed over the document in his hand. Wu Tian took the document and scanned it, put the document on the table with a pop and raised his eyes to look at Long Yun. You mean to say that I've been spending too much money lately? Yes. Trying to teach me a lesson? I wouldn't dare. I just wanted to remind you. I don't need you to remind me. I'm free to share. After Wu Tian said this, he got up and drilled into the study. Long Yun gritted his teeth, and the words he wanted to say ended up not coming out. It was at this time that the phone rang, and when she learned that it was Mr. Wu calling, she rushed into the bedroom. Elder Wu. After the call was connected, Long Yun shouted into the phone in a very respectful tone, the expression on his face still cold. How's the kid doing these days? On the other end of the phone, Wu Jiha's voice was slow and thick, with a sense of the vicissitudes of the times. Young master Long Yun's voice paused slightly for half a second and said, according to your instructions, he has been studying carefully every day. Nice. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiha laughed twice happily and then asked, so what's his move? Young master has invested in 2 restaurants, a live streaming platform, and driving schools, none of which are doing much good at the moment. Slow return on investment. No rush, wait a little longer. Elder Wu, the young master has been spending money too aggressively lately. I'm afraid. Check the running list on the account. Yes. After Long Yun answered, she hurriedly opened her computer and quickly struck the keyboard to start her busy work. The results were quickly checked, and the account flow was sent to the mailbox, and said into the phone, Elder Wu, the flow bill has been sent to your mailbox. Well, I'm driving. There was a brief silence on the phone after these words. Soon came Wu Jiha's voice again. Spending money is indeed fierce, but how come there are 2 entries in his card? Into the books? It was then that Long Yun noticed 2 incomes on the running list. One was for over $6 million some time ago, and the other was for $30 million last night. During this period of time, she had only noticed the young master spending money, not realizing that the young master had also earned more than $30 million, which made her feel a bit surprised. After being slightly stunned, she hurriedly said into the phone, Elder Wu, I will immediately investigate the source of these 2 incomes. No, I'll put him through. So came the words from the phone, and the phone hung up straight away. Long Yun looked at the 2 incomes on the bill and secretly fell into a deep thought. How come the young master still has incomes? Wu Tian was reading a book in his study, and was reading seriously when he was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Realizing that it was his grandfather, Wu Jiha, calling, he was instantly delighted and hurriedly picked up the phone. Grandpa, are you okay? I'm fine. Wu Jiha spoke in a stern tone with a few moments of favor. Just now, I had Secretary Long check your bank account and found that you had 2 incoming payments, 6 million and 30 million respectively, and I want to know the source of these 2 incomes. 42 Omniscient. Grandpa, that's the money I earned from buying funds. Wu Tian said back into the phone without hiding anything. In front of his grandfather, he had nothing to hide. With his grandfather's strength, many things simply could not be hidden. Buy a fund? Wu Jiha's tone deepened a few points. I tried buying some funds before after learning a lot from reading books about funds, and I didn't expect to earn several times my income. Learning to apply. Not bad. After hearing this, Wu Jiha on the phone looked unusually excited and couldn't help but open his mouth to praise. I'm just lucky too, to be able to make money twice in a row. It seems that you have been reading and studying very carefully and effectively during this period of time. Wu Jiha recognized a sentence, then asked, do you plan to continue investing in the fund? No. Wu Tian changed his position and said back into the phone, the fund is only a speculative industry. The market is very risky and not suitable for long-term investment. Good boy. Able to collect and release. Not bad. After hearing this, Wu Jiha was doubly pleased and couldn't close his mouth with a smile. Anyone else, having made money in the fund, would have invested heavily and would never have stopped so easily. This grandson of his knew how to exercise restraint and didn't indulge in it after making money. I plan to continue investing in industry. I think industry is the most solid. Hearing his grandfather's happy smile on the phone, Wu Tian also felt happy. By the way, I hear you've been spending money a little aggressively lately. Most of the money I used to invest. Catering, live streaming, driving school. What kind of messy investments are you making? At the mention of investments, Wu Jiha's tone became somber. Grandpa, these are the industries I'm looking at. These investments are either excess or money-burning industries, and I don't understand how you can invest in them. Grandpa, trust my vision. I can definitely make money. Wu Tian didn't know how to explain to his grandfather. He just assured him with confidence. Okay. Wu Jiha turned his tone and said, I'll give you time. Don't let me down. You kid. Don't worry. I'll never let you down. That's it then. Take care of yourself, kid. Toot toot. After those words, the phone hung up and a busy beep 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 came out of the phone. Wu Tian put away his cell phone, and secretly vowed in his heart that he must study well, invest money well, and never let his grandfather down. He then continued to read and study until very late at night when he went to bed. Early the next morning, Wu Tian was sleeping soundly, only to be awakened by the crackling sound of decoration upstairs. The sound of the renovation was really too noisy. There was no point in staying at home. After washing up, Wu Tian hurried to the school. Just as I entered the classroom, I bumped into Ms. Moran. Mu Ran's face flushed as he inquired to Wu Tian, "Student Wu, why haven't you come to school these past few days?" "Forget it, cough cough." Mu Ran coughed violently twice, almost didn't get choked alive by his own saliva. "You're a student. How dare you forget to come to school? Then how come you didn't forget to eat that?" "I'm sorry, Teacher Mu. I'm not feeling well these days. I promise not to be late in the future." Seeing that Teacher Mu's face was becoming more and more ugly, Wu Tian hurriedly admitted his mistake and promised that he wouldn't be late in the future. "Okay, then I'm going to ask you a few questions, and if you answer them correctly, I'll let you off the hook for being late." "You ask, teacher." "Then you start by talking about the fundamentals of management." Mu Ran glanced at Wu Tian and put his hands behind his back. The questions she gave weren't difficult per se, but they hadn't even been learned yet, and were kind of disguised to be difficult. None of the students in the room knew the answer, and they all gazed at Wu Tian with that skeptical look, all thinking that it was impossible for Wu to answer the puzzle. Under the gazes of all the students, Wu Tian smiled and said back, "Management refers to the process of activities in which the manager in a certain organization coordinates the activities of others through the implementation of functions such as planning, organizing, staffing, leading, controlling, etc., so that the others work with themselves to achieve the set goals." He had studied books on economics and management in the past few days and had not the slightest difficulty with these kinds of simple questions. Whoa! After hearing the answer, all the students sighed and couldn't help but sigh secretly. All of them didn't expect Wu Tian to miss classes for several days and still be able to answer this kind of unlearned knowledge point. It was really powerful. Mu Ran's eyes flickered as he looked at Wu Tian with a little more depth. Then she continued to be difficult. "The vehicle of management is the organization. So tell me what elements the organization includes?" "Organization includes 9 elements: industry, raw material supply base, human resources, market, technology, political and economic situation, government, and social culture." Wu Tian spoke eloquently and answered fluently. After hearing the answers, the classroom was once again abuzz. The students couldn't help but secretly praise it, and everyone had to admire Wu Tian for being able to know what he hadn't learned. Really admirable. Even Moran was a little jaw-dropped, asking several questions about management in a row, and Wu Tian answered every question with ease, without the slightest deviation in his answers. In the end, even Mu Ran clapped his hands and said in relief, "Good job, Wu, let's applaud him." Snap! At once, the classroom resounded with warm applause, and the students' admiration for Wu Tian in their hearts obviously increased by a few points. Wu Tian's performance impressed Mu Ran, and naturally did not pursue him for being late, but also praised him in public. After the applause, Mr. Mu started the class, his eyes glancing at Wu Tian from time to time. His impression of Wu's classmates was obviously much better. This whole day, Wu Tian didn't go anywhere and combed through the knowledge points that the teacher had talked about in the past few days. It seems that in the future, I have to do well in class and not neglect teaching in the classroom just because I study hard on weekdays. In the afternoon when school was over, Shirley ran to Wu Tian and said, "Xiao Tian, today is my birthday. I've asked my close classmates to go to the KTV to sing. Let's go together." "Of course I have to go on your birthday." Wu Tian punched Shirley's chest with his hand and said with a smile, "Shirley is a typical big fat man. Usually he and Wu Tian relationship is not bad. The two used to drink and play billiards together." "That's good. Let's get together." Shirley asked other classmates, which also included Li Meng and Zhao Yang, etc. Together there were more than 10 classmates, half male and half female. The group went to Queen's KTV just outside the university town, asked for a medium pack, and after ordering a beer and fruit plate, the group started to sing along. Those girls in the class were very cheerful and each of them sang a song, by which they wished Shirley a happy birthday. While everyone was having fun, Shirley handed the microphone to Wu Tian. "Xiao Tian, sing a song." "I won't sing, you guys sing." Wu Tian used to love to sing, but ever since he fell out with Li Meng, he never sang again. "Xiao Tian, I've never heard you sing before. Today is my birthday, so sing a song." Shirley also wanted to get Wu Tian involved and liven things up together. "If you want to sing, it's also Brother Yang who should sing. How can it be Wu Tian's turn?" The lapdog beside Zhao Yang grabbed the microphone and shoved it into Zhao Yang's hand to curry favor. 43. In your face. Yes, yes. Welcome Brother Yang to sing a little apple for us. Several other girls followed suit. Everyone who had come out to play with Zhao Yang before knew that Zhao Yang sang beautifully and was a KTV mic. "Everyone be quiet." Zhao Yang took the microphone and turned to face Wu Tian. "Student Wu, why don't we use the scoring system to spar? How about it?" "Not interested." Facing Zhao Yang's provocation, Wu Tian acted extremely calm. "Wu Tian, you're not afraid, are you?" This, on the contrary, made Zhao Yang even more arrogant and taunted. I didn't expect you to be so timid. A few girls were up in arms at his words. Wu Tian's loud voice. How can he compare to Brother Yang? I guess we'll all have to throw up when Wu Tian opens his voice. He can't sing by the look of him. He must be ghostly. A few girls were usually close to Zhao Yang. That's why they mocked Wu Tian so recklessly as a way to please Zhao Yang. Seeing Wu Tian being taunted by his classmates, Shirley hurriedly opened his mouth to solve the problem. We all come out to play just to have fun. Don't be like this. He originally wanted Wu Tian to integrate into his classmates and make a mess together. He didn't expect these students to follow Zhao Yang in taunting Wu Tian, and the development of things was completely out of his expectation. Shirley, you're celebrating your birthday today, so let Wu Tian sing a song to help cheer you up. And he's not even giving you face. Zhao Yang deliberately stirred up trouble. Now whenever there was any opportunity, he would spare no effort to disparage Wu Tian. As soon as he spoke, the other students followed suit. Wu Tian, his voice is uncomfortable. Shirley One helped to solve the problem, only hoping that this matter will be settled as soon as possible. But the classmates were holding on to it, saying that Wu Tian didn't give face and deliberately embarrassed Shirley and Zhao Yang. Wu Tian originally didn't want to bother with these female classmates, but he was worried about affecting Shirley's birthday party this time. Slowly walking up to Zhao Yang, he coldly spoke. Do you really want to spar with me in singing? Yeah, let's just compete casually. Whoever loses tonight will treat the guests. Zhao Yang tilted his head and loudly provoked. He was relying on the fact that he had a good singing voice and sang well, using this to embarrass Wu Tian in public and make him bleed in the process. Okay, let's compare then. After Wu Tian said this, he took the microphone from Zhao Yang and ordered a Desert Camel song on the song ordering system. This song is not good. Don't sing everyone to vomit. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yang mocked his sentence. Then he couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he sat on the sofa and waited to see this kid Wu Tian make a public fool of himself. A few girls circled around, all looking like they were waiting for a good show, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl into a sneer. Wu Tian swept a glance at his classmates, brought the microphone to his mouth, and began to sing following the melody of the music. As soon as he opened his voice, the booth instantly quieted down, and the smiles on the faces of the students instantly disappeared, all of them immersed in Wu Tian's tone. With his mellow voice and unique vocals, Wu Tian sings the Desert Camel with a vicissitude of beauty. For a moment, it was as if everyone was immersed in the middle of a vast desert, enjoying that prodigal ease. As the tone ebbs and flows, so does everyone's mood, sometimes feeling relaxed, sometimes nervous, and sometimes with an indescribable loneliness. After the song was sung, everyone could not find peace in their hearts for a long time, including Zhao Yang, Shirley, and Li Meng. All the students present were immersed in it, as if they had forgotten all their worries. After a long time, the students came back to their senses from the song, and they all gazed at Wu Tian with unbelievable gazes. They all didn't expect Wu Tian to sing so well, comparable to professional level singers. That singing voice simply made people want to stop. What kind of singer? Singer God, compared to Wu Tian is simply weak. Wu Tian is the real king. Shirley had long been dumbfounded. This was the first time he had heard Wu Tian sing. He did not expect the song to be so good. He was feeling unfulfilled and wanted to listen to it again. Similarly surprised was Li Meng. Having known Wu Tian for so long, she had never realized that the boy could sing so well. By the time she got to the middle part of the song, she was so impressed that her insides had melted from the song. In the past, when Wu Tian chased her, she felt that the boy was nothing. When the other party left, she realized that the boy was so good. Even his singing was so good. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wu Tian stepped in front of Zhao Yang and handed over the microphone in his hand. It's your turn now. Start. Zhao Yang was mechanically dumbfounded in place, and at this moment he didn't have the courage to take the microphone at all. I thought Wu Tian would have a hard time singing and wanted to use the opportunity to make a fool of him, but the result was unexpected. Wu Tian's singing voice was like heavenly music and heartfelt. Even he couldn't help but secretly clap his hands. He had to admit that the kid in front of him sang too well, and at his current level, the difference was 100,000 miles. Student Zhao Yang, it's your turn to sing. Wu Tian shook the microphone in his hand and impatiently urged. I won't sing. Zhao Yang hung his head in embarrassment. Now how could he have the courage to compete with Wu Tian again? He didn't want to seek abuse in public. You were the one who had to compete with me in singing just now. Why don't you sing now? I admit defeat. Zhao Yang gritted his teeth unwillingly, no longer having the arrogance and cockiness he had before. He didn't want to admit defeat, but he had to. Mr. Zhao, aren't you known as the song master? Why did you admit your weakness so quickly? Wu Tian looked straight at Zhao Yang and struck without mercy. Zhao Yang gritted his teeth and trembled with anger, but he had nothing to say. Paralyzed, never been so humiliated as now. Feel ashamed. Remember, Don't ever feel like a fluffer just because you're a bit competent, Wu Tian advised kindly. These words were more like a loud slap in Zhao Yang's face, instantly making him dizzy. Right. Wu Tian thought of something else and added, since Zhao admits defeat, are you paying for all the spending tonight? Willing to bet. Zhao Yang nodded his head vigorously, and his face had begun to twist and distort. Tonight is really a loss. Not only publicly humiliated, but also have to pay the bill. It is really suffocating. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Wu Tian pursed his lips and smiled, his face full of complacency. At this time, Shirley next to him couldn't help but interrupt. Everyone says, is Wu Tian singing good? Good to hear. The students chanted in unison. All were deeply impressed by Wu Tian's singing voice. Does the class still want to hear it? Think. Good. Then please ask Wu Tian to sing another song for everyone. Snap. Soon the booth erupted in loud applause. Even Li Meng couldn't help but raise her hand and clap. She also wanted to hear Wu Tian sing again. Under the expectant gaze of the students, Wu Tian ordered a more upbeat song. With a manic melody, the booth soon boiled over as the night's party was brought to a climax. 44. Fight me? Everyone continued to drink and sing and the atmosphere was pretty good. Bang! Suddenly there was a muffled thud as the door to the private room was kicked in and a few punks barged in. The students' bodies shrank in fear, and they hastily retreated to the corner. Who was it just now who walked without eyes and bumped into me? One of the yellow-haired gangsters asked with glaring eyes. It's me. Shirley's voice was a bit trembling when he answered, and he hurriedly apologized after answering. I'm sorry, this big brother. I accidentally bumped into you just now. I'll make amends to you. Afraid of getting into trouble, he bowed toward a couple of punks after saying this. Dead fatty, it's too insincere for you to make amends like this. The yellow-haired punk didn't want to stop willingly. So, what do you want then? I see these chicks are not bad. Let them accompany a few of my brothers to have some fun. After the yellow-haired gangster said this, he walked towards Li Meng and the others. The corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. I hope Big Brother will be merciful. They are my friends. Shirley smiled and pleaded towards the few punks. As the host, he couldn't just stand by and watch his female classmates being bullied, let alone the fact that there was a girl he liked among them. Get lost. The yellow-haired gangster pushed with force, directly pushing Shirley to the ground, and his ass fell hard on the ground. Afterwards, the punks greedily surrounded towards Li Meng and the others, like greedy cats seeing fish, with evil in their eyes. The girl was scared and backed up, and only after she had retreated to the corner did she ask Zhao Yang for help. Brother Yang, quickly, save us. They were usually close to Zhao Yang and relied on Yang to help them with anything. After those words, all the punks glared at Zhao Yang with those cannibalistic eyes. Frightened Zhao Yang's neck shrank and hurriedly waved his hand. A few Moncler. Don't misunderstand. I don't know them. Well, he didn't want to provoke the gang of punks, and at the critical moment scared rushed to clear the relationship with those girls. Upon hearing this, Li Meng and those girls were beyond pissed off and wanted to pounce on Zhao Yang and strangle this asshole. Zhao Yang used to brag a lot about how he would always cover them, but he turned out to be a grandson when he was in danger. What a waste. Pop. The yellow-haired gangster swung his palm round and slammed it hard on Zhao Yang's face, scolding, dare to lie to me. Say it again. Do you recognize them? No. Zhao Yang still wanted to say that he didn't know, but when he saw that yellow hair was going to do it again, he shrank his neck in fear and hurriedly changed his words. No. So tell me, can I play with these chicks, old man? Can play. Feel free to play. Now that saving his life was important, Zhao Yang didn't care about those Li Meng and the others. A few of the girls' hearts went cold when they heard this. None of them had expected Zhao Yang to be so greedy and fearful of death that he would give them away in order to save his life, including Li Meng. Several girls hated Zhao Yang in their hearts and wanted to tear this beast apart. Count on you, kid, to be sensible. The yellow-haired gangster pushed Zhao Yang away and once again, he closed in on a few girls. Seeing the punks pouncing over, Li Meng covered her body with her hands, her eyes full of fear and anxiety, and more than anything else, despair. The male students present all cowered in the corner in fear, watching the girls being bullied, and no one dared to step in. Stop! As the girls were in incomparable despair, a sudden bellowing sound came from them, and Wu Tian walked over to block the front of the girls. To be honest, seeing these punks only made his heart beat a drum, but he mustn't stand by and do nothing. If he let these punks bully the girls in his class, what kind of a man was he? And how was that different from being a punk? All the gazes looked towards Wu Tian, especially the girls, whose gazes were incomparably bright. Seeing that Wu Tian stepped in to stop it, they were especially touched in their hearts, not realizing that at the critical moment, it was Wu Tian, who usually had a normal relationship with them, who stepped forward to protect them. It was only at this moment that he realized that Zhao Yang was so far behind Wu Tian that he couldn't even compare to one of Wu Tian's toes, especially Li Meng. At this time, she had a particularly complicated mood, and her heart was like being torn by something a few times. Silly boy. There's nothing for you here. Get lost. The yellow-haired gangster glared at Wu Tian and threatened with a fierce face. I'll manage this matter. Wu Tian forcefully suppressed his inner fear and responded in a hardened manner. You're damn well looking for death. The yellow-haired gangster's expression turned cold as he swung his palm towards Wu Tian's face. Wu Tian reacted quickly. His body shrank in time to avoid the attack, while grabbing the beer on the table and slamming it down hard towards the punk. Bang! With a loud bang, the bottle smashed right through. The punk's head was smashed open, and beer mixed with blood splashed everywhere. Ah! The yellow-haired punk was smashed and screamed miserably. His hands clasped his head in death, his expression somewhat hideous. The entire private room was dead silent. All the students gazed at Wu Tian with exaggerated expressions. They didn't expect Wu Tian to strike so viciously. A bottle of wine opened up the punk. The girls, especially, were stunned by Wu Tian's action. Come here, I'll kill you all. Wu Tian was pointing at the punks with a beer ballast in his hand, like an enraged monster. A few punks looked at each other in dismay, seemingly a little wary of the vicious kid in front of them. Seeing the other party's weakness, Wu Tian turned his head and yelled at the boys in the booth. What the hell are you doing standing there in silence? If you're a man, go together and abuse them. Yeah, abuse them. The male students in the room were all galvanized and swarmed over, punching and kicking a few of the punks. In a moment's time, he had beaten the out of a few punks. The yellow-haired young man also did not expect these students suddenly became so brave. Scared, hurriedly quit the private room, at the same time pulling the voice threatened, "You wait, later I find someone to kill you." Putting this down, Yellow Hair endured the pain and left quickly. After a few punks left, the booth was all agitated instead. Everyone looked panicked as they knew they were in big trouble. Shirley walked over, the corner of his mouth shivered and asked Wu Tian, "Xiao Tian, the punks are looking for people to go. How do we do? Yeah, what should we do?" The other students were all out of ideas and asked Wu Tian for a solution. Pop! Wu Tian threw half a beer bottle in his hand, pretending to be calm and placating. "Everyone take it easy, I have my own way." "What way?" "Everyone calm down. I'm going to make a phone call first." After Wu Tian said this, he dug into the restroom, fumbling for his cell phone and dialing Long Yun. He opened the door and said, "Secretary Long, I've encountered a little situation over here." "Young master, did something happen?" On the other end of the phone, Long Yun's voice was cold and stiff. "I met a few punks on my side." Wu Tian recounted the matter briefly. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Long Yun. "Young master, are you alright? Are you injured?" "It's okay." "Young master, are you really alright?" Long Yun repeatedly inquired about Wu Tian's injuries, and the tone of her question was clearly worried. "It's really okay." "That's good. Where are you now?" "Young master, Queen KTV 888. "Okay, I'll send someone right over." 45, settle down. Wu Tian walked out of the restroom after making the call and found that the private room was unusually quiet, and his classmates were all standing in place in fear, not daring to say anything. "Don't worry everyone, someone will come to support us soon." Wu Tian smiled and calmed down. Still, the students were flustered. After all, it was no joke to beat up a social punk this time. Bang! Just when everyone was distracted, the door to the private room was slammed open and Yellow Hair barged in with more than a dozen punks. The towel covering Yellow Hair's head has now stopped the bleeding. Seeing so many mongrels, the students turned pale with fear and their legs were shaking slightly, especially those girls. They all hid behind Wu Tian in fear, as if only this boy could bring them a sense of security. "Who hit my brother just now?" One of the scarred men stepped out, his face grim as he roared and asked. "Me." Wu Tian volunteered to step forward. At this point in time, he had to man up and at the same time stall for some time and wait for backup. "You?" The scarred man swept Wu Tian with that scrutinizing gaze. Laughing coldly, he said, "Believe it or not, it's easier for me to get you killed than to step on an ant. If I was afraid of death, I would have run away just now." "Good boy, you have guts." The scarred man pointed at the ground with force. "Kneel down. I'll spare you from dying. Since I came out of my mother's womb, I've never been able to kneel. I'd like to see if it's your mouth that's hard, or my fists." After the scarred man roared these words, he commanded to the little brothers behind him, "Get together and fight for me." Before he could finish typing, the door to the private room was slammed open again and 4 men in suits and sunglasses barged in. These were the 4 bodyguards sent by Long Yun, and after bowing towards Wu Tian, they stood aside to wait for orders. "Do it." Seeing the 4 bodyguards coming over, Wu Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and instructed the bodyguards. Yes, when the bodyguards got the order, they pounced together towards the dozen or so punks. These bodyguards were all professional fighters. All of them were very agile, and it was no trouble at all to deal with more than a dozen punks. In less than a few moments, he had over all 10 or so punks. The students were secretly relieved. not realizing that the helper Wu Tian had found was so tough. Soon, more than 10 punks were all beaten away, and only Scar and Yellow Hair were stopped by Wu Tian. Wu Tian slowly approached towards the two men with a beer bottle in his hand and bared his teeth as he said viciously, "Who said anything about getting me killed just now?" "I." Flop. The yellow-haired punk's legs went limp in fear and he directly knelt on the ground. It was only until this moment that he realized how powerful the kid in front of him was, and with those 4 bodyguards, he was simply invincible. It looked like he had met a tough opponent today, and if he didn't beg for mercy, I was afraid that he would only be asking for trouble. Yellow Hair would still have just arrogant, scared, kneeling on the ground and begged for forgiveness. "Big brother, I'm wrong, please let me off the hook." The onlooker students were dumbfounded, not expecting the punk to be scared by Wu Tian and directly kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Boo! Wu Tian raised his leg and viciously kicked Yellow Hair, cursing, "Get lost." Yes. Yellow Hair got up and fled the place on his ass, shooing away Yellow Hair. Wu Tian again dropped his gaze on Scar and coldly asked, "Tell me, how do you want to die? Count yourself cruel." "I admit defeat." The aura on Scar's body instantly disappeared, and he could only bow his head and admit defeat. "I thought that this group of students were just goons and softies, but I didn't realize that the kid in front of me was a tough character, and those bodyguards alone were more powerful than their 10 or so little brothers. Don't let me see you next time. Get lost." Wu Tian placed the beer bottle heavily on the table and yelled at the scarred man. Gulp! The scarred man swallowed his saliva and left the place in a grayish manner. After driving the punks away, Wu Tian turned his head and instructed the 4 bodyguards, "There's nothing more for you guys here." "Yes." After the 4 bodyguards responded, they obediently exited the private room. The KTV fiasco died down. It was a thrilling night for the students in attendance. After all, everyone is still just a student, or the first time to come into contact with the social gangsters. To say that they are not afraid of that is false. It was good that Wu Tian had stepped in to set things right. Everyone came back to their senses and couldn't help but thank Wu Tian one after another. "Thank you, Wu. If it wasn't for Tiny, we'd all be screwed tonight." "Yeah, thanks to the Wu students for helping us teach those punks a lesson." Wu Tian looked so handsome just now, just like a grand marshal commanding thousands of troops. Wu Genius is a true man, stepping up to the plate at a critical moment. I'm mesmerized by Wu's heroic rescue. For a while, Wu Tian became a hero in the hearts of his classmates, and everyone praised him. Even the girls who were previously not treating Wu Tian well changed their previous attitudes and cast a few gazes of infatuation. Tonight this incident, Wu Tian won goodwill in the hearts of his classmates. After some thanks and praise, the students dispersed. Wu Tian chatted with Shirley for a few moments before they went their separate ways, and as he walked out of the KTV, he saw Li Meng standing outside the private room. Li Meng took 2 steps forward and stopped half a meter from Wu Tian. "Thank you for helping me out tonight. I'm not doing it for you. It's just for the other students." Wu Tian's expression was indifferent. His heart was already devoid of fluctuations. "You." After hearing this, Li Meng looked incredibly lost, and the expression on her face couldn't be more awkward. Originally, there were a lot of things she wanted to say to Wu Tian, but Wu Tian's indifference made her swallow all the things she wanted to say. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave." Wu Tian dropped these words and turned around to leave quickly without the slightest bit of lingering. This next period of time was fairly calm, and Wu Tian devoted all his thoughts to studying economics and management and researching investments. A few days later, he received a call from Lu Jun again, asking him to go to the Universal International Club for a drink. Wu Tian was looking forward to going out to relax and unwind, and when he received the call he gladly headed to the Universal Club. As soon as he entered the club, the waitress called Zhang Ye bent over at 90 degrees and bowed, acting very respectfully and not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Last time, even the owner of the club bowed down to Wu Tian, and they, the waiters, didn't dare to treat him lightly. Led by the waiter, Wu Tian came to the 3rd floor and soon found Lu Jun in the lobby card room. "Uncle Lu, I've kept you waiting." Wu Tian walked over and sat down opposite Lu Jun with an apologetic face. "I just arrived too. Come on, drink." Lu Jun poured a glass of whiskey and pushed it over. "Come on, cheers." Wu Tian raised his cup to clink glasses with Lu Jun before drinking the spirits in his cup. He had just put down his glass after finishing his drink when his eyes caught a glimpse of a pretty woman sitting diagonally across from him. Huang Lan? At a closer look, it was none other than Huang Lan, a little-known singer in Jiangnan and one of Wu Tian's favorite singers. I didn't realize that I was even more stunning in person than I had seen on TV. 46. Beautiful singer Huang Lan. Lu Jun put down his wine glass and noticed that Wu Tian's eyes were looking at the woman with some burning. He couldn't help but try to ask, "What, like that girl?" "Right." Wu Tian first nodded, then hurriedly shook his head. "No, I just think she sings beautifully. I didn't realize you kids were starstruck. Hey, by the way, do you have a girlfriend now?" "No." Wu Tian did not know why Lu Jun asked this question, but he still answered truthfully. So what type of girls do you like? Gentle, beautiful, and virtuous. Then, Lu Jun brought his head over and asked with an odd smile, what do you think of my family's Yu Yao? Ha! Wu Tian was stunned at first, quickly reacted, daring Lu Jun to try to set himself up with his daughter. With a hefty smile, he perfunctorily said, Miss Lu is beautiful and generous, beautiful and intelligent, a good girl that can't be beat. So do you want to? Uncle Lu, come drink. Without waiting for Lu Jun to finish his sentence, Wu Tian hurriedly raised his glass to interrupt. He was not in a good position to answer this question right now. After all, he had only known Lu Yueyao for a short while and did not understand each other yet. You brat! Lu Jun shook his head with a bitter smile and lifted his wineglass to drink it all in one go. Since Wu Tian avoided talking about it, it was not good for him to mention it again. The two continued to drink, while also changing the subject and starting to talk about something about investments in the mall. From time to time, Wu Tian looked up and glanced diagonally across the room to find a fat, middle-aged man sitting next to the singer, Huang Lan. The man's face was lewd, both eyes gazing straight at Huang Lan's body, greedy like a gluttonous cat. Huang Lan endured the obese man's thieving eyes without making a sound, which in turn made the man get the better of her, reaching out and grabbing towards her body. Pop! Huang Lan finally couldn't bear it anymore and raised her hand to slam it hard on the man's face with an unusually crisp ringing sound. This slap immediately enraged the obese man, pointing at Huang Lan's nose and cursing, Bitch, you dare to hit me, believe it or not, I'll let you get out of the entertainment industry? Even if I quit the entertainment industry, I won't let you have your way. Huang Lan tilted her head and responded stiffly, Stinking, your wings are hardened. Right, see how I'm going to clean you up today. The obese man raised his sleeves and was ready to teach Huang Lan a lesson. Frightened, Huang Lan's neck craned and he got up, ready to run away. She drank too much wine, coupled with running too fast and wearing high heels, got up and did not take 2 steps. Her body a Wang Tsong fell hard on the ground. Run, I'll see where you run. The obese man quickly chased after him and swung his palm up, ready to teach Huang Lan a lesson. Stop! In the heat of the moment, Wu Tian bellowed and walked over to the obese man and scolded. What kind of skill is it to hit a woman? Silly boy, don't be so damn nosy, get lost. The obese man waved his hand impatiently, not putting this shabbily dressed Wu Tian in his eyes at all. I'll manage this idle matter today. Wu Tian walked over and helped Huang Lan up from the ground, his heart incomparably excited. This was one of his favorite female singers, and it was inevitable that he would be in an excited mood when he was up close and personal with his idol. To be honest, the moment he touched Huang Lan's body, his insides jumped wildly and his arms trembled a little. Huang Lan didn't say much, just gave Wu Tian a grateful look. If you want to mind your own business, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The obese man's eyes turned cold, shaking his body full of fat. Do you know who I am? I don't know. Then I'll tell you. I'm Lu Hui, the boss of Huifeng Media. So get lost if you're sensible. The obese man tilted his head and reported his big name. That look of arrogance. A small media company really thinks of itself as an onion. Wu Tian was unimpressed. I had heard of the so-called HSBC media before, and singer Huang Lan was made famous by them. You, Lu Hui's body's fat meat trembled in anger, fished out a card from his pocket and ruthlessly slapped it on the table. Silly boy, know what kind of card this is? Universal International Club Diamond Card. Wu Tian had seen the diamond card before, so he could naturally recognize it. Count on your kid's good sense. Yes, this is the drill card. Lu Hui shook his collar and threatened in a pretentious manner. As long as I give the order, someone will immediately throw you out of here. His identity might not scare the other side, but this diamond card would surely send chills down anyone's spine. Anyone who spends money here knows that the diamond card has a lot of authority in the club, so much so that no guest dares to offend it. Unbelievable. Wu Tian looked straight at the fat man in front of him, his expression calm without any ripples. Good boy, let you know my power today. After Lu Hui said this, he fished out his cell phone and started calling. After the call, he looked even more arrogant. Soon you'll be thrown out like garbage. With that he stuck his hands in his pockets and looked like he was waiting for a good show. Wu Tian didn't say anything. On the contrary, Huang Lan, who was next to him, was slightly furrowed and couldn't help but secretly worry in her heart. She knew what the drill card meant, and by the time someone from the club got here, the kid in front of her would be thrown out for sure. It didn't take long for the club's owner, Lin An, to lead more than a dozen bodyguards to rush over. Mr. Lin, Lu Hui often came to the club to play, so naturally he knew the famous Lin An. After taking the initiative to go forward and greet him, he said to Lin An, please help me throw that kid out. Mr. Lin. After saying this, he retreated to the side, gloating and waiting for a good show. Lin An led the people to quickly walk to the front of Wu Tian and bowed deeply to greet him. Mr. Wu has come to visit and has lost his way to welcome him. When these words came out, Lu Hui was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the owner of the Universal Club to bow down to a brat. How can such a shabby, stupid boy climb up to a big shot like Linen? What the hell? Huang Lan was equally dumbfounded. She also didn't expect Linen, who had a strong backstage and was high up in the hierarchy, to show such deference to a young kid. This is totally unbecoming of the owner of the Universal International Club. Originally, I was worried that this boy would be thrown out, but it turned out that not only was this boy not thrown out, but he was also treated so courteously by Boss Lin, which was a real shocker. She couldn't help but be secretly curious in her mind. What kind of person was this kid? Lu Hui, who had come back to his senses, waved his diamond card and reminded Linen, Mr. Lin, I have a diamond card, so I hope you'll abide by the rules of the club and throw this kid out. Do you know what the rules are? Linen twisted his head to look at Lu Hui and asked expressionlessly. The rule is that diamond cards are more fluff than gold cards. Wrong, Linen interrupted coldly, pointing at Wu Tian. Right now in this club, Mr. Wu is the rule. Every word he says is a rule. Lu Hui's heart trembled fiercely, and his gaze towards Wu Tian became deep, his eyes filled with fear. 47 hours of ambiguity. Until this time he realized that the shabbily dressed kid in front of him was by no means a generalist, but a big shot who was coaxed by the fluff. The person who can set the rules of the game at the Universal Club is definitely a more fluffy character than Linen. What the hell kind of character is that? It's scary to think about it. Thinking about this, Lu Hui hurriedly apologized to Wu Tian. I'm sorry, just now it was me who had eyes but didn't recognize MT. You don't need to apologize to me. The person you need to apologize to is Miss Huang. Wu Tian reminded in a cold voice. Yes, after Lu Hui answered, he lowered his stance and apologized to Huang Lan. Miss Huang, I was wrong before. I apologize to you. If he doesn't bow down now, destruction will await him. Huang Lan didn't say anything, but looked at Wu Tian with that deep look in her eyes, and suddenly, she was a little more curious about the boy in front of her. She used to frequent the Globe Club and had never seen a customer with such large privileges. To be able to make Linen bow his head, his strength could be imagined. The mind was even more curious now. What was this kid? Don't let me see you again in the future. Take your time. Wu Tian made a pleased gesture and said impatiently, thank you for being merciful. After Lu Hui thanked him, he fled from this place with a gray face, afraid of being pursued by this kid again. After sending Lu Hui away, Wu Tian smiled and said to Linen, Mr. Lin, you guys go ahead and get busy. Good. Be at your disposal for any orders. Linen nodded slightly and led the people out of this place. Hello Ms. Huang, my name is Wu Tian. I'm a fan of yours. Wu Tian took the initiative to extend his right hand to introduce himself. I still can't suppress the joy and excitement of seeing my favorite singer right in front of me. Hello. Huang Lan reached out and shook Wu Tian's hand, saying, thank you for helping me out just now. Maybe it was the booze that got the best of him. His face was flushed at the moment, and even his speech smelled of alcohol. It's my honor to help Miss Huang. Wu Tian swallowed, not even knowing what to talk about. He used to dream of getting to know this beautiful singer, but now that he had the chance to do so, he was a bit overwhelmed instead. I have a bit of a headache right now. Huang Lan pressed her hands on her temples and frowned in some pain. Can you do me a favor? Gladly. Can you send me home? Sure, no problem. Thanks. Huang Lan's head sank, dazed and ready to fall, now that the alcohol had fully kicked in. Fortunately, Wu Tian was quick on his feet and hurriedly reached out to hold Huang Lan. The woman was a real piece of work, with a voluptuous, perfectly shaped body, and the smallest touch made him enjoy it extremely. Being in such close proximity to his idol, his heart raced once again, and his heart tensed up once more. It's a good thing that Huang Lan is now drunk and drowsy at this moment, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Hey! Wu Tian shook Huang Lan's body and pursued. Still haven't told me where your home is? Hey, where is your house? I asked her several times, but she didn't respond as if she were a piece of. There was nothing for it but to pick the woman up in a horizontal hug. After saying goodbye to Lu Jun, he left the Universal Club with Huang Lan. Originally, he wanted to take this woman to the hotel to check in, but on second thought, in case he was misunderstood or secretly photographed, it would definitely ruin this woman's reputation. I don't know where Huang Lan lives now, and I can't go to a hotel. There was no choice but to bring her home first. As soon as he carried Huang Lan into the house, he saw Long Yin standing in the hall. The woman had just finished her shower and her hair was still wet. Young master, you, Long Yun swallowed back when the words came out of her mouth, only to look at Wu Tian with a few points of contempt and dislike in her eyes. Obviously, she was mistaken. Don't get me wrong. I just brought her back because I saw that she was drunk and had nowhere to go. Wu Tian hurriedly explained. She was worried that Secretary Long was talking nonsense in front of Grandpa. Young master is looking at her sexy and pretty. Right. Long Yin dropped an I know everything look and turned around to enter her bedroom. Hey, Wu Tian still wanted to explain, but as he watched Long Yun's back disappear, he could only stop there. It looked like a misunderstanding was inevitable. Forget it. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. Wu Tian carried Huang Lan into his bedroom and placed the woman on the bed, then gave her a hot compress. After finishing this, Wu Tian dug into the bathroom to take a shower. When he finished his shower and walked out, he found that Huang Lan's dress was a bit messy and many parts of her body were already visible. Gulp! Wu Tian looked a little silly. He didn't expect the beautiful singer to have such a wretched side. Now this is really tempting. I can't look at it like that anymore. I'm really worried I won't be able to control it. After a few glances, he walked over and covered the woman's body with a thin sheet, then lay down on the couch outside. When he thought of Huang Lan being in his room, Wu Tian tossed and turned a bit and didn't sleep until very late. Early the next morning, Wu Tian was awakened by a piercing scream. Rushing into the room, he saw Huang Lan wrapping her body tightly with the quilt, her face full of anger. Sweeping a glance at the unfamiliar surroundings, Huang Lan questioned with wide eyes, "Where am I?" "This? At my house," Wu Tian explained with a smile. "What? Your home?" Huang Lan glanced at the wrecked room and said nervously, "Did you give me that last night? Don't get me wrong, I didn't do anything to you. What about my dress?" Only then did Wu Tian realize that most of the skirt on Huang Lan's body had fallen off, and the sight was a source of infinite reverie. After staring for a few moments, he hurriedly explained, "You were drunk last night, and it was probably too hot for you, so you tried to rip off your skirt on your own haphazardly. Are you sure? Okay, such a good opportunity last night, you didn't take advantage of me?" Huang Lan narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Wu Tian with a skeptical expression. Even if the man hadn't possessed her body, he had certainly taken the opportunity to take advantage of her, and it was humiliating to think about. "I really didn't touch you last night." Wu Tian recounted the details of last night in a very sincere tone. After hearing these words, Huang Lan secretly sighed in relief. It seems she was overthinking it. The kid in front of her really didn't do anything to her last night. "Hey, hurry up and get me a clean set of clothes." This dress on Huang Lan was full of wrinkles and couldn't be worn anymore, so she could only ask Wu Tian for help. "Okay, you wait." After Wu Tian answered, he quickly went to Long Yun's closet next door and rummaged through a set of clothes. As he brought the clothes to the bed, he accidentally stepped on a ballpoint pen that had fallen on the floor. His foot slipped, and his body quickly leaned forward, falling towards Huang Lan. Yikes! Seeing Wu Tian fall down, Huang Lan was scared and rushed to dodge. "Not dodge, okay? This dodge." Mouth and Wu Tian mouth came to a seamless connection. With that, the two kissed. 48 kisses to confuse the heart. Their mouths fit perfectly. Huang Lan's eyes were rounded, never dreaming that she would lose her first kiss in this situation. Frozen for 2 seconds, she returned to her senses, her pretty face instantly crimson. Pushing the man off her body with all her might, she wiped her mouth with one of her 2 hands. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Wu Tian held his face red, his expression unusually embarrassed. He also didn't expect to find this kind of accident, and accidentally fell, and ended up kissing Huang Lan. Oh, my God! Inexplicably, the idol was kissed. At this moment, his mind was a mess. Excited, guilty, and his emotions were extremely complicated. Seeing Wu Tian in this state, Huang Lan, who was originally shy and angry, couldn't help but laugh. "It was the first time I had seen such a cute boy, and I couldn't help but flirt." "Rascal, you kissed me on purpose just now, didn't you?" "No, I'm really not. Just now Wu Tian still wanted to explain, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Huang Lan. "Whether you did it on purpose or not, you just kissed me anyway." Wu Tian looked up at Huang Lan and instead became a little embarrassed. "After kissing me, shouldn't you be responsible for me?" Huang Lan brought his head over, his tone somewhat ambiguous. What? From now on, sis is your woman." But Wu Tian stayed in place like and his heart began to get tangled up. In theory, he should be happy to have picked up such an extremely beautiful woman, but he wasn't happy at all. It always felt like the woman was up to something. Huang Lan couldn't help but sputter with laughter once again, poking Wu Tian's chest with her hand. "Silly boy, you're still taking it seriously? After all that, you were joking." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian secretly sighed in relief. Originally, he was still puzzled about how his favorite singer was suddenly this wanton. It seems that he was overthinking it. This woman was just deliberately teasing him. She's boring. Sis isn't that lowly. Huang Lan picked up her dress, put it on under the covers, rolled over and got out of bed, and quickly resumed her usual high spirits and arrogance. "Now that's what makes you look like a star. That's what makes you look like a goddess." Looking at the sultry woman who had suddenly become so sexy and proud just a moment ago, Wu Tian was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. It felt like a dream just now, but the hint of lingering fragrance at the corner of his mouth let him know that he hadn't been dreaming just now. He had really kissed Huanglan. At the thought of kissing an idol star, Wu Tian was inexplicably happy. Kid, what are you giggling about? Huanglan straightened her dress and realized that Wu Tian was staring at her face with a giggle. No, nothing. Wu Tian came back to his senses and hurriedly averted his gaze from Huanglan, an unusually awkward expression on his face. Kissed me, secretly proud of it. Ha? No. Sis didn't blush. Why are you blushing? Ahem. Wu Tian touched his not-so-thick skin, in front of his idol. It was really a little hard to let go. Huanglan brought his head over with a playful face. Hey, that wasn't your first kiss just now, was it? Of course, isn't. But you're so funny. Huanglan squirted with laughter once again, laughing in a flamboyant and delicate manner. Hey, Wu Tian dryly laughed twice. Right now this kind of atmosphere made him very uncomfortable, so he simply digressed. I'm your fan, can you give me an autograph? No problem. Huanglan picked up a pen and paper from the table and wrote down her name with a furrowed brow and handed it over. Thanks. Receiving the signature, Wu Tian inexplicably felt another surge of excitement inside. Today, I finally got Huanglan's signature as I wished, which I wouldn't have dared to think about in the past. The one who should say thank you is me. Huanglan stroked the hair at the corner of her ear and smiled. Thanks for helping me out last night at the Universal International Club. A show of hands. No need to be polite, but you didn't lose out, did you? Wu Tian's expression stiffened for a few seconds, and he squeezed out an awkward smile at the corner of his mouth. To be able to kiss a superb big star like Huanglan, it really wasn't a loss for Wu Tian, but that's a little weird to say. It's been a long time since I've seen a boy as interesting as you. Seeing Wu Tian's expression, Huanglan pursed her lips and smiled. I should go. I'll walk you. No need. Huanglan walked towards the outside with her long legs, suddenly turning around when she reached the door. Being with you makes me feel relaxed and happy. Here's my business card. Bye. Huanglan put down his business card, left a meaningful smile, and left quickly. Bye. Looking at the woman's back, Wu Tian froze stupidly in place. It was indeed a surprise. I didn't realize that the usually high and mighty beautiful singer had such an unknown flirtatious side, especially when the woman had just poked fun at him. There was no star pose at all. The look was no different from a little woman. It wasn't until the woman walked out of the room that Wu came back to his senses, reaching out and touching his mouth, which still had residual scent on it even now. Just as he was reminiscing about that kiss, the door to the room was pushed open and Long Yun walked in, expressionless. Finished? Done. After answering, Wu Genius realized that Long Yun's tone was not right, hastily changing his words. Don't get me wrong, nothing happened between me and that woman. It's good that young master is happy. I actually. Right. Without waiting for Wu Tian to explain, Long Yun spoke up and interrupted. The old man called just now. What are Grandpa's instructions? Let's keep you from investing in futures and double your assets as soon as possible so you can shock the other heirs in waiting. Yes? Wu Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It looked like Grandpa was tired of his current slow progress, which was pushing him to speed up and finish the task as soon as possible. Young master, what do you have in mind? Long Yun tried to ask. On the surface, he appeared to be respectful to Wu Tian, but it was obvious in his tone that he was a bit skeptical of Wu Tian's ability. You won't understand even if this young master's thoughts are said. Wu Tian reached out and cupped Long Yun's chin with a confident expression. Go tell my grandfather that I will complete the mission as soon as possible and never let him down. Long Yun was shocked by the confident aura. It was a kind of bone-deep confidence that could only emanate from someone who was truly powerful. For a moment, she couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. Could it be that she had misjudged the young master? Or perhaps the young master was really deeply hidden? Go down! Wu Tian let go of Long Yun's chin and turned around to walk to the window, looking down at what was outside. His mind was secretly in deep thought, thinking about what he should invest next to make money and change his opinion in his grandfather's mind. Previously studied a lot of investment strategy, but are on paper, the next real battle is the real test of him. It's mind-blowing to think about. 49 Loyalty. After breakfast, Wu Tian went to the city's second hospital to visit Lu Fuguei. When he pushed open the door of the wardroom, he saw a middle-aged woman in the room. No need to think, it must be Lu Fuguei's wife. At this moment is a snot in tears to Lu Fuguei crying, Old Lu, you now cab open cannot. Lost the rice bowl, you call us mother and daughter after how to live After saying this, he cried pitifully. What are you in a hurry for? When I get out of the hospital I'll find a way to earn money. Lu Fuguei comforted his wife. You don't know anything except how to drive. Where are you going to earn money? The middle-aged woman cried louder instead. Ahem. Wu Tian coughed twice, interrupting the couple's conversation, walked in and asked with a smile. Uncle Lu, who is this? He is my wife Song Mei. After Lu Fuguei said this, he hurriedly introduced to his wife by pointing at Wu Tian. This young man's name is Wu Tian. He's the one who paid for my medical bills and helped me with the VIP ward. Many thanks to benefactor. Song Mei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and bowed slightly towards Wu Tian to thank him. You're welcome. Wu Tian helped Song Mei to sit on a chair and said, Auntie, I'm planning to hire Uncle Lu to be a driver for me and would like to hear your opinion. Really? Really? Big boss. Thank you so much. I was worried that our old Lu didn't have a job. As soon as Song Mei was happy, tears rolled out once again. Uncle Lu drives for me and makes $200,000 a year. What? Song Mei's face was shocked, full of exaggeration. You're saying to give our old Lu an annual salary of $200,000? Right. Boss, really big boss. Thank you so much. Once she heard that she could make so much money, Song Mei was so excited that her speech was a bit incoherent. Also, I've rented you a house, so bring your child over to live here, and I'll help you with your child's schooling and account. Benefactor. Song Mei was thrilled with hot tears, reaching out and grabbing Wu Tian's arm in a death grip. You are truly our great benefactor. Uncle Lu saved me before. This is all what I should do. You are really a good person. Song Mei could not hide her excitement, turning her head to Lu Fuguei. Old Lu, you are really lucky. Our family has met a nobleman this time. Yeah. Lu Fuguei nodded his head along. At this time, he also became unusually excited inside. You should follow your boss in the future and do a good job. Make sure you repay him well. Yes. I will definitely follow Boss Wu and do a good job. Lu Fuguei lifted the quilt, climbed up from the hospital bed, and said to Wu Tian, Boss Wu, I'll do the discharge today, and I can go to work this afternoon. Don't worry, you'll be recuperating for a while. I've recovered. I'll do the discharge now. After Lu Fuguei said this, he turned his head to his wife and commanded, Quick, go get me discharged. Leave the discharge to me. After Wu Tian said this, he hurriedly ran out of the ward, busy helping Lu Fuguei with his discharge. After finishing the discharge formalities, he called Long Yun and arranged for Secretary Long to help Lu Fuguei to do the account and arrange for his children to go to school. After settling Lu Fuguei's family, Wu Tian remembered that Qinglong was still hospitalized in this hospital and went to Qinglong's ward on his way. As soon as he entered the hospital room, Qinglong knelt on the floor and said gratefully, Thank you for saving my sister's life. Get up. Wu Tian hurriedly helped Qinglong up from the ground and said with concern, How is your sister now? Before that, he asked Long Yun to look for the best experts and professors to transfer Qinglong's sister to the best hospital for treatment. My sister has gotten significantly better, and there is a chance for her to be cured. Ironbone Qinglong's eyes were also avian with tears. His sister had grown up with him and was the apple of his eye. After his sister got a strange disease, his whole body was in a state of madness, and he fought black boxing to raise money to cure his sister's illness. But even if he fought black boxing for the rest of his life, he wouldn't be able to come up with enough money to pay for his sister's hospitalization. Wu Tian not only helped his sister to pay the huge hospitalization fee, but also helped her to find the best experts and professors who could have a chance to cure her strange disease. That's good. Wu Tian patted Qinglong's shoulder and pacified him. Your sister's illness is rather special. It may take a long time to treat. Don't worry too much. Puff. Qinglong bent his legs and knelt to the ground once again. Thank you for saving my sister's life. I, Qinglong, would like to follow you to the death in this life. Get up. Wu Tian hurriedly helped Qinglong up. Are you really willing to follow me? Willing. Well then, we'll be brothers from now on. Go to the fire. Go, follow me home. Wu Tian smiled with satisfaction and discharged Qinglong, taking him away from this place. Being able to subdue the green dragon was tantamount to picking up a big treasure for him. He knew a hard man like Qinglong the best, and as long as he could make him obedient, the other would follow him faithfully until death. After settling down Qinglong, Wu Tian followed Qinglong to practice martial arts every day for the next few days, trying to make himself strong, practicing martial arts during the day and studying at night. During this next period of time, Wu Tian put all his energy into practicing martial arts and studying. With his hard training, his hands were improved. I received a call from Sun Shang, the owner of Seafood TV, in the afternoon. Boss Wu. On the other end of the phone, Sun Shang's tone was respectful and humble. Do you have time to come out and get together? Mr. Sun, if you have anything to say, just say it. Wu Tian collapsed on the sofa and wiped the sweat from his neck. Having just finished practicing kung fu and used up too much strength, the whole person was a bit deflated at this moment and didn't want to go anywhere. It's about Seafood TV. On the phone, Sun Shang paused for a moment and then said, Recently, our platform's traffic has dropped severely, and our earnings are getting smaller and smaller, so I'm worried that we'll be marginalized if this goes on. Why is this happening? Ugh. Sun Shang sighed and explained. Many platforms are tapping into big anchors. The traffic is becoming more and more centralized, and small platforms will naturally be diverted. Big anchor? Yes. Big platforms rely on smashing money to bring in famous anchors, and we small platforms simply can't afford to put up a fight. Is that so? Wu Tian was secretly in deep thought. Sun Shang said very reasonable. Now live platform competition has reached white heat. Burning money to dig anchor is the quickest way to attract traffic. If you don't attract traffic, the platform will only be marginalized. After thinking for a while, Wu Tian said into the phone, traffic is money in this era. We can also dig up a group of potential anchors to introduce traffic. Let's not say we don't have money. Even if we do, those big anchors won't come to our platform to broadcast live, so it's easy to pull down their value. According to you, we can't pull a big anchor even if we spend money? It's not that we can't pull it off. It's just that it's going to cost us more, and that would be extremely detrimental to us. Makes sense. Wu Tian nodded his head in approval and suddenly brightened up. What do you think of Huanglan? 50 signing with Huanglan? Huanglan is a well-known singer in the entertainment industry, relying on her voice to make a name for herself in the industry, and is now very famous. Sun Shang gave this comment, then wondered, but why did you suddenly mention Huanglan? I want her to come live on our platform. Ahem. Sun Shang's fierce coughing sound came from the phone. Obviously, he was shocked by Wu Tian's words. After coughing for a long time, Sun Shang spoke. Boss Wu, you really know how to joke. I'm serious. Seriously? Right, Boss Wu. It's not that I'm talking about you. This idea of yours is really bold. On the other end of the phone, Sun Shang's tone was a bit agitated. Huanglan is a well-known singer in the entertainment industry. Her singing skills are very good, not to mention small platforms like ours. Even the biggest live platforms Huanglan won't go to. For her, going into a live platform is definitely a self-degrading. I have a way to invite Huanglan to come to our Seafood TV to do a live broadcast. Are you sure? Okay. It's not that I'm underestimating you. If you can invite Huanglan to do a live broadcast, I'll take your last name in the future. On the other end of the phone, Sun Shang gambled and put down a sentence. Not to mention that Huanglan couldn't possibly lower her status to enter the live broadcast platform. Even if she was willing to come, Seafood TV couldn't afford to spend the money. With Seafood TV's current strength, there's no way they could have invited Huanglan in, and they don't have the money to feed this big Buddha. Then get ready to change your last name. Wu Tian smiled playfully and hung up the phone. Then found the business card left by Huanglan and dialed the number above. Rang for half a day before the phone was connected. Inside came Huanglan's cold and arrogant voice. Who are you? Me, Wu Tian. But, ha ha ha. The phone giggled inside. This laughter was really a bit inexplicable, and Wu Tian was puzzled. Ms. Huang, what are you laughing at? He didn't seem to have said anything just now, and it was hard to understand why this woman was suddenly laughing. I thought you forgot about me. I didn't expect you to call me. Huanglan put away her smile and spoke in a soft tone with a few hints of trickiness. That, Ms. Huang, taking the liberty of interrupting, I have something I want to ask for your help. Say, the Seafood TV I invested in has been experiencing a serious decline in foot traffic lately, and I'd like to hire you. Resident broadcast? Right. Asking me to take up residency at your tiny live broadcasting platform. You're really playing an international joke. Huanglan spoke in an icy embarged tone. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian instantly deflated, but didn't show it, speaking faintly into his cell phone. In that case, let's work together again sometime. Goodbye. Although he wanted to ask Huanglan to be in residence, he didn't stoop so low as to beg. If the other party refused to help, no amount of begging would help. In business, he never acted humble. Just as he was about to hang up, Huanglan's voice came from inside again. Hey, why don't you beg me? I don't think it's necessary. Something like cooperation goes with the territory. I'll help you if you beg me. I'm sorry, I never ask for anything in business. Quite a backbone. Sis likes straight men like you. Huanglan's bright laughter came from the phone once again. After a burst of petulant laughter, Huanglan continued. Seeing as you're so cute, sis has decided to help you. Cute? This adjective made Wu Tian cry and laugh. Okay, let's talk about the live stream. How about you come to our platform as an anchor? Signing fee of $50 million, split into 7 for you and 3 for us? Wu Tian opened such a condition. With the current situation of Seafood TV cannot open a big price, can only give the big anchors a considerable signing fee. If we go by Huanglan's current market price, the $50 million signing fee would definitely not be taken. It would have to be at least tripled. No. So what do you want? I don't want the signing fee. So what do you want? I want you. Cough. Wu Tian coughed twice dryly, his expression becoming odd. I haven't finished talking. Don't get excited. Huanglan pursed her lips and added, I want you to buy me dinner tonight. Dinner? Right. That's it? Right. You don't want the $50 million signing fee, so you'll let me treat you to dinner? Wu Tian felt a bit unbelievable. Yes, sister's terms are that simple. Okay, No problem. As long as you come live on Seafood TV, I'll cover your meals from now on. It's a deal. I'm going to register on your platform first. ID is singer Huan Lan. Watch me live later. Huan Lan said this and directly hung up her cell phone. Phew. Wu Tian let out a long breath, not expecting to spend a penny and sign such a big famous female singer. Surprised indeed. Didn't realize the didn't want signing bonus. After being happy for a while, he hurriedly opened the Seafood TV client and searched for the singer Huan Lan, and immediately a newly registered user appeared, only it hadn't started broadcasting yet. Seafood TV is a small platform that doesn't have that many restrictions for starting a live stream, but it does require a series of certifications. He waited for almost 5 minutes before he saw Huan Lan enter the live stream. At this time, she was wearing a round-necked black printed lace shirt, with her hair draped over her head, and she was gorgeous, sexy and flirty without being too reserved, worthy of being a well-known singer. Temperament than those Netflix anchors do not know how many grades higher. A frequency of a smile is very beautiful. She was a newcomer who had just started broadcasting and naturally had no popularity without publicity or promotion. After staring at the woman in the live broadcast for a few moments, Wu Tian clicked follow and became the first fan to follow Huan Lan. Huan Lan briefly tweaked it a bit and began to singing one of her hit songs from when she became popular. This woman has a unique voice. Singing is really good. Born with a good voice plus acquired professional training, singing out the song is already very perfect, like heavenly music. Anyway, Wu Tian was mesmerized by what he was hearing. Soon, the room was filled with visitors one after another, and many of them thought Huan Lan looked familiar and asked on the public screen, "Who is this? This beauty is so good looking. She especially resembles the singer Huan Lan. It can't really be Huan Lan, can it? Impossible. How could a big star like Huan Lan come to do a live broadcast? Yeah, never. But she looks too much like Huan Lan, doesn't she? And she sings just as well as Huan Lan. If she was Huan Lan, the official publicity would have been long overdue. There's no way there's no movement. The live broadcast room is getting more and more popular. Everyone is talking about whether the woman on the live broadcast is Huan Lan, and the pop-ups are flying all over the place. Looking at the cell phone screen, Wu Tian smiled without saying anything, just quietly listening to Huan Lan singing and enjoying this wonderful time. When Huan Lan finished singing about the area, Wu Tian didn't mince words and started swiping the super airships, swiping a few hundred rounds at once, as a way of giving Huan Lan a shout-out. 51 Upgrading of shareholdings. Such a big move instantly attracted a lot of visitors to enter, and in just over 10 minutes, the live streaming room traffic had already reached 20,000 people. It's really impressive that a new anchor can get his traffic this high without publicity or promotion. As her popularity grew, more and more people recognized Huan Lan, identifying the woman on the air as the singer Huan Lan. They began to brush airplanes, airships and super rockets, and for a while, the live broadcast was full of gifts. If it were any other anchor, I'm afraid that when he saw so many gifts, he would have been happy and thanked him. But after all, Huan Lan is not an ordinary anchor. In the face of so many gifts, the expression on her face is always calm. She just sings seriously, and has not said much since the beginning. This incident quickly alerted the officials, and many super tubers entered the broadcast room to see what was going on, and later reported it to their superiors. Even though superintendents weren't sure about Huan Lan's identity, and they didn't know if the woman in front of them was really Huan Lan. Just as Wu Tian was watching the live broadcast with great interest, his cell phone rang and it was Sun Sheng calling. Huan Lan. Huan Lan is on our platform. As soon as the phone was connected, Sun Sheng's excited voice could be heard, probably because the speaking gasps were too heavy, and a bad echo came out of the phone. I know. Wu Tian was not at all surprised by Sun Sheng's reaction. For a well-known singer like Huan Lan to come live on a small platform like Seafood TV would be a shock to anyone. Boss Wu, is it really you? Is it really you who invited Huan Lan here? On the phone, Sun Sheng asked in a very urgent tone. Right. Oh my god, you're too powerful. Sun Sheng couldn't hide his admiration and said excitedly, to be able to invite this kind of big star to live broadcast on our platform. What a god. Previously, he thought it was impossible for Wu Tian to invite Huan Lan. It was only then that he realized that Wu Tian was 100 times more fluffy than he had imagined. After all, a big star like Huan Lan can't be hired by anyone, and I'm afraid that other platform bosses are going to die of greed. Mr. Sun, you said before that you would believe with me if I invited Huan Lan to the live broadcast. Does that still hold true? Wu Tian joked into his cell phone. It counts. From now on you call me Wu Sheng. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Wu Tian smiled into the phone as well, and both of them could feel each other's happy smiles through the phone. After a big laugh, Sun Sheng couldn't help but ask, Boss Wu, how much is your signing fee for having Huan Lan in residence this time? Not a penny. Don't tease me. How can you not want money? No money really. The gift is split between us 3 and her 7. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On the other end of the phone, Sun Shang burst out in excitement, trembling voice, you are also too powerful, signing such a big star, even, not spending a penny? Just my luck, admirable. Sun Shang pulled out a loud voice and said, I've never admired anyone in my life, and you've really convinced me. Through the microphone, one could feel Sun Shang's admiration for Wu Tian. Originally, I wanted to give Huang Lan $50 million in signing money, but it turned out that this woman didn't ask for a single penny, so I'm also surprised. Serves you right, other people can't even spend money to invite Huang Lan, but you're so good, you didn't spend a penny to let the big star broadcast on our platform. After Sun Shang finished saying this, he then changed his tone. Honestly explain, what exactly is your relationship with Huang Lan? It doesn't matter much, I'm a fan of hers. No, there must be a connection, or she wouldn't have shriveled up to help you. It really doesn't matter. I won't force you if you don't want to say. Sun Shang thought of something and proposed. You helped the platform pull in such a big star like Huang Lan for free to reside in the broadcast. I also have to show something. In this way, I'll mention your share of Seafood TV as 49%. Sun Shang took the initiative to raise Wu Tian's stake in Seafood TV. For one thing, Wu Tian had helped Seafood TV earn less than 100 million resources this time, which was a form of gratitude. Secondly, he suspects that Wu Tian has a good relationship with Huang Lan, and only by keeping Wu Tian firmly tethered can he use Huang Lan to draw traffic for the platform for a long time. Of course there was a third reason. Through this incident, he felt that Wu Tian's strength was extraordinary, and crucially, his character was also good. If you want Seafood TV to really grow, you have to establish an honest cooperation with Wu Tian, so that both sides can win together. Thank you, Mr. Sun, then I won't be polite. Wu Tian did not make any pretense and accepted the offer. In his heart, he also secretly admired Sun Shang. This man is farsighted, not limited to immediate interests. A good partner. Let's change the contract some other day. From now on, you and I will each have half of the Seafood TV. Sun Shang laughed cheerfully. The contract between us will be discussed another day. Wu Tian wasn't worried about that. Instead he said, right now, the priority is to sign with Huang Lan, then help her publicize and build momentum, borrowing her to help draw traffic to our platform. Leave that to me. Can you draw traffic? With this trump card of Huang Lan, if I can't attract any more traffic, I'll damn well quit the live broadcasting world in the future. Sun Shang immediately put down harsh words. That's good. That was what Wu Tian wanted. It has long been evident that Sun Shang is a capable business elite with hopes of opening up the world on the air. The two chatted about a few details and then hung up. When Wu Tian opened Huang Lan's live room again, he found that the popularity inside had soared to 100,000. In just half an hour, she was promoted from a new anchor to a traffic anchor, and her popularity was comparable to the popular anchors on the Seafood TV platform. No wonder, the woman's attraction is really strong. Not only is she beautiful and has a good temperament, but even her singing voice is buttoned up. Visitors come in, get hooked, become fans and don't want to leave for a while. Listening to the song, Wu Tian couldn't even quit. As he watched the live stream with great interest, the phone rang. As soon as he saw that it was Lu Jun calling, Wu Tian hurriedly connected and asked, Uncle Lu, what are you looking for me for? Yeah, there's an investment meeting at the Water Cloud. Want to come with me? Wu Tian wanted to refuse, but when he thought of his grandfather urging him to make money as soon as possible, he immediately changed his mind. Anyway, it's fine in the afternoon. It's just right to follow Lu Jun over to take a look and maybe find a suitable investment project. When he thought of this, he said into the phone, alright then, I'll go over with Uncle Lu to look for investments. Good, then I'll wait for you at the Water Cloud. Okay, I'll be right over. Wu Tian hung up the phone, casually changed into a set of clothes, and let Lu Fugue send him to Water Cloud Room. Water Cloud Room is the highest grade tea house in Marina. After a simple decoration, it has now been transformed into the 16th business and investment fair venue. Inside, crowds of people are leaping about. Rich businessmen and bosses are looking for business opportunities here. Seeking win-win cooperation, Lu Jun was soon met in the lobby, looking spry and gloriously glowing in his formal suit. 52 investment opportunities. Uncle Lu. Wu Tian quickly walked over and said to Lu Jun with a smile, you are getting younger and more handsome now. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun was so happy that his mouth couldn't close. You kid, your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. After Lu Jun finished saying this, he couldn't help but be concerned. Your kid looks a bit tired. Is it that his private life has been consuming his energy lately? No way. I've been practicing during the day and studying at night lately. I don't even have time to find a girlfriend. Did you not have time or did you not meet the right girl? For both reasons. Speaking of girlfriends, what do you think of Are You a Yao? Wu Tian didn't expect Uncle Lu to start setting himself up with his daughter again. Awkwardly scratching his head, he took the initiative to diverge from the topic. By the way, Uncle Lu, what are the suitable projects at the investment meeting? There are plenty of good projects. Go, I'll take you to take a look. Mentioning investment, Lu Jun immediately forgot about his daughter. Bringing Wu Tian to the front of the booth, he pointed to the display area where the crowds were leaping and introduced. This is a new energy project with a promising future. Is there any interest? Let's see. Wu Tian did not give an immediate answer, but approached the project introduction area to take a closer look. It's an urban solar project, and with the support and subsidies from above, it's really lucrative. It is only that the investment threshold for this kind of project is very high, coupled with the fact that there is a lot of competition, and many rich businessmen are scrambling to want to invest in it, thus pulling up the upper limit of investment. With Wu Tian's current strength, if he invested in this kind of project, I'm afraid he would only be able to follow those bigwigs and drink soup. Don't be in a hurry, there are other big projects. Come on, let's go around again. Lu Jun could see that Wu Tian was not very interested in this project, so he led him to other exhibition areas. Most of the investment meetings are in new energy and emerging industries. These industries have large investments, long cycles, and low returns in a short period of time, and Wu Tian has little interest in any of these. After turning around, Wu Tian suddenly noticed the exhibition area in the corner. This is a technology company, which is developing a domestic operating system, as we know from the detailed introduction on the exhibition board. Next to the display board stood a middle-aged man wearing glasses with an innate confidence on his face. All the other exhibition areas were overcrowded and full of rich businessmen, but only this exhibition area was empty, not a single person. It was clear that people didn't think much of the tiny tech company and no one wanted to spend money down the drain. Wu Tian stared at the detailed plan about the operating system for a few moments, then dropped his gaze on the man with glasses. Hello, are you the head of the company? Yes, my name is Li Mu. I'm the founder of Tianmu Technology. As the man with glasses replied, he took out his business card and handed it over. Tianmu? Hearing this name, Wu Tian inexplicably felt a trace of affinity within his heart. Taking the business card and glancing at it, he dropped his eyes on the display board again. Your company wants to develop an operating system independently? Yes, we now have a complete plan, and we will be able to develop a new operating system in 2 or 3 years. Li Mu showed great confidence from the beginning to the end. Developing an operating system isn't hard. That's hard. So you know how hard it is to establish an ecology? Hard as a vast universe. You know it's hard, so you're still developing hair systems? Even if it's hard, someone has to do it. Li Mu held up his glasses and said confidently, we have the confidence and strength to develop a new system and can establish the ecology to perfection. Good. After asking these questions, Wu Tian was very satisfied with Li Mu's answer and made a decision right away. I intend to invest in your company. Ahem. Lu Jun, who stood at the back and hadn't said anything, coughed twice, pulled Wu Tian to the side, and whispered, Xiao Tian, this is just a small tech company, with little prospect for development, and you investing in this kind of company is tantamount to taking the money and blowing it out of the water. I'm bullish on this tech company, they're very strong. You didn't even visit the company, you just talked to the people in charge. How do you know they have the power? They wouldn't dare to develop an operating system if they didn't have the strength to do so, and since they dare to develop an operating system, it proves that their company is technologically superior. Even if they had the technology, that wouldn't make it. With strength, dreams and perseverance, I believe they can do it. But this kind of investment is very risky. Lu Jun spoke kindly, really not wanting Wu Tian to take his money and blow it away. Risks are directly proportional to returns. After Wu Tian finished saying this, his tone changed. Uncle Lu, I know you are doing me a favor, but I have decided to invest in this company. Seeing that Wu Tian was so determined, Lu Jun did not continue to persuade him. Wu Tian pursed her lips and walked to the display area again, smiling at Li Mu. I intend to invest in your company. Let's just say that you're very discerning, and I promise you that every penny you put in won't be spent in vain, Li Mu assured with a confident face. Well then, we'll sign an agreement of intent to invest now, and then sign a formal contract after we visit your company. Good. Li Mu hurriedly took out the letter of intent to invest, and the two signed a memorandum of cooperation on the spot. This kind of agreement has no legal effect, but is just a kind of agreement between the two parties, which counts as self-regulation of the industry. Originally, there was not a single person in the exhibition area of Tianmu Technology Company, and when they saw someone signing the agreement, many bigwigs gathered around. Everyone gathered around not because of Tianmu, but to see the joke. Everyone thought that this young man Wu Tian was rather stupid, a rich second generation who didn't know how to invest. and that he would find such a small company with no prospects to sign. The scene was filled with jeers. Even Lu Jun couldn't help but sigh secretly, feeling that Wu Tian had spent money on water this time and would definitely only end up buying a lesson. The two signed the agreement and agreed to go to Tianmu Technology on another day and sign a formal contract after a detailed inspection. Without waiting for the investment meeting to end, Lu Jun left Water Cloud Room with Wu Tian. Uncle Lu. Walking out of the doorway, Wu Tian couldn't help but thank him. Thanks for bringing me to the investment meeting and helping me find a suitable investment project. You kid, you won't say that when you lose money at that time. Lu Jun shook his head with a bitter smile. In his opinion, Wu Tian would definitely lose money on this investment, which was a very uneconomical risky investment. Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to make Tianmu profitable. Ideal is plump, reality is really cruel. Lu Jun sighed again and advised, invest less money in this company, just for fun. I want to hold. You kid is crazy. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun became agitated. I thought this kid wanted to borrow this technology company to test the water. Just casually play. Try the technology company water deep water shallow. But what he didn't expect was that this kid was going to play a big game and wanted to take a controlling stake in this tech company. This asshole. Does money have? Trust me, time will prove everything. Wu Tian pursed his lips and the smile on his face was extremely confident. 53 customized meals. Ugh. Lu Jun threw out his sleeves with force and left quickly with a face full of disappointment. He was truly regretting bringing Wu Tian to the investment meeting. Phew! Wu Tian let out a dark breath and raised his head to look up at the starry sky. His gaze was extremely bright as if it could penetrate everything. After a long time he withdrew his gaze, pursed his lips and smiled faintly, lifted his leg and walked away quickly. He knew that Uncle Lu was doing it for his own good, and was worried that so much of his funds would go down the drain. However, since it is an investment there are risks. He does not dare to guarantee that he can absolutely earn, but he has 70% certainty that he is optimistic about this technology company will never lose money. Judging from Li Mu's plans for developing the system, this company has strong hands and reserves a strong technical backbone at the bottom. Li Mu was able to discover these technical backbones and organize them to develop the new system, which shows that Li Mu has strong organizational and management skills. The only drawback is that the entry point chosen by Li Mu is the development system, which is detrimental to the company's growth. The development system is a pain in the ass for Huaxia. This is a must, but only by making the company bigger and stronger will it have the strength to develop a domestic system. It was a process, a very difficult process, which was one of the reasons why Wu Tian chose to invest in Tianmu Technology. By the time Wu Tian returned home, it was already completely dark. He was about to go to the bathroom to take a shower when he happened to receive a phone call from Sun Shang, saying that Huanglan's live broadcasting room was bursting at the seams with traffic, and he was a little incoherent with excitement. Wu Tian opened the live broadcast to see that Huanglan's live broadcast popularity exceeded 1 million, and countless tycoons brushed gifts to reward him. In less than a day, Huanglan became the reddest female anchor on Seafood TV, with traffic and heat exceeding that of other anchors, and the gifts she received were even more than a few blocks away from other anchors. It looks like the effect of Huanglan's traffic diversion is very obvious, and at this rate, the platform's traffic will steadily increase. Wu Tian lay on the sofa watching the live broadcast until Huanglan went off the air. Then he touched his cell phone to call her. Ms. Huang, thank you so much. Making the call, Wu Tian directly thanked into his cell phone. I didn't expect that in just half a day's time, you'd help our platform attract 1 million. Then how are you going to thank me? Huanglan's soft laughter came from the phone. You pick a place and I'll buy you dinner. Fuyuan restaurant. Ha? Wu Tian didn't expect Huanglan to pick his restaurant. What? No? Willing? Of course. Wu Tian came back to his senses and answered back to the phone. Where are you? I'll come over to pick you up now. You kid. You're trying to get my sister's address, aren't you? I didn't mean that. Huafu Sky City, Building 5, 1002. Hurry up. Okay, come over right away. Wu Tian hung up the phone and asked Uncle Fu Gue to drive and went to Huafu Sky City first. When he saw Huanglan descending the stairs, Wu Tian's eyes lit up and he felt the blood in his body begin to boil. Beautiful, so beautiful. This woman is wearing a bustier dress tonight. Her body is wrapped in a very dominant, beautiful and proud if hidden, seductive. Kid, have you seen enough? Huanglan approached Wu Tian with her big long legs and asked in a soft and angry tone. Enough is enough. Wu Tian hurriedly withdrew his gaze, his expression slightly embarrassed. I've followed Huanglan on TV and media magazines before, and I've never seen her wearing such a cool outfit. I'm afraid a man couldn't hold this dress tonight. This answer sis doesn't like it. You should say you can't see enough. Huanglan came closer to Wu Tian and teased with a smile. Smelling a fragrant breeze up close, Wu Tian became even more excited. To avoid embarrassment, he hurriedly changed the topic. Go, get in the car. I'll treat you to dinner. Cluck cluck cluck. Huanglan giggled a few times and walked over to pull open the car door, putting on her sunglasses and getting into the back seat. Phew! Wu Tian secretly let out a breath, followed by getting into the driver's seat and instructed Lu Fugue, Uncle Fugue, drive. Let's go to Fu Yuan restaurant. Lu Fugue didn't say anything, just glanced at Wu Tian with that meaningful look and started the car to drive away from this place. Soon, the car traveled to Fu Yuan restaurant. After getting out of the car, Wu Tian led Huanglan inside. The two of them found a corner seat and sat down. Huanglan leaned back in her chair with her sunglasses on, leaning back so much that her body was domineering and fragrant. Wu Tian just glanced at him and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Ms. Huang, what would you like to eat? I heard that this restaurant has a chef named Xin Shui, and she cooks with a unique flavor. When Huanglan wasn't smiling, she looked cold, with a look of rejection. Then I'll have Xin Shui make us a package. No, I want to customize it. Customized? Right. Wu Tian scratched his head with his fingers, not realizing that Huanglan ran here for Xin Shui's customized meal. The so-called customized meal is just a gimmick. You need to make a reservation half a month in advance if you want to eat it, and only one copy at most is made each month. Ordinary people can't eat it all, even if the status of the most fluffy characters need to be booked in advance. This is the rule. Actually, Wu Tian had also heard of customized meals, but after taking over Fu Yuan restaurant, he had never eaten it either. Aren't you very capable? You wouldn't even be unable to fulfill this request. Huanglan slightly tilted her chin, deliberately making things difficult. When she thought of Wu Tian's hardened look when he had asked her to station on the air before, she was secretly angry in her heart, which was why she had made such a difficult question. If you want to eat Xin Shui's customized meal, even a star like her needs to make a reservation in advance, let alone this kid in front of you. You really want to eat? Wu Tian knew that this woman was deliberately making things difficult, trying to make herself bow down in front of her. Yeah, want to eat. Wait. Wu Tian smiled mysteriously and turned around to enter the kitchen. Silly boy. I'd like to see how long you show off. Huanglan clasped her hands on her chest with a look of waiting for a good show. After waiting for almost half an hour, he saw Wu Tian pushing a small cart out, which was topped with a golden cover. Ms. Huang, this is the customized meal you wanted. Wu Tian pushed the trolley over and then uncovered the golden cover. 6 uniquely shaped dishes are presented underneath the cover, finely crafted and beautifully presented, with a strong aroma coming from the nose. Customized dishes. Seeing the 6 dishes, Huanglan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The 6 dishes in front of us are the most famous special customized dishes of Fu Yuan restaurant. From Chef Xin Shui refined, she'd had customized meals twice before, but each time she'd needed to make a reservation more than half a month in advance. It just didn't occur to me that this guy Wu Tian didn't have a reservation and went straight to the back kitchen to have Xin Shui make the customized meal. Looks like Wu Tian has quite a face. Quickly eat while it's hot. Wu Tian set the 6 dishes on the table and took a seat opposite Huanglan. Just now, it took a lot of coaxing to get Xin Shui to help make these dishes, and he was still mopping up on the side. You didn't make a reservation in advance. How could they make a customized meal for you? Huanglan couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and eagerly wanted to know the answer. 54. You don't need a reservation to eat here with my status. Wu Tian finished saying this and picked up his chopsticks to savor it. Just after the first bite, he was full of praise. It's really worthy of Xin Shui's handiwork. It's delicious. After saying this, he wolfed it down. This time the dish was specially seasoned and tasted even better than last time, so it's no wonder the customized dish is so famous. Then what exactly is your identity? Huanglan couldn't help but be curious and continue to ask. Before Wu Tian could reply, the lobby manager ran his ass over. Boss, I was busy just now and didn't see you. Boss? Hearing this title, Huanglan's face had a somewhat stunned expression. The lobby manager looked up at the sunglasses woman and pointed at Wu Tian and introduced. Don't you know, Mr. Wu is the big boss of our Fu Yuan restaurant. Huanglan froze in place, a somewhat stunned expression on her face. I didn't realize that Wu Tian was the owner of this restaurant, so it was no wonder that he was able to have a made-to-order meal without making a reservation. You go down first. Wu Tian sidetracked the lobby manager and pointed to the delicacies on the table and said to Huanglan, hurry up and eat. It won't be good if it gets cold. You're the owner of Fu Yuan restaurant, and you didn't say so earlier. Huanglan grudgingly rolled her eyes and picked up her chopsticks as she ate. I'll come here every day in the future for a customized meal. Are you trying to wear out my cook? Just kidding. See how scared you are. Huanglan put a chopstick of vegetables into her mouth and joked. Eat every day. Sis won't be able to get fat and die. When sis doesn't have anyone to marry, you'll have to be responsible. Okay? I'll help you pick out a boyfriend when the time comes. Normal men sis can't look at. Sis likes the likes of you. Knowing that it was a joke, Wu Tian still felt embarrassed. I don't know what's going on, but I always feel a bit put out in front of my idol. Solely digressing, he said. Ms. Huang. Stop, don't call me MS. Huang from now on. Big sister? Scram. Huang Lan rolled her eyes without any good humor and said with a stern face, call me Sister Lan directly from now on. Sure. Wu Tian shouted obediently, then poured 2 glasses of red wine and pushed one of them over. Sister Lan, thank you for joining our Seafood TV to start a live broadcast. I'll toast you. Cheers. Huang Lan clinked glasses and then drank the red wine in his glass. It was obvious that this woman usually drank a lot and had a very good capacity for alcohol. After finishing a glass of wine, Wu Tian couldn't help but ask, Sister Huang Lan, why do you want to help me? Sis likes you. Ha, what. Huang Lan took a sip of red wine and said with a serious expression, Sis really likes guys like you. You're different from other men. The way you look at me is worship and respect from the bottom of your heart. Your eyes are very clean. Unlike that guy who is so disgusting and nasty. Sister Sure. For a woman as beautiful as you, I'm afraid most men would salivate over you. Didn't realize that you boys could talk fancy too. Hey, Wu Tian laughed dryly. He's usually pretty good at making girls happy, but he's just a bit of a loose cannon in front of his idol. In addition, Sis feels very relaxed with you, comfortable and open and carefree. After saying this, Huang Lan once again filled a large mouthful of red wine. Sister Sure, drink slowly, don't get drunk. With you here, what are you afraid of? Come on, drink. Huang Lan raised her wine glass and clinked it, swallowing all the remaining red wine in the glass. She wouldn't dare drink so much if she was with another man. Although she had only known Wu Tian for a few short days, she trusted the boy in her heart and was not too defensive. Just as the two of them were drinking and chatting, Shen Shui walked over from the back kitchen with a pastry. When she saw Wu Tian chatting so ambiguously with other women, a pang of sourness inexplicably welled up in her heart. Clenching her fists, she walked over and placed the pastry hard on the table, cursing, shameless, little Snow, your cooking is really delicious. Sit down and eat together. Wu Tian naturally did not hear the scolding and playfully invited Shen Shui to share a meal. Eat slowly by yourself, I still have things to do. Shen Shui coldly blankly glanced at Wu Tian and turned to leave. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance at the woman in sunglasses. Seeing the sunglasses woman so beautiful and moving, her heart is especially not a taste. In the heart of the dark curse a few sentences, stomping foot huffing away. Hey, Yuki. Wu Tian still wanted to stay, but realized that the girl had already run to the back kitchen. Watching Shen Shui's back disappear in front of his eyes, he couldn't help but secretly laugh bitterly. This girl, what's with the inexplicable temper? Idiot, that girl likes you. Seeing you with another woman, she's obviously jealous. Huang Lan couldn't help but remind her. I haven't known her long, we're just casual friends. A girl's mind is hard for ordinary men to guess. Huang Lan pursed her lips and looked out the window thoughtfully. After the two of them finished eating, Wu Tian drove Huang Lan to Huafu Sky City. After getting off the bus, Huang Lan looked back at Wu Tian. Silly boy, do you want to go to sister's house to sit down? It's so late. I won't go. Wu Tian politely refused. Still afraid that my sister will eat you? I was thinking it wasn't very convenient. Silly boy, how many men have wanted to go to my house and I haven't given him a chance? Huang Lan slightly rolled her eyes and walked towards the elevator somewhat angrily. Sister Lan, take it slow. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Wu Tian dropped this sentence at Huang Lan's back and let Uncle Fu Gui drive as the two of them returned to their residence. After returning home, Wu Tian first went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then took out his cell phone and flipped through the Bluebird that novel, and found that the book had been updated a lot faster recently. What surprised him even more was that the book was on the new book list, ranking 10th on the list. When I opened the comments section, I found a reader named Diamond Old King trolling author Bluebird like crazy in the comments section. Read the entire review to understand the reason why the Old King of Diamonds cursed. Old King Diamond is a fan of another book, and his favorite book was pushed off the list by the Bluebird book, so he took all his anger out on Bluebird. Soon after, I saw the latest message from Diamond Old King in the comments section, and he threatened to give that book a reward of $400,000 to squeeze out the Bluebird book. Wu Tian had thought that this reader was just casually shouting a couple of times to relieve his anger. When he refreshed the site again, he realized that the list of new books had changed. Shooting at number 10, Bluebird's book was squeezed off the list and replaced by another book with even fewer words. Clicking on the books, I found that the book did have the $500,000 rewarded by the Old King of Diamonds. Messages from Diamond Old King soon appeared in the comments section, bragging about his wealth and his ability to bring his favorite book back to the top of the list by himself. After reading these comments, Wu Tian just smiled bashfully and then gave $1 million reward to the Bluebird's book. That million immediately put Bluebird's book back on the list, jumping right into 9th place, and the comments section became lively. $55 million in rewards. Many readers have taken to the Bluebird comments section and have been asking for TN's help. This nigga is really big, rewarding millions at once. It's a big deal when a rich person makes a move. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. This is the Bluebird Giant's true fan. We have this kind of tycoon bibliophile. It's really making people proud. Everyone adored Brother Tian, and all sorts of fervent messages filled the entire comment section. I'm afraid that the whole website can't find a second big tycoon like Wu Tian who was so generous with his money. That's why it caused such a big sensational effect. In addition to bragging rights, some readers have left messages for old King Diamond. Brother Tian rewarded $1 million. Do you have to follow suit? Wasn't it quite a fluffer just now? Why are you dumb now? Don't even dare to say anything. Looks like a wimp. At first, the old King of Diamonds did not show up, probably a little annoyed by 8, only to have to reply in the comment area, count your ruthlessness. I admit defeat. The comments section exploded once again when I saw this message. Sure is a wimp. Just you goons. What qualifications do you have to fight with Brother Tian? All sorry for your name. A large wave of cynicism appeared in the comment section, with everyone mocking old King Diamond and degrading him as worthless. Looking at these messages, Wu Tian appeared calm, with no fluctuations within his heart. Just as he was about to exit the site, he ended up receiving a private message from the author, Bluebird. Tapping the mailbox, I saw a private message from Bluebird, Brother Sky. Why did you reward me with so much money? Wu Tian wrote back, this is a recognition of your book and an encouragement to you. Bluebird, oh my god, $1 million? That's too much. Wu Tian, your book is worth the money. Your potential is priceless. You just need to write it well. Bluebird, Brother Sky, thank you for your encouragement and help, but you really don't need to spend so much money for me, so that I feel I owe you too much. Wu Tian, if you want to repay me, write the book well and present the best story to me and all the fans. Bluebird, thank you. I really appreciate it. Wu Tian, rest early. Don't stay up too late. Bye. After sending this private message, Wu Tian exited the website, and then he was busy reading and studying until very late. He got up at 7 o'clock the next day to practice Kung Fu, practicing and studying hard all the time, never slacking off. Boss. Just as he was practicing hard, Qinglong came over and bowed deeply towards him. I admire your perseverance and determination in practicing Kung Fu like this. Less ass-kissing. Wu Tian wiped the sweat on his forehead and continued to start practicing martial arts. These were the moves and routines that Qinglong had taught him some time ago, seemingly simple, but not easy to truly comprehend, requiring long and hard training. Boss, I'm not kissing ass. This kind of perseverance of yours really makes me admire you, Qinglong said in a serious tone. I originally thought that you were just on a whim and would give up after a few days of learning, but I didn't realize that the more you practiced, the fiercer you became. All along, he felt that rich people like Wu Tian would only be pampered. Where would they be practicing their Kung Fu desperately? But after he got to know Wu Tian, he realized that this boss was different from the others, practicing desperately during the day and staying up late at night to study. Being with such a boss made him feel especially blessed. When strength is not yet worthy of ambition, I can only study desperately. Wu Tian stopped practicing and turned his head to Qinglong. Come, test me. Good. Qinglong was also trying to test Wu Tian's recent practice and swung his fist over. Seeing the fist coming, Wu Tian hurriedly sidestepped to avoid the attack, while at the same time kicking his reverse leg towards Qinglong's lower disc. Qinglong reacted quickly and raised his leg to strike back with all his might. Bang! With a muffled sound, Wu Tian was shaken back and forth, and eventually sat down powerlessly on the ground. Qinglong rushed forward to help Wu Tian up from the ground and said with concern, Boss, are you alright? It's fine. Wu Tian shook his fist with some loss inside. It seems it's still far worse than you. Boss has progressed a lot already. It took me more than 20 years of practicing Kung Fu to reach this level in the first place. One day I will surpass you. Wu Tian gritted his teeth in a fierce manner and then continued practicing. Halfway through the practice, the phone rang, and it was Li Mu who called, asking him to visit Tianmu Technology and discuss the specific timing of the investment. Wu Tian took a shower and then asked Uncle Fu Gue to drive him to Tianmu Technology. This company is located in the high-tech zone. The office area is a very personalized U-shaped building. Asymmetry and warm color decoration make the company look young and fashionable. Wu Tian first took a look around the company and found that the employees were casual in their demeanor, but they were not lazy and were busy with their work. Turned around and then knocked on the general manager's office. Walking into the office, he saw that Li Mu was sitting at his desk organizing information. Hello, Boss Wu. Li Mu got up and greeted him, while handing over the information in his hand. This is the details of our company, including the various businesses and profits. Okay, I'll take a look first. Wu Tian took the information and sat in front of the sofa to consult it very carefully. Through this information, we know that Tianmu Technology is operating somewhat haphazardly, and is currently mainly profitable with the same city network, and profits are also very low. barely maintaining the company's operations. After understanding the general situation of the company, Wu Tian looked up at Li Mu. So far, your company is worse than I thought. If the development is good, I won't even run to attract investment. Li Mu returned noncommittally. Good. I appreciate this honesty of yours. Wu Tian got up and walked to his desk, stretching out a finger. I intend to invest $1.5 million. $1.5 million? Hearing this amount of investment, Li Mu instantly raised his eyebrows. Now the company lacks nothing but money. As long as an owner is willing to invest money, he is confident that he can turn that money into a steady stream of profits. I want 49% of Tianmu Technology shares. Wu Tian opened his mouth and added. These words were like a pot of cold water, instantly dousing the smile on Li Mu's face. Li Mu held up his glasses and reminded, our employees have 10 share ratios, and if you want 49, it's the same as having actual control over the company. I know, I just want to hold on to it. This is impossible. Li Mu decisively refused. The Tianmu Technology that he had worked so hard to found was naturally unwilling to let others take a controlling stake in it. How about I hold the shares? The management right is in your hands, and I don't exercise direct management right over the company? Wu Tian made a concession. That's not exactly a concession. He's just a learner at the moment and not capable of running a tech company. But, Li Mu still wanted to refuse, but he was interrupted by Wu Tian before he could finish his sentence. I have a lot of resources in my hands, so if we work together, it will be beneficial to Tianmu. 56 Acquisition of Tianmu. What resources do you have? Raimu was skeptical of that. He had let people investigate before and didn't find out Wu Tian's real identity. He only knew that he had 2 good restaurants under his banner. How resourceful can a restaurateur be? How can it help a tech company? Just now, when I read the information, I found that your company has a dispute with the Tianyin Group, and the other party is suing you for copyright infringement, right? Wu Tian asked with a smile. Yes. At the mention of this, Li Mu was a bit demoralized. The lawsuit with the Tianyin Group has dragged down Tianmu Technology, making the entire company incapable of developing superior businesses. If this lawsuit is not handled well, it will be extremely unfavorable to the company's future development. I can use my resources to help you settle this dispute. Wu Tian had a confident look on his face. The reason why he was so confident was because the Tianyin Group was their Wu family's property, and this matter could be settled with a single phone call to him. Boss Wu, Tianyin Group is a big company. What are you going to swing with? Li Mu expressed his skepticism. The Tianyin Group was a giant company that never looked at them. The tech companies, in the eye. Tianmu Technology took half a year to handle the dispute. How capable can a restaurant owner like Wu Tian be? I have my resources. One phone call can set things right. Wu Tian shook his cell phone and said with a smile, then I'd like to see it. Li Mu held up his glasses, his tone slightly provocative. If you can settle this dispute, I'll let you hold it. He didn't think that Wu Tian had the strength to settle this dispute. Wait. Wu Tian fumbled for his cell phone and dialed his secretary Long Yun's number, only instructing 2 sentences into the phone before hanging up the phone. This little matter is not worth mentioning to the Wu family. With Secretary Lun's efficiency, it was estimated that it would be perfectly resolved in less than half an hour. After only 20 minutes, Li Mu received a phone call, and he was overjoyed after only a few words. Great! Tianyin Group has withdrawn the lawsuit. It's finally withdrawn. As soon as he hung up the phone, Li Mu yelled with excitement. Just now, the legal affairs called and said that the Tianyin Group had withdrawn from the lawsuit and promised not to pursue Tianmu Technology in the future. One didn't need to think about it to know that it must be due to Wu Tian. After being excited for a long time, he slowly raised his head to look at Wu Tian. I really didn't expect that you solved the dispute that had been troubling our company for half a year with a single phone call. I'm just drawing on resources. Looks like I underestimated you before. Your energy is truly amazing. Li Mu couldn't hide his excitement and thrill, and the way he looked at Wu Tian was obviously a little more astonished. The kid in front of him was able to handle the Tianyin Group's dispute with a single phone call, so it was obvious how powerful the forces and resources behind him were. Wu Tian went straight to the point. So about the investment? I'm true to my word. You invest $1.5 million, 49%. Li Mu clenched his teeth and immediately made a decision. Although handing over the controlling stake to Wu Tian made him feel immediate pain. However, with the resources and strength behind Wu Tian, it would be of great help to Tianmu Technology, and such resources were more important than even money. Happy cooperation. The corner of Wu Tian's mouth rose as he took the initiative to extend his right hand. Happy cooperation. Li Mu extended his hand over to shake Wu Tian's, and the two of them smiled at each other with a tacit understanding. In just over half an hour, the two agreed to work together. Next, Wu Tian and Li Mu duo formally signed the contract and signed the equity transfer agreement. After signing the contract, Wu Tian transferred the first $50 million into the company's account. Once the investment arrived, Li Mu took Wu Tian and introduced him to the employees. This is Mr. Wu Tian Wu. From today onwards, he is the big boss behind our Tianmu technology. Let's applaud and welcome. Snap. Led by Li Mu, the office resounded with crackling applause, which was clearly perfunctory. Li Mu pressed his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet, and turned his head to Wu Tian. Boss Wu, tell us all a few words. Yes. Wu Tian swept a glance at the employees and spoke. I'll personally take out $500,000 as a meet and greet gift for everyone. Snap. The words were met with thunderous applause in the office. If the applause just now was perfunctory, then this time everyone was applauding the new boss from the bottom of their hearts. I hope to unite with everyone and work together to make the company bigger and stronger. As long as the company makes money, I promise that I won't treat everyone badly. Wu Tian, like a general, said with passion. Okay. Snap. The employees applauded again. After the applause, the crowd took a stand. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for giving us a red packet. We will definitely be united and live up to our high expectations. Boss Wu is really open-minded. With such a generous boss, we will do a good job. Yes, we're going to follow Boss Wu and make the company bigger. It's a blessing for all of us to have a boss as good as Boss Wu. All the employees were mobilized with passion, praising Wu Tian as a good boss and stating that they would follow Boss Wu to do a good job. Alright, let's all go to work first. I'll distribute $500,000 to everyone. Everyone gets a share. Seeing the employees so passionate, Wu Tian was also very happy. $500,000 he was using to buy the hearts and minds of his employees. As long as we can enlist the hearts of our employees, we can help the company earn profits. And this $500,000 will not be spent in vain. The employees returned to their respective positions to continue working, while Li Mu led Wu Tian around the company. As he passed the break area, he noticed an employee playing a game, the one he had never seen before. After standing back and watching the employee play for a while, I thought it was pretty fun and looked relatively new. It wasn't until after the first game that the staff woke up. Seeing Wu Tian and Li Mu standing behind him, he hurriedly put away his cell phone and greeted. Boss Wu, General Manager Lu, how are you? What's your name? Wu Tian asked the game-playing employee with a smile and an amiable tone. Zhou Chang. The employee had a worried look on his face, afraid of being disciplined and scolded. What game did you just play? It's my newly developed handheld game. You developed it yourself? Right. Zhou Chang nodded his head vigorously and explained. I was bored a while ago and developed a game, so I tried playing it when I had nothing to do. You developed it independently? Yes. You play a little more. Let me see. Wu Tian instructed. This. Zhou Chang hesitated for a few seconds, but finally nodded and took out his cell phone to start playing the game again. Wu Tian stood back and watched attentively, his eyes staring at the screen without blinking, as if he was a bit mesmerized. It wasn't until Zhou Chang finished playing the game that he returned to his senses and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This game is very interesting. Then I'll go to work first. Zhou Chang said this and turned around to go to his office. Watching Zhou Chang's back walk away, Wu Genius couldn't help but say to Li Mu, this kid is a talent. 57 strongly developing handicrafts. There are many more characters like Zhou Chang in our company. Li Mu tilted his head with a few moments of smugness. All the programmers in the company were hand-picked by him and have been kept on high salaries. Then has our company ever made a game before? Wu Tian cupped his chin and asked thoughtfully. Done that. Li Mu nodded and said with a lost face. Our company used to spend a lot of effort on making games. And then there was little benefit, so it was temporarily shelved. That's because you guys didn't find the right entry point. The game that Zhou Chang just played is good. If it's put into the market it will definitely be beneficial. That game of his? Li Mu was a bit shocked, not expecting Wu Tian to look at that game of Zhou Chang's. I used to be a gaming enigma, and from my perspective, there's definitely a market for that game of his. Are you sure? Of course sure. Wu Tian thought for a moment and proposed. How about this? How about you ask Zhou Chang to combine a few programmers to form a small team to focus on this game? You can try. Although Li Mu didn't think highly of the game, he dared to try with it and wasn't worried about failing. Tianmu technology originally has a fault-tolerant mechanism. Within the scope of capabilities can continue to explore and innovate, and learn from the failure of the lessons learned. Alright then, go and call Zhou Chang to the office. I'll talk to him. Wu Tian said this and turned around to go to the office. After sitting in front of the sofa and waiting for a moment, he saw Li Mu walk in with Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang was a sunny and handsome big boy, not too old, only in his 20s. Sit down. Wu Tian pointed to the sofa for Zhou Chang to sit down and personally poured bean coffee and handed it over. Here, have a cup of coffee. Thank you, Boss Wu. Zhou Chang hurriedly stood up, somewhat flattered, and accepted the coffee cup with both hands. Sit. Wu Tian sat down opposite Zhou Chang and asked with a smile, do you want to push that game of yours into the market? I want to. I dream about it. Zhou Chang developed this game because he wanted to enter the market. However, It was strongly opposed by the company's vice president, Zhao Yiming, during the internal review, so he had this game dead in the water before it was even in beta. But he was not willing to do so, and was still desperately testing the game every day, trying to optimize and perfect it, and have a chance to push it into the market by himself. The company intends to market this game of yours. Before Wu Tian finished speaking, Zhou Cheng dabbed his head and stood up, excitedly saying, "Boss Wu, are you serious? Really, Boss Wu, you are truly my nobleman. Thank you, thank you." Zhou Cheng bowed repeatedly to thank him, tears rolling out of his eyes in excitement. "Don't be too happy first." Wu Tian splashed cold water and smiled. "This game of yours is still not perfect. All aspects need to be optimized. Like this, I'll give you 2 people. You'll act as the team leader and bring them along to develop this game." "Thank you, Boss Wu. I'll give you a week to optimize the game to the optimum and then conduct an internal test. Don't worry, I promise I won't fail you." Zhou Cheng raised his right hand above his head and promised in a resolute tone. "Also, after this game hits the market, I'll give you 2% of the profits as a share, with bonuses to be calculated separately." "Thank you, Boss Wu." Zhou Cheng once again bowed and thanked him. At this moment, he only felt energized, and there was a flood of power in his body that could explode at any time. With Boss Wu's full support and its own superior strength, it is entirely possible to make this game enter the market and make money. However, once he thought of Vice President Zhao Yiming, the smile on his face instantly sank. "Boss Wu, I'm afraid that Mr. Zhao's side won't agree to engage in this game. It was because of Zhao Yiming's obstruction that the game's internal testing was put on hold before." "You're talking about Mr. Zhao." Wu Tian was at a loss. For the company structure he is not fully understand. Only know as Li Mu with a few people partnership founded this company. Mr. Zhao's name is Zhao Yiming. Next to him, Li Mu hurriedly digressed. "He is one of the founders of the company. Just like me, he didn't agree to develop the game?" "Yes." Li Mu nodded and instructed Zhou Cheng. "You go down and get busy first. We'll take care of Mr. Zhao's matter." "Yes." Zhou Cheng responded and exited the office. Li Mu poured a cup of boiling water and handed it to Wu Tian, then said, "Zhao Yiming is extremely opposed to this game, and it was because of Mr. Zhao's obstruction that the game didn't go through the internal testing before." "Why did Zhao Yiming object?" "The main thing is rigidity of perception and fear of failure." "Yes? In recent years, Zhao Yiming and I have had major disagreements, each with different management styles and business philosophies, and have often quarreled over the company." "Where is he?" "Out on a business trip." Lu Mu glanced at the time, "Probably coming back soon." "Then I'll wait for him here." Wu Tian would like to meet this Zhao Yiming, and if necessary, ways to help Li Mu take back the management. Tech companies like this one fear decentralization of power and disagreements among executives, which can be detrimental to the company's growth. "Boss Wu, why don't we go eat first and wait while we eat?" Li Mu tried to propose. "No, you go ahead and do your thing." Wu Tian headed to the sofa and grabbed the magazine on the shelf and read it. After waiting for an hour, the company's vice president, Zhao Yiming, returned to the company. Zhao Yiming was slightly older, balding in his 40s and looking a bit old and disheveled. When Zhao Yiming returned to the company, he hurried to the general manager's office. "Li Mu, I heard that you pulled a powerful investor for our company. This is Wu Tian." Li Mu pointed at Wu Tian and introduced him. "Extraordinary strength and strong resources, invested $1.5 million in our company and became the controlling shareholder of the company." "Hello, Boss Wu." After listening to the introduction, Zhao Yiming rushed forward to shake hands with Wu Tian and exchanged pleasantries. "I've heard that you helped our company resolve the dispute with Tianyin Group." A show of hands. "Admirable. I didn't expect you to help us solve such a big difficulty as soon as you came to the company. There's no longer any difference between you and me. I'm also a part of Tianmu Technology," Wu Tian reminded with a smile. Yeah. Zhao Yiming slapped his head. "In order to welcome Boss Wu to our company, I'll be the host to go out for dinner." "No need." Wu Tian waved his hand. "I'm waiting for Mr. Zhao to come back to discuss about the company's new project." "What new program?" "I'm going to launch the new set of games from Chosung." "No way." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiming's face instantly fell, and he said in a resolute tone, "I don't agree to develop that new game." "Why don't you agree?" "Just don't agree anyway. It seems like it's not your turn to be the master of Tenmu technology, right?" Seeing Zhao Yiming being so rude and impolite, Wu Tian's speech also became tough. The way he treats others depends on the other person's attitude, which is called mutual respect. 58. Competition for power. "I'm the founder of Tianmu Technology. I have a say in the company." Zhao Yiming tilted his head stiffly. "The decision is still in Li Mu's hands." "That's right." Zhao Yiming nodded, then turned his tone. "Boss Wu, just because you invested in the company with a controlling stake, it doesn't mean you can directly intervene in the company's business. I was trying to make money for the company. You're simply messing around. Zhao Yiming looked unusually agitated, his teeth fighting as he spoke. Ahem. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Li Mu rushed forward and reminded Zhao Yiming, Mr. Zhao, don't forget your status. So what if he's an investor? I'm the founder of the company. According to the contract, he has no right to fire me. Zhao Yiming was extremely arrogant, not putting Wu Tian in his eyes at all. Mr. Zhao, don't go too far. Wu Tian is an investor and our boss. Li Mu pulled his voice and admonished. Now Zhao Yiming is getting more and more arrogant, unmanifested and unrivaled, and has long since not been as humble as he was when he founded Tianmu. Cut the crap. With me here, none of you can mess with that game. Zhao Yiming directly put down harsh words. You. Li Mu was speechless with anger. It was hard to pull Wu Tian to invest, but as a result, Zhao Yiming made such a mess, which was simply a slap in his face. Neither one spoke. There was clearly some saber rattling in the office. If it were any other investor, they would have been furious when this happened and divested. Wu Tian did not get angry, pondered for a moment, said to Zhao Yiming, we are arguing here is of no use. How about this? Zhou Cheng that game by me to invest in the development of the company's money. Money counted as the company's. Lost money counted on me alone how? Are you sure? Okay, fine. I have no problem with that. Zhao Yiming agreed decisively. The reason why they don't allow the game to be launched is that they are worried that the company will lose money. And he naturally has no problem with this kind of surefire deal. Don't be happy first, I still have conditions. Wu Tian's tone turned. If Zhou Cheng can't make any money from this game, I won't be involved in the company's affairs from now on. On the contrary, if I can make this game earn $30 million, you will lose the right to manage the company from now on. How about it? This. Scared? Fine. I promise you this condition. Zhao Yiming agreed decisively after a little contemplation. He had long since seen that game of Zhou Cheng's, and that kind of game couldn't possibly make money at all. It would only lose money. Deal. The corners of Wu Tian's mouth rose, evoking a pleased smile. Then I'll sign an agreement, lest you regret it. In the presence of Li Mu and the company's legal affairs, the two signed the agreement immediately. According to the agreement, if the game can exceed $30 million in profit in half a month of market entry, Zhao Yiming will no longer have the right to manage the company in the future. On the contrary, if the game did not make a profit of $30 million within a specified period of time, Wu Tian would no longer interfere with the company in the future. It's a betting agreement on a power struggle. After signing the agreement, Wu Tian assigned 2 assistants to Zhou Cheng, so that the 3 of them would form a game attack team, specializing in optimizing and testing that game. Wu Tian simply stayed in the company as well, following up on the game's dynamics and progress in real time, while arranging for people to make preparations before entering the market. After working for several days, Zhou Cheng's trio finally optimized the game to the best effect, and the experience reached first class. The game was then put to test within the company, including Wu Tian, Li Mu and all the employees of the company. Everyone started to play this deduction game. Everyone's task is to find shortcomings and loopholes, and whoever finds a loophole gets a bonus of $2,000 as a way to motivate the staff. After the internal testing and optimization, the game is almost considered to be in shape. A new mobile deduction game is finally completed. The game was named Chosung Handicap and began to be pushed into the market for public testing. The pre-promotion and promotion is crucial for a game to be successful. However, Tianmu technology has limited resources, and in the early stage, it can only be promoted on public numbers and self-media, with limited traffic. If you want more people to know about a game, you need a bigger platform to promote it. For now, Seafood TV is a good break. After discussing with Sun Shang, he decided to advertise on the Seafood TV banners to publicize the Zhou Cheng hand game. After talking about the advertisement, Wu Tian dialed Huang Lan's phone. Sister Lan, do you have time in the evening? I'll treat you to dinner. Being attentive to nothing is either a traitor or a thief. Huang Lan instantly saw through Wu Tian's bit of flowery intestines. Say it, is there something you want to beg me for? Sister Erishur is not only pretty, but also quite smart in the head. Flowery words, come on, what's going on? It's like this, I've recently developed a weekly handheld game, and I want you to help me promote it. You see, no way. Without waiting for Wu Tian to finish his sentence, he was decisively rejected by Huang Lan. I'm a singer. Promoting handheld games is contrary to my positioning. Why don't you play that game first? That's fine. I'll send you the link. Download it yourself. Wu Tian hung up the phone and sent the game download address. After sending the address, by the way, I opened the Seafood TV and entered the Huang Lan live broadcast. She was found to be live streaming, and the download address for the Choo Choo handheld game was being put up on her homepage, while she herself was promoting the Choo Choo handheld game in the broadcast room. This, saying that she won't help, but using practical actions to help him publicize and promote the Choo Choo handicap. Wu Tian watched the live stream for a while and then got busy and started playing the game. To be honest, the deduction game was really good, and he quickly got caught up in the game and had fun playing it. Playful as he was, he didn't forget business. After playing a few games, I was busy practicing martial arts and studying. When he went to school the next day, he was once again criticized by Mr. Mullen. Student Wu, why are you skipping classes again these days? Mu Ran scolded in a deep voice with a stern face, her beautiful cheeks filled with anger. Mr. Mu, Wu Tian awkwardly scratched his head and explained, I've recently started a small business. It's kind of a learning experience, and I study at home, so I didn't fall behind on my homework. You teach yourself at home? Right. So what have you been studying lately? Management and finance program. Not bad. Once he heard this, the anger on Mu Ran's face dissipated for a few moments, and he said in a serious tone, these lessons you learned at home are not bad, but you still have to go to school. Every time he had asked Wu Tian a question before, he had found that the boy was able to answer it correctly. Even the things that were not taught in class, he was very proficient and was able to learn ahead of his time, which is really commendable. Teacher, I know. Wu Tian looked up at Mu Ran and hung his head obediently. When he looked down he noticed that the skirt Ms. Mulan was wearing had a split. He wanted to warn Ms. Mu but felt embarrassed. 59. A sudden surge of progress. Wu student, I heard that your family recently made a large amount of money from demolition? Mu Ran didn't notice the skirt cracking in the slightest, and asked with her hands clasping her chest and holding her frame. Aha! Wu Tian absent-mindedly nodded, then shook his head back and forth. No, there is no demolition at home. So it's a lottery win? Neither. I don't care how you got developed, but this school must be attended. Mu Ran stroked the hair at the corner of his ear and admonished, if you don't study well, you won't be able to keep any more property. Understand? Understood. No matter what time it is, you can't let up on your studies. Yes. Wu Tian, why is your face so red? Where are you looking? Mu Ran then realized that Wu Tian's gaze flicked to her skirt from time to time. It was only when she looked down that she noticed that her skirt had split at some point. Her pretty face fiercely reddened and hurriedly pressed the hem of her skirt with her hand. Chortling, Wu Tian, you are really no big deal. With those words, she turned around in a panic, ready to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back and instructed, Wu Tian, keep your mouth shut. No nonsense. Yes. Wu Tian nodded his head obediently, and it was only then that he realized that Ms. Mu Ran's entire cheeks were red as blood, and her face had a particularly embarrassed expression. Ahem. Mu Ran coughed lightly and left quickly with an awkward expression. The hero laughed bitterly twice and turned back to the classroom to continue the lesson. During the period, open the Seafood TV, enter the Huang Lan's live broadcast, found that she is playing the game live, driving the fans to frantically download the weekly handbook. After school in the afternoon, Wu Tian had wanted to go to Tianmu Technology Company to see how things were going. Just as he walked out of the north gate of the school, he collided with an intimidating man. The man who hit the man not only didn't apologize, but instead pointed at Wu Tian's nose and cursed, silly boy, blind your dog's eyes, you hit me, it was clearly you who bumped into me. Wu Tian originally did not want to count, but when he saw the man was so arrogant, he was secretly angry in his heart. What's wrong with me bumping into you? Hurry up and apologize to me. Do you think you're being fluffy? Of course I'm a fluffer. The mighty man shook his arms and barked, believe it or not, I'll whip you unconscious with one slap? Unbelievable. Asterisk 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 mudhorse. Still dare to talk back. The mighty man had a fiery temper and swung his fists around, ready to strike. Wu Tian was first shocked, but when he thought of the hard training he had done with Qinglong these days, his heart was secretly strengthened. His head dodged the attack while raising his leg and kicking the slugger hard in the ass, sending him back several steps. The mighty man stood up straight and looked at Wu Tian with more than a few strange eyes. He didn't expect that this weak and stupid kid in front of him would still have two more moves. Looks like I underestimated you. The mighty man shook his bladder and sharpened his fists, ready to strike again. It was him who had underestimated this kid's strength just now, which was why he intended to teach the silly kid a good lesson. If you leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Wu Tian rubbed his nose with his hand and said coldly, go you sister, see how I abuse you today. The fierce man put down these words and swung his fist to pounce again. Wu Tian's fists were clenched tightly and his heart was secretly on alert. When his opponent was close enough, he slammed a cross kick, directly knocking his opponent over, and then punched and kicked at the slugger. Soon the fierce man issued a series of miserable screams. He did not expect this kid in front of him to be so cruel. Hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't hit. I'm wrong. I gave you a chance. It's you who don't know how to cherish it. Wu Tian continued punching and kicking at the fierce man, and only stopped after beating the guy's head to a bloody pulp. Hiss. It took the slugger half an hour to get up from the ground. grimacing in pain. When he looked up and met Wu Tian's eyes, his neck shrank in fear and he took several steps back. To be honest, he never dreamed that the kid in front of him was so tough, looked like a hippie, didn't expect to be able to fight. What's worse, this kid was so young and vicious that he almost didn't kill him. Better stay away from me next time. Wu Tian shook his fist in warning and turned to walk away quickly. It seemed that the hard training during this period of time had not been in vain. Under Qinglong's teachings, his stance had skyrocketed, and he was dozens of times tougher than before. In the past, he would have been no match for the slugger. Take a cab to Skymaster Technology. As soon as he entered the company, Li Mu was excited and said, "Boss Wu, it's great, that game of ours." The number of downloads skyrocketed as soon as it hit the market. Not bad. Wu Tian was quite satisfied with this result. Let's go. I'll take you to look at the backstage data. Li Mu couldn't hide his excitement and thrill as he led Wu Tian to the computer. After Zhou Chang had greeted him, he hurriedly opened the game's background data. The numbers are very stable and the downloads are trending upwards in a straight line. At this rate of development, in less than half a month, the number of downloads of this new game will exceed 1 million. Nice job. After looking at the background data, Wu Tian couldn't help but give Zhou Chang a thumbs up. You deserve the most credit for this game. It's still Boss Wu who has the vision. I'm just following Boss Wu's orders. Zhou Chang humbly smiled. That's just the way it is. If it wasn't for Wu Tian's strong support, I'm afraid this game wouldn't even be on the market, let alone talk about the fire. The game was developed well and optimized perfectly. Plus the promotion was in place to achieve such good results. Wu Tian briefly summarized the secret of this game's success. When it comes to promotion, there is one person who deserves a lot of credit. Who? Popular singer Huang Lan. Yes? Wu Tian smiled without saying anything. I checked. Seafood TV and Huang Lan alone draw more than 40% of the game's traffic. So many? Wu Tian was a little surprised, not realizing that the Huang Lan diversion accounted for a small portion of the total. It does seem that the star benefit of Huang Lan is strong and has a huge siphoning power for traffic. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Li Mu nodded and gazed in disbelief. I do not understand. Our company didn't ask Huang Lan for help. Why would she promote the game for our company for free? I asked him privately to help promote it. Did you invite Huang Lan? Right. Boss Wu, you really don't have a small face. And you can even ask a star like Huang Lan to help us promote for free. Li Mu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He was now admiring Wu Tian more and more. Not only did he have strong strength and resources in the business world, he also had such a wide network in the entertainment industry. Even those employees couldn't help but secretly blink, not realizing that Boss Wu had a great relationship with Huang Lan. I will continue to follow up on the promotion. Don't relax on your side. Zhou Chang, do some more planning about the game, and let Mr. Li publicize it well at that time. Wu Tian ordered with a smile. Good, I'll go do it right away. Zhou Shiqing immediately led the people into the work with passion. 60. Ambiguous. After arranging matters related to planning and promotion, Wu Tian called Huang Lan and asked her to come out for dinner. As per Huang Lan's request, the two of them made another appointment at Fu Yuan restaurant. Didn't ask for a customized meal this time, just simply ordered a few dishes and started eating and chatting. Sister Lan, thank you for helping me promote the game. I toast you. Wu Tian raised his wine glass in gratitude. It was indeed a surprise. At first I heard Huang Lan talking in that tone and thought she wouldn't help promote the game. I didn't realize that in the end, this woman not only helped, but also worked so hard to help him draw more than 40% of the traffic. Sis just thought that game of yours was quite fun, and recommended it to the fans by the way. Huang Lan laughed carelessly. No matter what, I still thank you. Come on, drink. To show his gratitude, Wu Tian drank the strong liquor in his cup in one go. Huang Lan took a small sip of brandy and smiled charmingly. Kid, drinking this kind of strong liquor, are you trying to get sis drunk? Don't get me wrong. I just think these dishes go better with spirits. When sis gets drunk later, you have to carry sis back. Huang Lan deliberately twisted her body, soft and charming like a water snake. Looking at Huang Lan's slightly exposed shoulders, Wu Tian secretly swallowed his saliva. Beautiful, so beautiful. This woman is a ing siren. She's just going to charm the hell out of me. Right. After staring for a few moments, Wu Tian hurriedly changed the subject. Sister Lan, you sing so well. Have you ever thought of making your own album? Of course I want to. I dream about it. Huang Lan put away her sultry stance and replaced it with a serious expression. She made a small name for herself in the entertainment industry with her vocals and prowess, but she debuted not long ago and never released an album. Every singer dreams of releasing their own album, but this is very difficult, and agencies demand a lot from their artists. Previously, in order to publish an album, almost by the HSBC media boss subterfuge, the result was met with her strong resistance. The album thing is also indefinite shelved. How about I put in money and help you put out an album? Wu Tian tried to voice out his idea. Huanlan pursed her lips and said sarcastically, "You're a restaurant owner. Can you have this strength? I'm not just opening a restaurant. By the way, there's also seafood TV, but as far as I know, your live streaming platform doesn't make much profit. There's no need to doubt my strength." Wu Tian leaned his body back on the chair and slightly tilted his chin. "As long as you want to come up with an album, I think I can help you realize it. Why are you helping me? You helped me so much unconditionally. I just wanted to return the favor. Other people help me for the sake of my body. Don't you have this idea?" Huang Lan deliberately lowered her body, her tone a little ambiguous. Wu Tian glanced toward the collar and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. "I didn't have that idea." "Really? Really? Sis doesn't believe it." Huang Lan suddenly reached out and grabbed Wu Tian by the collar, and approached Wu Tian with a few moments of licentiousness. "Honestly, is Sis pretty? Pretty. Don't you have any thoughts about Sis at all?" Boo." When Wu Tian hesitated and didn't know how to reply, Huang Lan's mouth came over and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. A kiss was gone, but it caused Wu Tian's heart to beat wildly, as if he was petrified and frozen in place. The whole person was in a state of dumbfoundedness. "Hey!" Huang Lan reached out and shook her hand in front of Wu Tian's eyes a few times like it was nothing. "It can't be that you were kissed silly by Sis, right?" "Ahem." Wu Tian dryly coughed twice and said, "I just didn't expect you to be so slutty. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I meant. Actually, Sis is only wanton in front of you, in front of other men. Sis is not even willing to say much." Huang Lan put away her smile and resumed her usual high spirits. "Yes?" Wu Tian didn't even know whether to trust this woman or not. The longer he knew, he realized that he knew less and less about this woman, and could never guess what Huang Lan was thinking in her heart. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Huang Lan shrugged indifferently, not forgetting to remind, "The kisses are all for you. You can't back out on the album. Don't worry, I said I'd help you with your album and I'll make good on it." "That's good." When Huang Lan looked up, she spied a pair of eyes in the direction of the kitchen and hurriedly said to Wu Tian, "Your chef seems to be peeking at us." "Shen Shui?" Wu Tian turned around violently and realized that Shen Shui was hiding behind the kitchen door as if she was very angry, her white face full of resentment. Hurriedly getting up and waving at Shen Shui. "Little Shui, long time no see, come over and eat together. Eat eat eat, sooner or later I'll eat you to death." Shen Shui cursed without a good breath. When she saw Wu Tian kissing another woman just now, she felt especially bad in her heart and wanted to pounce on and strangle this pair of dogs. She didn't know what was going on, but when she saw Wu Tian flirting with other women, she just felt sad in her heart. "Snow, what's wrong with you lately?" Wu Tian was a bit puzzled about Shen Shui's recent behavior. "Nothing, it's just that I'm bored of seeing you." Shen Shui exasperatedly said this and turned around to enter the kitchen. "Yuki, Wu Tian still wanted to care for a few words, but before he could finish his words, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Touching it, it was Li Mu calling. Rushed to connect the cell phone. To the phone urgent voice after the question, "Li Total, is not the company out of what happened?" "Boss Wu, about the JoJo handicap, there's a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Li Mu began to sell the story. "Good news. The good news is that the popularity of Chocho's handheld game has surpassed 20 million. Soaring so fast?" Wu Tian was doubly surprised. When he left the company before, his popularity was only a few million, but he didn't expect it to rise to more than 20 million so quickly. "But there's another piece of bad news." Soon Wu Tian splashed cold water and said grimly, "Our new game has been pirated and has drawn away a lot of foot traffic from us." "Who's pirating?" "Edge Tour Technologies." "How outrageous." Hearing that the game he had worked so hard to develop had been pirated, Wu Tian was particularly furious. "Other than Edge Tour Technology, are there any other pirated versions?" "Not at the moment." "Alright then, I'll go and meet this marginal Tour Technology boss first." Wu Tian directly hung up his cell phone after saying this. To Huang Lan, who was eating, she said, "Sister Lan, I have some urgent matters to attend to right now, so I'm really sorry that I can't continue to eat with you. Then you stay with me at night." "Ha, don't think blindly, I'm asking you to accompany me for dinner tonight." Huang Lan elegantly pulled back her long hair, her eyes watery and soft. It was obvious that she was deliberately flirting with Wu Tian. "Sorry, I may not have time in the evening, some other time." Wu Tian smiled awkwardly and turned around to leave in a hurry. Huang Lan sat in place, looking at Wu Tian's distant back, pursed her lips, and secretly muttered, "This silly boy is really something different." 61. Wu Tian left the restaurant and went directly to Edge Tour Technology. This is a small-scale game company, developed by a few Karma games. Now the Karma game market is in the doldrums. Now all rely on piracy to survive. When he arrived at the Edge, he barged straight into the general manager's office and saw a balding man sitting at his desk talking on the phone. "Are you Yuan Wanchun, the old president of Edge Technology?" Wu Tian opened the door and asked. his tone not exactly friendly. He never treated the bosses of such pirate companies well. The balding man hung up the phone and looked up with an exasperated glare at Wu Tian. What kind of person are you, kid? My name is Wu Tian, an investor of Tenmu Technology. What's the matter with coming to my place? I came to try to talk to you about the Cho handicap. Wu Tian sat down in front of the chair across the desk. Yuan Wanchuan's face stiffened, and he said cheekily, that handheld game you guys developed is pretty hot. I like it a lot. Is that your reason for pirating? Piracy is rampant these days. Even if I don't pirate, there are other people who do. Yuan Wangchun touched his thick skin and laughed shamelessly. Less jabbering with me. Wu Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense and opened the door. Withdraw the piracy and publicly apologize like our company. I won't pursue this matter any further. You kid is thinking quite beautifully? Yuan Wangchun gradually put away his smile and his expression became hideous. Normally, when he encountered such a situation, he would play the rogue, play Tai Chi, and playfully muddle through. If the other party flipped with him, he naturally wouldn't be afraid, and he was a man who could be ruthless as well as cruel. Piracy is illegal. I am giving you the chance to correct yourself. Wu Tian's tone grew colder and colder, with a chilling aura between the lines. Pop. Yuan Wangchun rolled his eyes quickly, raising his hand and slapping it on the table. Your kid is unaware of my methods, right? How can piracy be so justified? Not to mention your little Tianmu technology. Even if a big company develops a handheld game, I dare to steal it. Yuan Wangchun tilted his head in a bullish manner. I don't care if you steal from others. You just can't steal from me. So what can you do to me? Boo! Wu Tian raised his leg and kicked it on the desk, threatening, I can peel a layer of your skin off. Just a weak and stupid kid like you. How dare you play rough with me? After Yuan Wangchun said this, he rushed to call the security guard. Within moments, 2 security guards hurriedly burst into the office. Seeing the security guard, Yuan Wangchun smiled smugly and threatened Wu Tian. Silly boy, hurry up and get lost if you're sensible, or don't blame me for being impolite to you. I'm not scared. Wu Tian twisted his head and swept the 2 security guards behind him and responded in a deep voice. The 2 security guards looked like cheap youngsters recruited by the market without professional training. With this kind of small security guard, he could handle 2 of them together. You kid is really looking for death. Yuan Wangchun had long run out of patience and beckoned to the security guards to order. Beat this kid up and throw him out. Yes, the 2 security guards got their orders and swung into action. Seeing the security guard pouncing, Wu Tian didn't dare to be careless. After all, he hadn't practiced kung fu for a long time and his hands weren't too strong. The body flinched and rushed to avoid the security guard's attack. At the same time, he copied the chair and smashed it down on the head of one of the security guards. Ruthlessly, accurately, violently and quickly. This directly smashed the security guard's head, covering his head and backing up, crying and howling. When the other security guard saw this formation, his body shrank in fear and he backed up. He was only paid a meager salary of a few $1,000s a month, and he didn't want to sell his life when he met such a ruthless character. Your turn. Wu Tian took advantage of the situation and raised his leg to kick the other security guard over. In just 2 moves, the 2 security guards were laid out. Gulp! Yuan Wanchuan's eyes widened in fear, and he swallowed hard in his throat. He didn't expect this seemingly weak and foolish boy in front of him to have a somewhat powerful body. The key was that the means were extremely cruel. He had also seen the world, but when he met a ruthless character like Wu Tian, his heart would inevitably be a little scared. Kid, if you dare to make trouble in my place, do you believe I'll call the police to arrest you? Yuan Wangchun stared at his eyes and coldly threatened. He didn't want to call the police as a last resort. After all, the company was doing piracy, and alerting the police would be detrimental to the company. Yuan Wangchun, I'll give you one last chance. If you revoke the piracy of JoJo Handicap now and apologize to our company, I can let you off the hook. Wu Tian's tone seemed calm, but it carried a strong and very powerful aura. Yuan Wangchun gritted his teeth. You kid is not very old, but your mouth is not small. Besides hard fists, what else do you have to do? As he said this, he shrank backward, afraid that Wu Tian would lay his hands on him. Believe it or not, I'll make your company disappear in Luzhou, just by you? Yuan Wanchuan's contemptuous eyes swept over Wu Tian for a few moments. You brat really speaks out of turn. Wait, don't beg me when the time comes. Wu Tian put down these words and turned around to leave this place. As soon as he stepped out of the office, he touched his cell phone and dialed Longyun, investigate Rim Tour technology. I'm going to make it disappear in Luzhou, completely. After saying this into the phone, he hung up his cell phone. He knew that with the strength of the Wu family clan, there was no difficulty in trying to bring down a small company like Edge Tour. I'm sure it won't be long before Edge Tour goes out of business. Only this was all by family power. If he wanted to use his own power, it would be very difficult to try to deal with Edge Tour. It looked like he needed to make himself strong. I believe that one day in the future, Even if I don't rely on my family's power, I will still be able to trample those opponents under my feet. Right now all he could do was study hard and keep enriching himself to become stronger. When he got home, he went straight into his study and continued to study those economic and management knowledge and investment cases. After reading the 2 books, Wu Tian suddenly noticed the piles of old books stored on the bookshelf. This is the way of doing business and experience in dealing with people left behind by generations of the family, and it was sent to me specifically by my grandfather. Flipping through one of the old yellow books with the strong smell of paper permeating through it not only makes you nostalgic for when you were an hour old, it looked like the books had been stored for a long time. The pages inside were yellowed and the writing was a little blurry. Flipping open the books, Wu Tian read them carefully. Worthy of the family's business scripture. The text inside the detailed account of the business elite how to do business. Unlike ordinary fiction biographies, after reading it makes people feel as if they have experienced the general, can quickly enhance the social experience of people. It was only after reading a book until late that Wu went to bed. The next day, he still woke up early and first went to the practice room to learn martial arts from Qinglong. After practicing martial arts, he looked for Long Yun to ask some questions about the handling of marginal tour technology, and was much relieved to learn that things were going well. For the clan, dealing with a small company like Edge Tour was no trouble at all, easier than stepping on an ant. 62 Settlement of piracy. After finishing his noon meal, Wu Tian planned to go to the office. He couldn't help but say to Long Yun before he left the house, "Give you a few days vacation and have a good rest." "Young master, why are you giving me a vacation?" Long Yun stared slightly, not understanding why young master suddenly remembered to give her a vacation. "Aren't you on your period?" Long Yun's face was embarrassed and she unconsciously merged her legs together. Her heart was secretly suspicious. How would the young master know about her period? Murphy, what special hobby does the young master have? Spying on her in secret? Don't be blind. I just saw that you bought Auntie's napkins. Seeing Secretary Long's expression, Wu Tian hurriedly explained. After hearing this explanation, Long Yun was much more relieved. Rest well in these few days. Don't be too tired. The key point is to drink more hot water. Wu Tian said this and turned around to leave the room. It wasn't until the door to the room closed that Long Yun pursed her lips and smiled slightly. I didn't expect young master to be quite attentive. It was the first time I met young master who cared so much about myself. My heart was inexplicably a little warm. Wu Tian left his residence and asked Uncle Fu Gue to drive and send him to Tianmu Technology. Once he entered the company, it just so happened that Zhao Yiming was there. Mr. Zhao. Wu Tian greeted Zhao Yiming with a smile out of politeness and respect for the patriarch. Zhao Yiming didn't buy it and sneered coldly. "Boss Wu, this game you insisted on launching doesn't seem to be going well. It was pirated as soon as it hit the market. He came all the way here today just to see the joke. How can you make a profit when a game that just came out is being pirated?" "Mr. Zhao, piracy is a good thing. It proves that our game is hot." Wu Tian responded with a smile. Since watching those ways of the family in trouble last night, he was much more mellow in his speech than before, and knew how to adapt. "You can still laugh after being pirated?" Seeing Wu Tian's attitude, Zhao Yiming was furious. "Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I'm dealing with the piracy. I believe that Edge Tour Technology, who stole our game, will soon withdraw the piracy." "Humph, Boss Wu can really comfort himself." Zhao Yiming smiled contemptuously, his eyes filled with disgust. "Now more and more I feel that this kid brags and talks a lot, and always likes to make unrealistic assumptions." "Boss Wu." At this time, Li Mu yelled and ran over. "Good news! Good news! The Edge Tour Technology that pirated our game has withdrawn its piracy." Hearing this, Zhao Yiming's face sank violently, looking up at Wu Tian with a face full of surprise. He did not expect that exactly as Wu Tian said. Edge Tour Technology had really withdrawn the piracy of the company's games. "I just don't understand how this kid knew ahead of time." "Don't get excited. I believe that very soon, all of the games under Edge Tour Technology will be taken down from the major app stores, and the partners will cancel their contracts with them, and soon they will face bankruptcy and closure," Wu Tian said with a confident face. "Humph, nonsense." Zhao Yiming didn't believe in such nonsense. How can a gaming company that is on par with them and has been immersed in the gaming industry for more than a decade go out of business just because they say so? Even Zhao Yiming was skeptical of that. At this time, Zhou Cheng hurriedly ran over, yelling from a great distance, "Good news! Heavenly good news!" "What good news?" Li Mu asked anxiously. "I just got insider information. All the software under the Edge Tour Technology Company has been taken down by the major app stores. The partners cancelled their cooperation. Their financial chain is exercising, and they will soon go bankrupt." Zhou Cheng could not hide his excitement and announced the good news in one breath. After hearing this news, Zhao Yiming's face immediately sank. Turning his head, he looked at Wu Tian with that incredulous gaze. "I can't figure out how this kid knows everything." Even Li Mu found it unbelievable that everything was foreseen in advance by Boss Wu. as if everything was under his control. I'm afraid it won't take long before Yuan Wangchun, the old president of Edge Tour Technology, comes to my door to beg me. Wu Tian said this lightly. Just as the words were finished, the secretary hurried over. Boss Wu, Yuan Wangchun, the old boss of Rim Tour Technology, is in the reception room, begging to see you. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiming and Li Mu coughed at the same time. Both of them did not expect that everything was staged according to Wu Tian's prophecy, and the plot did not deviate in the slightest. Coughing dryly for a good half day, Li Mu incredulously asked Wu Tian, Boss Wu, is it true that you manipulated behind the scenes? Hole across the edge of the tour technology? That's right, it's me. Wu Tian nodded his head vigorously. I was the one who made use of powerful resources to make Edge Tour Technology collapse in a short period of time. Boss Wu, you are truly a man of God, Li Mu exclaimed with an exaggerated face, his eyes full of admiration. I didn't expect Boss Wu to let Edge Tour Technologies collapse completely in less than a day. One had to admit that the strength behind Li Mu was indeed powerful in order to allow Edge Tour Technology to be overthrown in a short period of time. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he was fortunate to have followed such a fluffy investor as Wu Tian, which also allowed Tianmu Technology to follow the light. I'm not as powerful as you think. Wu Tian smiled modestly and turned his head to look at Zhao Yiming, but I'm not that easy to mess with either. Right, Mr. Zhao? Ahem. Zhao Yiming coughed again, with an unusually awkward expression on his face. I never dreamed that Wu Tian would be so capable of organizing a game company like Edge Tour without realizing it. Although Edge Tour Technology is only a small company, but it is also a little famous in the field of games. Under the manipulation of Wu Tian, such a company said to collapse. One had to admire the fact that this kid Wu Tian was strong behind the scenes. Mr. Zhao, I told you a long time ago that I can get them to revoke the piracy, and I will definitely do it when I say so. Wu Tian approached Zhao Yiming and said with an oppressive air, You. Zhao Yiming gritted his teeth for half a day, but he couldn't even let out a fart. Originally, he had specially run to see Wu Tian make a fool of himself, but it turned out that the kid had not only solved the piracy, but even eradicated the pirates company, which could be considered as a big pretense. Perfect solution to piracy. Could it be that Mr. Zhao is not happy? Wu Tian always wore a smile. This smile was like a merciless slap, smashing hard on Zhao Yiming's company. Zhao Yiming gritted his teeth. Humph, even if you solve piracy, so what? If this game doesn't make $30 million in half a month, you still lose. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, there's still a week to go. We'll see. Zhao Yiming flung his sleeves and left quickly with a face full of anger. Mr. Zhao walked slowly. Be careful of the steps. Wu Tian waved his hand towards Zhao Yiming's back, an extremely bright smile on his face. After Zhao Yiming left, Li Mu couldn't help but appreciate Wu Tian. Boss Wu is really great. Not only has he solved piracy, but he even uprooted a pirate company like Edge Tour. After exterminating one Edge Tour, I'm afraid there are other pirate companies behind it, so do your best to prevent theft in advance. Wu Tian knew that there were many more challenges to come, and twisted his head to instruct Li Mu to prepare in advance. 63 preliminary victories. Yes, Li Mu nodded, then turned his tone, but this Yuan Wangchun is really quite capable, making the pirated version even more perfect than the original, with a first-class experience. Yes. It seems that this Yuan Wangchun is not simple. Wu Tian reached out and cupped his chin, secretly falling into deep thought. The company's this weekly handbook is already perfect. I did not expect Yuan Wangchun's pirated version is even better than the original, so it can be seen that it is still a bit of skill. You can't make a name for a pirate company if you don't have the skills. Yuan Wangchun is still waiting in the reception room. Do you want to go meet with him? Li Mu remembered what the secretary had just said and tried to remind Wu Tian. Not seeing it first, let's go check the game background data first. After Wu Tian said this, he took the lead and walked towards the general office. Zhou Chang and the others were busy performing post-maintenance on the game, and when they saw Wu Tian and Li Mu walking over, they hurriedly got up to greet them. You're welcome. Wu Tian pressed his hand, signaling several people to sit down, and walked over to inquire, how many downloads are there now? Above 1 million. Still growing rapidly. After answering this, Zhou Chang added, the game recharge is also growing at the same time, exceeding 100,000 in a single day. Nice. There is another good news. Zhou Chang could not hide his excitement and thrill, and reported in a hurried voice, someone contacted me just now, saying that they want to invest in advertisements on the game, and I was about to discuss it with you and General Manager Li. It's a good thing to be able to increase revenue quickly, but with one caveat, the implanted ads can't affect the game experience. Don't worry, we have experience in game implantation advertising. That's good. Wu Tian patted Zhou Chang's shoulder and quipped, you deserve the most credit for the success of this game. No, it's still Boss Wu and General Manager Lee who deserve the most credit. Without your full support, even if I had heavenly skills, I wouldn't be able to manage this game, Zhou Cheng said modestly. To be honest, he was especially grateful in his heart for Wu Tian's kindness in knowing him. Without Boss Wu's support, I'm afraid this game of his would have been stillborn, and it would have been impossible for it to go on sale, much less catch fire. Of course, Li Mu is also an enlightened old boss who dares to try new matters and is not afraid of failure. Let's talk about the credit later. The game has achieved initial success. We should celebrate. Li Mu interrupted the duo and instructed his secretary. Quick, go buy champagne and pastries. Let's celebrate. Yes, the secretary got the order and ran out quickly. A lot of cakes and champagne as well as melons were quickly ordered. After everyone had simply set up in the office, they started popping champagne to celebrate. The office hadn't been as lively as it was today for a long time, and the atmosphere was quickly engaged and everyone was having a good time. This first victory boosted the staff confidence. Everyone is full of energy, intends to Wu Boss with the courage to sprint. After a brief celebration, everyone continued to get busy with their work. After accompanying the employees to have a celebration, Wu Genius came to the reception room without any hurry. In the reception room, Yuan Wangchun had been waiting impatiently for a long time. As soon as he saw Wu Tian, he hurriedly got up to welcome him. Boss Wu, you've finally come. Boss Yuan, what do you want to see me about? Wu Tian asked coldly as he pretended to look ignorant. I also asked Boss Wu to be magnanimous and let me go. Boss Yuan, weren't you quite arrogant before? How did you turn into such a wimp now? Boss Wu, I was wrong. Yuan Wangchun rubbed a handful of his eyes and cried. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare us from Edge Tour technology. Overnight, Edge Tour's software was taken down by major app stores. Partners have cancelled cooperation. Less than a day, Edge Tour is in deep crisis, facing closure. Only after investigation did they realize that someone was behind the whole thing, and the person behind the scenes was Wu Tian. Originally thought that Wu Tian is just a small Tianmu technology company boss. Who would have thought that the power behind this kid is so amazing? Just half a day time to let them Edge Tour technology completely collapsed. To be able to make Rim Tour whole like this shows how tough the strength behind Wu Tian is. Knowing that he had made a big mistake, he rushed to Tianmu-ku just to find Wu Tian to beg for forgiveness, hoping that Boss Wu would be generous. I told you a long time ago that I can make your Edge Tour technology go out of business. Now do you believe it? Wu Tian walked over and sat down opposite Yuan Wangchun. Believe it, believe it. Yuan Wangchun nodded his head vigorously and then said, Boss Wu, I'm really wrong. I'll never pirate your games again, and I'll never offend you in the future. So please, Boss Wu, be magnanimous and let me off this time. You pirated our Choo-Choo handheld game and then optimized it to improve it? Right. Your company is full of capable people. So why pirate? Ugh. Yuan Wangchun sighed and said bitterly, I don't want to, but before the company's strategic mistake, invested too much energy in industry tours and dragged the company down. There is no way. Now we can only rely on piracy to make money. With your abilities, it's a shame to be a pirate. If the company has money, who wants to do piracy? Boss Yuan, let me show you the way. Wu Tian poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Smiling, our Tianmu technology is now lacking talents like you. You mean you want me to come work for you? Right. This. Yuan Wangchun is naturally reluctant. He started Edge Tour technology, the size of a boss. Let him run to work in a small technology company. Anyone else cannot accept. I appreciate your talent, and if you come, I'll make you a supervisor in the technical department and give you some shares at the same time. I don't think I'm up to it. Yuan Wangchun smiled nervously and politely refused. The key was that Tianmu Technology Company was too small, and it was a bit stifling to let him work in such a small company. Then you can go. Wu Tian leaned his body towards the chair. Then his tone changed abruptly. As long as you walk out of this door, not only will your company go out of business, it will also be difficult for you to find a job in Luzhou in the future. Are you threatening me? Yes. You. Yuan Wangchun gritted his teeth full of anger. The reception room was unusually quiet, and neither man finished. 3 minutes passed before Wu Tian finally spoke. I really appreciate you and want to do a big job with you, but, put it to you this way. Wu Tian got up and walked to the window. Looking into the distant sky confidently said, Tianmu Technology is just a landing point. I hope it can develop and grow to become a world-class big company. Gulp. Yuan Wangchun swallowed hard. The ambition and confidence emanating from Wu Tian's body made his heart tremble. The blood burned instantly as if it had been ignited. Wu Tian slowly turned back and looked straight into Yuan Wangchun's eyes. Why don't we make a break for it? Join hands and fight to kill a piece of heaven. At this moment, Yuan Wangchun was vaguely moved. It's been a while since I've started my own business and I haven't found that youthful passion. Boss Yuan is scared? Allow me to think. Yuan Wangchun slowly paced to the window and secretly fell into deep thought. 64. Conquering Yuan Wangchun, contemplating for a long time. Yuan Wangchun clenched his teeth and made a decision immediately. Okay, I'll follow you to put up a fight. After weighing the pros and cons, this decision was finally made. At the moment there is no better way. If you do not agree to be suppressed by Wu Tian, I am afraid that it is difficult to get ahead in Luzhou in the future. Instead of making enemies with Wu Tian, why don't you make a good break with him? And maybe you'll be able to achieve a great master. Boss Yuan is really bold. The corners of Wu Tian's mouth rose, revealing a hint of a pleased smile. Now the company is in need of people. Can get Yuan Wangchun this kind of talent? This is the company's blessing. Don't call me Boss Yuan in the future. Just call me Old Yuan. Yuan Wangchun scratched his head and said with a smile, it's fine to join your company, but I still have a condition. On what terms? My company has a spell of technical backbone, and I'd like to bring them on board. Please. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian instead became even more excited. You bring all your people here. Let's set up a new section with you as the supervisor in charge of game development. Thank you, Boss Wu. However, the current Zhou Handicraft is still in charge of Zhou Chang, and in the future, Zhou Chang will also be under your control. That kid is also a talent when it comes to games. Zhou's handicraft is indeed good. Don't worry, I will make good use of this kind of talent, Yuan Wangchun assured. Alright, I'll take you to see General Manager Li. Wu Tian said this and led Yuan Wangchun to the general manager's office. When he saw Li Mu, he went straight to the point. Mr. Li, I want Yuan Wangchun to work in our company. What do you think? A talent like Boss Yuan is more than welcome. After Li Mu finished saying this, his brows tightened. It's just that for a small tech company like ours, I'm afraid that Boss Yuan won't be able to succumb to it. He has agreed to come work for us. Yes? When Li Mu heard this, he was overjoyed and greeted Yuan Wangchun by shaking his arm. Boss Yuan, I've heard a lot about you and it's a pleasure to meet you. He was also a person who loved talent, and had long heard that Yuan Wangchun and the gang under him were game geniuses. The company intends to develop the game sector. If Yuan Wangchun to join, it is simply like a tiger adding wings. Mr. Li, we are also not fighting. Yuan Wangchun smiled awkwardly and said cheerfully, call me Old Yuan from now on. From today onwards, I am a soldier under you, at your command. Yes? Upon hearing this, Li Mu's mouth closed in joy. Turning his head to look at Wu Tian, he said in disbelief, Boss Wu, I'm curious, how did you convince Old Yuan? Heavenly secrets cannot be leaked. Wu Tian returned 5 words in a pretentious manner. When these words came out, Li Mu and Yuan Wangchun both laughed along with them. Li Mu's eyes clearly looked at Wu Tian with a little more admiration. One had to admire Wu Tian for easily taming Yuan Wangchun and bringing this gaming wizard under Tianmu's command. After laughing, Li Mu opened his mouth and proposed, we should set up a new game department and let Old Yuan take full responsibility. Mr. Li, your thoughts simply coincide with Mr. Wu's. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wangchun laughed once again. I didn't expect Mr. Li and Mr. Wu to have such a tacit understanding, and their views on the company's planning and management were very much in line with each other. This is good for the company in the long run. Good then, let's form the new department today. Li Mu immediately made a decision and then arranged the specific matters. Soon after, a new game department was established with Yuan Wangchun as the department manager in charge of the game board. The former edge of the tour of the technical backbone of the group all recruited into the company. Continue to follow Yuan Wangchun dry. At the same time, all those resources and profitable games of Edge Tour technology are all categorized into Tianmu technology, allowing Yuan Wangchun to hold shares. It's like merging Edge Tour technology into Tianmu, cutting out piracy and unprofitable projects, focusing on advantageous games, and making a few games bigger first. Everything is going well, and Sky Magic has grown a bit more than before. After settling things down, Wu Tian wanted to go home, but when he thought that he had Mr. Mu Rant's class in the afternoon, he changed his mind and went to school. Just as I entered the school gates, I came across a girl in a school skirt being pestered by boys in shorts. This girl he knew was Gu Xiaoman, the president of the school's martial arts club. When he pursued Li Meng before, he knew that Li Meng liked boys who knew martial arts, so he went to the martial arts club to enroll in martial arts. But as soon as he entered the martial arts club, he was bullied by the members of the club, and it was thanks to Gu Xiaoman's protection that he was taken care of. Seeing that Gu Xiaoman was being pestered by the shorts boy, Wu Tian quickly walked over and relieved himself. This student, President Gu, is unwilling to go with you, so please respect yourself. Gu Xiaoman gave Wu Tian a grateful look and did not say anything as she obediently retreated to the side. The boy in shorts glared fiercely at Wu Tian and said impatiently, get lost, don't mind your own business here. I will manage this idle matter. Wu Tian said back stiffly. In the past, he was protected by Gu Xiaoman every time. Today he had to protect the girl from being bullied. sort of payback. After hearing this, Gu Xiaoman's heart was slightly moved. She couldn't help but look at Wu Tian with a surprised gaze. She hadn't realized before that Wu Tian was so manly. Yoo-hoo! The boy in shorts swept a contemptuous glance at Wu Tian and sneered. With your weak appearance, you still want to be a hero? Anyway, with me here today, you won't be able to bully President Gu. I think you kid is looking for a fight. After the shorts boy said this, he threw up his fist and slammed it towards Wu Tian. Yikes! No! Gu Xiaoman exclaimed in shock, her face turning a little white. It looked like the big fist was about to dry out Wu Tian. As a result, Wu Tian's leg stretched out and he directly tripped the shorts boy and fell over. Put! Seeing this scene, Gu Xiaoman covered her mouth with more than just a delicate smile. I didn't expect Wu Tian to react so quickly and trip his opponent by surprise when he was unprepared. Bah! The shorts boy took half a day's effort to get up from the ground, pointing at Wu Tian's nose and cursing. You kid makes underhanded moves. See if I don't get you killed. With those words, the shorts boy was ready to strike. Just as he was about to do it, he craned his neck in fear, turned around and pulled his legs out. Yeah, the principal is here. Run! Gu Xiaoman also sensed that something was wrong and pulled Wu Tian to turn and run. If the principal found out they were fighting, they might get criticized again. Just like that, Wu Tian was pulled by Gu Xiaoman and ran all the way. It didn't stop until it ducked into the maple forest, probably running too fast. Gu Xiaoman bent down slightly and panted heavily. Only when she looked up did she realize that Wu Tian was staring at her neckline, his eyes focused and serious, like he was admiring an antique. Nasty! Gu Xiaoman's pretty face blushed and hurriedly straightened her body, lightly reprimanding. Do you boys all like to look blindly at girls? Hey! Wu Tian smiled awkwardly and didn't argue. Suddenly remembering that his hand was still being grabbed by Gu Xiaoman, he shook his arm and reminded. That, President Gu, can you give me back my hand? 65 classical teaching cases. Ahem. Gu Xiaoman coughed dryly, her face reddening with embarrassment, hurriedly retracted his arm, somewhat uncomfortably rubbing his arm. Just now, thank you for helping me out. Nothing, you obviously didn't like that boy just now. Why didn't you just say no? I haven't figured out how to say no. You're just too nice and always considerate of other people's feelings. Okay, don't talk about me. Gu Xiaoman rubbed her forehead and couldn't help but ask, why don't you go to the martial arts club lately? I'm busy, Wu Tian said perfunctorily. When I used to go to the martial arts club, it was entirely for Li Meng. Then he fell out with Li Meng, and there was no need to go back to martial arts training. But now he was really busy. Every day he was busy with both his studies and managing the company. He had no time to go to the martial arts club. Not to mention the fact that he now had Green Dragon to teach him martial arts training. The Green Dragon teaches out that it is the actual real Kung Fu. Martial arts club is just a flower show. The two are far from each other. Come with me to the martial arts club. Gu Xiaoman looked at Wu Tian blearily and said soothingly, with me around, those people in the martial arts club won't bully you. Thanks for the kind words, but I really haven't had time lately. Okay. Gu Xiaoman didn't force herself and said in a soft tone, recently, the club is going to have a competition, so if you have time, go over and help out. Okay, I will definitely go when I have time, Wu Tian assured. In fact, he was quite fond of Gu Xiaoman. This girl used to take care of him in the club and protect him from being bullied by the older members. Then I'll leave first. See you some other time. Bye. Gu Xiaoman smiled and waved her hand as she turned to leave. After Gu Xiaoman left, Wu Tian returned to the classroom. Just as he sat down in his seat, Sun Xiaohao and Zhan Wan surrounded him. Xiao Tian, thanks for giving money to help cure my mom. I will definitely find a way to pay you back for that money, Sun Xiaohao said with gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Let's talk about the money later. Wu Tian smiled slightly and said with concern, how is your mom doing? The surgery went very well. That's good. Right. Next to him, Zhan Wan couldn't help but digress. Xiao Tian, why have you been missing class so often lately? A little busy. Mr. Moran seems to care about you a lot, asking about you every time. Yes? At the mention of teacher Moran, Wu Tian's heart was a little weak. He'd been missing so much school lately that even he thought it was a bit much. By the way, have you played a recently popular game? Sun Xiaohao brought the topic to games again. Whenever a few people got together, they spent most of their time talking about games, except for girl gossip. What game? Wu Tian asked. Zhou Hand game, a very novel deduction game. After Sun Xiaohao finished saying this, Zhan Wan couldn't help but digress. Zhou Handy game has been particularly hot lately. I was mesmerized by the game as soon as I got into it, and now I've already played it up to 38 levels. Then I'm better than you. I play up to 52 levels. Sun Xiaohao picked up the conversation. Asterisk so fierce, that's for sure. Sun Xiaohao had a few moments of complacency, and then followed up with Wu Tian. Xiao Tian, how many levels have you played to? Pass. No way? Really fake? Sun Xiaohao and Jianwan both felt surprised. Even the two girls at the next table were surprised and both put their heads over. Of course it's true. Xiao Tian, you are really great. Sun Xiaohao and Jianwan all stuck out their thumbs in praise. Even the two girls couldn't help but cast admiring looks. Just as a few people were talking about the game, Ms. Mullen walked into the classroom. Several people rushed back to their seats in fear, and the inside of the classroom was immediately quiet. We all know Mr. Mu's temperament very well. If we upset Mr. Mu, no one will have a good time. Mu Ran walked up to the podium, glanced at Wu Tian, and started the lesson. Recently came out a very hot game called Cho Handicap. Today I use this game as a case study to explain to you about promotion and planning. Let me start by asking if anyone has played this game? Played. The class replied in unison. 70% of the students answered that they had played this handheld game. Actually, teacher has also played this game. Mu Ran swept a glance at the crowd and said, teacher especially likes this game. Put. Hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but directly burst out laughing. He didn't expect Mr. Mu to use the game he developed as a case study for his lecture. What's more, he didn't expect the usually fierce and beautiful teacher to play this deduction game of his. His laughter was not loud, but it still caused Mr. Mu and all of his classmates to think about it, and all of their gazes looked at Wu Tian in unison. Pop! Mu Ran raised his hand and slapped it hard on the lecture table, coldly scolding, Student Wu Tian, you often miss classes, and now you still have the nerve to giggle here. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, I couldn't hold back just now. Stand up. Mu Ran's face sank as he glared at both eyes and asked, tell me, why is the Cho handicap able to catch fire? Positioning is unique. Experience is perfect. Promotion is in place. Wu Tian look and talk, starting from all aspects, explaining in detail the reason why the JoJo handicraft game burst into flames. This handheld game was built up by his own hands. From discovery, packaging, planning, promotion, operation and maintenance are all arranged by him. He has the most say. After listening to this explanation, the students were as enlightened. This explanation is just perfect. More than a textbook. Even Mu Ran couldn't help but be secretly tongue-tied. I didn't expect Wu to speak better than her. What a talent. After a slight freeze, Mu Ran continued his question. How is this game promoted and operated? First of all, to find the positioning, mainly young people, in the public number, self-media for the first round of promotion, low cost, quick results, to achieve the effect, the use of live platforms to promote. The students looked dismayed and surprised after hearing this. All of them did not expect Wu Tian to be able to give such a perfect answer. These words were far beyond the eyesight that a student should have. Yes, even Mu Ran was deeply impressed by this insight and couldn't help but shout out loud. She had spent a long time putting together a curriculum that she didn't expect to be as good as a student's presentation. The student called Wu Tian in front of her was simply a genius. Even she was somewhat inferior to her. Snap! The classroom erupted in applause as the teacher's shout of approval was followed by loud applause. Everyone, including Teacher Mu, was deeply shocked by Wu Tian's strength and applauded him from the bottom of their hearts. After the applause, Mu Ran walked to the front of Wu Tian and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask after him. Wu student, how did you know so much about the promotion and operation and maintenance of Cho handicraft? This, Wu Tian scratched his head in embarrassment as he wondered if he should tell the truth. Wu student, Mu Ran couldn't hold back his curiosity and continued to pursue. Be honest with your teacher. Where did you learn about Cho handicap promotion and operation and maintenance? All of the students stared in awe, wanting to know the answer. 66 Unexpected. Actually, this game was developed by the people I led. Under Mr. Mu's questioning, Wu Tian only had to tell the truth. Wu San, lying is not a good boy. Mu Ran lectured with a stern face. Mu Ran didn't believe that this game would have anything to do with Wu Tian. Not to say she didn't believe it. No one in the room did. Teacher, I really developed this game. Wu Tian spoke the truth, not expecting everyone to disbelieve it. He didn't want his teachers and classmates to mistake him for a liar. In desperation, he could only open the game's background data and clarify to the teacher. Teacher Mu, this is the background data of JoJo's handheld game. Take a look. Oh my god. Seeing the background data of the game, Mu Ran's eyes opened roundly in shock. This is really the game you messed up? If he hadn't seen the game's background data, he wouldn't have been able to believe that Wu Tian was able to create such a hot game. The Cho game is something I led the team to get out. The team gets the most credit. I'm just responsible for guiding it. Wu Tian replied in a very sincere tone. Classmate Wu, you're really great. Mu Ran exclaimed, her emotions clearly a bit excited. I didn't realize that the students she led had created such a hot handbook. To be honest, she deeply loved this handheld game from the very beginning, and then she kept playing it. In her opinion, the Cho handicap experience is great. The software is perfect. The promotional wit is very mature, and it's a good teaching case, but she never expected that the lead behind such a perfect game would be her student Wu Tian. At this point she was surprised and delighted. No wonder Wu Tian knew the detailed promotion and marketing process of Cho Handicap. After being shocked for a long time, Mu Ran said to the students, "As it turns out, Wu Tian's classmates didn't lie. He has the game's backstage data, and this Cho Handicap is indeed led by him." Boom! The scene instantly exploded at those words. The crowd of students couldn't help but talk about it. Wu Tian is also too powerful to have the strength to develop games, and he developed such a hot game. Developing this kind of game definitely requires a professional team, as well as superior technical strength, and promotion and operation organization. He certainly has a big future ahead of him. All the students in the class were talking about Wu Tian. All of them worshipped Wu to the extreme. All of them praising his strength. Especially those girls. This would look at Wu Tian's gaze towards a few moments of fascination. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan, as Wu Tian's roommates and close friends, looked extremely proud to learn that Wu Tian had come up with such a fluffy game, and both of them congratulated Wu Tian. On the contrary, it was Li Meng on the side, who had not said a word since the beginning, but only watched Wu Tian with an odd expression, her gaze never leaving for a moment. It was hard to see the boy she had once abandoned getting better and stronger. Good one Wu Tian. Not only is his family rich, but he can also develop his own game and make such a big splash. How can he be so good? What's worse, she didn't know how to cherish such a good boy, and she threw him away for nothing. Clenching his teeth and bones, he secretly regretted it in his heart. If she had known that Wu Tian was so good, she would have killed her. Alas, what's the use of thinking about it now? As she secretly sighed, Zhao Yang brought his head over and said sourly, "This kid Wu Tian, on the basis of having developed a game, he can really get away with it. He has the capital to be proud, don't you?" Li Meng was already in a bad mood, and when she heard this, she couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Zhao Yang choked on these words, and only after half a day did he come up with a sentence. "I don't care to compare myself to this kid. It's not disdain. You're not even a match for his toes." Li Meng didn't have the heart to strike a blow. How could she have been blind in the first place? Abandoning Wu Tian and choosing a useless rich second generation like Zhao Yang. In comparison, Zhao Yang is really too far behind. Not as capable as Wu Tian, not as manly as Wu Tian, and not as rich as Wu Tian. Zhao Yang's face had twisted and distorted in anger. If not for the fact that Mr. Mu was still in the classroom, he would have snapped. "Quiet." Mu Ran's voice immediately restored silence to the classroom, and with a smile, he asked Wu Tian, "Wu student, what's your concept for developing this Cho handheld game?" Mu Ran couldn't help but ask the doubt in his heart, which was also the answer that all the students wanted to know. Stress reduction and puzzle. Wu Tian smiled back. "So what are your long-term plans for this handheld game?" "Trade secret." "Then I won't ask more questions." Mu Ran didn't ask any more questions and went straight back to the topic. "Then tell the students more about your experience in promotion and marketing." "Okay." Wu Tian was very serious about the promotion cases, which were learned from books. Only these were not the teachings in those ordinary books on the market, but the Wu family marketing notes left to him by his grandfather, not to mention the classmates. Even Mu Ran was listening with great interest. It felt that Wu Tian's explanation was very unique and 100 times more exciting than all those lecturers' specialized courses. Snap! After Wu Tian finished speaking, Mu Ran led the applause. The classroom erupted in applause. After the applause, Mu Ran announced the end of the class and then instructed Wu Tian, "Wu student, follow me to the office." With that, he walked his long legs towards the outside of the classroom. Wu Tian hurriedly followed Mr. Mu to the office. It's a small, independent office with all kinds of books and flowers. As soon as I entered the office, I smelled the pungent aroma, which was extremely similar to the scent of Ms. Mu's body. It's fresh and pleasant and smells especially good. Sit down. After entering, Mu Ran pointed to the opposite sofa, then poured a cup of tea and handed it over. "Drink water." "Thank you, Teacher Mu." Wu Tian was somewhat flattered to receive the teacup. This was the first time Teacher Mu poured tea for him, probably overly nervous. He ended up cupping his hands around Mr. Mu's hands all at once. "Sorry too." Wu Tian hurriedly retracted his hands in fear and took the cup being brought over by him. The tea splashed onto Mr. Mu's leg. "Ah!" Mu Ren screamed as she was scalded by the tea. "Teacher Mu, I'm sorry." Wu Tian did not expect this kind of accident to happen and hurriedly wiped the tea on Mu Ran's body with his hand. Luckily, the tea was not too hot and did not burn Mr. Mu. "Wu Tian, what are you doing?" Mu Ran's pretty face reddened as she hurriedly protected her body with her hands, an unusually embarrassed expression on her face. 67. Awkward atmosphere. "Right. Sorry." Wu Tian hurriedly retracted his hands in fear, not to mention how embarrassing the expression on his face was. Originally, he was only focused on helping Mr. Mu wipe the water, and he didn't even notice that the action was indecent when he wiped the water just now. Mu Ran bit her lip and wanted to scold twice, but she swallowed back when the words reached her mouth. She knew that just now, Wu Tian did not mean to take advantage of her, and that the action just now was just unintentional. With Wu's character, he wouldn't do something that nasty yet. She calmed her mind and said with her teacher's stance, Wu, don't be fussy in the future. Do things carefully and conscientiously, understand? Understood. You sit down first, I'll clean up the cup shards. After Mu Ran said this, he bent down and prepared to gather the shards. Teacher Mu, let me do it. This kind of thing, Wu Tian naturally couldn't let Teacher Mu do it, and hurriedly took the first step to pick up the debris on the ground. When he got up, his head accidentally hit Mr. Mu's shoulder, causing him to fall to the floor. Yes, sorry. Wu Tian was frightened and rushed to help Mr. Mu. As a result, he stepped on the cup shards, his feet slipped, and his body fell down and stumbled directly onto Mr. Mu. Well, Mu Ran let out a cry of pain, her pretty face crimson with shame in an instant. This was the second time she had made physical contact with Wu Tian, and this time it was even more painful and humiliating. I'm sorry, Teacher Mu. Wu Tian hurriedly got up and helped Mu Ran up from the ground. It was found that at this moment, Mu's entire cheeks were scarlet and dripping blood, as good as a blood-stained big apple. Ahem. Mu Ran coughed dryly twice and hurriedly pushed Wu Tian away, taking several steps back in a row to keep his distance from the boy. The heart was pounding like a deer. No matter how fierce and stern she usually was, she was a woman after all, and the two experiences had been extraordinarily embarrassing. The atmosphere in the office was ambiguous to the extreme and awkward. Both men stood without speaking, and were too embarrassed to look up and meet each other's eyes. The air was as if it had frozen. In the end, it was Wu Tian who opened his mouth to break the awkwardness. Teacher Mu, I did something wrong just now, so scold me. Mu Ran had wanted to teach a few words, but once he heard Wu Tian take the initiative to admit his mistake, the words he wanted to say were eventually swallowed back. In the end, it was all an accident just now. Wu Tian was just doing something bad with good intentions, and he couldn't have been blamed for this. Gritting his teeth, he awkwardly said, forget it, it's not your fault today, just go out and don't talk nonsense. Don't worry, I promise not to say a word. Wu Tian stretched out his right hand and swore to the sky. He was too embarrassed to talk about something so humiliating. That's good. Mu Ran looked up at Wu Tian, her originally calm face reddening once again. But she was a teacher after all. She quickly adjusted her mind and said with a stern face, Wu student, sit down and don't move. Let the teacher handle the cup shards in the office. Good. Wu Tian obediently sat down, not daring to move anymore. Only then did Mu Ran bend down to pick up the cup shards and make a big sweep of the office. When she got up, she realized that Wu Tian's eyes were looking at her with a distinctly hot look, and her heart skipped another beat. However, she didn't say much and retreated to her desk and sat down, saying with a stance, Wu, I'm looking for you mainly because you've been missing class so often lately. Mr. Mu, I've been especially busy lately. I know, you are really busy making money outside doing games, but you can't delay your studies even if you are busy. Mu Ran stroked the hair at the corner of his ear and said in a serious tone, for you, academics is the top priority. You mustn't waste your studies. I know, Mr. Mu, in the future, you need to miss fewer classes, and ask for time off even if you don't have time to go to class. Yes, well, you go on down, then I'll leave first. Wu Tian got up and glanced at Ms. Mu Ran, dropping his head somewhat awkwardly. It was only because Ms. Mu's body was so good that every time he looked up, he felt a little embarrassed, but every time, he couldn't help but want to look at it. Walking out from Mr. Mu's office, Wu Tian felt his heart thumping, the experience he had just had still lingering in his mind even now. Go to class first. After school, Wu Tian called Uncle Fu Gue and asked him to come and pick him up and take him home. After getting on the car, Wu Tian realized that Lu Fugue didn't look too good and couldn't help but ask after him. Uncle Fugue, have you encountered any trouble? No. Lu Fugue's eyes were a bit evasive, obviously encountering trouble and not wanting to say it. Uncle Fortune, you must be in trouble. There's really no. Tick. Lu Fugue didn't finish his sentence when the cell phone in his pocket rang. Twisting his head to look at Wu Tian, he then slowly fumbled for his cell phone to answer the call. After answering the phone and saying a few words, he blanched. Uncle Fugue, what's going on? Seeing Lu Fugue finish his phone call, Wu Genius couldn't help but ask after him in an urgent voice. My son beat up a classmate at school. When it came down to it, Lu Fugue could only tell the truth. Earlier, I heard the teacher call and said that my son had gotten into trouble at school, and I didn't want to tell Boss Wu about it, but I didn't realize that my son had hit someone at school. Ho-Ho hit a classmate? Right. And was Ho-Ho hurt? No. Don't worry about it first. Let's go to the school to check the situation. Knowing that Hao Hao was not injured, Wu Tian was much more relieved. Boss, sorry to hold you up for Ho-Ho. Don't talk so much. Go to school first. Yes. Lu Fugui nodded and started the car to drive to Chang'an Elementary School. Soon met Lu Fugui's son, Lu Xiaohao, at the school. This little hairy guy looks much wilder than his dad. As soon as Lu Fugui saw his son, Yu Sang's black face was ready to go up and teach him a lesson. As a result, he was stopped by Wu Tian. Uncle Fugui, don't get angry first. Ask what's going on first. Little brat, fighting with your hands is just wrong. Lu Fugui rolled up his sleeves with an angry face. Be at ease. Let me ask first. Wu Tian walked over and squatted in front of Lu Xiaohao. How? Why did you fight with your classmates? Lu Xiaojie scolded me, calling me a countryside. And he also scolded my father and mother. That's why I hit him. Lu Xiaohao bit his mouth in aggravation. Upon hearing this, the anger in Lu Fugui's body dissipated a few points, not realizing that his son was fighting to preserve the dignity of their old couple. Good boy. Wu Tian touched Lu Xiaohao's face and praised with a smile. You didn't do anything wrong. You know how to use your fists to defend yourself and your parents' dignity. While the two were getting information from Ho-Ho, a middle-aged woman with glasses came out pulling a little boy. The little boy's clothes were disheveled and his face was obviously bruised, and he was still rubbing his eyes and crying and sniffling at this point. No need to ask to know that this little boy was beaten by Lu Xiaohao, named Lu Xiaojie, and the middle-aged woman with glasses was their teacher, Ms. Fong. 68, trouble is coming. Teacher Fong pulled kid Lu Xiaojie over and questioned Lu Fugui. Are you Lu Xiaohao's father? Yes, it's me. Lu Fugui nodded his head in response with a simple smile. How do you educate your children? Without saying a word, Ms. Fong chopped her head and scolded. Look at what your son has beaten Lu Xiaojie into. Mr. Fong, I'm sorry. Your son is just like you, a rural bumpkin with no education. Teacher Fong's tone was acerbic, not giving Lu Fugui any mercy at all. Lu Fugui clenched his fists and did not say anything, forcibly holding back his anger to swallow that bad breath in his heart. After all, he was a transfer from the countryside, and it was already good enough for him to come and study. He didn't want to cause any trouble, lest he find trouble for Wu Tian. Instead, it was Wu Tian next to him. As soon as she heard the teacher speak so harshly, she immediately became angry and shot back. This teacher, please speak with respect. Yo, your kids hit someone. You still have a point? Teacher Fong flung her hands across her waist and huffed and puffed. She doesn't look like a teacher at all. She looks like a cursing shrew. Hao hit someone. That's because the other party humiliated Hao and his parents. Wu Tian argued with reason. When Xiao Jie said that you guys are dirtbags, that's all to lift you up. Teacher Fong held up his glasses and mocked in a cold voice. Poor bastards like you. Your children are just as trash as you are, and have no qualifications to come to our school. Pop. Wu Tian usually rarely hit women, but today he really couldn't hold back and raised his hand and slammed it hard. Honestly, never had such a shameless teacher. This woman right here doesn't deserve to be a teacher. Ms. Fong was first stunned. She probably never dreamed that this kid in front of her would dare to hit her in school. Reacting like a tigress, she growled, "You bastard, how dare you hit me? With your hands? It's you who are looking for a fight." Wu Tian raised his hand and prepared to strike again. Frightened, Ms. Fong's body shrank and she backed up. Perhaps she was frightened by Wu Tian's fierce appearance, and she did not have the same aura as earlier. You, guys wait, I will go to the principal. Teacher Fong put down these words, and ran away with a grieved stake. Teacher Fong had just left in front of her, when a beautiful young woman ran over in a hurry. As soon as he hugged Lu Xiaojie's body, he said heartily, "My poor Jie, how did you get beaten up like this? This young woman in front of me is Lu Xiaojie's mother." Mom! As soon as he saw his mom, Lu Xiaojie cried even louder. "It's Lu Xiaohao who hit me and broke my face. My poor baby, let mommy blow." The young woman gently blew on her son's face, afraid that she would hurt him if she blew too hard. "Mom, you helped me get revenge. Wait, Mom will help you teach him a lesson." After the young woman finished saying this, she swung her palm towards Lu Xiaohao's small face. With this slap on the wrist, Hao might get broken. Fortunately, Wu Tian was quick on his feet and grabbed the young woman's arm, scolding, "Why are you even hitting the child? He hit my son. Of course I want revenge." The young woman's eyes were wide, and she looked like she was aiming for the top. Revenge? Hearing a young woman use the word revenge on a child, Wu Tian's heart inexplicably chilled a little. I didn't realize that just now a shrewish teacher had left, and now a shrewish parent had come, who was simply not reasonable at all. "Are you Lu Xiaohao's parent?" The young woman was overbearing, always thinking she was superior. "Yeah, I'm his uncle. Hurry up and make Lu Xiaohao apologize to my son." It was your son who was in the wrong, so why should we apologize? You hick. The beautiful young woman thrust her hands together and said viciously, if you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not I'll make it impossible for you to mix in Lujo, then I'd like to see it. Your kid really doesn't see the coffin. To tell you the truth, my husband is a big man with a big name in the business world. Getting a country bumpkin like you killed is easier than pinching an ant to death. The young woman threatened, and then felt out her cell phone and started to call. Lu Fuguwei, who was next to him, was worried about getting into trouble and reminded Wu Tian, why don't we just forget about it, so as not to get you into trouble? No, this kind of person cannot be spoiled. Wu Tian would not easily give in, even when he used to be a beggar. He wouldn't easily concede when it came to this kind of thing, not to mention that now he's the young master of the mansion. Boss Wu, I am afraid of getting you into trouble. Lu Fuguwei voiced the worry in his heart. He didn't want to cause big trouble for Boss Wu because of his son's matter. Uncle Fuguwei, leave this matter to me. Wu Tian's tone was very resolute. Seeing this tough attitude of Boss Wu, Lu Fuguwei didn't say anything more, but was just a little apprehensive in his heart, only to see the young woman on the other side finish her phone call. She glared at Wu Tian with her hands clasped on her chest and said, you bunch of country bumpkins, when my husband comes over, I won't let you go even if you kneel on the ground and beg me. It's not certain who begs who. Wu Tian showed no weakness. After saying this, he picked Lu Xiaohao up from the ground and cared about his recent study and life situation. From the first moment I saw this well-behaved little boy, I felt a liking in my heart. After more than 10 minutes, a middle-aged man rushed over. It was Lu Xiaojie's father. Seeing the middle-aged man, Wu Tian's brows dimmed slightly. This man was no other than Lu Hui, the old president of HSBC Media, whom he had met before at the Universal International Club. Previously at the club, he saw Lu Hui trying to submarine on Huanglan, only to be taught a lesson by Wu Tian and kick Lu Hui out of the club. I just didn't realize that Lu Hui was Lu Xiaojie's father and the husband of that gorgeous young woman, which was quite a coincidence. Husband, the beautiful young woman cried out daintily and ran over to hold Lu Hui's arm. Our son was beaten up. Who is so bold as to even dare to touch my son? Lu Hui's tiger body shook, his whole body bubbling with anger. It's the three of them. The young woman pointed at Wu Tian's nose and said, that kid is the most hateful. He even took advantage of me just now. As she said this, a hint of sinister swept across the corner of the young woman's eyes. Deliberately wronged Wu Tian, just to let her husband teach this kid a hard lesson to relieve his anger. Dare to touch my woman. See if I don't unload one of his. Lu Hui didn't finish his sentence, but suddenly his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but exclaim, Boss Wu. It was not until then that he could see that the kid in front of him was none other than Boss Wu, whom he had previously met at the Universal Club. At that time, at the Universal International Club, even the club owner, Lin En, treated this kid with respect, showing how fluffy his life was. Anyway, with his current strength, he definitely couldn't defend this kid. Thinking of this, Lu Hui hurriedly licked his face to curry favor and said, Boss Wu, I didn't expect to see you here. It's really a pleasure to meet you. 69. Protecting the calf. Husband. Upon seeing her husband being so polite to a country bumpkin, the gorgeous young woman hurriedly stepped forward and reminded, it was their children who beat up our son just now. Beaten to death yet? Lu Hui twisted his head and asked impatiently. Ha? The young woman first froze and shook her head. Our son is fine. Of course he's not dead. As long as you're not dead, it's not a big deal. Lu Hui winked straight at his wife, signaling her not to mention this again. The young woman couldn't care less and complained to her husband. Are you just going to let them go? Such a little bit of, not worth mentioning at all. After Lu Hui finished saying this, he licked his face and laughed dryly at Wu Tian twice. But, the young woman also did not expect her husband suddenly so generous, encountered this kind of thing even not to pursue, but she still couldn't swallow it and cried to her husband. I'm still being taken advantage of by that boy. It's a blessing for you to be taken advantage of by Boss Wu. Lu Hui ventured out this sentence stiffly. Even if his wife was taken advantage of by this kid, he could only turn a blind eye. After all, he couldn't afford to mess with this kid at all. Ha! The young woman probably never dreamed that her husband would say such a thing. In the past, if my husband had heard that he was being taken advantage of by a man, he would have been furious and then taught the man a hard lesson. And for once, it's unbelievable that hubby would sit back and even say something like that. No way. The young woman crossed her arms and pointed at Wu Tian's nose and said unforgivingly, I will never let this brat go today. No matter what, I will teach him a lesson. Pop. Lu Hui was so angry that he slammed a hard slap on the young woman's face and scolded. Can you damn well not give me trouble? I've just given my wife a lot of winks, but she just won't listen, and she's still fooling around here. In case he offended Boss Wu again, there would be no good consequences. Husband, my son and I are being bullied. Why are you hitting me instead of helping us out? The young woman was so angry that she was practically frantic. Being bullied by outsiders is just a matter of course, but now even her husband is beating her, so she feels suffocated to death inside. Wife, can you understand something? We can't afford to mess with that kid. Lu Hui lowered his head and attached himself to the young woman's ear and whispered, husband, you're a joker. What's there to mess with a silly boy in shabby clothes with no taste? You know. Lu Hui glared at the young woman and whispered, that kid is a reclusive big shot. Even the owner of the Universal Club doesn't dare to offend him. What? After hearing this, the young woman's expression tightened slightly, only to hear Lu Hui continue, with the other party's strength, I'm afraid that if we offend him, the company will be screwed over. LOL. The young woman's heart trembled hard, as if she had been struck with a club. Turning his head and slowly looking at Wu Tian, he did not expect that the power behind this kid in front of him, who looked shabby, was so powerful. By accident, she had offended such a fluffy big shot, thinking that the other party's backstage power is so strong. Her heart is secretly a little afraid to cause trouble for the company. Watch my face in a moment. Lu Hui instructed his wife and turned to Wu Tian with a pleasing smile. Boss Wu, my wife accidentally bumped into you. I'll let her apologize to you, he said, turning back toward his wife with a wink. The young woman immediately understood the situation and rushed forward to apologize to Wu Tian. I'm sorry, just now it was me who had no eyes and was offended much. Don't be general with me, he said, grinning a coquettish wink. At this time, the young woman which still has the arrogance just now, like a rebellious little daughter-in-law. Your son humiliated Hao Hao. What about this? Wu Tian naturally wanted to seek justice for Hao Hao. I'll have Xiao Jie apologize to Hao Hao. The young woman reacted quickly and hurriedly said to her son, Little Jie, quickly, apologize to Hao Hao. Next to him, Lu Hui followed and urged, Xiao Jie, quick, hurry up and apologize to your classmate. Lu Xiaojie stared suspiciously at his mom and dad. She didn't understand why mom and dad made him apologize to his classmate in the end when it was obvious that he was the one who was beaten up by him. Little Jie, be good, be obedient, apologize to Hao Hao. Later mom will buy you toys. Seeing that her son was standing still, the young woman could only persuade him in this way. Only after hearing this did Lu Xiaojie reluctantly apologize to Lu Xiaohao. I'm sorry, I was wrong. In the future, if you dare to insult my parents again, I'll even beat you up. Lu Xiaohao warned with a stubborn face. No. Our family Xiajie will never make this kind of mistake in the future. The young woman hurriedly shielded her son behind her and advised her son, don't offend Lu Xiaohao in the future. Try to stay away from him. Seeing the other family of three admit their mistake and apologize, the corner of Lu Fugui's mouth hooked into a pleased smile. I thought that this time Hao Hao got into big trouble, but I didn't expect the ending to be unexpected. And the other party apologized to Hao Hao. All of this was due to Wu Tian, and thanks to Boss Wu's amazing influence, he was able to make the other party bow down and admit his mistake. Lu Fugui didn't say anything with his mouth, but in his heart, he couldn't help but be secretly grateful, glad that he had followed such a good boss as Wu Tian, who was able to help him and his son out at the critical moment. Boss Wu, there's nothing else. I'll take my son away first. After Lu Hui said this, he turned around and left with his son in his arms. Before going out, I happened to see Mr. Fong rushing over. Teacher Fong said to the Lu family couple, parents of Xiao Jie, you've come at the right time. I'm going to help you get justice today. Teacher Fong, our family Xiajie was at fault for this matter today. We don't intend to pursue this. Goodbye. The young woman said this and fled the place with her child in quick steps. Hey, Mr. Fong looked confused. I did not expect the usual care for the calf heart of Lu Xiaojie parents. Today even took the initiative to admit fault, and took the initiative to propose no longer pursued. The kid was beaten up and not even held accountable. What the hell is going on here? She didn't care if others pursued her or not, but she had been slapped by Wu Tian before, so this was definitely not that simple. Country bumpkin, dare to hit me. When the principal comes over later, let's see how he'll punish you. Teacher Fong glared fiercely at Wu Tian with a few hints of gloating in his eyes. She couldn't wait to teach this kid a lesson now and make this hateful, stupid kid apologize to her in public. After waiting for a few minutes, Principal Lu hurried over with 2 security guards. Principal Lu's face fell violently when he entered the door, and he quickly walked to Wu Tian, smiling and getting close. Who did I think it was? So it's Mr. Wu. He had met Wu Tian before when he was doing the enrollment procedures for Hao Hao. At that time, the procedures encountered some trouble, the result of Wu Tian a phone call. The Education Bureau side personally called over to supervise. The fact that a minor admission procedure has alarmed the Education Bureau shows how much of a fluffer Mr. Wu is. Principal Lu, nice to meet you. Wu Tian smiled and greeted Principal Lu with a slightly cold tone. 70 unscrupulous teacher. Teacher Fong on the side was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this kid in front of him to know Principal Lu, and it looked like the relationship between the two was extraordinary. Teacher Fong gritted his teeth and cried to the principal, "Principal Lu, you have to do it for me. I was just beaten by this kid just now. Don't mention this matter anymore." Principal Lu glared at Teacher Fong and scolded in a stern and deep voice. "No." Teacher Fong held up his glasses and said stiffly, "This kid hit me. He must be punished." You, seeing how stubborn Mr. Fong was, Principal Lu's face grew more and more somber. Shrugging his sleeve, he padded over to the other teacher and warned, "If you keep this up, I'm afraid you're going to get into big trouble." "Why? Mr. Wu has strong connections in the Education Bureau. Even I don't dare to offend him." Mr. Fong's body trembled, and a cold sweat broke out at the back of his heart in fear. She didn't expect the shabby kid in front of her to have such strong connections. No wonder he dared to hit the teacher at school. Thanks to her previous eyes without pearl, recklessly humiliated that kid, knowing that she had intruded into a big trouble. At this time, her heart was secretly afraid. Pacifying Teacher Fong, Principal Lu licked his face and said curtly to Wu Tian, "Mr. Wu, Teacher Fong doesn't know any better. I hope you don't get on her bad side." "Principal Lu, do you know why I hit this female teacher just now?" Wu Tian asked with a gloomy face. "I don't know. This female teacher verbally abused students and parents as trash. Teacher Fong has really gone too far. I apologize on her behalf." Principal Lu was afraid of getting into trouble and quickly bowed to apologize. For this apology, Wu Tian did not accept it, but only coldly pursued, "Do you think this kind of person is qualified to be a teacher?" Principal Lu didn't know how to reply for a moment. He understood what Wu Tian meant. He wanted him to fire Mr. Fong. "I already knew that Mr. Fong's character is not good, but the teaching is really good, and it's really a bit hard to fire him. Looks like I need to make a call." Wu Tian fumbled for his cell phone and pretended to be ready to make a call. Frightened, Principal Lu's face sank and he hurriedly spoke to stop it. "Mr. Wu doesn't need to call. I'll expel Mr. Fong on behalf of the school right now." He didn't want this to alert the Education Bureau, and then the school would have to be penalized again. With a clench of his teeth, he made an instant decision. Turning to the other teacher, he said, "You have been expelled from the school, and from now on, you have nothing to do with the school. Principal Lu, for the sake of my tireless teaching, please give me another chance." Teacher Fong knew that a big shipment was on the way, and hurriedly opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Ugh! Principal Lu let out a small sigh, looking like he couldn't help it. He didn't want to fire Mr. Fong either. He only blamed Mr. Fong for offending someone he shouldn't have. Teacher Fong was a smart person and hurriedly pleaded with Wu Tian. "Mr. Wu, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have insulted you guys. I apologize to you. I beg you to be magnanimous and let me off the hook." In order to be able to keep the iron rice bowl, she can only shamelessly ask Wu Tian for mercy. "People like you are not suitable to be a teacher. Go away." Wu Tian waved his hand impatiently, without any trace of pity in his eyes. Having such women as teachers will only victimize those students and affect the physical and mental health of the youth. Seeing Wu Tian's determined eyes, Mr. Fong swallowed back what he wanted to say and slowly turned around and walked towards the outside. She had a special regret in her heart. She had thought that Lu Xiaohao's family members were all rural bumpkins before she sneered and spoke out to humiliate them, but it turned out to be a kick in the teeth and ran into a tough guy, which directly cost her her hard-earned job. After Ms. Fong left, Wu Tian landed his gaze on Principal Lu. It looks like there are obviously loopholes in the school's management. Principal Lu needs to strengthen his management. Yes, I will definitely tighten up my management. Also, I want Ho-Ho to be able to study here without fear and never let anything like this happen again. Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen a second time. Principal Lu nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken cutting rice to assure him. In the future, please trouble Principal Lu to take more care of Hao and help take care of him. I am grateful. Wu Tian softened his words and changed to another tone. Put Mr. Wu's heart at ease and promise that there won't be any mistakes in the future. That would be best. Mr. Wu, it's time for dinner. Why don't you? Principal Lu wanted to take the opportunity to get close to him, but he was interrupted by Wu Tian before he could finish his words. There's no need to be polite. Principal Lu, we still have things to do, so we won't bother you. After saying this, he squatted on the ground and said to Xiao Hao, let's go. Uncle will take you out to eat. Thank you, Uncle. Lu Xiaohao's small mouth was as sweet as smeared with honey. So good. Wu Tian rubbed Xiaohao's face and pulled him towards the outside, with Lu Fuguei following closely behind him. Walking out of the school, Lu Fuguei said with gratitude from the bottom of his heart, Boss Wu, thanks to you for helping Hao with these things. I really can't thank you enough. Uncle Fuguei, there is no need to be polite between us. Wu Tian looked back at Lu Fuguei and squeezed out a naive smile on his face. Spending time with Uncle Fuguei's family made him feel especially relaxed and affectionate, just like his own family. I really didn't expect that Boss Wu was so young, handling things crisply and neatly, quite like a great general. Lu Fuguei complimented with a face full of gratification. Previously, he was worried that Wu Tian was young and must be a flamboyant, pompous dude, getting along only to find that Wu Tian is modest and low profile, dealing with things uniquely sophisticated, not the slightest bit of procrastination. He was grateful to be working under such a good boss. I didn't think Uncle Fortune could kiss ass. I'm not kissing ass. I'm telling the truth. I'm happy to receive such a pertinent comment from Uncle Fuguei. Wu Tian turned back to Lu Fuguei with a smile. Tell me anything in the future. Don't ever treat me as an outsider. Yes. Alright, let's go eat. Wu Tian hugged Xiao Hao and sat in the car, and instructed Lu Fuguei. Let's drive to Fuyuan restaurant. Good. Lu Fuguei got into the driver's seat and started the car to go straight to Fuyuan restaurant. The three of them arrived at Fuyuan restaurant and found a seat by the window. Lu Fuguei hadn't been to a place like this before, and was obviously a bit constrained. Boss Wu, it's really too much of a bust for us to come here to eat. It's nothing. Wu Tian hugged little Hao and sat next to himself. How, what do you want to eat? I'll have Auntie Xin Shui make it for you later. I'll eat whatever my uncle eats. So understanding. Wu Tian smiled with satisfaction and instructed the waitress to get Xin Shui out. The waiter went into the back kitchen and quickly called Xin Shui out. Xin Shui was originally very happy, her face with a bright smile, but when she approached, she saw a little boy sitting next to Wu Tian. Her face immediately grimaced and questioned, Is he your son? 71 Xin Shui's mind. Miss Shen, don't misunderstand. Without waiting for Wu Tian to reply, Lu Fuguei next to him hurriedly interrupted. Xiao Hao is my child. Oh, so it's Uncle Lu's child. Upon hearing this, Xin Shui cheered up. At first, when he saw how close the little boy was to Wu Tian, he thought that he was Wu Tian's illegitimate son, and his mood immediately sank to the bottom. The mood brightened after learning that the little boy was the child of the driver's uncle. Snowy, can you make a children's set meal for Xiao Hao? Wu Tian tried to inquire. Sure, no problem. Xin Shui walked over and cupped Xiao Hao's face. You're so cute. Tell Auntie. What's your name? Lu Xiao Hao. You can call me Hao Hao. So good. Seeing such a cute child, Xin Shui was amused and introduced herself. My name is Xin Shui. I'm your father's friend. Hello, Auntie. Well, what do you want to eat? Tell Auntie and she'll make it for you. I want strawberry cake. Okay, Auntie will make it for you now. Wait. Xin Shui scratched on Xiao Hao's nose, got up and said to Lu Fuguei, Uncle Lu, wait a moment. I'll go make food for Hao Hao. Just make something random. Don't go to too much trouble. It's not troublesome. It'll be done soon. Xin Shui glanced at Wu Tian and quickly walked towards the kitchen. Xin Shui had just left with her front foot when the cell phone rang in Wu Tian's pocket. Touching it, it was Lu Jun calling. When he picked up, he smiled into the phone and said, Uncle Lu, I was just about to call to ask you out for dinner. Let's talk about dinner some other time. I've been busy with investments lately. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jun's tone was serious and a few points of amiability and cordiality. Does Uncle Lu have any new investment projects? Yeah, I recently picked up a couple of parcels of land and I'd like you to invest in them for me together. Where are the plots located? Emerald Garden. This is a nice lot. Don't worry, the position I fancy is definitely not bad. Much more reliable than you investing in Tenmu technology, a steady profit. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jun's tone was very confident. This lot, I'm sure the land price is high. That's right, I've been strapped for cash lately. That's why I want you to do it with me. If you're interested, why don't you come over and take a look? Let's talk about the details of cooperation. No need to look. After doing a little contemplation, Wu Tian said into his cell phone, I believe that Uncle Lu's vision won't be bad. Like this, I'll invest $100 million. It just so happens that the restaurant has made money lately, so it's better to put it into real estate if it's sitting there unused. Your kid really has the courage to throw in $1 billion without even looking at it. Ha ha ha. Came Lu Jun's bright laughter from the other end of the phone. This is my trust in Uncle Lu. Good boy. Since you trust me, I will never let you down. Investment matters by the time I let the secretary and you contact. Specific management matters I will not be involved. I'll be a shaking hands, waiting to get the dividends on the line. Okay, it's a deal. Bye Uncle Lu. Wu Tian hung up his cell phone after saying this. Just after the phone call, he saw Xin Shui walk out with 2 set meals. One is a children's set menu made especially for Hao Hao, and the other is the hottest Chinese set menu in the restaurant. Both set menus are well made, pleasing to the eye and appetizing to the palate. Hao Hao, this is what Auntie made especially for you. Try it. Xin Shui pushed the children's set meal in front of Xiao Hao. Thanks Auntie. After Hao thanked him, he feasted on the food. It was probably so delicious that it soon got its face dirty. Xin Shui took a paper towel to help Xiao Hao wipe his face and smiled. Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry. It's delicious. Xiaohao didn't care about that much, and took a big bite of it beautifully. He. Seeing Xiaohao eating so happily, Xin Shui was also happy. Pushing the other Chinese set meal over, he said to Wu Tian and Lu Fugue, "Uncle Lu, you guys eat too." After Lu Fugue answered, he picked up his chopsticks and ate. Wasn't too hungry, except that the food was so beautiful that it quickly became unimaginative. After a few people finished eating, Xiaohao wiped his dirty mouth and couldn't help but boast to Xin Shui, "Auntie, your cooking is really delicious." "Thank you Xiaohao for the compliment." The smile on Xin Shui's face was brighter than a flower. "Auntie is not only beautiful, she cooks so well too. Ho-Ho is so sweet-mouthed and understanding." "Uncle." Xiaohao twisted his head to look at Wu Tian and said childishly, "I think you should marry Auntie Xin Shui back home so that she can cook for you every day." Ahem. Wu Tian dryly coughed a few times, not expecting how to be able to say such a thing at such a young age. "Ho-Ho Don. Talk nonsense." Xin Shui glanced at Wu Tian and hung her head with a red face. She also didn't expect a small child to be able to say these words, and her heart was suddenly overwhelmed with shame. Next to him, Lu Fugue hurriedly opened his mouth to reprimand his son. How? Don't be impudent, don't say this kind of words in the future. Uncle Fugue, the child is childish. Don't be angry. This kid must have watched too much TV. Don't take it to heart. I'll take Ho-Ho to the car first." After Lu Fugue said this, he pulled How to leave the restaurant. In order to ease the embarrassment, Xin Shui said without words, "How is so cute and well-behaved. It looks like you like kids." "Yeah, I especially like kids. If you like children, then have one of your own. I can't give birth alone." Xin Shui regretted it just after saying this, her pretty face once again blushing. Wu Tian scratched his head and boldly flirted, "If you want to give birth, I can help you. Go, who wants your help?" Upon hearing this, Xin Shui's cheeks were red and dripping blood, and she was too embarrassed to raise her head to meet Wu Tian's eyes. I don't know how it happened, but the conversation got to such a humiliating topic as having a baby. Just kidding, don't be angry. Wu Tian knew how to stop at the right moment. If he joked too much, it would only make each other more embarrassed. Ahem. Xin Shui coughed lightly and took the initiative to change the subject. "By the way, who was the woman you brought over for dinner before?" "Twice now. Wu Tian has been seen bringing a sunblast woman to the restaurant for dinner. Every time the two of them behaved intimately and had a flirtatious relationship, and every time she saw it, it made her feel bad inside. That woman's name is Huang Lan, a little-known singer in the entertainment industry." Wu Tian explained. "You're really powerful. You can even pick up beautiful singers." Xin Shui pouted, some anger evident in her heart. "Don't get me wrong. Huang Lan and I are just business partners. Are you two really just working together?" "Sure. I thought you guys were in that kind of relationship." Xin Shui bit her mouth, her mood inexplicably better. 72 Successful handheld game. Wu Tian accompanied Xin Shui to chat a few words. See this girl in a good mood. The two agreed to go to the driving school to learn how to drive on another day. After coming out of Fuyuan restaurant, he first sent Xiaohao to school and then went to Tianmu Technology Company. Just as he entered the company hall, he saw Li Mu hurriedly running over with his secretary, yelling excitedly, "Boss Wu, good news, heavenly good news." "What good news?" Wu Tian asked with a smile. "A few bosses came over to our company to discuss game cooperation." "Yes? A lot of bosses are interested in our Cho handicap. Some want to invest in the development of game peripherals, some want to buy the rights to the game's anime adaptation, and there are still bosses who want to implant advertisements inside the game." "Great." Hearing this news, Wu Tian looked unusually excited. "Several bosses have arranged a place to meet. Why don't we split up?" After Li Mu said this, he turned back to his secretary and instructed, "You take Boss Wu to talk about the game rights and advertising contracts, and I'll talk about the contracts for the game's peripheral derivatives." "Yes," the secretary answered and then led Wu Tian out of the company. The three of them split up and went to different places to negotiate cooperation. These contracts are the other side begged to cooperate with Tianmu Technology. The progress is very smooth. Signed 5 contracts in one afternoon. The total contract value exceeds over $200 million and the total profit exceeds over $50 million. For this result, Wu Tian and Li Mu were both surprised, not realizing that the profits of JoJo Handicap were so amazing. This is just the initial collaboration, and there will definitely be more later on. The trio returned to the office with 5 contracts, ready to share the good news with all the employees. As soon as they entered the office, they found the company particularly bustling. Zhao Yiming was clamoring to get Yuan Wangchun and the others out of the company. "What's going on?" After Wu Tian walked into the company, he hurriedly inquired about the situation to Zhou Cheng, who greeted him. "Ugh." Zhou Cheng sighed and opened his mouth to explain. "Mr. Zhao is incompatible with manager Yuan and wants to kick him and the technicians he brought over out of the company." "Why, Mr. Zhao has never wanted the company to do a game board and has a natural resistance to games. Got it. Wu Tian understood the situation and took a step in front of Zhao Yiming. Mr. Zhao, old Yuan is the one I let do the game board in the company. If there's anything you come at me, boss Wu, you came just in time. Zhao Yiming shook his collar and said in a powerful manner, according to the agreement, if JoJo Handicap makes less than $30 million in profit within half a month, boss Wu will lose the right to manage the company, and today it's just up to half a month. This is the agreement that we signed. After saying that, Zhao Yiming directly laid out the agreement, probably because he was worried that Wu Tian would renege on his debt. Yeah, I forgot until you told me. Wu Tian slapped his head and asked Zhao Yiming with a smile, if the profit of JoJo Handicap reaches $30 million, Mr. Zhao will lose his management right in the company in the future, right? Sure, that's good. Wu Tian turned his head to Zhou Chang and asked, Xiao Zhou, how much is the top-up profit of JoJo Handicraft now? The game top-up earned over $2 million in net income. Not bad. Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction, very pleased with this income. The top-up revenue alone reached more than $2 million, and with the new contracts signed today, the total profit has exceeded $50 million. Next to him, Zhao Yiming couldn't help but open his mouth to remind, Boss Wu, JoJo's handheld game profit is more than $2 million, which is still far from the $30 million we agreed upon. Zhao Yiming clasped his hands on his chest with a look of waiting for a good show, wanting to see how Wu Tian would end up this time. Recharge revenue of $2 million, together with copyright revenue, advertising revenue, and derivatives revenue, our total profit has exceeded $50 million, Wu Tian said with a smile. Boss Wu can really joke around. Zhao Yiming laughed contemptuously and sneered sarcastically. These revenues you're talking about are just nice fantasies. They don't exist at all. Of course it exists. Where are they? Here. Wu Tian pulled out the contracts and slapped them towards Zhao Yiming. Mr. Zhao, take a look at these contracts. Oh my god. Zhao Yiming took a look at the contract and was dumbfounded. I didn't expect the company to sign 5 cooperation contracts related to the JoJo Handicraft. The total value of the contract is more than 200 million, and the profit is more than 50 million. I never dreamed that a hand tour in the district, the profit is higher than the half-year profit of the main business of Tenmu Technology. Mr. Zhao, how does it feel? Wu Tian took the contract back from Zhao Yiming and asked with a smile. The corners of Zhao Yiming's mouth twitched viciously, and his entire old face was uglier than a pig's liver. I didn't expect that a handheld game that he looked down on, a game that he was extremely opposed to developing, would be played by Wu Tian with such great results. I really can't figure out how a seemingly bad handheld game can be tossed around by Wu Tian. Mr. Zhao, according to our previous betting agreement, you lost. Wu Tian patted Zhao Yiming's shoulder. From now on, your position in the company lapses, and you don't have any management authority in Tenmu Technology. Zhao Yiming's legs went limp and his body shook as he took several steps back. The eyes were hollow and feeble as they stared ahead. As one of the founders of Tianmu Technology, immersed in the shopping mall for more than 10 years, I did not expect to lose to a brat in the end. But don't worry, Mr. Zhao, the shares you're holding are still in your hands. You can go home early to retire. Wu Tian made a pleased gesture. You. Zhao Yiming gritted his teeth and turned away with a reluctant heart. At this moment, he was like a defeated rooster, hanging his head without any trace of vigor. Sending Zhao Yiming away, Wu Tian announced in public, our JoJo Handicraft game has been a huge success, with over $200 million in signed contracts. Okay, snap. The office was instantly abuzz after those words. All the employees couldn't help but cheer, as if they had won a battle, and their morale was extremely high. The success of JoJo Handicraft cannot be separated from the efforts of each of our employees. Everyone has a bonus, although this month's salary together, Wu Tian announced again. After those words, the employees once again exploded. People work hard to make money, and bonuses are the most tangible thing. In addition, starting today, Zhao Yiming will no longer be the vice president, while the company will set up a game department, with Yuan Wangchun as the department manager and Zhou Chang as the technical advisor. Wu Tian put this matter into practice. Snap! The office erupted in applause. Wu Tian pressed his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet, and then said, in order to celebrate JoJo Handicap's achievement of such a good result, I'm inviting you all to go outside to gather for a meal to celebrate. Good. The employees cheered in unison. Afterwards, Wu Tian announced a half-day vacation and took everyone to an outside hotel for a get-together. Not only did JoJo's handheld game achieve initial success, but the old-fashioned-minded Zhao Yiming was also squeezed out of the company and lost his management rights. At this point, the company's rights are all centralized in the hands of Wu Tian and Li Mu, facilitating the long-term development of Tianmu Technology. 73 new programs, led by Wu Tian, The group came to a 4-star hotel near the company and started drinking and chatting after ordering food. Limu let everyone speak freely. To the company's opinions and suggestions are put forward. There are any good ideas to make money can also express their views. Don't look at everyone as usually do technology of science and technology men. A few glasses of wine. The atmosphere is quickly ignited. Usually rarely talk about the staff are also eloquent. We all have our own ideas about the development of the company. Wu Tian did not say anything since the beginning, listening to the ideas and insights of the employees and secretly thinking about the company's next layout. After the employees had pretty much spoken, Limu tried to ask Wu Tian, "Boss Wu, what do you have in mind? What everyone said just now is very good." Wu Tian swept a glance at the crowd and said in a serious tone, "Our main business will remain unchanged, focusing on cell phone software development, while developing handheld games as a breakthrough. I agree with Boss Wu's proposal." Limu nodded with approval, then said, "This time, under Boss Wu's leadership, JoJo Handicraft achieved good results, and Boss Wu deserves a lot of credit for that. The success of JoJo Handicap is not the credit of a certain person, it is the result of everyone's unity," Wu Tian said here, with a slight change in tone. "However, we can't be proud of this achievement. There is a bigger challenge next." "Okay, snap." Limu led the applause. The other employees clapped along. Wu Tian pressed his hand and smiled. "Come out for a gathering today. Don't make it so serious. Everyone eat and drink to your heart's content. Come on, drink." After saying this, Wu Tian grabbed the wine cup on the table and drank it all in one go. The other employees raised their glasses and drank. Soon the waiters were serving the dishes in turn. Everyone picked up chopsticks to enjoy the food, enjoy drinking and chatting. The atmosphere in the room was peaceful. Wu Tian drank 2 cups of wine and said to Limu with a smile, "We've created a game that exploded in popularity. I think we should take advantage of the situation and then continue to develop this kind of handheld game." "I had that thought too." Limu nodded in agreement. Ever since this game led by Wu Tian exploded in popularity, he trusted Boss Wu extremely and was more supportive than before. "When I played the game before, I realized that there are many tycoons who are willing to spend money on the game." Wu Tian rubbed his chin with his hand and said expressionlessly, "I want to design a game specifically for tycoons." "Good idea. Landlords make good money. Just grab their pain points and find ways to inspire them to spend money on games." "I have." Zhou Chang, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but open his mouth to digress. "I developed a game when I was in college, a handheld game for tycoons." "Developed to what extent?" "Doing a good job with the underlying architecture." "Let me see. It exists inside the company's computer." "Then let's eat quickly and go back to the company after eating." Wu Tian said this and wolfed down his food. Several people left the restaurant after a simple meal and hurried back to the company. Zhou Chang opened his computer and found the previously developed handheld game from the file. The game is only doing the underlying architecture and is half-baked. For this kind of thing, Wu Tian naturally couldn't read much. After staring for a few moments, he turned his head to Yuan Wangchun and asked, "Old Yuan, what do you think?" "No." Yuan Wangchun looked at it for a few moments before shaking his head. "No. This game of his is not structured well. The picture is a bit rough, and it doesn't match the current aesthetic." "Hey!" Zhou Chang scratched his head and smiled nervously. Inexperience at that time, coupled with limited experience and funds, so it was made to look like this, but this is a good idea of his. It can be restructured using it as a base. Yuan Wangchun added, "Good then, Old Yuan and Xiao Zhou, you guys work overtime tonight to make the basics." After Wu Tian finished saying this, he then added, "The principle of this game is simple. It's to find a way to satisfy the vanity of the tycoons." "Okay, we'll do it now." Zhou Chang, Yuan Wangchun said to do. The 2 technical gurus immediately began to busy. The 2 personally do the game engine, develop the infrastructure. All it's doing now is improving on that previous game by Zhou Chang, along with modeling and animation effects. Both Wu Tian and Limu didn't leave, accompanying the duo in the office and even making coffee for them personally. It took a lot of revising and working through most of the night to finally write the code and get the model animated. Yuan Wangchun and Zhou Chang have one thing in common, which is the pursuit of perfection, and they are not close at all on the bottom. Comparatively speaking, Zhou Chang is more fundamentally sound, and Yuan Wangchun is more of a leader, able to grasp the general direction. The 2 are kind of pretty good together. "How's it done?" Seeing that the duo had stopped, Wu Tian hurriedly went forward to inquire about the situation. "For now, after completing the basic modeling, it's vital to do the UI interface and sound next." Zhou Chang opened his mouth and explained. "About how much longer?" "It's hard to say. It'll take a week at the earliest." "Good then, I'll leave this game to you guys." Wu Tian reached out and put his arm around Yuan Wangchun and Zhou Chang's shoulders and encouraged. "This is the first project of the game department. Make sure to make a name for the new department. Don't worry, we'll live up to the hype. It's getting late. I'll have the driver drive you home." Wu Tian hurriedly fumbled for his cell phone and dialed Uncle Fu Gue. After sending Zhou Chang and Yuan Wangchun back first, Wu Tian was the last to leave the company. There was no talk all night. The next day, Wu Tian woke up and went to the company first, asking about the development of the new game. It's also much more reassuring to know that everything went well. Afterwards, he went to school and finished Mr. Mu's classes and a few mandatory lessons. Wu Tian was ready to leave. When he passed by the martial arts club, he suddenly remembered Gu Xiaoman. The girl had asked him to help out at the martial arts club a few days ago. After thinking about it, Gu Xiaoman used to treat him pretty well, so he planned to enter the martial arts club to see how things went. As a way of repaying Gu Xiaoman, the martial arts club is considered a large club in the University of Technology, with a total membership of over 60 people, most of whom are fancy fighters, and not many of whom are truly powerful. As soon as Wu Tian walked into the martial arts club, he was surrounded and taunted by a group of members, with all kinds of humiliating sounds. Those members of the community had often bullied Wu Tian before, and they took pleasure in bullying newcomers and the weak. Looking at the entire martial arts club, Wu Tian was a waste of space in everyone's eyes, weak and feeble, unable to beat even those female members. Wu Tian, you're finally here. Just as Wu Tian was being taunted by the crowd of community members, Gu Xiaoman hurriedly ran over with a happy face and said, I thought you weren't coming. I just happened to have some time today and stopped by to take a look. Seeing this girl, Wu Tian was in a much better mood. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Xiaoman, the kind girl, was in the martial arts club, he wouldn't have come to such a tight place. The whole martial arts club is in a mess. There is no atmosphere of the club. Looking at it makes people feel uncomfortable in their hearts. 74. Provocation by a martial arts club member. Let's see what's changed in our club? Gu Xiaoman asked with a smile as she put her hands behind her back. Wu Tian sized up the martial arts club for a while and finally landed his gaze on Gu Xiaoman. I realized that President Gu has become even more beautiful than before. Oily mouth. Gu Xiaoman ranted with a red face. Although she knew it was a joke, her heart was still beautiful, sweeter than honey. President Gu, didn't you say that you want me to help? What can I do to help? Wu Tian politely said, I just want you to come to the club as a guest. Gu Xiaoman tilted her head and suggested with a smile, come on, I'll show you around. Good. Wu Tian followed Gu Xiaoman towards the inside of the club. Without going far, he heard a tricky shout from behind him. Wu Tian, come here, hurry up and come here. Turning back, he saw a tall man waiting at him. The man was no other than Zhang Tao, a member of the community who had often bullied and ridiculed him before. Wu Tian lazily ignored this kid and followed Gu Xiaoman as he continued to walk towards the inside. Zhang Tao can be annoyed. Jogging rushed over, pointing at Wu Tian's nose and cursed, I called you half a day. Are you deaf? Looking for me for something? Wu Tian asked coldly, secretly upset in his heart. He hadn't wanted to take it personally when he was bullied by this kid in the past, but who knew that this kid was still aggressive? You've missed every event. Do you realize how many times you've missed? This one doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. You, Zhang Tao gasped and the corners of his mouth twitched viciously. I didn't expect this kid Wu Tian to become so hardened now, daring to speak to him so recklessly. He gritted his teeth for half a day before impatiently ordering, Wu Tian, hurry up and come over to help sweep the floor. No way. Gu Xiaoman rushed to protect Wu Tian and said with a protective heart, he is a guest I invited today. He can't be allowed to do the sweeping. President Gu, I didn't expect you to be so protective of Wu Tian. Yeah, I'll guard him. You don't like this kid, do you? You, me. Gu Xiaoman was furious and her face was red, but she couldn't say a word. It looks like President Gu's spring has come, that he would even be attracted to this kind of silly boy. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed uncontrollably after saying this. He laughed at this, and several other members of the community followed suit. In reality, Gu Xiaoman was only the honorary vice president of the martial arts club, equivalent to a secretary or something like that. With the title of vice president, she usually had little real power, and those members of the community didn't give her a second thought. Humiliations like this one happen all the time. Zhang Tao, you. Gu Xiaoman clenched her fists in anger, but she couldn't do anything about these cheeky guys. Gritting my teeth, I had to endure it. On the contrary, Wu Tian next to him couldn't stand it and disliked Zhang Tao back. Can you stop being so with your mouth? Kid, you dared to call me cheap. I see that you are impatient to live. Zhang Tao was irritable by nature. Hearing the curses, he swung his fist towards Wu Tian's head, wanting to teach this kid a lesson. Seeing the fist smashing over, Wu Tian's body shifted and dodged the fist attack with great speed. Puff! As a result, Zhang Tao ran too fast and failed to collect. His feet slipped, and his body fell hard on the ground, tumbling and in a sorry state. Put! Seeing Zhang Tao fall, Gu Xiaoman didn't hold back her laughter. I didn't expect Wu Tian to be so smart, casually dodging like that, causing Zhang Tao to fall into a Seeing Zhong Tao fall into such a sorry state, she was secretly relieved in her heart. Zhong Tao took half a day's effort to get up from the ground, pointing at Wu Tian's nose and yelling, "What kind of skill is it for you kid to make underhanded moves? If you have the ability to get into the ring, let's fight solo." He then wanted to take this opportunity to blatantly teach Wu Tian a lesson. "Wanna fight me? Ha, right. Alright then, whoever loses will learn to bark like a dog." Wu Tian made such a condition. In the past, he was often pointedly humiliated by Zhong Tao, and he just took this opportunity to take revenge, which is called an eye for an eye. "Kid, this is what you said." Zhong Tao quickly walked up to the ring and yelled, "Wu Tian wants to fight me. He said whoever loses will learn to bark." Ha ha ha. There was a roar of laughter at that comment. Everyone was laughing at Wu Tian's self-importance, competing with Zhong Tao in martial arts. This was a nuisance. Everyone knew that Zhong Tao was very powerful in the martial arts club, while Wu Tian was the most useless punk in the martial arts club. There was no suspense in the ending of these two men's match. Wu Tian walked up to the ring and looked at Zhong Tao with a smile on his face. "Are you ready? Come on." Zhong Tao hooked his finger and yelled with extreme arrogance, "Don't ever be afraid. I'll be gentle with you later. Cut the crap and do it." Wu Tian approached Zhong Tao step by step, his eyes filled with viciousness. The crowd under the stage looked like they were waiting for a good show, and they couldn't wait to see Wu Tian get abused. Only Gu Xiaoman was secretly anxious in her heart. She was worried about Wu Tian, worried that the boy would be beaten up by Zhong Tao. However, in the current situation, apart from being worried and anxious, he really couldn't find a reason to stop the two from competing. As Gu Xiaoman waited anxiously, she only saw Zhong Tao take the lead, slamming a long punch viciously at Wu Tian. This punch had a shocking force and speed, and it was about to close in on Wu Tian's head, but as a result, he shortened his body and dodged the attack in an ingenious way. At the same time, Wu Tian made a turn and sidestepped into position, lifting his leg and kicking it hard. Bang! This leg was rigid and powerful, directly kicking Zhong Tao in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground and wailing in pain. Gu Xiaoman immediately lit up, and the expression on her face became incredibly exaggerated. "I didn't expect that Wu Tian, who used to be weak, had suddenly become so tough, drying out Zhong Tao with only 2 moves." After not seeing him for a while, Wu Tian seemed to have undergone a transformational change. The martial arts moves are so powerful, swift and unexpected that a couple of random moves will make you cry out for more. Thanks to her previous worry that Wu Tian would be tyrannized, it seemed that this worry was completely redundant. Wu Tian had long since ceased to be the silly boy who was bullied by others before. Seeing Wu Tian become stronger, she was very pleased in her heart. The members of the society under the stage were all dumbfounded, not expecting the weak Wu Tian to knock Zhong Tao down with only 2 moves. I wanted to see Wu Tian get brutalized, but the ending was a shocker. The once weak man had now become so tough and impressive that no one dared to underestimate it anymore. The jeers are long gone. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Wu Tian. All of them were surprised. How did that weak kid from before suddenly become stronger? It took Zhong Tao a long time to get up from the ground. At this time, there was no more arrogance and dominance from before, and the eyes that looked at Wu Tian had a few hidden fears and uneasiness. He probably never dreamed that the weakling from before had suddenly become so powerful, and the aura emanating from his body secretly scared him a little. 75. Shogun's Tournament. While everyone was secretly dumbfounded, Wu Tian took 2 steps forward and looked at Zhong Tao with a smile. "Or not? Do we still want to continue the competition?" "No. No more comparison." Zhong Tao gritted his teeth unwillingly. With his current strength, he was not a match for Wu Tian at all, and he was only asking for trouble if he continued to compete. He also didn't know how the kid in front of him had progressed so rapidly in his stance and was several levels stronger than him. "So, you admit defeat?" "I admit defeat." As things stood, Zhong Tao could only admit defeat. "Since you lost, shouldn't you honor your promise?" We had a deal just now. Whoever loses will learn to bark. Are you trying to cheat?" Zhong Tao almost didn't die of depression alive. Had he known that this kid in front of him had become so powerful, he naturally wouldn't have agreed to this kind of bet. Now it's good that he lost the bet, making him a fool inside and out. If you learn to bark like a dog in public, you will surely be laughed out of the room. But if he played dirty, how would he be able to hang around in the martial arts club in the future? Quick, learn to bark. Gu Xiaoman off stage couldn't help but coax a word. She has long been displeased with Zhong Tao's style, and can't wait to make this guy embarrass himself in public, in order to relieve his heart of evil anger. As soon as her words fell, the other members of the community followed. Zhong Tao, willing to gamble, is a big man. Quickly learn the dog's bark. Those members of the community are also watching the fun and yelling for Zhong Tao to learn how to bark. Pressured, Zhong Tao finally had to compromise. "Okay, I'll learn." Woof woof woof. He huffed and puffed for a long time before he gave a few uncharacteristic grunts. "Ha ha ha. Hearing the dog barking, the members of the community on stage burst into laughter. The happiest of all was Gu Xiaoman, who covered her mouth and laughed with an extremely unrestrained mood. I didn't expect you to learn how to bark like a dog so professionally. It's so good. Seeing that everyone was happy, Wu Tian couldn't help but add a word. You. Zhong Tao's face was green with anger, and his face was so red that he could explode at any time. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat this brat, he would have pounced on him and beaten Wu Tian into a pulp and fed him to the dogs to relieve his anger. While everyone was having a good laugh, a boy in a martial arts uniform walked into the social hall. He is the vice president of the martial arts club, Mao Wang, the #1 expert of the martial arts club, with a sinister aura all over his body. As soon as Mao Wang appeared, the social hall was instantly quiet. Kid, you wait. Zhong Tao glared fiercely at Wu Tian and quickly walked over towards Mao Wang. President Mao, I've been beaten up. Who hit you? Mao Wang's face sank as he sharply pursued the question. It's Wu Tian. Him? Mao Wang looked up at Wu Tian standing on the stage, feeling a bit incredulous, even incredulous. Wu Tian, this kid in the martial arts club, is not yet considered a formal member, just a sweeping and miscellaneous small role. He usually doesn't give a damn about such a minor character, and today he's beating up the top man in the club? President Mao. Wu Tian didn't know where he learned the crooked martial arts from, and now he's somewhat capable, so you have to avenge me. Zhong Tao pleaded in an aggrieved and barbaric manner. I'll go meet him. Mao Wang pushed Zhong Tao away and quickly walked towards the ring. After getting on the stage, he swept Wu Tian with a scrutinizing gaze for a few moments and said, I heard that your skills have gotten stronger? Average. Then I would like to see it. Mao Wang shook the martial arts clothing on his body and said provocatively, I want to compete with you in martial arts. The moment these words came out, the members of the society on the stage boiled over, all of them not expecting President Mao to offer to compete with Wu Tian in a martial arts match. President Mao is the #1 expert in the club. He used to train in a martial arts school and has real talent in hard kung fu. With Wu Tian's little three-legged kung fu, he was definitely no match. In everyone's opinion, Wu Tian would definitely not agree to such an unfair match. Okay, I'll compete with you. Just when everyone thought that Wu Tian would admit defeat, Wu Tian unexpectedly agreed to this match. The scene boiled over even more at those words. Gu Xiaoman was also so anxious that her little face turned white. She also didn't expect Wu Tian to be so bold and dare to agree to compete with Mao Wang. Even if Wu Tian had some skills, he was by no means a match for Mao Wang, and agreeing to this unfair duel was pure bravado. You kid really wants to compete with me? Even Mao Wang felt surprised. He didn't expect Wu Tian to dare to answer the battle. Compare. Wu Tian gritted his teeth. For this match, there was little certainty that he would be able to defeat his opponent. After all, his opponent was really powerful. But it came down to this, and he had no choice but to go for it. Practicing martial arts with the Green Dragon is about not backing down when faced with a strong enemy. Through this real-life combat, he was also able to test his learning and improve his experience at the same time. Good boy. Today I will let you know what it means to be an expert. Mao Wang usually to throw off his long shirt and made ready for battle. Then I'll take a good lesson. Wu Tian did not show any weakness and shook his bladder to set up his stance. Seeing his opponent throw a punch, he hurriedly swung his fist as fast as he could and smashed it. As the two fists collided, Wu Tian was directly shaken back several steps in a row, but fortunately he was able to set himself right in time before he fell. It looked like there was still a bit of a gap between his strength and Mao Wang's, so he was definitely not an opponent if he was in a hard fight. Seeing that his opponent launched another attack, Wu Tian's body flinched and dodged the attack in a hurry. After missing a blow, Mao Wang swung his fist again and attacked Wu Tian continuously. Wu Tian didn't meet the fight, dodging and dodging. Seeing that his opponent was getting a bit impatient, he then slammed a spinning kick and at the same time smashed his left hook. This move was the killer move that Qinglong had taught him, and after learning it for more than half a month, he was finally able to put it to use today. The move worked, and while Mao Wang was impatient and careless, Wu Tian attacked from above and below, directly sending Qi flying and falling out of the ring. Boom! Seeing President Mao being dry-humped by Wu Tian, the members of the society under the stage instantly exploded, all staring with wide eyes looking incredulous. Neither expected it to end this way. I didn't expect the seemingly weak Wu Tian to be so tough. Even President Mao was no match. This match instantly subverted everyone's impression of Wu Tian. Did not expect this kid is a deep hidden master. The eyes of the scene looking at Wu Tian no longer had half a point of disdain in disdain. They all had exaggerated expressions with a look of worship in their eyes. Even Gu Xiaoman looked incredulous with her eyes wide open, not expecting Wu Tian to defeat President Mao in this match. In the past, he always felt that Wu Tian was not capable of much, looked weak and was always bullied by the members of the community. I didn't expect to rock the house on stage this time, and she couldn't help but be impressed. Zhong Tao, who stood behind and waited to see a good show, was instantly like a man, and he also did not expect that even President Mao was not a match for Wu Tian. Originally, he had wanted to see President Mao teach Wu Tian a lesson, but the result was a huge disappointment. Wu Tian once again succeeded in reversing the trend, instantly becoming the focus of the whole audience, becoming the idol of everyone's heart, which can be said to be out of this world. Seeing the once stupid boy who could only sweep the floor and do odd jobs become the king, he felt especially bad. 76. The might of the world. Mao Wang took half a day's effort to get up from the ground, his eyes full of anger and resentment. It was all because he had been too careless before and had underestimated Wu Tian's strength that he had lost the match. A loss is a loss, and you can only admit it at the moment. However, Wu Tian's evil stance did make him marvel. It had been a long time since he had seen him. This kid was obviously much stronger than before. Wu Tian, count on you. I lost this time. Mao Wang gritted his teeth and admitted defeat to Wu Tian in public. Understood. Wu Tian secretly sighed in relief. Just now, he had also narrowly won. If not for the carelessness of his opponent's love interest, it would have been difficult for him to win by relying on a surprise move. It seems that in the future, we have to strengthen the exercise. Only tirelessly and diligently practicing kung fu can make to improve their own strength. Good job, Wu Tian. Gu Xiaoman came back to her senses and couldn't help but raise her hand to applaud. In the past, she would always protect Wu Tian, and this time, Wu Tian's performance was so perfect that it could be considered as giving her a face. Snap. The members of the community at the scene all applauded along with him, all deeply impressed by Wu Tian's strength, all secretly feeling recognition for him. Wu Tian, why don't you join our martial arts club and become an official member? After the applause, Gu Xiaoman couldn't help but open her mouth to propose. The members of the club all agreed, and they all hoped that Wu Tian would join the club as a full member. Forget it, I'm not really interested in joining the martial arts club. Wu Tian shrugged his shoulders, not too interested in the martial arts club. Now the boss of the martial arts club is a rich second generation. The whole club by the rich second generation mess. Not at all the club should be the atmosphere. But, we really want you to join. President Gu, thank you for your kindness. Let's talk about this matter later. I'll leave first. Wu Tian smiled politely and said goodbye to Gu Xiaoman before taking a step towards the outside of the social hall. As he walked to the front door of the social hall, he saw a man in a suit leading a few attendants towards the inside of the hall. The man in the suit's name was Zhang Xiaofeng, and he was the president of the martial arts club. There are a total of 3 presidents in the Wushu club. Zhang Xiaofeng is the chief president. He is in charge of the Wushu club. Everything here is up to him. He was president of the martial arts club because he paid to sponsor the club, and he was about as good as a rookie. And Mao Wang is the vice president, strong and with real talent. He is mainly responsible for the daily training of the members. Gu Xiaoman is the nominal vice president. She has little real power, mainly responsible for organizing the activities and logistics of the club. Stop. Zhang Xiaofeng blocked Wu Tian's way at the gate and said irritably, do you think our place is a vegetable market where you can come and go whenever you want? He was not used to seeing Gu Xiaoman getting too close to Wu Tian. That's why he wanted to pick a fight and teach this kid a lesson to get rid of his anger. When Gu Xiaoman was first chosen to be the vice president, it was because she had an idea for this girl. But this girl is not cold to him, but on the contrary, she takes special care of this kid Wu Tian, and the two of them often get tired of each other. So what do you want? In my territory. Of course, I speak with my fists. What? President Young is going to compete with me in martial arts? You're not worthy to compete with me yet. Zhang Xiaofeng smiled contemptuously and beckoned to Mao Wang. President Mao, teach this kid a good lesson in the ring for me. He had just arrived at the social hall and didn't realize that Mao Wang had already competed with Wu Tian in the ring just now. President Zhang. Mao Wang bumbled over and attached himself to Zhang Xiaofeng's ear and muttered in a low voice. I've already competed with Wu Tian in the ring just now. And the result? I lost. Ha? Zhang Xiaofeng was shocked and took several steps back in fear. He didn't expect Mao Wang, the #1 expert of the martial arts club, to lose to a silly kid like Wu Tian. The sun really came out from the west. As far as I remember, Wu Tian used to be a weak punk. How did he suddenly become so tough? However, looking at Mao Wang's serious expression, it was never like he was joking, so he thought that Wu Tian had indeed become stronger. Originally, he wanted to teach Wu Tian a lesson in public, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Wu Tian, you can leave now. Bye. Wu Tian coldly dropped these 2 words and quickly walked towards the outside of the social hall. If it wasn't for Gu Xiaoman being here, he wouldn't have come to a place like this. Wu Tian, I'll see you off. After Gu Xiaoman said this, she was ready to follow Wu Tian out, only to be blocked by Zhang Xiaofeng. You're my favorite woman. You're not allowed to go out with this kid, but I don't like you. Gu Xiaoman summoned up the courage to respond. Last time, Wu Tian was right. He should learn to reject men he doesn't like and stop being indecisive. That's not up to you. Zheng Xiaofeng somewhat brazenly blocked in front of Gu Xiaoman. Whether you like it or not, you can't escape me. You. Gu Xiaoman shrunk her body somewhat timidly and called out for help toward Wu Tian. Wu Tian. Wu Tian. Wu Tian hadn't gone far. When he heard the shouts, he rushed back to the social hall and pulled Gu Xiaoman's arm. Don't mind him. Let's go. Originally, he wanted to take Gu Xiaoman by force, but after taking 2 steps, he was once again blocked by Zheng Xiaofeng. Wu Tian. Gu Xiaoman is a member of our martial arts club. What gives you the right to take her away? Big deal. She resigned from her position as the vice president of your martial arts club. Wu Tian disliked back without thinking. The current martial arts club was being messed up by Zheng Xiaofeng and the others, and there was no point in staying in such a place. Then ask her if she's willing to leave the martial arts club. Zheng Xiaofeng stuck his hands in his pockets, looking like he had Gu Xiaoman in his sights. I'm sorry, I can't leave the martial arts club. Gu Xiaoman retracted her arm and explained with a difficult face. My father used to be a martial arts club instructor and has deep feelings for this place. He asked me to stay in the martial arts club all the time as well. So it is. Wu Tian nodded with understanding. After all the fuss, it was because of Gu Xiaoman's father that this girl had to stay in the martial arts club. After a little contemplation, Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh. The current martial arts club has long since changed. If your father knew that the martial arts club had turned into such a miserable state, it would definitely be hard on his heart. Alas, Gu Xiaoman sighed heavily, her expression extremely complicated. She didn't want the martial arts club to turn into what it was now, but she had no control over this ending. President Gu, do you want to revitalize the martial arts club? Wu Tian suddenly had such a bold idea. He knows that Gu Xiaoman and her father have deep feelings for the martial arts club and wants to use this to help her revitalize it. I want to. I dream of it. But, Gu Xiaoman hung her head in a million ways. How difficult it is to revitalize a martial arts club. It is not just a matter of passion. It takes money. If you want to revitalize the martial arts club, the first step is to eradicate the tumor and remove Zheng Xiaofeng as the president. Wu Tian aimed his spearhead at Zheng Xiaofeng. The martial arts club has become so decadent now. Zheng Xiaofeng is guilty as sin. He has no leadership ability except for busting chicks and fighting. Under his leadership, the martial arts club is getting worse by the day. At this rate, the martial arts club will collapse sooner or later. 77. Defeat the president. That won't do. Gu Xiaoman hurriedly shook her head and retorted. All of our club's funding is paid for by President Zhang. If we remove President Zhang from his position, we will lose our sponsorship. Without sponsorship money, the club would not be able to function at all. By that time, the maintenance and daily activities of the clubhouse will not be able to be organized properly. Not to mention attracting members. Silly boy. It's not that easy to dismiss me. Zheng Xiaofeng shook his sleeves and bullishly yelled. I sponsor 100,000 to the martial arts club every quarter. To put it bluntly, this president of mine was bought with real money, without me contributing money. I'm afraid the martial arts club would have been paralyzed long ago. I'll pay for this one. You? Zheng Xiaofeng stared at Wu Tian with that contemptuous look for half a day before he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He laughed at this, and the other members of the community followed suit. After laughing for a long time, Zheng Xiaofeng couldn't help but crack down. You kid is so poor that you don't even have money for food. Where did you get the money to sponsor the martial arts club? The other members of the community nodded in agreement. Everyone who had spent time with Wu Tian before knew that this kid was so poor that he couldn't even afford to eat. Now that this kid suddenly offered to sponsor the martial arts club, it was hard not to be amused. I intend to sponsor the martial arts club for $500,000 as the club's operating expenses. Wu Tian immediately decided to sponsor $500,000. On one hand, it was to help Gu Xiaoman, and on the other hand, he didn't want to see the martial arts club sink and completely degenerate. Ha ha ha. Zheng Xiaofeng and the members of the society present were like hearing a heavenly joke. They couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere in the social hall was unusually lively. Gu Xiaoman hurriedly pulled Wu Tian's arm to the side and whispered, I know you want to help me, but you can't be a hero in this matter. She knew that Wu Tian's family was in a poor condition, and before that, in order to pursue Li Meng, he often went out to work to earn money. He didn't want to drag Wu Tian down because of what was going on in the club. You don't have to worry about the money. I have my own way. Wu Tian pacified and turned back to Zheng Xiaofeng. I'll sponsor $500,000 for the martial arts club in the hope that you'll quit the club. How's that? Fine. If you can come up with $500,000, I'll immediately resign my position as president, quit the martial arts club, and never set foot in the club hall again. Zheng Xiaofeng shouted loudly. He just couldn't believe this kid could come up with $500,000. I'm afraid even $50,000 won't be enough for a poor kid like this, not to mention $500,000. This is what you said. Wu Tian pursed his lips and took out the check directly from his pocket, filling in the amount of $500,000 on it. Put. Seeing Wu Tian write a check, Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't hold back his laughter and scoffed. You're such a poor grifter. You're still pretending to write a check. You suspect me that this check is fake? It must be fake. Even if the check is real, it's a blank check. There's no money in it at all. Yes? If you've got the balls, come up with $500,000 in cash and show us all. Good. Then I will fulfill this wish of yours. After Wu Tian finished saying this, he fished out his cell phone and dialed Qinglong's number, instructed a few words into the phone and hung up. After making the call, he stood still and waited. Zhang Xiaofeng and those members of the community are all with a smile on their faces to watch the show. Would like to see how this kid will end up? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, only to see Qinglong carrying a small suitcase hurriedly ran over, without saying a word, handed over the bulging small suitcase to Wu Tian's hands. Wu Tian shook the suitcase in his hand and laughed. What's in here is $500,000. If you have $500,000 there, I'll eat the suitcase. Zhang Xiaofeng stretched his neck and shouted. He didn't believe that Wu Tian had so much money. Not only did he not believe it, no one at the scene believed it at all. Then you can watch it. Wu Tian placed the suitcase on the ground and cleanly opened the lid. The suitcase opened and it was white and full of bills. Whoa! A neat gasp rang out, and everyone stared wide-eyed at the brand new bills in the suitcase. To be honest, it was the first time everyone had seen so much money, and they couldn't help but be amazed. The girls, in particular, looked at the money and gulped like greedy cats seeing fish. Completely did not expect. Wu Tian really took out so much money at once. Flushed dozens of piles. At least there must be hundreds of thousands. Isn't Wu Tian poor? Doesn't this kid even have no money for food? Why did you suddenly come up with so much money all of a sudden? Everyone present was shocked, their eyes full of shock and surprise, their brains buzzing a bit. Even Gu Xiaoman was stunned. She didn't expect Wu Tian, who had a difficult family before, to suddenly become so rich. She didn't know how Wu Tian was suddenly so rich, but one thing was certain. The current Wu Tian had changed, no longer the poor who was bullied before. Gulp! Seeing Wu Tian take out so many cash bills, Zhang Xiaofeng gulped in shock and his eyes almost didn't stare out of their sockets. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, beating him to death, he wouldn't have believed that the dirt-poor hillbilly had taken out hundreds of thousands of cash notes at once. Paralyzed, isn't this kid a poor man? How did he suddenly become so rich? President Zhang, this is $500,000 in cash. Do you want to count it? Wu Tian pushed the small suitcase over and asked with a smile. No need. Zhang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. At this moment, he only felt that his face had been slapped hard a few times, and it stung hotly. Never thought he'd be hit in the face by a hairy kid with $500,000 in cash. Then what President Young said before still counts. What's the word? You don't have a good memory. It seems I need to remind you. Wu Tian put the suitcase away and reminded with a smile. You just said that if I can come up with $500,000, you'll resign from your position as president and never set foot in the social hall again. Zhang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and finally nodded unwillingly. Of course I'll keep my words. Before, when he spent money to sponsor the martial arts club, it was for the sake of pretending, but the most important reason was still for Gu Xiaoman. If I quit the martial arts club this time, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. But it's not good for him to go back on what he said in public. Then from now on, Zhang Xiaofeng will not have half a penny to do with the martial arts club. Saying this, Wu Tian reached out and made a please gesture. You are not welcome here. You can leave. It's easy to invite the gods and hard to send them away. It's not that easy to let me go. Zhang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and his face became hideous. So what else do you want? I want to beat you up. Zhang Xiaofeng swung his right hand forcefully and ordered the bodyguards behind him. Give this brat a hard and violent beating. Wu Tian had caused him to be embarrassed in public and lose face in front of Gu Xiaoman. This revenge he had to avenge. Anyway, now that he had quit the martial arts school, there was no need to care so much and take this opportunity to have someone teach Wu Tian a good lesson. Yes, when the 4 bodyguards got the order, they surrounded towards Wu Tian together. 78. For a while, the atmosphere in the social hall became tense. Seeing the 4 bodyguards making their moves at the same time, everyone couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for Wu Tian and secretly sympathize in their hearts. At the critical moment, Gu Xiaoman rushed to protect Wu Tian in front of him and chided Zhang Xiaofeng. You are bullying the few with the many. What kind of skill are you? I love bullying the few with the many. Zhang Xiaofeng tilted his head, extremely arrogant. If this kid doesn't want to be beaten, kneel down and kowtow to me. Later on, I'm afraid that Zhang Xiao will kowtow and beg for forgiveness. Wu Tian protected Gu Xiaoman behind him and shot back without showing any weakness. Humph. Zhang Xiaofeng flung his sleeve. Silly boy, dead to the world and still dares to clamor with me. I'll have you to watch later. After saying this, he once again ordered the bodyguard. Hit me. The 4 bodyguards swarmed and pounced when they were ordered. Wu Tian stood still and didn't move. And at the critical moment, Qinglong swung his fist up and attacked those 4 bodyguards. The 4 bodyguards were obviously professionally trained, and none of their hands were weak yet. It was a pity that they had encountered such a strong dead man with a strong body like Qinglong, and compared to Qinglong, they were still a bit far from it. After a fight, the 4 bodyguards were quickly knocked over by Qinglong and fell to the ground, wailing and unable to get up. The members of the society present were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Wu Tian's men to be so powerful. They took care of the 4 bodyguards in 3 strokes. This is the real expert. I don't know where Wu Tian found such a powerful expert. The crowd couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Gu Xiaoman, who was standing by the side, secretly sighed in relief. Originally, she was worried that Wu Tian would be abused, but she didn't expect that the people Wu Tian brought with him would be so powerful, which really surprised her. No one was more surprised at the scene than Zhang Xiaofeng. Completely unexpectedly, the people under Wu Tian were so tough that it only took a few moves to set up his 4 bodyguards. At this time, Zhang Xiaofeng, which still had the kind of arrogant and domineering just now, at this moment, his face is stiff and white. His legs are a little slightly trembling. It looks like he's met a tough guy today. Zhang Xiao, the bodyguards under you are no better than that. Wu Tian looked at Zhang Xiaofeng with a smirk, while moving his 2 fists, ready to strike at any time. Gulp! Zhang Xiaofeng swallowed his saliva and took a step back in fear. What do you kid want to do? Guess. You boys better not hit. Ah! Before the words were finished, Wu Tian swung his fist and slammed it hard. The punch smashed right on Zhang Xiaofeng's nose, causing him to let out a miserable scream and his nose swelled up. Congratulations! You guessed correctly. The corners of Wu Tian's mouth rose and he evoked a harmless smile. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his hands. Let's talk it out. No, I'm not a gentleman. What the hell do you want? Want to beat you up. Wu Tian swung his fist once again and slammed it hard. The punch was not very strong and knocked out 2 incisors directly from Zhang Xiaofeng's mouth, and blood flowed out of his mouth. After punching this one, he warned in a cold voice, "Stay away from Gu Xiaoman in the future. Don't let me see you again. Get lost." Zhang Xiaofeng's neck shrank in fear, covered his mouth and turned around to run, fearing that if he ran slowly he would be violently beaten by this pervert Wu Tian again. The 4 bodyguards also quickly fled the place in fear, and the social hall quickly regained its calm, driving away Zhang Xiaofeng and the others. Wu Tian again landed his gaze on Zhong Tao and Mao Wang. Still not leaving? Still want me to make a move? Let's go. We're leaving. Zhong Tao and Mao Wang fled the place with scared asses, just thinking about Wu Tian's powerful hands and cruel methods. The 2 of them were scared to death and their backs were in a cold sweat. They had been mixing with the martial arts club for several years, and had never encountered a guy as scary as Wu Tian, and all they wanted to do at the moment was to run for their lives. Just like that, all 3 scums of the martial arts club were driven away by Wu Tian. Calm was soon restored to the social hall. Gu Xiaoman walked to Wu Tian with small broken steps and said with a delighted face, "You were really quite manly just now." At this moment, her eyes were incomparably bright as she looked at Wu Tian. In the past, she was the one who took care of Wu Tian, but she didn't expect that today's Wu Tian was guarding her like a man. Yes? Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Facing the compliments of a beautiful woman instead made him a little uncomfortable. Thanks for helping me out earlier. You are welcome. Wu Tian waved his hand generously while lifting up the small suitcase on the ground that contained $500,000. This money is my sponsorship for the martial arts club. Where did you get all that money? Leave that alone. Take it and run the martial arts club properly. Then I thank you on behalf of all the members of the martial arts club. Gu Xiaoman bowed and thanked her before reaching out and preparing to take the suitcase. But she didn't expect the suitcase to be so heavy, and it sank so violently that it slipped right out of her hands. The body's weight was unsteady and it staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, Wu Tian's eyes and hands were quick, and he hugged Gu Xiaoman's body and said with concern, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Gu Xiaoman stood up and stabilized her body before realizing that the upper part of her waist was being held tightly by Wu Tian. Her pretty face reddened and she hurriedly pushed those hands away, lightly reprimanding, "Your bad hands, where are you catching them?" "Sorry, I didn't mean it." Wu Tian hurriedly apologized in fear. Sin. Just now, worrying about Gu Xiaoman's fall, he accidentally grabbed the wrong place in a moment of haste, and he definitely didn't do it on purpose. Pay attention next time. Gu Xiaoman blankly glanced at those hands, her pretty face still flushed to this day. "It's not very convenient to bring cash with you. I'll have Qinglong take you to deposit this money into your account later." In order to diffuse the embarrassment, Wu Tian took the initiative to diverge from the topic. "Aha!" Gu Xiaoman stroked the hair at the corner of her ear. Suddenly brightening up, she opened her mouth and proposed, "You sponsor so much money for the martial arts club. Why don't you come and be our president?" Zhang Xiaofeng was kicked out. "We're just short of a president. I think it's quite appropriate for you to be the president, so I won't get involved." Wu Tian politely refused. The main reason is that he's too busy right now. both with his studies and with investing his money, to take care of the martial arts club on the side. I can't handle the martial arts club by myself at all, so how about this? I'll ask for everyone's opinion. When Gu Xiaoman said this, she turned her head to the members of the society and asked, does everyone have an opinion on making Wu Tian the president? No. The community members replied in unison. Everyone had just seen Wu Tian's ability, and they were all deeply impressed by his strength. With such a strong body, he was definitely qualified for the position of president of the martial arts club, not to mention that Wu Tian had sponsored $500,000, so everyone would naturally be extremely supportive. See, everyone has embraced you as the president of the martial arts club, so don't push back. Seeing this result, Gu Xiaoman was extremely pleased. Right now, there was no more suitable candidate than Wu Tian, and the position of president was not Wu Tian's to take. The hospitality was overwhelming. Wu Tian really couldn't find a reason to refuse, so he could only agree. Okay, then I will temporarily take up the position as the president of the martial arts club. He was kind of attached to the martial arts club, and he just happened to take this opportunity to carry it forward. 79, as new president. Great. From now on, you are our new president. Being able to find such a good president as Wu Tian, Gu Xiaoman could not hide her excitement and thrill. Pulling Wu Tian up to the ring with quick steps, he said loudly, let's welcome the new president. Snap. The social hall resounded with applause. After the applause, Gu Xiaoman said again, next, let's invite the new president to speak for us. Ahem. Wu Tian cleared his throat and said loudly, thank you all for your trust and support. Let's be united in our determination to carry forward the martial arts club. After a simple and commonplace opening speech, Wu Tian once again promised, I will invest another $700,000 to renovate the Wushu Club's venues and purchase new equipment, as well as to improve the Wushu Club's food and living conditions. Okay, snap. Once again, there was loud applause, one wave after another. At the same time, Wu Tian paused for a moment and then said, we also need to hire a group of professional coaches to teach more martial arts routines and raise the level of all the community members. From now on, our martial arts club will have to conduct a harsh test for new members, and only those who meet certain conditions will be allowed to join. Wu Tian talked about many specific plans and details in one breath. Since he promised to take over the martial arts club, he has to lead everyone to do a good job and actually do something real for the martial arts club. President Mighty. The community members on stage chanted in unison. With this new set of inputs and excitement, all members of the community appear to be motivated and passionate. Everyone is ready to sharpen their fists and follow the new president to make the martial arts club more and more influential. Alright, everyone go ahead and get busy. I'll have President Gu make detailed rules and plans next. After saying this, Wu Tian dismissed the crowd. Gu Xiaoman quickly stepped forward and smiled as she complimented. You were like a marshal commanding thousands of troops just now. The king is in the world, and you are magnificent. Handsome? Cool. Like it? Ahem. Gu Xiaoman coughed twice dryly, evading as if to change the subject. President Wu, I'll take you to the office to take a look, she said, twisting her little waist to take the lead towards the office. That girl? Wu Tian shook his head with a bitter smile and took a step to follow him in. Suddenly, he realized that Gu Xiaoman, this girl was quite cute, with a gentle personality that was especially easy to get close to. The office was small, but the decoration was exquisite, with a desk and sofa, and a large root sculpture. Wu Tian wandered around the office twice and walked over to his desk and sat down. Tell me if you need to use money in the future. President Wu is really rich and generous. Gu Xiaoman pulled the hair at the corner of her ear and laughed in a lickety-split tone. Yeah, we're not bad. Wu Tian leaned his body towards the chair and looked at Gu Xiaoman with a face full of favor. No matter what difficulties you encounter, let me know and I'll definitely find a way to help you out. Thank you, President Wu. You're welcome. By the way, why did you spend so much on reviving the martial arts club? For you. For me? Hearing this, Gu Xiaoman's heart inexplicably tightened and she whispered, why for me? Because. Wu Tian got up and slowly approached Gu Xiaoman, saying in an ambiguous tone, I've become interested in you. Gobble. Gu Xiaoman swallowed hard, her heart accelerating wildly, wobbling her feet and slowly retreating backwards, her atmosphere gasping for air. Wu Tian continued to close in, until he forced Gu Xiaoman to the corner of the wall, reaching out and bracing himself against the wall. Girl, do you want to obey me? No, don't. Gu Xiaoman shook her head, a few uneasiness in her eyes, but also a hint of anticipation. At this point, she was internally complicated, not knowing whether she should say yes or say no. Yes? Wu Tian boldly, slowly brought his head over and very forcefully approached towards the delicate little mouth. You. Gu Xiaoman clenched her fists, not knowing what to do for a moment. As she watched the handsome face come closer and closer, she was so nervous that she closed her eyes slightly, her heart beating wildly. After waiting for half a day, Her mouth was not violated by Wu Tian, and slowly opened her eyes to find this man looking at her with an amused face, and a sentence came out of her mouth. Hey, why don't you resist? Nasty. Gu Xiaoman pushed Wu Tian away with force, her face vaguely angry. It wasn't until then that she realized that the boy in front of her was deliberately teasing her, which made her feel especially embarrassed. I'm sorry, I was just joking with you. Wu Tian realized that he had intruded and hurriedly apologized in fear. He was looking at this girl's gentle character and intended to amuse this girl with his gangly young man demeanor, not realizing that he almost drew fire. Not funny at all. Gu Xiaoman rolled her eyes in a good-natured manner and couldn't help but secretly blame herself in her heart. How did she just give in so easily? Would that action just now make Wu Tian think she was a random girl? It was annoying. Why did she care what Wu Tian thought of her? I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Realizing that the atmosphere in the office was particularly awkward, Wu Tian casually made an excuse and fled the place. Thinking about what he had just seen in the office made him feel a little excited. Originally, he wanted to tease Gu Xiaoman, but he didn't expect that this girl would silently cater to him. Could it be that the girl was interested in him? Alas, perhaps he was being paranoid. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when he left the martial arts club with Qinglong. Back home, Wu Tian poured 2 glasses of spirits and pushed one of them to Qinglong. Here, have some. Thank you, boss. Qinglong grabbed the wine glass and drank it all in one go, the strong liquor filling his mouth and causing a trace of excitement to inexplicably well up in him. Wu Tian poured another half glass of wine for Qinglong and smiled. We are brothers. No need to be polite at home. Boss Wu, being able to follow you is the greatest honor of my life. Qinglong raised his wine glass with both hands and said with all respect, I toast you. After clinking glasses, Wu Tian raised his glass and drank it down. Qinglong poured the wine cups of the two of them full and said with a smile, Boss Wu is really a bit different, rich and powerful, but still able to insist on studying hard and practicing martial arts desperately. It is really rare and precious. Ass kissing? No, I please dragons never kiss ass. I didn't realize that the green dragon who doesn't kiss ass could compliment people. Ha ha ha. Boss Wu is hardworking and open-minded, bold and courageous in dealing with matters. I respect him from the bottom of my heart. When Qinglong said this, he raised his glass again. Cheers. Wu Tian took a big gulp of white wine and couldn't help but follow up with, You've said so many good things about me, so tell me what disadvantages I have? Boss Wu's biggest flaw is that he doesn't understand women's minds. You understand? Green Dragon scratched his head awkwardly. Don't get it. You don't understand yourself and you're lecturing me. Still drink your wine. Ha ha ha. 80 moments of charm. Wu Tian and Qinglong continued to drink until very late in the night before they each went to bed. Early the next morning, Wu Tian was sleeping soundly when he was awakened by a sharp ringing of his cell phone. Felt out his cell phone and saw that the caller ID was an unfamiliar local number. He hesitated for a few seconds before picking up the phone and saying into it, Hello, who are you looking for? Brother Xiao Tian. A girl's delicate and sticky voice came from the other end of the phone, as especially wonderful as the delicate chirping of a brittle warbler. You are. Wu Tian didn't hear it for a moment. He. A burst of bright laughter came from the phone, after the laughter, only to hear the girl then said, Brother Xiao Tian, how can you not even hear my voice? You are. Yang Lin. Only then did Wu Tian hear the voice on the phone. The voice was no one else but his little sister Yang Lin, a witty and cute little hairy girl from the neighborhood he grew up with. Hearing this familiar and well-behaved voice put him in a particularly soothing mood, and his memory instantly flew back to hours later. Soon Yang Lin's complaining voice came from the phone. I thought Brother Xiao Tian had forgotten about me. Even if I forget the whole world, I won't forget our family's cutest sister Yang Lin, Wu Tian curtly said, then asked, How do you know my cell phone number? The old number is out of service. This is his new cell phone number. I asked around for a long time, but I finally found out from Auntie Wang. Yes, Brother Xiao Tian. You haven't come back to see me for a long time. Sorry, I've been too busy lately, Wu Tian explained. Then asked, Liner, do you want to find me for something? Oh yeah, your old house is going to be demolished and I can't reach your family, so I had to call you. Demolition? Hearing this, Wu Tian was obviously a bit surprised. I didn't realize that my family's old house in the suburbs was going to be demolished. In the past, I used to hope for the stars and the moon, dreaming of the demolition of my house, hoping to get a large sum of money for the demolition. But now that he had learned that it was going to be demolished, he was instead incredibly calm inside, without any hint of excitement. Times are different now. In his current status and position, he is not at all bad at money, and he doesn't even look at that little bit of money from the demolition money. Yeah, Brother Xiao Tian, hurry back and take care of it. On the other end of the phone, Yang Lin's voice had always been well-behaved and cute, full of vigor. Okay, then I'll be back in a few minutes on vacation. Brother Xiao Tian, I'm waiting for you at home. On the phone, Yang Lin's voice was clearly a little excited. Just in time to come back to see our family's cute little young Lin. Wu Tian directly hung up his cell phone after saying this. He then dialed Teacher Mu Ran and said in a good-natured tone, Teacher Mu, I want to take a day off from you. What's the vacation for? On the other end of the phone, Mr. Mu's voice was still as stern as ever. In front of her students, she always carries herself as a teacher, high and serious. I have something to go back to my old home to take care of, Wu Tian said casually and perfunctorily. He did not want to explain so clearly to his teacher about the demolition of his old home. Deal with what? Family matters. As a student, you should prioritize your studies. Let your family take care of things at home. Your task is to study hard. Neuron droned on and on about education, and it was never ending. Wu Tian listened to some annoyance, couldn't help but open his mouth to interrupt. Teacher Mu, last time I was in the office, I accidentally touched Teacher Mu's body. Shut up. Mu Ran's tone suddenly became agitated as he softly chided. Didn't I tell you not to mention that matter? At the mention of that incident, Ms. Neuron showed a few small womanly gestures. I'm not very tight-lipped. If Mr. Mu has to force me to go to school today, I might accidentally say the wrong thing. Wu Tian swallowed and boldly said to the phone, Bastard, are you threatening me? Don't dare. You were silent for a long time before Mu Ran threw out a sentence in exasperation. Forget it, since you have something to do today, I'll grant you leave. Thank you Mr. Mu, that is not to be mentioned again. Okay, I'll listen to you. After Wu Tian said this, he smiled and hung up his cell phone. Don't look at Ms. Mu usually fierce. In fact, the idea is quite conservative, afraid of accidental ambiguous contact with students spread. After Wu Tian finished his phone call, he got up and washed his face and brushed his teeth, and then went outside to the supermarket to buy some gifts, and then took Qinglong back to his hometown with him. Originally, he had planned to have Uncle Fugue send them back. However, considering that Hao Hao was on vacation for a few days, Wu Tian arranged for Uncle Fugue to accompany his wife and Hao Hao on a trip. In this way, he took the bus back home with Qinglong. The old home is located in the suburban district of Castle Peak Street, which is the largest urban village in the Dongqing district, full of low-rise small buildings, and the environment is dirty and messy to the extreme. It hasn't changed much from before, except that the neighborhood is even worse, and the foul-smelling garbage is pungent. The neighbors who lived here were all still there, and as soon as they saw Wu Tian, they greeted him and said hello. Seeing these old neighborhoods and neighbors, Wu Tian's nose was inexplicably a little sour. Having lived in this place for so long, I have long developed an unbreakable attachment to it. After walking along the dilapidated alleyway for some distance, Wu Tian's feet stopped in front of the door of a low-slung courtyard house. This was the old house where his family used to live, still standing through the wind and rain of countless years. Reaching out and pushing open the door to the room, there were a couple of large trees in the yard and a couple of large, smoothed-out boulders next to them. After hours, Wu Tian often played on the boulder, and this rock was the one he climbed into its current form. Phew! Looking at the familiar surroundings in the courtyard, Wu Tian tilted his head and let out a long breath, his mind secretly churning with thoughts. All the wonderful memories of childhood surfaced in his mind, and the whole person seemed unusually exuberant, even a little excited. Turning around the room, Wu Tian found a letter pressed with sealing clay on the cabinet, which was already covered with thick dust. Picking up the letter and opening it, he realized that it was a letter left for him by his father, his adoptive father to be exact, because he had learned from his grandfather before that the father who raised him wasn't his real father, but someone his grandfather had arranged to take care of him here, and that his real parents had passed away a long time ago. Open the letter and see the following. Young master, when you see this letter, I think you already know the truth. Yes, I am not your real father, but your foster father. According to the instructions of the old master to stay here to take care of you, spending time with my young master made me realize that affection is precious, and this time was the happiest stone light of my life. I can't bear to leave the young master, but I can't help it, and I hope that the young master will be able to move up and prosper in the rest of his life, and live up to the master's cultivation and expectations. I look forward to the opportunity to see you again when your young master achieves success. 81. Little sister next door. After reading the letter, Wu Tian's nose turned sour, and water mist gradually surfaced in his eyes. The father's letter was simple, with a respectful and loving tone, and the words showed how much he was cared for and missed. Knowing that his father was his adoptive father, he still had endless thoughts in his heart, and over the years his father had poured too much effort and true love into him for him to be able to repay him in his lifetime. Just as he was staring at the epistle with a complicated mind, a shout came from outside. Brother Xiaotian, is it you who's back? It was Janine shouting outside. Hearing the familiar shout, Wu Tian hurriedly put away his letters and walked out quickly. Just saw a girl in a small halter standing outside. crossing her ponytail defense, a little childish in her innocence. This is Janine. It is said that the girl has changed, not seen for half a year. This girl has matured a few points more than before, and her figure gradually began to take shape. Now she was like a small flower bud. The delicate appearance of the bud was really if people pity. Little brother Tian. Yang Lin pounced over at once, her hands clasping Wu Tian's arm in a death grip, her little head arching one after another. Lin, you're getting prettier and prettier now. Wu Tian rubbed Yang Lin's head and complimented with a smile. Yang Lin pampered herself for a while before arching out her little head, blinking her two big watery eyes. Brother Xiao Tian, did you miss me? Think, of course. Miss me, then why don't you come back and visit me? I've been too busy lately. I just couldn't find the time. Wu Tian scratched his head with an apologetic face. It's true that I've been so busy lately that I've been skipping school a lot, so I don't have time to run to the house. I don't care. I have to punish you. Yang Lin tilted her little mouth and played up in front of Wu Tian. From childhood to adulthood, Wu Tian has always been very spoiled her. Every time, no matter what, things are in accordance with her. Completely take this girl as is his sister. Okay, I'll accept the punishment. Wu Tian bent down and put his head over, waiting for the little girl to punish him. In the past, this girl liked to pinch his ears and nose every time, so I'm sure this punishment is no exception. No. Yang Lin shook her little head and said spitefully, little brother Tian, I want to ride the wooden horse this time. Riding a wooden horse? Right. It's inappropriate, isn't it? Wu Tian rubbed his neck awkwardly. Played this game a lot with Janine after hours. At that time the girl was still small. Riding the wooden horse was nothing, but now that she has grown into a big girl, how can she still play such games as the wooden horse? What's inappropriate? Yang Lin flattened her mouth, obviously not understanding what Wu Tian meant. You're wearing a skirt now. What will it look like if you ride a wooden horse? Wu Tian pointed to the small halter dress underneath Yang Lin and opened his mouth to remind her. Oh, it was only then that Yang Lin remembered something. Her pretty face reddened slightly, and she awkwardly said, It is a bit inconvenient. We're all grown up and can't play like we did when we were kids. Yeah, he. Yang Lin smiled brightly and reached out to hold Wu Tian's arm. Brother Xiao Tian, go play at our house. My mom and dad want to see you. Yes. Wu Tian nodded. He happened to be visiting Uncle Yang and Auntie as well, and turned back to Qinglong. Bring the gifts. Let's go. Yes. Qinglong followed behind with a large bag. Yang Lin waved and smiled at Qinglong, then asked Wu Tian, who is that big brother? He's my friend, Green Dragon, long and sturdy. Yang Lin didn't ask any more questions after saying this. Go to my house. After saying that, she took Wu Tian's arm and bounced towards home. Being held tightly by this girl, it was inevitable that there would be physical contact, but instead it made him feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Lin's home wasn't far from here. The three of them walked more than 100 meters and came to the front of the dilapidated courtyard. Go in. Yang Lin pushed open the door of the room and made a gesture of invitation. Her big grin was so cute. Yes. Wu Tian straightened the clothes on his body and stepped in. The layout of the quadrangle was similar to their house. It was that old style, and the yard was planted with flowers and trees. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw the middle-aged woman in an apron coming out of her room. This was Yang Lin's mother, who was originally cooking in the kitchen, and when she saw Wu Tian she hurriedly welcomed him out and smiled warmly. Aya, Xiao Tian is back. Auntie, Wu Tian shouted sweetly. In the past, he often dallied in the Yang family to eat and drink, and he had to take care of Yang's father and mother, and he was especially grateful. Our old Yang has been chanting about you for a long time. After saying this, Mother Yang turned back toward the house and yelled, Old Yang, Xiao Tian is back. Geez, Tiny. As soon as Yang's father's words fell, he came out smilingly and said happily, Brat, you haven't been home for a long time. Did you forget about us? I've been too busy lately. I just couldn't find the time. Wu Tian scratched his head with an apologetic face, then took a few large bags from Qinglong's hands. Auntie, Uncle Yang, these are the gifts bought for you. You child, just come back, and buy this many gifts. Mother Yang wiped her hands on her apron and smilingly went forward to receive those big and small bags. Her whole body was overjoyed to see that the bag was filled with clothes made of high-end fabrics and nutritional supplements. You child, really filial. Quickly sit in the house. After saying this, Mother Yang took the lead in carrying the gift and drilled into the room. Yang's father smiled bitterly and shook his head, as if he had already gotten used to this character of his old partner. Walking over and patting Wu Tian's arm, Xiao Tian, it's been a long time since I've played chess with my uncle. Let's go and kill 2 games. Dad. Yang Lin on the side wasn't happy and walked over to remind. Little brother Tian didn't come back to play chess with you. You girl. Old Yang blankly glanced at his daughter and said in a serious tone, Xiao Tian, this time I called you back for the matter of demolition and relocation. By the way, where is your father? went out to work. Wu Tian casually made a perfunctory remark. He didn't want to tell his real life. After all, this kind of thing can't be explained in a sentence or two. Afraid that Uncle Yang would continue to ask about his parents, he took the initiative to change the subject. Uncle Yang, I heard that all the houses in our area are going to be demolished? Right. Old Yang nodded, then opened the door to the inner room. Xiao Tian, come on, let's go inside first. Good. Wu Tian nodded and followed Uncle Yang into the room. The layout inside hasn't changed much. It's the same as it always was, except that there are some new appliances in the house. Yang Lin poured a cup of tea and handed it to Wu Tian, and just like a good girl, she sat down next to him to listen to the adults. Uncle Yang. Wu Tian drank 2 mouthfuls of tea and asked with a smile, why is our site suddenly being demolished? I heard that these 2 lots were bought by the big boss to develop new buildings here. What does everyone think about the demolition? Wu Tian tried to ask. He wanted to know what Uncle Yang and the group had in mind. 82. Demolition is certainly good. This place is now surrounded by garbage and stinks. People have long wanted to improve the environment. Uncle Yang said here. His tone changed, but the compensation given by the developer for the demolition is really too low. How much? By floor space. Over 4,000 per square foot. That low? Yes. Uncle Yang nodded his head vigorously and said indignantly, the neighboring house prices have all exceeded 6 or 7,000, and 4,000 in demolition compensation isn't enough to buy a house. Low indeed. Wu Tian nodded with approval. Even he could not accept such a low compensation for demolition. I don't think the neighborhood here would agree. It's true that the environment is filthy living here, but if the house is demolished, they will have no place to live. And who wants that? After a little contemplation, Wu Tian tried to ask, then have you approached the developer for negotiations? Talked about it, the developer is more forceful and won't budge. Yes, they've also set a date for the demolition, so if they're overdue, the gang might get tough. Who dares to come on hard these days? Bang! Before Wu Tian finished speaking, he heard the courtyard door being slammed open with a shockingly loud bang. The 4 men's faces sank as they hurriedly got up and ran towards the outside. When they ran out of the room was dumbfounded, only to see the courtyard door of the quadrangle was broken open. More than a dozen workers wearing helmets broke in. A closer look reveals that these are not migrant workers, but migrant workers posed by gangly punks, all with a run-of-the-mill look. What are you guys doing? Uncle Yang stepped forward and barked at the men in helmets. We are in charge of demolition. At the head was a bearded man with wide eyes and a fierce face who threatened, today is the deadline, so hurry up and sign the contract and move out from here. After yelling this, he had someone pull out a contract and throw it at him. The compensation is too low. We're not moving. Uncle Yang tilted his head and responded stiffly. I have previously discussed this with my neighbors and they will never move with such a small amount of compensation. Old man, give you face, right? The bearded man rolled up his sleeves and scolded sharply. Believe it or not, I'll burn your house down with a fire? Unbelievable. Yoo-hoo, old bones are still hard. We will never move if the demolition compensation is less than 6,000. If you don't move it, then we'll move it for you. After the bearded man said this, he beckoned to his subordinates and ordered, get together and throw everything inside out. Yes, the helmeted punks got their orders and swarmed up ready to strike. Uncle Yang was scared and rushed to protect his daughter and retreated to the side. His face had already turned iron blue, and his legs were slightly trembling. Just now he was stiff-armed to talk to those people, and it was impossible for the ordinary little people not to be afraid when those people really got physical. I'll see who dares. Seeing that those people were about to make a move, Wu Tian's body crossed in front of him and roared, all of you stop. Yoo-hoo! The bearded man swept Wu Tian's scrutinizing gaze for a few moments and snorted. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Your kid's hair isn't even long enough and you dare to stand out and act like a bully? With me here today, none of you can touch anything here unless you step over me. Wu Tian's fists were clenched tightly, and his entire body erupted with a hostile aura that he had never seen before. This time he was really angry. I didn't expect the demolition people to be so arrogant. In broad daylight, they just want to set up the demolition tenants things. What's the difference between that and banditry? Yang Lin's body was originally trembling with fear and her heart was thumping, but when she saw Wu Tian standing out, the fear in her heart immediately dissipated a lot. At this moment, Wu Tian was standing on top of the sky, quite manly, just like Superman on TV. Handsome, I advise you to get the hell out of here. The bearded man waved his hand impatiently and intimidated. For a silly brat like you with no hair growing, it's easier for me to get you than stepping on a small ant. Still, with me here, none of you will touch anything here. You kids really want to get killed, don't you? I'm not scared. Asterisk 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 mud horse. The bearded man completely ran out of patience, beckoning to his subordinates behind him and ordering, get on together and peel this kid's skin for me. Yes, when the 10 or so gangsters got the order, they swarmed and pounced on Wu Tian. Xiao Tian, quickly, run! Seeing that the situation was not good, old Yang hurriedly shouted and reminded Wu Tian. He didn't want Xiao Tian to be beaten up by these people because of his family's relocation. Then he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Yang Lin, who was hiding at the back, also hurriedly urged in a low voice, Brother Xiao Tian, don't mind us. Run, run. Yang Lin had never been so worried as she was now, her little heart thumping and her cheeks losing some of their color. Wu Tian didn't run away, but turned back to Qinglong and asked, Qinglong, are you ready? Boss, I'm ready. Qinglong clenched his fists and looked at the punks with the eyes of a dead man. His face was stiff and cold, and he wouldn't blink even if the sky fell. Very good. Wu Tian smiled with satisfaction and commanded, let's go together later and those assholes up. Boss, you be careful. After saying this, Qinglong rushed into the crowd first and fought with those punks. Wu Tian casually picked up a wooden stick and followed by charging into the crowd, ferociously smashing into the punks. Soon there was a melee in the quad. The punks were a bunch of rabble-rousers, not too strong in combat, and naturally their attack power was greatly discounted. Qinglong and Wu Tian were both professionally trained, and with that ruthlessness in them, they quickly beat the punks back. Yang Lin and her father were originally worried that Wu Tian would be killed. However, when they saw how professional Wu Tian was when he fought, and how ruthless he was, the father and daughter were all stunned. Is this the same weak Wu Tian? In their impression, Wu Tian had been weak since he was a child and was often bullied by other children. How could it be that all of a sudden, Wu Tian had become so strong and ferocious? It was almost as if he had been transformed into a different person, and had undergone a shocking change. Both father and daughter were shocked by the scene before them, especially Yang Lin. When she saw how brave little brother Tian had become, her two eyes were round and her heart was pounding. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen punks became unbeatable. The bearded man was originally arrogant, but when he saw how tough his opponent was, he couldn't help but be secretly terrified. Honestly, in a few years of being on the road, I've never seen such a mean guy. Gulp. Seeing that his opponent was getting fiercer and fiercer, the bearded man swallowed hard a few times and retreated backward in fear. Those punks were also frightened by the ruthlessness of Wu Tian and Qinglong, and they all retreated in fear as well. One of the gangsters, seeing that Wu Tian and his duo were so vicious, simply turned his gaze towards Yang Lin, preparing to lay his hands on her. 83 Sacrifice your life to save a beauty. Yikes! Yang Lin was originally cowering in the corner watching brother Xiao Tian fight with those punks, but she didn't expect that some punks would suddenly pounce at her. The gangster's heart was anxious with a resentment. Casually picking up the triangle on the ground, he slowly forced his way over. In the heat of the moment, Yang Lin was scared and rushed to call for help from Wu Tian. Brother Xiao Tian, save me. Lin, be careful. Wu Tian was originally forcing the two punks back and forth, and he saw that a punk was going to pounce on Yang Lin. In the heat of the moment, he hurriedly swooped over as fast as he could and hugged Yang Lin tightly, protecting this girl to death under his body. As a result, his back was viciously smashed by the gangster with a triangle, and blood immediately gushed out. A sharp pain that drilled through his back spread all over his body. Wu Tian only felt his heart sink and his nerves go a little numb. First time I've ever felt this kind of sharp pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make any noise, forcing himself to endure the severe pain, turning around and smashing the punk over with a vicious punch. Subsequently, clenched fist after fist towards the punk's head smashed over. Directly this punk smashed blood and flesh. The other gangsters were all stunned by Wu Tian's cruelty and didn't have the guts to fight again, backing away in fear. The leading bearded man was scared out of his wits, and his old face turned pale white with fear. He also didn't expect this kid in front of him to be so fierce, just like a vicious wolf that doesn't want to die. Knowing that they had met a tough opponent today, and that further fighting would not do them any good, they hurriedly instructed their subordinates, quickly, retreat. The punks got the order and retreated in fear, ready to flee the place. They came running to demolition just to make money. They don't want to play with their lives. No amount of money is good enough if you lose your life. Boo! Before the bearded man left the door, Wu Tian kicked the door fiercely and yelled, "Do you think this is a food market where you can come when you want and leave when you want? What else do you want?" The bearded man's cold sweat broke out on his forehead in fear, and his voice was slightly trembling. He had seen a lot of ruthless characters, but it was really the first time he had seen a guy who wasn't afraid of death like the one in front of him. Don't look at them. They usually flaunt their weapons, but when they really need a ruthless character, they are all scared and trembling. Boo! Wu Tian waved his hand and smashed a hard punch on the bearded man's stomach. Isn't it quite arrogant? Why don't you fight? The bearded man originally wanted to be a bit more tough, but when he saw the wounds on Wu Tian's back, he immediately conceded. I'm afraid, count me as afraid of you. After years of socializing, this was the first time he had ever conceded. The main thing is that this kid is so damn tough. tougher than he is. Pop! Wu Tian raised his hand and wheeled another slap on the bearded man's face, cursing, "You're a ing waste. I'm trash. I also work for others for money. In fact, I don't want to come out and play with my life." The bearded man cried and mourned, wanting to die at this moment. Never before had he encountered such a difficult guy to deal with, and this time he had really admitted defeat. "Go tell that master of yours." Wu Tian put away the hostile aura on his body and said coldly, "Either let him come over and negotiate with us properly, or let the fish die and let him make his own choice." Yes. Get out." "Good." The bearded man hurriedly pulled open the wooden door and fled the place with a few remnants. The punks had just left in front of them. Xinglong rushed forward to support Wu Tian. "Boss, it's because I didn't protect you well that you got hurt. This small injury, there's no need to make a fuss." The corner of Wu Tian's mouth barely curled into a smile. He didn't want Xinglong to blame himself. Xinglong was a big contributor in dealing with those gangsters this time. Every time, he jumped in front to smooth out the obstacles for him. If there was no green dragon, with his strength alone, I'm afraid he would have been beaten to a pulp by those punks. Little brother Sky. At this time, Yang Lin pounced up and hugged Wu Tian's arm tightly, crying with a heartbroken face, "It's all my fault, causing you to suffer such a serious injury. Oh, don't cry. It won't look good if you cry like a flower cat." Wu Tian reached out and wiped the tears on Yang Lin's face and comforted her with a smile. "You're bleeding so much, it hurts to look at you." Yang Lin instead cried louder, tears falling like rain. If it wasn't for brother Xiaotian trying to protect her, he wouldn't have been injured by the punks and bled so much. A small injury, not that serious. Wu Tian shook his body and comforted with a smile. The injury really wasn't that bad, just a flesh wound from a triangle. Only this little injury did hurt. Paralyzingly, it was as hot as if it had been coated in hot pepper. He was just forcing a smile now. Uncle Yang ran over to inspect Wu Tian's wound and hurriedly urged his daughter, Lin, don't just stand there. Quickly help Xiaotian to the room and put medicine on him." Oh, only then did Yang Lin come back to her senses and held Wu Tian's arm. "Brother Xiaotian, go to my room. I'll apply medicine for you." "Yes." Wu Tian nodded and followed Yang Lin into her boudoir. As soon as he entered the room, the fragrance hit his nose. It was not the smell of perfume, but the distinctive scent of the firstborn. Smelling this fragrance, Wu Tian immediately felt refreshed and the pain in his back obviously subsided by a few points. "Brother Xiaotian, quickly take off your clothes and lie on the bed," Yang Lin hurriedly ordered, then ran out to bring in the medical box. Seeing the wounds on Wu Tian's back, she felt another pain in her heart. "It's all my fault for causing you to be hurt so badly. It's really just a small injury." Wu Tian was afraid that this girl would cry again, so he hurriedly smiled and comforted her. "Just bear with it for a while. I'll disinfect you with iodine vapors and then give you some anti-inflammatory medicine." Yang Lin dipped a cotton ball in iodine vapors and carefully applied it to Wu Tian's wound. She moved especially gently, afraid of hurting Wu Tian. After rubbing iodine, he applied anti-inflammatory medicine to the wound area and finally wrapped his wound with a large bandage. I had learned to clean and dress wounds in school before, and it just came in handy this time. After half a day's work, the wound was finally wrapped. "Linner, thank you for helping me apply the medicine." Wu Tian got up from the bed and redressed. "Brother Xiaotian, I should be the one to thank you." Yang Lin rubbed her somewhat reddened eyes and gratefully said, "If it wasn't for you protecting me, I would have been the one who got hurt. This time, it was brother Xiaotian who suffered the injury for her. It wouldn't be so easy for her if she didn't have little brother Sky to protect her. Of course I want to protect you. How can I bear to let you get hurt?" Wu Tian reached out and pinched that pink little face, speaking in a tone of 10,000 pampering. "Brother Xiaotian, why are you so nice to me?" "Of course I'm going to be nice to you if you're nice to me. Little brother Tian." Yang Lin immediately jumped into Wu Tian's arms and pouted. "You're so good to me. I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave you in the future." Wu Tian didn't say anything, and at this moment, he didn't even dare to move. It was only at this time that I realized that Yang Lin had long since stopped being a little girl, but a big girl, and the change in her figure was particularly obvious. 84, innocent girl. "Brother Xiaotian, I feel especially happy with you." Yang Lin arched her body into Wu Tian's arms one after another, a happy smile on her face. Now she was simple, pure, clean and childlike, without a hint of heart. It was just a simple hug, but Wu Tian couldn't take it so well. His mind and body were more mature than Yang Lin's, and he couldn't help but have bad thoughts when he was hugged by the girl like this. Wu Tian hurriedly separated Yang Lin and laughed awkwardly. "Girl, it's really hot and sweaty today." He was afraid that if he continued like this, he might make a fool of himself in front of Yang Lin, so he found such a suffocating excuse. "I don't care. I want little brother Tian." Yang Lin had a few pouty pockets of her mouth and once again jumped into Wu Tian's arms. Wu Tian was in agony. This girl is to not treat him as an outsider. So go on. Or should. Be explicit? Yikes. When Wu Tian was secretly feeling entangled, Yang Lin let out a cry and hurriedly pushed away Wu Tian's body. Her red face whispered and pouted. Brother Xiao Tian, you're bad. After ranting about this, she covered her face and ran out of the boudoir as if she were fleeing. At this moment, Wu Tian wanted to cry. He restrained himself repeatedly, not realizing that he would end up making a fool of himself. This thing really can't blame him. Only blame that girl. Forget it. Wu Tian laughed bitterly twice and walked out of the room somewhat sheepishly. Finding that Father Yang and Mother Yang were in the living room, Yang Lin sat in the corner with a red face, looking as if she had stolen some fruit. Wu Tian secretly glanced at Yang Lin and hurriedly retracted his gaze, avoiding that girl as if he was a thief, afraid that Uncle Yang and Auntie would see something. Xiao Tian, I heard that you were injured. Mother Yang quickly walked over and said with an urgent voice of concern, quickly let Auntie take a look. How are you hurt? A small injury. Nothing serious. It's good that it's okay. Yang's mother was much more at ease, then followed up with, I heard that you were the one who fought off the demolition gang of punks? She had been cooking in the kitchen earlier and heard bad noises outside, thinking it was a drunken tug of war in the neighborhood next door, so she didn't take it seriously. Only when she finished cooking did she learn from her husband that just now there were demolition people coming to the door to cause trouble, and it was Wu Tian who drove the gang of punks away. I'm not alone. This time thanks to Qinglong. Being stared at by Mother Yang with such eyes, Wu Tian felt a little uncomfortable. The two of you fought off over a dozen punks? Mother Yang frowned and couldn't help but open her mouth to question. Wu Tian smiled and didn't say anything. On the contrary, Uncle Yang on the side couldn't help but interrupt. Isn't that so? Just now I witnessed Xiao Tian and that fierce man striking out together, driving away more than a dozen punks. But Xiao Tian is so thin and tender. He can also fight? Wife, you cannot underestimate Xiao Tian. He moved his hands, that is called a fierce. Just now, he casually grabbed the wooden stick left swing right chop. Fierce and invincible. Scared of the punks that are scared. Uncle Yang was like telling a mythological story, adding salt and vinegar to what had just happened, speaking with a fluttering brow and passion. Although it was a bit exaggerated, but Wu Tian's aura at that time was indeed very strong, scaring those punks. Speaking of Wu Tian's dominance when he fought at that time, even Father Yang and Yang Lin found it unbelievable. The father-daughter duo felt surprised even now, not expecting the always soft and weak Wu Tian to suddenly be so powerful. I didn't expect our Xiao Tian to become so strong. After listening to old Yang's account, Mother Yang also felt particularly astonished. Reaching out and touching Wu Tian's body here and there, he couldn't help but praise. Good boy. His body is indeed much tougher, as if he has muscles. Now Xiao Tian is really transformed. Yang's father sighed with emotion and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask after him. Xiao Tian, how did you suddenly become so powerful? It's nothing. I'm just following Qinglong to learn some things in my normal time. I'm still far from it. Wu Tian scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Being watched by such adoring gazes from the Yang family, it made him feel a little embarrassed. In fact, this bit of his kung fu was not worth mentioning at all, and compared to Qinglong, it was 100,000 miles away. Alright, don't just stand. Quickly sit down and eat. Mother Yang hurriedly pulled Wu Tian and Qinglong to sit down, then busied herself with serving the meal. The meal was simple. 4 courses and 1 soup. Yang's father took out a bottle of white wine from his room. Xiao Tian, you helped our family drive away the demolition gangsters. I'll accompany you to have a few good drinks. Father Yang was just about to pour the wine when Yang Lin snatched the bottle away. Dad, brother Xiao Tian is injured. How can you let him drink? This little skin wound of mine. It's fine. I'll drink with uncle. Wu Tian took the bottle from Yang Lin and poured 2 glasses of wine, and the two of them drank. Drinking and chatting, the atmosphere was unbelievably cordial, probably because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Both of them drank a lot of wine and had a particularly good conversation. After eating, Wu Tian wanted to go home, but was stopped by Yang Lin. Brother Xiao Tian, you are injured. Why don't you simply stay in our home, so that it is convenient for me to take care of you? No need. I'd better go back. Wu Tian had brought Qinglong with him and felt that it was not very convenient to stay here. What if those demolition jerks come back to cause trouble when you're gone? Brother Xiao Tian, you'd better stay. Fine. Wu Tian finally nodded his head and agreed. Yang Lin is also right. In case the gang of demolition villains get up to no good and come over in the middle of the night to cause trouble, for the safety of Yang Lin's family, Wu Tian finally decided to stay. Little brother Tian is the best. Hearing that Wu Tian was going to stay, Yang Lin danced with joy. Look how happy you are. Of course I'm happy when little brother Tian stays. Yang Lin sweetly arched her head and softly said, little brother Tian is staying in my room tonight. Ha, this isn't appropriate, is it? Think what? Yang Lin's pretty face blushed and hurriedly explained. I asked you to stay in my room. I'm going to stay in mom's room. Scared me. Humph. Nasty. Hey, come on. I'll take you around. Master's son and Auntie Lu miss you. Yang Lin couldn't help but put her arm around Wu Tian and left the house. Next, Wu Tian accompanied Yang Lin to walk the streets, and finally went to the street stall to have a barbecue, and played until very late at night before going home. After returning home, Wu Tian accompanied Uncle Yang to play chess for a while and didn't go to bed until very late. The next day, Wu Tian was woken up by the impatient voice of Yang's father. Xiao Tian, the village notification let go to the demolition office for a meeting to negotiate compensation. Good. Hearing this news, Wu Tian hurriedly climbed up from the bed. After a night's recuperation, the small wound on his back was no longer a big problem, and after stopping the bleeding, the wound had already scabbed over, but it was still a bit hot and stinging. After simply washing up and not bothering to eat breakfast, Wu Tian took Qinglong and accompanied the 3 members of the Yang family to the demolition office. The demolition office has been crowded with people blocking the entrance and clamoring to express their dissatisfaction with the compensation. 85. Behind the scenes, more and more villagers gathered at the demolition office, and soon it became a mess, with people clamoring and cursing. Demolition was originally a good thing, but because the compensation was very low, it caused public discontent and anger and was opposed by all the villagers. When it was 9 o'clock, the village headman waddled out with a big belly and pressed his hand to signal for silence. The end user immediately announced, after negotiating with the developer, they are willing to increase the compensation. How much is it raised? The villagers inquired, and this was what everyone was most concerned about. After these few days of negotiation, the developer has always played Tai Chi with them and has no sincerity at all to solve the problem. Raise 200 per square meter. The smile on Director Cun's face was particularly awkward, a figure that even he was embarrassed to say. When these words came out, the scene instead became more paralyzed. Demolition households have expressed their protests. No, this is clearly fooling us, and we are determined not to agree. Quiet everyone, listen to me first. The village chief tried to calm the scene, but his words did not work at all. The crowd at the scene was particularly agitated, screaming for the developer to come over. The village chief, as a mediator, also looked a bit helpless and rushed to call the developer. After making the call, he rushed to appease the crowd. Everyone stay calm, the developer will come over soon, when we negotiate with him. That didn't work and the scene remained chaotic. What the developer did before has made everyone lose their trust and patience, and there are grievances against the developer lurking in their hearts. Wu Tian witnessed all the process. This is the first time he personally experienced the whole process of demolition and relocation. There is an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Even he thinks that the developer has gone too far, failing to satisfy even the most reasonable demands of the villagers, which is downright bullying. Wu Tian didn't want to sit back and watch. After all, self-interest was at stake this time, and he didn't want to watch his neighbors get bullied. After a moment's thought, he walked to the restroom and dialed Long Yun, called the phone, opened the door and ordered, Secretary Long, help me find out who is the owner of the developer of the scenery village? Okay, young master, wait a moment, it may take a bit of time. Long Yun's wooden and stiff voice came from the other end of the phone. I'll wait, call me immediately when you find out the result. After Wu Tian said this, he directly hung up his cell phone. He waited for more than 10 minutes before receiving another call from Long Yun, picked up the phone and asked anxiously, how is it? Did you find out the boss of the developer of the scenery village? Checked. On the other side of the phone, Long Yun's voice was still icy cold, cold without any temperature. Who is it? Wu Tian. Which Wu Tian? It's you, young master. Don't bull me. I'm asking you who is the owner of the developer of scenery village. Wu Tian thought that Long Yun had said something wrong, and pursued impatiently into the cell phone. Scenic Village is developed by the newly established Tianan Group, and the legal person of record is Wu Tian. That is, you, young master. Long Yun spoke in a very serious tone, without the slightest hint of joking. With Long Yun's character, he would never joke, much less joke with his own young master. Ah, Wu Tian was completely dumbfounded and said incredulously, how the hell did I become the owner of scenery village developer? The information Long Yun found out could never be wrong, but he really could not understand how somehow became the scenery village developer boss. This Nima, what the situation? Young master, you may have forgotten. You previously asked me to transfer 100 million to Lu Jun to invest in real estate development. The one that Uncle Lu and I jointly voted for is the Jade Garden plot. That's a new development plot, not an urban village renovation. Wu Tian loudly retorted. Although he had drunk a lot of wine when Lu Jun had called earlier, his brain was very clear at that time. Uncle Lu told him clearly and understandably, intends to invest in the Jade Garden plot, at that time, felt that the new opening of the plot is not too much risk, and did not hesitate to invest in 100 million. I'm not sure about this, you need to ask Lu Jun to verify the situation. Perhaps. On the other end of the phone, Long Yun's tone paused for a moment and speculated. Perhaps young master you have been punked by Boss Lu. No, I trust Uncle Lu's character. Wu Tian directly hung up his cell phone after saying this. Subsequently, rushed to dial the Lu Jun phone. Even dialed several phones shows no answer. At this time by the dump at the head of Scenic Village, a BMW Fork 6 stood out. The car stopped for about 10 minutes. A bearded man hurriedly ran over and nodded his head toward the car and shouted, "Boss Lu." Then, the BMW door opened and a middle-aged man in a suit came out from the back. This man is Lu Jun, the chairman of Lu's group. The man Wu Tianzuan called Uncle Lu, long time in the shopping mall. Domineering, Boss Lu, the demolition has encountered a big trouble. I may not be able to handle it. The bearded man hung his head low and carefully reported. Rubbish, you can't even handle this small matter. Lu Jun cursed angrily, his entire body enveloped in rage. This time, we met a tough opponent. The villagers of Windskate Village are all very savage, and we even fought with them yesterday. Waste, Lu Jun yelled, pointing at the bearded man's nose and cursing. I asked you to negotiate the demolition. Who the hell asked you to take action with the villagers? I originally wanted to scare the villagers, but I didn't realize that they really had no fear of death. And as a result, did you injure anyone? Injured a man. You're looking for death. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun instantly stormed out, waving his hand and preparing to slap the bearded man. At this time, the secretary hurried over to report, Lu boss, all the villagers gathered to the demolition office. The situation is somewhat out of control. The director asked you to quickly go to a trip, come back and clean you up. Only then did Lu Jun let the bearded man go and impatiently yelled at the bearded man, go, follow me to the demolition office first. After saying this, he rushed over towards the demolition office with fire and fury. The front door was already surrounded by a crowd of demolitionists, so he had to lead the bearded man around the back door. Just walked into the office of the demolition office. Lu Jun immediately brightened up, only to see Wu Tian was walking out of the toilet, still holding his cell phone and calling one after another, looking very angry. No, why is Wu Tian here? Lu Jun was about to greet Wu Tian when the bearded man behind him opened his mouth and muttered, Boss Lu, is that the kid we injured yesterday? What? Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes almost didn't glaze over in shock. He didn't expect the demolition team he sent out to beat up Wu Tian. It's nifty as hell. Pop. Lu Jun couldn't hold back the anger in his heart, raised his hand and slammed a hard slap on the bearded man's face, scolding, you stupid pig, who told you to hit him? I was in the heat of the moment, not to mention our men were beaten by this kid, the bearded man defended. 86. Clearing up doubts, Lu Jun's anger was hard to dispel. He raised his hand and slammed another slap on the bearded man's face. Open your dog's eyes and see clearly. He is the boss of Tian and Group. Wu Tian. What? Hearing this, the bearded man's body softened in fear and almost paralyzed on the ground. Tianan is a newly established real estate development company responsible for developing the Jade Garden and Scenic Village projects. He's just the office manager in charge of demolition. I had heard from Mr. Lu long ago that the big boss of Tianan was a young and promising boy named Wu Tian, but he never dreamed that the big boss would be dressed so shabbily and would show up at the home of that poor evicted family. You're really a blind thing. You even dare to hit Boss Wu. Lu Jun viciously kicked the bearded man in the leg, now having the intention to kill this kid. Boss Lu, I was wrong. I really don't know that he is our big boss. The bearded man's mouth trembled with fear, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This ninja accidentally led the men to beat up his own boss. Had I known that the kid on his own boss, even if he borrowed 10 guts he would not dare to do it. Now it's good that he hit his boss. This is a nasty mess. He now has a feeling of great trouble. Wait for Boss Wu to clean you up. Lu Jun glared fiercely at the bearded man and walked quickly towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian walked out of the restroom, still busy calling Lu Jun. He called several times but no one answered, solely lazy to fight again. I did not expect that. Just as soon as I raised my head, I saw Lu Jun walking towards this side. Uncle Lu. Wu Tian glanced at his cell phone and smiled with a bitter smile on his face. I've just been calling you all this time and no one answered. Sorry, I forgot to bring my cell phone when I left it in the car just now. After Lu Jun finished saying this, he rushed forward with concern. Xiao Tian, I heard that you were injured by the demolition team? Yes. Wu Tian didn't finish his sentence, just in time to see the bearded man who led the way yesterday. Pointing at the bearded man, he said, Uncle Lu, I was injured yesterday by that kid with his men. That's the manager of our new company's demolition department. After Lu Jun said this, he turned his head and yelled at the bearded man, what are you waiting for? Quickly apologize to Boss Wu. Puff. The bearded man's two legs bent, directly kneeling in front of Wu Tian. Boss Wu, I was wrong. I have no pearls have eyes to recognize MT. Tai, please let me off the hook. After saying this, He raised his hand and smacked himself hard in the big mouth. Boo! Wu Tian lifted his leg and kicked the bearded man over, scolding, "Didn't you flaunt your arms yesterday? Why did you wimp out today?" "Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare again." The bearded man hurriedly got up and knelt in front of Wu Tian to continue slapping himself. He knew he had made a big mistake yesterday. It's the only way to get forgiveness now. "Get out!" Wu Tian waved his hand impatiently. "Disappear from my sight immediately and don't let me see you again." "Boss Wu, please raise your hand and spare me this time." The bearded man still wanted to plead for mercy, only to be interrupted by Lu Jun's cold voice. "From now on, you're fired from the company. Don't show up again." Puff! The bearded man's body went limp, paralyzed on the ground like mud, tears of remorse flowing from his eyes. Lu Jun glanced at the bearded man and smiled as he said to Wu Tian with concern, "Where are you injured? Is it serious? Do you want us to go and lie down in the hospital now?" "Don't worry, Uncle Lu. I'm fine." Wu Tian grinned. He knew that Uncle Lu was concerned about him from the bottom of his heart. "Xiao Tian, causing you to get hurt. I'm really sorry for you." Lu Jun punched his hand on his chest a few times, and his heart couldn't mention how self-blameful he was. He had an unshirkable responsibility for Wu Tian's injury this time. If he hadn't arranged for the bearded man to be in charge of the demolition, he wouldn't have caused Xiao Tian to get hurt. "Uncle Lu, this is not your intention. You must not blame yourself." Wu Tian pacified and directly digressed. "Just now, I had my secretary check. I heard that the owner of the developer of Scenery Village is me?" "Yes, you put in a large percentage of the money, so naturally the boss is you. I heard you say before that you were going to develop the Emerald Garden. How did it turn into an urban village project?" Wu Tian couldn't help but ask the doubt in his heart. He was desperate for answers now. There is a world of difference between the development of a new site and the transformation of an urban village, which are completely different in nature. "Actually, this is a bundled project." Lu Jun smiled slightly and explained patiently. "Jade Garden is a high-quality project, and if you want to go so far as to get this plot of land, you need to develop the neighboring urban village project along with it." "So it is." Wu Tian secretly let out a sigh of relief. Previously, Secretary Longyun was worried that he was being pitched by Uncle Lu, but in fact, this worry was completely superfluous. Although he hadn't known Uncle Lu for a long time, Uncle Lu was a pretty reliable person and would never screw him over for $100 million. "If we can do a good job with the Jade Garden and Scenic Village projects, we will definitely make a lot of money with this disc," Lu Jun said here, then turned his tone. "But right now the demolition and relocation is in trouble. Uncle Lu, it's not that I'm talking about you. This is not demolition. This is clearly robbery. You know what's going on in there? To tell you the truth, I'm one of the demolishers of Scenic Village." "Ah?" Lu Jun was shocked, his expression slightly exaggerated. "Xiao Tian, your family's old house is also in Scenery Village? Right. No wonder you're here. Let me put it to you this way. If it's below 6,000 per square foot, you'll have a hard time tearing down the house here. Urban villages are supposed to be money-losing projects, and if the demolition compensation goes to 6,000 per square foot, we won't have any profit at all. You demolished other people's houses, and they can't afford to buy a house with this amount of your compensation, so just ask who is willing to do that." Wu Tian asked rhetorically. He is thinking from the villagers' point of view. 6,000 per square foot, so how are we going to make money? We can think of another way to make money, but we can't leave people without a house. All right. Lu Jun could only nod his head in agreement in the end. After all, Wu Tian had invested over $100 million and was the largest shareholder in this project, so he couldn't refute it. What's more, just as Wu Tian said, I'm afraid that no one would be willing to demolish the house if the compensation money made it unaffordable for the villagers to buy a house. Uncle Lu, I thank you on behalf of all the villagers of Scenery Village. Wu Tian bowed deeply towards Lu Jun to express his gratitude. You boys are so sentimental. Lu Jun patted Wu Tian's shoulder. Good boy. Even if you lose money, I'll admit it. Who let you be my nephew? Uncle Lu deserves to be the most conscientious businessman in Luzhou. Less ass-kissing. Hurry up and go discuss the demolition with the guys, or I'll regret it later. After Lu Jun said this, he led Wu Tian to the director's office. The director of the demolition office is a person from the village committee of Fengwang Village, named Han Fengwang, who is responsible for coordinating the compensation for demolition and relocation between the developer and the villagers. As soon as he saw Lu Jun, Han Fengwang got up and greeted him with a smile. Boss Lu, you've come to visit us. I'm sorry to have missed you. 87. Demolition Storm, Director Han. No need to be polite. Lu Jun impatiently replied back and took a step towards the inside of the office. Han Fengwang was about to follow up and flatter him for a few moments, but when he saw Wu Tian walking in, his face sank violently. The end of the director frame chided. Wu Tian, this is an office space. Who let you in? Get out. He had a little bit of trouble with Wu Tian's family before, and now once he saw Wu Tian, his entire eyeballs went black. Director Han, I'm here to negotiate the demolition. Wu Tian looked at Han Fengguang with a displeased face. To be honest, he was very unhappy with the dogged director. What kind of bull director is this? He often bullies the poor and needy on the basis of his power, making the people of Scenery Village complain a lot. Consultation my ass. Han Fengguang spat viciously on the ground and said contemptuously, you don't take a piss either. You're a little fart. What qualifications do you have to negotiate the demolition? Quick, get out. After saying this, he forcefully tried to drive Wu Tian out of the office. Director Han. At this time, Lu Jun spoke. I was the one who asked Wu Tian to come. Boss Lu, why did you let this kid come over? He's the big boss of Tianan. Oh, he is a big. What the hell? Han Fengguang thought he had misheard his ears and asked again with an exaggerated expression. Wu Tian is the owner of Tianan Company, and came over to negotiate with the villagers for compensation for the demolition. Lu Jun repeated impatiently. Him? Han Fengguang twisted his head to look at Wu Tian and exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. He's the big boss of the developer? Right. Holy. Han Fengguang unconsciously wiped a cold sweat from his forehead, his jaw dropping in shock. As far as he could remember, Wu Tian had always been a small fart at the bottom, living a frugal life, and his family's condition had always been poor. How did this kid become the owner of a developer? After slightly stunned, Han Fengguang quickly came back to his senses, changed his previous attitude, and hurriedly smiled to please. Xiao Tian, I didn't expect you to be a big boss. Disrespectful. Before the words were out of his mouth, he rushed forward and bowed slightly, a false smile piling up on his face. To be honest, if he hadn't heard it from a big boss like Lu Jun, he wouldn't have believed to death that Wu Tian would be the behind-the-scenes boss of Tianan. I just can't figure out how such a poor kid became the boss of such a big developer. Director Han, in charge of demolition coordination, you've worked hard. Wu Tian said hard work on his lips, but the expression on his face was unusually ugly. It's not hard. It's my honor to work for Boss Wu. It's not hard at all. Han Fengguang continued to smile and curry favor. He got to this position by having a mouth that could kiss ass. Director Han should take a long vacation for working so hard. Vacation? How smart Han Fengguang was. He instantly heard the implication. Frightened, his face stiffened and he hurriedly begged bitterly. Boss Wu, you can criticize and correct me for my dereliction of duty at work, but don't let me take a leave of absence. After saying this, he hurriedly poured a cup of tea and handed it over with humble hands. I'm still earning a retirement nest egg from demolition, so it would be a big loss if I was evicted like that. Pop. Wu Tian took the teacup and put it on the table and said coldly, this time, if you can't do the demolition thing well again, I'll definitely let you take an early vacation. Don't worry, I guarantee I can do it. Han Fengguang wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and hastily nodded in response. In the past, he always felt that Wu Tian was a little holdout, and he didn't even look at him squarely. Suddenly, he realized that Wu Tian was so imposing. His whole body was radiating the big boss's stance, and he was so heroic. Then I'll ask you. Wu Tian leaned toward the sofa and asked, how much money per square foot do you think is more appropriate for demolition compensation? This is up to the two bosses to decide. I don't dare to interrupt. Han Fengguang was smooth in dealing with people. I think 6,000 is more like it, don't you? Han Fengguang twisted his head to look at Lu Jun, then awkwardly laughed. How much Boss Wu said, is how much? The demolition fee that he had previously discussed with Lu Jun had always been 4,000, and the sudden mention of 6,000 really made him a little confused. The demolition compensation is set at 6,000 per square foot. After Wu Tian finished saying this, he then changed his tone. Then why did you only give the villagers 4,000 per square foot in demolition fees before? Han Fengguang originally wanted to deny it, but as a result, his eyes lit up slightly and he hurriedly admitted his mistake. Boss Lu, I was wrong. I'm sorry. How smart he was. He immediately understood what the two bosses meant. The two bosses were trying to get him to take the blame. To take the blame for the mistakes Boss Lu had made earlier. You shouldn't apologize to us. Apologize to all the villagers later. Wu Tian nodded in satisfaction. He was quite appreciative of Han Fengguang. The old man's brain was quite good. His reaction was particularly fast, and it was no trouble at all to talk to this kind of person. This matter was originally Lu Jun's fault. Lu Jun's 4,000 demolition caused the villagers to complain. Of course, this matter naturally could not allow Uncle Lu to admit his fault with the villagers, and he could only dump the pot on Han Fengguang and transfer the villagers' grievances onto Han Fengguang. Yes, everything will be arranged by Boss Wu. Han Fengguang was unwilling in his heart, but he could only agree. For the money, he has no choice now. Good, let's go and negotiate with the villagers for demolition now. After Wu Tian said this, he took the lead and walked towards the outside. Lu Jun nodded in satisfaction and followed him out. He now appreciates Wu Tian more and more. This kid is young, flexible, capable and resolute in dealing with things. Every word and action shows great wisdom. In his opinion, this kid Wu Tian had an unlimited future and would have some great deeds in the future. Han Fengguang followed at the end with a bitter look on his face. He was now crying without tears and had the feeling of being sent to the guillotine. No need to think about it to know that after taking the blame for the two bosses, he would become a 1,000-year-old sinner and inevitably be scolded by all the villagers. There is still a lot of commotion outside the demolition office, with villagers clamoring to see the developers' bosses and raise the standard of compensation for demolition. At this time, the door of the demolition office was pushed open, and Wu Tian led Lu Jun and Han Fengguang straight to the front of the steps. Once he saw that it was Wu Tian from the village, the scene became even more lively. The villagers spoke up. Xiao Tian, we're waiting for the developer boss. What are you standing there for? Come down. Yeah, what's this kid doing there? Standing in the wrong place. He should be with us demolishers. Come down quickly. Later Director Han should scold you again. The villagers were all still concerned about Wu Tian, and they all told him to hurry down so that he wouldn't be embarrassed by Director Han later. Even young Lin and her parents had waved for the little world to go and stand with them. Dear folks, grandparents, uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters. Wu Tian swept the entire room and smiled with an embarrassed face. There is something I didn't tell you guys before. No, to be precise, I only just realized it. 88 developer boss. After a moment's pause, Wu Tian continued. Actually, I'm the legal person of Tian & Company. That is, the owner of the developer of Scenery Village. At these words, bursts of laughter came from below. Many of the folks present thought that Wu Tian was joking, and they were all successfully amused by the joke. We all know Wu Tian's family history. In the Scenery Village is considered poor bottom villagers, but conditions are considered to be the village dragged back. If such a bitter little doll could develop real estate, I'm afraid the village would already be rich. Most people just took it as a joke and didn't pay much attention to it, except for a small group of pricks who couldn't help but open their mouths in mockery. Laughing at Wu Tian is wanting to be a boss crazy. Running here to talk about dreaming. It is simply a disgrace to the Scenery Village. In short, the scene was chaotic, with extraordinarily harsh laughter and chatter. The most jubilant one has to be Hu Chang, who used to be classmates with Wu Tian, but then didn't study after failing to get into a good university. Wu Tian, you said you are the developer boss? Hu Chang's voice was particularly loud, and his voice was exceptionally loud in the crowd. He had liked to compare himself with Wu Tian since he was a child, and just because he couldn't compare to Wu Tian in his studies, he had been building up resentment in his heart. Yes, I'm the developer boss. Sorry, I just found out about this matter. That's why I didn't tell everyone. Wu Tian smiled back with a sincere face. After all, most of the following were elders, all neighbors who had been together for many years, so naturally they could not be rude. Bah! Hu Chang toward the ground viciously spit a mouthful of water. Nonchalantly blow. You are afraid to want to be the boss, want to go crazy on your virtue, but also have the nerve to say that they are the developer boss. Why don't you say that they are the richest man in Luzhou? Viciously despise some. Hu Chang seems to feel not too much, but also mobilize the masses to continue the attack. I think Wu Tian is poor crazy. In public said he is the boss. Really to the Scenery Village disgrace. We say is not it? Unfortunately, he failed to mobilize the masses. No one in the audience echoed his words. As a matter of fact, everyone hates this kid Hu Chang in their hearts, who loves to climb over the nobility and stir up trouble when he has nothing else to do. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Hu Chang couldn't help but ask Han Fengguang again. Director Han, Wu Tian said he was the developer's boss. Do you think he's ridiculous? He knew that Director Han had problems with Wu Tian's family. Saying this was nothing more than wanting to use Director Han to teach Wu Tian a hard lesson, to see if this kid still dared to act like a pussy. Not funny. Han Fengguang took 2 steps forward and pointed at Wu Tian and said in a very serious tone, because Wu Tian is indeed the big boss of our Fengguang village developer. Boom! The scene instantly exploded at those words. The entire small field outside the demolition office was abuzz. When this kind of thing came out of Wu Tian's mouth just now, people would think it was a joke, but coming out of Director Wu's mouth, it was definitely not a joke. With Director Wu's status, he would never make such a joke in public. Only at this point did everyone believe that Wu Tian was really the developer owner. All the villagers stared at Wu Tian with wide eyes, staring at him as if he was a monster, not realizing that the boy was really the owner of the developer in the village. The kid is young, still in college. How come he's the boss? Shocker. Surprised. The villagers were shocked by the news and found it unbelievable, even hard to accept. It's only been half a year since I've seen you. How did this kid Wu Tian become a big boss in one go? Even Yang Lin was stunned, not realizing that Xiao Tian's brother was the owner of an urban village developer. In her impression, Wu Tian was the big brother next door that she played with until she grew up. Just a big boy from an ordinary family. We haven't seen each other for a few months. How did brother Xiao Tian suddenly become a big boss? For this result, Yang's father and Yang's mother all feel surprised. All did not expect Xiao Tian, this child will be the developer big boss. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, beating them to death, they wouldn't have been able to believe that this kid, Xiao Tian, could become a big boss. The most shocked at the scene then Hu Chang froze for a good half a day before coming back to God. Could not help but Han Fengwang again asked, Director Han, you said Wu Tian is the big boss of the developer of Fengwang Village? Yes, Wu Tian is the owner of Tian and Company, responsible for developing the Emerald Garden and Scenic Village. Han Feng once again confirmed this news to everyone in public. Hu Chang's jaw dropped half a sentence. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that this kid Wu Tian would become a big boss, thanks to the fact that he had just sneered and taunted Wu Tian. Now he only felt a hot stinging pain in his face, as if he had been severely slapped a few times. Just can't figure out how this kid got to be the big boss. This kid's family conditions used to be on par with his, but he didn't expect to be so high up all of a sudden that he was a world away from him. The thought that once worse than him stupid boy became the boss. His heart is like a needle pricked, like a prickly pain, difficult, sour and very bad taste, paralyzed. In just half a year's time, this kid has mixed up very fluffy and is 100 times better than him. He wasn't willing to let this kid play the bully in public. After a little contemplation, he began to expose Wu Tian's shortcomings in public, loudly accusing, Wu Tian, you really have no conscience. When the big boss came back to develop the scenery village, even to the villagers to compensate 4,000, really a wolf-hearted thing. The word seemed to wake up the villagers. Everyone remembers the compensation money and is up in arms. Everyone settled down. Seeing that the scene was out of control, Han Fengwang hurriedly opened his mouth to solve the problem. This time, Boss Wu was here to talk to you about compensation. Wu Tian is a wolf-hearted doglung, specializing in victimizing the people of the village. It is simply worse than an animal. Hu Chang took this opportunity to abuse Wu Tian, making the villagers also grumble. I'd been fooled by developers before, saying that they would only pay out 4,000 per square foot. To be honest, all villagers hate the developers in their hearts. After realizing that Wu Tian was the big boss of the developer, everyone first felt surprised and then protested. As long as the core interests of the villagers are touched, they will crusade against the developer even if he is the king of heaven. Quiet, all quiet. Han Fengwang yelled at the villagers to be quiet, but his roar had no effect, and the scene remained chaotic. In the end, it was Wu Tian who walked over and looked at the crowd with a smile. If you all want to settle things, can you listen to me first? And if what I say is wrong, or if you are not satisfied, I, Wu Tian, will beat and scold you at will. It was only after these words that the scene grew quiet. Everyone is gathered here to work things out, and no one wants to make a big deal out of it. Even if he wanted to make a scene, he had to wait for Wu Tian to finish his sentence, and if he felt that it was unreasonable, then it would not be too late to make a scene. Then tell me, how much do you compensate everyone per square meter? Hu Chang yelled at the top of his voice. He was ready to raise a ruckus as long as Wu Tian couldn't give a reasonable compensation price. When the time to lead the villagers to make a mess of him, so that Wu Tian cannot stand to see him this developer boss in the future, how to get away with it. 89 Negotiated settlement. Honorable folks. Hello everyone. Wu Tian looked around the crowd and slowly spoke. Like everyone else, I have lived on this land for 20 years, and I already have deep feelings for this place, and to be honest, I don't want to tear it down, and I don't want everyone to tear it down either. But the environment here is getting worse and dirtier, and the unpleasant stench is unbearable for anyone. Today, we love and hate this place with very mixed feelings. Wu Tian originally wanted to say something from his heart, expressing his entangled and complicated feelings towards Scenery Village, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Hu Chang. What's the point of wasting words? Directly talk about the demolition and relocation compensation money. When he said this, he was immediately verbally attacked by the villagers, who all told Hu Chang to keep his mouth shut and let Wu Tian continue. 1,000 words. I just want to say one last thing. I hope that we will always be neighbors, and we will always keep the most simple customs of Scenery Village. Our folk customs are truly priceless. Wu Tian passionately said the last sentence. The villager folk nodded their heads in agreement, saying that Wu Tian was right, speaking to the heart of every villager. Finally, let's talk about the demolition and removal matter. Wu Tian paused here. The atmosphere at the scene became tense all of a sudden. The air was as if it was frozen, and everyone was waiting for the result. Under the anticipation of the crowd's gazes, Wu Tian slowly opened his mouth. After my discussion with Boss Lu, the company's final compensation payment to everyone is 6,000 per square meter. Good. At these words, the stage erupted in neat shouts and cheers. People have never been so happy as they are now, as if they have won a battle and are overwhelmed with emotion. 6,000 per square meter is not a particularly high compensation, but it's the fact that the price was previously suppressed to 4,000 and then suddenly went up to 6,000 that makes people feel excited. Hearing this, Hu Chang was dumbfounded. Originally had thought about how to crusade against Wu Tian, but the result was that this kid did not follow the rules, and all of a sudden mentioned the demolition payment of 6,000. However, when he thought that his house could also be compensated 6,000 per square meter, his whole body was also excited in an instant. Excited as he was, he didn't show it. After Wu Tian announced this result, Hu Chang continued to find fault. Wu Tian, your company has a big problem with its reputation. Why did you compensate the villagers 4,000 per square foot before? It's my fault. Han Fengguang knew it was time for him to step up. Without waiting for Wu Tian to speak, he took the initiative to open his mouth and take the blame. I misread the contract before. Here, I apologize to all the villagers for the public review. When he finished, he even pretended to bow deeply. Soon, all the villagers pointed their spearheads at Han Fengguang, and all sorts of abuse and denunciations rose and fell. The villagers are taking advantage of this to vent their frustration and willingness. After all, everyone had been under so much pressure in their hearts during this time that they needed to vent to relieve their anger. Seeing that the villagers have vented almost, Wu Genius opened his mouth to solve the problem. For Director Han's work, mistakes must be punished, punishing him to invite all the villagers to dinner, just as the scenery village party. Good. The villagers applauded and shouted their support. This will allow Director Han to be punished and at the same time give the village a good gathering, and I'm afraid I won't get another chance after the demolition in the future. A high-standard district will be built here in the future, and I promise that every villager in Scenery Village who buys a house here will be sold at the base price minus 500 per square meter. Wu Tian announced loudly. The scene instantly boiled over at those words. Selling at the bottom price is already not a small discount, and then reduce 500 per square meter, which is like giving away more than 100,000 for nothing. Over $100,000 is enough to renovate for the average household. The villagers praised Wu Tian, saying that Xiao Tian did not forget his roots when he became rich, and he also worked for the welfare of the villagers. For a while, Wu Tian became a great person among all the people. Everyone could not wait to get a big red flower to put on Wu Tian at this moment. The villagers are happy, but it is bitter next to Lu Jun. Upon hearing this news, he only felt a gush of pain. Alright, I'll have my secretary print the contract, so everyone will be able to receive their compensation after signing the contract. After Wu Tian said this, he rushed Han Fengguang to arrange for the signing of the contract. Han Fengguang then took his lawyer to print the contract and had the villagers line up to sign it. Goten. While everyone was busy signing the contract, Lu Jun pulled Wu Tian aside and whispered, the compensation was mentioned as 6,000. If you press the release price so low again, we will really lose money. The project in Scenic Village will definitely lose money. But we can do something about the Emerald Garden. Wu Tian thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand. How? Didn't think so. You brat. Lu Jun shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm going to have to be pawned by you sooner or later. I'm sorry, Uncle Lu. I didn't discuss the base price and the 500 per square meter reduction with you in advance. Forget it. Lu Jun waved his hand generously. Unimpressed. This amount of money. Uncle Lu, I can still afford to pay for it. Don't be discouraged. Maybe there's a way we can make money out of this. Maybe. Lu Jun didn't mention the matter again. Glancing at the time, he smiled and proposed. Yu Yao is having a banquet at home tonight. Do you want to come along? Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your kindness. I still have things to do. Wu Tian knew that Uncle Lu was trying to set him up with Lu Mengyao again and casually found an excuse to shrug it off. Good. Then next time you have time to play at my home, I'll leave first. Lu Jun patted Wu Tian's shoulder and turned around to leave the place. After Lu Jun left, many of the villagers who had signed the contract gathered around, all praising Wu Tian for his success. After a few compliments, they all dispersed as well. Yang Lin and Father Yang and Mother Yang gathered around and stared at Wu Tian left and right as if they were admiring an antique. Brother Xiao Tian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you became a big boss. Yang Lin looked at Wu Tian with eyes full of admiration and surprise. I made some money playing with funds before, so I invested in this real estate project in partnership with Boss Lu. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly and said with an apologetic face, I also only just realized that Scenic Village is being developed by our company, or else there wouldn't have been so many setbacks on the demolition. Little Sky is really something. Yang's mother held Wu Tian's arm as she said in a good-natured and pleasing tone, we have always treated Xiao Tian as if he were our own son, and we feel gratified to see Xiao Tian become a big boss. Auntie, don't say that. I'm embarrassed. I'm speaking from the heart. After Mother Yang said this, she suddenly put her head over and whispered, Xiao Tian, can you raise the compensation for us? Mom, what are you talking about? Janine was immediately offended and blamed her mom for not making such a request. Even Yang's father couldn't help but open his mouth to accuse. Auntie, the demolition payment is uniform. This can't be mentioned, but if you buy a house here in the future, you can get a free sky garden and decoration, Wu Tian said with a smile. Really? Upon hearing this, Yang's mother was thrilled. Xiao Tian is so nice. Thank you so much, Xiao Tian. 90 new games. Wu Tian took care of the demolition and relocation matters and accompanied Yang Lin and her parents to have dinner before returning to Haitian Garden with Qinglong. After 2 days of delay without studying, Wu Tian got into his study as soon as he got home and read 2 books of the family handling scriptures, followed by studying about real estate until very late at night. The next day when he woke up, Wu Tian was going to go to school, but he received a call from Yuan Wangchun, who said that the new game was almost done and asked him to go and take a look. Without saying a word, Wu Tian rushed straight to Sky Shepherd. As soon as he entered the company, he found Yuan Wangchun and Zhou Chang and the others staring at dark circles under their eyes, looking much thinner than before. What's gotten into you guys? Seeing that the duo had turned into such a state, Wu Tian could not help but open his mouth in concern. Boss Wu, we've been staying up late these past few days to develop the new game, so we've got dark circles under our eyes, Zhou Chang explained with a simple smile. Stay up all night every day? Right. Good guys. Once he heard that the duo was working so hard for the progress of the game, Wu Tian couldn't help but be secretly moved. As expected, I didn't look at the wrong person. Yuan Wangchun and Zhou Chang, the 2 generals are really hardworking, and they work tirelessly for the sake of their work, especially Yuan Wangchun, whose previously fat body was now significantly slimmer. Xiao Zhou, Lao Yuan. Wu Tian walked over and patted the 2 on the shoulder, advising, you guys are my favorites. Don't mess up your body for work. The game still needs you to hold it up. Staying up a few nights is no big deal. Yuan Wangchun grinned and said, Boss Wu, take a look at the new game first. After saying this, Yuan Wangchun asked Zhou Chang to open the new game. Okay, I'll take a look first. Wu Tian stared at the screen with great anticipation. This is the first time that Zhou Chang and Yuan Wangchun, 2 technical gurus, have worked together, and I don't know how the results will be. The game's interface is unique and has an earthy feel to it. After experiencing the game is perfect in all its UIs. The animations are amazing, and it completely exceeds expectations. Yes, touching a pair to the new game, Wu Tian couldn't help but praise. The new game is good. This is the kind of feeling I want. Looking at it makes me want to charge money. Is there anything else that needs to be improved? That's it. Perfect. Wu Tian once again reached out and put his arm around Zhou Chang and Yuan Wangchun's shoulders. What do you guys plan to name the new game? How's the God of War? Okay, God of War. Wu Tian immediately decided to activate this game name. It's a beat 'em up and upgrade M game for the landed gentry, with a luxurious interface and gorgeous animations, and you can keep moving up the ladder by purchasing equipment. The more expensive equipment you buy, the faster you upgrade and the higher your level, the more you will be able to light up a variety of exclusive icons, thus winning the favor of the goddess and obtaining a variety of goddess rewards. Congratulations on the birth of our new game God of War. Wu Tian opened 3 drinks and pushed 2 of them to Zhou Chang and Yuan Wangchun, arranging. Next, Xiao Zhou, you have the people start internal testing of the game. Yes, old Yuan, you take the game for review. Yes, come on, let's wish our horses success. Wu Tian raised his drink and clinked it with the 2 of them, then drank it all in one go. After finishing their drinks, the trio got busy with pre-launch preparations for the game. Wu Tian wasn't idle either, specializing in the publicity and promotion of the game. Pre-publicity to Li Mu is responsible for. The company has a lot of resources in the public and self-media. Push a game is enough. As for the pre-promotion, the first thing that came to Wu Tian's mind was Huanglan, and he called to ask her out. The 2 didn't go to Fuyuan restaurant this time. They went to a restaurant near the Huanglan neighborhood. Huanglan was dressed particularly boldly, in one of those low-neck tank tops, so that a slight bend in the waist would allow everything to be taken in. Wu Tian didn't dare to look blindly, and after ordering a few dishes, he hung his head down with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. Does sis look good? Huanglan deliberately brought her body over, flirtatious with endless temptation. Of course Sister Erasure looks good. Wu Tian didn't even think about it and answered with his mouth open. For men, this is the only standard answer. What's nice? Everywhere looks good. You kid has a sweet mouth. Hearing this answer, Huanglan was in a much better mood. By the way Wu Tian, do you like me? There's no one who doesn't like a woman as good as Erasure. You asked me out. Are you trying to chase me? Huanglan looked aggressive, but her tone clearly carried a few points of ambiguity. Wu Tian had a bit of a headache, having never encountered such a direct question before. If I don't answer well, I'm afraid I'll accidentally offend Sister Lan. Silly boy, it's not hard for you. Seeing this expression on Wu Tian's face, Huang Lan snorted a laugh and said with a straight face, "Say, what is it that you're looking for me for?" "Sister Erasure, I've recently developed a new game. Looking for me to help you promote your new game?" "Right." Wu Tian nodded and said, "The new game is developed for tycoons. I hope that Sister Lan can help me attract a group of tycoons to download it." "No problem. Thank you, Erasure. What's polite with a sister?" "Alright then, I'll send you the game address later." Seeing that Sister Lan agreed so readily, Wu Tian was much more at ease. After the two of them finished eating, Huang Lan grabbed the bill and laughed. "I'll treat you this time, and you'll treat me next time." "Good. Go, take me home." Huang Lan grabbed her bag and got up to take the lead towards where she lived. She lives in Washington Sky City, just a few hundred meters away. Arrived in the neighborhood on the steps, Huang Lan wearing high heels did not step steadily. The body shook, shaky about to fall. Fortunately, Wu Tian's eyes were quick and he hurriedly reached out to hold Huang Lan's body. With this hug from him, Huang Lan's body trembled slightly as if electrocuted, and her cheeks instantly blushed. He only blamed Wu Tian for grabbing his hands in the wrong place and hurriedly retracted his hands, apologizing repeatedly. "Sister Lan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it." "Brat, I didn't expect you to be quite colorful." Huang Lan was originally quite shy, but when she saw Wu Tian so nervous, she couldn't help but secretly laugh instead. "I was really careless. Then why did I just see you enjoying yourself?" Wu Tian cried and scratched his head. Erasure spoke so bluntly that he didn't know how to retort. Who knew that Huang Lan deliberately brought her body over and smiled charmingly? "Seeing that you were so overjoyed just now, do you want to hug again?" "No. Wouldn't dare." Wu Tian's body shrank in fear and took several steps back. "Put." Huang Lan was amused by this move and burst out laughing for a long time before she couldn't help but snicker. "Silly boy. Joking with you. You still took it seriously." "Sister Lan, you are really..." When he met this kind of woman, Wu Tian was really a bit helpless. Among the women around him, there was no one like Erasure, who had something to tease him for a bit of fun. "I don't think there's anything malicious about it, but it's a bit annoying at times." "Forget it, sis is going back. Bye." Huang Lan waved her hand and took a step towards her residence. After a few steps, she suddenly giggled alone. 91. Teach Tian Kuei a lesson. Wu Tian naturally didn't see Sister Lan giggling alone. Otherwise he must have thought that the woman was having a nervous attack. After eating with Erasure and realizing that it was still early, I took a taxi to my school class. After Mr. Mu's class, I had little interest in the other classes, so I just went to the martial arts club to see what was going on. As soon as he entered the social hall, he found some chaos inside. A few members of the club were lying on the ground and wailing, while the former president Zhang Xiaofeng was inside the martial arts hall with people. "Why are you here?" Wu Tian's face sank violently as he walked over quickly. Zhang Xiaofeng's neck shrank in fear, and he took several steps back, and said with a bit of timidity, I brought people here to cut martial arts." He had seen Wu Tian's ability before, so naturally he was a bit scared. "Cutting?" Wu Tian looked down at the beaten members of the community and realized that they were all very seriously injured. It didn't take much thought to realize that it must have been Zhang Xiaofeng who brought people over to fight. At this time, Gu Xiaoman hurriedly ran over and explained to Wu Tian, "Zhang Xiaofeng brought people over to kick the club and injured a few of our club members. I didn't expect this kid to be quite fat and still dare to come over." Wu Tian clenched his teeth, his whole body bubbling with anger. He had taught Zhang Xiaofeng a hard lesson before, telling this kid not to come to the martial arts club in the future. I didn't expect that this kid would dare to go back on his word and bring someone over to kick the house today. It's really outrageous. President Wu, the few people Zhang Xiaofeng brought with him today are very powerful. They seem to be from the martial arts club of the school next door. Gu Xiaoman pointed at the three men in martial arts uniforms behind Zhang Xiaofeng and said with some scorn, "They just injured several of our club members in the ring, and even the vice president is no match for them. Is it really that good? Right, then I would like to see it." Wu Tian gritted his teeth and yelled at the few people behind Zhang Xiaofeng, "Aren't you guys coming to kick the bucket? I'll fight you. What are you boys?" One of the handsome men stepped forward and asked in a bullish manner with his chest puffed out. Wu Tian shot a glance at the man and said, "I am Wu Tian, the president of the martial arts club. I didn't realize that the president of the I.T.U. martial arts club was this kind of weak waist. Ha ha ha." The man threw back his head and scoffed, and the two men behind him both followed with laughter. On the contrary, it was Zhang Xiaofeng on the side. He had seen Wu Tian's ability before and knew that this kid was a vicious character, so he naturally did not dare to take the enemy lightly at this moment. This time, he deliberately invited the experts from the martial arts club of the school next door over, just to deal with Wu Tian in order to resolve his anger. However, he was not sure if these few experts could beat Wu Tian, and for the moment, he could only wait and see what would happen. After some ridicule, the man in martial arts uniform tilted his head and said, "My name is Tian Kuei. Vice President of the Four Directions Martial Arts Club. And this time I have come here specifically to challenge your Engineering University Martial Arts Club. Please. Wu Tian was the first to step into the ring. When he encountered such a situation, he naturally could not concede as the president. No matter what, we must defeat our opponents, recover the dignity and face for the Wushu Club and all the members, and never let the Wushu Club be reduced to a laughingstock. Ha ha ha. After getting on the stage, Tian Kuei looked at Wu Tian with another burst of unbridled ridicule. He scoffed for a long time before he couldn't hold back his blow. I really don't understand how a loser like you can become the president. In my eyes, you're the waste. Wu Tian shot back without showing any weakness. Having carefully observed just now, the man called Tian Kuei in front of him had unstable roots and a wasted lower disc, and was not a powerful character. If he goes all out, it won't be hard to beat his opponent. Bah! Tian Kuei spat fiercely towards the ground and despised in a contemptuous tone. Just a useless waste like you. How dare you clamor with me here? Cut the crap. Who is a waste? Let's see the truth with our fists. Wu Tian moved his arms and legs and secretly set up his stance. He's got a little scratch on his back that hasn't healed yet. This time it has to be a quick fight and not be dragged down by the opponent. Kid, if you lose, how about giving up the president's seat? Tian Kuei opened his mouth to provoke. Good, I have no problem with that. Wu Tian nodded his head in agreement and then added, if you lose, you guys in Zhang Xiaofeng will crawl out like dogs. Dare you? Of course I dare. Tian Kuei didn't even think about it and decisively met the battle. In his eyes, Wu Tian was simply a weak little punk who could never be his opponent. Then let's begin. As soon as Wu Tian's words fell, he took the initiative to launch an attack towards Tian Kuei. Tian Kuei doesn't show any weakness and swings to meet him. The two tangled in the ring. The community members who were watching from the stage were secretly nervous. Everyone was shouting and cheering for Wu Tian in their hearts, hoping that President Wu would achieve victory, win honor for the martial arts club, and find dignity and face for all the members. The fight in the ring is getting more and more intense. After the two of them had gone through some entanglement, Wu Tian snapped and attacked Tian Kuei up and down as fast as he could. A series of attacks shook Tian Kuei out. Ah! With a mournful scream, Tian Kuei fell to the ground in pain. At this moment, his eyes were full of despair as he looked at Wu Tian. In his dreams, he did not expect that the kid in front of him was so strong, and that he had abused him so quickly. At this time, which still has the arrogance of a moment ago, just like a defeated rooster paralyzed on the ground, as the vice president of the Four Directions Society, he would actually lose to a weak brat. Thinking about it made me feel unwilling. The two members of the community he brought with him also became downcast in an instant. A few people no longer had the arrogant capital they had before, and when they saw that the vice president had lost to Wu Tian, they all turned into frosty eggplants. Especially Zhang Xiaofeng. As he watched Tian Kuei being knocked down by Wu Tian, he immediately only felt his body tremble. He had thought that getting Tian Kuei to come over would help him avenge his death, but he didn't expect that he would end up losing to this kid Wu Tian. Soon, the martial arts center was abuzz. Seeing that President Wu was victorious, the members of the community could not help but cheer as they swept away the previous gloom. Previously, they were kicked and punched in the face by Tian Kuei and the others, causing everyone to be unable to hold their heads up, and they all felt humiliated. And now it's different. Their President Wu was very powerful, directly tyrannizing his opponents and helping them regain their dignity and face, making all the members of the club feel raised eyebrows and extremely relieved. At this moment, they were all proud to have a president like Wu Tian. While everyone was excited and cheering, Wu Tian slowly walked off the stage and came in front of Zhang Xiaofeng. The people you brought are nothing more than that. With this much skill, what qualifications do you have to kick? You. Zhang Xiaofeng was speechless with anger. It seemed that he had still underestimated Wu Tian's strength, and bringing Tian Kuei over this time was just a self-inflicted humiliation. According to the agreement, you should crawl out from here like dogs. Wu Tian pointed his finger at the floor, his face as grim as ice. Impossible. Zhang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and played a rascal. Want me to climb out? Not a chance. That's not up to you. After Wu Tian said this, he raised his leg and kicked Zhang Xiaofeng hard on his knee. 92, not as expected. Ah! With a miserable scream, Zhang Xiaofeng directly fell to his knees on the ground. Before he could stand up, Wu Tian once again swung his fists and punched and kicked at him, and in a few moments, he had beaten the kid's head to a bloody and bruised state. In order to save his little life, he only begged for mercy. Stop fighting, I'll crawl. After saying this, Zhang Xiaofeng forced himself to endure the severe pain in his body to climb out from the social hall. And you guys? Wu Tian twisted his head and glared fiercely at Tian Kuei and the others, roaring, climb out from here. Tian Kuei and the three of them were all frightened by Wu Tian's ferocious methods, and without saying a word, they obediently followed Zhang Xiaofeng as he climbed out of the martial arts hall. The members of the society at the scene all laughed and laughed. and everyone felt particularly relieved to see these people who had kicked the door crawling out in such a sorry state. This time, it was President Wu who helped the club to save face, and it was President Wu who helped the members to regain their dignity. Everyone was ruthlessly grateful to President Wu in their hearts, and at the same time, they worshipped the new president even more. Phew! Seeing that those people who kicked the pavilion were driven away by Wu Tian, Gu Xiaoman secretly let out a breath and took a step closer to Wu Tian. President Wu, thanks to you for relieving the situation this time. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. Since I'd become this president, naturally I can't see the members suffer. Wu Tian looked like he was taking it for granted. As the president, you have to guard the honor of the club and the dignity in face of all the members no matter what. President Wu, you're awesome. Gu Xiaoman pulled the hair at the corner of her ear and softly said, you're really excellent. It's great for our club to have a president like you. Girl, looking at your eyes so infatuated. It can't be that you have a crush on this president, right? Go on. It's not. There's no heartbeat. Why are you blushing? Which is not. Gu Xiaoman covered her face all a bit embarrassed. You're so cute. Wu Tian flirted a few times and took the initiative to change the subject. Are there any activities in the martial arts club lately? There might be a league in a while. Well, let's get everyone to train well and try to take first place. First place? Gu Xiaoman blinked her two big eyes, feeling that Wu Tian was so ambitious, opening her mouth to take the first place. Our goal is first place. Wu Tian tilted his head with a few moments of confidence. A driver who doesn't want to be a general is not a good cook. Put. Gu Xiaoman had a very low laugh point and was directly amused by this. Laughing and tilting his head, he looked particularly good. You take everyone to train well. I'll leave first. Call me if anything happens. Wu Tian stared at the girl for a few moments and turned towards the outside of the social hall. Hey, President Wu. After walking a few steps, he heard Gu Xiaoman's shouts. Wu Tian hurriedly stopped his steps and turned around in disbelief. Xiaoman, is there anything else? I'm not fine. It's really okay? It's really fine. Gu Xiaoman bit her mouth and swallowed back what she wanted to say. I'm off then. Bye. Wu Tian waved his hand, turned around and quickly left the martial arts club hall and took a taxi to the company. It's been a busy time for the company lately, with employees working non-stop to launch new games. As soon as Wu Tian arrived at the office, he couldn't wait to ask Yuan Wangchun after him. How's the new game test going? It went very well. Has it been vetted? Over. That's good. Wu Tian was especially happy to learn that everything went well. Happy for less than 3 seconds, Zhou Cheng poured cold water. Boss Wu, this new game of ours hasn't met expectations. Low traffic? The traffic is not low, but the recharge rate is very low, and we haven't even earned back the cost of promoting the lead generation. Open up the backend and I'll look at the data. Good. Zhou Cheng hurriedly opened the background of the game. When he finished looking at the background data, Wu Tian's face instantly sank. Originally this was a game aimed at the tycoons, profiting from top-ups, but I didn't expect the top-up and retention rates to be low, less than a tenth of what was expected. Through the data, the promotion is quite successful. The traffic is not bad, hundreds of thousands of users downloaded, but the users who are really willing to spend money to play is minimal. Boss Wu, at this rate, this new game of ours will definitely lose money. Zhou Cheng looked at the backstage with a dejected face, his mood incomparably lost. They poured their hearts and souls into making this game, working overtime to make everything perfect, only to have it turn out to be a huge disappointment for everyone. Don't be in a hurry. Let me think of something. Wu Tian was also in a low mood, but he didn't sentence this game to death. He needs to find the reason for the low recharge rate of the game and then treat the problem. Leaning back in his chair, he slowly closed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. It's not that the game is bad in terms of traffic. It's that people don't want to top up and play with little passion. The problem now lies in how to get users to recharge for equipment and how to attract dirtbags to recharge. After pondering for a long time, Wu Tian touched his cell phone to register his game account and entered the partition to start playing the game. The newcomer's small number can't fight at all, so he simply recharged a few million in his account, purchased high-grade equipment, brushed a wave, and soon lit up all kinds of medals. In doing so, his account soon topped the servers and became the obvious player, the god of war in the game. Subsequently, Wu Tian variously tyrannized the smaller players and called out to the other players in the division to challenge them. After he provoked him so much, many tycoon players had charged money for equipment, all wanting to surpass Wu Tian and tyrannize him. Since then, the division has become lively. Not only did the tycoon players fill up their money, even ordinary players flocked to the division, all shouting and cheering for those tycoons. There was a tycoon who recharged 5 million at once, crushing Wu Tian and becoming the god of war in the division, sought after and loved by other players. The tycoon's vanity was greatly satisfied, so he simply rushed in another 2 million and continued to light up the medals to challenge the higher level of the god of war. Yes, before the game was over, Wu Tian couldn't help but clap his hands. Seeing a tycoon buying equipment to crush him, he instead danced with joy. Great, Boss Wu, what's the situation? Seeing Wu Tian having so much fun in his office, Li Mu, Yuan Wangchun, Zhou Chang and the others inquired about the situation. I've come up with a great way to stimulate recharge. What way? Regardless of whether it's a real or virtual society, everyone likes to compare and everyone wants to pretend. As long as we stimulate the players, we can make the tycoons obediently recharge. Wu Tian spoke out the thoughts in his mind. Just now through the game protest, as long as the identity of the god of war to constantly provoke and stimulate other players, you can make those tycoons recharge, transformed into the god of war in the game to pretend. How exciting! Zhou Chang and Yuan Wangchun pursued in unison. That's an easy one. Just get a trustee. You mean we get someone to impersonate a player to play for us and deliberately provoke the dirtbags? Yes, that's what it means. Wu Tian nodded his head vigorously. 93, the way to break it. Yes. Yuan Wangchun slapped his thigh and couldn't help but appreciate. This is a good idea. I think it's feasible. He'd done games before and knew the ropes better than anyone. Except he hadn't thought of this great idea before. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Li Mu followed suit and expressed his support. Game this he doesn't know much about. Mainly because he trusts Wu Tian, he will support unconditionally. Don't rush first. Wu Tian thought for a while and tried to propose. When I was playing the game just now, I realized that only tycoons can find pleasure in the game. And it's not very sticky for ordinary players. We're supposed to be targeting the tycoons. Ordinary small players don't matter. No. Wu Tian shook his head and analyzed. It's like fighting in a ring. If there are only two masters fighting in the heat of the moment, with no audience participation under the stage, then what's the point? Yeah, that makes sense. I think we should set up a reward in guessing function, so that ordinary players can reward the tycoon with game coins, as well as bet on the tycoon in the form of guessing, which will stimulate the tycoon's enthusiasm, and at the same time greatly satisfy the tycoon's vanity. This is a good idea. Yuan Wangchun couldn't help but clap his hands again. This can be said to be a triple win. Not only can it stimulate the tycoons, but it can also increase the fun and user viscosity, as well as increase the recharge. Yeah, that's what I thought. Boss Wu, how did you grow this brain? How come you're so smart? Overpraise? I'm just thinking about things from all angles. Wu Tian smiled vainly and opened his mouth to command. Xiao Zhou, you are responsible for adding new features to the interface. Yes, old Yuan, you're in charge of finding special people to pinch hit in each division. Yes, Mr. Li. Wu Tian finally landed his gaze on Li Mu. You're in charge of buying more walnuts. What are you buying walnuts for? Developing games is just too much brainpower to let people catch up. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, several people couldn't help but laugh out loud. They didn't expect Boss Wu to be quite humorous. Even the secretary was amused. After laughing, everyone went about their business. Zhou Chang was very efficient and quickly added a new reward in guessing function to the game interface. Yuan Wangchun's side is not slow, looking for dozens of professional substitutes, filled with game coins, and provoking all kinds of players in all divisions as the god of war. The next thing you know, everyone is sitting in front of their computers, keeping an eye on the data in the background. The background data is refreshed every 10 minutes. Every time it's refreshed, it gets everyone's heart pumping. It's more exciting than a roller coaster ride because the recharge numbers are growing by double digits every time. The method that Wu Tian had thought of really worked. In just 10 hours, the recharge amount in the background had already exceeded $20 million. Great! Seeing this figure, Yuan Wangchun looked exceptionally excited. I have been doing the game for so many years. Never had such a good result. Just entered the market recharge amounted to more than 20 million. It's really good, but the growth rate drops off at the back, so it would be nice if we could attract more dirtbags to top up. This you have reminded me. Wu Tian secretly fell into contemplation, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Where do you think we have the most tycoons in Luzhou? Of course it's the Universal Club. Anyone who can spend money in there is a billionaire tycoon. Right. Wu Tian nodded his head vigorously, and after thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and proposed, why don't we hold a game competition at the Universal Club? This will definitely attract tycoons into the game. The idea is good, but if you want to run a competition at the Universal Club, it's harder than climbing up to heaven. Li Mu mercilessly poured cold water. Even if he was the oldest president of Tenmu Technology, he wasn't qualified to enter the Universal Club to spend money, let alone go inside to run a competition. No one has ever run an event at the Universal Club, and it's as difficult as you can imagine. I'll take care of this. Wu Tian stepped aside and fished out his cell phone to dial Linan. The phone was connected and Linan's tone was extremely respectful. Mr. Wu, it's an honor to receive your call. I wonder what your instructions are. Boss Lin, there's something I'd like to ask you for. Mr. Wu, please, I've developed a new game. and I'd like to take it and run a gaming PK tournament at your club. It's certainly no problem if it's you. On the other end of the phone, Lyndon didn't make any hesitation. May I ask which game, Mr. Wu made? Warlord Handbook. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Then I'll work hard for Boss Lin. Wu Tian hung up the phone, turned to Li Mu and the others and smiled. Universal Club has agreed to run the competition for us. Really? All three of Li Mu felt particularly surprised. They had never been to the Universal Club, but they knew all the rules inside. Even the most fluffy tycoon wouldn't be able to run an event in there, wondering how Wu Tian did it. Actually, I'm friends with the club's owner, Lin, and he expressed his willingness to help. Wu Tian briefly explained. It boils down to the fact that he has a club black card in his hand, a privilege so great that even the club owner doesn't dare to offend the person who holds the black card. Boss Wu is such a fluffer, and he can still know a character like the owner of the Universal Club. Li Mu wasn't kissing ass, he really admired Wu Tian. Don't say so much, let's plan it out. Lao Yuan and Xiao Zhou, you guys come up with a specific competition plan. Mr. Li, you're in charge of spreading the news of the competition. A small wave of publicity. Yes. A few people responded and went about their business energetically. Wu Tian was not idle and went to the club to approach Linen about specific matters regarding the game competition. Linen immediately said that he was going to ask Zhou Min, a well-known TV host, to come over and host the game competition in person. It also waived all funding for the event, which was paid for by the club, not allowing Wu Tian to shell out a dime. Wu Tian offers to split the proceeds equally, only to be verbally rejected by Linen, who says he doesn't want a penny. The hospitality was hard to resist, so Wu Tian could only accept this favor from Boss Lin. The preparation went very well. Tianmu Technology is responsible for the planning and promotion of the game competition, and Global Club is responsible for the site setup. 3 days later, the God of War PK tournament, which had been carefully planned by Tianmu Technology in conjunction with the Universal Club, officially began. Those who participated in the registration were all powerful young men who were fighting for honor, and frankly speaking, they were here to pretend. Because the prize this time is also very special. The first place of the Warlord tournament will receive a Universal Club Diamond card, and at the same time can taste the most expensive red wine of the Universal Club. For this match, Linen took out the club's valuable red wine to attract the rich and powerful. In fact, this red wine is just a gimmick. Itself is not worth a lot of money, because he gave him the title of the club's most expensive red wine, so it attracts the rich young people stupid. Instead of fighting over wine, it's more of a face-off. 94 God of War PK Tournament. The tournament was held in a multifunctional conference room on the second floor, which was decorated with high-end luxury and didn't have that competitive tournament feel to it at all. The field is divided into 2 areas. The white chairs on the stage are the competitors area and the registered competitors sit on the stage to compete. The black chairs under the stage are for spectators, and any guest with a gold or diamond card can watch the game. The club remains closed to the general public. According to the club's rules, at any given time, if you don't have a card in your hand you'll never get in. At 10 a.m., participants entered. Most of these rich people are young men, and some of them are rich girls or princesses. Before the game even started, swords were already rattling in the arena. The reason for this atmosphere, naturally, is the publicity effect of Wu Tian and others. Before the start of the race, using public opinion secretly for the rich second generation of each other, for them to each other pull hate. So, once the rich kids enter the arena, they are separated from each other, and the smoke of battle is already filling the air before the match even starts. Seeing this kind of atmosphere, Wu Tian was quite satisfied. It looked like the preparations over the past few days had not been in vain. As soon as the match started, those rich kids would find a way to suppress their opponents and become the strongest God of War in the game. There is only one way to quickly become a God of War, and that is to desperately charge money to brush your equipment and light up your medals, then upgrade again, then paint higher level gear, then light up higher level medals, and the cycle continues indefinitely. To put it simply, it's a burnout game. Wu Tian sat in the viewing area as if he had already seen money drilling into his pocket, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise secretly. Just as he was secretly pleased with himself, he only saw Lu Jun bringing his daughter Lu Mengyao over this way. At this time, Lu Mengyao was wearing a slant-shoulder dress. Her left shoulder and legs were bare. She was sexy without losing her elegance, and she was charming in her petite softness. It's worthy of being the school's flower girl, so beautiful with every knit of her brows and every smile. Uncle Lu, what brings you guys here? Seeing the duo approaching, Wu Tian hurriedly got up and greeted them with a small face. I heard that there is a game PK tournament over here, so I brought Mengyao over to join in the fun. After Lu Jun said this, he sat down in the seat next to Wu Tian. Lu Mengyao smiled faintly at Wu Tian and sat down beside her father. After Wu Tian took his seat, he grinned. I didn't expect Uncle Lou to like playing games even at his age. I don't have much interest in games. I'm just idle and bored, so I brought Mangyao over to sit. Lu Jun said here and shifted the topic to the girls. To say playing games, Mangyao might like it more. Actually, I didn't love playing games before, and since I played the JoJo handicap game, I've become a bit mesmerized. Lu Mangyao said with a smile as she pulled her hair from the corner of her ear. You like Choo-Choo handicap? Yeah, it's a handheld game that's recently exploded in popularity, and after playing it twice I feel like I can't help myself. Yes? Aha! Lu Mangyao nodded her head and asked without words, by the way, what kind of games do you like to play? I don't like to play games. I like to make games. Make a game? Lu Mangyao stared with a frown on her face, seemingly not understanding the meaning of those words. It was at this point that the host, Zhou Min, came on stage. The scene was quiet for a moment, and everyone surveyed the woman on stage with scrutinizing eyes. This is a well-known host in Luzhou, hosted many big programs, did not expect this time was invited over to host the game competition. Zhou Min is worthy of being a first-class host, wearing a one-piece set of dresses. So one stop toward the stage. The temperament is bursting. Good noon everyone. Zhou Min took the microphone and said a series of introductory remarks. Then the words changed. The first Battle God PK tournament has officially begun. Please look at the big screen. As soon as the words fell, the two giant screens overhead were lit up at the same time. This was a large screen that Wu Tian had asked to be specially customized, several times larger than the ordinary screen, just to present the real-time race situation and bring impact to everyone's sight to achieve a very shocking effect. The basic information of more than 20 players appeared on the screen, all labeled with numbers below. These are the present players. Zhou Min pointed to the screen and introduced them, adding, of course, there are also absent players in this competition, who will be competing on the same stage as everyone else, competing for the top 3 places. The final first place winner will receive a Universal Club Diamond card and the most expensive wine in the club. When the host, Zhou Min, finished announcing the news, there was so much agitation in the scene. A lot of people are gold and are looking to upgrade their gold to diamond, which is kind of a no-brainer for them. The host then briefly announced the rules of the game. The so-called rule was that there were no rules, and as long as one could be the most fluffy god of war, that was the king, and one could be the most dazzling figure in the room. With a few words, everyone's passion was high, and they were all poised for what was to come. Below I announced the official start of the first Battle God PK competition. Zhou Min announced loudly, followed by a rather shocking music resounding from the scene. 2 large screens project the game interface and real-time battle conditions, including rankings, medals, battle coins, and honors earned. As soon as the game started, there were hundreds of players in the tournament area. These players included the registered players and ordinary players on the site, and of course some of them were the trustees that Wu Tian had paid to hire. The game began less than 5 minutes. The scene of the tycoons have been charging money to brush equipment, and soon left those ordinary players far away. The dirtbags are starting to come into their own, and they're all starting to drop money on the charts. In the game room, those torrents also started to power up, swiping equipment while provoking those tycoons. This is a situation where the tycoon has to keep charging for equipment. The audience under the stage were all staring at the screen, seeing the changes on the list. Their moods were all incredibly excited, and every now and then someone shouted and cheered. In fact, the most excited person on the scene was going to be Wu Tian. While others were looking at the list, he was staring at the battle coins, because these war coins are real money, and that's all money. Seeing the battle coins grow by millions and millions, Wu Tian's blood raced with excitement, not expecting the percentage to increase by tens of millions in just 10 minutes. Oh my god, at this rate, after the competition it's going to be. At the thought of so many white flowery bills flowing into his company, Wu Tian felt his heart surging and his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. He didn't show it though, pressing his chest to try and calm himself down a bit. On the contrary, it was Lu Yueyao on the side. Seeing such a wonderful and exciting game screen, she also looked unusually excited. Wow, this game is really good. Watching people's blood boil, I can't help but want to charge money. This game is simply robbing money. Lu Jun shook his head and couldn't help but lament. The water flow that recharges in a minute is nearly $1 million. These rich second generation are really losers. Tens of millions of dollars to brush so desperately and furiously. Seeing the game coins that were still growing wildly, Lu Mangyao felt surprised. She was also considered a rich girl and never lacked for money. But like those tycoons who were so crazy about burning money, even she couldn't help but be secretly flabbergasted. It's the person who developed the game who was too smart. Lu Jun looked at the screen and lamented. To be able to rely on a game to make rich people swipe money like crazy, the person who developed the game is definitely a genius. 95 burning game. I'm curious as to who was so powerful to develop such a lucrative game. Lu Mangyao blinked her 2 big eyes like a curious baby. The previous Chocho handheld game she thought was awesome for getting so deep into it that she couldn't get out of it. And now there's this game coming out that's even better than the Choo Choo handheld game. And it'll get the dirtbags all caught up in it. It feels like this game is like a pit. And the tycoons are happily jumping into it. The kind where they are sold but still counting the money for others. To be able to develop this kind of money-sucking game, it must be an industry mogul. Lu Jun gradually became interested in this game. To be precise, he became interested in the boss behind the development of the game. It's definitely a genius to come up with this kind of money-making game. Dad, can you get someone to find out who actually developed this game? Good. Lu Jun was just about to do that. He also wanted to know who the boss behind this game was. He also wanted to meet the gaming mogul. Just as he felt out his cell phone and was about to make a call, he was stopped by Wu Tian reaching out and holding it down. Uncle Lu, don't check. Tian, don't you want to know who developed such a fluffy game? No need to check. I know. Do you know who developed this game? Right. Who is it? Skymaster Technology. Ha? Lu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that you had this game developed? Yes, I developed it. Wu Tian nodded sincerely. At the beginning, he had planned to tell Uncle Lu about this matter, but at that time, he was interrupted by Lu Mengyao and didn't have time to say anything. Lu Jun's eyes were rounded, looking at Wu Tian with some disbelief, and only after a long time did he come up with a sentence. Good boy, you're really good. You've come up with such a cheating game. When Wu Tian invested in Tenmu technology before, he was extremely opposed to it, worrying that the kid would lose money. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, the brat had brought Tianmu technology to develop such an awesome mobile game. To be honest, even he had to admire Wu Tian. This kid simply had a really flexible brain. I was also inspired by chance to develop the God of War game, and only through step-by-step improvement and promotion did I get this effect now. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly. The ability to make the God of War handheld game as effective as it is now relies on the team, on step-by-step improvement and deepening, and, of course, on a little bit of luck. Kid, which one of you is a handheld game? You're clearly a money reaper developed for tycoons. Looking at the game currency still growing crazily, even Lu Jun couldn't help but feel jealous. This kid is so good in the head that he can come up with such a damaging trick to easily pocket the money of the rich. Uncle Lu, you're talking seriously. Not serious at all. Lu Jun gripped Wu Tian's arm tightly and quipped. Only you can play those landed rich second generation in the palm of your hand. I'm just throwing my hat in the ring. 2. I have never admired any young man in my life. You kid convinced me. Lu Jun patted Wu Tian's arm hard and smiled with a face full of relief. Uncle Lu is too kind. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Being praised so recklessly by Uncle Lu really made him feel embarrassed. Lu Mengyao listened to half a day, did not understand much, stared at the eyebrow puzzled. Dad, in the end what are you talking about? How come I didn't understand a single word? Mengyao, don't you want to know who developed the God of War game? I can tell you now. Lu Jun withdrew his gaze and landed on his daughter. Who developed it? Wu Tian. What? He? Lu Mengyao stared with wide eyes full of dismay, looking at Wu Tian with that look of a monster. Ben thought Dad was joking. It soon became apparent that Dad looked very serious and not half joking. Lu Mengyao was dumbfounded for half a day before she came back to her senses and said incredulously, Dad, you said that this hand travel game of God of War was developed by Wu Tian? 1,000 times over. Tian La. Lu Mengyao's eyes were about to fall out in shock. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that God of War was a game developed by Wu Tian. With a magnificent interface and flawless animations, this is a game that the landlubbers will really love. The most important point is that this game has a strong appeal to the landed gentry and can make them go crazy charging money into it. I didn't expect such a perfect game to be developed by a young man like Wu Tian. Staring blankly at Wu Tian for half a day, she couldn't help but marvel. How could you develop such a perfect game? Don't get me wrong. This is something I accomplished with my team. The main credit goes to my team. Wu Tian hurriedly explained. The adoring gaze of his father and daughter made him fidget a little. You can lead a team to develop such a fluffy game. That's still a genius as well. Lu Mengyao's admiration for Wu Tian remained unabated. It was probably luck. Classmate Wu Tian, you really are not simple. No wonder even my father appreciates you so much. Lu Mengyao couldn't help but speak from her heart. Her dad had been praising how good Wu Tian was in front of her before, and had questioned her dad at the time. It was only at this point that she realized that her dad hadn't been mistaken, and that Wu Tian was indeed very good and more capable than she had imagined. Goten. Lu Jun glanced at the time and said to Wu Tian, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. Uncle Lu has something for you to do first. Good then. Mengyao is in your hands. Lu Jun patted Wu Tian's shoulder meaningfully and said, Take good care of Mengyao for me. Yes, Mengyao. Dad will leave first. Lu Jun stood up from his chair, winked at his daughter, got up and left quickly. Lu Mengyao seemed to comprehend her father's intentions. Her pretty face violently reddened and she unconsciously hung her head. At this time, the host on stage announced the battle results again. Congratulations to N9 for taking the lead for now, surpassing L1 and ascending to the throne. The scene instantly boiled over at those words. The N9 player was originally at the bottom of the list, but he didn't expect to swipe tens of millions of dollars straight away, squeezing out all his rivals to become number one at once. In fact, people didn't know that N9 was a trustee paid by Wu Tian, specifically to stimulate those tycoons. Once N9 was on top, he taunted the dudes in the tournament, constantly calling out all sorts of provocations like the dudes. This instantly enraged several other powerful tycoons who continuously swiped their equipment, vowing to teach N9 a lesson and decapitate their rivals from the throne. The next brush of equipment are starting in the millions, really opened up the burning war, the game race into the climax. At this point, the rankings on the screen were changing particularly fast, with people constantly ascending to the throne and quickly being squeezed out by their rivals. For a while, the scene was so tense with anger that the entire field was filled with smoke, more exciting than a war. The audience also watched with great interest. They were all infected by this kind of game. Even some of the tycoons who don't play games couldn't help but join the battle. 96. Wu Tian was staring at the screen, watching the game coins rise wildly without stopping, and his heart was also thumping wildly. It's never been as exciting as it is now, and this feeling is simply more exciting than a lottery ticket of $50 million or a fund going up. At this moment, it only felt like the blood was spurting and the pores were standing up. This madness went on for over an hour, and the tycoons gradually came to a halt. Burning money is just a process, and by the time the emotions are fully released, many tycoons gradually calm down. Eventually the G8 player ascended to the throne and became the first god of war, and this exciting and thrilling game came to an end. An hour and a half of gameplay was like a war for many, and many had sweaty clothes. When the host announced that the game was over, everyone relaxed. I will now announce that the first place winner of the God of War is player G8. Please invite this player to the stage to receive his award, host Zhou Min loudly announced. At this time, her palms were clenched with cold sweat, or the first time to host such a tense and exciting game competition. Honestly, she couldn't help but want to get involved as the game's PK tournament entered a critical moment. As the host's words fell, a young rich kid walked onto the stage with his head held high and fluff coaxed, prouder than if he had won the Labelle Prize. All eyes were focused on the rich second generation, whose strength could be imagined if they could become the first place of the God of War. The awards were presented to the winners by the club's owner, Lin An, who was followed by a round of applause to congratulate them. Here, this is your Medal of Honor. Zhou Min put a gold and jade game medal on the rich second generation's neck. This was also a specially customized medal by Wu Tian, worth more than $100,000. Not only is the gold content high, the workmanship is so exquisite that it is comparable to an Olympic gold medal. This gold medal instantly elevated the warlord's compulsion. Zhou Min held up the microphone and inquired to Richie Rich, "What do you think about winning first place in the God of War PK tournament? I admire the developers of the God of War game for making me so happy after spending tens of millions of dollars for nothing." The rich kid took the microphone and said loudly. The crowd on stage laughed at this statement. "Well, thanks to the warlord for first place, and please welcome second place, L2 to the stage." Zhou Min handed out more than 10 medals in one breath. As long as the brush equipment exceeded 5 million there were medals, as a way to satisfy the vanity of these rich second generation. After sending out the medals and declaring that the game competition has come to an end, in the end, the host also deliberately left a suspense, looking forward to the second War God PK competition. After the event, everyone dispersed. After saying goodbye to Linen, Wu Tian hurried out of the Universal Club, ready to go back to the company to look at the backstage data. Game currency is too much and too scattered to calculate. Want to know the specific recharge amount? Need to go to the background to see the detailed data. When he walked out of the club, he was blocked by Lu Mengyao who jogged over. "Hey, wait for me, MS. Lu, is something wrong?" Wu Tian could only stop his steps and politely turned around and smiled. "Call me Mengyao. Mengyao, this title of yours sounds a bit raw." Lu Mengyao smiled bitterly and said without words, "My father especially appreciates you." "Yes, I do agree with Dad's vision though. You're really good." "I'm flattered." Wu Tian rubbed his nose awkwardly. "That, you have something else? I want you to accompany me shopping." Lu Mengyao put her hands behind her back and said in an irresistible tone, "Sorry, I don't have time right now." Wu Tian was now preoccupied with going back to the company to look at the backstage data and inspect the success of this period of labor. As for such things as accompanying Miss Lu in shopping, he really didn't have much heart right now. "You don't like being with me?" "No." Wu Tian glanced at the time and laughed awkwardly. "I really have something going on right now. In that case, it's fine for me to treat you to dinner and shopping some other day." After saying this, he left quickly without looking back. "Hey, Seeing Wu Tian leave, Lu Mengyao grudgingly bit her mouth and turned around to leave with a few moments of loss. Wu Tian returned to the company and found that the office was in chaos, and the employees all looked particularly excited, each as happy as if they had won the lottery. The most excited than Li Mu. See Wu Tian back to the company. He scurried out like a rabbit, a hug Wu Tian arm, excited mouth trembling. 2. Good. We this time earn over. How about it? How much did you earn this time? Wu Tian waited for the answer with an expectant face. I'm afraid you can't imagine how. We've made a profit this time. Halfway through his words, Li Mu suddenly swallowed back, deliberately selling out. I'm afraid you won't believe me when I say it. It's better to look at the background data. He then hurriedly instructed Yuan Wangchun to open the backstage. Wu Tian couldn't wait to pounce in front of the computer, and when he saw the amount of recharge in the background, he was indeed a bit incredulous, still thinking it was his eyesight. He looked at it several times before murmuring excitedly, asterisk 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 asterisk, more than 500 million, the whole more than 500 million. It was especially exciting to see the play money surge like crazy inside the clubhouse arena, and I was expecting to see 200 million after the conversion. In fact, it was much higher than he had predicted, surprisingly reaching 500 million. It was a miracle that the recharge amount exceeded 500 million in less than 2 hours. Seeing this astronomical figure, Wu Tian could not hide the excitement and thrill in his heart, and tears of joy came out. $500 million, which was not only a huge amount of income, but also a recognition of his ability and strength. Finally, he created a miracle with his own hands and led his team to make hundreds of millions of dollars with a single game. At this moment, he felt his blood burning, his whole body was like boiling, and he had never been so excited as he was now. Phew! After being excited for a long time, he suppressed the fire in his heart and tilted his head to exhale a long breath. $500 million. All of our efforts have not been in vain. Yes, Li Mu was equally excited. Tears were rolling straight in his eyes, and from the bottom of his heart, he said, after so many years of entrepreneurship, I've never felt so accomplished as I do today. Boss Wu, thank you. You're the one who brought me to create miracles, and it's the greatest fortune of my life to have met you. As he spoke, tears rolled out of Li Mu's eyes. Look at your little interest. Wu Tian swung his fist and smashed Li Mu, smiling. 500 million is nothing. We have to create a $1 trillion myth in the future. I'm stuck with you for life. Good. Wu Tian smiled in relief and pressed Yuan Wangchun's shoulder behind him. This time, we can't succeed without you and Xiao Zhou's contribution. Thank you. No. Yuan Wangchun clenched his teeth and said in a heavy tone, I should thank you. It's you who let me find the value of survival. Let me find the motivation to move forward. I'm glad I chose to follow you. Yeah, and me. Zhou Chang held up his glasses and couldn't help but digress. If it wasn't for Boss Wu, I would be useless even if I had heavenly skills. It's Boss Wu who made me what I am. I sincerely thank Boss Wu. After saying this, he bowed deeply towards Wu Tian to thank him. 97 profitable. Alright, let's not thank each other here. Wu Tian interrupted a few people and said with a smile, the success of God of War's handheld game can't be separated from every member of Tenmu Technology. We all deserve credit. I'll take out $1 million in my personal name to give you all a red packet. Yes. The office was instantly abuzz with the crowd chanting in unison. After the month-end statement comes out, the company will also give more bonuses to everyone. Wu Tian then added, okay, snap. The office erupted in applause, and all the employees raised their hands and applauded, all looking incredibly excited. Next, we still can't slacken on our various tasks. Wu Tian immediately arranged the next work tasks and finally said, after work, I will invite everyone to get together. The office cheered at this statement. Alright, everyone, let's get busy first. After Wu Tian said this, he turned his head and said to Li Mu, today is relying on the PK tournament to make the recharge amount skyrocket. After today the recharge amount will definitely plummet. Yeah, I think so, but by my prediction, the total should top $1 billion. 1 billion, that's quite a lot. Excluding the cost, the profit is also around 500 or 600 million. Li Mu's tone of voice was obviously a bit excited. Without this game, I'm afraid the company wouldn't be able to make such high profits for 10 years. These profits, after costs, take out a portion to give bonuses to everyone, a portion to develop and run the game, and the other funds to develop the company's main strength, making mobile software and systems. Thank you, Boss Wu. Li Mu bowed deeply to express his gratitude, and it was more of a tribute. It was expected that after making money from the game, Boss Wu would vigorously develop the game and turn it into the company's mainstay. I didn't expect that Boss Wu would not forget his original intention and still develop cell phone software and operating system as his main strength. Not changing the direction of the company just because a particular project is making money is really commendable. No matter what, this is not my company alone. It's all of ours. We can't give up our dreams just to make money. Wu Tian tilted his head slightly and said with a bit of pride. When he invested in Tianmu technology, he was also thinking that he could develop a domestic operating system and no longer be stuck in the neck by foreign technology. Boss Wu, you are truly a great leader. Li Mu's eyes were filled with worship and admiration, and his tone was explicitly a bit excited. Don't give me a high hat. There's still a lot I have to learn. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Being gazed at by such adoring eyes of Li Mu and his staff made him feel a little embarrassed. These two games can be done successfully, relying on the team to work together. The most he can say is that he has a good vision, good at good positioning, good at tapping into the talent. He wasn't going to let that small success get him down. Anyway, Boss Wu is a good boss in my heart. After Li Mu said this, he turned his head to Yuan Wangchun and asked, Old Yuan, don't you think so? Yes, Boss Wu is indeed excellent. Yuan Wangchun nodded in agreement. Well, whether I am a good boss or not, this has to be tested by time. Let's put it aside for now. Wu Tian smiled slightly and took the initiative to change the topic. Old Yuan, you still have to do a good job promoting the new game. And do promotions? Yes, it's mainly for the tycoons to do the promotion. You just need to remember one thing, and that's to find ways to get them to fill up their money. Understood. In addition, Wu Tian thought of another problem and instructed. The game entrance is set. Below 14 years old is prohibited from registering, and up to 16 years old is prohibited from recharging. So teenagers can't be allowed to spend money indiscriminately. Boss Wu is so loving. We are businessmen, but we can't be profit-oriented and earn those black-hearted money. After Wu Tian said this, he glanced down at the time and said to the crowd, there is still half an hour left until the end of the workday. Let's get off work early today. Let's go to the restaurant and have a good get-together. Okay, I'll treat you today. Li Mu took the initiative to propose a treat. This time the company made more than a year's profit in bonuses plus dividends, so he naturally had to show something. Then, let's let Mr. Li bleed today. Let's go to the restaurant. Wu Tian put his arm around Li Mu's shoulder and took the lead to walk towards the outside of the office. Yuan Wangchun followed closely behind with the other employees, and the group walked towards the restaurant across the street with great vigor. This is the second big dinner for the staff. The first time was the success of the weekly handicraft. Wu Tian invited the staff to dinner. This time it was the success of the Warlord Handbook that brought us all together again. Everyone was much more relaxed this time than before, and the crowd raised their glasses to Wu Tian and Li Mu to express their respect and gratitude. Wu Tian was in a good mood, so he accompanied his employees to drink openly. Drinks were served late into the night before the staff dispersed. Wu Tian will take a taxi to hit the residence. Drinking too much wine, feeling dizzy, even walking staggering. As soon as he got home, he dove into his study, which he had gotten used to reading every day. I was so groggy from hugging the book that I had no idea what I was reading, and then I collapsed at my desk and fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, his head still felt a little heavy. I opened my eyes and realized I was lying on a large, soft bed. Nope, this doesn't seem to be your own bed. Rushing up from the bed, he realized that this was the room where Long Yun lived. Weren't you in the study last night? Why did you run to Secretary Long's room? Just as he was secretly puzzled, he saw Long Yun walk into the room and spoke indifferently. Young master, you're awake? Awake. Wu Tian hurriedly jumped out of bed with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. This was the first time he had been in Secretary Long's room, and even more so, the first time he had slept in her bed. There's sobering broth in the kitchen. I'll get it for you. After Long Yun finished saying this, she turned around and prepared to go out, only to be stopped by Wu Tian. Wait, don't go yet. I have something to ask you. Good. Why did I sleep in your room last night? Young master got drunk last night and staggered into my room. Long Yun bit her lip, her cheeks inexplicably reddening a bit. Long Yun is the kind of cold and proud woman, usually rarely blush. Blushing look is quite feminine. Then, I didn't do anything to you last night, right? Wu Tian hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. He'd had too much wine last night and had been sober when he'd gone to his study, and couldn't remember anything afterward. He also didn't know when he came to Long Yun's room, and he didn't know if he did anything embarrassing to Long Yun last night. You. Long Yun's words reached her mouth and swallowed back, her face even more scarlet than before. Secretary Long, did I do something assholish to you last night? Wu Tian also got nervous. Normally he would never bully Secretary Long, except that last night he was so drunk that he couldn't really remember what he did. Young master, don't worry. You haven't done anything excessive. Long Yun looked up at Wu Tian with an expression of obvious embarrassment on her face. That's good. After hearing this answer, Wu Tian was much more at ease. Suddenly, Wu Tian noticed scratches on Long Yun's legs and couldn't help but open his mouth in concern. Secretary Long, what happened to your legs? 98 drunkenness. No, nothing. Long Yun hurriedly sidestepped, red-faced with a look of lust. She was obviously afraid that the young master would pursue those scratches on her legs. You were scratched on this leg? Wu Tian took a closer look and found several nail marks on his thigh. And that's just the part under the skirt. Maybe there's another part covered by the skirt. The bruises are definitely more visible. Who the hell hit so hard? Don't know how to take pity on the girl. Not even letting go of such a white leg. No, I accidentally fell. After Long Yun finished saying this, he dryly coughed a few times and digressed. There is ginger soup in the kitchen that can sober up. I'll go get it for young master. Stop. Wu Tian immediately blocked in front of Long Yun and asked with a stance. Honestly, what's going on with this leg of yours? Seeing this evasive look on Long Yun's face, he knew that there must be a problem. And that Secretary Long was obviously hiding it on purpose. It's caught. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Long Yun only had to confess everything. Who's so cheap as to grab your thigh? Yes. Who? Young master you. Me? The corners of Wu Tian's mouth twitched so hard that he almost didn't fall on the spot. Yes. How did I scratched you? Wu Tian also didn't expect to hit so hard, scratching Secretary Long's leg with several scars. Honestly, it hurt him a little to look at it. Young master fell down last night. I went up to assist him and ended up being scratched a few times by young master. Long Yun awkwardly explained in a small voice. Before the words were out of his mouth, his cheeks reddened and burned once again. Being scratched by the young master those few times didn't hurt. It was just that the location was so remote that it made her feel particularly embarrassed at the time. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this kind of accident to happen when I was drunk. Wu Tian had an apologetic face. You can only do this kind of when you're drunk, and I'm afraid no man can do it when he's sober. It's okay. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Wait. I'll go get you some ointment. Wu Tian hurriedly ran to his bedroom to find a box of ointment and quickly returned to Long Yun's bedroom. Opening the ointment and squatting on the ground, he instructed Long Yun, quickly lift up your skirt. I'll help you apply the medicine. Please respect yourself. Young master. Long Yun took 2 steps back and glared at Wu Tian with a face full of caution. Yeah, inconvenient. Wu Tian then remembered that Long Yun's injured part was a bit special, so he simply shoved the ointment into Long Yun's hand. Then apply it yourself. I'm leaving. Dropping this, he turned and headed out of the room. After a few steps he suddenly turned around. By the way, don't tell my grandfather about last night. No, hurry up and apply the medicine, but don't leave a scar. Wu Tian smiled apologetically and quickly left the room like a deserter. It looks like we still need to drink less in the future, not to mention delaying our studies and losing face in front of the secretary. Luckily, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary to Secretary Wu, or else he wouldn't be able to explain to Grandpa. Taking the bus to school, I found the classroom particularly busy with students talking about the God of War handbook that had just been released. It's no wonder that God of War, a handheld game that dominated the charts right after it was released, was way ahead of similar games and caused quite a stir. As soon as Wu Tian entered the classroom, he was surrounded by several housemates. Goten, Sun Xiaohao came up and took Wu Tian's shoulder, smiling and gossiping. Have you played the God of War handheld game that went on the market a few days ago? Played. The animation effects in it are super hot. Looking at it gives you the urge to play. After Sun Xiaohao finished saying this, Jiang Wan next to him couldn't help but digress. Xiao Tian, God of War is indeed very hot. You've just surpassed the Cho-Cho handheld game you developed. This I know. Wu Tian seemed to smile. He spent a lot of money to build the God of War, so naturally, he had to exceed the weekly handicap, otherwise it would be a big loss. Did you feel a special loss in your heart when you saw your game surpassed by the God of War? Not lost. Wu Tian reached out and wrapped his arm around the shoulders of the duo and whispered in a revealing voice, because the God of War was also developed by me. How is that possible? That's just the way it is. Xiao Tian, you are too powerful. Seeing how serious Wu Tian's tone was, Jiang Wan and Sun Xiaohao dared to be convinced that it was true. The two were particularly surprised, not realizing that the 2 recent explosive handheld games were both created by Wu Tian. After a short period of shock, Sun Xiaohao could not hide his excitement and thrill. Xiao Tian, your kid is also too powerful, developing 2 handheld games in a row, and each of them burst into flames. Maybe I'm just lucky. Wu Tian smiled modestly. You're not lucky, you're a ing genius. Jiang Wan swung his fist towards Wu Tian's chest and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Brother, I'm jealous of you. Next to him, Sun Xiaohao couldn't help but interrupt. Xiao Tian is indeed powerful, the pride of our dormitory. Don't praise me like that, I'll be proud. Wu Tian waved his hand and digressed. I'll invite you guys out for dinner after school. The game has only just been released. You must be very busy. It's better to do it some other time. Sun Xiaohao was understanding. Good, I'll invite you guys some other time. Wu Tian nodded. He was indeed very busy lately. Not to mention he was drunk last night and couldn't drink with his housemates if he went out partying again, which wouldn't be much fun. At that moment, there were 2 short-haired girls at the next table talking about the God of War. Both women were speculating about who had developed a game as fluffy as God of War and arguing about it. It just so happened that Jongwon liked one of the girls, so he put his head over to strike up a conversation. I know who developed this hottest God of War game. Who is it? Both women wanted to know the answer and pursued the question in unison. Yes. Jongwon dragged out a long syllable, then pushed Wu Tian over and said with all the pride in the world, "It's my buddy Wu Tian who developed this God of War." Really? Didn't he develop the Cho-Cho handheld game before? How come God of War was also developed by him? The two short-haired girls learned to be skeptical. Anyone else would have suspected that it would be impossible for a more fluffy character to develop two explosive handheld games one after the other. It was at this time that a student in the back broke the news. I just got insider information on the internet that the God of War was developed by Wu Tian from our class. Boom! When these words came out, the classroom instantly boiled. All of them didn't expect Wu Tian to create another brilliant success, and once again developed a breakout hand game. Before the development of the weekly handheld game is hot. I did not expect to develop the God of War so fluffy handheld game. Developing two explosive handheld games one after another. This is in the field of gaming. Wu Tian is definitely a genius. For a while, all the students complimented Wu Tian, all of them worshipping him. Everyone was happy, even proud, to have such fluffy classmates. Li Meng in the front row, however, couldn't be happier. Watching Wu Tian getting stronger and more fluffy, she was bitter inside. There was a time when she had a chance to get such a fluffy boy, and she ended up missing out on it, and will probably hold it against her for the rest of her life. Once I didn't know how to cherish it, but now it's too late to regret it. 99 is favored. The two short-haired girls were originally still skeptical of Wu Tian, but when they learned the truth, both of them especially adored Wu Tian, their little eyes shining blue. Believe it now, the God of War game was developed by my brother. Jongwon couldn't help but show off to the short-haired girl. A good buddy develops such a fluffy game and he gets to follow suit. Your brother is really awesome. The short-haired girl pursed her lips in disgust with Jongwon. Since your brother is so great, can you introduce him to me as a boyfriend? After saying this, he dropped his head in mock shyness. Ahem. Jongwon coughed violently a few times and almost didn't choke alive on his own saliva. Originally, he was borrowing Wu Tian's glory to hit on the short-haired girl, but he didn't expect that the girl would actually have a heart for Wu Tian. The girl he liked had thoughts about his good brother. The pain in his heart could be imagined, and he hurriedly lied. Wu Tian has a girlfriend. You guys better die this heart. That's a shame. Upon hearing this, both short-haired girls were in a lost mood. I don't have a girlfriend. What do you think of me? Jongwon took this opportunity and rushed to test one of the girls. Wait until you develop a game as fluffy as God of War. The two girls gave Jongwon a blank look and continued to discuss Wu Tian and the game. Asterisk. Jongwon cursed in his heart. Joke. If he could develop such a fluffy game, how could he possibly look at this kind of mediocre-looking girl? By that time, the lowest match would be a star tender model. It was at that moment that Ms. Moran walked over. Seeing all the students gathered around Wu Tian, all sorts of praises were coming in. Her footsteps jolted and stopped at the classroom door. Full of curiosity, she asked her classmates after her. What's the situation? Why is the classroom so busy? Teacher Mu. The classmates are all discussing the recently exploded God of War handbook. The student explained in a trembling whisper. Discussing the God of War handbook. What are they all doing gathered around Wu Tian? Because the God of War handheld game was developed by Wu Tian's classmate. Him. Mu Ran's pupils contracted violently for a moment, and his eyes became glazed over as he looked at Wu Tian. This brat, who previously developed the explosive JoJo handbook, only a short while ago, and now has come up with such a fluffy God of War handbook. This kid can't be a genius, can he? He secretly scrutinized Wu Tian, and realized that student Wu was really a bit different, and would definitely be a good piece of material in the future. Ahem. Mu Ran walked into the classroom and coughed heavily twice. The classroom instantly quieted down, and the students all rushed back to their respective seats in fear, not daring to say anything. Wu Tian-san. Mu Ran's bright eyes looked straight at Wu Tian and spoke. I heard that the God of War handheld game was also developed by you? Yes. Wu Tian stood up from his seat. Very good. Mu Ran smiled with satisfaction and said with a stance, then explain to everyone your thought process for developing this God of War handheld game, so that everyone can learn from it. Yes. After Wu Tian answered the voice, he spoke eloquently. God of War is different from Cho-Cho handball. It is a high-end upgrade game created for a specific group of people, mainly to satisfy the vanity of the rich and attract them to recharge and upgrade. Not bad. The positioning is very precise. Mu Ran said this and raised his hand to applaud. The students clapped along, and the classroom erupted in applause. After the applause, Mu Ran spoke again. Wu student, come out with teacher for a moment. Teacher has something to say to you. Yes. Wu Tian obediently followed Ms. Mu out of the classroom. Student Wu. Mu Ran took a small step back and kept a good distance before speaking. Teacher is very happy and relieved that you were able to develop such two perfect handheld games. Thank you, Mr. Mu, for affirming me. There is no doubt about your ability. But, Mu Ran said here, the words turned, winning is not proud, defeat is not discouraged, never because they have achieved a little bit of success to get carried away. He could see that Wu Tian was a good seedling and was worried that this seedling would take the path astray, which was why he spoke out to knock him down. Teacher Mu's lesson is right. Wu Tian nodded. Knowing that Teacher Mu was doing it for his own good, he was secretly grateful in his heart. Upon Mr. Mu's mention, he was alerted to the fact that his achievements during this period of time had indeed made him a bit impatient. It looks like there is more composure and emptiness to come. His grandfather had also educated him before, telling him that he must keep a low profile in all his endeavors. Being too flashy will only lead to trouble for you. No matter what, you have to keep your feet on the ground, and only those who are vain can keep progressing. Mu Ran was still uneasy and continued to exhort. Thank you, teacher, for teaching me. That's all I'm going to say. Go on in. Good. Wu Tian smiled good-naturedly and turned around to enter the classroom. The next few classes were serious, and after school Wu Tian went to the martial arts club. Seeing that the members of the community were training in the martial arts center, they were all diligent and hardworking, only that the training methods were terrible and the results were naturally poor. Gu Xiaoman ran over and asked with a smile, how about I have everyone intensify their training every day? Training like you did. It's not very effective. Wu Tian shook his head with a bitter smile. This girl herself didn't know martial arts, and didn't know anything about Kung Fu sets, so it was really a bit of a stretch to let her lead the community in training. But that's all I know. How about hiring a professional trainer? I'm afraid we won't be able to find a suitable coach for a while. What then? Why don't you lead the training? I don't have time. Wu Tian hurriedly waved his hand. He was now taking the time to come over and take a look. How can you have time to lead training when you don't even have time for classes? While the two were agonizing over this, they saw Mao Wang coming toward the social hall with a gray head. Mao Wang was previously the vice president of the martial arts club, and he used to train the members, but he ran away with Zhang Xiaofeng some time ago. Mao Wang, what are you still doing here? You're not welcome here. Seeing Mao Wang, Gu Xiaoman immediately issued an expulsion order. I came over to get my stuff. Mao Wang found his things at the martial arts center, gave the martial arts center a reluctant look, and turned around, ready to leave. Wu Tian's body crossed and blocked in front of Mao Wang. Don't go yet. What do you want? I want you to come back and stay on as vice president. Ha? Mao Wang was shocked and incredulous. You're really willing to let me come back? Mao Wang left the martial arts school originally regretted. After all, stayed for such a long time, had a deep affection for the place. Moreover, at that time, he was compelled by Zhang Xiaofeng to leave the martial arts club in a feverish state of mind. Now that he was discarded by Zhang Xiaofeng like garbage and he had nowhere to go, he felt even more regret in his heart. He just didn't expect that Wu Tian would be willing to let him go back to the martial arts club and continue to be the vice president, regardless of his past suspicions. Yes, you can stay today and continue to be the vice president. I believe everyone wants you to stay. After Wu Tian said this, he made a wink towards Gu Xiaoman. Gu Xiaoman understood and turned her head to the members of the community and asked, does everyone want President Mao to come back? 100 Revitalization of the martial arts club. Think. The members of the community chanted in unison that they all had feelings for President Mao and did not want the vice president to leave. Yes, Mao Wang's blood boiled at once, and he made a decision right away. I'll come back today, and I'll never leave again. Welcome home, President Mao. The members of the community chanted in unison, all showing great enthusiasm. Thank you all for supporting me. After Mao Wang thanked him, he dropped his gaze on Wu Tian. President Wu, I have a small request. Feel free to ask for anything. I wish to spar with President Wu once more. Mao Wang made this bold request. When he had failed to fight with Wu Tian before, it was because he was too careless and had underestimated Wu Tian's strength. Today, he wanted to go all out and challenge Wu Tian again. Okay, I promise. Wu Tian had no reason to refuse. The last time he faced off with Mao Wang, he won by a close move. Recently, however, he had learned a new routine and was confident enough to beat Mao Wang and could win more decently than last time. President Wu, please. Mao Wang made a gesture of invitation and took the lead towards the ring. Wu Tian smiled slightly and followed. The stage was silent, and everyone waited for President Mao to play against President Wu. While the two have fought once before, it's still something to look forward to now. Under the gaze of the crowd, Mao Wang struck first and attacked Wu Tian with intensive punches. Wu Tian didn't dare to be careless, continuously swinging his fists to meet Mao Wang. His moves were sharper than ever and his speed was obviously much faster. After a standoff, Wu Tian eventually wins by a landslide, knocking Mao Wang out of the ring. Yes, seeing this ending, the crowd chanted in unison. Once again shocked by President Wu's amazing strength, Wu Tian walked over and extended his right hand towards Mao Wang, smiling, "Get up, let's continue fighting." "No more fighting." Mao Wang grabbed Wu Tian's hand and stood up, incredulously saying, "President Wu has made rapid progress and is much tougher than before. Even if I fight again I will still lose. You're not so bad. Compared to President Wu, I still have some gaps." Mao Wang shook the martial arts uniform on his body and said, "From today onwards, everything is under the orders of President Wu." Never a second thought. It looked like he had been completely tamed by Wu Tian, and his speech showed a chivalrous spirit of loyalty and righteousness. "Serious." Wu Tian patted Mao Wang's shoulder and instructed, "From today onwards, you are responsible for the all-round training of the members of the society, and let President Gu prepare anything that is lacking for you." "Alright, I'll start the training now." Mao Wang did as he said and immediately organized the training. Perhaps they wanted to show their strength and perform well in front of the new president, so they trained especially hard. Seeing this, Gu Xiaoman laughed happily and couldn't help but say to Wu Tian, "But it's really good of you to collect President Mao to train the members of the society. It's really a good way. President Mao is indeed very capable. It would be a shame if he was poached by another society." Wu Tian was feeling happy for taking in Mao Wang. "I'm afraid you're the only one who can tame President Mao. Now that the training is taken care of, shouldn't we find other clubs to stretch out and have a practice match before the official competition? According to the process is that we should play the practice match first." But Gu Xiaoman rubbed her arm and said with a depressed face, "Our club is too weak. I'm afraid that no club is willing to play with us." "There's such a thing? We're considered the weakest, and those clubs don't give a damn about us, so they don't want to waste time with us." "Really?" Wu Tian rubbed his chin with his hand, thought for a moment, and turned his head to Gu Xiaoman and asked, "In our city, which club is the strongest?" "Sports University Martial Arts Club." "Okay, let's find the Physical Education University's Martial Arts Club for a practice match." "How can it be? The University of Physical Education is so strong. How could it play a practice match with a small club like us?" Gu Xiaoman didn't even dare to think about it. This matter was simply impossible. The University of Physical Education's Martial Arts Club was a first-class club, and it was not at all in the same class as martial arts clubs like theirs. To put it bluntly, it's tantamount to degrading yourself when the University of Physical Education's Martial Arts Club plays practice matches against the University of Technology's Martial Arts Club. "Don't worry about this. I have my own methods." Wu Tian pursed his lips and said confidently, "But I still think." Gu Xiaoman still wanted to question, but she was interrupted by Wu Tian before she could finish her sentence. "It's getting late. Do you want me to send you home?" "No, I'll wait for the club members to finish training and go home together." "Then it's hard work for you. I'll leave first." Wu Tian said goodbye to Gu Xiaoman and then left the martial arts club. It always felt like there was something wrong with the way this girl Gu Xiaoman was looking at him, but she couldn't tell where. Leaving the martial arts club, Wu Tian asked Uncle Fu Gue to pick him up and take him home. On the way home, Uncle Fu Gue smiled and said with concern, "Xiao Tian, I see that you've been quite busy lately, so take it easy and don't wear out your body. It's fine. While you are young and energetic, bounce around." Wu Tian smiled back. Only when he was in the car with Uncle Fu Gue could he feel that family warmth and coziness. "Xiao Tian, you've worked so hard. Uncle is happy for you." Uncle Fu Gue grinned a silly grin as he drove seriously. He looked at Wu Tian as if he was looking at his own child. There was doting and pride in his eyes. When he was almost home, Lu Fu Gue suddenly remembered something and said with embarrassment, Hao is going to have a birthday tomorrow, so I would like to take time off to accompany the child." Uncle Fu Gue, "Then let's accompany Hao on his birthday." Hearing that Hao was celebrating his birthday, Wu Tian also cheered up. "Thinking about how I'm going to spend my little one's birthday tomorrow." "Xiao Tian, you go about your business. Don't worry about us. It's Ho's birthday, and even if I'm busy, I'm going to make time for him. Don't ever do this." Just as the car arrived home, Lu Fugue parked the car and said with a serious face, "You wasted your time on Hao. This makes our family feel bad, so I'm afraid Hao won't be happy either." Then, "Okay." Hearing Uncle Fu Gue say this, Wu Tian could only stop there and said, "When I have time, I'll specially accompany Hao out for a day. You get on with business first. You don't have to take care of us too much. This is really too embarrassing." "Well then, I'll give you a few more days off, so you can spend a few more days with Ho." "Many thanks, Xiao Tian." After Lu Fugue thanked him, he smiled and politely declined. "One day is enough. I'll go to work normally the day after tomorrow." "Uncle Fugue, then you should rest early." Wu Xie got out of the car and walked towards the elevator. "It does get tiring as the day goes on and it feels like there's not enough time. When I got home and showered, I fumbled with my phone to get into the live stream. Recently, Huanglan's live broadcasting room is very hot. The traffic is more than 10 million, and the reward is several 100,000 every day, more times than 1 million. Huanglan's presence brought a lot of traffic to Seafood TV, and the whole platform was active and flourishing. 101 huge reward. After watching the live broadcast for a while, Wu Tian exited the platform and was about to put down his cell phone when he was prompted with a new development in his WeChat friend circle. When I opened my circle of friends, I saw a dynamic posted by Chen Yuan, complaining about the terrible results of her new book and being very depressed. Chen Yuan was a netizen he had added to the freshman group and had briefly chatted before, not realizing that this girl was also writing a book. I couldn't resist clicking on the link to the book, and found that it was on the physical side of things and was a niche novel, but the book is witty and fluent, the writing is colorful, and the narrative is especially unique. After reading for a while, I found the content of the novel fascinating and soon became too engrossed to get out of it, especially those sadistic episodes, so that he was deeply infected. His eyes are a little gradually moist. After reading tens of thousands of words in a row, Wu Genius came back to his senses, and after determining that it was a good one, he couldn't help but leave a message to Chen Yuan in his circle of friends. This is a very good book of yours, don't ever give up. Within 2 minutes of leaving the message, I received a reply from Chen Yuan, thank you for encouraging me, but the popularity of this book is so bad that I just can't continue. If you give up now, you will definitely regret it later. Wu Tian hurriedly replied with this sentence. He was now afraid that Chen Yuan would give up, afraid that such a good book would sink, and that would be too bad. This time it took less than a minute to receive a reply from Chen Yuan, thank you anyway, but with such a low popularity, I can't really find a reason to continue. Wu Tian, I can make your book burst into flames and make your book rush up the new book list. Hope Chen, thank you for your comforting words, I know it's never going to happen. Wu Tian didn't reply to the message again, but once again clicked on the book link and went to the homepage of the novel website, looked at the website list, and then recharged 500,000 book coins, directly helped Chen Yuan that book reward 500,000 book coins, brushed that book on the list, ranked in the 8th place of the new book list. The $500,000 was nothing to Wu Tian, but it was a lifesaver for Chen Yuan. The $500,000 will get Chen Yuan's book on the list, increase exposure, and get more readers to see this great book. Wu Tian doesn't want good books to be buried, which is why he chooses to help authors in this way. As it turned out, Wu Tian's vision was not wrong. It really is a great book, and the book's popularity is growing rapidly with the increased exposure it has received since appearing on the list. Just as he was staring at the books in dark amusement, he received a private message from Chen Yuan. When I opened the message, I saw the following. Just now a reader named Brother Tian rewarded $500,000. It can't be that you're that Brother Tian, right? Yes, it's me. There was no need for Wu Tian to hide, and he directly recovered the information. Oh my god. Chen Yuan sent several exclamation points, followed by a series of emoticons of excited tears. Even through the screen, one could feel how excited Chen Yuan was at this moment, her heart probably thumping furiously. After a while, Chen Yuan sent a message. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, why did you give me a reward of $500,000 all of a sudden? That's too much, isn't it? This book of yours is priceless. $500,000 is just a recognition of your book, and at the same time, it is also a way to help you get on the list and increase the exposure of your book. Wu Tian sent this message back to the other party. $500,000 was indeed worthless to him now. He's just trying to change the fate of the book with this money, and since it's a good work, it should be seen by more people. Thank you, really thank you. Never received so many rewards. I'm so excited I'm crying. Chen Yuan finished sending this message, followed by a string of emoticons of excited tears, not to mention a small, nameless author like her. Even if a famous author encountered this kind of tycoon reward, I'm afraid they would be especially excited. These rewards are to help you rush up the list for more people to see, and at the same time, I also hope that you don't give up. Write with all your heart, and present your best work to everyone. Wu Tian replied with a message. Good, thank you for encouraging and recognizing me. I will definitely live up to your expectations and write the book well. After sending this message, Chen Yuan then sent another. By the way, we don't know each other very well. What exactly do you want by helping me? Not trying anything, just don't want you and your work to sink. Wu Tian wrote back, spending the $500,000. He never wanted anything in return. If you really wanted a return, you wouldn't even take that money to bounty novels, but to make other investments. You're really something different. Chen Yuan replied with such a message, followed by a few smiley face emoticons. Get some early rest, and if you have any trouble writing your book, talk to me, maybe I can help you. Okay, thanks again. It was a real blessing to meet you. Good night, good night. Wu Tian put his cell phone away after sending these 2 words. Then he got up and delved into his study and began to study in earnest. I got drunk and delayed studying last night, so I'm going to study for a few more hours tonight to make up for last night. study until late. The next weekend, Wu Tian didn't go to school. After grabbing some breakfast outside, he then took a cab to the sports academy, ready to find the sports academy martial arts club to discuss a practice match. He had already promised Gu Xiaoman before that he would play practice matches with the Physical Education Academy's martial arts club, and his main task today was to find a way to convince the Physical Education Academy's martial arts club. Gymnasium Martial Arts Club is the largest martial arts club in Luzhou. The club hall is also much more powerful than the University of Technology. All facilities and equipment are well equipped, and the community has many members, which is several times better than the IU Martial Arts Club. It's no wonder, after all, the gymnasium specializes in this area, and the school is sure to support the martial arts community in a big way. When I came to the gymnasium, I found that the martial arts club was recruiting new members, and there were quite a lot of people lined up to be recruited. Wu Tian walked towards the inside of the social hall, only to be blocked by their members. One of the long-faced boys fluffed and cajoled and yelled, "Just you weak and stupid kids still dare to fort the line. If you want to join the club, line up first and pass the examination before you are qualified to become a member." Obviously, he was treating Wu Tian as a new member who wanted to join the society. "I came to find your president," Wu Tian explained with a smile. "Humph." The long-faced man snorted coldly and said impatiently, "Do you think our president can meet anyone? I have business to discuss with your president." "Bah!" The long-faced man spat on the ground and said sarcastically, "You're a silly boy. What business can you have? Straight to the point. How can I see your president?" Wu Tian was also a little impatient. He didn't expect a member of the district society to be so dense. Looks like the gymnasium martial arts club is spoiled. Obviously a dog in the manger. Thinks he's great, and even speaks with such a fluffy cajoling that he doesn't put anyone in his place. "You want to see our president, right? Well then, go and lift that 100-kilogram barbell and I'll let you see it." The long-faced man deliberately made things difficult. It seemed to him that such a weak and foolish boy could not possibly lift a barbell, even if he put his life on the line. 102. Superior. Those students who lined up to enroll were amused and all gathered around to join in the fun, as if they wanted to see Wu Tian make a fool of himself. Wu Tian pursed his lips and walked over to the barbell and did a few warm-up exercises, holding the barbell tightly with both hands. The moment his smile disappeared, his arms snapped together and slowly grabbed the barbell off the floor. The basic skills of this period of time have not been practiced in vain. The lower plate is calm and solid. The arms are tough and powerful. The hard barbell is so gripped. The muscles on the arm are taut and straight. Seeing this scene in front of them, the smiles on the faces of those students who had originally let out jeers gradually disappeared. All of them gazed tightly at Wu Tian with unbelievable gazes. Even the long-faced man's expression became exaggerated, his two eyes whiter than light bulbs. Everyone was surprised, not realizing that this silly, weak-looking boy in front of them still had the strength to grab the barbell so easily. Everyone waited to see what Wu Tian would do next, unsure if the kid in front of him could lift the barbell. After all, this barbell was more than 100 pounds, so it was difficult for an ordinary person to lift it. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wu Tian's arms exerted themselves violently and lifted the barbell by a force of brute strength. Xinglong had helped him with this kind of specialized training before, and for him, lifting this kind of thing was not a problem at all. As he watched Wu Tian raise the barbell high in the air, there were neat exclamations from the scene, all shocked by the move. "I didn't expect this kid in front of me to be weak and seemingly powerless, but I didn't expect to have a handful of ruthlessness." The onlookers couldn't help but secretly praise. They were all shocked by Wu Tian's hand and clapped their hands. The long-faced man also stared with double surprise. He was also surprised, not realizing that such a frail hairy boy in front of him had more strength than him. At this time, the eyes that looked at Wu Tian were much more cautious, and there was no longer the contempt and disdain from before, but more admiration. "Boo!" Wu Tian threw the barbell on the ground and asked the long-faced man, "I've lifted the barbell. Do I have the qualifications to see your president now?" "Yes, of course." The long-faced man nodded repeatedly and made a gesture of invitation. "Go, I'll take you to see our president." With those words, he took the lead and headed inside the social hall. Wu Tian followed closely behind and went in. The two walked through the social hall to the practice room in the back. This kind of practice room is more professional, which has all kinds of equipments to help community members to have professional training. The long-faced man walked into the practice room, pointed to one of the tanned men in martial arts uniforms, and introduced him with a smile. "This is our president, Ming Tai." "Hello, President Ming." Wu Tian politely extended his right hand while carefully sizing up the man named Ming Tai. The man's body was huge and robust, and he looked like a professionally trained internal expert. Only the man was dark-skinned, black everywhere on his body except his teeth, and at first glance he looked like an African man. "Who are you?" Ming Tai glanced at Wu Tian and asked in an expressionless cold voice. "I am the president of the IU Martial Arts Club." "Wu Tian." Wu Tian retracted his arms somewhat awkwardly. The other party's unimpressed stance made him secretly a little upset. President? Ming Tai's eyes visibly brightened a bit more when he looked at Wu Tian. After scrutinizing Wu Tian from top to bottom for half a day, he couldn't help but scoff. Is there no one left in your engineering university? Why did you find a loser like you to be the president? At this time, the long-faced man next to him hurriedly interrupted. President Ming, this kid is very strong and easily lifted a 100-kilogram barbell. Yes? Ming Tai's complexion was a few points heavier. He didn't expect such a weak and stupid kid in front of him to be able to lift a 100-kilogram barbell. Looks like the kid's got a little something going for him and isn't exactly a wimp. Rebeating Wu Tian a few times, he asked arrogantly, Kid, you, the president of the Wushu Club of the University of Technology, you don't stay well in your University of Technology. What are you doing here in our gymnasium? Ming Tai spoke in an arrogant, uninhibited and self-righteous tone, always with a sense of superiority. We want to play a practice match with your gymnasium. Wu Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense and opened the door to explain his intentions. You kid is really good at joking. Ming Tian smiled coldly and struck without mercy. Just a small club like your University of Technology's martial arts club. You're not even worthy of lifting our shoes. So what qualifications do you have to play practice matches with us? You gymnasiums are strong, but we at IIT are not weak. In our eyes, you guys are just rookies. After Ming Tai said this, he waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and leave, don't waste your time here. Our gymnasium will never play a practice match with losers like you. President Akira. Wu Tian simply fished out a bank card from his pocket. There is $300,000 here. If you are willing to play practice matches with us, this money is yours. After hearing this, the long-faced boy's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be greatly interested in $300,000. However, Ming Tian was unimpressed and responded stiffly. You're underestimating our Physical Education Institute's martial arts club. We're not bad at all. Just because you're not poor, it doesn't mean that your community members aren't poor either. The corners of Wu Tian's mouth rose up and he hooked up an evil smile. I can poach all of your main forces and turn you into empty shells. Then you try. Ming Tian tilted his head slightly with a confident look. The members of the martial arts club of the gymnasium were trained by him and were loyal to him, and would never betray him for a few stinking dollars. What's more, he usually treats his members well, eating, drinking and having fun, and even takes them out to pick up girls. This kind of benefit can't be given by ordinary clubs, let alone a small club like IIT. Surely no one would want to go. Good, then I'll give it a try. Wu Tian turned to face the long-faced man and asked with a smile, for $50,000, would you be willing to go to our Gong Gong University Martial Arts Club? Willing, of course. Hearing that there was money to be made, the long-faced man nodded his head excitedly. On the contrary, it was Ming Tian next to him, whose face instantly became uglier than a pig's liver when he heard this. At this time, his big dark face was full of anger. Did not expect the big long face to betray him so quickly, and now he couldn't wait to go up and strangle this kid. He was sure it was an isolated case, though, and that the other members of the community would certainly not betray him. Go and ask your old members here who have been here for more than a year and have the strength. Who would like to go to our IU Martial Arts Club for $50,000? Wu Tian smiled and instructed the long-faced man. Okay, I'll go and ask. The long-faced man looked like he had been bribed by Wu Tian, answered and ran out with his ass in the air. Ming Tai grinned with a confident face. You'd better save your breath. Those members of my society are loyal to me and would never betray their trust for this amount of your stinking money. President Ming, you're not saying this too soon. The corners of Wu Tian's mouth rose, and he always had a smile on his face. Well then, let's just wait and see. Ming Tian clasped his hands on his chest, always looking confident. He had spent a lot of effort on the members over the years, and those old members would never betray him. 103 Settle with President Myung. Wu Tian didn't say anything and stood still and waited. In less than a moment, the long-faced man hurried back and reported to Wu Tian. We have more than 50 strong old members here, and as long as you, President Wu, are willing to pay money, they are all willing to go to your TU Wushu Club. The long-faced man just liked treating Wu Tian as his new master, speaking in a humble and curt manner, with a tone that was clearly pleasing to the eye. What? Upon hearing this, Ming Tian's face instantly collapsed, wide-eyed with disbelief. He asked, say that again, are they really willing to go to the IU Martial Arts Club? Yes, the long-faced man nodded with certainty. Just pay the money and they'll go to IIT now. This, Ming Tian's mouth twitched in anger, and his eyes were filled with rage. He has spent so much money, so much time and effort nurturing a strong group of older members of the community. I thought that all these members of the community would follow him to the death, but it turned out that they betrayed him for tens of thousands of dollars. At this moment, he exploded with anger and had the urge to kill someone. President Ming, how about it? I only need to pay $50,000 to get your martial arts club. making you go from the strongest martial arts club in Luzhou to the weakest. Wu Tian laughed with a smug look on his face. Ming Tian was so angry that he couldn't say a word in half a day. He had put his heart and soul into the society and given so much, but he didn't expect to lose out to money in the end. After holding his tongue for a long time, he retorted unconvincingly, I have more than 50 old members of the society here, and if each of them is given $50,000, it will cost more than $2 million. Do you have so much money? Don't worry, I don't lack money. This amount of money is just like playing to me. After Wu Tian said this, he directly felt out his cell phone and dialed the phone bank. The phone call was quickly followed by a voice note. Your balance is $150 million. Hearing the balance reminder inside the cell phone, Ming Tian was shocked and dumbfounded, not realizing that the kid in front of him was still a super rich man, much richer than him. I really can't see how such a young and stupid boy can have so much money in his card. The long-faced man was even more excited and hot. For a poor man like him, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly when he learned that the other party's card had more than $100 million in it. Paralyzed, this president called Wu Tian in front of him was simply too rich, simply a super rich man. The card is just a small portion. Wu Tian didn't deliberately show off his wealth. He just wanted to let the other party know that he did have money, and that more than $2 million was just a small half-year's interest. I admit, you are indeed rich. Ming Tian gritted his teeth unwillingly. What else could he say when he met this kind of super rich man? With my strength, there is no difficulty in trying to poach your Physical Education Institute martial arts club. Wu Tian pursed his lips and turned his head to the long-faced man and instructed, go and do this for me. I want to poach the martial arts club of the Physical Education Institute. Remember, I'm not short of money. Yes, I'll do it right now. The long-faced man nodded vigorously, his heart starting to thump wildly in excitement. He had now considered himself as Wu Tian's subordinate. The thought of being with such a fluffy master was a million times more exciting. Wait, seeing that Wu Tian was going to play for real, Ming Tian hurriedly spoke up to stop him. President Wu, it's no fun for you to play like this. He had poured too much time and effort into forming the martial arts club, and he didn't want it to collapse just like that. Right now, he could only show weakness, and even changed his address. President Ming, I've been courteous to you from the very beginning of my time here, negotiating about the practice matches, and what kind of attitude do you have towards me? Wu Tian asked rhetorically. To be honest, he was annoyed by Ming Tian's condescending and uncaring attitude. If it had been a good deal from the start, he wouldn't have been able to make a big deal out of trying to bring down the Physical Education Academy's martial arts club. After all, he had no grudge against the martial arts club of the Physical Education Institute, and he had no grudge against Ming Tian. Sorry, I apologize for the way I treated you before. Ming Tian was forced to take the initiative to apologize. He had never put any martial arts club in his eyes before, but he never thought that this time, he would soften to the president of the weakest martial arts club in Luzhou. It's a good thing the members of the community aren't here, or they'd be laughing their asses off. But this President Wu was indeed ruthless enough, pinching his soft strings at once, leaving him powerless to fight back. Wouldn't that have been right? Wu Tian smiled with satisfaction and returned to the topic once again. Now then, let's continue discussing the practice match. Fine. I promise to play a practice match with your IU martial arts club. Ming and Tai now had no way back, so he could only agree with a stiff upper lip. If he didn't agree, Wu Tian would gut the Physical Education Academy's martial arts club in a simple and brutal way. Who could take it? President Ming is indeed reasonable. The corners of Wu Tian's mouth rose, and the smile on his face was extraordinarily bright. From the beginning, he never wanted to screw over the Gymnasium Martial Arts Club. He was merely digging a hole for President Ming to fall into, and then finally breaking down President Ming's heart defenses step by step, causing him to lose without a fight. I promise to play practice matches with your IU Martial Arts Club, but you must also agree to one condition. On what terms? No matter what, at any time, you can't poach members of our gymnasium's martial arts club. Okay, I have no problem with that. Wu Tian resolutely agreed. If he really wants to dig people, these community members of the gymnasium naturally do not see eye to eye. To dig to spend a lot of money to dig the top experts, but that's not necessary at all at the moment. But I'll say it in front of you. The strength of our Physical Education Institute's martial arts club as a whole is very strong, and will definitely tyrannize you guys by playing practice matches. So don't say that we're bullying you by being strong at that time. Ming Tian kindly reminded. As long as you guys are capable, then abuse us as hard as you can. We're not afraid to lose. That's good. A hint of viciousness flickered in Ming Tian's eyes. To be honest, he could not wait to lead the members of the club to go ahead and tyrannize the IU Martial Arts Club right now in order to relieve the anger in his heart. With the strength of their gymnasium's martial arts club, wanting to abuse IIT's physical education students was as easy as stepping on ants. Then it's a deal. We'll play a practice match this Sunday. After Wu Tian said this, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the practice room, leaving Ming and Tai to sulk alone. Just after walking out of the martial arts hall, the long-faced boy chased his ass out. President Wu, can you take me to join your IU martial arts club? After knowing that Wu Tian was a super rich man, he was bent on climbing this big tree and could definitely reap a lot of benefits. No way, Wu Tian decisively refused. Why not? Because I have promised President Ming that I will not poach anyone from here, and that includes you. Wu Tian turned around and left in large strides after saying this. He naturally couldn't look at the long-faced boy. This kid tends to be a bully. Staying around is just a hidden danger. Just as he walked out of the martial arts club, he received a call from Huanglan. Bad boy, where are you? Hearing this name, Wu Tian was slightly stunned. How did he become a bad boy? 104 Hotpot meets birthday. Suddenly remembering the last time Huanglan accidentally fell when she went up the steps, she reached out to help Huanglan's body, grabbing the wrong place at that time. That scratch was pretty bad indeed. After being slightly stunned, Wu Tian hurriedly called back into his cell phone. Sister Lan, I'm in the gymnasium now. What do you want to find me? Can't sis find you if there's nothing wrong? Huanglan asked rhetorically, her tone carrying a few hints of softness and licentiousness. Of course not. Come out and eat with your sister. Good. Wu Tian was looking for a chance to thank Sister Lan. The success of the God of War game is thanks to Erasure, who spared no effort to promote it, so it's only right that we should be invited to dinner. After thinking for a moment, he trailed off into the phone. What does Erasure want to eat? Fondue. Why did Erasure suddenly remember to eat hot pot? It's been a long time since I've had one, and I'm craving it. Alright, then I'll treat Sister Lan to a hot pot. Where is Sister Lan? I'll go over to pick you up now. Wu Tian showed the gentlemanly demeanor that a man should have. Fondue restaurant. You're all at the fondue place already? Yes, I especially want to eat hot pot. Then I ran to Suzhou Hot Pot City, and realized that eating alone is really no fun, so I want to find a friend to eat together. On the other end of the phone, Huanglan paused for a moment, then said, but I only have you as a friend beside me, so I can only call you. Alright, then I'll come over right away. Wu Tian hung up the phone and hurried to Suzhou Hot Pot City. To be honest, he couldn't help but sympathize with Erasure in his heart. Don't look at Barbara on the surface of the scenery and beautiful, high and mighty. In fact, the inner especially bitter, sometimes tired and sleepy, not even a chat friend. When he arrived at Suzhou Hot Pot City, he found Huanglan sitting alone in a small private room, staring at the hot pot base. What took you kids so long to come? Huanglan rolled her eyes grudgingly when she saw Wu Tian, her mouth slightly tinged with a smile. Normally, she had a look of rejection and would only smile so happily in front of Wu Tian. Sorry, traffic jam on the road. Wu Tian explained and took a seat across the table. Why are you so far away? Sit over here. Huanglan pointed to the seat beside her and forcefully dragged Wu Tian over. Who would have thought that such a beautiful star, who normally didn't even talk much with people, would even make a move on Wu Tian at this moment? Wu Tian was dragged stiffly to sit next to Huanglan, close to smell the fragrance. He was inexplicably a little nervous in his heart, and he sat there stiffly, not daring to move. I don't know why, but in front of Erasure, he was just a little bit unable to let go. Maybe it had something to do with Arashi's personality. But, seeing Wu Tian so hard and gangly, Huanglan couldn't help but burst out laughing directly. After laughing for a while, she couldn't help but tease. Sis isn't a tigress. Why are you so scared? I just feel a little hot. Wu Tian swallowed awkwardly. Being molested like this by a royal lady really left him a bit helpless. Take off your clothes if you're hot. Huanglan poked the clothes on Wu Tian's body, her smile soft to the bone. She loved teasing such innocent little boys, and felt especially happy to see the boy so timid. That. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly and digressed. Sister Lan, what do you want to eat? I'll order for you. I want to eat you. Huanglan struck an enchanting pose, her eyes looking straight into Wu Tian's eyes. That look was particularly seductive, like a man-eating demon. Cough cough. Wu Tian dryly coughed a few times. When he encountered this kind of woman, he was really a bit at a loss for words. Sexy, sultry, cool and reserved. It's almost like a combination of a demon and a goddess. Never mind, I won't tease you. Huanglan pursed her lips and beckoned to the waiter. Ordering, bring me a serving of all the specialties you have here. Okay, the waiter answered and then quickly arranged for someone to serve the food. Within moments, the table was filled with a variety of seafood and side dishes. Wu Tian first put the meat into the pot and cooked it for a while to clip it up for Huanglan. Sister Lan, eat quickly. Don't look silly. You eat too. After Huanglan said this, she took a big bite with reckless abandon. Because they are public figures, they usually eat with some consideration. However, he didn't have to worry so much in front of Wu Tian. He could eat meat and drink heavily without worrying about being laughed at by this kid. Sister Lan, God of War's game was able to succeed thanks to your help. I toast you. Wu Tian poured 2 glasses of beer and pushed one of them to Huang Lan. You kid owes your sister another favor. Huang Lan clinked her glass with Wu Tian's and picked up her beer and took a big gulp. Honestly, both of these games are thanks to Arashi's help in promoting them. How's this new God of War game of yours? This is a game developed for tycoons, with a strong ability to absorb money. At the mention of the new game, Wu Tian couldn't help but feel secretly smug. This game alone made a lot of money, more than the profits of all previous projects combined. Here, congratulations, I hope you become a game tycoon soon. Huang Lan raised his glass and smiled. Thanks. Wu Tian raised his glass and clinked it with Huang Lan, then drank the beer in his glass. I had just finished my beer when I heard bad noises coming from the hall. It was a little loud, like a dispute between guests. Wu Tian was about to walk over and close the door of the private room when his eyes suddenly glanced at a few familiar figures outside. It's none other than Uncle Fortune's family. They are also the ones who have disputes with guests. I think Uncle Fugue was here to celebrate Ho-Ho's birthday and ended up having a dispute with the guests at the next table. Sister Lan, you sit back first. I'll meet an acquaintance and go out to take a look. After Wu Tian said this, he quickly walked over towards Uncle Fugue's side. Seeing Uncle Fugue's family in trouble, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Quickly walking over, he said with an urgent voice of concern, Uncle Fugue, what happened? Xiao Tian, what a coincidence, you are here too. Lu Fugue first smiled, then his face sank as he explained, How's birthday today? I brought him here to eat hot pot, and just as he sat down, he was hit by the chair at the next table, and they clamored and insisted that I apologize. They hit someone and made you apologize? Alas, forget it, going out, more is better than less. I'll just apologize to them, Lu Fugue said with a faint smile, very unconcerned. After saying this, he turned around and prepared to apologize to the 2 jerks. No, Wu Tian tugged on Uncle Fugue's arm to stop him. You didn't do anything wrong, why should you apologize to them? Forget it, just apologize. It's nothing. Lu Fugue didn't want to apologize, but he also didn't want to provoke those 2 punks. Uncle Fugue, never apologize to them. Wu Tian tugged on Lu Fugue's arm and said in a serious tone, if you apologize to them now, it will leave a shadow in Hao-Hao's heart and make him feel inferior. Even for the sake of the child, you can't apologize. 105 apologize. At this time, the 2 punks got impatient and pointed at Lu Fugue's nose and urged, old man, froze to rush it, quickly apologize to us. The 2 punks had been drinking a bit and were obviously a bit of a bully. They were looking at Uncle Fugue's family as honest people, which is why they were so reckless and deliberately causing trouble. Uncle Fugue wasn't wrong, so why should he apologize to you? Wu Tian shot back without showing any weakness. He couldn't stand by and watch Uncle Fugue's family being bullied. Uncle Fortune was at least the driver he hired. If he was bullied by the punks just like that, wouldn't he lose more face? Little hairy brat, what business do you have here? Get lost. The 2 gangsters waved their hands impatiently, warning Wu Tian to mind his own business. Wu Tian raised his eyebrows. I'm in charge of this matter today. He'd seen people more ruthless than that, let alone just 2 punks. You kid is looking for a fight. Right. The 2 gangsters raised their sleeves and slowly paced towards Wu Tian. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Fugue rushed forward to persuade Wu Tian. Xiao Tian, forget about it, don't worry about this matter, I will just apologize to them. He didn't want Wu Tian to get into trouble with gangsters again for their family. The main reason is still that I don't want to cause trouble for Boss Wu. Uncle Fugue, I'm in charge of this matter today. I'll never let you apologize to the 2 bastards. Wu Tian spoke in a very resolute tone. He could care less about other things. This one he had to. The other party was already so reckless. If they didn't care, the 2 punks would definitely ride over Uncle Fortune's head and, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble again. Lu Fugue's face was filled with apologies. The main reason was that Wu Tian had helped their family so much that he didn't know how to repay them. Uncle Fugue, don't ever say such words. You stand to the side first. Leave this matter to me. Wu Tian helped Uncle Fugue to stand at the back and looked up at the 2 punks. I think you should apologize to Uncle Fugue. Silly boy. You have no say here. Get lost. The 2 punks roared impatiently. Just one question. Are you being reasonable? We never reason. We only talk about fists. And whoever has the hardest fist has the right. Sure. Of course I'm sure. The punk rolled up his sleeves and yelled at the top of his lungs. If you're capable, fight us, and if you win, you'll have the right of it. Kid, this is what you guys said. Wu Tian had long been unable to bear it and swung his fist towards one of the punks. The punch was incredibly fast and not too small in force, directly smashing into the punk's chest area, causing him to scream repeatedly. Immediately after, Wu Tian swung up the bottle and ruthlessly smashed it at another gangster, striking out crisply and without any delay. There was another scream, and the punk had no power to fight back, falling to the ground like mud. Just like that, Wu Tian effortlessly ate over the two punks. The scene instantly boiled over, and the guests couldn't help but secretly marvel. I didn't expect that the stupid kid who looked weak and vulnerable would be so powerful and swift, using only 2 moves to dry out 2 punks. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Wu Tian was obviously a bit astonished. Pop! Wu Tian raised his leg and stepped on the stomach of one of the punks. Don't you guys like to talk with your fists? How does it feel? What the hell are you? The 2 punks' voices were trembling as they asked. At this time, which still have just now arrogant domineering, scared with the tortoise grandson almost. The duo simply didn't expect that the kid in front of them looked weak, but they didn't expect the means to be so tough. Just 2 moves made them powerless. Those 2 moves just now were so fast and vicious that they couldn't even dodge in time before they were already hit. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is you guys. Wu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a cold voice, is it not time for you guys to apologize? Okay, we apologize. The 2 punks only had to concede. When they met such a strong opponent, they could only recognize their own bad luck. The 2 punks endured the pain and got up from the ground, bowing towards Lu Fuguei. I'm sorry, we were wrong this time. Lu Fuguei's body shrank in fear, tightly protecting his wife and child, and didn't say anything more. Get out! Wu Tian raised his leg and kicked the punk's ass, impatiently yelling, don't let me see you guys again. Yes, yes, yes. The 2 punks were scared less and fled the place. After the punk left, the restaurant gradually regained its calm. Wu Tian walked over and squatted on the ground, rubbing Hao Hao's round little face. How, did you get scared just now? No, Hao was not afraid at all. Lu Xiaohao tilted his head and smiled with a fake strong smile. Hao is so good. Wu Tian especially loved this child, fished out 2 cards from his pocket and handed them over. This is a VIP card for the Toy City and Playground. You can play for free and buy things. Give it to you as a birthday present, okay? It was something he had gone to do on his way here to give to Ho for his birthday. Thank you, brother Xiaotian. Lu Xiaohao looked up at his dad before reaching out to accept the 2 cards. Ho is so good. Wu Tian petted Ho's head and said to Uncle Fuguei, go to the private room. Let's celebrate Ho's birthday together. Thank you, Boss Wu, for your kind words. Let's take Hao somewhere else. Lu Fuguei suggested with a smile. He was mainly afraid of interfering with Wu Tian's business talk, and he didn't want Boss Wu to spend so much more money for Hao. Alright, Wu Tian didn't force himself, forcing Uncle Fugui's family to get together with Huanlan, but instead, they were awkward with each other. Boss Wu, thank you for helping us out. Lu Fugui's wife bowed towards Wu Tian and smiled. Then we'll leave first. Before he left, he didn't forget to instruct Hao. Quickly thank brother Xiaotian and say goodbye to him. Thank you, little brother Tian. Brother, bye. Hao's mouth was like smeared with honey as he waved his hand repeatedly. Bye. Wu Tian waved his hand. He watched Uncle Fortune's family walk away, and then pulled out a few bills and handed them to the owner of the hot pot restaurant. This is the compensation for your store. Do you think it's enough? Enough is enough. Thank you, boss. The owner of the hot pot restaurant received the bills and thanked him repeatedly, his mouth closing in joy. Next time you encounter this kind of thing, handle it properly. Don't affect the mood of the guests. Wu Tian said this and turned around to return to the private room, the booth. Huanlan stared at Wu Tian as if he was admiring an antique, his eyes unblinking. Wu Tian was extremely uncomfortable by this stare and touched his face awkwardly. Is there something dirty on my face? Nothing. So what are you looking at? Cool. Huanlan propped her chin up with her hand and said with a serious expression, that posture you just fought in was too handsome. Yes? I really didn't see it. This little body of yours is so imposing in a fight. Even I'm intimidated. Huanlan had a few moments of infatuation hidden in her eyes. 106 Harassment of Xin Shui. This was the first time Huanlan had seen Wu Tian's ability. Previously, I only thought that this kid was weak and definitely didn't have much ability. What she had just seen with her own eyes made her unable to help but be impressed with Wu Tian. I didn't expect such a weak brat to fight fiercely and invincibly, putting down the 2 punks with only 2 moves. I've been practicing kung fu recently, and I've only practiced a little bit. Wu Tian was not complacent about beating the 2 punks. It's not that he's too strong, it's that the punk is too weak. It would be a fluffer if it ever caught up to Green Dragon. However, with his current strength, it wasn't easy to catch up with Qinglong, and he still needed to keep training hard. For the skin to be this powerful, if you refine it, wouldn't you be invincible? Huanlan exclaimed in a slightly exaggerated tone. It's not that easy. Anyway, you're really great in my eyes. Come on, I wish you a quick fix. Huanlan said with a smile as she raised her wine glass. Thanks. After thanking him, Wu Tian raised his glass and clinked it with the glass in Huanlan's hand, then poured most of the beer into his mouth. The 2 of them talked and laughed as they continued to make small talk, the topics revolving around live streaming and gaming, with Huanlan teasing Wu Tian a few times every now and then. Unconsciously, Huanlan was talking more and more recklessly in front of Wu Tian. and occasionally she would talk about some private aspects of men and women. It was only in front of Wu Tian that Huanglan would be tongue-tied. After dinner, the two went their separate ways home. Wu Tian had just arrived home when he received a call from Dai Jun, the manager of Fu Yuan restaurant. Normally, if something wasn't going on at the restaurant, manager Dai wouldn't call on his own accord. When he got through, he asked into the cell phone, "Manager Dai, is something wrong with the restaurant?" "The restaurant is nothing, but, Chef Shen Shi." On the phone, Dai Jun voice wanting to speak. "What happened to Shen Shui? Chef Shen recently tangled with a rich kid." "What?" Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's heart thumped and trembled a few times. With his understanding of Shen Shui, the girl wasn't that casual, so how could she be entangled with a rich second generation? Dai Jun seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly changed his words. "It's a rich second generation who has been pestering Chef Shen recently, making Chef Shen tire of it." "That's more like it." After hearing this, Wu Tian was much more relieved. According to Shen Shui's personality, she would never get entangled with the rich second generation, because she detested those second generation ancestors in her bones. Chef Shen has been trying to get rid of the rich second generation, but that rich second generation is so thick-skinned that I can't even stand to watch it anymore. So that's why I'm calling you, hoping that Boss Wu will think of a way to get rid of that thick-skinned rich second generation. What's Richie Rich's name? Zhou Jun. If this Zhou Jun guy dares to come to the restaurant again, you'll call me Boss Wu. Zhou Jun is in our restaurant right now. Wait, I'll be right over. Wu Tian hung up the phone and rushed to Fu Yuan restaurant without stopping. Just as soon as he got off the bus, he saw Dai Jun bumblingly greeted him and smiled curtly. "Boss Wu, you're finally here. Where is Zhou Jun?" Wu Tian didn't bother with nonsense and asked right to the point. The reason for rushing over in such a hurry was to take care of the guy named Zhou Jun. "That one is Zhou Jun." Dai Jun pointed at the kid by the window and said, "He's ordered more than 10 servings of Shen Shui's food from noon until now, and every time he finds various reasons to call Chef Shen out. Chef Shen has long been annoyed." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Tian cursed and looked up in the direction of Dai Jun's finger, only to see the window seat sat a young man. Long is human-like. I did not expect to be this kind of scoundrel. In order to pester Shen Shui, continuously ordering food. This was a damn attempt to wear Shen Shui out alive. After staring at the rich second generation named Zhao Jun for a few moments, Wu Tian turned his head to Dai Jun and chided. "Why don't you let the security guards get rid of this kid? Our restaurant is open for business. Zhao Jun is here to spend money. We have no reason to kick him out." Dai Jun shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look on his face. The most afraid to meet this kind of rich scoundrels. Drive and cannot drive. Look in angry. Really let a person gnash his teeth. Is that so? Wu Tian rubbed his chin with his hand, pondering in his mind how to deal with this kind of rogue rich second generation. It was at this time that Shen Shui was called out by the rich second generation again, seemingly discussing those dishes, but in reality, they were looking for all kinds of reasons to get close to Shen Shui to strike up a conversation. Shen Shui, as a chef, can only tolerate the rich second generation for the sake of the restaurant business, but her heart is not very tired of it. It could be seen that Shen Shui especially loathed Zhao Jun, but she could only suffer in silence for the sake of the restaurant's reputation. "I'll go meet that kid." Wu Tian really couldn't look at him anymore and walked towards the restaurant with quick steps. Shen Shui was being pestered by the rich second generation, and her whole body was about to collapse. Just as she was getting annoyed, she saw Wu Tian walking over. He quickly walked over and hid behind Wu Tian, pointing at Zhao Jun and accusing, "This guest is just too annoying." "Snow, what's going on?" Wu Tian already knew the truth of the matter, but he still wanted to hear it from Shen Shui herself. "That Zhao Jun, he just kept ordering my food and finding all kinds of reasons to pester me. I'm all." Shen Shui bit her lip and had the urge to scratch someone. She was considered good-tempered. If it were any other woman, I'm afraid she would have already suffocated and thrown a fit. "Don't worry, I'll deal with him." Wu Tian dropped a comforting smile and walked over to give Zhao Jun a direct expulsion order. "You are not welcome here. The door is over there. Please, where did that stupid kid come out from?" Zhao Jun smiled contemptuously, not putting a young kid like Wu Tian in his eyes at all. "By way of introduction, I am Wu Tian, the owner of this restaurant. You're the boss?" Zhao Jun had a slightly surprised expression on his face. He probably didn't realize that this poor boy with no taste in front of him was the owner of Fu Yuan restaurant. "Right." Wu Tian nodded and said in an unceremonious cold voice, "I hope you can give me face and stop pestering my chef. Since you're the boss here, you should understand one thing, the guest is God." Zhao Jun shook the suit on his body, tilted his head and said, "I'm a guest. I came here to spend money on your place. What right do you have to drive me away? I think you're deliberately picking a fight. It's not like I'm not paying." After Zhao Jun said this, he was rich and generous and ordered Shen Shui, "Go serve me one of the best dishes you have here." Shen Shui didn't say anything, but instead looked at Wu Tian with that solicitous gaze. After a slight contemplation, Wu Tian brought his head over to whisper a few words in Xin Shue's ear. Xin Shue's eyes lit up slightly as she asked Zhao Jun, Mr. Zhao, are you sure you want to eat the best dishes in our restaurant? Yes, have the best dish in your restaurant. Good then. Wait, I'll go make it for you now. Xin Shue smiled mysteriously and quickly walked towards the back kitchen. It took less than 2 minutes for her to walk out with her dinner tray. 107. Rascal rich kid. The dinner plate held just a very plain cake that looked generic and not much different from what you would normally eat. Xin Shui pushed the plate in front of Zhao Jun and smiled. This is the best dish in our restaurant. A serving of cake. What a great dish. Zhao Jun glanced at the cake and didn't care that much. He didn't really want to eat anyway, and ordering the food was nothing more than a legitimate attempt to hit on Xin Shui. Company Zhao, you ordered more than a dozen dishes. Shouldn't you get your order first? Xin Shui smiled and urged. Don't worry, this young man is not bad. That's not necessarily true. We get a lot of freeloaders coming to our store. Just kidding. How could this young man eat for nothing? Zhao Jun grabbed his bulging wallet and threw it on the table, asking, say, how much are these dishes? I'll settle your bill now. Give Mr. Zhao a 20% discount. No need for a discount. Not a penny less. Well then, Mr. Zhao spent a total of $2 million. Cough. Zhao Jun coughed violently a few times, almost not choking alive on his own saliva. It took him half a day to calm down, and with glazed eyes he asked again, how much did you say? 2 million. These dishes I'm eating cost $2 million? Zhao Jun knew that the dishes at Fu Yuan restaurant weren't cheap, but even if it's expensive, it can't be that expensive. He had ordered a dozen dishes off and on from noon until now, averaging out to over 200,000 per dish. Yes, no more, no less, just $2 million. Xin Shui replied in a very serious tone, without a half smile on her face. Bring me the menu and I'll look at it. Here. Xin Shui handed over the menu. Zhao Jun compared it to the menu and slapped the menu hard on the table. These dishes are obviously only $10,000. How can you charge me $200,000? There's another dish that's more expensive and not on the menu. Which dish? It's this fortune-telling dish. Xin Shui pointed at the pastry on the table and introduced. This is our store's best dish, worth $1,999,000. What the? $1,999,000? Right. It's just a pastry. Why does it cost over $1 million? This is not an ordinary pastry. Xin Shui reached out and lifted the plate of pastries, explaining very seriously. It is refined with rare flour polished by hand. The water used for the flour is the holy water of Tianshan Mountain, and the condiments inside are priceless. It was the first time she'd ever babbled so seriously, describing an ordinary pastry as a treasure, that she felt on the verge of making it up. Of course, all of this was done according to Wu Tian's instructions, and it was the first time she had ever punked someone in this way. You guys are clearly intentionally screwing me over. Even if Zhao Jun was stupid, he understood that the restaurant owner had joined forces with Xin Shui to intentionally pit the money. Mr. Zhao, do you think our food is expensive? You're not being expensive. You're clearly robbing while the fire is burning. Zhao Jun's face was black with anger and his neck was thick. This was the worst time he had ever been punked. You don't have to order it if it's too expensive, and you have to pay for it if you do. Zhao Jun's chest was heaving up and down with anger. Originally he wanted to take the opportunity to hit on Xin Shui, but he didn't expect to be put on the spot by this girl. Soon he turned his gaze back to Wu Tian and said viciously, Kid, you came up with the bad idea to intentionally cheat me out of money, right? Mr. Zhao, that's not right. You ordered the dishes yourself. We didn't force you. Wu Tian wore a smile on his face. Against this kind of rogue rich kid, he naturally had to use some more rogue tactics. Then you didn't say before that the pastry was so expensive? Mr. Zhao, do you have no money to pay the bill? Of course I have money. There's money, then hurry up and pay the bill. Said Zhao Jun, reaching for his wallet in a death grip. $2 million was nothing to him, but the thought of being screwed over by this kid for nothing made his heart feel bad. It was at this time that Xin Shui couldn't help but sneer and despise. You can't even afford to pay for this meal, and you still have the face to run here to pursue me. You don't mind losing face. The corners of Zhao Jun's mouth twitched viciously in anger. After gritting his teeth for half a day, he pulled out a cash check from his bag, filled in the amount and handed it to Xin Shui. What's $2 million, when I give you a little meet and greet gift? For the sake of dignity, for the sake of face, he could only concede. It wasn't good for a dignified big shot like him to tear his face off for $2 million and be taken as a joke by the guests. What's more, he had to pursue Xin Shui, so losing a little money was nothing. Waiting for this woman to get his hands on, a little to play a good 3 days and 3 nights, in order to solve the anger in his heart. This isn't a meet and greet gift for me. It's meal money for coming to the restaurant to spend. Xin Shui said this and handed the check to Dai Jun. Manager Dai, deposit it. Great. Daijun excitedly accepted the check and secretly gave a thumbs up towards Chef Shun, praising Shin Shui for this girl's good brain. Not only do they make a lot of revenue for the restaurant, but they also teach the rich kids a hard lesson. So it's a double whammy. In fact, he did not know that this is a bad idea that Wu Tian came up with, and Shin Shui is only operating under instructions. Mr. Zhao, are you still ordering? Shin Shui smiled smugly and asked Zhao Jun once again. One tea, order it. Zhao Jun no longer had the same air of wealth and power that he had just had. The dozen or so dishes just now ate $2 million, and if you order more, you'll have to lose your fortune. We're a restaurant here, open for business. If Mr. Zhao doesn't order, then please. Shin Shui made a gesture of please. Zhao Jun couldn't leave or stay. If we just leave, the $2 million we just spent won't be in vain. But if he doesn't order and keeps occupying the place, that doesn't seem to make sense. Gritting his teeth, he made an instant decision. I'm going to buy this restaurant of yours. As long as you buy this restaurant, it's still like a fish out of water. And if you want to pick up Shin Shui in the future, it's still a piece of cake. Being the boss herself, she has to do whatever she wants Chef Shin to do. Don't dream of it. Our restaurant is not for sale. Shin Shui naturally knew what the rich second generation was scheming, and immediately poured a pot of cold water on him. No. As soon as Shin Shui's words fell, Wu Tian next to her couldn't help but speak up and interrupt. Sell. Of course the restaurant sells. You want to sell the restaurant? Upon hearing this, Shin Shui was dumbfounded, not realizing that Wu Tian was going to sell the restaurant. Even the manager Dai Jun's body shivered in fear, not realizing that Boss Wu was going to sell the restaurant to a rich kid. He wasn't worried about losing his job. He just didn't want to leave such a good boss as Wu Tian. Only Boss Wu treats his employees as human beings, and his monthly bonuses and dividends make everyone soft, and he has never treated any of his employees poorly. In his and his employees' mind, Mr. Wu is not just a boss, but also a partner they can trust and rely on. Sold. Wu Tian nodded with certainty and added, as long as someone can afford to pay, I'll sell this restaurant. As he spoke, a strange look leaked from his eyes. Selling the restaurant? Good. Then tell me, how much are you selling this restaurant for? As soon as Zhao Jun heard that this kid was going to sell the restaurant, his entire body looked unusually excited. This restaurant has a unique taste in meals and business is so hot that you can buy this restaurant without worrying about making any money. More importantly, by buying the restaurant, he would become Shin Shui's boss, and it would be much easier to pursue Chef Shin than $20 million. Wu Tian extended 2 fingers. So expensive? When he heard the offer, Zhao Jun was not calm. The market value of this restaurant was just over $10 million, and this kid Wu Tian directly asked for $20 million, clearly wanting to take advantage of the fire. The premium is just a bit outrageous. Yes, $20 million. Not a penny less? If Mr. Zhao sincerely wants to buy it, it can be a penny less. Is this young man worse than your penny? Zhao Jun's mind was hot, and he immediately made a decision. Okay, just $20 million. I'll buy your restaurant. He had done some math. Even if he bought the restaurant for $20 million, he still wouldn't lose money, and he could still make a lot of profit if the fire continued like this. The most important point is that buying the restaurant will make you the owner of Shin Shui, and then you can do the woman in the back kitchen. Mr. Zhao really wants to buy it? Let someone have to buy it. Don't you ever regret buying it. I will never regret it. After Zhao Jun finished saying this, he hurriedly urged, let's sign the contract now. I'll transfer the $20 million to you after signing the contract. Mr. Zhao is indeed a refreshing person. Wu Tian pursed her lips and immediately asked Dai Jun to go print the contract. Manager Dai was a bit reluctant. The thought of losing Wu Tian as his boss made his heart feel bad, but he didn't dare to disobey Boss Wu's command, so he had to obediently run to the office to print the contract. As soon as she heard that Wu Tian was going to sell the restaurant, even Shin Shui's heart became particularly lost. If Wu Tian was not the owner of the restaurant, what was the point of her staying here? She was even ready to leave the Fu Yuan restaurant as soon as Wu Tian sold the restaurant. Soon Dai Jun printed out 2 copies of the restaurant transfer agreement. Zhao Jun and Wu Tian briefly looked at the contents of the agreement and immediately signed the contract. Subsequently, Zhao Jun had the company transfer $20 million to Wu Tian's account, and the agreement became official. Holding this contract, Zhao Jun looked exceptionally excited. From now on, the Fu Yuan restaurant is mine. Congratulations to Mr. Zhao for becoming the new owner of the restaurant. Wu Tian extended his right hand to congratulate Jun Zhao. Step aside. Zhao Jun didn't bother to shake Wu Tian's hand and impatiently waved his hand, expelling, the restaurant is mine now. There's nothing for you here. Get lost. Mr. Zhao, don't rush me off yet. I still have things to say. What else do you want to say? I want to open a restaurant across the street. You open your restaurant. It's none of my business. Zhao Jun impatiently waved his hand and urged, Get out of here. You're not welcome here. Alright then, I'm off. Wu Tian patted his butt and turned his head to the restaurant staff and asked, I'm opening a new restaurant. Does anyone want to follow me? Shen Shui and Dai Jun were the first to express their willingness to follow. The two of them are the mainstay of the restaurant, with one being top management and the other back of the house support. Both of them had developed a strong trust and dependence on Wu Tian, and they were willing to follow him wherever he went to start a business. And me. The other chefs and waiters also expressed their willingness to follow Wu Tian, and even the cleaners went out of their way to show their support. Even the cleaners agreed that Wu Tian was a good boss and no one wanted to lose such a good boss. Alright then, everyone follow me. Paychecks will be paid as usual. Bonuses will be given as usual. Wu Tian wiped his handsome hairstyle and strutted towards the outside. Shen Shui and Dai Jun followed closely behind, and the cooks, waiters, and housekeeping followed in turn, making the scene extremely spectacular. Zhao Jun's entire body was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this guy Wu Tian to take all the cooks and waiters, and take Shen Shui, whom he liked, as well. The reason why the restaurant is hot, relying on Shen Shui and the gang of chefs. If there is no chef, then what the hell the restaurant will soon collapse. After being slightly stunned, Zhao Jun reacted and hurriedly opened his mouth to stop. Don't go, all of you. Stand still. If the chef is gone, his $20 million is a waste of money. Mr. Zhao, is there anything else? Wu Tian stopped his steps and looked back at Zhao Jun with a smile. Kid, what gives you the right to poach all the cooks in the restaurant? I only said to transfer the restaurant to you, but I didn't say to sell all the employees to you. They all voluntarily came with me. Don't believe me? Ask them. Wu Tian said this and turned his head to look at those employees. The employees nodded their heads and said that they would voluntarily follow Boss Wu. Wherever Boss Wu goes, they are willing to follow. As long as you guys are willing to stay, I'll offer double the salary. Zhao Jun had no choice but to be ruthless and raise his wages. If we can't keep those cooks, not to mention that we won't make any money, I'm afraid we'll lose a big hole. We only recognize Boss Wu. Even if you give 10 times the salary, we still follow Boss Wu. After Dai Jun said this, the other employees chimed in. Now that Boss Wu had long since given them bonuses and cuts of more than 10 times their salary, no other boss had been so willing to spend money. They are willing to follow Boss Wu even if other bosses offer higher wages. Over the time they had been together, Boss Wu had treated them like human beings and treated each of them with respect, and everyone felt very warm. What? You guys? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun was dumbfounded. I didn't realize I couldn't keep these employees by offering such high wages. It was really hard to figure out what kind of confusing drug Wu Tian had given these people to make them all so dead set on it. Mr. Zhao, I'll leave without anything else. Wu Tian waved his hand and smiled as he headed outside. Stop! Zhao Jun rushed over and blocked in front of Wu Tian. Don't go yet. Let's discuss it again. What's there to discuss? I'll give you $5 million and you let the employees stay. I'm sorry, these employees are not commodities and can't be measured in terms of money because they are priceless in my heart. Wu Tian decisively refused. When these words came out, the employees were especially touched in their hearts, and were even more convinced that they should follow Boss Wu to do a good job. Zhao Jun almost didn't die of anger alive, gritting his teeth for half a day before coming up with a sentence. Forget it, I won't buy this restaurant of yours. Spending $20 million on such an empty shell, unless he's sick in the head. The main reason I bought the restaurant before was to give Shen Shui a chance to be the boss, but now that Shen Shui has been scooped up by that kid, what's the point of messing with it? Mr. Zhao, you're really good at joking. You signed the contract in black and white, and you say you won't buy it? You think this is a child playing house? Then I will resell the restaurant to you. Zhao Jun was really confused by the anger, and his speech was somewhat incoherent. Then we can talk about it. Wu Tian walked back and sat down in front of the chair, pointing to the opposite chair. Sit down. Let's talk about the price. 109 fair trade. What's there to talk about? You sell me $20 million. I'll just sell it to you at the original price. Zhao Jun sat down in the opposite seat and said with an expressionless face, No, I'm not buying it for $20 million. But it was $20 million when you sold it to me. Mr. Zhao, when I sold it to you, the employees were there and the restaurant was still functioning. But now the restaurant is empty and you still want to sell it for $20 million? The staff is behind you. Just get them on board. That's not good. Wu Tian leaned his body on the chair, like a second master. Now they are all my people and have nothing to do with this restaurant. Zhao Jun's body trembled fiercely with anger. Kid, you damn well want to pit me again? We are talking about buying and selling. You cannot buy when you buy. No one is forcing you. Now you can still not sell. Wu Tian always had a winning smile on his face. From the very beginning this was a game, and as long as Zhao Jun jumped into it, he was destined to lose already. Zhao Jun's mouth trembled with anger. He had seen many sets, but he had never thought that Wu Tian's set was so deep. This is the worst he's ever been punked. It took half a day of gritting his teeth to get out. Say, how much are you going to pay me? $10 million. Wu Tian extended a finger. I'll give you $10 million to buy back this restaurant. What? Zhao Jun almost didn't spit out blood in anger. $20 million for it. And in less than half an hour, this kid only gives 10 million, shrinking it by a whole half. In other words, he's been a restaurant owner for less than half an hour, and before his butt is even warm, he's lost a whole $10 million. This kid is too damn tough. Zhao Jun's teeth and bones clenched, and he immediately let out harsh words. $10 million? Don't even think about it. Since Mr. Zhao doesn't want to sell it, then forget it. I will never force myself. Wu Tian looked indifferent. From the beginning he had thought of a way back, selling the restaurant to Zhao Jun to cash in $20 million, and then spending another $10 million to open a bigger restaurant across the street. When the time comes to follow the original lineup, business will surely be booming, because Fu Yuan restaurant was able to catch fire before. It was mainly because the gang of chefs led by Xin Shui were skilled in their craft, and the dishes they made were very distinctive. In order to attract customers, to put it bluntly, the guests all came here to eat because they knew the fame of Xin Shui and the gang of chefs. As long as you bring Xin Shui and the gang of chefs, you can open a restaurant anywhere and it will be just as hot. There's no need to doubt that. That's why Wu Genius dared to toss it like that. Why wouldn't he make $10 million out of it for nothing by dumping it like that? On a more important note, he could use this opportunity to get Zhao Jun into the game, and maybe drag this rich kid down alive. $10 million is just too low. How about $18 million? I'll sell it to you. Zhao Jun tried to negotiate. $10 million? I won't buy a cent more. You. Zhao Jun was furious, the corners of his mouth twitching. This kid is really too ruthless. Dead or alive, only give 10 million. This dam is trying to push him to the end of the road. After deep thought, he made a decision with a clench of his teeth. $10 million? I won't sell it to you even if I smash my hand. Then keep your restaurant and play slowly. The good part is still to come. Wu Tian smiled wryly and turned around, ready to leave. Wait. Seeing this weird smile, Zhao Jun was shocked in his heart and snapped out of it. It was only at this point that he realized that Wu Tian was trying to use this restaurant to drag him down, so that he would run out of go and be unable to extricate himself. Now that the chefs have all been poached by Wu Tian, the restaurant will definitely not be able to make money, and not making money means losing money. Rent, utilities, labor, and various taxes, all kinds of labor, and countless losses each month. I'm afraid I won't be able to get rid of a few $1 million by then. I didn't expect this kid Wu Tian to be so despicable as to try to get him into a quagmire in this way, but fortunately he discovered it in time. Thinking about these, Zhao Jun immediately made a decision. Okay, I'll sell the restaurant $10 million. I'll sell it to you. Mr. Zhao has to think clearly. If you dump it like that, you'll lose tens of millions of dollars for nothing. Wu Tian reminded with a smile. Only the smile on his face was more like gloating. Count me out. $10 million is $10 million. Zhao Jun's face had twisted and distorted in anger. A restaurant without those chefs now means no popularity and is worth $10 million at best. If it sits in his hands for a while, I'm afraid it will still shrink, and it won't even be good enough to get rid of the $8 million by then. The key point was that he didn't want to fall into Wu Tian's trap as a result. Mr. Zhao really sucks at doing business. He lost $10 million in just half an hour. Wu Tian gloated and pursed his lips. Since Mr. Zhao sincerely wants to sell, I'll begrudgingly sign the contract with Mr. Zhao right now. After saying this, he instructed Dai Jun to print the contract. Dai Jun was quite happy this time, and ran his ass off to print 2 contracts. This contract is more or less the same as before, except that the transfer amount has been changed from the previous 20 million to 10 million. The two signed the contract and then Wu Tian transferred $10 million to Zhao Jun. In this way, in just half an hour, once the hand was reversed, Wu Tian made $10 million for nothing, faster than robbing a bank. Mr. Zhao, happy cooperation. After signing the contract, Wu Tian stretched out his right hand with a smile brighter than a flower on his face. Pleasant my ass. Zhao Jun put down these words and walked towards the outside of the restaurant with a face full of anger. His face more ugly than smeared with at this moment. This was the worst time he had ever been screwed over. Having a meal and ending up being screwed out of $12 million for nothing. Paralyzed. $12 million. This is the company's profit for 2 months. Think about it all. Feel me pain. Mr. Zhao, don't ever come back to our restaurant in the future, or you'll still be at a disadvantage. Looking at Zhao Yang's back, Wu Tian smiled and advised, Kid, you wait and see how I'll clean you up later. Zhao Jun threatened fiercely and left the restaurant with quick steps. Having suffered a dumb loss today, he wasn't going to stop there. Mr. Zhao, walk slowly and be careful of the steps. Wu Tian ripped his voice out and warned from behind. The words had just fallen, and as a result, Zhao Jun stepped on his feet and fell hard. It caused the crowd to roar with laughter, and the entire restaurant was filled with the laughter of the employees. It wasn't until Zhao Jun walked away that the employees complimented Boss Wu, all agreeing that Boss Wu's tactics were brilliant. Not only did he teach the second-generation rich man a lesson, but he was also able to make over $10 million with ease. Everyone is proud to have such a fluffy boss. Quiet. Wu Tian pressed his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Sweeping a glance at the employees present, he smiled and said, "It's all thanks to all of you that I was able to teach Richie Rich a lesson today, and I thank you for your loyalty to me and the restaurant." "Thank you, Boss Wu, don't ever say that. You're usually nice to everyone. Everyone is naturally grateful. This is called exchanging heart for heart," Dai Jun replied in place of the crowd. Everyone else nodded in agreement. "I hope we will be more united in the future and do a better job in our restaurant. Together." Wu Tian raised his fist and encouraged the crowd. 110 mean tricks. Yes, the crowd chanted in unison. Driven by Boss Wu, the employees were passionate and full of fighting spirit. This $10 million just now is considered to be what the group earned together. Give everyone a bonus. Wu Tian handed the bank card to Dai Jun and instructed, "Distribute it down to everyone in a while." "Thank you, Boss Wu." The crowd thanked in unison. When they meet this kind of good boss, the employees' hearts are rolling in their mouths, and it's simply a blessing from their past lives. Also, Wu Tian continued to instruct to Dai Jun, "Have the kitchen make the best dishes and treat everyone." The scene instantly boiled over at those words. The employees were deeply moved and some even burst into tears. "I've been working all my life and I've never met such a good boss. Thank you, Boss Wu." Dai Jun bowed deeply, and then started giving out bonuses and benefits to everyone. After handing out the bonuses, we all got busy together and started cooking, and the whole restaurant was so happy that it was even happier than the New Year's festivals. Seeing this scene in front of her, a smile gradually appeared on Xin Shue's face, and she couldn't help but boast to Wu Tian, "You're the best boss I've ever seen, bar none. Don't be in a hurry to praise me, just don't scold me if I do anything wrong in the future." Wu Tian laughed half-heartedly. He had never been a boss before and didn't know how to be a good one, but he understands the truth that he will only work hard to make his employees feel like they belong and find a home, and money is never finished, and when you earn it, you should never be too greedy, and you should know how to share the fruits of your labor with everyone, then you don't do it wrong. After Xin Shui finished saying this, she couldn't help but open her mouth to say thank you. "Thank you for helping me out today. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do." When she meets a rogue rich kid like Zhao Jun, she's really at her wit's end. To be honest, she had almost died in a hurry before, but fortunately Wu Tian had rushed over in time to help her out, or else it would have been a real headache. "You're my employee, it's only right to help you out." Wu Tian looked like he was taking it for granted. Whenever anyone around him was in trouble, he went out of his way to help. "But you're really smart to come up with such a good way to pit more than $10 million from Zhao Jun for nothing, pissing this kid off but being unable to do anything about it." The thought of Zhao Jun's face being angered into a pig's liver color secretly relieved Xin Shui in her heart. "I'm afraid that only Wu Tian can come up with such underhanded tactics to teach Zhao Jun a hard lesson, not to mention making so much money for nothing. When dealing with that kind of shameless person, one should use dirty tricks." Thinking about today's masterpiece, Wu Tian couldn't help but be secretly happy as well. "Anyone who goes against you is asking for death. Am I that scary? You have a particularly tricky and mean way of dealing with bad people. Are you complimenting me or undermining me?" "Of course it's a compliment to you. Hee hee." Xin Shui covered her mouth and giggled before she finished her sentence. It didn't take long for the smile on her face to suddenly stiffen as she reached out and pointed towards the door of the restaurant. "Yeah, Zhao Jun, that guy brought someone over. What else does that kid want?" Wu Tian also noticed that Zhao Jun was standing at the entrance of the restaurant with a couple of big and thick men. They are deliberately trying to scare their guests. The customers who originally wanted to come to the restaurant to spend money were scared away from the restaurant after seeing those few strong men. After knowing Zhao Jun's intentions, Shen Shui looked particularly angry. "This Zhao Jun, really despicable, scaring all our guests away. How can we still do business? What a scoundrel." Wu Tian gritted his teeth. Meeting this kind of scoundrel really gave him a headache. "I thought that Zhao Jun would be good after he had suffered a loss before. I didn't expect this kid to change enough to eat and bring people over to cause trouble. What a ing. What should we do? Should we call the police? It's no use. The police can't deal with such scoundrels. What about that? Don't be anxious. I have my own way." After Wu Tian said this, he got up and walked towards the outside of the restaurant, pointing at Zhao Jun's nose and threateningly said, "I'll give you one last chance to get the hell out of here. Kid, fight me. I'm going to bring your restaurant down." Zhao Jun bared his teeth and said viciously, "Are you sure? Okay, better not regret it." After Wu Tian said this, he waved his hand towards Qinglong in the car. Qinglong got the order and ran his ass over. "Boss Wu, What's your order? Get rid of these pieces of trash. Yes. Qinglong got the order and swung his fist towards those big burly men. Those few strong men were no match for Qinglong. They were soon beaten and cried out, retreating backwards. Zhao Jun was also shocked. He didn't expect Wu Tian's men to be so raw and fierce, drying out these bodyguards of his in 3 or 2 moves. However, he didn't concede, and while backing up, he shouted, "In the future, I will bring people to block the entrance of your restaurant every day, and if you have the ability, you will let your bodyguards guard the restaurant 24 hours a day." What a ing scoundrel. Wu Tian clenched his fists hard. Never seen such a cheeky rich second generation. Simply robed to the extreme. If I don't screw up this restaurant of yours, I won't believe Zhao. Seeing that Wu Tian was infuriated into this kind of, Zhao Jun instead became even more arrogant. Mr. Zhao, do you really want to go against me? Sure, no more thinking about it? I won't let you go unless you get down on your knees and beg me. This is what you forced me to do. Don't regret it. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, I will make your Zhao group disappear in Luzhou. Who doesn't know how to blow a fluffer? Wait. Wu Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense. Fished out his cell phone and dialed Longyun, said a few words into the phone and hung up. He then took Xin Shui and the others back to the restaurant and continued to eat and drink. Zhao Jun and the others didn't leave, allowing the scoundrels to continue blocking the doorway and scaring the customers who came to the restaurant. Seeing this situation, Dai Jun was anxious and said to Wu Tian, Boss Wu, if they keep on like this, we have no business at all. Manager Dai, don't be in a hurry. Sit down and eat. Wu Tian patted Dai Jun's shoulder and pointed to the seat beside him. How can I still eat? Dai Jun wanted to cry. He was really convinced that Boss Wu. The guests were scared away by Zhao Jun and the others, but Boss Wu was eating and drinking like nothing was wrong. In the current situation, he was about to go crazy. How could he still be in the mood to eat? Don't worry, it won't be long before Zhao Jun runs over and begs me. Wu Tian smiled and comforted. Just now, he had already called Long Yun and asked Secretary Long to use her family's power to suppress the Zhao group. With the Wu family's power, I believe it won't be long before Zhao's group faces a crisis. Boss Wu, you really know how to joke. Zhao Jun is specifically targeting you to find fault. How could he beg you? Dai Jun was seriously skeptical about this statement. To his death, he wouldn't believe that a dead scoundrel like Dai Jun would run over to plead with Boss Wu. Not to mention that he didn't believe it. Even Xin Shui expressed skepticism. 111 apologizing and begging for forgiveness. Wu Tian didn't explain that much and continued to drink and eat meat, looking relaxed and at ease, not putting Zhao Jun, who was blocking the door outside the restaurant, in the slightest. Just as he was eating happily, he saw Zhao Jun hurriedly barge into the restaurant with his several bodyguards. When the employees saw Zhao Jun and his men barging into the restaurant, they thought that this rogue rich kid wanted to be unfavorable to Boss Wu, and they surrounded him to protect him in front of Wu Tian. Even Dai Jun and Xin Shui became gloomy, fearing that Zhao Jun, the scoundrel, would whip up some more loin moths. Puff! Just as everyone was wary of Zhao Jun, only to see Zhao Jun hurriedly ran over, both legs bent and knelt in front of Wu Tian, crying and begging, Big brother, master, I was wrong, please give us a high hand and let us go. Seeing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. All of them did not expect Zhao Jun, who had been so arrogant before, to kneel on the ground at this moment, pathetically begging for mercy from Boss Wu. What the hell? The employees present were all confused. Even Dai Jun and Xin Shui were in a daze, not knowing what was going on. Mr. Zhao, are you talking to me? How come I can't hear very well? Wu Tian crossed his legs and intentionally played dumb and rushed. Brother Wu, Master Wu, count on me to beg you, spare our Zhao family. Zhao Jun pulled out his voice and begged for mercy again, while ordering a few subordinates behind him. What are you stupidly standing there for? Quickly kneel down. The few bodyguards got the order and rushed to their knees. I didn't expect that you, the grandson of the Zhao family, would also have today. Wu Tian raised his head and gazed at Zhao Jun as if he was looking at a disgusting bedbug. I'm sorry, I'm really wrong. Zhao Jun, which still has the arrogance of before, this moment is scared like repeatedly begged for forgiveness and apologized. He just received a call from his father asking if he messed with a young man named Wu Tian. At that time, he was still unimpressed and clearly told his father that he had a grudge against Wu Tian, and that he wanted to bring down this kid's restaurant. As a result, his father scolded him and told him that his family's Zhao group was about to be ruined by Wu Tian. The bank stopped lending, the upstream industry chain stopped supplying, and the downstream distributors cancelled their contracts one after another. For a while, their Zhao group was facing an unprecedented disaster, and they might close down at any time. After hearing this bad news, his whole body was shocked and confused. He didn't expect Wu Tian to have such a great ability to make Zhao group face a crisis in such a short period of time. To be able to overthrow the Zhao clan in such a short period of time, It was evident how much of a fluffer Wu Tian was, 100 times more fluffy than their Zhao clan group. It was then that he broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't realize that the owner of Fu Yuan restaurant was such a fluffy bigot. This nifty thing offends bigots by accident. If he had known that Wu Tian's background was so fluffy, he wouldn't have dared to offend him even if he had borrowed 100 guts. His father told him to ask for Wu Tian's forgiveness no matter what, or else Zhao's group would be completely finished. If the Zhao group was finished, their Zhao family would go bankrupt, and he, the second-generation rich man, would be left with nothing. Thinking of this, without saying a word, he ran his ass to the restaurant and kneeled down to beg for forgiveness from Wu Tian. Mr. Zhao, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why have you turned into a grandson this time? Wu Tian didn't seem to be relieved and asked aggressively. I was wrong. I deserved to die. Zhao Jun finished saying this, waved his hand and slammed a few hard slaps on his face, confessing, I'm a asshole. I promise, I won't dare to do it again. Seeing this scene, everyone in the restaurant looked at each other. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, beating them to death, they wouldn't have been able to believe that Zhao Jun would have smacked his own big mouth in front of Boss Wu. Everyone was curious as to how exactly Boss Wu had tamed Zhao Jun so that the boy would voluntarily apologize and admit his mistake. However, seeing Zhao Jun whip himself like this, the restaurant employees were particularly relieved in their hearts. Bang! Wu Tian raised a foot to kick Zhao Jun over and reprimanded. I told you long ago to not mess with me. You just didn't listen. Now you know you regret it? Snap! Zhao Jun flung his hand and ruthlessly slapped his face several times, repenting, I'm really wrong. Please Boss Wu be magnanimous and spare our Zhao family. In order to save his family, he now had no choice but to bow down and beg for forgiveness. I'll let your Zhao family off the hook this time. After Wu Tian finished saying this, he then changed his tone. It's best not to have a next time. If there's a next time, I'll make you guys completely disappear in Luzhou. Thank you Boss Wu. I promise there won't be a next time. Zhao Jun cowed out his head repeatedly to guarantee, more than a grandson at this moment. Get out and don't let me see you again. Yes, I'll roll right now. After Zhao Jun answered, he really did lead the people to roll out of the restaurant. The employees were speechless as they watched Mr. Zhao roll out of the restaurant with his subordinates like a rolling pumpkin. Is this still the arrogant and unbeatable Zhao Gongzi? Why did you suddenly become so timid in front of Boss Wu? Everyone felt curious in their hearts. In the end, it was Dai Jun who asked the doubt in his heart. Boss Wu, how did Zhao Jun suddenly become so obedient? This heavenly secret cannot be leaked. Wu Tian made a faked reply, then said to the crowd, remember, in the future, if anyone dares to be wild in the restaurant, I'll make him look good. Boss is mighty. Dai Jun shouted in a flattering manner. The other employees shouted in unison. Everyone admired Boss Wu from the bottom of their hearts. Alright, everyone go and get busy. Wu Tian dismissed the employees and comforted Xin Shui. Don't worry, in the future, Zhao Jun will never dare to pester you again. After this, I'm afraid that Zhao Jun will go around when he passes by here. Really convinced you. Xin Shui looked at Wu Tian with a pleased face and sighed, frozily taming the deadbeat Zhao Jun into submission. I'm afraid only you can do it in this world. I'm an old Chinese doctor who specializes in treating all kinds of scoundrels. Wu Tian deliberately struck a handsome pose after saying this. Put. Shen Shui was amused by this posture, and ranted without a good mood. Go go go. All day without a proper form. Hey! Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly and glanced at the time. It's getting late. Why don't I send you home? No, I still have things to do in the back kitchen. Shen Shui politely refused. She was afraid of other employees gossiping. In fact, she wanted to be with Wu Tian in her heart, but she was afraid of what the other employees would say. Alright, then you get busy. I'll leave first. Wu Tian smiled faintly and left the restaurant with Qinglong. When he got home, he saw Long Yun waiting for him in the living room, with a cold face and a very serious expression, similar to that of a poker. Whenever Secretary Long has that look on his face, something is definitely wrong. Secretary Long, do I owe you money? Seeing Secretary Long's smelly face, Wu Tian couldn't help but flirt. Young master. Long Yun directly ignored the joke and said expressionlessly, the old master is looking for you and asked you to call him. Got it. Wu Tian nodded and walked towards the study. 112 commended. Wu Tian drilled into the study, fished out his cell phone and dialed his grandfather's number, and opened his mouth to ask, Grandpa, how's your health these days? Don't worry about that. I'm in good health. On the other end of the phone, Wu Jihe's voice was resounding. That's good. Once he heard his grandfather speak, Wu Tian was in a much better mood. Grandpa, what do you want to see me about? Aha! A long syllable was pulled out of the phone. Wu Jihe opened his mouth and said, your kid is really capable. You made several $100 million so quickly. You really didn't let me down. Grandpa, you know all about it? That's natural. Grandpa is truly divine. nothing can escape your eyes. Wu Tian couldn't help but secretly admire him. A character like Grandpa is a real fluffer, planning in a tent and deciding from 1,000 miles away. You are much stronger than the few other alternative heirs in the family, worthy of being my Wu Jihe's grandson. I really haven't misjudged you. Wu Jihe grinned after saying this. You can tell by the sound of that voice that he's particularly happy at this point. Hearing his grandfather laugh so happily, Wu Tian was also very happy, but he still modestly said, Grandpa, I also relied on my family's strength in order to achieve a small amount of success. Wu Tian said this is also the truth. If there is no family power behind the support, never in a short period of time to earn so much profit now. That's not right. Wu Jihe put away his smile and lectured. You are a descendant of the Wu family. It's only right to utilize the family power of the Wu family. The older generation of the Wu family fought for the sake of blessing their descendants. We have the energy, how can we not use it? Grandpa taught me a lesson. What's more, which descendant hasn't borrowed the power of the family? Other descendants have borrowed even more power and still can't compare to you. That's the skill. Thank you Grandpa for recognizing me. Hearing his grandfather's heartfelt appreciation, Wu Tian's heart was sweeter than honey. Kid, there is one thing about you that I appreciate the most. Wu Jihe paused for a moment and then said, your ability to meticulously come down to study carefully, train hard, and apply what you've learned is something that other children and grandchildren are far from being able to match. I think I'm too far off and need to keep enriching myself to have this realization. That's quite good. When Wu Jihe said this, his tone was clearly aggravated by a few points. This time, the tone of speaking to Wu Tian had clearly changed. If he had only been in a wait-and-see mindset towards Wu Tian before, then this time he clearly affirmed and recognized Wu Tian's ability and efforts. Wu Tian's performance in this recent period had already impressed Wu Jihe. Thank you Grandpa for recognizing me. Wu Tian's tone seemed calm, but inside, he was indescribably excited and thrilled. As evidenced by the change in his grandfather's attitude towards him, it had been a very good performance indeed. It seemed that all his hard work and effort during this time had not been in vain. Tian, you're good, there's no doubt about that. But, Wu Jihe said here, his tone suddenly turned, as the saying goes, learning has no end. You must be modest and good at learning. Never be proud because of a little achievement. Grandpa says so. Train well. Our Wu family needs a scion like you. Don't worry, I will definitely not fail Grandpa's expectations of me, Wu Tian assured. Thinking of his parents, he couldn't help but ask after them. By the way Grandpa, how exactly did my parents die? Trying to pry the death of his parents out of his grandfather while he's in a good mood right now. This, Wu Jihe paused slightly for a few seconds and said in a grave tone, the time is not ripe yet. There are some things that I can't tell you yet. Grandpa, so when is the time right? If you can make $1 million profit, I'll tell you what's going on with your parents. Really? Sure. Alright then, I will definitely earn enough millions as soon as possible. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and secretly became ruthless. Now he was feeling even more energized, and all he could think about was making money desperately, making $10 billion in profit as soon as possible, and figuring out the cause of his parents' death as soon as possible. Well, that's it then. After saying such a sentence, Wu Ji hung up his cell phone. Wu Tian looked at the cell phone that had turned off the screen and fumed darkly. His mind was secretly in deep thought. He wondered why his grandfather wouldn't just tell him the cause of his parents' deaths, and wondered if there was some kind of secret. Regardless, he must want to find a way to figure out why his parents died. Right now, we can only follow what Grandpa said, and make enough $10 billion profit first. But it wasn't easy to make $10 billion in profit. There was still a lot to do next, and he couldn't let up for a moment. Tic-tac-toe. Just as Wu Tian was secretly fuming, his cell phone rang violently, startling him. Looking back, he realized that it was Li Mu calling. Pick up the phone and ask after the phone. Mr. Li, call so late. Looking for me something? Boss Wu, we just received a notice today that Tao Baiyuan, a famous old professor of economics in China, is going to give a lecture in Luzhou University. Are you interested? Of course I'm interested. Once he heard that it was Professor Tao who was coming to Luzhou to give a lecture, Wu Tian's entire body became extremely excited. He had read a few of Prof. Tao's books before, and he was deeply impressed by Tao's deep knowledge and insights into economics. That's when he came to love the knowledge of economics. It's like this. Li Mu's bright voice came over the phone. A friend sent me an invitation to Professor Tao's lecture at Lu University. I'm not interested in this lecture. If Boss Wu is interested, I'll send you the e-letter. Quick, send it to me quickly. Wu Tian was a bit impatient. He had long wanted to call on Prof. Tao and hear his teachings in person. It's natural not to let go of such a good opportunity. Okay then, I'll email you the invitation later then. Send it now, Wu Tian urged, hanging up his cell phone. Within moments of hanging up, he received a message alert, opened the mailbox, saw that it was Professor Tao invitation letter. The lecture is scheduled for Monday afternoon. The location in the multimedia center of the University of Luzhou. It looked like it wouldn't be long before he could meet Professor Tao. At this time he was a little excited inside. More than anything else, he was looking forward to it. Bang! 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 At this time, a knock was heard on the door. Then the door of the room was pushed open and Long Yun walked in. The woman had just taken a shower, and at this moment was wearing a black nightgown with lace at the hem, which was extraordinarily sexy as it mirrored her white legs. Normally, Long Yun wouldn't go out after a shower, and tonight was the first time he saw Secretary Long wearing a nightgown. Lift up your skirt. After staring at Secretary Long for a few moments, Wu Tian ordered with a stance. Long Yun's brows tightened slightly, unconsciously closing her legs together. Young master, please respect yourself. Since what's heavy? I want to see how the scars on your legs from my scratches are doing, Wu Tian explained. Okay, lift up your skirt. Yes, Long Yun was unwilling in her heart, but she still obediently did as she was told. Reaching up, she slowly lifted her skirt up a bit, her cheeks inexplicably reddening a bit. 113 fully equipped, the scratches on his legs had recovered, except for 2 other faint bruises that were not noticeable and were sure to heal soon. Wu Tian stared at the bruise for a few moments and said with an apologetic face, Secretary Long, I'm really sorry for before. It's fine. Long Yun hurriedly covered her body with the hem of her skirt, a slightly embarrassed expression on her face. At that time when the leg was scratched by the young master it did hurt, hot and stinging. More than that pain, though, was shame. It was good that the young master was drunk at that time and didn't know what had happened. Otherwise she would have felt even more ashamed. So late. Looking for me for something? Wu Tian hurriedly withdrew his gaze from Secretary Long's lap and said in a serious manner. He worried that if he stared at the leg a few more times, he might get some evil idea. When the time comes, don't ruin his generation of brilliance as the young master of the Wu family for this. I heard that the tech companies, live streaming platforms, and restaurants that young master invested in made several $100 million. The red clouds on Long Yun's face gradually disappeared, and she quickly returned to her usual indifference. Not bad for my secretary, pretty well informed. I really didn't expect young master to be so powerful, investing in several projects that can make so much money in a short period of time. Long Yun's expression remained cool, only the eyes that looked at Wu Tian were obviously much more grave than before. In the past, I always thought that the young master's investment in restaurants and technology companies were both unprofitable, and definitely couldn't make much money. Until then, it was realized that the young master has a sharp eye and has the ability to make all the investments back and make money. You looked for me just to tell me this? Being able to receive Secretary Long's approval, Wu Tian felt equally happy. Of course, he didn't show it in front of his secretary. I came to apologize to young master. Secretary Long bowed slightly and said with an apologetic face, previously, I thought that young master was spending lavishly and investing blindly. It seems that I was wrong, and I apologize for that. After this, she really couldn't help but be impressed with the young master. This little thing, there's no need to apologize. Wu Tian pointed to the opposite chair. Sit down and accompany me for a chat. Yes, Long Yun answered and then sat down in the seat opposite Wu Tian. When she sat down, she realized that her young master's eyes were looking straight at her thighs, causing her cheeks to blush as she hurriedly pressed her hands against her legs. I really regret coming over like this in a nightgown. I should have changed before. Will wearing such a short nightgown make the young master misunderstand? What kind of person do you think I am? Wu Tian just instinctively swept a glance at Secretary Long and quickly retracted his gaze to square up. Intelligent and wise, bold and generous, hardworking and diligent. I'm that good? Yes. So tell me my flaws. This, Long Yun thought for a moment and spoke. The means are ruthless. No other drawbacks? Yes. So tell me quickly, what are my other flaws? Color. Ahem. Hearing this word, Wu Tian coughed violently a few times and almost didn't choke alive on his own saliva. Although he was not considered a decent man, he was still decent, but he did not expect to be a pervert in Secretary Long's eyes. Coughing for a good half day, Wu Genius argued unconvincingly. Secretary Long, make it clear, where am I colored? Young master just stared at my thighs and gulped. Still not horny? That's a man's instinctive reaction. Okay, if a man doesn't have some reaction to seeing a beautiful woman like you, is that still normal? Wu Tian argued loudly. Long Yun didn't say anything, only that there were a few moments of secret complacency in his heart. Forget it, don't want to talk to you. Get out. Wu Tian waved his hand impatiently, just wanting to drive this woman out. All along, he tried to maintain the image of a good young master in front of Secretary Long every time, but the result, before Long Yun walked out of the study, Wu Tian suddenly opened his mouth and reminded, remember to wear more clothes in the future. Long Yun's footsteps lurched, and she couldn't help but think wildly in her mind. Could it be that the young master really thought that she was seducing him by wearing so little? It seems that I have to wear more in the future, lest the young master get the wrong idea. After Long Yun left, Wu Tian was busy starting to study and didn't sleep until very late. The next day was Sunday, the day of an appointment with the gymnasium's martial arts club to play a practice match. Wu Tian woke up early and simply washed up before bringing Qinglong to the IU martial arts club. Mao Wang, the vice president, was organizing training for the members, while Gu Xiaoman was leading a few members to install the equipment. President Wu, you came just in time. Gu Xiaoman ran over with a delicate smile, pointing at the batch of hard equipment. I bought all the equipment for the $700,000 you gave me. Let's see how it is. Not bad. Seeing these brand new training equipment, Wu Tian was very satisfied. The equipment is very complete, has everything you need, all of it is of good quality and much better than the ones at the gymnasium. With this batch of new equipment, everyone is very energized to train. After Gu Xiaoman finished saying this, she couldn't help but open her mouth and propose. President Wu, do you want to try out these new equipments? Let everyone try. I won't try. Wu Tian said this and went straight to the point. The Physical Education Institute's martial arts club has agreed to play a training match with us. President Wu, you really know how to joke. How is this possible? Gu Xiaoman naturally refused to believe it, not to mention that she didn't believe it. Even President Mao and the other members of the club had expressed their skepticism, and no one was willing to believe it. The Gymnasium Martial Arts Club is the best martial arts club in Luzhou, and those guys have always been high and mighty, with an innate sense of superiority. They never took a small martial arts club like IU seriously, much less play practice matches against IU. Why would I lie to you? They have already agreed to play a practice match with us. Wu Tian glanced at the time and said with a smile, it probably won't be long before they come over. Just as Wu Tian finished saying this, a member of the community hurriedly ran over, yelling from a distance, President Wu, President Gu, and President Mao. The president of the Physical Education Academy's martial arts club has come over with a group of members, saying that they want to play practice matches with us. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoman and Mao Wan were both dumbstruck. All of them looked at Wu Tian with that kind of astonished gaze, not expecting President Wu to be so powerful that he really invited the martial arts club of the gymnasium over to play practice matches. The other members of the community were shocked by the news. None of them had expected President Wu to be so capable that he could invite the martial arts club of the most fluffy gymnasium in Lushu to accompany them to play practice matches. Everyone couldn't help but secretly admire President Wu, and they all felt that President Wu was extraordinarily fluffy and simply had heavenly skills. President Wu, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful that you really invited the Physical Education Institute's martial arts club here. After a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, Gu Xiaoman couldn't help but exclaim in shock. When I say I'm going to bring them over for a practice game, I'm going to do it. President Wu, how exactly did you convince them? Gu Xiaoman couldn't help but ask the doubt in her heart. That was the question on everyone's mind. This is a long story. I will explain it to you guys slowly later. Wu Tian made a perfunctory remark and took the initiative to change the topic. Since they are here, let's go out and welcome them to honor the landlord. 114 training match. Afterwards, Wu Tian led all the members of the club to walk out of the club hall in great numbers and greeted the Wushu Club of the Academy of Physical Education outside the main gate. This time, the Martial Arts Club of the Physical Education Institute had also come out of their nest, led by their president Ming and Tai himself, bringing over 100 members to fight in the training tournament. The gymnasium is so large that the community is half the size of the industrial university and several times stronger throughout the day. President Ming, I welcome you on behalf of the entire IU community. Wu Tian warmly greeted him and shook hands with Ming and Tai. Thank you, President Wu, for being so gracious. Ming Tian looked like he was smiling. It looks like a smile on his face, but he's killing. This time, he brought people over not only to play practice matches, but also to teach these guys from the IU Martial Arts Club a hard lesson, so that they would know the power of the gymnasium. To be honest, their gymnasium despised IIT from the bottom of their hearts, and it would have been impossible for them to play a training match with IIT. However, under Wu Tian's pressure, he had to agree to fight this training match. He was going to take advantage of this training match today to teach the ITU Martial Arts Club a good lesson, so that ITU would know how good they were. President Ming, inside please. Wu Tian made a gesture of invitation and took the lead towards the inside of the social hall. The vice president following Ming Tian couldn't help but interrupt. President Wu, with the conditions of your engineering university, I'm afraid you don't even have any decent equipment. Don't worry, we have all the equipment we need. Humph. Vice President's son let out a soft sound and sneered. Your martial arts club is poor as hell. What kind of equipment can you have? Everyone just go in and take a look. Wu Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense and led everyone towards the martial arts center at a quick pace. I'd like to see what training equipment your martial arts club has. Vice President's son quickly followed in. looking like he was waiting to see the joke. The other members of the gymnasium couldn't help but laugh secretly, and they were all whispering that the IU Martial Arts Club was the shabbiest martial arts club in the whole of Luzhou, and the laughs kept coming. When everyone walked into the martial arts club, they were completely dumbfounded, only to see brand new training equipment on display in the martial arts hall. All kinds of equipment are available, much more and of a higher grade than the equipment in their gymnasium. In addition to the training equipment, the social hall has several coolers with various types of body drinks and fruits and vegetables. I did not expect that there are these preparations inside the martial arts hall, which is not available in their gymnasium martial arts club, and usually have to pay for their own water. The crowd couldn't laugh anymore. Seeing such a complete set of training equipment and living supplies, the members of the gymnasium community couldn't help but feel envious. I did not expect the environment of the University of Technology Martial Arts Club is so good, then their gymnasium martial arts club can be 100 times more cheating. Wu Tian pointed at the equipment and devices and asked Vice President Sun, "President Sun, our club's training equipment isn't bad, right?" "No, not bad." President Sun nodded awkwardly, his face green and white at this moment. "Before I have always heard that the University of Technology Wushu Society is very poor, no money to buy training equipment. Training conditions are the worst in Luzhou." But when he saw all this brand new equipment, and so many large coolers, his whole body was dumbfounded. This NEMA training equipment and living environment than their gymnasium is 100 times more cheating. This condition were the hard work? Thanks to his previous mockery of IU, he felt like his face had been slapped hard a few times, and it stung hotly. "I am going to add another batch of high-end equipment to the community members in the near future." After Wu Tian finished saying this, he said to the members of the gymnasium community, "Drinks and fruits everyone. Feel free to eat and drink as much as you want. No need to be polite. With this amount of drinks and fruits, how can it be enough for all of us to share?" President Sun found the right moment to make a mocking remark. "We have plenty of fruit drinks." After Wu Tian said this, he instructed Gu Xiaoman, "President Gu, go open our cold storage." "Good." After Gu Xiaoman answered, she walked over and pulled open one of the side sliding doors, and cold air poured out. This is a specially remodeled cooler for the community members, filled with drinks and various fruits and vegetables. Whoa! Seeing so many fruits and drinks, the gymnasium community members let out a neat gasp. I didn't realize that the IU Wushu Club had equipped its members with cold storage and got so many fruits and drinks. The members of the gymnasium community were envious to death, and were all deeply impressed by such good training conditions at IIT. I always used to think that they were invincible in terms of fluff in the gymnasium, but only at this point did I realize that IIT's packages are 100 times more fluffy than theirs. "Everyone, don't be polite. Feel free to eat and drink as you please. We'll have the strength to play the practice match only if we eat and drink well." Wu Tian made a pleased gesture, signaling everyone not to be polite. Upon hearing this, the members of the gymnasium community swarmed towards the cold room and ran inside, causing the members of the IIT community to laugh. Ming and Tai and President Sun were embarrassed beyond words. I didn't realize that my own community members were so spineless, becoming like vicious wolves for drinks and fruit. Ming and Tai was furious, feeling that his face had been disgraced. Ahem! He coughed dryly and forced down his anger as he walked over to Wu Tian. "We came here to play practice matches, not to eat and drink." "Okay, talk about practice games. How do we play?" "Each side will send one person to play 3 innings, 2 out of 3. "Okay, I'm fine with that." "Alright then, President Sun, you fight." Ming and Tai made an instant decision and singled out the strongest President Sun to fight his opponent. He wanted to restrain his opponent in the first fight and show them what they were capable of in the gymnasium. As soon as they heard that President Sun was fighting, the IU side looked emboldened. President Sun's strength has been heard of for a long time, and I'm afraid that there are not many people in the entire Lushu Martial Arts Club who are his opponents. Just as everyone was fearful, Mao Wang took the initiative to ask for a fight. "President Wu, let me play the first round with President Sun." He wasn't necessarily able to beat President Sun either, but if he didn't fight, he would definitely make his opponents look at him funny. "Even if you lose the fight, you can't be laughed at." "No, you wait first." Wu Tian shook his head, then pointed at the last member of the club. "Xiao Lu, you have extraordinary strength, you'll be the one to fight against President Sun." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. I didn't expect President Wu to pick the least powerful Xiao Lu to fight. Xiao Lu had just come to the society not long ago, and was weak and frail, so he was no match for President Sun. I really can't figure out how President Wu jumped the weakest Xiao Lu to fight against President Sun. Thanks to President Wu for recognizing me. I will definitely do my best. As soon as he heard that he would be able to go on stage to fight, Xiao Lu looked exceptionally excited and quickly ran up to the ring. "Let's see how I'll abuse you to death." President Sun smiled sinisterly and walked up to the ring without haste. The stage was silent. Everyone was staring at the duo on the stage. In everyone's opinion, there was no suspense in this match. Before it even started, everyone had already guessed the ending. President Sun provocatively hooked his finger towards Xiaolu. Kid, today I'll let you know how powerful our gymnasium is. As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his fist up and ruthlessly slammed it into Xiaolu's chest area. Xiaolu couldn't dodge in time and was directly shaken out by this punch, falling to the ground and wailing. 115 Jealousy of horses. The first set was split, with the IU Martial Arts Club losing badly. All the members of the Sports Academy community let out a hearty laugh, all clapping their hands for their club's victory, all praising President Sun for his perfect performance. At the same time, they couldn't help but ridicule the IU Martial Arts Club, and for a while they reduced the IU members to nothing. Just as the members of the gymnasium community cheered and celebrated, Wu Tian just pursed her lips and walked over to help Xiaolu up. Concerned, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Xiaolu climbed up and patted the dust on his body, blaming himself with a guilty face. "I'm sorry, President. I've embarrassed you." "It's fine. You've performed wonderfully. Waive your probationary period. From now on you'll be an official member of the society." Wu Tian patted Xiaolu's shoulder and comforted him with a smile. "Really?" Upon hearing that he had become an official member of the club, Xiaolu looked exceptionally excited and bowed repeatedly to thank him. "Thank you, President Wu. Alright, go rest next to me first." Wu Tian assisted Xiaolu to walk to the opposite chair and sit down. Xiaolu was in a daze. He was completely confused. This ring match was clearly a mess. President Wu not only didn't blame, but instead gave him a reward in disguise. What is this? President Wu's mind was really impossible to guess, and Xiaolu didn't ask too many questions, sitting on the chair and continuing to watch the match. After pacifying Xiaolu, Wu Tian walked over to congratulate Ming Tian. "President Ming, congratulations on your victory in the first round. Dealing with a small club like yours is just a piece of cake. We'll be able to win every single match next." The smile on Ming Tian's face was extremely wide. In his opinion, with the strength of the gymnasium, there was no difficulty in trying to tyrannize the IU Martial Arts Club. It was just like playing. "Then let's continue." Wu Tian was not in a hurry. All was just going according to plan. "Continue." Ming Tian finished saying this and then arranged for the little fat man with average strength to go up to the stage to fight against him. The corners of Wu Tian's mouth rose. Then he instructed Mao Wang. "President Mao, the time has come for you to perform." "President Wu, why didn't you let me on just now, but instead let me on now?" Mao Wang stared in disbelief. He was completely baffled by the fact that President Wu wouldn't let him fight against the powerful President Sun, but instead, he let him fight against the little fatty with average strength. Wu Tian put his head over and muttered in a low voice, "Ever heard of the Tianji horse race?" "You mean?" Mao Wang hadn't understood, but it was Gu Xiaoman next to him who brightened up. "I get it. President Wu is trying to use inferior horses against their superior horses, medium horses against their inferior horses, and superior horses against their medium horses." Gu Xiaoman recounted the story of the Tianji horse race. "Yes, that's what it means." Wu Tian nodded his head vigorously. He had thought of using a field day against the gymnasium from the beginning, because the disparity in strength above is so great. This is the only way to gain an advantage and have a chance to beat your opponent. Worthy of being the president, you really are sophisticated. Gu Xiaoman swung her fist and gently smashed Wu Tian's chest, unable to resist her admiration. "Alright, let's not talk so much first." Wu Tian turned his head and instructed Mao Wang. "It's time for you to perform. Make sure you find a way to win this match. Don't worry, I have absolute confidence in winning this match." After Mao Wang said this, he walked towards the stage. Once Mao Wang and Fatty took the stage, the scene got a lot more tense. These two were both mainstays of their respective societies, and the two of them had an interesting matchup. After some brief warm-ups on stage, the two men went to war. At the beginning, Mao Wang showed great courage and attacked towards his opponent with great momentum. Fatty doesn't let up, either, and maintains the defensive stance. The two fought with one attack and one defense. This fight was stalemated for over half an hour, and both men looked exhausted, both intent on letting go of the fight. The two ended up attacking at the same time, and ended up being shaken out by each, falling to the stage at almost the same time. According to the rules, whoever gets knocked off the stage first is considered a loser, but Mao Wang and Fatty were knocked off the stage by each other at almost the same time, thus making it a rare draw. Despite the tie, the momentum of the gymnasium was visibly dampened a lot. After all, they were the strongest club in Rojo, and playing a tie with the weakest club naturally made them feel disgraced. Mao Wang also didn't expect to draw with the other side, and to be honest, he didn't expect the other community members to be so tough. Getting up from the ground, he walked to Wu Tian with a gray head. "I'm sorry, President Wu, I've embarrassed you." "Not bad, you did your best." Wu Tian patted Mao Wang's shoulder and smiled to pacify him. According to the plan, it was for Mao Wang to win the round. but I never expected the opponent to be so tough. Even Mao Wang just played a draw. Then what do we do next? Gu Xiaoman inquired with an anxious face. Don't look at her as a girl, she was more anxious than anyone else when watching the battle. No need to rush, I have my own way. Wu Tian soothed and turned his head to look at Qinglong. Qinglong, the third round will be fought by you. You can only win. Right now, he could only use this killer weapon in his hand. Yes, Qinglong answered before stepping onto the ring. He had experienced 9 deaths in black boxing, and that was just child's play for this kind of club ring. The gymnasium side also sent out the strongest He Kuei, which was also considered the killer weapon of the gymnasium side. Normally, the gymnasium would seldom let Black K fight, but now that it came down to a deciding game, it could only jinx the killer. Minan Tai's idea was also very simple. He was trying to utilize He K to show his strength and let IU see how much of a fluffy existence they were at the University of Physical Education. As soon as Black K got into the ring, he couldn't wait to attack Green Dragon. Bang! Bang! As a result, Qinglong only used 2 moves to put He Kuei down, lifting his leg and kicking He Kuei off the stage. Although He Kuei was very strong, but compared to the professionally trained Qinglong is still too far. The two are not in a level at all. That's the end of the third game, and Black Kuei ended it with a loss. Seeing this situation, Ming and Tai's entire body was dumbfounded. I didn't expect that the strongest He Kuei of their gymnasium would lose to the IU Wushu Club. This is just too much bull *********. The members of the IU community also looked incredulous at the result, none of them expecting the strongest person in the club, He Kuei, to lose to his opponent. The members of the community no longer had the same sense of superiority they had before, and now they all looked downcast as if they had lost a battle. They originally wanted to show their strength in the IU Martial Arts Club, but they ended up disgracing themselves, making them feel humiliated. Wu Tian smiled faintly and turned to look at Ming and Tai. President Ming, in this round, you have lost. 2 out of 3, we're just playing for a draw now. Ming and Tai gritted his teeth and clamored. Let's compete in the last game again. 1 game to decide the winner. Okay, how does President Ming want to compare? You and I will fight separately on behalf of our respective clubs. Dare you? Ming and Tai tilted his head and flirted loudly. Of course I dare. Wu Tian responded without showing any weakness. I'll fight you. 1 round to decide the winner. 116 last game. After a brief deliberation, the 2 presidents decided to play the final game on behalf of their respective clubs, with 1 game to decide the winner. Everyone is looking forward to this final battle. After all, this time the winners and losers are related to the team's honor, who all hope that their president can win. Under the gazes of the crowd in anticipation, Wu Tian and Ming and Tai slowly ascended the stage, and the 2 of them stood opposite each other. President Wu, I have to admire your courage. With this small body of yours, you dare to fight me? Ming and Tai smiled contemptuously, looking at Wu Tian with a slightly despicable look in his eyes. The members of the gymnasium club offstage all followed suit, and they all couldn't help but secretly mock President Wu, calling him the weakest martial arts president in Luzhou. It was no wonder that Wu Tian's playful skin and long white face looked weak. No wonder he was underestimated. In the eyes of the members of the gymnasium community, President Wu was simply a useless waste of space, and he was afraid that he would be tyrannized by President Ming. Never judge a person by his appearance, or you will regret it. Wu Tian pursed his lips and a confident smile erupted from his body. This kind of confidence gave the members of the IU community a hint of comfort. In fact, everyone still couldn't help but break a cold sweat for President Wu. Although he had seen President Wu's skills before, the enemy he faced this time was the gymnasium Ming and Tai. A long time ago, everyone had heard that President Ming was overpowered and had few rivals in the Lushu community. This time, President Wu was clearly at a disadvantage against Ming and Tai. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I, Ming and Tai, am. After Ming and Tai said this, he attacked Wu Tian. He pointed his right toe on the ground and thumped it with force, his body quickly approaching Wu Tian while swinging his fist and smashing it fiercely. The force of the punch was shockingly fierce, breaking through the wind. The corner of Wu Tian's mouth was slightly turned away, and as the fist approached, his body quickly shifted horizontally, narrowly dodging the blow. At the same time, he circled around to Ming and Tai's right rear side, and his left leg violently did a spinning kick, fiercely kicking at Ming and Tai's lower disc. The kick caught Ming and Tai off guard, forcing him to take several steps back. Wu Tian did not give Ming and Tai a chance to catch his breath at all and continued to attack strongly. His right fist was continuously thrown horizontally and slammed hard. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. It wasn't until the 3rd punch that Wu Tian's fist finally smashed into Ming and Tai's chest, shaking him back several steps. That wasn't all. Wu Tian continued to force the attack and kicked Ming and Tai in the abdomen with a swift kick. Bang! Ming and Tai couldn't dodge and was directly kicked off the stage by this kick, his body falling down hard like a dead dog. Boom! The scene was in an uproar. All of them did not expect President Wu to be so agile. Continuous strong attacks to dry out Ming and Tai, making him unable to fight back. Those club members of the gymnasium had long been shocked, not expecting their own president to lose to such a weak President Wu. Through that fight just now, everyone realized that President Wu was not a weak and foolish boy, but a deep-rooted expert whose strength was far above President Ming's. After watching the battle, the members of the community were convinced. At this moment, there was no arrogance left from earlier, and they were all like defeated roosters, becoming downcast, plus the IU community members. Seeing their own president perform so bravely and invincibly, the members of the club all looked unusually exuberant. Until this time, everyone did not know the true strength of President Wu. I did not expect President Wu to be more powerful than even President Ming of the gymnasium. Seeing their own president so tough, the members of the I.T.U. Martial Arts Club felt especially proud of having such a fluffy president. Seeing Wu Tian achieve victory, the most exhilarated person was none other than Gu Xiaoman. Happy hands and feet, for a long time before she couldn't help but applaud and shout, "Good job, President Wu is too good." Slap slap slap, snap. The members of the Wushu Club of the University of Technology then came back to their senses, all desperately raising their hands to applaud President Wu's performance just now. The loud applause was like a crisp slap in the face of the members of the Wushu Club of the Academy of Physical Education, which made all the members feel ashamed of themselves. If they hadn't experienced it firsthand, they would have never dreamed of it. As the strongest martial arts club in Luzhou, it would lose to the weakest IU martial arts club. Their strongest president would lose to the weak young president. This is simply a great shame for them. It took Ming Tian half an effort to get up from the ground. At this time, the eyes that looked at Wu Tian no longer had half a point of contempt and disdain, but more of an accident and chills. In his dreams, he did not expect that the seemingly weak Wu Tian in front of him, did not expect his hands to be so powerful. He had nothing to say about this fiasco. President Akira. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wu Tian slowly walked off the stage and came in front of Ming and Tai. "This round, you lost. Count yourself cruel. I admit defeat." Ming Tian gritted his teeth unwillingly. He didn't expect to lose to a hairy kid. It was the worst ring loss he'd ever had. "This training match, your Physical Education Academy Martial Arts Club lost." The corners of Wu Tian's mouth rose as a smug smile tickled his face. "We concede." Ming and Tai gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence only after a long time. "It looks like I have underestimated the strength of your University of Technology." "You're not underestimating us. You're overestimating yourself." Wu Tian struck without mercy. "To be honest, I have long been fed up with the style of the gymnasium, which is self-righteous and uncaring, and never puts anyone in its place. This time, we finally took advantage of the training game to teach them a good lesson. Don't be too happy. When the league officially starts, our gymnasium will definitely tyrannize you and wash away all the shame." Ming and Tai said in a fierce manner. "Looking forward to the league. Let's go at it again. We'll see." After Ming and Tai said this, he led his men toward the outside of the social hall with a gray head. The members of the community all hung their heads and followed them out. Like soldiers who had lost a battle, their momentum incredibly weakened. This defeat to the weakest IU was a big blow to the sports institute and everyone looked like they were traumatized. Seeing the gymnasium leave the field in a rout was a special relief to all the members of the IIT community. In the past, they were always mocked and humiliated by the gymnasium in all kinds of ways. But today, they finally slapped the gymnasium hard in the face and let them taste what it was like to be humiliated. Everyone felt a raised eyebrow. Of course, the reason why they were able to defeat the martial arts club of the Physical Education Institute, the biggest contributor was none other than the president, Wu Tian. It was President Wu who helped IU to face the gymnasium, helped IU to win the honor, and also gave all the members of the community a face. Seeing the gymnasium community members walking away, the IU community members all gathered around and lifted Wu Tian up and threw him high into the air. While throwing it, at the same time, they also couldn't help but chant in unison, "The president is mighty. The president is fluffy." The entire social hall was filled with the joy of victory and the scene was spectacular. Seeing this scene in front of her, Gu Xiaoman couldn't close her mouth in joy. She had never dreamed that the Wushu Club of the University of Technology could develop so thriving, and was now able to rival the Physical Education Institute. Luckily, he had found Wu Tian to be the president, which was really an honor for the martial arts club. Without Wu Tian joining the club, they were afraid that the Wushu Club of the University of Technology would always be a small club, ostracized and mocked by other clubs, and would always be at the bottom. 117. Provocation. That was how the training match ended, with the IU Wushu Club claiming the ultimate victory and severely demoralizing the Gymnasium Wushu Club. After the training match, Wu Tian invited Gu Xiaoman, Mao Wang, and Xiao Lu to eat at a nearby restaurant. In the dining hall just met Li Meng and a few classmates from the foreign department eating in the dining hall. "Ha, isn't that the girl you like?" Gu Xiaoman recognized Li Meng at a glance. Because Wu Tian had entered the martial arts club to learn martial arts for Li Meng before, she was very impressed with this girl named Li Meng. Don't mind her, let's eat. Wu Tian smiled blandly and led Gu Xiaoman and the others into the restaurant. Oh, Gu Xiaoman couldn't help but look at Li Meng a few more times before she followed Wu Tian to the hall and sat down. Everyone ordered their food and asked for a beer and started drinking and chatting. Gu Xiaoman looked around somewhat absent-mindedly, her gaze glancing at Li Meng from time to time, inexplicably jealous of the girl in her heart. After all, Wu Tian had liked this girl so madly before. It was just that she couldn't figure out how Li Meng could disdain such an outstanding boy like Wu Tian. At this point, Li Meng, who was sitting at the opposite table, also saw Wu Tian and turned her head back, her eyes gazing straight at Wu Tian, her heart incomparably sour. Once the boy died for her, and now, the boy had treated her like air, not even looking at her. After staring at Wu Tian for a few moments, she then dropped her gaze on Gu Xiaoman. Seeing that this girl was so close to Wu Tian, a few moments of jealousy secretly arose in her heart. If she hadn't missed it, that seat next to Wu Tian should have been hers. Just a pity. Everything has changed. Each of the two girls had something on their minds. No one knew that. In fact, the two girls, Gu Xiaoman and Li Meng, were secretly jealous of each other at this time. Bang! While this was going on, Xiaolu accidentally knocked over the beer and dropped it on the floor, and the hops gradually reached Li Meng and their table. Li Meng opposite the glasses boy immediately was not happy, pointing at Xiaolu's nose and shouting curses. Kid, come over to me to make amends and apologize. Sorry. Roku got up and apologized in a hurry. Today was a martial arts club party and he didn't want to spoil the fun. Yo, isn't this the guys from our engineering university's martial arts club? The man with glasses recognized Xiaolu and the others and deliberately made things difficult. Come over here and lick up the hops that are creeping onto me. His ex-girlfriend used to be poached by a member of the martial arts club, which is why he hates the people in the club. You're going too far. Xiaolu was obviously a bit scared and spoke in a slightly weak voice. I'm just so over the top. After saying this, the man with glasses directly approached Xiaolu with a beer bottle, making it seem as if Xiaolu had stolen his ex-girlfriend. He took his anger out on Xiaolu. Pop! Wu Tian slammed his chopsticks on the table, got up and walked over to block in front of the man with glasses. I think you're just looking for something to do, aren't you? Originally, he wanted to invite Little Six out for a meal, as a way to make up for the aggravation of letting Little Six be cannon fodder in the ring. I didn't expect to run into bad luck as soon as I got out. It's none of your business if I'm talking to a member of the martial arts club. The man with glasses glared and growled impatiently. Wu Tian's chest puffed out as he disliked back. I'm the president of the I.T.U. Martial Arts Club. I'll take care of this matter. President? The spectacled man's brows tightened slightly, and the look in Wu Tian's eyes clearly had a few more points of deeper meaning. After hearing this, even Li Meng's mouth opened into an O shape. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, Wu Tian would become the president of the martial arts club. I heard before that Wu Tian was working as an odd-job man in the martial arts club and was often bullied, but now how come he's even the president? The man with glasses scornfully swept Wu Tian for a few moments and couldn't help but taunt. Just like this wimp, you also have the nerve to be the president of the martial arts club. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to get my hands dirty, so I advise you to keep your mouth clean. Wu Tian warned in a cold voice. Bah! The man with glasses spat fiercely on the ground and provoked. You're such a weak little punk. Why don't you take action with me? Come on, hit me here. I'll let you hit me. Do you dare to hit me? The man with the glasses pointed to his handsome face and shouted. Bang! Upon hearing this, Wu Tian didn't need to be polite anymore and swung his fist to slam it hard, cursing. What a lowlife! The punch knocked the man with the glasses right off his feet and ended up wobbling and falling under the table. A few students at the same table were instantly enraged, and they all rose from their chairs with an air of saber rattling. Seeing this, Li Meng hurriedly got up to relieve herself. Don't do it, we're all in the same school. I don't want to make a move, but if they want to fight, I will accompany them to the end. Wu Tian said this and walked back to his seat to sit down. He doesn't initiate trouble, but he's never afraid of it either. Li Meng stared at Wu Tian for a few moments, biting her mouth in desire to speak, then helped the man with glasses up from the ground. Say what you have to say, don't make a move. Bah! The man with glasses spat viciously on the ground and didn't do it again, but instead pulled his voice and said loudly and sarcastically. What bull ***** martial arts club? The weakest martial arts club in the city. It simply disgraces our University of Technology. Several boys at the same table followed suit, hurling insults at the incompetence of the martial arts club, which was at the bottom of the list of city clubs. Cursed for a while, the glasses man is not relieved. Louder taunted, our University of Technology martial arts club are all wimps. Is simply a disgrace to our school. They are such a waste of air alive. Dead waste of land. The voice was raised on purpose, just so the rest of the students in the cafeteria could hear it. He was using the opportunity to humiliate the martial arts club and make the bull president and members of the club the laughingstock of the cafeteria, spurned by their classmates. The trick worked. The IU martial arts club is really bad and unpopular with the students and does put IU students to shame. Upon hearing this, the students were up in arms, ridiculing the martial arts club for being too trashy. They might as well have disbanded earlier. Just as all the students in the cafeteria were letting loose with ridicule, the ponytailed girl behind Li Meng suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, look at the campus forum. There's powerful news about our martial arts club. Did the martial arts club do something embarrassing again that got posted on the campus network?" After a burst of scoffing, the man with the glasses fished out his cell phone and opened the campus network of the University of Technology. Other students had opened the campus forums, all wanting to see what news the martial arts club had to laugh about. Open the forum and everyone is completely dumbfounded. Only a video was uploaded on the forum by a student about the IU Wushu Club and the Gymnasium Wushu Club playing a practice match. After watching the video, everyone was stunned. It was seen that the members of the IU Wushu Club tyrannized the Gymnasium Wushu Club and emerged victorious in this practice match. Geez, I didn't think that the strongest gymnasium club in the city would lose to the IU Martial Arts Club, which they thought was the weakest. The people present all felt like they had swallowed a jujube in their throats, choking especially hard. 118 student council president? It was only at this point that everyone realized that the wimpy society they used to see was so fluffy. After watching the video of their own martial arts club tyrannizing the gymnasium, the students felt a little pride in their hearts. I didn't realize our school's martial arts club was such a fluffer. The students on the scene look at Wu Tian. A few people no longer have half a bit of contempt and disdain, have thumbs up to praise and shout. Li Meng stared at that video in the forum several times in a row. She felt especially exhilarated when she saw the wonderful picture of Wu Tian fighting with the president of the gymnasium, Ming Tian. In the video, Wu Tian's approach is crisp and clean, without any delay. Every move is very harsh and swift, imposing. It is really handsome to make people's hearts flutter. Li Meng watched this video repeatedly. The more she watched, the more excited she became, proud of Wu Tian for being such an excellent fighter. Just as she was secretly happy, the ponytailed girl behind her brought her head over. Isn't it nice to see Wu Tian being so skilled? Yes, Wu Tian is really fantastic. Li Meng nodded her head vigorously. Now she was admiring Wu Tian more and more. No matter how powerful Wu Tian is now, it has nothing to do with you. The ponytailed girl couldn't help but splash cold water. Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Meng's face immediately stiffened. Yes, Wu Tian, no matter how good he was, had nothing to do with her in the slightest. Such a wonderful man will be someone's boyfriend and later someone's husband. After hurting Wu Tian before, are you particularly regretting it now? The ponytailed girl tried a question with a face full of curiosity. Li Meng regretted his gut. The more she saw Wu Tian showing his excellent side, the more she regretted it. How could she have been so stupid and foolish to ditch such a nice boy in the first place? Is she sick in the head? Tell you a secret. The ponytail girl put her head over and whispered. When Wu Tian first entered the martial arts club, it was for you. He knew that you revered martial arts since you were a child. So he signed up for the martial arts club, started as an odd job man, and endured all kinds of bullying and humiliation, before he got to the point where he is now. Don't say it. Li Meng's nose was sore, and her heart was as hard as if it was clogged with something. All the decisions made in the first place must have been because of a brain fart, and it seems too late to regret them now. Looking at the boy with the glasses again, when he watched the content of the video on the forum, his eyes almost didn't glaze over in shock. He had thought that the martial arts club had made some kind of embarrassing news, and he was waiting for a joke. As a result, he didn't expect that it was Wu Tian who led the Wushu Club of the University of Technology to win the training match, which was too much of a nuisance, thanks to the fact that he had mocked the martial arts club before. After watching the video, he felt like he had been slapped hard in the face a few times, and it stung hotly. I didn't expect the new president of the martial arts club to be such a fluffer, thanks to his earlier blustering insults and provocations. If the new president moved, he would still be abused alive. Thinking of this, his body shortened in fear, and a cold sweat broke out at the back of his heart. After being slightly stunned, the glasses man hurriedly smiled and apologized to Wu Tian. I'm sorry, I was the one who had no eyes before. I'll take back what I just said and apologize to you. Before, I felt that the martial arts club was a loser, so it didn't matter if I was offended. After seeing the strength of the martial arts club through the video, he understood one thing. He simply couldn't afford to mess with the current IU martial arts club. You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to Xiao Lu. Wu Tian reminded expressionlessly. Yes. The man with glasses held up his glasses and walked over to Xiao Lu and apologized repeatedly. It was my fault just now. I'm really sorry. Forget it, it's no big deal. Xiao Lu waved his hand generously, not taking this little matter to heart at all. Nothing much then, we'll leave first. The man with the glasses grinned and left in a hurry with a few people from his table. Li Meng twisted her head to look at Wu Tian for a few moments and followed with a quick step away, only with an unusually complicated look on her face. After the next table left, Wu Tian's few people continued to drink and chat, not letting the little hiccup just now affect their mood. After dinner a few people dispersed. Wu Tian went directly to Luzhou University and prepared to participate in Professor Tao's symposium. When I came to the multimedia center of LU, I found that the outside was crowded with students, and everyone wanted to go in to attend Professor Tao's lecture. However, the general public doesn't have the opportunity to attend lectures like this one. Only those who have been specially invited and have an invitation letter can get in. Wu Tian was last night. Li Mu got him an electronic invitation, with the same benefits as a paper invitation. He was about to show the invitation to go in when he suddenly noticed a familiar girl standing in the crowd. It was Lin Weiwei, the school beauty of Lu University. Previously, Wu Tian had dined at Lin Weiwei's father's restaurant and encountered a few billable punks looking for trouble with the restaurant, and at that time, it was Wu Tian who paid out $700,000 to help relieve the situation. It was from that time that Wu Tian met Lin Weiwei. The two hadn't met since then, but Lin Weiwei had called him a few times to thank Wu Tian for helping their family. At this time, Lin Weiwei was wearing a knee-length school skirt, combing a ponytail defense, especially beautiful in the crowd. Lin students. Wu Tian walked over and patted Lin Weiwei on the shoulder and greeted her with a smile. Yikes! Once she saw that it was Wu Tian, Lin Weiwei was pleasantly surprised. Her big beautiful eyes became brighter. Wu Tian, are you here to see me? No. Wu Tian shook his head. Looking at the beautiful-looking girl in front of him, he immediately felt pleasing to the eyes. Worthy of being the school flower of Lu University. Her face is delicate and beautiful. Her nose is playful and cute, especially those two big eyes, as bright and moving as a clear spring. I thought you came to find me. Lin Weiwei smiled gently and put her hands behind her back. By the way, thank you for helping our family out last time. I'll definitely find a way to pay you back for your $700,000. It's okay. I've been looking for a chance to thank you, so why don't I buy you dinner? Not today. Wu Tian smiled awkwardly and politely refused. I heard that Professor Tao is going to give a lecture in your school's multimedia center this afternoon. Yeah, Professor Tao did come here to give a lecture this afternoon, but we can't get in without an invitation. Lin Weiwei shrugged her shoulders with a helpless look on her face. Like the other students, she gathered around to admire Professor Tao, but I heard that the lecture was not open to the public and only special guests were eligible to attend. She and her classmates could only look outside as well. Don't be in a hurry. I have. Wu Tian had wanted to take out an electronic invitation, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a long-legged boy walking over to him. Weiwei, you're here too. The long-legged boy smiled and ran over to greet Lin Weiwei. Aha! Lin Weiwei forced a smile and pointed at Wu Tian beside her and introduced. He is my friend Wu Tian. Friend? The long-legged boy swept Wu Tian's scrutinizing gaze for a few moments, puffed out his chest somewhat proudly, and introduced himself. I'm Weiwei's classmate, Lin Tao, and I'm also the department's student council president. The expression on his face when he said he was the student body president was extremely smug, as if he was proud to have such a fluffy status. 119 lecture special guests. Hello? Wu Tian smiled slightly as a greeting. Lin Tao didn't appreciate it and coldly asked, I see you look a bit strange. Which school are you from? La Schutzide University of Technology. So it's an engineering university student. Several grades worse than our LUU. Lin Tao contemptuously skimmed his mouth, interrogating the prisoner like a follow-up question. What do you want to come to our school for? I'm coming to. Before Wu Tian finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Tao speaking. If it's because you want to pursue Lin Weiwei, I advise you to die of this heart. You students of the University of Technology are not qualified enough. Obviously, he was interested in Lin Weiwei, and he obviously regarded Wu Tian as a love rival, which was why he spoke so harshly. Lin Weiwei beside her hurriedly explained. Chairman Lin, don't misunderstand. Wu Tian came here because he wanted to attend Professor Holo's lecture. Attend a lecture? Right. Ha! Lin Tao grinned and mocked. Just like you. You still want to attend Professor Tao's lecture? Yes. I say this student. Don't you even look at yourself in the mirror when you go out? You still want to attend a lecture just like this? Lin Tao was as if he had heard a heavenly joke, and there was laughter in his eyebrows. This kind of smile annoyed Wu Tian and asked, what's wrong with me coming to Professor Tao's lecture? Professor Tao is Jiangnan's top economics and management guru. Ordinary people are not qualified to listen to his lectures. Only special guests are qualified. After saying this, Lin Tao fished out an invitation from his pocket and flaunted. Know what this is? Invitation to Professor Tao's lecture. That's right. Only invitations qualify you to go in. Do you have one? Yes. just blow it off. Lin Tao was the president of the student council and relied on his connections to get this invitation with a lot of effort. He couldn't believe that this kid from an outside school could get an invitation. Cocking his head, he said loudly and provocatively, "You say you have an invitation, but show it to me." "Here it is." Wu Tian fished out his cell phone and downloaded the e-invitation from his email. Seeing the invitation, Lin Tao was dumbfounded. The smile on his face became uglier than a pig's liver. He didn't think that this kid could really take out an invitation. Taking a closer look, he was dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaim, "You are a VIP guest letter." The invitations to Professor Tao's lecture this time are divided into two categories. One is an ordinary invitation and the other is a very classy VIP invitation, only particularly fluffy. Economically influential people can be VIPs and get VIP invitations. It was just that he didn't expect that this kid in front of him was holding a VIP invitation, and his grade was a few levels higher than him. Thanks to him mocking this kid just now, he didn't realize that the invitation this kid took out was even more fluffy than him. At that moment, he only felt that his entire face was hot and burning, as if he had been severely slapped a few times. The taste was unbearable. "Yeah, VIP invitation." Lin Weiwei next to her couldn't help but exclaim in shock. She also didn't expect Wu Tian to have an invitation, but it was even a VIP invitation, with the word VIP on it standing out. "According to the information on the ticket, this invitation of mine can bring people in. Weiwei, do you want to go in with me?" Wu Tian tried to inquire. "Yes." Lin Weiwei nodded her head vigorously. Such a good opportunity to listen to Professor Tao's lecture. She naturally begged for it. "Let's go then." Wu Tian pulled Lin Weiwei's arm and squeezed through the crowd towards the multimedia center. This was the first time Lin Weiwei was pulled by a boy's arm, and she vaguely felt a little embarrassed, but she didn't retract her arm. Lin Tao stood in place, watching the backs of the two of them walk farther and farther away. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Watching the boys from the foreign school take Lin Weiwei away from him, he could only dryly sulk but could do nothing about it. He gritted his teeth for half a day before following in with a quick step towards the two men. The multimedia center was already full of people. Most of them were well-known scholars or professors, and some of them were business celebrities. Wu Tian brought Lin Weiwei to sit in the front row of the VIP seats, then Lin Tao followed, just as his seat was behind the two. Watching the two of them talking and laughing in front of them, Lin Tao was furious and thinking about how to make Wu Tian embarrassed. At 4:30, Prof. Tao arrived as expected. All the guests stood up to show their respect and love for Professor Tao. Don't look at Professor Tao, more than 60 years old. Looks not old at all. Wearing glasses, spirit glittering, quite a bit of immortal style of gas. With a smile on his face, he walked over to the chair and waved at the crowd in greeting. "Good afternoon everyone. Thank you for coming to my lecture. Take your seats." After saying this, he took a seat in the chairman's seat, and the guests on the stage all took their seats. "I'm here today to talk to you about a couple of economic and management topics, and time is limited. So let's get started now." After a few brief introductory remarks, Prof. Tao went straight to the point and began to explain several major topics in economics and management. The crowd on the stage listened with great interest and was fully engaged in the lecture, fearing that they would be distracted and miss the highlights. Wu Tian was also very serious. It was rare to hear such a good lecture. He was more attentive than anyone else. Prof. Tao lectured on 3 topics in a row, winning applause from the stage, and everyone was very fond of Prof. Tao's courses. After listening to these few lessons, Wu Tian benefited greatly and felt as if his ears had been baptized and inculcated. Prof. Tao's narration is small but exquisite, and I feel much enriched after listening to it. After the lecture, Prof. Tao smiled and opened his mouth to say, "Economics and management are very learned, so I'll randomly pick 2 guests to give some different insights." The guests on stage were inexplicably nervous at these words. In this case, no one wants to be selected. After all, this is a professional lecture. There are many school leaders and elites at all levels on the scene. No matter who goes on stage to express their insights is tantamount to playing a big sword in front of the Duke of Guangdong. Not to mention the fact that there are very few people who don't have stage fright for the average student on such a big occasion. With the crowd waiting anxiously, Professor Tao picked someone from within the invited guests and immediately shouted, "Please invite Wu Tian to come up to the stage to explain to everyone." Once they heard this, everyone else secretly sighed in relief, and all their gazes unconsciously fell on Wu Tian, waiting for him to go up to the stage to explain for everyone. On the contrary, Lin Tao, who was sitting at the back, couldn't help but secretly gloat. He was looking at Wu Tian with a look of watching a good show, to see how this kid would be humiliated later. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wu Tian slowly got up and stepped towards the podium. To be honest, at this time he was also very nervous. After all, it was the first time to come to this kind of big occasion to speak. In the absence of preparation, anyone would be nervous. But, ha ha ha, Lin Tao off stage couldn't help but gloat and laugh. Seeing Wu Tian so nervous, Lin Tao was especially happy and couldn't help but put his head to Lin Weiwei's ear and whispered mockingly, Weiwei, do you think this kid will pee his pants in fear? What's so funny? You're nervous even if I let you go up. Lin Weiwei gave Lin Tao a blank look. She hated this guy gloating and looking at people's jokes the most. 120. A hit. I just think it's funny. Lin Tao still couldn't help but gloat and spoke. Weiwei. Later on, when this kid can't speak a single word, it'll be a real disgrace, and he'll lose the face of their engineering university. Alright, don't talk. Lin Weiwei dropped this sentence and didn't bother with Lin Tao. To be honest, she was also breaking into a cold sweat for Wu Tian. Later on, in case Wu Tian really couldn't speak, or was nervous and trembling in his speech, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the whole audience? Let's wait and watch the show. Seeing Lin Weiwei's lovey-dovey appearance, Lin Tao couldn't say anything more. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the good stuff. After Wu Tian was nervous and embarrassed in a while, let's see how he would humiliate this kid. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wu Tian walked to the podium in front of the podium, and when he saw the warm smile on Professor Tao's face, all the tension in his heart instantly disappeared. I've also been through a lot lately, having been a restaurant owner, an investor in a tech company and a live streaming platform. He has been in contact with some big bosses and big clients, and these have given him a good deal of refinement, and he reads a lot of books, and he's 100 times more mentally strong than he used to be. So he was quickly able to calm his mind and settle his nervousness, bowing slightly towards Professor Tao. Thank you, Professor Tao, for giving me this opportunity. Then facing the crowd, he said with a big smile, distinguished leaders, guests, and dear students, Prof. Tao is one of my most beloved scholars, and I have benefited greatly from listening to his course. Below, I will express some feelings about the course Prof. Tao has just given. Please bear with me if there is anything wrong. A few short sentences of opening remarks were dry, strong and gentlemanly, with a strong word and a word without the slightest stage fright. You can't help but impress the guests on stage with such a perfect opening. The guests on stage were originally worried that the student would be nervous and embarrassed on stage, but then they realized that the student's performance was very good. Even Lin Weiwei was shocked by this aura of Wu Tian. She didn't expect Wu Tian to be so young, but he showed an uncommon temperament, with a few hints of a leader's prowess. Lin Tao, who was originally waiting to see the joke, was also confused. I thought that Wu Tian would shiver and be too nervous to say a word when he got on stage, but it turned out to be the opposite. This kid came on stage and Nooner was generous, spoke in a powerful tone, and showed himself to be an orator. I really can't believe that a college student can behave so calmly on stage, facing the leaders and guests without any stage fright and performing with ease. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wu Tian went straight to the point, regarding economy and management. This is a proposition for all mankind to ponder over. Next, Wu Tian spoke eloquently, speaking aloud some of his insights and perceptions of economics and management. During this period of time, he read a lot of books on economics and management, and then combined with the Wu family's record of those affairs, coupled with the recent investment practice, naturally, he was able to publish some insights that were different from the rest. When he spoke, he was passionate, like a general commanding thousands of troops, and every word was full of emotion. Lin Weiwei looked dumbfounded off stage, looking at Wu Tian with her eyes in fascination, listening to his in-depth knowledge of economics and management. She was like being lapped by a heat wave inside. It never occurred to me that a young student could make something as dry as economics and management so full of mystery and emotion. Especially the passionate tone of Wu Tian's impassioned speech could simply mobilize all the cells in her body. Cool. It's so handsome. The Wu Tian on stage at this time was simply breathtakingly handsome. She had never admired a man with this kind of eyes, and this time she was deeply attracted by Wu Tian, her eyes filled with fascination. I didn't realize the boy in front of me was so good. Not only was Lin Weiwei attracted, all the guests in the room were deeply infected by Wu Tian's speech. In everyone's eyes, Wu Tian's unique and interesting cognition, different way of narration, and words with a love for economics and management are the reason why he can be so deep in people's hearts. Although Wu Tian's explanation was not as professional as Prof. Tao's, but yet the language expression ability was more attractive. Anyway, the girls present were all mesmerized by this explanation from Wu Tian, and looking at the passionate Wu Tian on the stage, everyone had the feeling of falling in love. Of course, the boys were equally infected by the presentations, and their bodies were filled with passion as if they had been set on fire. Even those leaders and experts present couldn't help but nod their heads secretly as they identified with Wu Tian from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Tao had long been confused. He didn't expect this kid Wu Tian to not only not be half nervous, but also explain so fluffy. He couldn't even help but secretly wonder if this kid was a student or an orator. It's really a bit too much fluff. The most shocked person on the scene was none other than Prof. Tao, who also didn't expect this student named Wu Tian to be so calm on the stage. listening to Wu Tian's insights and perceptions on economics and management. The expression on his face kept changing, but more than anything else, it was one of relief and elation. Snap! At the end of the speech, there was a loud and continuous applause from the stage. The guests in the audience were deeply impressed by this speech, and they were all applauding desperately as they were admiring it from the bottom of their hearts. After the applause, the guests couldn't help but whisper, all wanting to know detailed information about Wu Tian. Some people recognized that Wu Tian was a student of the University of Technology, and they all gave a thumbs up, praising Wu Tian for bringing face to the University of Technology. Even many of the LU leaders were negotiating for Wu Tian to transfer to another school, with the intention of digging him into LU. The above are some of my humble opinions on economics and management. They only represent my personal views. I hope you will understand any shortcomings. Wu Tian bowed towards the crowd and turned around to get off the stage. Many of the girls on stage got up and rushed to shake hands with Wu Tian. Wu Tian politely waved and greeted everyone and turned back to his seat. Lin Weiwei stared at Wu Tian and swallowed her saliva one by one, and only after a long time did she foolishly ask, "Hey, are you really an engineering student?" Of course. Wu Tian nodded his head vigorously. He was embarrassed by such a hot stare from Lin Weiwei. Wow, you guys at the University of Technology are too awesome, right? To be able to teach such an outstanding student like you, I can't help but feel jealous. Lin Weiwei cupped her little face like a fangirl. To be precise, she actually looked more like a nymphomaniac in this way. I'm not as good as you say. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly and turned his head to look at Lin Tao. Chairman Lin, don't you think so? Lin Tao hated to find a crack in the ground at this moment. How could he be qualified to judge Wu Tian at this time? Originally wanted to see Wu Tian this kid public embarrassment, public disgrace. The results of this kid outstanding performance, all of a sudden became the focus of the whole scene, by countless people sought after and loved. Even the school leaders have praised, especially when he saw Lin Weiwei's eyes infatuated with Wu Tian. He was simply jealous. Chairman Lin, please teach me more in the future. Wu Tian humbly smiled. These words were clearly meant to slap Lin Tao. Lin Tao hung his head low and couldn't even fart. 121, a powerful smack in the face. After a moment of clamor, the field gradually regained its calm. Prof. Tao swept a glance at the crowd and spoke. Just now, Wu Tian's speech was very good, which makes me can't help but be impressed by the Luzhou college students. Our Luzhou is really full of talents. After saying these words, then he changed his tone. Next, I'll invite one more student to come up to the stage to express his or her views. After those words, the scene was tense. At this time even less people were willing to go on stage. It would be absolutely humiliating to go on stage and speak worse than Wu Tian. If you want to surpass Wu Tian, I'm afraid that you won't be able to find a second person in the major schools in Luzhou. While everyone was distracted, they only heard Prof. Tao look at the list and slowly spoke. Please invite student Lin Tao to the stage. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tao. Lin Tao was originally worrying, thinking that he must not be allowed to go on stage, but it turned out that he was still chosen. It's true that what you fear comes to you. Right now, this situation, he can only harden his head to go on stage. At the same time in his heart constantly admonished himself, must not be nervous, a little to perform well. Never lose face in front of your classmates in Lin Weiwei. The more the heart thinks this way instead, the more nervous. As soon as I opened my mouth, I came to say, honorable tycoons, no, it's all the leaders, everyone morning, no, it's, good afternoon. This was met with laughter from the entire room. When everyone laughed, Lin Tao looked even more nervous. His speech began to stutter, and his legs were trembling even more. The leaders present were disappointed, shaking their heads and sighing, feeling that the face of the LU University School was lost. A lecture that was logically confusing and completely unplanned. A letterboxed lecture. The people on the stage couldn't help but whisper. They all felt that Lin Tao was too bad, and they didn't know how he became the student council president. With this comparison, the crowd felt even more that Wu Tian was excellent. As for Lin Tao, he could only be described as miserable. After briefly speaking a few sentences, Lin Tao hurried off the stage, hearing everyone's taunts and snickers, wishing to find a crack in the ground. Never had he been so humiliated as today, especially the leaders, who looked at him with anger in their eyes. When he returned to his seat, he found Lin Weiwei looking at him with a disgusted look, a look that made him unable to lift his head. Never been so humiliated as today. The reason why he had become like this was all thanks to Wu Tian, and he was secretly vicious in his heart to find a chance to teach this kid a lesson. With that, Prof. Tao's lecture came to an end. After delivering brief closing remarks, Prof. Tao left the room first, and the other guests dispersed. Wu Tian had just walked out of the media center with Lin Weiwei when he was blocked by a group of girls clamoring to add WeChat. After Wu Tian found various reasons to excuse himself, he took Lin Weiwei and fled out of the Lu University campus, fearing that he would become the public enemy of the boys. You're a big red man in Lu now. Lin Weiwei put her hands behind her back and smirked out a sentence. I don't want to be some redneck. Why don't you want to be popular? People are afraid of being famous, and I mainly don't want to get into trouble. You're so interesting. Lin Weiwei pursed her lips and changed the topic. Just now there were a few pretty girls who added you to WeChat. Why did you ignore them? Are they pretty? Of course they're pretty. One of them is our schoolgirl. Maybe it's pretty, but compared to you, it's not even close. Wu Tian did not deliberately try to curry favor, but merely spoke the big truth. In comparison, Lin Weiwei was indeed very pretty, with a flawless face, only her body was a little bit worse than Xin Xuan Huanglan. Yes? Upon hearing this, Lin Weiwei inexplicably blushed a little and whispered, you look honest, but I didn't expect that. Just like other boys, you also like flowery words. I'm telling the truth, you do look beautiful, with a trickle of face and delicate features that you can't get enough of. Am I really that good? Lin Weiwei was so happy that her mouth couldn't close. Any girl likes sweet words, and Lin Weiwei is no exception, let alone a boy who makes him feel good. You are indeed beautiful, but there are flaws. What's missing? Slightly mediocre figure. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lin Weiwei's face instantly disappeared, angrily biting her mouth tightly and stifling her red face. You, what do you mean? I mean, humph, you're annoying. Lin Weiwei finished saying this and stomped her feet and walked towards the front in a puff of anger. Walked a few steps, also could not help but secretly inspect. Has never felt small, did not expect to be disliked by Wu Tian. As soon as he saw that this girl was angry, Wu Tian quickly stepped to catch up. Did I say something wrong? Or what do you think? Sorry, I just casually said that. Don't take it to heart. After apologizing, Wu Tian hurriedly opened his mouth to curry favor. In this case, I'll treat you to dinner. As a kind of compensation and apology, how about it? That's more like it. Lin Weiwei wasn't really angry. It was just that being disliked by Wu Tian for her poor figure made her feel concerned. It was the first time she had ever been disliked by a boy. There's a small restaurant across the street. Let's eat there. After Wu Tian said this, he took the lead and walked towards the restaurant. Lin Weiwei followed her like a little bird. Being with Wu Tian made her feel happy and secure. As soon as the two of them entered the restaurant, the owner warmly greeted them. Young couple, what do you want to eat? I'm not in that kind of relationship with him. Lin Weiwei's pretty face reddened as she hurriedly opened her mouth to retort. She didn't want to be misunderstood by her boss. Don't lie to me. You two are a couple at first glance. The two of you look like a married couple, groom and daughter. The boss still had a serious look on his face. Lin Weiwei didn't bother to argue any further. She just obediently sat in the corner, her cheeks crimson with shame. Wu Tian smiled awkwardly and said to the owner, stir-fry us a few specialty dishes and open 2 more beers. All right, the boss answered and got busy. The food was soon fried and 2 beers were opened on the way. Wu Tian poured 2 glasses of beer and pushed one of them to Lin Weiwei. It's hot. Have some beer to relieve your fatigue. Don't you boys all like to make girls drink? Get them drunk, and then do something about it, right? Lin Weiwei blinked her 2 big eyes in skepticism. I don't think like that. Humph. I knew you wouldn't admit it. Lin Weiwei picked up her glass and took a sip of beer, complaining. It's too hard to drink. I'm not drinking it. Forget it, you drink the drink then. Wu Tian didn't force himself and hurriedly opened the drink and poured one for Lin Weiwei. Just as the two were drinking and chatting, Lin Tao barged in with 2 assholes. Lin Tao had just tailed and followed the two all the way to this restaurant. Seeing Wu Tian acting so intimately and ambiguously with Lin Weiwei, his entire body was about to explode with anger. In a fit of anger, he called his 2 buddies from the game room and asked them to come over to teach Wu Tian a good lesson and take the heat off of him. 122. I'm gonna hit you. Bang! Lin Tao raised his leg and kicked the door of the restaurant open, leading the 2 punks to walk towards Wu Tian with a stream of cons. As soon as Lin Weiwei saw Lin Tao bringing people over, she knew that she was trying to disadvantage Wu Tian and hurriedly got up to stop him. Chairman Lin, what are you doing? I'm going to teach this kid a lesson. Lin Tao yelled as he did not hide the anger in his heart towards Wu Tian. Don't you dare. He's my friend. What bull asterisk friend. This kid is clearly trying to get you into bed. After Lin Tao yelled this, he commanded the 2 gangsters behind him. Do it. Teach this kid a hard lesson for me. Yes. The 2 punks got their orders and pounced towards Wu Tian. Stop. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Weiwei hurriedly got up and opened her arms to protect in front of Wu Tian. With me here, you are not allowed to hurt him. Weiwei, get out of the way. I have to teach this kid a lesson today. Lin Tao was pressing a mouthful of bad anger in his heart with nowhere to vent it. Today, no matter what, I have to teach this kid a lesson to relieve the anger in my heart. If you hit him, I won't let you. Seeing Lin Weiwei defending Wu Tian so much, Lin Tao's body was shaking with anger. For a while, the atmosphere was at an impasse. At this time, Wu Tian got up and patted Lin Weiwei's shoulder, smiled and said soothingly, Weiwei, this is something between men. You stand behind me so as not to hurt you. But, don't worry, I can handle this little matter. Wu Tian didn't give Lin Weiwei a chance to speak, forcibly protecting her behind him, looking up at Lin Tao. Chairman Lin, for the sake of you being Weiwei's classmate, I don't want to get into a fight with you. Just go. You don't want to fight me, but I'm going to fight you. Lin Tao tilted his head, at this moment like a belligerent rooster. After yelling this, he turned his head and commanded the two punks, get together and teach this kid a hard lesson for me. No problem. The two punks sharpened their fists and approached Wu Tian. When they were less than half a meter apart, the two of them struck at the same time, waving their fists and slamming them hard at Wu Tian's face, with brutal and venomous means. Yikes! Seeing that the two gangsters were so ferocious, Lin Weiwei let out a cry of fright, her heart about to hang in her throat. At this moment, he was especially worried, fearing that Wu Tian would be injured by those two mongrels. Just when the fist was about to approach Wu Tian's face, he only saw Wu Tian's body quickly leaning back and dodged the attack by surprise. At the same time, Wu Tian's right leg quickly lifted up and viciously kicked at one of the gangsters, knocking the gangster to the ground, and his right hand wasn't idle either. He swung his fist violently and smashed it out, smashing the other punk into the ground, falling to the ground and wailing. Just like that, in less than a moment, the two gangsters were easily ed over by Wu Tian, basically without much effort. It was only at this point that Lin Weiwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the strength and overpowering maneuvers that Wu Tian had just displayed, she couldn't help but be secretly tongue-tied. I didn't expect that the boy in front of me, who looked weak, had such strong hands, and used only 3 moves to subdue the two gangsters. At this moment, the way she looked at Wu Tian was even more infatuated than before. After resolving the two punks, Wu Tian turned to face Lin Tao and said in a cold voice, the people you brought with you are just too weak. You. Lin Tao's body trembled in fear and took several steps back. At this moment, he looked at Wu Tian with eyes full of fear and uneasiness. He probably didn't even dream that this weak and foolish boy in front of him was so brave, and so easily dried over the 2 helpers he had found. Now it's your turn. Wu Tian hooked his finger towards Lin Tao and said provocatively, come on, do it. I won't fight you. Lin Tao hurriedly hid behind the table in fear. Just now, he had already seen Wu Tian's perverted stance. Even those 2 social gangsters were no match for him. He was even less worthy of mentioning. Making a move now was equal to looking for abuse. You don't have to fight. I'll just beat you. Wu Tian clenched his fists and slowly approached Lin Tao. At the critical moment, Lin Weiwei hurriedly stepped in to stop it. Wu Tian, I think let it go. After all, he's the student council president of our department. Beating him up won't have a good effect on you. Alright, for Weiwei's sake, I'll let him off. Wu Tian withdrew his fist. Originally, he just wanted to scare Lin Tao, and he didn't really want to make a move. Still, I couldn't help but warn, if you dare to pick on me next time, then don't blame me for being rude to you. Yes. After Lin Tao answered, he turned around in fear and pulled his legs out, running out of the restaurant in a puff of smoke. Fearing that Wu Tian would catch up and strike again, the 2 punks didn't dare to linger and fled out after them, and the restaurant quickly regained its calm. Phew! Lin Weiwei secretly let out a breath, smiled and boasted to Wu Tian, you're this helpful. I feel that I have a special sense of security when I'm with you. What? Got the hots for me? Wu Tian joked with a flowery mouth. Lin Weiwei's pretty face blushed and hurriedly opened her mouth to deny. I'm not moved. I just think you're very powerful. It's just beating off 2 punks. It's not impressive. Anyway, you're better than a lot of boys, and that fighting stance is powerful and dominant, like you've been professionally trained. I'm flattered. Wu Tian grinned. It looked like the training during this period of time was indeed very effective. Even Lin Weiwei felt that he was very professional. Ugh, the restaurant owner on the sidelines, however, couldn't help but let out a sigh. Looking at the damaged tables and chairs in the restaurant, he felt a pang of pain in his heart, which would take days of turnover to earn back. Wu Tian could see the depression in the restaurant owner's heart and fished out $100 bills from his pocket and handed them over. Boss, this is to compensate you for the damage to the restaurant. Ouch! Seeing the young man pull out so much money at once, the restaurant owner's eyes lit up and tears rolled out of his eyes in excitement. Young man, you're really a good person. The tables and chairs were all smashed by those few runaway punks, and I didn't expect the young man in front of me to take the initiative to bear the losses, which couldn't help but make the boss unusually excited. Damaging your restaurant tables and chairs, it's only right to compensate you. Wu Tian shoved those bills in his hand to the restaurant owner. Take it and get a new set of tables and chairs. It can't take that much. It's too much. Consider the extra as our meal money and moral damages. Wu Tian stiffly shoved this money into the restaurant owner's hand. The restaurant owner took the money and bowed repeatedly to thank him. Thank you, good man. Thank you, great man. Alright, you quickly clean up the dining room and let's continue eating. Wu Tian said this and pulled Lin Weiwei back to his seat. Lin Weiwei cupped her chin with both hands and looked at Wu Tian like a nymphomaniac. I really didn't expect you to be so caring. It's not easy for uncle to open a restaurant to do business, so of course he has to pay for the restaurant tables and chairs that he broke. Wu Tian looked like he was taking it for granted. For this love, I toast you. Lin Weiwei raised the beer she hadn't finished earlier and smiled. I thought you didn't like beer? Seeing as you're drinking, I'd like to learn how to drink too. Not afraid I'll get you drunk and bully you? 123 trenching. No fear. Lin Weiwei shook her little head and said with a smile, I believe that you're not that kind of person and won't do those nasty things. Thank you for trusting me so much. Then you drink less. Wu Tian raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Weiwei's glass, then drank all the beer in the glass. Lin Weiwei also learned to swallow the beer in a big gulp, and only 2 mouthfuls of it choked and coughed, looking very painful. Don't drink. Wu Tian snatched the wine glass with some heartache and hurriedly handed over the tissue paper. Lin Weiwei coughed for a long time before she pursed her lips in embarrassment. It was really humiliating just now. I made you laugh. First-time drinkers are like this. Wu Tian grinned. In order to dissolve that embarrassment in Lin Weiwei's heart, he took the initiative to diverge from the topic. There's nothing to do in the afternoon, so I'll accompany you out for shopping. After saying this, he got up and made a gesture of invitation. Okay. Lin Weiwei couldn't find a reason to refuse, and in her heart, she was happy to accompany Wu Tian out shopping. With that, she followed out like a little bird. This was the first time she had accompanied a boy on a shopping trip, and there was inexplicably some small anticipation in her heart, and she didn't know what she was expecting. The two of them wandered around the street a few times, not speaking to each other, though both felt particularly relaxed in their hearts. Walking to the entrance of a clothing specialty store, Wu Tian suddenly stopped and turned his head to Lin Weiwei and proposed. Why don't I buy you some clothes? Every time I look at Lin Weiwei wearing clothes are very old. This set of clothes on the body has obviously been washed off, the color still cannot throw away. It was obvious that this girl was usually very frugal and definitely couldn't afford to spend money on herself. So Wu Genius had this idea. Thank you for your kindness. No need. Lin Weiwei politely refused. She didn't want Wu Tian to spend all this wasted money on her. There's no need to be polite between us. Let's go. I'll buy you clothes. Wu Tian could not help but take the lead towards the specialty store. Lin Weiwei secretly contemplated for a few moments and took a step to follow her in. In her heart, she couldn't help but think wildly, why did Wu Tian accompany her shopping and bring herself in to buy clothes? Could it be that Wu Tian wanted to pursue himself? If the boy confesses, should he say yes? Thinking about these blushing things, Lin Weiwei felt her face getting redder and redder, and even her breathing was a little short. Wu Tian naturally did not know Lin Weiwei's true inner thoughts at this time. He only wanted to bring this girl to buy a few sets of clothes. The two walked into the clothing store and found a couple of salesmen at the door with a look of disdain and obvious contempt in their eyes. In their eyes, Wu Tian and Lin Weiwei were no different from beggars, and they despised them from the bottom of their hearts. Wu Tian was unimpressed by the salesman's attitude and took Lin Weiwei into the clothing store and turned around a few times. Finally stopping in front of a rack with short skirts hanging, he pointed to them and said to the salesman, "Take this one down. We'd like to try it on. Don't waste your time. Even if you try it on, you won't be able to afford it." One of the tall salesmen struck out without mercy, with a dog-eyed look. "How do you know we can't afford it?" Wu Tian asked back, his tone somewhat aggressive. "I am most displeased with these snobs, who treat the rich as if they were grandpas, and the ordinary people as if they were never human beings." The tall saleswoman clasped her hands over her chest, her tone extremely contemptuous. "Do you know what kind of dress this is?" "I don't know. At a glance. You're just a hick who hasn't seen the world." The salesman struck a blow and pointed to the short skirt and introduced, "This is the very customized model, limited worldwide, priced at $30,000. She purposely wanted the word dollars to have a heavy syllable, just to emphasize the value of the dress. Oh my god. Upon hearing this offer, Lin Weiwei next to her couldn't help but exclaim in shock, not expecting such a skirt to cost 30,000 beauties, more than 180,000 RMB. She had shopped at many big malls before, but this was the first time she had seen such expensive clothes that were really scary. She reached out and tugged on Wu Tian's arm, whispering, "The clothes here are just too expensive. Let's go." "Two hillbillies? You'd better leave. Don't disgrace yourselves here." The tall salesman snorted coldly, her words like cold bayonets. "I'll take it." Wu Tian trenchantly tilted his head. Not to mention 180,000. He wouldn't be stingy even if it was 185. He naturally couldn't watch the woman beside him be humiliated for nothing, and he had to find face for Lin Weiwei no matter what. Put. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, several salesmen in the boutique couldn't help but burst out laughing, as if they had heard the world's funniest joke. After some ridicule, the tall salesman sneered in sarcasm, "Just a bumpkin like you, shabbily dressed and covered in copper. What are you going to buy?" Pop. Wu Tian took out his bank card and slapped it on the table. "Cut the crap. Swipe my card. That's quite a pretense. Do you have any money on your card? Do you want me to check it out for you?" "Check. Why don't you check?" The salesman pointed at the card and yelled, "There's going to be $1,800,000 in the card, and I'm going to eat this card in public." She was certain that the kid in front of her was a poor man, not to mention $180,000. "I'm afraid that even $80,000 may not be able to take out." "Okay, wait." Wu Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly took out his cell phone and dialed the bank service number. While putting the phone on speakerphone, the voice of the customer service assistant was soon heard on the phone. "Hello, distinguished VIP customer. Your current balance is $143,999,000. Boom. After listening to the balance inside the voice, the tall salesman was stunned and his eyes almost didn't pop out of their sockets. Never in my wildest dreams did I realize that the kid in front of me had a balance of nearly $150 million on his card. Oh, my God. Over 100 million. This is a super rich man." All the salesmen in the store were shocked by the card balance, and the expressions on everyone's faces were exaggerated to the point of being somewhat distorted. Who would have thought that such a young, mediocrely dressed brat would have so much money on his card? Those salesmen who still laugh out, like looking at monsters, eyes straight staring at Wu Tian. Rich people they have seen a lot, like this young billionaire, that is absolutely few and far between. Thanks to them, they had laughed at this kid as a poor dirtbag before, not realizing that this kid casually touched his bank card and had more than $100 million. The salesmen all felt their faces were slapped. Their faces were green for a while and white for a while, not to mention how ugly their faces were. This is perhaps the worst. They've gone off the rails. Who would have thought that such a mediocre teenager would be super rich? If they hadn't heard the balance on the bank card, they wouldn't have believed it. Even Lin Weiwei was shocked by the balance in the card and stared straight at Wu Tian with wide eyes. It had long been known that Wu Tian was very rich. What she could not have imagined was that this guy was rich to this extent. OMG. A balance of over 100 million. What's the concept? For the average person, it's astronomically unattainable. 124 real tycoon? Fake? Dumbfounded for a long time, those salesmen came back to their senses, changed their previous attitude, and hurriedly flattered Wu Tian. Right. You're the big boss. Don't get angry with little farts like us. You guys quickly have a seat. I'll make coffee for you too. A couple of salesmen got busy, moving chairs and making coffee. Knowing that Wu Tian was this kind of tycoon, they all treated him as if he was the god of wealth, desperately trying to flatter and please him. There were even 2 salesmen who stuck their bodies on Wu Tian. All kinds of pampering and fathering, and they couldn't wait to take off their clothes. It's a great opportunity for salesmen. If you can climb up to this kind of billionaire, you will be like a phoenix on a branch, and you will be able to eat and drink without worrying for the rest of your life. It was a pity that they had made a mistake in their plans, and this trick did not work at all on Wu Tian. Wu Tian pushed these women away from his side and coldly roared, "Don't come this way with me. All stay half a meter away from me." With such a roar, several of the salesmen retreated to the side in embarrassment. "Look at what kind of virtue you guys have." Wu Tian pointed at a few people's noses and rebuked them without mercy. "Tending to the trend, seeing money, treating the common people as beggars, and offering the rich people as if they were your godfathers. Don't you feel blush?" Several of the salesmen hung their heads without uttering a word. It's just like the old saying, no money talks worse than farts, and rich people fart the truth. If Wu Tian was just a poor boy, saying these words would definitely get him beaten up by the salesman and then kicked out of the clothing store. And now it's different. The salesman knew that Wu Tian was a billionaire, and could only endure being lectured like this, not even daring to let out a fart, because they didn't dare to offend this kind of rich big brother. Lin Weiwei stood back, her heart especially relieved. Seeing those dog-eyed salesmen from before being scolded like this gave her an indescribable sense of relief. The thought that the salesman who had humiliated her before also had this kind of end, the vanity in her heart was greatly satisfied. What dignity and face are all there now. It was thanks to Wu Tian, who had slapped the salesman in the face and helped her save her dignity and face, so that those salesmen did not dare to be unscrupulous in front of her. Wu Tian lectured those salesmen and opened his mouth to command, "I'll buy that set of dresses." Swipe the card. Wait. When she heard that she wanted to buy that dress, Lin Weiwei hurriedly spoke out to stop it. "Forget it, that dress is too expensive. I don't want a $180,000 dress, not to mention $180,000. Even 1018 dresses she felt extravagant. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. I mainly think that this set of dresses matches you particularly well, like it's customized for you. Why don't you try it on first? Wu Tian opened his mouth and proposed. He fell in love with the dress at first glance, and it would definitely look special on Lin Weiwei. It didn't matter if the dress was more expensive as long as he had his eye on it, mainly because he felt that Lin Weiwei was worthy of the dress. I'm not trying. Lin Weiwei desperately waved her hand in refusal. She didn't even dare to try on such an expensive dress. If you try to break it, it's all money. It hurts to think about it. You won't try? No try. Really not trying? Really don't try. It's okay if you don't try. I'll try for you. Wu Tian finished saying this and pretended to take off the skirt on Lin Weiwei's body. Frightened, the girl clutched her body and retreated several steps in a row, and finally had to compromise. I'm afraid of you. I'll try. Won't I? I'm really worried that this guy Wu Tian will help her try on dresses in public. Salesman, hurry up and remove the skirt so that my friend can try it on. Wu Tian turned his head and ordered the salesman. If it tried to look good, he'd definitely buy it. Of course, if it didn't look good on Lin Weiwei, he naturally wouldn't waste money on useless things. But in the past, with his vision, this set of dresses would definitely not be bad, and it would be very special on Lin Weiwei. Okay, I'll take the skirts down for you. The salesman responded and busied himself with getting ready to take the dress off the rack. Don't move. While this was happening, a heavily made-up girl walked into the boutique with her arm around a middle-aged man. There was a big age difference between the two, but looking at the way they were acting so intimately, it was obvious that they were in that kind of lover's relationship. The heavily made-up girl clearly had her eye on the dress, and instructed the salesman to leave the dress alone as she walked over and stared at it intently and silently, more seriously than she would have appreciated an antique. After staring at the dress for a long time, the young girl turned back to the older man and asked, "What do you think of the dress, dear? Isn't it perfect? Not bad, buy." The old man waved his big hand with a look of wealth. Look at this aura. As long as his woman sees something, even if the whole street will not hesitate to buy it. Thank you, dear. After thanking her, the heavily made-up girl turned to the salesman and asked, "How much is the dress?" 188,000. Take it down and give me a try. Hearing the offer, the heavily made-up girl didn't even blink and directly let take it down to try on the dress. Sorry. The salesman smiled apologetically and pointed at the duo of Wu Tian and Lin Weiwei. It's those two guests who saw the set of dresses first, and it's a global limited edition. Only one set in the Huaxia district. Those two bumpkins, they can't afford it even if they look at it. The girl with thick makeup blankly glanced at Wu Tian and the two of them, then pulled out 200 cash from her bag. Bumpkin, this 200 is for you. Let me have the clothes. Don't let it. Wu Tian decisively refused. Not to mention 200. He wouldn't let go even if it was 2 million. Yo ho, give you money and still don't want it. The girl with thick makeup swept Wu Tian with contempt and sneered. Can you afford to buy the clothes if you don't let me have them? Ahem. The salesman next to him coughed dryly and pointed at the card in Wu Tian's hand and whispered. This gentleman just checked his card. He has nearly 1.5 million in his card. Yes? The thickly made-up girl's face was slightly shocked, and she scanned Wu Tian with a million dismay. I didn't realize that the young, seemingly poor, hairy boy in front of me had so much money in his card. But she quickly regained her composure and turned her head to the middle-aged man and said, Honey, tell them how much money is on our card? 300 million. The middle-aged man said with all the pride in the world. Several of the salesmen sighed at that comment. I didn't realize that all the people who came to the store today were superb, one richer than the other. Given the situation, the salesman just had to smile and say, otherwise, you guys can negotiate among yourselves? After saying that, a few salesmen retreated to the side. Both sides were tycoons. They didn't dare to offend anyone. Right now, it's just a matter of getting the two tycoons to protect the choke. Say, how will you let me have the clothes? The girl with thick makeup clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Wu Tian impatiently. Not allowed. Wu Tian's tone of reply was very resolute. Naturally he would not give away what he had his eyes on. 125, scrambling for a skirt. You, the thickly made-up girl was furious. She didn't expect that she would meet this kind of dead pig's man. It was really irritating. Gritting his teeth, he threatened viciously. Kid, dare to speak to me in such a tone. Do you know who my man is? I don't know. Then you can listen carefully. The girl with heavy makeup took the old man's arm and introduced herself with great pride. My man is Huang Zhe, the president of Orange China Entertainment. So what? Wu Tian was unimpressed. Even if the other party's background was fluff, he still did not put it in his eyes. You, the girl with thick makeup really couldn't do anything about Wu Tian, shook Huang Zhe's arm and pouted. Honey, this kid is too much. You must help me snatch the dress. Take it easy. Watch me. Huang Zhe soothed, then glared at Wu Tian and threatened in a cold voice. Silly boy, do you really want to go against me? It's not me against you. It's you against me. Wu Tian looked straight into Huang Zai's eyes and shot back without showing any weakness. No one can take what I want. Huang Zai fished a boutique VIP card out of his pocket and held the card above his head. Know what this is? I don't know. Then let me tell you. This is the VIP card of this clothing boutique. I am the VIP of this store and have the right of first refusal. After saying this, Huang Zai handed the VIP card to the salesman and ordered, "Help me wrap this set of dresses." Yes. As soon as the salesman saw the VIP card, he immediately became enthusiastic. This card is different from ordinary VIP. This card has a lot of authority in the store. The card holder is equivalent to the top premium customers. In other words, any customer with this kind of card enjoys all kinds of rights in the store, and the salespersons are giving priority to the card holders. The salesman took the VIP card and looked at it for a few moments, turned his head to Wu Tian and apologized. "I'm sorry, that gentleman has VIP privileges. According to the store's rules, we can only sell the dress to the card holder." After the salesman said this, she stopped paying attention to Wu Tian and started to busy herself with taking the dress out of the rack and wrapping it up. "Silly boy, you're still a bit young to want to grab something from me." Huang Zai shook his suit and puffed out his chest with a proud face. Beside that thick makeup girl followed and echoed, "Humph, silly boy. Don't think that there are a few money to think that they are very cheating. This year than the comprehensive strength, on the network, resources and social status. You are far worse than my man." With those words, she was ready to take the wrapped dress from the salesman. "Wait." Wu Tian stopped it in time and disliked it back in a cold voice. "I told you, no one can snatch what I see. It's all ready this time. You kids still won't give in." Then you snatched the skirt back instead. The girl with thick makeup had a few moments of bloating and provoked. She wanted to see how much more this kid could do. "Wait." After Wu Tian finished saying this, he felt out his cell phone and dialed Lu Jun. "Just now, I glanced at the VIP card and found that it was labeled Lu's Group, so I think this specialty store is a property of Lu's Group. That's why he's calling Lu Jun now. If this store is really a property under Lu's Group, trying to recapture the skirt is just a matter of Uncle Lu's word. Things have developed to such a state that it's no longer just a skirt, but a man's dignity and face are at stake." After dialing Lu Jun's phone and only saying a few words, he hung up the phone. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smug smile. "I just talked to Uncle Lu and learned that this clothing boutique is indeed a property of Lu's Group." Uncle Lu immediately said, "Immediately call the store manager, so that he personally come over to deal with this matter." In less than a moment, a bald man hurriedly broke into the store, which is the store manager Han Guang. "Manager Han, long time no see." As soon as Huang Zai saw the bald man, he greeted him with a smile. The two had met at a cocktail party between them, and it was one of those small very common relationships, not too familiar. "So it's Mr. Huang, nice to meet you." Manager Han acted quite enthusiastically and shook Huang Zai's hand respectfully. "Manager Han, I was buying a skirt at your store, but it turned out that there was a stupid kid who wanted to grab it from me," Huang Zai said here, reaching out and pointing at Wu Tian on the opposite side. "Please trouble Manager Han to kick this kid out. This is Mr. Wu." Manager Han twisted his head to see Wu Tian, and instantly his eyes released an elite cold aura. Just now, Boss Lu himself called, saying that his partner Wu Tian was having a dispute in the store over a skirt and asked him to rush over to take care of it. If this matter is not handled well, he won't have to be the manager, and I'm afraid he'll be out of a job from tomorrow. His eyes were very sharp and he recognized Wu Tian at a glance. Stepping forward and trying to ask, "You are Mr. Wu, aren't you?" "It's me." Wu Tian knew that this was the manager sent over by Lu Jun and acted very blandly as he spoke. "Mr. Wu, you've come a long way to welcome us." Manager Han finished saying this and bent 90 degrees towards Wu Tian and bowed, showing extreme respect. "Just now I learned from Boss Lu's phone call that this Mr. Wu in front of me is Boss Lu's partner, and if he slows down Mr. Wu, his future will be over. That's why they're acting so humble." Once those salesmen saw Manager Han acting so respectfully and humbly towards Wu Tian, a few of them looked alarmed. Several salesmen couldn't help but secretly suspect. Could it be that the young man in ordinary clothes was some kind of big shot? Huang Zai and the heavily made-up girl were equally dumbfounded, not expecting the dignified Manager Han to bend and bow so humbly to a silly boy. After being slightly stunned, Huang Zai couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, "Manager Han, you are at least a specialty store manager. Why are you so lowly to a silly boy?" "What's silly boy?" Manager Han wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead, pointed at Wu Tian and introduced, "He's my boss's partner, half owner of this specialty store." "What?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zai was dumbstruck. "I didn't expect this kid in front of me to have such a fluffy identity, or a partner of Manager Han's boss. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant." The thickly made-up girl was also dumbfounded, originally wanting to borrow Huang Zai to pretend to be a pussy, but did not expect to run into a ruthless character today. Pretending to be a bully didn't work, but was instead hit hard in the face. At this time, her face was particularly ugly, just like smearing dog. The most surprised than those salesmen. Lost they also mocked the kid before, but never thought, this kid is half their boss. Salesmen are secretly afraid. Fortunately later in time to change, otherwise it would have been a big trouble. Manager Han. Wu Tian ignored the gazes of the crowd and said to Manager Han with a smile, I just want to buy a set of dresses for my friend. I just want to know if I have the qualifications? Yes, of course you do. Manager Han took the wrapped skirt from the salesman and handed it to Wu Tian with both hands. It's a little token of my appreciation. You don't have to pay a cent. How is this good? Mr. Wu, if you push back, it would be a slap in my face. Manager Han acted very sincerely. He knew that only by pleasing Wu Tian would his future path be smooth. 126 The feeling of love. Then I'll respectfully accept it. Seeing that Manager Han was so sincere, Wu Tian could only accept the dress. Must be behind the back is also Uncle Lu secretly authorized. He is not good to refute Uncle Lu Hart, lazy to make excuses. After chatting with Manager Han for a few moments, Wu Tian carried her skirt and walked over to Huang Zhe and the heavily made-up girl. I've said it before, it's mine and no one can snatch it away. You, count you ruthless. The thickly made-up girl's body trembled with anger, and it took her a long time to hold back this sentence. It's been a long time since I've been so humiliated like today. I thought I had the winning role in my hands and had absolute certainty of snatching the skirt, but in the end, I still lost to this kid in front of me. In the past, he always felt that Huang Zhe was invincible in terms of power, but it was only today that he realized that Huang Zhe was still no match for a silly boy. With that, she twisted her little waist and hurried out of the boutique. Kid, you won. Huang Zhe brought his head over and whispered in Wu Tian's ear. You won a set of dresses but made me lose face. I'll write down this account and find you later. Then I can only advise Mr. Huang, don't mess with me. It won't do you any good. Wu Tian patted Huang Zhe's shoulder, a harmless smile tickling his face. Humph, we'll see. Huang Zhe gritted his teeth sinisterly and flung his sleeves in anger as he left. Certain people just take themselves too seriously. Wu Tian muttered darkly to himself at Huang Zhe's back, then handed the skirt to Lin Weiwei. For you, I don't want such an expensive dress. Lin Weiwei took 2 steps back, waving her hand in fear. Although the dress didn't cost a dime in the end, she'd seen all the bumps in the road. The reason why he was able to take back the skirt from the other side was because of Wu Tian's powerful connections and resources, which were more important than money. This is just a little token of my appreciation. Quickly accept it. Being rejected like this, Wu Tian was a little embarrassed instead. It's too expensive. I don't want it. Really? Don't forget it. Wu Tian casually tossed the skirt into the trash can along with the packaging. Several salesmen are dumbfounded. Did not expect Wu Tian to be so capricious. More than 100,000 yuan of dresses said to throw away. This is simply trenchant. Lin Weiwei was also dumbfounded and incredulous. Such an expensive dress. How did you throw it away? This is my gift to you. Since you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Wu Tian's tone was a bit overbearing. When she met this kind of man, Lin Weiwei really could not help but cry and laugh. Biting her mouth, she eventually walked over and picked up the dress from the trash can. Okay, I'll take it. Okay, that's a good boy. It's so convincing. Well, go to the fitting room and change out of this dress so I can see it. Okay. Lin Weiwei walked towards the fitting room holding the more than $100,000 skirt in both hands, feeling that the skirt was heavy, as if it was more valuable than gold. She just walked into the fitting room and realized that Wu Tian followed her. Her face tightened in fear. Hey, I'm trying on clothes. What are you following me for? I'll give you a hand. No way. Get out. Lin Weiwei hurriedly pushed Wu Tian out of the fitting room, then unlocked the door of the fitting room, her body leaning against the door, her heart thumping. She hadn't known Wu Tian for long, and today was the first time she had a shopping date. But why was she upset? She didn't know why, but as soon as she got close to Wu Tian's body, she felt particularly tense and her heart thumped, especially the moment she was touched by Wu Tian's body. It felt like she was electrocuted and her whole body was numb and swishy. What's going on? She didn't have a crush on Wu Tian, did she? No way. Never. She had known Wu Tian for such a short period of time. How could she possibly be attracted to this boy? She must be overthinking it. Shaking her head vigorously to dispel the jumbled thoughts in her mind, she removed the school skirt from her body and began to try on the $180,000 dress. She moved carefully, afraid of getting that dress dirty. Wu Tian stood outside the fitting room door. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, he saw Lin Weiwei walk out from inside wearing that brand new dress. Seeing Lin Weiwei at this moment, Wu Tian only felt his heart thumping and his eyes were dead absorbed on this girl. This girl's face was originally beautiful and moving, and with this set of dresses, the whole person looked as stunning as a fairy descending to earth, full of infinite charm. Beautiful. So beautiful. The dress was almost as if it had been customized for Lin Weiwei, showing off that refreshingly reserved temperament of hers to the fullest. After staring at the silly look for a long time, Wu Genius came back to his senses and couldn't help but praise. You're so beautiful in this set of dresses. It's so beautiful that it makes people's hearts flutter. Yes? Seeing Wu Tian's eyes so infatuated, Lin Weiwei's heart was sweeter than honey. In her heart, she couldn't help but think wildly again. Could it be that Wu Tian was really interested in her? Come on, turn around and let me take a look. Wu Tian looked at Lin Weiwei from top to bottom, unable to take his eyes off for a moment. Aha! Lin Weiwei nodded obediently and spun around in front of Wu Tian. Beautiful, simply more beautiful than a butterfly. Wu Tian praised repeatedly, all mesmerized by the girl in front of him. It is said that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. This is true. Lin Weiwei and this set of dresses are a perfect match. It seems that this dress is expensive for a reason. This kind of dress shows off a different sparkle in a woman and it all looks a lot sexier than before. Even those salesmen couldn't help but praise them repeatedly, saying that Lin Weiwei was simply too pretty in her dress. Those salesmen couldn't help but be jealous of Lin Weiwei. With such a beautiful face, I'm afraid there isn't any man who wouldn't like it. Even many customers came around and expressed their love for the dress, but once they heard the offer, everyone died. Being surrounded by so many people, Lin Weiwei was a bit embarrassed instead. Can I change my dress now? No need to change, just keep wearing this. Wu Tian circled around Lin Weiwei and kind of couldn't get enough of it. This girl was merely pretty in her school dress before, but now she has a fairy-like air when she changes into this kind of dress. Too expensive to wear for fear of getting dirty. It's fine, just get used to it. Come on, I'll take you out for a spin. Wu Tian said this and pulled Lin Weiwei towards the outside of the specialty store. Manager Han personally greeted him with his salesman and gave him a hard pat on the back before Wu Tian left. Wu Tian lazily ignored them and pulled Lin Weiwei to continue shopping along Shangjiang Road, which soon attracted the attention of passers-by. Many men envied Wu Tian for having such a beautiful sister by his side, while the women were jealous of Lin Weiwei for being able to give birth to such a beautiful face. The two of them played until very late in the evening, and Wu Genius sent Lin Weiwei back to the dormitory of Lu University. Waving goodbye, go back to the dormitory and rest early. Bye. I'm so happy to be with you today. Thank you. Lin Weiwei softly thanked as she carried her school skirt, her face smiling brighter than a flower. It had been a long time since she had been so happy as she was today. Being with Wu Tian made her feel like she was in love. 127 Wine tasting. After the two of them chatted for a few moments, Wu Tian turned around and left the LU campus, and agreed to go out again sometime next time. Back home, Wu Tian locked himself in his study as usual to study. In addition to learning about professional economics and management, those notes from the family on how to handle the world were absolutely great, and he simply had some love for them. Over the next few days, Wu Tian spent most of his time studying and practicing, and his stance improved significantly from before. On the afternoon of the third day, just as he was holding his notes on the world and studying them carefully, he was interrupted by the urgent ringing of the telephone. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was Huang Lan calling, and when he got through, he asked, Sister Lan, do you want to eat hot pot again? Sis isn't looking for you for dinner this time, she wants to ask you for a favor. On the other end of the phone, Huang Lan's voice was a little tired. If Sister Lan has anything to do, just order me, I'll do whatever I have to do. Wu Tian agreed without hesitation. During this period of time, Sister Erishur had helped him a lot, and both games were promoted in the early stages thanks to Sister Erishur. He had always kept this favor in mind, and if Sister Erishur needed any help, he would naturally spare no effort. This is what you said. Huang Lan smiled mysteriously and spoke. Sister wants you to come over tonight to help Sister warm her bed. Wu Tian was choked by these words, and he didn't need to think about it to know that Sister Lan must be joking with him. Just as he was thinking about how to reply, he only heard Sister Lan snort a laugh on the phone and said in a delicate voice, Silly boy, see how scared you are, you don't even dare to speak. I knew Erishur was joking with me as soon as I guessed. Alright, then to be serious with you. Huang Lan's voice was lazy before. After joking with Wu Tian, her voice became obviously resonant. You're accompanying Sister to the auction tonight. Do you have time? Of course there's time, and even if there isn't I'm going to make time. Well then, why don't you come over and pick me up now? I'm home. I'll be right over. Wu Tian hung up the phone and carefully put away a few worldly notes before arranging for Uncle Fugue to drive to Huafu Sky City. Fumbling for his cell phone, he was about to call Erishur when he spotted her walking out of the small area with a designer bag on her shoulder. At this time, Erishur was wearing a black evening dress, showing off her sexy body to the fullest, hot and seductive, and the picture was extremely rich. It could be said that among the women he knew, Erishur was the sexiest woman, bar none. This woman is developed to the extreme in every way, like a ripe peach. sultry and wild to the core. Silly boy, have you seen enough? Huang Lan walked over, reached out and waved her hand in front of Wu Tian's eyes a few times, the corners of her mouth hooked into a wry smile. Enough, enough. Only then did Wu Tian come back to his senses and hurriedly retracted his gaze from Sister Lan. Want sis to show you a good time? That. Get in the car first. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly and hurriedly reached out to open the car door in a gesture of invitation. Bad boy. Huang Lan rolled her eyes demurely and dug into the back seat with her hand pressed against the neckline. Wu Tian got into the co-pilot's seat and turned his head to Huang Lan and asked, Sister Lan, where are we going for the auction? Cloud Dragon Hotel. Uncle Fugue, go to Yunlong Hotel. Wu Tian instructed Lu Fugue. Lu Fugue nodded and started the car to drive away from this place. The car sped along and soon arrived at the Longyun Hotel. This is a 5-star hotel, very famous in Xiqing district. After getting off the car, the two went straight to the hotel. The auction reception was located in the 3rd floor grand ballroom, which was already filled with guests, each talking, laughing and drinking. As soon as he entered the venue, Wu Tian ran into 2 acquaintances, none other than Huang Zhe and the girl with heavy makeup whom he had met at the specialty store yesterday. Yesterday the two sides were at loggerheads over a skirt, but I didn't expect to meet again today in such a place. It was soon discovered that Huang Lan and Huang Zhe seemed to know each other, and the two were gazing at each other with odd expressions, making the atmosphere slightly awkward. In the end, it was the heavily made-up girl who broke the awkwardness and glared at Wu Tian with those hostile eyes. Kid, why are you again? Did you feel humiliated at the boutique yesterday? Wu Tian's tone carried a bit of playfulness. Deliberately bringing up old matters again was to take the opportunity to embarrass the woman and kill the sharpness in the woman. You. The corners of the thickly made-up woman's mouth twitched viciously in anger, and she turned her head to Huang Zhe in a petulant manner to ask for help. Honey, this kid is bullying me. Quickly help me teach this kid a lesson. Just a silly kid. Don't take him too seriously. Huang Zhe casually grabbed a glass of red wine and glared at Wu Tian with a face full of hatred. Kid, did you think you were awesome at the boutique yesterday? Yesterday in the boutique was made to lose face by this kid. He had been very angry in his heart and wanted to find a chance to take revenge. I didn't expect to meet this kid here today, and what I didn't expect even more was that this kid was with Huang Lan. It's just a dress. That's not so bad. Wu Tian also grabbed a glass of red wine and touched it with Huang Zhe before savoring it for himself. Humph, even in your condition you can drink? Huang Zhe grinned and couldn't help but open his mouth to mock. In his opinion, this kid is a thug, does not know how to drink red wine. Holding a glass of red wine is just pretending. He smiled grimly at the corner of his mouth and deliberately made things difficult. Then tell me the vintage and origin of the cup of wine in your hand. He just wanted to use the opportunity to make things difficult for Wu Tian and make this kid make a fool of himself in public. The kid was shabbily dressed, had no taste, and certainly knew nothing about wine. Wu Tian shook his glass and smiled. This red wine in my hand is from Bordeaux Chateau. The vintage is 1995. Am I right? You. Huang Zhe was dumbfounded, not realizing that the kid in front of him looked like he had no taste, but he still knew the origin and year of the red wine. Slightly stunned, he continued to be difficult. So tell me instead, what are those advantages and disadvantages of this red wine? There are many advantages. It has a mellow color and flavor. The mouth retains its fragrance, and it is delicate but not lacking in richness and layering. Wu Tian spoke eloquently, and carefully recounted the advantages and disadvantages of red wine. After talking about the pros and cons, it went on to talk about the way this wine should be savored. When the onlookers heard this, they followed suit and praised Wu Tian for his insights on red wine. Even Huang Lan couldn't help but secretly applaud. Huang Zhe and the girl with thick makeup were completely dumbfounded. They did not expect Wu Tian, this kid, to know so much about red wine. Just now that narration was simply better than a professional sommelier. Seeing the crowd praising Wu Tian, Huang Zhe's face was red with anger and his heart was even more enraged than before. Originally, he wanted to use red wine to make Wu Tian embarrassed in public, so that this kid would lose face in front of the crowd, but it turned out to be the opposite. Not only did he not let the kid lose face, but he let the kid make a name for himself in the banquet hall. Seeing Wu Tian, the brat, acclaimed like a tide in the crowd, his entire old face turned dark green with anger. For the moment, he just had to retreat to the back of the crowd with his female companion. Only in his heart, he secretly made a vicious. Tonight must find a way to teach this kid a lesson, in order to solve the anger in his heart. 128. A narrow road. The guests gradually dispersed. Huang Lan elbowed Wu Tian. I didn't realize that your kid is well informed and has studied red wine so thoroughly. I made you laugh. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Before he heard that Li Meng liked to drink red wine, he had specialized in learning about red wine, and he was quite knowledgeable about the several types of red wine that he often drank. Sis is liking you more and more now. He. Wu Tian grinned and couldn't help but ask, Sister Lan, looking at you like that, did you know Huang Zhe before? Aha! Huang Lan nodded and said expressionlessly, Huang Zhe and I are half-siblings, brother and sister? Right, so why don't I see you guys talking? Maybe it's because of family reasons. We haven't had much affection since we were young, and we've even had a lot of unpleasantness. Huang Lan's mouth leaked a strange look. Seeing that Sister Erasure was unwilling to mention this point, Wu Tian didn't ask any more questions. Right, I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll come over to find Sister Erasure in a while. Silly boy, what are you doing in the restroom? Huang Lan's gaze shifted downward, a few hints of playfulness in his tone. Ahem. Wu Tian coughed dryly twice, not expecting Sister Lan to joke about such things, and returned, of course it's to go to the restroom. Sis thought you were going to eat? Ha ha ha. Huang Lan covered her mouth and giggled after saying this. Sister Erasure, you are so boring. Wu Tian shook his head with a bitter smile and turned around in the direction of the restroom. It was found that Sister Erasure was becoming more and more reckless in front of him, daring to joke about anything, really not treating him as an outsider at all. After going to the restroom to settle his piss, when he washed his hands and walked out of the men's room, he found the heavily made-up girl leaning against the bathroom door, looking at him with a sinister expression. What do you want? Wu Tian really didn't have any good feelings towards this girl and asked in a cold tone. To be honest, the girl was a good-looking girl, except that the makeup on her face was so thick that it covered up her beauty instead. Want to beat you up. After the thickly made-up girl finished those few words, she saw Huang Zhe walking over with two muscle-bound men. The trio entered the restroom and unlocked the door to the restroom room, looking as if they wanted to close the door. Huang Zhe shook his sleeve and asked in a cold voice, Kid, how did you end up with Huang Lan? This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Wu Tian shook off the water stains on his hands and prepared to head outside. Huang Zhe's hand stretched out, domineeringly blocking Wu Tian. I'm not interested in knowing about you and Huang Lan, but you've offended my woman. How is this going to work out? How do you want to count it? Apologize to my woman and spare your life. What if I don't apologize? Humph, then you might have to crawl out from here. Huang Zhe said this and pulled the heavily made-up girl back a step. The two muscular sluggers next to him immediately understood, and slowly approached Wu Tian with clenched fists, with an expression of wanting to eat someone. Mr. Huang, you are at least the president of Orange China. Is this appropriate? As Wu Tian asked, his sharp eyes slowly scanned the two fierce men. The sluggers were indeed fierce, with muscular arms. I just don't know how well they fought. Cut the crap. Either apologize or you'll take a beating. Huang Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of ruthlessness emanating from his body. It's not certain who will be the one to get punched. The corner of Wu Tian's mouth curled up and he hooked his fingers towards the two sluggers. Start your show. The two fierce men looked at each other and simultaneously barged in towards the men's restroom, ready to teach the kid in front of them a hard lesson. Bang! As the duo was entering, they only saw Wu Tian slamming the toilet door shut with such force that it hit the two fierce men right on the head. Ah! Ah! The two fierce men let out a cry of pain and were knocked off their feet, covering their heads as they took several steps back. Waste! Seeing this sight, Huang Zhe cursed fiercely in anger and urged, What are you stupidly standing there for? Quickly go and teach that brat a lesson. Yes, the two fierce men got the order and once again pounced on Wu Tian like wolves and tigers, even more ferocious than before. Huang Zhe and the thickly made-up girl were both standing in place with gloating faces, waiting to see the brat Wu Tian get brutalized. But what they waited for was a big disappointment to the duo, only to see Wu Tian violently swing his fist, ruthlessly smashing into one of the sluggers, and then lifting his leg to kick him over. After dry humping the first slugger, Wu Tian hurriedly shrunk down and hid behind the door, and when the other slugger rushed in, he repeated the same trick and slammed the slugger hard with the doorframe. With a bang, the man was knocked over and fell to the ground. Then Wu Tian hit him up and down, making the man scream. Just like that, Wu Tian relied on his powerful body and wise mind and easily disposed of the two fierce men. Then he slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes glaring at Huang Zhe. Mr. Huang, it's your turn now. You, don't come over. Huang Zhe's body shrank in fear as he retreated back and forth, and the way he looked at Wu Tian at this moment was even more terrifying than seeing a monster. He also didn't expect the seemingly skinny stupid kid in front of him to be so strong and capable, easily drying out the two fierce men he invited. The thickly made-up girl was equally frightened, hiding behind Huang Zhe, her two little legs trembling slightly. For the sake of Sister Erasure, I'll let you guys off today. Get lost. Wu Tian waved his hand impatiently. After all, he was accompanying Sister Lan over to attend the auction reception tonight, and he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, lest it affect Sister Lan's mood. Only then did Huang Zhe secretly breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran over to open the door to the restroom room. However, he didn't appreciate Wu Tian for this, and couldn't help but put down some harsh words before he left the house. Kid, this matter is not over. Let's wait and see. After saying this, he took the heavily made-up girl and left in a hurry. Wu Tian fiddled with his handsome hairstyle for a while before walking out of the restroom and soon found Huanglan in the crowd. Seeing Wu Tian walking over, Huanglan pushed off her coat and stared in disbelief. "It took you so long to go to the bathroom. I thought you fell in the toilet." "I ran into some trouble just now going to the restroom," Wu Tian casually explained. These words, however, made Huanglan particularly sensitive and pursued. "What kind of trouble did you just encounter?" "It's nothing, it's just someone deliberately picking a fight." "Did Huangze come after you?" "Right, this is really over the top." Huanglan gritted her teeth and couldn't help but open her mouth to follow up. "How did you meet him?" "Yesterday, I took my friend to a specialty store to buy clothes, and had a conflict with Huangze over a dress," Wu Tian explained briefly. "Then be careful, maybe he'll target you," Huanglan instructed uneasily. She knew her half-brother particularly well, a man who was narrow-minded and vindictive, and would never easily give in after a loss. "Don't worry, I can handle it." Wu Tian was unimpressed. He'd seen enough of people like Huangze to know how to deal with them. "Okay." Huanglan didn't say anything more, always feeling vaguely worried in her heart. Never before had she worried about another man, and this was the first time she had cared so much about a man's well-being. 129 Auction Fight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the auction banquet officially began. This kind of banquet is not a formal auction. It is not as rigorous. There is no need to pay a deposit in advance, and the auctioneer is temporarily substituted by the hotel manager. Those who can come here to participate in the auction banquet are either rich or noble, and usually the items auctioned will be paid for on the spot, and no one will back out. For rich people, face is more important than anything else. The auctioneer stepped onto the podium and loudly announced, "The auction banquet of this session officially begins. Please do not bid blindly. After all, the winner is not allowed to ruin the auction." After a series of opening remarks, the auctioneer had the workers bring the first lot onto the stage. The first lot is a landscape painting by an elementary school student from a poor district, and all the proceeds will be donated to children in poor mountainous areas. The first lot is of little value in itself, and is mainly for charity. To put it bluntly, to warm up the room. This landscape painting starts at $10,000. The auction will begin. Please bid. After a brief introduction of the lot, the auctioneer began to let the guests bid. "I'll give you 12,000, 14,000, 15,000. The soldiers and guests on the stage have been bidding. People are not very interested in landscape paintings. The bidding is mainly to liven up the atmosphere." Soon the landscape painting was raised to $30,000, 50,000. Wu Tian also couldn't help but open his mouth to bid. He was mainly thinking of making a small contribution to the children in the poor mountainous areas. After the price was raised to 50,000, the guests gradually calmed down, and people didn't continue to bid. After all, the landscape painting itself wasn't worth much, no more than $100 at most. There was no need to spend so much money on such a useless thing. 60,000. At this moment, Huangze couldn't help but open his mouth to bid. The reason why he raised the price was naturally not for the sake of the children in the impoverished mountainous areas, but merely for the sake of publicly suppressing Wu Tian. 70,000. Wu Tian continued to raise the price while casting a provocative look towards Huangze. Huangze naturally couldn't admit defeat easily and continued to raise the price. 80,000, 90,000, 100,000, 110,000, 200,000. Under the fierce bidding of the two, a landscape painting was raised to a sky-high price of $200,000 by the two. The scene was tense with anger, and it was as if the place had turned into a battlefield without smoke, with neither of the two refusing to give in. 300,000. Wu Tian pursed his lips and continued to raise the price, and directly increased the price by 100,000 at a time. Huangze still didn't show any weakness and followed the price increase. $400,000, $500,000, 600,000, 1 million. When the price was raised to 1 million, the scene instantly boiled over. All did not expect that the worthless landscape painting was speculated to 1 million sky price, more valuable than many collectibles. Even the auctioneer became unusually excited, scanning the stage and asking, $1 million, does anyone else continue to raise the price? There was silence. After waiting for a few seconds, the auctioneer asked again, this landscape painting, does anyone continue to raise the price? Me. When the auctioneer asked for the second time, Wu Tian finally opened his mouth. I'll buy this painting. I'll offer $2 million. The moment these words came out, the scene instantly boiled. All the gazes looked at Wu Tian, not expecting this kid to spend $2 million on a worthless painting. Even Huanglan felt surprised and touched Wu Tian's shoulder, reminding him in a low voice, crazy, why did you spend so much money on this painting? Don't worry, I won't buy it. Wu Tian pursed his lips and once again looked at Huangze with that provocative gaze. He was merely digging a hole for Huangze, and with Huangze's defiant personality, he would definitely jump into it. But Before Huang Lan finished speaking, Huang Zhe, who was standing not far away, opened his mouth to bid again. I'll bid $3.5 million. Just as he quoted, there was another gasp of surprise. 4 million. Wu Tian did not show any weakness. His face always showed a look of determination. 4.5 million. Huang Zhe hesitated for a few seconds before finally quoting $4.5 million. He naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to spend a few $1,000,000 on this piece of crap painting. He just wanted to dig a hole for Wu Tian so that this kid would fall inside the hole he dug. This was his last bid. After reporting this price, he waited for Wu Tian to offer, wanting this kid to spend $5 million on a piece of scrap paper. The girl with thick makeup quickly understood Huang Zhe's intention and looked at Wu Tian with a gloating look, waiting for this kid to fall into the pit Huang Zhe had dug. When the time came, she was going to make fun of him fiercely. Huang Zhe and the heavily made-up girl watched Wu Tian with unblinking eyes, quietly waiting for the kid's final bid. He waited for half a day but found the kid standing still and indifferent, as if he had forgotten about the bidding. Huang Zhe walked over and couldn't help but remind Wu Tian, "Kid, why don't you keep bidding?" "Why should I bid?" Wu Tian asked back with a smile. "What? You're not bidding?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zhe was instantly dumbfounded, his two eyes whiter than frogs. "I think Mr. Huang's bid is already high enough. There's no need for me to continue bidding." Huang Zhe was speechless with anger, and only at this point did he realize that this kid had already dug a hole waiting to jump for him. At this time, the auctioneer on the stage spoke again. $4.5 million. Does anyone else continue to raise the price? The scene is silent. I'm afraid, Cootie, neither will raise the price. Well then, congratulations to this gentleman for actually winning our number one lot. The host walked off the stage with the painting of the elementary school student and handed the landscape painting to Huang Zhe in public. "Now, congratulations, this painting is now yours." The corners of Huang Zhe's mouth twitched hard, and his expression stiffened as he took the landscape painting. Originally, he wanted to intentionally raise the price and use it to make Wu Tian fall into the pit, so that this kid would eat a dumb loss. But who knows? This kid a counter set. Instead he fell into the pit, losing $4.5 million for nothing. Congratulations to Mr. Huang for winning this lot. Mr. Huang really is rich and powerful. Wu Tian appeared to be congratulating, but was actually gloating and making fun. Only a little cutie. Only then would they spend so much money on a broken painting. Not to mention that Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh. The other guests present also laughed, although everyone didn't say it with their mouths. In their hearts, they all decided that Huang Zhe was a little cutie, or else they wouldn't have taken a few $1,000,000 to buy such a worthless thing. Huang Zhe's face darkened with anger, and his body trembled slightly. Not only did he lose so much money for nothing, but he was also made the laughingstock of the entire room, which was infuriating to think about. This time, in a small game, Wu Tian was once again victorious, and pitted Huang Zhe to the hilt. "Mr. Huang." Wu Tian patted Huang Zhe's shoulder and persuaded him kindly. "I told you a long time ago to not provoke me. Why don't you believe me? Kid, this isn't over. I'll screw you over sooner or later." Huang Zhe flung his arm and turned around in anger to go to the trading area. In this way, the two people's grudge is deepening, and I am afraid that it is very difficult to give up without fighting to the death. 130 atmosphere is charming. After the auction dinner, Wu Tian first asked Uncle Fugue to send Sister Lan home before driving back to his residence. I had just walked into the building where the district was located and saw Mr. Mulan pacing back and forth in front of the elevator. "Hey, what's Mr. Mu doing here?" At this time, Ms. Mu was wearing sportswear, refined with a few points of women have should be warm and soft. After a slight pause in his footsteps, Wu Tian walked over to greet Mu Ran. "Good evening, Mr. Mu." "Good." Upon seeing Wu Tian, Mu Ran's face immediately became gloomy and black, huffing and puffing. "Do you know that you've missed a few days of school? Teacher Mu came over to find me specifically because of my truancy?" Wu Tian's face was more bitter than a bitter melon. Mr. Mu is really well-intentioned. Just because he missed class during this period of time, they personally came to the door. It wasn't unusual for Mr. Mu to know his home address. It had been registered at the school before, and could be found on a quick check. "That's right." Mu Ran clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Wu Tian with an exasperated look. "Tell me, how many days have you missed class?" 2 days. "Say that again." 3, 5 days. Really more and more unlike words. Before each time to miss a day or two. Now it's good. Directly miss a few days. "Do you still have me as a teacher in your eyes?" Mu Ran splits his head and gives a reprimand. "I'm sorry Teacher Mu. I was wrong." Seeing Teacher Mu losing his temper, Wu Tian hurriedly apologized and admitted his mistake. "I promise, I will never miss class again. You've said this kind of thing many times before, but the result is still the same. You miss class the next day as usual. I'll swear it this time." "It's useless to swear," write a guarantee. Mu Ran directly fished out a pen and paper from her bag and handed it to Wu Tian, instructing, "This time I want you to write a guarantee." Wu Tian was dumbfounded. He didn't think that Teacher Mu had a pen and paper with him. He had come all the way here to let him write a pledge, right? It seems that this time, Mr. Mu is going to get real, and he didn't dare to be slow, hurriedly accepting the pen and paper. "Mr. Mu, I'll write the guarantee now." After saying that, he wrote a child pledge in front of the teacher. Just a few words? Mu Ran frowned with a dissatisfied face after reading the guarantee. "Because the pledge is just one sentence. I promise never to miss school again." Such a sentence is so insincere. "Then I'll write more." Wu Tian was as well behaved as a kitten, taking the pen and paper and adding a few more sentences. Mu Ran took the guarantee and read it again, then put it away in his bag and instructed, "In the future, remember to come to school on time. Don't miss class again. If you miss class again you will be punished." "Okay, I promise I won't miss class next time," Wu Tian guaranteed with a sincere tone. His attitude was on point every time he admitted his mistakes in front of the teacher. "Well, don't be late tomorrow. Mr. Mu, you're all the way here. Don't you want to go sit at my house? It's too late for me." "Okay." Wu Tian didn't force himself and once again curried favor. "Or else I'll send Teacher Mu back?" "No, I'll just take a taxi myself." Mu Ran put away the anger on his face and stepped towards the outside. After walking not much farther, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to ask after him with a face full of eagerness. "Wu, is there a restroom in this neighborhood?" "There, over there." Wu Tian pointed to the public restroom at the back right side and said to Mr. Mu, "See, thanks." After Mu Ran said this, he hurriedly ran in the direction of the restroom, his face a little hard to see. Seeing Teacher Mu's writhing back, Wu Tian couldn't help but secretly laugh. It is said that people have 3 urgencies. I didn't expect that Ms. Mu also had times when she was in a hurry, as if she was no different from an ordinary woman. I stood in the hallway and waited for half a day without seeing Mr. Mu come out, worrying that something was wrong with Mr. Mu, so I walked towards the toilet. This is one of those simple toilets, divided into men's and women's toilets, for emergency use by residents in the neighborhood. Of course, tenants have toilets in their homes and usually rarely come to this toilet for convenience. "Ms. Mu, are you okay?" Wu Tian walked over and whispered his concern as he pressed himself against the outside of the restroom door. I'm fine, Ms. Mu's echo came from the women's restroom. Only her tone was obviously a bit unnatural. "It's really okay?" "It's okay. Since there's nothing wrong with Mr. Mu, I'll go home first." After Wu Tian said this, he stood outside the restroom and waited for half a day without hearing a reply. Just as she turned around and was about to leave, she heard Ms. Mu's voice. "Wu, are you still there?" Hearing this voice, Wu Tian could only stop in his tracks. "I'm in a bit of trouble right now and I need your help." Inside the toilet, Mu Ran's voice was particularly small, like the buzzing of a fly. Wu Tian only had to come closer and put his ear on the toilet door. "Teacher Mu, if you have anything, just order. Even if it's up the mountain of knives and down the frying pan, the student will do whatever he wants." The promise was a quick one, with a pat on the back in passing. Mu Ran spoke in a smaller and smaller voice, squirming and embarrassed to speak. Wu Tian thought for a moment and tried to ask, "Mr. Mu, did you go to the bathroom without paper?" No, that what? What the hell? It's just that Mu Ran stammered halfway through the sentence before whispering, that one came." "Which one?" "Great aunt." Wu Tian then realized and tried to ask, "Did Ms. Mu not bring her anti-towel?" "Right." Mu Ran's voice grew smaller as she spoke. "Wu, can you help teacher go buy some?" "No problem. Get one of those big ones. Side leak proof, right?" Wait. I'll be right there." After Wu Tian said this, he turned around and ran towards the outside of the neighborhood as fast as he could. Not far from the neighborhood there is a supermarket. Wu Tian quickly found the anti-towel, 2 brands and models of each by 2 packs. In less than 5 minutes, he returned to the neighborhood with several packages of Auntie's napkins and knocked on the door of the women's restroom room. "Teacher, the stuff is back. Open the door." Later, after Mu Ran answered, it took him a long time to open the toilet door a small crack and put 5 fingers out. "Quick, give me the stuff." "Here." Because there were so many anti-wipes purchased, the door had to be pushed open a bit to pass the stuff in. With such a push, Mu Ran let out a frightened gasp, grabbed the anti-towel, and hurriedly closed the toilet door with force. After standing outside the door and waiting for a long time, he saw Mu Ran walk out of the toilet, clutching several packets of Auntie's napkins in his hand. Only her cheeks were flushed, as if they had been stained with blood, and she looked dainty and especially feminine at this moment. Mu Ran raised his head and glared at Wu Tian, hanging his head in embarrassment, and chided, "Your brat is too much of a disappointment to me. You don't learn anything at all. Where did I not learn? Wu Tian asked back with a face full of suffocation. Come to think of it, I really didn't do anything wrong just now, so why did Mr. Mu say that? Let's stay at my place. Mu Ran gritted his teeth. His face became even more embarrassed, and he said angrily, just now I was inside the toilet. Who told you to push the toilet door so open? With so many anti-towels, it's impossible to pass them in without pushing the door open. Wu Tian explained seriously. Who told you to buy so much? I'm afraid you don't have enough. You clearly bought so many auntie's napkins on purpose, and then found an excuse to push the door open, wanting to use the opportunity to peek at me. The more Mu Ran said, the more angry she became, and her cheeks were getting redder and redder. The thought of her own student using such underhanded tricks to take advantage of her made her feel ashamed and angry. Heaven and earth are kind. I really don't have that kind of thoughts. If I did that kind of nasty thing to my teacher, heaven will strike me with 5 thunderbolts. Wu Tian raised his right hand and swore to heaven. Just now, I simply wanted to pass Ms. Mu and Auntie's napkin, and it really wasn't to take the opportunity to peek at Ms. Mu, although in his heart he also wanted to see Mr. Mu, but he didn't have the guts. After all, Mr. Mu was very fierce, which had left a deep shadow in his heart. You really didn't do it to peek at me? Seeing Wu Tian swear so sincerely, Mu Ran also somewhat doubted her judgment just now. Could it be that she misunderstood Wu? Really not. Wu Tian shook his head vigorously and explained. I didn't know which brand of anti-towel Ms. Mu used, so I bought a few more. Fine. Mu Ran didn't want to pursue this issue any further. In fact, she couldn't tell if Wu Tian was lying or not, but she couldn't wrongly accuse her classmates because of this matter. After a moment's thought, and through gritted teeth, he tried. And did you see anything when you pushed through the door just now? No, didn't see anything, Wu Tian said honestly. In fact, he wanted to see something, except that it was too dimly lit in the restroom to see it if he wanted to. That's good. Once he heard this, Mu Ran was much more relieved. If her classmates saw certain shy things, it could really make her die of shame alive. After calming his mind for a while, it took him a long time to gradually regain his composure. Wu student, thank you for helping teacher buy that thing just now. A show of hands. In the future, if Ms. Mu wants to buy anti-towels, she can always find me. Ahem. Mu Ran red-faced dry coughed twice, rolled her eyes in a good-natured manner and digressed. How much are those things just now? The teacher will give you money. If it wasn't an emergency, it would kill her to let her students buy her those things. It was embarrassing as hell. Those things are not expensive. They are not worth anything. No need for the teacher to give money. Wu Tian waved his hand generously. Naturally he was too embarrassed to ask his teacher for money. That's not good. These things are what I asked you to buy. You have to pay for them. Mu Ran said here, taking out $100 in cash from her bag. This you keep. Teacher can't take advantage of you. Mr. Mu, I don't want it. Put it away. Really don't. This child of yours, letting you collect you. Ah, Mu Ran exclaimed, her face once again crimson with shame. Frightened, Wu Tian hurriedly retracted his hands and apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Mu. I didn't mean it. I accidentally touched Ms. Mu's body again just now. Student Wu Tian, take it when I tell you to. Stop pushing and shoving. Mu Ran shoved the money to Wu Tian with an airy face. The red cloud on her face hadn't dissipated until now. Yes, Wu Tian could only accept the $100 bill. He was worried that if he kept pushing and shoving like that, another one of those awkward things would happen. Well, it's getting late, so it's time for teacher to leave. Tonight was already awkward enough. Mu Ran was ready to turn around and leave after saying this. After only 2 steps, he let out a cry of pain, and then slowly squatted on the ground with his hand over his stomach, his expression unusually painful. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wu Tian rushed forward with concern. Teacher Mu, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? I hurt. Mu Ran only said 2 words. At this time, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled straight down on his forehead, and his face had been twisted and distorted. Seeing Teacher Mu in such pain, Wu Tian couldn't help but feel secretly distressed. Teacher Mu, bear with me, I'll send you to the hospital. No need, you're in so much pain. How can you not go to the hospital? I do this every time I get my period, and going to the hospital doesn't help. Menstrual cramps? Wu Tian still looked a bit overwhelmed after realizing the situation. So, what now? I'll find a place to rest for a while. The pain will be fine for a while. Mu Ran twisted his head to the side after saying this. She was not wanting to show her woeful side in front of her students. Teacher Mu, I see that you are so serious. It's not safe to go home now. Why don't you stay at my house tonight? My house is big anyway. Wu Tian opened his mouth and proposed. This, Mu Ran still wanted to retort, but there was really no way to go home in this situation, so he finally just nodded his head in agreement. Alright then, let's go. I'll help you upstairs. Wu Tian hurriedly held Teacher Mu's arm and took the elevator to his residence. After sending Mu ran into the guest room, he hurriedly poured being warm water and handed it over. Teacher Mu, drink some water. Good. Mu Ran took the cup of tea and took 2 sips before collapsing on the bed and covering his belly, letting the bean-sized beads of sweat roll and slide down. Wu Tian hurriedly wiped off the sweat on Teacher Mu's forehead with a paper towel and softly said, "Seeing you in so much pain, I really don't feel good in my heart, and I hate to help you endure all this pain." Hearing this, Mu Ran's heart was inexplicably warm. She had suffered alone every time before, and it was the first time a boy had cared for her so much. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile and spat out, "Don't you worry, I'll be fine, soon." After saying this, she turned her back and reclined without another word. After a while, the pain in her body faded and she was soon back to her usual state. Only the face still didn't look very good, as if it had been very sick. Mu Ran stood up from the bed, straightened her loose hair, and said with a face full of embarrassment, "Wu student, thank you for your concern. Teacher is already fine. It's good to be fine. I was scared to death just now." Seeing Teacher Mu recovering her state, Wu Tian was also secretly relieved. To be honest, it's the first time I've encountered a woman with menstrual cramps, and I didn't expect it to be so painful, and that feeling may never be experienced by boys. So he also admired Mr. Mu even more. It was obviously painful just now, yet he kept gritting his teeth. Teacher should go back now. Mu Ran wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and turned around with his bag, ready to leave. As a result, he was blocked by Wu Tian. "Teacher Mu, it's too late now. The road is not too safe, and if the menstrual cramps come back, there's no one to take care of you. Why don't you stay at my house tonight?" "Staying with you? Don't worry, Mr. Mu, as long as you don't yell at me to come in, I promise not to enter this room." Okay then." Seeing that Wu Tian was so sincere in his retention, Mu Ran could only nod his head and agree. Besides, Wu was right, it was indeed very late, and if anything else happened, she would not be able to cope with it. So why not just stay here? She naturally wasn't worried about what Wu did to her. The boy was still a good character. 132 Humble Li Meng. There was no talk all night. The next day, Wu Tian woke up early and went to buy breakfast for Mr. Mu first, then asked Uncle Fu Gue to drive the two to school. Before reaching the school's entrance, Mu Ran hurriedly spoke, "Student Wu, hurry up and stop the car. The teacher will just get off here." "Why get off here?" Wu Tian stared in disbelief. "When we enter the school, in case our classmates see it and gossip about it is not good." Mu Ran dryly coughed twice and explained in a small voice. She didn't want people to know that she had spent the night at Wu Tian's house last night, and it would hurt her reputation if it got out. Alright, Wu Tian did not force himself and hurriedly ordered Uncle Fu Gue to stop the car. Mu Ran got out of the car, stroked the hair at the corner of her ear, and softly said, "Wu student, thank you for taking care of teacher last night." A show of hands. "Alright, remember to go to school on time from now on and don't miss any more classes." "Don't worry, I'll make sure I don't miss class from now on." "That's good." After Mu Ran said this, he turned around and walked towards the north gate of the school. Wu Tian shook his head with a bitter smile and let Uncle Fu Gue drive the car into the school. Getting out of the car, he obediently went to school, in order to live up to Mr. Mu's high expectations. Wu Tian was also particularly serious in class, and as soon as he had time, he studied the homework that he had fallen behind in the last few days. He studied hard and was seen by Mr. Mu, who was especially pleased and smiled at him from time to time. At noon, Wu Tian called Jiang Wan and Sun Xiaohao to go to the restaurant to eat together, and Wang Hong also followed his ass over. All kinds of attentiveness, all kinds of flattering. This disgusted Wu Tian, but he didn't say much and took the three of them along to the cafeteria. Just as the three of them were talking and laughing about their meal, a commotion came from the cafeteria, drawing the attention of many students. "Xiao Tian, look, isn't that Li Meng?" Jiang Wan's eyes were thievingly bright as he looked towards the center of the crowd. Upon hearing this, several people looked up. After staring inside the crowd for a few moments, Sun Xiaohao also couldn't help but exclaim, "Li Meng seems to be arguing with Zhao Yang." When Wu Tian listened carefully, Li Meng and Zhao Yang were indeed arguing, and from time to time, they even mentioned their names. After arguing for a few moments, Li Meng pushed Zhao Yang away and walked quickly towards the side, and the students' gazes moved after Li Meng. Seeing Li Meng getting closer and closer, Jiang Wan couldn't help but be skeptical. "Xiao Tian, is Li Meng coming over to look for you?" "Yeah, it looks like it to me too." Sun Xiaohao nodded with approval. They didn't even expect Li Meng, who was still quarreling with Zhao Yang just now, to run over to find Wu Tian so quickly. What did she really want to do? Under the gazes of the crowd, Li Meng stepped on gentle steps and walked in front of Wu Tian, pleading in a lowly manner. "Wu Tian, I've come to apologize to you. I just beg you to forgive me. I shouldn't have ruthlessly abandoned you before. I shouldn't have hurt your self-esteem. The past is all in the past. Wu Tian spoke in a tone as calm as water, without a single ripple. Little Sky. Li Meng suddenly pounced up and held Wu Tian's arm, crying pitifully, let's get together. Give me a chance. I promise to be unfailing to you in the future, never to separate again. Recently, when she saw that Wu Tian was getting better and stronger, she felt particularly bad in her heart. Only when he compared Wu Tian with Zhao Yang did he realize that his ability, strength, money, and skill, no matter which aspect, Wu Tian had left Zhao Yang behind by several blocks. A boy as good as Wu Tian, if she misses it, will be the regret of her life? That's why she licked her face and begged to get back together in public. I said that our relationship has already become the past and it's impossible to go back to the past. Wu Tian retracted his arm and refused without mercy. It's not because he's rich now that he refuses to make up with Li Meng. That's because after having the money he saw Li Meng for what she was. The girl was a greedy, vain, selfish girl. Girls like that aren't worth his time. Puff. Who knows that Li Meng's legs went soft and she directly knelt in front of Wu Tian, begging bitterly, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please give me one last chance. As she spoke, tears rolled out of her eyes. She knew that this was her last chance, and if she didn't fight for it this time, she feared she would never get another chance. Seeing this scene, the scene instantly boiled over, including Sun Xiaohao, Zhang Wan and Wang Hong who were also stunned. They did not expect that Li Meng who had always been arrogant would kneel down to Wu Tian in public. Before, Wu Tian in order to pursue Li Meng, that is to give up dignity as a licking dog, all kinds of humble to please, desperate to pay all. In the end, Li Meng ruthlessly hurt Wu Tian, stepping on Wu Tian's feelings like and trampling them hard underfoot. And now, everything has changed. Li Meng, who had once trampled on Wu Tian's dignity and feelings, was so humble at this moment that she knelt to Wu Tian in public. Seeing this reversal, both Sun Xiaohao and Jian Wan felt particularly relieved in their hearts, as if they had avenged years of humiliation. Wu Tian had a small touch in his heart. Seeing Li Meng kneeling, he did have a soft heart. However, when he thought of the damage Li Meng had once done to him, the hint of softness in his heart instantly disappeared. Having missed once, I won't make the same mistake again, and it will never be possible between us. Wu Tian coldly said this and got up to leave. Puff! Li Meng's body went limp, paralyzed on the ground like mud. She had already put down her dignity and begged to get back together with Wu Tian in a way that was humble to the bone, only to have her stabbed in the heart with a hidden pain. Thinking about how she had hurt Wu Tian before, and now that she herself had similarly endured this pain, perhaps, this was retribution. Once Wu Tian left, the scene once again boiled over. People did not sympathize with Li Meng because of this, and many even felt that Li Meng had brought this upon herself and was to blame. All the students laughed at Li Meng, who didn't know how to cherish it in the beginning, and now it's too late to regret it. Now Li Meng is really wanting to cry. In his heart there is nothing but regret. I'm afraid that he will regret for the rest of his life because of this. Sun Xiaohao and the others watched Wu Tian leave, got up and quickly followed him out, chasing after him only outside the restaurant. Xiao Tian, I really didn't expect Li Meng to kneel down to you in public. Sun Xiaohao ran over and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Zhang Wan on the side followed suit. Xiao Tian, you're really good. In such a short time, you made the woman who once humiliated you kneel down and apologize. She is not kneeling to me, she is kneeling to money and power. The corner of Wu Tian's mouth rose, dropping a sneer. If he became nothing now, Li Meng would definitely not kneel and beg to get back together, and would even stomp on him a few times. But seeing the woman who once hurt you kneeling down to you so humbly, our brothers' hearts are especially relieved. Sun Xiaohao's mouth couldn't close in happiness. Don't talk about her. Wu Tian smiled bitterly and took the initiative to change the topic. Just now, everyone didn't have enough to eat. I'll treat you guys to eat somewhere else. Let's go. After saying this, Wu Tian put his arm around Sun Xiaohao and Zhang Wan's shoulders and walked towards the opposite side of the street, and Wang Hong followed closely behind, occasionally patting a few words of ass to curry favor. 133, punks looking for a fight. The three of them hadn't gone far before they saw Zhao Yan with a few punks blocking their way. At this moment, Zhao Yang's face was ugly, like someone had lit a powder keg, and his entire body carried anger. Why did Li Meng kneel down for you? Zhao Yang bared his teeth and roared viciously as he asked, resembling an irritated beast at this moment. That's between me and her. It has nothing to do with you. After Wu Tian said this, he turned around with a few people and prepared to leave. Stop. Zhao Yang's body crossed and blocked Wu Tian's path. It's not that easy for you to leave. What do you want? Humph. Zhao Yang gritted his teeth and roared in anger. I just want to know, where is your kid better than me? He had just had a fight with Li Meng at the restaurant, and Li Meng had called him a loser and said that he couldn't even compare to Wu Tian's toes. Later, Li Meng is seen kneeling in public to Wu Tianxia begging to get back together. he felt unbalanced in his heart, and only in a moment of anger did he bring a few people over to prepare to teach Wu Tian a lesson to relieve his anger. I advise you to get lost, knowing too much won't do you any good. Wu Tian spoke kindly. After all, they were classmates, and he didn't want to make the relationship too uncomfortable. Today, I'll teach you brat a good lesson and take the heat off of Li Meng. After Zhao Yang said this, he beckoned to the two gangsters behind him and ordered, "Go together and teach this kid a lesson." Yes, when the two punks were ordered, they slowly approached Wu Tian. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were quite righteous and rushed to stand on the same front with Wu Tian, ready to help him deal with the two punks. "I can handle these two by myself, you guys just wait and watch the show." After Wu Tian said this to the duo, he took the initiative to pounce towards the punks. After cultivating for such a long time, his stance had refined a lot, and his speed and force were several times stronger than before. In the case of the other party not being able to defend himself, he swung his fist out and directly smashed his fist on the left side of the punk's chest. Then he did a spinning kick with his right leg, dry humping the other punk and slamming down hard with his elbow. Just like that, Wu Tian easily ed over the two punks, just like playing, without much effort. Sun Xiaohao, Jiang Wan, and Wang Hong were already dumbstruck, all staring at Wu Tian as if they were looking at monsters. I didn't expect that Wu Tian, who was often bullied in the past, had suddenly become so powerful, and this fight just now showed amazing strength. Obviously after professional training, it was only at this point that everyone realized that Wu Tian was not only rich, but his entire person had undergone a transformational change. The current Wu Tian had long since not been the boy who had been bullied before, but a guy who was so powerful that he was feared. Anyway, Zhao Yang was startled, his body shrank in fear, and a fine sweat broke out on his forehead. He also didn't expect Wu Tian to suddenly become so powerful. When he bullied Wu Tian in the past, he thought that this kid was weak and couldn't take a hit at all. I didn't expect it to become so powerful now. The whole person had undergone a transformation. It was simply so powerful that it was frightening. Your turn. After taking care of the two punks, Wu Tian turned to face Zhao Yang with a few provocations in his tone. "I'm not going to fight you." How could Zhao Yang have the courage to fight with Wu Tian again at this time? Dropping these words, he turned around and prepared to escape. Wu Tian's body crossed and blocked his way. "Don't rush away first, since you took the initiative to send me to the door. I'll settle old scores and new ones with you. What do you want? You guess. You better not hit." Ah! Zhao Yang didn't finish his sentence before he received a hard punch on his face, causing him to scream in pain. Wu Tian was still not relieved after the punch and slowly forced his way over. "Student Zhao Yang, when you bullied me in the past, you should have thought that there would be such a day." After saying this, he raised his leg and prepared to kick it hard. "Stop!" It was at this moment that a chorus of voices came from behind them. Turning back to her, she saw a ponytailed woman glaring at her with sharp eyes, her beautiful eyes hidden with a bit of anger. Thinking that the woman was Zhao Yang's helper, Wu Tian just twisted his head to look at the woman for a few moments. Then he didn't bother to pay any attention to it and lifted his leg to viciously kick Zhao Yang in the abdomen, sending him toppling over. Just as Wu Tian still wanted to strike out to teach him a lesson, the ponytailed woman bellowed again. "I told you to stop. Are you deaf? This has nothing to do with you today. Go play aside," Wu Tian kindly advised, then once again struck out to smash Zhao Yang. A punch, two punches. On the third punch, the ponytailed woman suddenly rushed over and lifted her long legs to kick towards Wu Tian. Fortunately, Wu Tian reacted quickly, his body quickly leaning back to avoid the attack, while at the same time sizing up the woman in front of him with that scrutinizing gaze. I didn't realize that this woman not only looked beautiful and had a hot explosive body, but her hands were also so agile. Just now that kick attacked swiftly. At first glance it was professionally trained. I didn't expect that the woman in front of me was still a practitioner. It's really rare to see a good-looking and capable woman like you. Wu Tian's scrutinizing gaze sized up the woman for a few moments and couldn't help but secretly become a little more interested in her. "I've warned you many times to keep your hands to yourself." The ponytailed woman's eyes were sharp and her whole body was chilling. "I would like to see how powerful you are." Wu Tian had the intention to test this woman and slowly forced his way over. Looking for death. The ponytailed woman's eyes went cold, and she swung her fist and slammed it hard. The wind of the fist appeared to be severe, only that the force was significantly weak. Wu Tian blocked that fist with a single stretch of his hand and tempered. "Beauty, the force of your punch is lacking. I'll see if you can still catch it." The ponytailed woman retracted her fist, followed by a teasing leg kicking hard at Wu's lower disc. Asterisk. Wu Tian cursed and hurriedly dodged to the right while reaching out to grab the woman's kicking thigh in a death grip, slowly raising his leg higher, while his tone of voice playfully teaches, "Beauty, your lower body is unstable and slightly slower during this attack, so it's easy to be controlled. Asshole, let go. Although your hands aren't good, but your legs aren't bad. Soft and slippery. Feel good." Wu Tian pretended to be provocative and pinched the woman's leg a few times. This pinch made the woman incomparably angry and yelled, "Stinking rascal! You damn well want to find death. Quickly let go of me. Beauty, take it easy." Wu Tian pursed his lips and slowly let go of the woman's long leg. After the woman got free, she was like a tiger in a frenzy, continuously swinging her fists towards Wu Tian. Her moves were powerful and swift, only a bit confusing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're playing for real. Wu Tian hurriedly dodged while trying his best to maneuver around the woman. In comparison, Wu Tian was clearly superior, repeatedly subduing the ponytailed woman. Sun Xiaohao, Jiang Wan, Wang Hong and the others watched with great interest, and as they watched Wu Tian fight the ponytailed beauty close to the ground, a few of them salivated and drooled. Everyone couldn't help but secretly envy Wu Tian. This kid which is fighting, obviously molesting a good girl. After a fight, the ponytailed girl's anger bubbled up and she viciously cursed, "Bastard rascal, you're shameless." In that fight just now, the body was inevitably touched by the other party, and it was inevitable to be taken advantage of. 134. Beautiful police officer. Beauty, you were the one who made the first move just now. Wu Tian looked at the ponytailed girl with a smirk and a harmless smile at the corner of his mouth. The ponytailed girl tugged at the messy dress on her body and scorned viciously, "Never seen a scoundrel like you before. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Wu Tian wiped his handsome hairstyle and waved his hand as he prepared to leave. Just as he turned around he was blocked again by the ponytailed girl. The young girl raised her willow eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "Stinking rascal, taking advantage of me, don't want to leave. You can't beat me if you fight. What else do you want?" Wu Tian flung his hands into his pockets and looked at the ponytailed girl with a playful tone. "Open your doggy eyes and see what this is." After the ponytailed girl said this, she fished an ID out of her pocket and brought it over. Su Ruyun. Through the documents, Wu Tian quickly knew the woman's age and name. The ponytailed girl was named Su Ruyun, 25 years old this year. By the time he finished reading the contents of the document, his entire being was completely dumbfounded. Eyes staring straight at the ponytailed girl, he couldn't help but exclaim, You're a cop?" It was only then that I could see that the ID the woman pulled out was a police officer's license. "Exactly." Su Ruyun slightly tilted her head and said with a cold and arrogant face, "I am the East City Police Station Police." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Tian cried out in his heart. I thought that this woman was a helper brought by Zhao Yang, but it turned out that the woman was a police officer in the East District. I didn't realize that I had just moved against the police and even subtly molested this woman, which was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Sun Xiaohao, Wang Hong, and Jiang Wan were also astonished. All of them did not expect this woman to be a police officer. Several people are secretly afraid. At the same time also for Wu Tian secretly worried. Just now Wu Tian is a public take advantage of the police. This Nima is not a joke. Come with me. Su Ruyun put away her police officer's license and ordered in a cold voice with a policewoman's stance. She just got off work and was about to go to the market to buy groceries. When she passed by she happened to see someone fighting here, so she rushed over to stop it. I didn't expect this kid in front of me not to listen to the advice, but also to take action with her. And even more detestable is that this kid just took the opportunity to take advantage of her. Hateful. The thought of this kid's bad hand on her just now. She then gritted her teeth in anger. After living for more than 20 years, it was the first time her body had been touched by a man, and thinking about it made her feel ashamed and angry. "Where to?" Wu Tian awkwardly rubbed his head and stupidly asked. "Cut the crap. Of course you are going to the police station with me. Where else do you want to go?" Su Ruyun impatiently yelled. "Officer Beauty, cut the crap." Su Ruyun didn't even give him a chance to explain and yelled again. "Hurry up and follow me." Well, Wu Tian could only obediently follow this woman to the police station. Zhao Yang, that kid, had long ago escaped with people. Su Ruyun didn't want to pursue the matter. He now mainly wanted to deal with Wu Tian. Wang Hong, Jiang Wan and Sun Xiaohao were worried about Wu Tian, so they followed him to the police station. "Xiao Tian, what should we do?" Seeing that Wu Tian was going to be brought into the interrogation room, Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan rushed forward with concern. This time, they all felt that Wu Tian had gotten into big trouble, and they were all secretly pinching a cold sweat in their hearts. Taking advantage of the police this time, a random charge of assaulting a police officer would be enough for Wu Tian to drink a pot of water. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Go in and chat with the police. I'll soon be at peace." Wu Tian smiled and comforted. Just now on the way here, he had texted with Long Yun. Long Yun knew what to do next, and with the family's power, he believed that he would soon be able to walk out from here. But Sun Xiaohao and Jian Wan still couldn't help but worry. Before they finished their words, Wu Tian interrupted. "All right, you guys wait here. I'll be out soon. Want to come out? Not even a door." After Su Ruyun yelled this, he instructed the two officers, "Take this kid into the interrogation room. Yes. When the two officers were ordered, they pushed Wu Tian into the interrogation room. Wu Tian sat in the interrogation room and waited for several minutes before he saw Su Ruyun walk in. Having changed into her police uniform by now, the woman had a hot body and looked dominant. Even in her police uniform she couldn't hide the beauty that called out to her. Only after changing into the police uniform, the domineering aura on the woman's body was even thicker, and her whole body exuded a forced cold air. Officer Su, I didn't expect you to look quite good in your police uniform. You have a different flavor. Wu Tian couldn't help but open his mouth to praise. Upon hearing this, the two police officers next to him couldn't help but secretly blink. I didn't expect this kid in front of me to be so bold as to openly molest Captain Su in the interrogation room. Who is Su Ruyun? That is the most famous and violent policewoman in the East City. A woman who makes thugs and criminals scared. In the past, when he was enforcing the law, Captain Su directly kicked and broke the eggs of the strong offenders, turning them into eunuchs for good. Since then, the police officers' colleagues did not dare to spy on Su Ruyun and hung their heads down in fear when they saw her. And this kid in front of him was really bold, daring to molest Captain Su with such a playful tone, simply looking for death. Less playful with me. Su Ruyun growled impatiently, walked over and sat down in front of the interrogation table, and coldly spoke. Name: Wu Tian. Gender: male. Home address: Haitian Garden, Tianhai Road. A mansion? Su Ruyun narrowed her eyes slightly, her scrutinizing gaze sizing up the kid in front of her. I didn't expect this kid looks poor. I didn't expect to live in that kind of billion-dollar mansion. No wonder he dared to molest her in public. Leaning his body towards the chair, he coldly asked, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? There's money to be made. Capricious you sister. Upon hearing this, Su Ruyun's anger grew even greater. I'm asking you, why did you fight? It was someone else who hit me. I was acting in self-defense. Forget about the fight. Then why did you take advantage of me? Su Ruyun aggressively questioned in a cold voice. When these words came out, the two police officers next to him sucked in several mouthfuls of cool air, both staring at Wu Tian as if they were looking at monsters. I didn't expect this kid in front of me to be so bold that he dared to take advantage of the female devil. This nigga's guts are too fat. Both officers couldn't help but secretly admire Wu Tian. I'm afraid that only this kid under the sky would dare to take advantage of Officer Su. Officer Su, when have I ever taken advantage of you? Wu Tian asked back by putting on an aggrieved look. Just outside the restaurant. That was legitimate physical contact. Pa! Su Ruyun was so angry that she slapped the table fiercely, pointing at Wu Tian's nose and cursing. You're a asshole. Animal. Officer Su, don't be angry. A lot of anger hurts the body, and it's easy to prematurely age and cause irregularities in the menstrual path. Seeing this kid's playful appearance, Su Ruyun's body trembled with anger, and her chest rose and fell. He was unable to beat this kid. Otherwise, he would definitely chop this kid into mush to relieve his anger. Officer Su, you've asked what you need to ask. Can I leave now? Wu Tian asked with a smile. 135 deliberately making things difficult. Go. Su Ruyun picked the corners of his mouth and smiled sinisterly, baring his teeth. If you fall into my hands today, it won't be that easy for you to leave. Could it be that Officer Su wants to keep me for dinner? Wu Tian always had a playful look on his face. He had never come into contact with such a beautiful policewoman before, and when he saw this kind of featured beauty, he couldn't help but want to flirt a few times. You're right, not only do I treat you to dinner, I also let you eat for free for 3 years. After Su Ruyun finished saying this, her face sank violently. You kid blatantly assaulted a police officer. I'm going to make you labor bottom sit through it. When did I assault a police officer? You resisted law enforcement, didn't listen to advice, and even took action against me. What is this not assaulting a police officer? Officer Su, we have to be reasonable. Wu Tian put on a pitiful look, deliberately selling misery, at the beginning with your hands. That's because I do not know you are a police officer. As the saying goes, the one who does not know is not guilty. This is not considered to be assaulting a police officer, right? Cut the crap. If I say you assaulted a police officer, it's assault. Are you still being reasonable? Humph. Who told you to take advantage of me and touch my thighs? Asterisk. Wu Tian sort of understood. Just because I accidentally touched your thigh, you took the opportunity to retaliate, right? I just want you to know that old lady's cheapness is not that easy to take advantage of. Su Ruyun gritted her teeth like a fuming vicious wolf and threatened in a low voice. Your bitter days are still ahead. After saying this, she waved her hand to the two officers and ordered, let's lock this kid up first. Yes. The two officers gave Wu Tian a sympathetic look and walked over to him, ready to strike. Wait. Wu Tian cocked his head and looked at Su Ruyun with a smirk. Officer Su, do you really think you can convict me just like that? I'm in charge here now. Su Ruyun tilted his head, arrogant as a great general. That's not necessarily true. Officer Su is just a squad leader. I'm afraid it's not that easy to convict me out of nothing. Pop. Su Ruyun raised her hand and slapped the table again. Provoking. I'll put you in a cell right away. I'd like to see what waves you can turn. I'll bet you a pack of chili fries that in less than 5 minutes, you'll be good enough to leave me alone. Humph. You kid can really blow the fluff. Well, I'll give you another 5 minutes. I'd like to see how you can escape from me. Su Ruyun said this and glanced at the time. Timing starts. The interrogation room then fell silent. Su Ruyun's eyes gazed tightly at Wu Tian, with an appearance of being determined to eat this brat. Wu Tian did not show any weakness, and the same gaze was fixed on Su Ruyun. Neither spoke. Like a cold war, time passed quietly, and soon 5 minutes passed. The corner of Su Ruyun's mouth rose, hooking up a winning smile. Provoking. Kid, aren't you quite the cheater? 5 minutes have passed. How come you still can't escape me? Ka-ching. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open from. A middle-aged man in a police uniform barged in. Seeing the middle-aged man, Su Ruyun stood up from her chair and asked nonchalantly, Director Liang, why are you here? The middle-aged man in front of him was Liang Tianhua, the chief of the East City Police Station, and as soon as he entered the door, he asked Su Ruyun, is this the Wu Tian you just brought in? Right. Hurry up and release the person. Liang Tianhua asked without asking about the situation and directly ordered Su Ruyun to release the person. Ha! Su Ruyun was slightly stunned and hurriedly explained. Wu Tian was fighting on the street. I went up to dissuade him and he even made a move on me and took advantage of me. Where's all this nonsense? Hurry up and release them. Director Liang, Wu Tian blatantly assaulted the police. Release them. Liang Tianhua growled impatiently. Yes. Hearing the roar, Su Ruyun could only nod her head and instructed the 2 junior police officers. Release this kid. She wasn't willing to let this kid go, but seeing Director Liang in such a temper, she could only do as she was told. If you look deeper, the kid didn't do anything terribly wrong. The original idea was to arrest the kid and scare him, then teach him a good lesson to relieve his anger. Now that Director Liang has personally stepped in, it can only be cheap for this kid. Many thanks to Director Liang. After Wu Tian gained his freedom, he thanked Liang Tianhua and turned to face Su Ruyun. Officer Su, I told you a long time ago that you would obediently release me. Now you believe me, right? You. Su Ruyun was angry and the corners of her mouth were fiercely pumped, but she couldn't do anything with this kid. Officer Su has such a good figure. It's a pity not to learn some real kung fu. I'll teach you a few moves sometime. Wu Tian's playful eyes swept over Su Ruyun's body for a few moments before strutting towards the outside of the interrogation room. You. Seeing Wu Tian in such an arrogant stance, Su Ruyun was so angry that the corners of her mouth were shivering, and only after a long time did she spit out a sentence. Kid, you'd better not fall into my hands next time, or else let's see how I'll clean you up. Let's talk about it next time we have a chance to meet. Wu Tian turned back and winked his left eye at Su Ruyun, dropped an ambiguous smile, and left quickly. Pop. Su Ruyun was so angry that she slapped the table so hard that her heart almost didn't explode. It was the first time he had been so blatantly molested, and to be honest, he couldn't wait to dismantle the kid. Seeing Wu Tian walk away, she couldn't help but inquire to Director Liang. Director Liang, why did you let Wu Tian go? What crime did he commit? Liang Tianhua asked without answering. Without waiting for Su Ruyun to open her mouth, she was interrupted by Liang Tianhua. Don't talk to me about assaulting a police officer. He didn't know you were a police officer before he made a move on you. The situation was detailed before entering the interrogation room. But, he took advantage of me. Su Ruyun's red face defiantly argued. This is just your sense of competence. Even if you are taken advantage of by him, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Liang Tianhua said here and changed his tone. Just now, it was the city council that called and asked us to release Wu Tian. What? This little matter has alarmed the city council? Upon hearing this, Su Ruyun looked quite surprised. The city never intervenes in minor cases in the district, let alone something as minor as a fight. From this, it can be seen that Wu Tian's backstage is very strong, so don't mess with him in the future. Liang Tianhua advised kindly. Yes, Su Ruyun answered cheerfully on her lips, but in her heart, she was secretly being ruthless. As long as she had the opportunity, she would definitely teach Wu Tian a hard lesson. Being taken advantage of by this kid for nothing was never going to end well. Besides, Wu Tian walked out of the interrogation room and saw that Sun Xiaohao, Zhang Wan and Wang Hong were all still waiting in the hall. The three were originally discussing what to do, but then they saw Wu Tian walk out unharmed. Sun Xiaohao's heart was delighted as he quickly walked over and said with concern, Xiao Tian, are you alright? What can I have? Let's go out for dinner. Wu Tian casually smiled and took the lead and headed outside. The three of them froze slightly and quickly followed. 136, robbery on the road. Sun Xiaohao couldn't help but ask again. Xiao Tian, how did that female officer let you off so easily? This time, Wu Tian molested the female police officer and took advantage of the female police officer in public, and he thought that he had made a big trouble and would be imprisoned. I didn't realize that it was just less than half an hour of interrogation, so easy to get out of the clutches of the clutches of the clutches of the clutches of the clutches, and be released unharmed. That woman sees that I'm handsome, so she might be attracted to me, Wu Tian said casually and perfunctorily. I didn't realize that handsome could really be a meal. Jiang Wan couldn't help but snicker as well, causing the other three to laugh. The four of them left the Dongqing police station and took a taxi to a stall, where they ordered barbecued meat and drank and chatted. Perhaps it was because Wu Tian had gotten off easily from the police station, which made everyone happy and open to eating and drinking. The content of the chat between several people also centered around the policewoman named Su Ruyun. The three roommates admired Wu Tian for taking advantage of the policewoman in public, flirting with her in all kinds of ways, and then in the end leaving the police station in a big way like it was nothing. A few people even encouraged Wu Tian to pursue Su Ruyun and tame that violent policewoman. Everyone wanted to see the beautiful policewoman being obedient to Wu Tian. Of course, this was just a joke. It wasn't so easy to conquer a beautiful policewoman. Not to mention that Wu Tian was very busy right now and couldn't put too much energy into women, drinking and talking until late. We all had a good time tonight and we all drank a lot. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were so drunk that they walked staggeringly, and Wu Tian was no better. The only one who didn't get drunk was Wang Hong, a sneaky kid who deliberately didn't finish every drink. The time was too late. Wu Tian was too lazy to call Uncle Fu Gui, so he simply accompanied Sun Xiaohao and the others back to the dormitory. It just so happened that this place was not too far from the school. As the four passed through Xiangyang Road, more than a dozen gangsters poured out from both sides of the alley to cut them off. These punks looked like they had prepared for this and were hiding nearby to keep watch, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to strike at them. The sight of these punks sobered the four of them up a lot. Wu Tian swept a glance at the crowd and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you guys? What do you want?" "It doesn't matter who we are." The leading gangster, a bald man, stepped forward and yelled, "I've heard that you guys are rich. Leave the money and spare your lives. Who did you hear say we were rich? That's out of your hands. Actually, we are all very poor, so poor that we don't even have any living expenses. Don't believe me." Wu Tian finished saying this and flipped his coat and pants pockets open to show people. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan followed suit, turning over their respective coat pockets to prove that they were both poor. The fact was originally that, in addition to Wu Tian, the two of them, Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan, were indeed in poor family conditions. "Less ing playing tricks with me." The bald gangster growled impatiently and said, "How can the information provided by Mr. Zhao be false? Mr. Zhao Yang?" Wu Tian's eyes chilled, his icy eyes glaring tightly at the bald man. Now it was basically certain that these people were lured over by Zhao Yang. It must be that Zhao Yang had suffered a loss before and refused to give up, but he couldn't beat them himself, so he tipped off these thugs to stop the road and rob them. "What Zhao Yang? I don't even know him." The bald punk knew that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly changed his words. Previously, Mr. Zhao had explained that he mustn't leak him out, and as a result, he accidentally blurted out just now, "You go and tell Zhao Yang that for the sake of being classmates. I don't want to pay attention to a lot of things, but if I'm pushed to the edge, I definitely won't let him have a good time." Wu Tian narrowed his eyes and warned in a cold voice, "Less ing bull. Hurry up and pay up or don't blame us for not being polite." The bald gangster impatiently roared. The main reason for bringing people here tonight was to rob money. As for the grudge between Wu Tian and Zhao Yang, he didn't want to ask about it. "How much do you want?" 100,000. "That's all it takes? Each of our brothers has 100,000. Give me 1 million, 2.5 million in total." The bald gangster touched his big head and said with a grim smile, "Here." Wu Tian fished out a bank card from his pocket. "Here's $5 million. If you guys want it, do one thing for me." "What is it?" "Go help me teach Zhao Yang a lesson." "Ha ha ha." The bald gangster tilted his head and let out a burst of maniacal laughter. After laughing for a long time, he couldn't help but taunt, "Silly boy. You also think too highly of yourself. How dare you bargain with us? This is a good deal for you. We never do business. We grab what we want with both hands." After the bald gangster said this, he ordered to the gangsters behind him, "Go together." Snatch the card from the kid's hand. Yes. When the 10 or so gangsters received the order, they swarmed towards the four. Wu Tian's face tightened as he turned his head and shouted to Sun Xiaohao and the others, "Quick, everyone split up and run." As the saying goes, the good man refuses to be defeated beforehand. With the strength of the four of them, they simply can't fight so many punks. At the moment can only take everyone to escape from this place. After those words, everyone fled in their own ways. Only after escaping not too far, Wu Tian was blocked by more than a dozen punks. Everyone was coming for the money in his hand, and the main force naturally ran over to intercept him. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were not held back by the main force, and quickly rushed out of the breakout. Except that Wang Hong was too stupid to run into a dead end at once, and he was also stopped by the gangsters. Just like that, Wu Tian and Wang Hong were surrounded by more than 10 punks. Still dare to run? It seems like you guys are really looking for a fight. The bald gangster's eyes flashed, and his entire body erupted with a shocking rage. Big brother, I was wrong. Wang Hong was a softie. Seeing that he was surrounded by so many punks, he was scared and rushed to soften. Don't you guys want money? I'll give you all my money. After saying that, he took out all the money in his pocket, and put together more than 2,000 yuan and handed it to the gangster. Pop! The bald man raised his hand and knocked over a few $1,000s, growling impatiently, "You're damn well trying to send off the callers. That's all I have. No money? Then wait for a beating." The bald gangster raised his right hand and swung it with a forceful wave. "Together, give me a beating. Wait, don't make a move yet." At the critical moment, Wang Hong pushed Wu Tian to the front. "This kid has money. He's a rich man. If you guys want to rob money, you can find him, as much as you want." Just like that, at the critical moment, Wu Tian was sold out by Wang Hong. "Good, then tie up this kid first." The bald gangster pointed at Wu Tian and ordered his men. Yes, more than 10 punks swarmed at Wu Tian. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Tian cursed and lifted his leg to meet the gangsters at the front, and fought with these gangsters. Facing so many punks, Wu Tian was obviously a bit overwhelmed and was beaten back. Seeing that they were about to be tackled by the gangsters, they saw Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan rushing into the crowd with their clubs raised, beating and smashing at the gangsters. Perhaps it was the duo's overzealousness that knocked the punks back a few steps. 137 brothers in arms. Seeing the duo running back, Wu Tian was a bit anxious. "You guys had a hard time breaking out of the breakout. Who told you to run back?" Originally, only he and Wang Hong were trapped. In this way, Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were also trapped, and I'm afraid it would be as difficult as heaven to get out again. "Xiao Tian, you are trapped here. How can we escape alone?" After Jiang Wan said this, Sun Xiaohao added, "Even if we die tonight, we will die together." Good brothers. Wu Tian reached out and hugged the two tightly, touched by their heavy-heartedness. "The four of us are now grasshoppers on the same rope. Make common cause and deal with those bastards together." Jiang Wan yelled in full morale. They are now like the four heroes of Wolf Tooth Mountain, ready to fight the enemy to the death. Good, let's break out from 4 directions. Wu Tian scanned the situation and instructed the 3 of them. "Xiaohao, Jiang Wan, you guys are in charge of the left and right sides. I'm in charge of the front, and Wang Hong is in charge of the back." He took the strongest side of the force to himself and left the weakest force in the rear to Wang Hong. There are only 2 punks guarding the right rear, and it should not be much of a problem to enter the stock if Wang Hong is desperate to fight. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's do it together. Jiang Wan stretched out 3 fingers and started counting down. 3, 2, 1. At the count of 1, Wu Tian rushed towards the punks with a few people and fought with them. Wang Hong stood still and did not act. Seeing that Wu Tian's trio dragged the punks down, he took the opportunity to pull out his legs and run. Running faster than a rabbit at this moment, Wu Tian's 3 were fighting to the death with the gangsters, and at the sight of Wang Hong running away, all 3 of them felt particularly chilled. This Nima critical moment. Wang Hong, this kid even left them alone to escape. Really shameless. The field left the 3 of them to fight with the gangsters around. The force is obviously much weaker. By more than 10 gangsters to beat a very lousy. Capture the thief first. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wu Tian turned his head and instructed the duo. "Jiang Wan, you go deal with the bald gangster, while Xiao Hao and I will hold off the other gangsters." Holler! Without saying a word, Jiang Wan picked up his club and lunged towards the bald punk, and the 2 of them tangled. "Xiao Hao, let's merge into one. I'll hit the front and you hit the back." Wu Tian turned his head and instructed Sun Xiaohao. Understood. After Sun Xiaohao answered, he approached Wu Tian back to back so that it would be easier to cooperate. Sun Xiaohao handed the wooden stick in his hand to Wu Tian. "Xiao Tian, you hold the stick. It plays better. I'm not smooth with the stick. It's better for you to hold it." Wu Tian politely refused. It was not that he was not smooth. He just wanted to leave it for Sun Xiaohao to use. After all, he himself had been professionally trained and carried the fight a bit more. In comparison, Sun Xiaohao had not experienced these formations before. Ka-ching! Sun Xiaohao simply broke the stick in the center and handed 1/2 of it to Wu Tian. "Xiao Tian, we'll split it in half." Good. Wu Tian's arm trembled as he received the half-broken stick. This small act however moved his nose. Seeing the gangsters approaching, the 2 held the stick, bravely attacked, once again with more than 10 gangsters to start a melee. More than 10 gangsters were shocked by the bravery of the 3, plus the bald gangster was brutalized by Jiang Wan, so it could be said that his vitality was injured. After holding out for a while, the bald gangster quickly retreated with a dozen or so gangsters. The three of them, Wu Tian, achieved the final victory, but all of them were injured, especially Sun Xiaohao, who had the most serious injuries. After the punks left, Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were exhausted and paralyzed on the ground. This time, fighting with the punks, the two of them used up almost all their strength, and their entire body was about to be deflated. Wu Tian, on the other hand, was much better and reached out to hold the arms of the two, saying with concern, "How are the injuries?" A superficial wound. Nothing much. Sun Xiaohao and Jian Wan forced themselves to endure the severe pain, revealing a trace of a pleased smile. Finally, they had fought off the gang of punks, and this superficial wound was nothing to them. Good brothers. Thanks to you guys tonight. Wu Tian tightly wrapped his arm around the shoulders of the two of them, and his heart was particularly happy. This incident tonight had allowed him to see Sun Xiaohao, Jiang Wan and Wang Hong clearly. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were truly affectionate and rushed into the crowd when he was in danger. As for Wang Hong, that is really a big disappointment, leaving a few people alone to escape at the critical moment. Too damn selfish. Xiao Tian, you are not mean to the two of us on weekdays, and when things come up, we can't see death to save us, Sun Xiaohao said with a serious face. Previously, his mother had gotten very sick, and if Wu Tian hadn't spent the money to hospitalize his mother, I'm afraid that his mother's life would have been in danger. This favor he would never forget for the rest of his life. Don't talk about this, let's go to the hospital first. Wu Tian held the duo's arms and helped them up from the ground. The three of them walked out along the alleyway and stopped a cab on the street, then took a ride to the nearest hospital. The three were injured in a lot of areas, but fortunately they were all superficial. Sun Xiaohao and Jian Wan didn't want to be hospitalized, and originally wanted to put on some medicine and would-be dormitory, only to be rejected by Wu Tian's words. Wu Tian directly ran a hospitalization and settled the two down for a good recuperation while he accompanied them in the hospital. After a night of recuperation, coupled with medication and medicine, these small injuries on the three people are gradually healing. No big problem. After some deliberation, the three were discharged at noon the next day. When they returned to the school dormitory, they found that Wang Hong was also in the dormitory. The guy had been hiding in the dormitory since he escaped last night and hadn't gone anywhere. As soon as he saw Wu Tian and the others, Wang Hong put on a worried look and said with fake concern, "Xiao Tian, are you all alright? Thanks to your blessing, we are fine." Wu Tian spoke in a slightly icy tone, and his attitude towards Wang Hong was much worse than before. After last night's incident, he is considered to see through Wang Hong. This kid is a selfish and self-interested villain, and only cares about his own escape when in danger. Xiao Tian, I was especially worried about you guys last night and didn't sleep all night. Wang Hong continued to curry favor with Wu Tian. Bah! Jiang Wan, who was on the side, really couldn't listen anymore and coldly despised. Wang Hong, you are really shameless. Running away by yourself when you are in danger. You are really selfish to the core. Fleeing for one's life when in danger. That's just a human's instinctive reaction. Wang Hong defended without showing any weakness. Then do you know that you almost got us killed last night? Sun Xiaohao followed suit and aggressively questioned. Fortunately, Wu Tian reacted quickly last night and temporarily changed tactics before a few people tried their best to fight off the punks. Then aren't you guys not dead? Wang Hong didn't even recognize his mistake and was still so righteous. You, Sun Xiaohao and Jian Wan's palms itched with anger, itching to teach this kid a hard lesson. Forget it. Wu Tian interrupted the three at the right time and digressed. Last night was an accident, but thanks to the three of us working together we were able to fight off those gangsters. Brothers of the same heart, united to break the gold. Sun Xiaohao and Jian Wan uttered these words in unison. I am very fortunate to have you two good brothers. After Wu Tian finished saying this, he fished out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. There's $100,000 here. You guys take it. 138 tearing up the face. Xiao Tian, since we are brothers, we can't charge you money. Sun Xiaohao and Jian Wan hurriedly waved their hands to refuse. If you really think I'm a brother, keep the money. Wu Tian forced the bank card into Sun Xiaohao's hand and instructed, take care of your injuries during this period of time and buy some food to make up for it. But, the duo still wanted to refuse, but they were interrupted by Wu Tian before they could finish their words. This is just a little token of my appreciation, so you guys should stop excusing yourselves. Xiao Tian, I still owe you so much money. Don't say these. Wu Tian once again stuffed the bank card into Sun Xiaohao's hand. The favor between our brothers can't be measured with money. Good brother. Sun Xiaohao hugged Wu Tian tightly, moved to tears. Don't be so melodramatic. Wu Tian bumped Sun Xiaohao's chest with his arm and said with a smile, after graduation, I still plan to let you guys help out in my company. Xiao Tian, you're trying to help us arrange jobs in advance, aren't you? Jiang Wan immediately saw Wu Tian's intention and couldn't help but speak. As soon as you graduate, you will come to work for my company, and I promise you a salary of no less than $1 million a year. Really? Upon hearing this, both Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan looked unusually excited. These days, with college students everywhere, finding a job is not so easy. I didn't realize that before they graduated, Wu Tian had paved the way for them and directly offered them $1 million a year. Of course it's true. Wu Tian reached out and hugged the shoulders of the two of them, smilingly said, "Later on, you will go to my company. First arrange internships for you. Don't worry, the internship salary is not low." "Thank you, Xiao Tian." Sun Xiaohao and Jian Wan excitedly thanked him. They were all glad to know Wu Tian, and with the help of such a valuable person, they felt that their future was bright. Next to it, when Wang Hong saw that Sun Xiaohao and Jian Wan got 100,000 nutritional fees for nothing, he was envious in his heart. Now I heard that the two were arranged to work in Wu Tian's company, and Wu Tian even offered them $1 million a year, which is also too much of a cheat. His two roommates hadn't even graduated yet, and Wu Tian had already helped them arrange a job, and the annual salary was still so high that this kind of salary was simply comparable to that of an executive. This is a situation that anyone else would be jealous as hell. If he had known this, he shouldn't have run away last night. He should have gritted his teeth and endured it even if he was beaten up. If he hadn't run away last night, Wu Tian would have similarly arranged for him to be paid so well, and would have similarly given him money to spend. It felt like my heart was aching from missing such a great opportunity. After being slightly stunned, he rushed forward and fawned at Wu Tian. "Xiao Tian, for the sake of us being roommates, can you also help me arrange a job?" "Sorry, our company doesn't need people like you." Wu Tian decisively refused. He is very strict about selecting and employing people, and he doesn't want a guy like Wang Hong, who has a very poor character, even if it's free. "Xiao Tian, for the sake of our classmates and roommates, help me arrange a job. The salary doesn't have to be too high, just $500,000 a year." Wang Hong licked his face and continued to beg, at the same time lowering his salary requirements. "People like you are not worth even 50 cents. Wu Tian struck without mercy. To be honest, he didn't have any good feelings towards Wang Hong right now, and after last night's incident, he even had a trace of loathing towards this kid. Wang Hong's mouth corner of anger was viciously pumped. Pleading for half a day did not work, so he simply tore his face. "Humph, Wu Tian, you're not just a thug. What's so great about it?" These words instantly offended Sun Xiaohao, stepping forward and disliking him back. "It's none of your business what Xiao Tian is. Please keep your mouth clean." "Bah!" Wang Hong spat fiercely towards the ground, and then turned his spearhead towards Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan, despising them fiercely. "Aren't you the two dogs beside Wu Tian, wagging your tails and begging after him when you see that he's well off?" "Wang Hong, who are you calling a dog?" "Calling you dogs? I'll call you dogs. Two dogs." Pop! Before the words were finished, Wang Hong received a hard slap on his face. The slap was from Wu Tian. After the slap, he reached out and pinched Wang Hong's collar and growled, "Apologize to Jiang Wan and Xiao Hao." "Who am I, to apologize?" Wang Hong tilted his head. Anyway, now that he had already torn his face, there was nothing to be afraid of. "With my hard fist." Wu Tian swung his fist up and slammed it fiercely at Wang Hong. To be honest, he had already endured this kid for a long time. It wasn't the first time this kid had bullied Jiang Wan and Sun Xiaohao. He just took this opportunity to teach this kid a good lesson. Soon, Wang Hong's mournful screams came from the dormitory. Sun Xiaohao and Jian Wan stood by the side and did not stop. Both of them felt particularly relieved in their hearts. After experiencing a brutal beating, Wang Hong soon couldn't hold out and began to soften. "Don't fight. I apologize. I apologize. Okay?" He also did not expect this guy Wu Tian to strike so viciously, and if he did not beg for mercy and soften, he might be killed alive. "Quickly, apologize." Only then did Wu Tian put away his fists and ordered Wang Hong in an impatient tone. "Yes." Wang Hong gritted his teeth and could only endure the pain and anger as he walked over to Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scolded you guys just now. I really didn't expect you to become like this now. How disappointing." Sun Xiaohao sighed, greatly disappointed with the Wang Hong in front of him. Wang Hong wanted to say a few harsh words, and when he saw the ferocious Wu Tian, he swallowed back what he wanted to say, and finally ventured out. "I'll move out." After this kind of incident, he didn't have the face to stay with a few people anymore, so he packed up his things and left the dormitory. The three stood still and watched quietly. None of them stayed. In fact, they had long been fed up with Wang Hong, and had long been eager for this kid to move out. When Wang Hong left, the dormitory was quiet. Wu Tian opened his mouth and proposed to the duo. "Jiang Wan, Xiao Hao, let's go. I'll take you to the company first to see the situation." "Good." Upon hearing that they were going to the company, both Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan looked exceptionally excited. They had long heard that Wu Tian's company was very fluffy, and the two games that he had developed before had both become smash hits. and they had long wanted to see a company as fluffy as this one. I'll call Uncle Fugue and ask him to come and pick us up. Wu Tian felt out his cell phone and dialed Lu Fugue. In less than a moment after making the call, Uncle Fugue drove over and sent the three of them to Tianmu Technology. The company is functioning properly and has a clear division of labor. Yuan Wangchun led Zhou Chang and the others to continue to work on those two games, develop derivatives around the games, and do everything possible to make the games cash. Li Mu, on the other hand, led the company's main force to continue to do cell phone systems and cell phone software, which has also been very effective recently. Boss Wu, you came just in time. Upon seeing Wu Tian, Li Mu looked exceptionally excited. I was about to report to you about the situation of the cell phone system. Well, the underlying architecture is almost done, and it's doing the final optimization and refinement. Li Mu was particularly happy, and the corners of his mouth were tinged with a smile as he spoke. 139 Carnival. Not bad. Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction. Still he couldn't help but remind, being a system needs to be down to earth. There's still a long way to go. Don't be impatient. Boss Wu is right. Li Mu nodded in approval and said confidently, we're ready for a long-lasting war. That's good. By the way, who are these two? Only then did Li Mu notice the two people behind Wu Tian and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask after them. These two are my classmates, Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan, who will soon become new members of our company. Wu Tian pointed at the two of them and introduced them very solemnly. Since they are Boss Wu's classmates, they must be talents. Li Mu made a polite remark and smiled as he extended his right hand towards the two. I'm Li Mu, the general manager of Tianmu Technology, and I welcome you two on behalf of all the employees of the company. Thanks. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan shook hands with Li Mu one after another. Subsequently, Wu Tian introduced Yuan Wangchun and Zhou Chang to the two of them, and after the introduction, he took them around the company. When the two were almost familiar with each other, Wu Genius asked Li Mu to arrange jobs for the two and let them come over for internships on weekends. Just after settling the duo down, he received a call from Sun Sheng asking him to go to the live broadcasting carnival hosted by Seafood TV tonight. Seafood TV has hosted two previous live carnivals, neither of which was effective. But this year, with Barbara Wong on board, it's bound to create quite a stir. After answering the phone, Wu Tian simply went to the Seafood TV office to discuss the details about the carnival with Sun Shang. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that the two went to the live carnival site. The venue is located in Chuanqing Square. The stage has long been set up, the staff are ready, and the audience is coming over one after another. Now everything is ready, just waiting to open at the appointed time. After Sun Shang arrived, he started to busy himself with the final inspections, while Wu Tian went to the marquee area. This is a temporary rest area built with colored steel, where the anchors who will be on stage are putting on their makeup. The marquee area had more than a dozen anchors all busy putting on makeup, and it was filled with all sorts of complex flavors. Sweeping the inside over, he quickly gazed at the masked anchor woman in the corner. This is the most special female anchor of Seafood TV. Just because wearing a mask makes people have a strong curiosity, Wu Tian was also attracted by the mask before, and later rewarded her with many gifts. It was because of Wu Tian's crazy bounty that this masked female anchor attracted a lot of viewers and accumulated a lot of popularity and traffic at Seafood TV. Previously all through the live broadcast to see this masked beauty, or the first time so close to see the mask himself. Although through the mask, she could still feel the kind of youthful beauty and delicate and moving in her body. Wu Tian was just as eager as the rest of the audience to take off that mask and see what she really looked like. But there is no hurry. Has arranged for her to take off her mask when she goes on stage. I believe it won't be long before we can see the masked beauty's true colors. Hello? Wu Tian stared at the masked girl for a few moments before slowly extending his right hand in greeting. Nice to meet you. Do we know each other? The masked girl held up the mask on her face and did not reach out to shake hands with Wu Tian. After being stared at by such eyes for half a day, she had long felt uncomfortable and had been a bit evasive. I'm a fan of your live broadcast. Wu Tian retracted his right hand, realizing that he had been too reckless. Fans? The masked girl's tone softened a few points and asked with a smile. What is your title in Seafood TV? Tin. Are you, Brother Tian? As soon as she heard that the boy in front of her was Brother Tian, the masked girl immediately stood up from her seat, her entire person instantly becoming incredibly excited. He stared at Wu Tian for a long time before bowing deeply and saying thank you. Brother Tian, thank you. Thank you for giving me a huge reward. You are truly my honorable man. If Tian hadn't rewarded so many gifts and wouldn't have attracted the attention of other viewers, she naturally wouldn't have been able to become a red-hot anchor on Seafood TV. Simply put, it was Tin who spent huge sums of money to make her a little-known anchor, sought after and loved by the audience. Without Tian's help, she wouldn't have been qualified to come here for the live carnival. Don't be polite. Wu Tian hurriedly reached out to help the girl up and smiled. I just think you're special. Brother Tian, my name is Wang Yan. Nice to meet you. The masked girl took the initiative to extend her arm and introduced her real name. Hello? Wu Tian reached out and shook Wang Yan's hand, and couldn't help but ask, why are you wearing a mask for the live broadcast? At first, I was embarrassed to face the camera, worried about being seen by relatives and friends, and then gradually got used to it. Wang Yan spoke in a very gentle tone, but this time the company made me take off my mask. What do you think? I support the company's decision. Wang Yan habitually propped up her mask and said, now that I've adapted to live broadcasting, I can accept it even if I take off my mask, and wearing a mask all the time will create aesthetic fatigue for everyone, so I'd like to take advantage of this carnival to take off my mask. It's good that you can think that way. Wu Tian nodded approvingly, thinking that this was a good girl who knew what she was doing. By the way, Wang Yan didn't finish her sentence before she was hit hard by the girl behind her and yelled out in pain. The girl who hit her is Seafood TV veteran anchor Su Xiaoxiao. In the platform is not warm, has not been much up. Recently, she was surpassed by the new and not long ago Wang Yan, which made her feel very unconvinced in her heart, and she was looking for trouble when she had nothing to do. Of course, this time, Su Xiaoxiao also intentionally bumped into Wang Yan. After the bump she even deliberately humiliated herself by saying, what a petulant thing to do, screaming so loudly after being bumped by me. If you were to be bumped by your boyfriend, would you still fall apart? You? Wang Yan gasped and clenched her fists speechlessly, wearing a mask and pretending to be a god all day long. Don't think I don't know that you're able to be so hot on the platform, all because you're able to get traffic by sleeping with your boss. Su Xiaoxiao's mouth continued to humiliate. Anyway, she just looked at Wang Yan with displeasure, and whenever she had the chance, she would try to humiliate the woman. Su Xiaoxiao, please speak with respect. Wang Xiaoqi's body trembled slightly. Anyone else would feel angry at being seriously injured by such words. Bah! Su Xiaoxiao spat fiercely on the ground and despised. Is when a still wants to set up a house of cards. Pop! As soon as the words fell, Su Xiaoxiao received a slap on her face. The one who hit her was no other than Wu Tian. When he met this kind of woman, Wu Tian had long felt his palms itchy, and now he was already unable to bear it before making his move. This slap instantly made Su Xiaoxiao storm out, like a little shrew, pointing at Wu Tian's nose and cursing. Where did the little holdout 3 come from? How dare you hit me with your hands? I'm trying to get you to build up a little bit of virtue. Wu Tian looked like he had a straight face. What are you? Dare to hit me? Security! Security! Su Xiaoxiao yelled towards the door and shouted for security. 140 masked girl. Hearing the shouts, 2 security guards at the door hurried over. They didn't know when Wu Tian had barged into the marquee area, and rushed forward to prepare to push him out. This kid hit me. You guys send him to the police station. Su Xiaoxiao did not intend to let Wu Tian off easily, glaring at the 2 security guards and ordering them. Yes, the 2 security guards had originally put the unknown person into the marquee area because of their dereliction of duty, and now when they heard that this kid had also hit the anchor, they broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing the anchor woman's command, the security guard twisted Wu Tian's arm without saying a word and prepared to send him to the police station. Wu Tian didn't resist, allowing himself to be twisted backwards by the 2 security guards, because this was his own field. If he really got into a fight with the security guards, it was tantamount to smashing his own field. Big brother security guard, don't rush to make a move first. Upon seeing this situation, Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly stepped forward to solve the problem. He is my friend. For my sake, don't send him to the police station. After all, Tian was doing it to Su Xiaoxiao in order to help her out, and seeing that Tian was going to be sent to the police station, she naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. No, we must send this brat to the police station today. Su Xiaoxiao's tone was very strong. He had never been hit since he was a child, but he had never expected to be slapped by this kid, and he was never going to let it go. What's going on? Just as the Hochang district was bickering, Sun Sheng came this way, and before he even entered the door, he tore his voice out and asked, Mr. Sun. Su Xiaoxiao immediately changed her tone, quickly stepped up to meet her. Daddy said, Mr. Sun, you have to do it for me. I was beaten by this kid. I can't do this, Lord. Sun Sheng blankly glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and turned his head to the 2 security guards and ordered, quickly let go. Only after getting the command from Mr. Sun did the 2 security guards let go of Wu Tian's arm. Mr. Sun, you're the boss here. Are you just going to stand by and watch your employees being bullied by this kid? Su Xiaoxiao complained indignantly. If Wu Tian wasn't here, I would be the boss. Since Wu Tian is here, I can only be considered the second. After Sun Sheng finished saying this, he pointed at Wu Tian and introduced, this is our Seafood TV's biggest shareholder, that is, my big boss, Wu Tian. What? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes almost didn't glaze over. I didn't realize that this plain-looking, shabbily dressed stupid kid in front of me was the big boss of Seafood TV? This kid in front of me is so young. How did he become a Seafood TV owner? She was also too unlucky. Right. Accidentally offended the big boss behind the Seafood TV. And this moment made him feel like a big disaster. Similarly surprised was Wang Yan, who also didn't expect that Tian, who had madly rewarded her before, was actually the Seafood TV owner. No wonder this period of time the platform to her diversion. At this time to understand, this is all behind the scenes high people in the secret help. And this person behind the scenes was Tian, who had been rewarding her like crazy in the live stream. The ones who were the most scared had to be the two security guards. After knowing Wu Tian's identity, both of them were trembling in fear. Just now, he almost sent his own boss to the police station. But fortunately, Mr. Sun came over in time to avoid a big mistake. I want to know what just happened. Why did you guys make a move on Boss Wu? Sun Sheng turned his head and questioned the two security guards. It was Miss Su who ordered us to do so. The security guard wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly dumped the pot on Su Xiao. Sun Sheng again dropped his gaze to Su Xiao, questioning in an aggressive tone. What's going on? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Su Xiao reacted very quickly and hurriedly went forward to apologize to Wu Tian. I had eyes but didn't know that you are a big boss. I apologize to you for my behavior just now. She is a person who understands that no matter how she explains it now, it's a mistake, and instead of justifying it, she should take the initiative to apologize. Nothing else is a problem as long as you can beg the big boss for understanding. I'm not the one you should apologize to. Wu Tian spat out this sentence nonchalantly. Su Xiao's eyes rolled a few times and hurriedly turned around to apologize to Wang Yan. Yener, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have treated you like that before. I hope to beg for your forgiveness. It's fine, just don't target me in the future. Wang Yan took a long breath of relief in her heart. Never in her dreams did she expect that Su Xiao, who had always ostracized her before, could take the initiative to put down her stature and bow her head to apologize this time. She knew that all of this was thanks to Wu Tian's help in backing her up, and in her heart, she was even more grateful for the man's help to her. From now on, we are good sisters. I will listen to you in everything. Su Xiao couldn't wait to flatter. How would she dare to offend Wu Tian again in the future? Even if she is stupid, she understands that the reason why Wang Yan climbed up so fast in Seafood TV is mainly because of the big boss behind the scenes. Wu Tian. I'm sure Wang Yan has an unusual relationship with the big boss. As long as she can flatter Wang Yan, she can also follow the benefit. And then if you offend Wang Yan, I'm afraid that Seafood TV no longer have a place for her. Alright, this matter ends here today. I hope everyone will unite in the future and make the platform bigger and stronger. Wu Tian did not pursue this matter, nor did he do any punishment to Su Xiao. The live streaming of the carnival will start soon, and once the punishment is made, it may have an impact on everyone's mood. Thank you, Boss Wu. I will definitely cooperate with the company and do my part well, Su Xiao assured in a sincere tone. That's good. Wu Tian nodded and said to the crowd, everyone go and get busy. Prepare well. The live streaming carnival will start soon. Good. Everyone hurry up and get ready. Sun Sheng commanded and led the security guards to continue their busy work. After the others left, Wang Yan walked to Wu Tian with some embarrassment. I really didn't expect you to be our boss. I wasn't a Seafood TV owner at first, and since I watched your live broadcast and thought you had great potential, I invested in this platform. Wu Tian explained with a smile. So, I influenced you? Right. I'm that good? You have a lot of potential. Your future is immeasurable. Wu Tian carefully scrutinized the masked girl in front of him. This girl is considered to be a clear stream in the live broadcasting world. Unlike other female anchors who are so pretentious and don't use their bodies and looks to attract the audience, that unique temperament makes people can't help but like it. Nowadays, there is serious homogenization on the platform. If we can develop these distinctive features of the live broadcast, it will gradually make the audience dependent on the platform. Thank you, Boss Wu, for your compliments and affirmation. I will definitely work hard. Wang Yan smiled especially happily, and even through her mask, she could feel the sweet smile on her face. I wish I knew what you look like. If Boss Wu wants to see my appearance, it's just a matter of words. There's no rush. Wu Tian glanced at the time and smiled. You'll be on in half an hour, so I'll have a good look at you then when you unmask. Will Boss Wu be disappointed if I'm ugly? The mind is more important than looks. For women, confidence is also a kind of beauty. Go for it. Wu Tian clenched his fist and cheered for the girl. 141, a close-up stargazer. The two of them chatted for a few moments, and just as Wu Tian was about to leave, he only saw Su Xiao come over with a winking smile on her face. Boss Wu. Su Xiao cried out sweetly, then pressed her large body close to Wu Tian. I didn't expect Boss Wu to become a big boss of Seafood TV at such a young age. Something wrong? Wu Tian asked nonchalantly as he kept a few moments' distance from the woman. That. Su Xiao stroked the hair at the corner of her ear and said in a soft and charming tone, when the carnival is over. I would like to invite Boss Wu to my home for a late-night snack. You have a midnight snack at home? Wu Tian naturally understood the woman's words and asked coldly. As long as Boss Wu wants to eat, I have everything at home. Su Xiaoxiao simply pasted her large body over, speaking in a tone soft and charming to the bone. Sorry, I don't have time in the evening, and I'm not really interested in food. Wu Tian decisively refused. He had no interest in this kind of bust that came to his door. So, how about some other time? Carnival time is almost here. You'd better prepare yourself to go on stage later. Don't let me down too much. Wu Tian dropped these words and turned around to quickly walk out of the marquee area. In this day and age, women like Su Xiaoxiao who sell their bodies for the sake of getting to the top are all over the streets. If you were any other rich kid, you might agree to follow Su Xiaoxiao to go to the midnight snack. But Wu Tian can't take any interest in this kind of woman. Walking out of the marquee area, I saw that the audience had already gathered underneath the stage, and it was particularly noisy. Soon saw two familiar figures in the crowd. It was Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan. I didn't expect them to run over to join in the fun. The injuries on the two had not healed, and they did not dare to push around in the crowd, and were soon squeezed to the very back of the crowd. Wu Tian quickly walked over and patted the duo on the back twice, greeting them with a smile. Xiao Hao, Jiang Wan, Xiao Tian, you're here too. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan both felt surprised and said excitedly, you're also here for the seafood carnival? Yeah, I didn't realize you guys were here. I heard that Huang Lan is going to be on stage tonight. We mainly came over to see Huang Lan. Both Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan could not hide the joy and excitement in their hearts. The duo have been captivated and become fans of Huang Lan's latest single ever since they heard it. Your injuries have not yet healed. What are you looking at Huang Lan for? Hurry home and recuperate. After Wu Tian said this, he pushed the duo towards the outside of the crowd. He didn't want the two of them to squeeze here blindly. In case they touched the wound and got infected and inflamed, it would be troublesome. Xiao Tian, tonight is a great opportunity to get up close and personal with Huang Lan. We don't want to miss it. Jiang Wan stood still with a stubborn face. Sun Xiaohao showed the same firmness. Yes, Xiao Tian, it's hard to wait for Huang Lan to take the stage. Let us stay. Not to mention that this little injury of ours is no big deal. I was worried about you guys getting hurt again. I know you're doing us a favor, but if we leave like this without seeing Huang Lan, we're really not willing to do so. Jiang Wan looked at Wu Tian with almost pleading eyes. While this was going on, there was a commotion in the crowd, only to see a luxury saloon car drive up. Under the escort of several bodyguards, Huang Lan walked down in a leather jacket, with large ink-colored glasses framing her face. The fans instantly became frantic, swarming towards the caravan in a brainstorm, instantly surrounding Huang Lan. Everyone took out their cell phones to take pictures, and took out pen and paper to ask for Huang Lan's autograph, all of which were very enthusiastic. In contrast to the enthusiasm of the fans, Huang Lan acted indifferently, just waving his hand with a stiff expression to greet the fans. Then it was off toward the separate lounge area on long legs. This is the Huang Lan that everyone sees. Sexy, cold, arrogant and domineering, giving people a sense of indifference that rejects people. In the midst of everyone's frantic shouts, Huang Lan walked into the temporary rest area with her long legs, leaving behind a touch of cold and arrogant back. Ugh! Seeing Huang Lan's figure disappear, Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan sighed at the same time. They had just been squeezed behind the crowd and hadn't seen anything, taking out their cell phones before they had a chance to take a picture, and as a result, they had lost sight of Huang Lan. The duo secretly regretted that they had such a good opportunity to get up close and personal with Huang Lan just now, but it was a pity that they had already missed it. Xiao Tian, it looks like we still have to squeeze forward, or else it will be hard to get close to Huang Lan. Jiang Wan said with a bitter face. You guys really like Huang Lan that much? Sure, alright, as good brothers, I'll help you guys realize this wish. Wu Tian reached out and put his hands on the shoulders of the two of them left and right and smiled. I'll take you guys to see Huang Lan. Xiao Tian, you really know how to joke. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan didn't quite believe this, thinking that Wu Tian was joking. No kidding you guys, I mean it. Forget it, it's not realistic for you to try to peek. With so many bodyguards outside the room, you'll be thrown out before you get close. Sun Xiaohao thought Wu Tian was trying to peep. Who said I'm peeking? I'm blatantly looking. Let's go. Wu Tian stiffly pulled the duo closer towards the room where Huang Lan was temporarily resting. The place where Huang Lan lived was different from other anchors, very high class, and there were bodyguards outside the room to handle it. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were both a bit trembling, afraid that those bodyguards would throw them out. No sooner had the trio approached the lounge than they were blocked by a couple of tall bouncers who told them not to come any closer. Without saying a word, Wu Tian felt out his cell phone and sent a text message to Huang Lan. In less than a moment, the bodyguard at the door received a call and respectfully opened the door to the room, inviting the three in. Seeing this attitude of the bodyguard, Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were stunned. Neither of them expected that the bodyguard would be willing to let them in. Go! Wu Tian spoke these words and took the lead towards the lounge. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan moodily followed them in, looking slightly nervous. This is a temporary lounge, but the interior is very luxuriously decorated, with all kinds of furniture and electrical appliances. As soon as he entered, he saw Huang Lan sitting in front of the sofa, reading impurities. She was still wearing that leather jacket and pants, looking wild, only sitting a little casual. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were like thieves, following Wu Tian into the room one small step at a time, their movements more stiff than wood. As soon as they saw Huang Lan, the duo became even more nervous. Both of them were a bit at a loss for words, and their hearts were pounding. It's hard not to get excited when you see your idols so close for the first time. Sister Lan, it didn't disturb your rest, did it? Compared to Sun and Jiang, Wu Tian was calm. After being together with Erisher for so long and having many meals, their relationship was no different from that of ordinary friends. However, when Wu Tian met Huang Lan for the first time, he was just as nervous and excited as the duo of Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan. Pop! Huang Lan threw the magazine in her hand onto the table and smiled. Sis is happy you're here. Feel free to sit down. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were both surprised. They didn't expect Huang Lan to be so kind to Wu Tian and address him as a sibling. 142 Charming atmosphere. It was only at this point that Sun and Jiang realized that Xiao Tian and Huang Lan had known each other for a long time, and it looked like they had a very unusual relationship. Otherwise, with Huang Lan's condescending personality, she definitely wouldn't have referred to Xiao Tian as sibling and called him so affectionately. Right. Wu Tian didn't rush to take his seat and pointed to the two behind him and introduced. These two are my classmates, Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan. Then let your classmates sit as well. Huang Lan swept a glance at the duo and quickly returned to her usual indifference. She would only show the delicate side of a woman in front of Wu Tian, and she was in a superior position in front of other men. Come, sit down. No need to be too formal. Wu Tian pushed the two to sit down in front of the sofa. Only the two were sitting in a somewhat funny position, their bodies stiff and straight, looking no different from wood. After Wu Tian sat down, he smiled and said, Sister Lan, these two classmates of mine are your fans and want to take a picture with you. Do you think it's okay? Since they're your classmates, of course there's no problem. Huang Lan stood up from the sofa. Let's begin. Okay, I'll take pictures of you guys. Wu Tian hurriedly gave Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan a wink. The two of them then reacted and hurriedly got up to stand on either side of Huang Lan, only a bit far away. Wu Tian felt out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the three of them, then suggested, why don't you give us another autograph? It just so happens that I released a new album. Huang Lan took out 2 new albums from her bag, signed them and handed them to Wu Tian. Thank you, Sister Lan. Wu Tian thanked her and then passed the 2 signed albums to Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan. Both looked incredibly excited to receive the new album. Alright, you guys go out, I want to rest. Huang Lan gave her expulsion order with an expressionless face. Good, then we'll leave first and listen to you sing on stage later. After Wu Tian said this, he brought Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan and prepared to leave. Just as he walked to the door, he only heard Huang Lan speak again. Bad boy, you stay and accompany sister to talk. Wu Tian could only stop and said to Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan, you guys go wait outside for a while, I'll be right out. The duo stared at Wu Tian with those monster-looking eyes for a few moments before walking out of the room with quick steps. Come and sit down. Huang Lan patted the sofa beside him, then changed to a comfortable position and leaned on it. It's a very unflattering pose, and it's a good thing I'm not wearing a dress, or this pose would be so beautiful. It was only when Wu Tian was around that she would be so reckless and uncaring of her image, and in front of outsiders, she would always be in a high-strung manner. Sister Lan, is there something you want to tell me? Wu Tian walked over and took a seat next to Huang Lan. What do you think people live for? Huang Lan tilted her head back to look at the ceiling and asked in a sentimental manner. For a vision, for tomorrow to be better than today. What about you? Wu Tian thought for a while before giving his answer. I am a rather vulgar person. Living is to make myself stronger and bigger, and step on the people who once mocked me. And did you do it? It did, but it also didn't. Well, guess what you think I want? I think that Sister Lan is obsessed with and loves music and wants to be loved by more people. Wu Tian didn't understand Huang Lan and could only give this answer. No. Huang Lan shook her head and denied. Sister's wish is not all about music. What's that? Sis has many dreams. Huang Lan got up and approached Wu Tian, saying in a serious tone that she had never had before. The biggest dream is to get you into bed. Cough cough. Wu Tian coughed violently a few times, almost not choking alive on his own saliva. After coughing for a long time, he couldn't help but complain. Sister Erisher, you really caught people off guard with that joke. But, ha ha ha. Huang Lan held her tongue for half a day. but she couldn't hold it any longer and threw her head back and laughed. After laughing for a full 2 minutes, Huanlan covered her chest and said, "I'm really happy to be with you. I feel carefree and without any worries. It's good that Sister Erasure is happy." Wu Tian had long gotten used to this kind of joke, and seeing Sister Erasure happy made him feel relieved in his heart. "Sis rarely smiled before you showed up. Why don't you smile? Can't be a giggler." "That's true." Wu Tian nodded with approval and politely said, "I can laugh more with Sister Lan in the future. What if I become dependent on you and can't leave you? I don't have that much charisma." Wu Tian had a silly smile on his face and felt quite happy to hear this. The carnival is about to start. Sis needs to change her clothes. Huang Lan twisted her sexy waist and deliberately seductively said, "Or else you can stay and help sis change?" "Gladly." "Brat, you're still taking it seriously. Go go go. Hurry up and get out." Huang Lan pointed at the door of the room and impatiently urged, "Okay, then I'll leave first." Wu Tian pursed her lips and turned around to head outside. Walking out of the room, he saw that Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were waiting outside, and both of them looked unusually excited with the new album in their hands. As soon as they saw Wu Tian walk out, the two of them immediately came up to him and looked around him left and right like they were admiring an antique. Boo! After staring with strange eyes for half a day, Jiang Wan swung his fist and smashed it into Wu Tian's chest. "Xiao Tian, okay, you even know a popular singer like Huanglan. Honestly, how do you know Huanglan?" Sun Xiaohao also pressed the question with a curious face. "This is a long story. The main thing is that last time, I helped Huanglan to relieve her, then I got to know her, and often dined together, so I got acquainted after a while." Wu Tian explained with a smile, "And often eat together." Jiang Wan slammed his fist on Wu Tian's chest again. "I'm really envious of you. The idol we worship is still often with you. Actually, Erasure is quite a nice person." "Of course it's nice, calling you so affectionate. Honestly, are you guys having an affair?" "Shoo." Wu Tian made a silent gesture and advised the two, "Don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. It's not good for Sister Lan's reputation if it gets out." "Why do I feel that Huanglan likes you?" Sun Xiaohao lowered his voice and couldn't help but ask the doubt in his heart. "There is no such thing. You guys are overthinking it." Wu Tian said this and took the initiative to change the topic. "The carnival will start soon. Go, I'll take you guys to find a good location to be seated." Taking a seat? Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan thought their ears had misheard. Tonight this event was not set up at all for seating. All the audience members were standing on the stage to watch. So where were the seats? "Cut the crap and follow me." Wu Tian could not help but directly pull the duo towards the right side of the stage. There are 7 seating areas here. The only seats in the entire Gunstar Plaza. Only these seats are not for the audience, but are only for the top leaders of Seafood. Who dares to sit in these 7 seats? Wu Tian walked over and instructed the 2 security guards, "Add 2 seats to this side. Special guest seats. 143 amazing people." "Yes." Without saying a word, the security guard hurriedly moved 2 sets of tables and chairs and placed them next to each other. Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan were both dumbfounded and couldn't help but open their mouths to question. "Xiao Tian, how can you command the security guards here? I forgot to tell you guys, I'm actually the Seafood TV owner. Adding 2 sets of tables and chairs is nothing difficult." Wu Tian explained with a smile. "I'll go." Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan exclaimed out in shock at the same time. Both didn't expect Wu Tian to be the Seafood TV owner. This is too much of a surprise. Previously, he only knew that Wu Tian was the owner of Tenmu Technology and Huiwa Eatery, but he didn't realize that the owner of Seafood TV was also Wu Tian. It is said that money is arbitrary. This is not true at all. Want to invest in live broadcasting to invest in live broadcasting? Want to invest in food and beverage is also a matter of words. Don't just stand there. Quickly sit down. Wu Tian pointed to the seat next to him, signaling the two to sit down quickly. "Thank you, little Sky." After the two of them thanked him, they sat down at the 2 so-called special guest seats that were temporarily added. This was a treatment that only Seafood TV executives could enjoy, and they didn't realize that they were sitting with the executives tonight. Seeing that the audience on the stage were all standing and only the 2 of them were sitting high up, it made their vanity greatly satisfied and they enjoyed unparalleled honor. At 8 p.m., the Seafood TV Carnival officially begins. The audience had all arrived, and several of Seafood TV's executives were seated one after another. After taking their seats, they all couldn't help but glance at Sun Xiaohao and Jiang Wan, curious about these 2 strangers. However, they were all smart people and knew that this must have been deliberately arranged by Boss Wu, so naturally they would not ask more questions. Traced by the spotlight, the 2 hosts slowly walked on stage, their faces swirling with warm spring-like smiles. Seafood Carnival officially begins. First, let's give a warm applause to welcome Seafood executives. After some boring introductory remarks, the host loudly announced, "Let's welcome Seafood TV's newest popular anchor, Masked Girl, to the stage." Snap! There was loud applause. After the applause, Wan Yan walked on stage with a cartoon mask. Hello, I'm Masked Girl with a pop song for you tonight. Obviously a little nervous, Wang Yan stood on stage and simply said a few words before she began to sing deeply. Her stage presence is average, but she does have an infectious voice that sings the heart of all the 80s and 90s. After the song was sung, the stage once again resounded with applause. After the applause, the host took the stage again and asked Wang Yan in public, "Masked Girl, why do you keep wearing a mask on the live broadcast?" "Not wearing a mask makes me feel anxious and nervous, so I've been wearing a mask live." Wang Yan held the mask on her face and tried to make her tone as relaxed as possible. "But I'm planning to take off the mask tonight? Why are you suddenly taking off your mask again?" "To thank someone." "Who?" "Brother Tian." Wang Yan replied with these two words, which was Wu Tian's name on the live streaming platform. The reason why she didn't tell Wu Tian's real name was that she was worried about being misunderstood and didn't want people to think that she was relying on the seafood TV owner to get to the top. "Why are you thanking Tin?" The host cooperated and continued to pursue the question. "It was Brother Tian who gave me the confidence to find my own value and direction to work hard." "Thank you, Brother Tian." Saying this, Wang Yan bent 90 degrees towards the stage and bowed deeply. It seems that the masked girl is a girl who knows how to be grateful. After saying this, the host turned to face the audience. "Do you all want to see the masked girl's true appearance? Think." The audience on stage chanted in unison. Fans of the masked girl or not, everyone wants to see the face under the mask. Curiosity is innate and everyone is curious as to what kind of face is underneath the mask. Well then, I'll count down to 3. So let's forensically reveal the masked girl's true face. After the host said this, he began to count down loudly. 3, 2, 1. Everyone, including Wu Tian, stared at Wang Yan on the stage with wide eyes, impatiently waiting for this girl to unmask. When the host counted to 1, Wang Yan cooperated and tore off the mask, revealing a beautiful face with eyes as bright as spring water. The crowd was instantly stunned, not realizing that there was such a clean girl in the world, fresh and out of the ordinary, a lotus flower, so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. Many boys were mesmerized by the face and instantly turned the road into a fan, entering the platform on the spot to follow the masked girl. Even Wu Tian was deeply attracted by the face, not realizing that Wang Yan's appearance was so outstanding, as if it was a work of art hidden in a museum. "I didn't expect the masked girl to be so beautiful that even I, a girl, was moved." After saying this, the host once again interacted with the audience on stage. "Do you all like the masked maiden?" "Love it." Most of the audience members who replied on stage were guys, and for the girls, it was more of a jealousy thing. "Since you all like masked maidens so much, please support her live broadcast. Download Seafood TV, then search for Masked Maiden and tap follow." The host finished the advertisement and turned his head to Wang Yan. "Please ask Masked Maiden to go to the marquee for a break, and we have our second anchor for tonight." Next, the host invited more than a dozen anchors to the stage in turn to do their talent shows in order for people to vote for them. More than a dozen anchor performances ended, and the final finale was the popular singer Huanglan. When she took the stage, the scene instantly boiled over. Most of the spectators who came here tonight for the carnival were Huanglan fans, all for running over to follow their idol. Huanglan didn't say too much and got on stage and started singing, worthy of being a powerhouse singer. Many people were infected by the song and couldn't stop themselves from immersing themselves in it. When everyone responded, they all felt that they couldn't get enough and clamored for Huanglan to sing another song. "Well then, next, I'll dedicate this song Last Night in This Life to one of the boys in the audience." After saying this, Huanglan began to sing with deep emotion. Soon everyone could hear that it was a new song from Huanglan's new album, which hadn't hit the shelves yet. The song is like confessing to a guy. The lyrics are subtle and hidden but smell of love. The vocals are delicate and sweet, with a romantic vibe. The stage instantly boiled over after the song was sung. Everyone has been speculating whether Huanglan is in love, and whether this song is a euphemism for confessing to a boy. Everyone wants to know, which boy is Huanglan going to dedicate this song to? I wonder who is lucky enough to be the lucky winner. But Huanglan hadn't divulged the boys' names since the beginning. With the end of Huanglan's performance, the atmosphere reached a climax and the whole Starlight Plaza boiled over. After the host finished his lines, the Seafood TV Carnival came to an end. It was a very smooth event, normal in every respect, and the effects produced met expectations. This time Huanglan appearance also played a great publicity effect for the platform. I believe Seafood TV live volume will continue to climb. 144 negative news. After the carnival ended, Wu Tian invited those anchors to get together and thanked them for their support of the carnival. During the meeting, several female anchors were all kinds of flattering and pleasing to Wu Tian, and a few pretty anchors even pressed their bodies close to Wu Tian. They all want to take advantage of this opportunity to get to the top. As long as they can climb the big tree of Wu Tian, they will be able to call the shots in Seafood TV in the future, especially Su Xiao, deliberately exposing her body and rubbing herself on Wu Tian in various ways. Not much different from a vixen. Halfway through the meal, Wu Tian said goodbye to those anchors. He was worried about being tortured to death by those little vixens if he went on at these. After finishing the carnival, Wu Tian returned to his residence and continued studying as usual. There was no talk all night. The next day before dawn, Wu Tian received a call from Sun Shang. Boss Wu, it's not good. On the other end of the phone, Sun Shang's voice was very urgent, as if something big had happened. Hearing this tone, Wu Tian instantly lost his sleepiness and asked urgently into the cell phone. What happened? There's a lot of negative press online about the company and you. What negative news? I can't tell you in a moment. You'd better come to the company quickly. Sun Shang's tone clearly had a few moments of panic. Okay, I'll be right over. Wu Tian hung up the phone, hurriedly put on his clothes and pants and rushed towards the company. He soon arrived at the seafood office building and found the company in disarray, with the employees busy. Wu Tian directly barged into the general manager's office and saw that Sun Shang was busy on the phone and looked anxious as well. Seeing Sun Shang finish his phone call, Wu Genius anxiously asked after him, Mr. Sun, what exactly happened? The internet is covered with negative news about you. Take a look at this. After Sun Shang said this, he picked up his laptop and brought it over to Wu Tian, only to see in the entertainment section published a news, shocked. Seafood TV boss Wu Tian subterfuge female anchors, in public with several female anchors to do unsightly things. Below the title were several high-resolution pictures, those of Wu Tian treating the anchors to dinner last night. There were 4 female anchors on the picture. All of them had physical contact with Wu Tian, especially Su Xiaoxiao, who was photographed in the action of hugging Wu Tian. It's just that these photos were taken from different angles and look obviously misleading. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who took this? After looking at these photos, Wu Tian was immediately enraged. This was obviously a deliberate attempt to hack him. I don't know. I'm having people investigate. Sun Shang placed the notebook on the table and said, these photos are spreading quickly on the internet. Those self-media are getting darker and darker. This incident has a great impact on you and the company. How much of an impact? If it's not handled well, Seafood TV's traffic will plummet, and all this time's efforts will be in vain. The expression on Sun Shang's face looked a little frustrated. This period of time relied on Huanglan's success in attracting traffic, so that Seafood TV is qualified to compete with the big platforms. At present, the bottom of Seafood TV is still very weak, cannot withstand this kind of big storm. If this continues, it will cause a fatal blow to Seafood TV. What a egg! Wu Tian cursed angrily in anger, but quickly regained his composure. I suspect that someone is behind this incident. I think so too. It could be a competitor or your enemy. Sun Shang analyzed. Let's not jump to conclusions on this one. Let's wait for the investigation. I'm sure we'll have results soon. Well, the priority now is to stop the negative impact. Wu Tian thought for a moment and opened his mouth to instruct. Have the several entertainment that have a good relationship with us step in to clarify, while reporting on the positive news about me and the anchors, and by the self-media and public numbers to salvage our company's image. These we are doing. That's good. Wu Tian nodded. In the aspect of PR crisis, Sun Shang was an old man and had more experience than him. In addition to that, we have to create breaking news. Can we start with Huang Lan and spread rumors about her boyfriend? No way. Wu Tian decisively refused. Don't involve Huang Lan in this matter. She has already done a lot for our company. Don't want to let her in. Alright then, let's start with the other actresses. After Sun Shang finished saying this, the desktop landline rang. After picking up the phone and only saying a few words, he hurriedly reported to Wu Tian. It's been found out. These negative news and photos were passed out from David's studio. David's studio? Yes, they're black publicists, paid to be in charge of helping people screw the competition. You stay at the office. I'm going to find David's studio. After Wu Tian said this, he turned around and quickly left the office and took a car to go to David's studio. Located on the 8th floor of the HSINN building, this studio is a small workshop-style studio with just over a dozen employees. Their business mainly involves the gray industry chain, such as black public relations, water army, rumor smearing and so on. This kind of gray industry cannot be on the stage. Naturally, it is impossible to develop and grow, and can only survive in the cracks. I'm looking for your boss to talk about business. Wu Tian came to the humble office and pretended that he was coming over to talk about cooperation. As soon as they heard that a big brother was coming to work with them, the employees immediately warmed up, pointing to the separate office in the corner. Our manager Kai is in the office. Okay. After Wu Tian answered, he directly walked over and pushed open the office room door. In the office, a bearded man was smoking a cigarette, flowing and dangling, not like any manager, to like a social gangster. Sit down. David Kai exhaled a mouthful of smoke and asked with a smile, what kind of business do you want from us? About seafood? Seafood TV? Kai Dawe's eyes tightened as he narrowed his eyes and sized up Wu Tian before recognizing him. "You're the big boss of Seafood TV, Wu Tian." Previously, he had let the paparazzi take a lot of pictures of Wu Tian with the female anchor, but he didn't expect that this kid would take the initiative to find any doors. Knowing that the visitor was not good, Kai Dawe put out the cigarette butt in his hand and impatiently said, "What are you doing here? I want to know. Why did you take those pictures of me and the anchor woman to fix us up?" Wu Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly stated his intention. "Taking money from people and working for them, that's what our studio is all about. Who paid you? This is a business secret. Naturally, I can't say it." Kai Dawe clasped his hands on his chest with an impatient look. "Pop." Wu Tian pulled out his bank card and slapped it on the table. "I'll give you 10 times what the other party paid you. We also have principles. Even if you give me 100 times, it's useless. Get lost." Kai Dawe waved his hand and once again felt out a cigarette and lit it. "It looks like you don't want to work with me." "Yeah, I'm not going to work with you. Get out of here." "Then don't blame me for being impolite to you." Wu Tian had long run out of patience and slowly forced his way over. "Silly boy, you really don't know the heights of heaven." Kai Dawe shrugged off his bladder and threatened, "Before I did the studio, I was a social mixer. 145. We'll go all the way. Then I would like to see it." Wu Tian directly put his hand over and with all his strength, he held the other party down on the chair to death. Kai Dawe struggled for half a day but couldn't move, and in desperation, he grabbed the teacup on the table and smashed it fiercely. Wu Tian hurriedly dodged the attack. His right hand scurried out like a snake, clasping Kai Dawe's throat as fast as he could, while his left hand clasped his arm and flipped it with force, directly holding it down on the table, unable to move. Kai Dawe struggled a few times, unable to break free, and yelled angrily at the top of his voice, "Kid, let go quickly. With this triple-legged kung fu of yours, you have the nerve to say that you've been in society. It's just a disgrace." Wu Tian not only didn't let go, but instead pressed his head harder on the table. "Kid, count yourself tough. I admit defeat." Kai Dawe quickly lost the arrogance he had earlier. He also didn't expect the kid in front of him to be a tough character, obviously trained professionally to have this skill. "Say, who paid you to do this to me?" "Humph, I'm not going to tell." Toast to toast. Wu Tian's eyes were cold, ready to teach this brat a hard lesson. It was at this moment that 2 security guards hurriedly barged in and scolded Wu Tian. "Quickly let go of our boss. Don't even think about it. Looks like you kid is really looking for a beating." After the 2 security guards said this, they picked up their fists and were ready to strike. "Boo!" Wu Tian raised his hand and slapped it hard on the table, and with a shocking loud sound, the table was directly shattered. The 2 security guards stopped where they were in fear and didn't dare to go forward. At this time, the 2 realized that the boy in front of them is a powerful role. The force is powerful and amazing. The means is cruel and vicious. If they just pounce on it, maybe the bones will be broken. Seeing that the 2 security guards hesitated, Kai Dawe began to get anxious, urging, foolishly rushing, "Quickly do it." "I'm sorry, Boss Kai. We have things to do, so we'll leave first." The 2 security guards dropped these words and hurriedly turned around to leave. They were paid a meager salary just to make a living, and they didn't want to sell their lives for it. "Wastes, you 2 wastes, come back quickly." Seeing the security guard escaping at the critical moment, Kai Dawe's face was red with anger, and his entire body almost didn't explode. "Boss Kai, stop shouting. No one will come to help you." After Wu Tian said this, he directly stomped Kai Dawe on the ground. "Kid, let go of me. Cut the crap." Wu Tian reached out and grabbed Kai Dawe's chin, once again pressing. "Say, who bribed you to frame me?" "I am not going to say anything." "Then I'd like to see whether it's your mouth that's hard or my means." Wu Tian ruthlessly smashed his fist on Kai Dawe's head, then felt out a fruit knife and slowly stabbed towards Kai Dawe's vital parts. Kai Dawe was scared to death and closed his legs together, and asked in a trembling voice, what do you want to do?" "I want you to become a eunuch." Wu Tian stepped on Kai Dawe's body with his foot as the dagger continued to approach his pants area. "Stop." Seeing that the fruit knife is getting closer and closer, Kai Dawe finally could not stand it, and had to soften. "Don, do it, let us have a good conversation." Knowing that this kid was scaring him, but in case this kid got mad and really stabbed the fruit knife down, then his life would be completely over. "I'll ask one last time." Wu Tian shook the fruit knife in his hand and asked impatiently, "Say, who in the world instructed you to lay hands on me?" I'll say. In order to save his life, Kai Dawe could only answer truthfully, "It's Boss Huang." "Which Boss Huang?" "Huang Zhe." "So it's that old thing." Wu Tian slowly put away the fruit knife while letting go of Kai Dawe's body. In fact, it should have been thought that it was Huang Zhe who was secretly making the mistake. The only person who had been offended during this recent period of time was Huang Zhe, and no one else could think of such a despicable and nasty tactic. After Kai Dawe was freed, he got up and prepared to flee the place, and was stopped by Wu Tian at the door. Don't rush off yet. I've said all I need to say. What more do you want? Do something for me. Wu Tian grabbed the cigarette on the table and lit it, instructing David Kai, call Huang Zhe now. Make it quick if you're told to fight. Okay, I'll call. Kai Dawei gritted his teeth and only managed to call Huang Zhe with a stiff upper hand. This time, when he fell into Wu Tian's hands, he could only consider himself unlucky. Before Kai Dawei dialed the phone and had a chance to speak, Wu Tian snatched the phone and opened the speakerphone. Boss Huang, remember who I am? Are you, Wu Tian, on the phone? Huang Zhe's voice froze slightly, and he quickly heard that it was Wu Tian's voice. Wu Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense and got right to the point. I heard that Boss Huang bribed Duwei Studio to try to stink up Seafood TV and me? That's right, it's me. Huang Zhe's voice on the phone was very arrogant. This is what happens when you offend me. I'm going to make you infamous and make your Seafood TV go out of business completely. Boss Huang, why don't we each take a step back? No way. Before Wu Tian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Huang Zhe in a deep voice. This time, even if you beg me on your knees, I'm going to screw you and your company together. No room for negotiation? No. Since Boss Huang insists on fighting me, then I can only accompany him. After Wu Tian finished saying this, his tone turned violently cold. Fighting with me doesn't end well. I should be the one to say this. Fighting with me only leads to death. Not only will I make you infamous, I will also make you lose everything. Huang Zhe spoke in an arrogant tone to the extreme. I'm at Davy's studio right now, so don't come running over here begging for me. Less blowing fluff with me. You're a Seafood TV owner. How capable can you be? Huang Zhe had no idea of Wu Tian's true power. In his opinion, this kid was just a small live broadcasting platform owner and restaurant owner. Not much power at all. With his company's strength and the Huang family's power, it's not much harder to bring down this kid. It's easier than stepping on an ant. In half a day's time, I will make your company close down and become nothing. After Wu Tian said this, he directly hung up his cell phone. After making the call, he twisted his head to look at David Kai and coldly pursued, "What's the name of Huang Zhe's company?" Zhejiang Group. Kai Dawei smiled and replied with 4 words. He had heard all the conversation just now, and only thought that this kid was bragging and talking big, deliberately scaring Boss Huang. With this kid's strength, he is still too far from trying to fix Boss Huang, which is equivalent to eggs touching stones. Got it. After Wu Tian said this, he dialed Long Yun's phone again. At the critical moment, the plan was to use the family's power to deal with Huang Zhe once again. Just like what Grandpa had said before, as a son or grandson of the Wu family, he could naturally use his family's power to set things right. After the phone was dialed, he directly instructed into the cell phone, "Secretary Long, I want you to make Zhejiang Group disappear in Luzhou within today." 146. A great victory. Put. As soon as he heard this, Kai Dawei next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Wu Tian hung up the phone and turned his head to glare at Kai Dawei. Did what I said just now make you feel funny? You've gone a little overboard with the pretense this time. Kai Dawei forced a smile and said sarcastically, "With this amount of stature, you still dare to threaten to bring down the Zhangze Group? Sure, you kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven." Kai Dawei walked over to the sofa and slowly opened his mouth. They say that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. I think you really don't know the strength of Zephyr Group. That I really don't know. Alright then, I'll give you a little bit of science. Kai Dawei lit a cigarette and took a few puffs before saying, Zhejiang Group is involved in automobile, real estate, dining, entertainment, quite famous in Luzhou, dozens of times more than your Seafood TV fluff. No matter how fluffy it is, it's all trash in my eyes. Even though he knew that Zephyr was fluff, Wu Tian still wasn't intimidated. Compared to the power of their Wu family, Zephyr is just a small company, and it's not difficult at all to organize it. Such a fluffy giant company. I want to know how you're going to make it disappear. The corner of Kai Dawei's mouth secretly curled up in a hint of contempt. I have my own way. Good. I'd like to see how capable you are. Kai Dawei leaned his body against the sofa with a look of waiting for a good show. Let's see how this kid ends up. After a long wait, the door to the office room was slammed open, only to see Huang Zhe burst in. Panicked, Kai Dawei extinguished his cigarette butt and hurriedly got up to greet him. Yo, Boss Huang, what brings you here? Get out of the way. Huang Zhe directly pushed Kai Dawei out of the way and walked to Wu Tian with panicked steps. I admit defeat. At this time, Huang Zhe no longer had the arrogant and domineering spirit that he had before, but instead looked like a defeated rooster, hanging his head in shame. He didn't want to admit defeat, but he had to. In a matter of hours, major banks cancelled their loans to the company and the company's financial chain came under tremendous pressure, while suppliers and dealers cancelled their cooperation, and its automotive and retail businesses were hit hard. This is nothing. The key is that the company's stock was shorted. The retail customers are selling. Just a few hours, the company lost more than $1 billion. The worst thing is that the stock continues to fall like crazy. The upper and lower industrial chain is broken more and more serious. The company's debt is under more and more pressure. The investigation learns that it all points to one person, and that person is Wu Tian. The reason why the company suffered a heavy blow in a short period of time was that Wu Tian was behind it. If this continues, the company will soon have a major crisis, and I'm afraid it's not far from closing down. Boss Huang, in good time, why did you admit defeat? Wu Tian deliberately played dumb and rushed. Next to him, Kai Dawei was puzzled and followed an agreement. Right, Boss Huang, why should a big entrepreneur like you admit defeat to a hairy kid? You know. Huang Zhe twisted his head and glared fiercely at Wu Tian, hissing in a low voice, my company fell into a crisis in just a few hours. The stock dream butterflies, the capital chain, supply chain breaks one after another, the dealers are all withdrawing from the network. What? How did that happen? It's Wu Tian, he's behind all of this. Huang Zhe was so excited that his spittle flew out. It's him? Tian La. Kai Dawei opened his mouth wide, presenting a look of shocked magnificence and exaggerated. He's so capable? This kid's power is even more terrifying than we thought. Huang Zhe almost didn't clench his teeth as he spoke. Originally, I thought that this kid was just a restaurant owner who made money by catering and then invested in a live streaming platform. If it was just a restaurant owner, or a bigwig in the live broadcasting world, with their Huang family's power, they would definitely be able to handle it. However, it was only after this encounter that he realized that this kid Wu Tian had amazing forces behind him. What kind of force was it that he hadn't investigated yet? But he could be sure that this force was 100 times bigger than the Huang family, and it was a force that he couldn't afford to offend. Mom, he. Kai Dawei looked at Wu Tian as if he had seen a monster, and the corners of his mouth were trembling slightly as he spoke. It was simply unimaginable to imagine how terrifying the power of the Zephyr Group was that could put it in a crisis in a short period of time. For a force as terrifying as this to want to stomp on a small studio like them was truly easier than stepping on an ant. Thanks to him, he had laughed at this kid before, thinking that this kid was pretending to talk big. It was only at this time that he realized that the kid in front of him was 100 times more fluffy than he had imagined, and that a small studio like theirs was not qualified to be a rival with him at all. After a short period of dumbfoundedness, Huang Zhe could only put down his stance and begged Wu Tian stiffly, Boss Wu, I hope that you can be magnanimous and spare our Zhejiang group. He had to lower his profile in order to keep his company. There was no way. He couldn't just stand by and watch the company collapse like that, and if he delayed any longer, the company's crisis would definitely get bigger and bigger. I remember what I said before, telling you to never run over and beg me. Wu Tian crossed his legs, almost like a second master. I was wrong, I promise. I will never go against you again. Huang Zhe expressed his deep repentance. To be honest, if he had known that Wu Tian had such a powerful background, he wouldn't have been able to flatter him, so how could he possibly offend? For the sake of Sister Lan, I'll spare you this time. Wu Tian's tone was a few points milder. After all, Huang Zhe was Huang Lan's half-brother, so even for Lan's sake, she couldn't be driven to extinction. Thank you, Boss Wu. Huang Zhe hurriedly bowed and thanked him, his brows gradually stretching a few points. Don't be too happy yet. Wu Tian splashed cold water and continued, if you want to keep your company, you have to help me and Seafood remove the influence first. So what are you going to make me do? Apologize to me in Seafood TV, and have Davy Studio spread the word in the same way. Wu Tian ordered. Alright, I'll do it now. Huang Zhe didn't make any hesitation because he had no choice now. Rushed to let Kai Dawei send a message to clarify what happened before, with pictures and voice to apologize to Seafood TV, and at the same time use the forces of all parties to eliminate the bad influence. After getting things almost done, Wu Genius called Long Yun and asked her to revoke all the previous blockades against the Zephyr Group. With that, the dark battle between Wu Tian and Huang Zhe came to an end, and it ended with Wu Tian winning big. The struggle has cost the Zetsum Group a lot of money, with direct and indirect economic losses exceeding several $100 million. The impact on Seafood TV was minimal, and after the negative press was eliminated, traffic instead skyrocketed because of the increased exposure. After dealing with these things, Wu Tian was ready to leave David's studio, and was stopped by David Kai before he left the door. Boss Wu, this is my business card. In the future, if you need anything, just ask. That's good. Wu Tian put away his business card and then asked, what about those photos and negatives you took of me and the anchor? Here. Kai Dawei hurriedly handed over the yellow cowhide envelope, which was bulging. Pa! Wu Tian took the envelope and slapped Kai Dawei on the head. Warning, next time you dare to find a paparazzo to secretly film me, I'll get you killed. With those words, he left the office at a brisk pace. 147 Jealousy. Wu Tian had just walked out of David's studio when he received a call from Huang Lan, asking him to go to Fu Yuan restaurant for dinner. I just wanted to thank Arisher for her great support of the seafood carnival, so I agreed to go to dinner with her. First, he went to pick up Huang Lan from Huafu Sky City, and then the two of them headed to Fu Yuan restaurant together. After casually finding a seat, Huang Lan began to order food, ordering several dishes that were the highest grade dishes in the restaurant, asking for Xin Shui to personally cook. After ordering their food, the two began to make small talk. Kid, you had quite a good time with those female anchors last night? Huang Lan couldn't help but open his mouth to tease. I just saw the photos on the internet about Wu Tian's ambiguous relationship with those female anchors. Sister Lan, don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in those anchors. Wu Tian hurriedly clarified and explained. It's someone who is trying to fix me behind my back. I've been in the entertainment industry for all these years, so of course I understand that if you were really interested in those little anchors, you wouldn't have brought them out in the open. I was careless and almost got seafood involved. It's not your fault. If the other party really wants to deal with you, no matter how careful you are, you won't be able to escape their clutches. After Huang Lan finished saying this, he couldn't help but follow up with, by the way, who is behind this? Huang Zhe. Is he? Huang Lan was first startled, then nodded in realization. People like him are vindictive. You had a disconnect with him before. He will definitely retaliate in secret. But don't worry, things have worked out. That's good. Sister Lan, thank you for supporting our seafood carnival. Wu Tian asked for a bottle of red wine, poured 2 glasses and pushed one of them over. Sister Lan, I toast you. Then how do you plan to thank me this time? Huang Lan raised her wineglass and slowly shook the red wine, a seductive and delicate smile appearing on her face. How would you like me to thank you? I think. Before Huang Lan could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Xin Shui, who walked over. Pop! Xin Shui carried the tray and threw it hard onto the table, glaring at Huang Lan with that hostile look. Your food is ready. Eat. This attitude of hers instantly made the atmosphere incredibly awkward. Ahem. Wu Tian coughed dryly twice and relieved himself with a smile. Shui, looking at you, you don't seem too happy? As long as you're happy, what do you care about me? Xin Shui was like she had eaten gunpowder, always speaking so impulsively. From the moment she saw Wu Tian and Huang Lan enter the restaurant, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Later, when she saw the two of them talking, laughing and being intimate and ambiguous, her whole body was about to explode with anger and she was gritting her teeth when she was frying and cooking. Wu Tian choked on this and pointed to the seat next to him. You've worked hard. Sit down and eat together. Humph. Xin Shui grunted and took a seat between the two. Come on, let's eat. Wu Tian brought down a few dishes from the tray and placed them on the table, then removed the hood. After grabbing the chopsticks and taking a bite of the dish, he immediately sucked in several mouthfuls of cool air and softly questioned, Little Snow, why is your cooking so salty today? You deserve to die of saltiness. Xin Shui clasped her hands to her chest with a puffed up look. Wu Tian was once again choked speechless. Never saw Xin Shui so angry as today. It is really a bit inexplicable. Put. Huang Lan on the side couldn't help but sputter with laughter. Seeing Xin Shui in this state, she covered her mouth and couldn't help but secretly laugh. This, in turn, made me, Wu Tian, even more confused and wondered. Sister Arisher, what are you laughing at? It's nothing. Huang Lan put away his smile and said as if no one else was there. Kid, didn't you just say you wanted to thank me? Right, how do you want me to thank you? Wu Tian put down his chopsticks and asked, following up on the topic from earlier. These dishes on the table were particularly salty. They were really inaccessible, and I didn't know if Xin Shui was doing it on purpose. I want you to be my boyfriend. Huang Lan directly made such a request, and she couldn't help but glance at Xin Shui when she said this. Wu Tian reacted calmly. He knew that Sister Lan was 80% joking again. On the contrary, Xin Shui beside her was not so calm, and immediately stood up from her chair. I don't agree. Chef Shen, I asked Wu Tian to be my boyfriend. What does this have to do with you? Huang Lan opened her mouth to question. I don't think you guys are suitable. Xin Shui held back her red face for a long time before she could hold back this sentence. It's none of your business if it fits. Xin Shui gritted her teeth, not knowing what to say back for a moment. In the end, it was Wu Tian who spoke up to relieve himself. Xiao Shui, don't take it seriously. Sister Lan was joking with me. Wu Tian, there's something I really want to ask for your help. Huang Lan put away a smile on her face and said with a straight face. If you need anything Arisher, just ask. I want you to accompany me back to the Yellow House in a few days. Why did you ask me to accompany you back? Because I usually seldom go home. I have a sense of fear towards the Huang family, so I want to ask you to accompany me. Huang Lan spoke in a very sincere tone. At the mention of the Huang family, she couldn't help but frown darkly, her mood inexplicably a little depressing. Seeing Sister Lan's expectant eyes, Wu Tian nodded. Okay, no problem. Sister Erasure had helped him so much, and now that Sister Erasure had something to ask for, he really couldn't find a reason to refuse. Alright then, let's go out and pick a dress. After saying this, Huanlan took the lead and walked towards the outside of the restaurant. Wu Tian only had to follow him out, and before he went out, he didn't forget to say goodbye to Xin Shui. Shui, you go to work first, I'll come back to see you some other day, bye. After saying this, he hurriedly chased after them. Looking at the duo's back, Xin Shui was angry and stomped her feet. There was now a growing suspicion that Wu Tian had an unusual relationship with the female singer called Huanlan. I don't know why I'm so angry. Anyway, seeing the two of them so inseparable and intimate and ambiguous, I just feel uncomfortable in my heart. There wasn't much of a mind to go to work right now, and when she saw the duo walking away, she huffed and quickly followed them. Wu Tian and Huanlan went to a shopping mall not far away and started to pick out their dresses. Huanlan casually picked up the dress on the hanger and placed it on Wu Tian's body and compared it a few times. Feeling unsatisfied, she casually threw it on the counter and proceeded to pick it out again. She couldn't find a suitable dress for half a day, but she remained patient and continued to pick. Honestly, buying clothes for herself had been so patient. She didn't think that buying clothes for Wu Tian could still be so attached. Just as the two of them were seriously choosing clothes, they saw Xin Shui walk into the clothing store, her face full of anger. Snow, aren't you working? Why did you run over here too? Seeing Xin Shui appear in the clothing store, Wu Tian felt a little surprised. Xin Shui huffed and puffed her mouth. Why can't I come? Do you think I'm in your way? It's not that. Seeing Xin Shui so angry, Wu Tian didn't even know how to deal with it. Since we're here, let's be together. Go to that store. Xin Shui couldn't help but drag Wu Tian into the opposite clothing store. 148, vinegar in the air. Seeing Wu Tian being dragged away by that girl Xin Shui, Huanlan was secretly upset in her heart, as if her beloved things were being snatched away. Gritting his teeth, he took a step to follow. Walking into the specialty store, both Xin Shui and Huanlan began to busy themselves in helping Wu Tian to select clothes. The two of them, according to their respective vision, soon picked the desired gift. This is a good set. Come over and try it on. Xin Shui held the clothes and waved at Wu Tian. Wu Tian had just taken 2 steps when he was blocked by Huanlan, handing over the set of gowns in his hand. Her set is too earthy. Try this one I chose. Your set is too flowery. Not suitable for Wu Tian. Xin Shui immediately retorted and handed over the set she was holding. My set is the most suitable. Whether it fits or not, you won't know until you try it on. Huanlan didn't show any weakness either. Handing over the gown in her hand, the two women had an argument over choosing clothes for Wu Tian. Both of them were tough at this moment and could get into a fight at any time. Who would have thought that the usually gentle and generous beautiful chef, Shen Shui, would be in a hurry with someone in order to choose clothes for Wu Tian? What was even more unexpected was that the beautiful singer, who was usually high up in the world, was competing with a little girl. What you guys chose are both good looking. I like them both. Seeing that the two women were about to fight, Wu Tian hurriedly took the clothes in the hands of the two, or else buy both sets. Forget it. I don't think either of these sets look good. Huanlan said this and turned around to leave the clothing store. Xin Shui didn't say anything and hit Wu Tian hard with her arm, huffing and puffing as she followed out of the clothing store. Asterisk. Wu Tian was about to be driven crazy by these two women. Cursing, he dropped his clothes and chased out towards the two women. Just as he walked out of the clothing store, he was tugged by Xin Shui's arm in a deadly grip. Say, do you like that woman? Don't get me wrong. Sister Lan and I are just ordinary friends, Wu Tian explained with an ugly face. There was something odd about the girl's behavior tonight that was almost puzzling. Shen Shui didn't seem too convinced and continued to press. Are you and her really just ordinary friends? Yes. Then why are you flirting with her? You're the one who thinks too much. I didn't think much of it. That vixen is definitely trying to seduce you. You need to stay away from her, Shen Shui warned in exasperation. She's a singer. How could she seduce me? Anyway, you're right if you listen to me. Don't get too close to her. Shen Shui twisted her head and glared fiercely at Huanglan. She had now completely taken this woman as an enemy. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wu Tian didn't want to be pestered like this anymore, so he could only casually perfunctorily say. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard Huanglan let out a cry of pain. Turning her head, she saw her crouching on the ground, her hands clutching her ankles in deathly pain. Sure. Wu Tian was about to go over to inquire about the situation, but he was stopped by Xin Shui's death grip on his arm. Don't go over there. At a glance that woman is purposely pretending to show you. Sister Lan doesn't look like she's pretending. I'll go over and take a look. Wu Tian couldn't care less. Pushing Xin Shui aside, he quickly ran over and said to Huang Lan with concern. Sister Lan, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? I broke my foot. It hurts a little. Huang Lan tightly bit her lower lip and returned with a gentle tone that she had never had before. Quickly sit down. Let me help you look. Wu Tian helped Huang Lan to sit on a chair by the street, then held her ankle and pressed it clockwise, moving very gently. This scene was seen in Xin Shue's eyes, and she was so angry that her entire body was about to explode. Wu Tian, you are a scum. Shen Shui cursed in exasperation, twisting her small waist and running towards the opposite side of the street. Yuki, seeing Shen Shui so angry, Wu Tian was anxious and hurriedly got up to go after him. Shen Shui gradually slowed down her pace, waiting for Wu Tian to catch up and coax her. Any girl likes to be coaxed and pampered by boys, and she was no exception, so as long as Wu Tian came over to coax her, she definitely wouldn't be so angry. But after waiting for a while, she realized that Wu Tian suddenly stopped and said to her, Sister Lan is injured. I have to take care of her, so you can go back first. Scumbag, scumbag, scumbag. Once she heard this, Xin Shui became even more furious and cursed the scum man 3 times in a row before angrily running back to the restaurant. Ugh! Wu Tian secretly sighed and returned to Huang Lan's side, holding her ankle and continuing to press and pinch it clockwise, and said with concern, Sister Lan, how do you feel now? Put. Huang Lan didn't reply, but just covered her mouth with a giggle. You're still laughing after being injured. Go, I'll send you to the hospital. Wu Tian supported Huang Lan's arm and prepared to send her to the hospital. Idiot, sis is teasing you. Huang Lan pushed Wu Tian away and stood up from the ground, smiling. Actually, my foot wasn't injured at all. Just now, when she saw Wu Tian and Xin Shui together in an intimate and ambiguous manner, her heart was sour, so she deliberately pretended to break her foot, wanting to interrupt the duo in this way. I just didn't expect Wu Tian to be so nice and easily fooled. Sister Erasure, you. As soon as he heard that he was tricked, Wu Tian's face was a little ugly. Just now, when he saw Sister Lan's painful appearance, he couldn't mention how worried he was in his heart. But in the end, this woman was deliberately tricking him. You're angry? As soon as she saw that Wu Tian was angry, Huang Lan knew that she had gone a little too far and hurriedly put away her smile. It's nothing. It's good that Sister Lan is fine. Wu Tian grinned, feeling that there was no need to be catty about it. Erasure often liked to joke with him and had long since grown accustomed to it. Seeing you worrying about me touches my heart. Huang Lan stroked the hair at the corner of her ear and reminded, you can go after Xin Shui now, too. Wu Tian wanted to go to the restaurant to comfort Xin Shui, but after taking a few steps he suddenly stopped. Forget it, I'd better not go to the restaurant. Why don't you go again? When the employees saw it, they thought that I bullied Xin Shui. Wu Tian scratched his head, a slightly awkward smile on his face. Put. Huang Lan was amused by this, and only after a while did she put away her smile and lamented. You kid is really blessed with a lot of beauty around you. As she said this, there were inexplicably a few sour moments in her heart. Sister Lan is making fun of me. Wu Tian shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling like Huang Lan was joking again. Which has made fun of you? Sis is thinking. Forget it. Huang Lan wanted to speak, took the initiative to diverge from the topic. The dress does not need to buy. I let someone special order a set, some other day to send you over. Thank you Erasure. I should be the one to thank you. You're willing to accompany me back to the Huang family. This is really important to me. At the mention of the Huang family, Huang Lan's face once again hid a bit of sadness. Sister Erasure has helped me so much. This small favor is also deserved. Then do your sister another favor. What favor? How about helping sister warm the bed tonight? Huang Lan tossed her long hair and teased in a flavorful manner. Wu Tian knew that this was a joke, so he boldly counter-teased. Good wow, there is a hotel across the street, so I'll accompany Sister Lan all night tonight. Go, think beautifully. Huang Lan's pretty face reddened, and she became somewhat embarrassed instead. The brat seems to be getting bolder in front of her. 149 charming moments. Seeing that Sister Lan was shy, Wu Tian became a little more bold and simply pressed his body over. Sister Lan, didn't you ask me to warm the bed for you tonight? Just kidding, you're still taking it seriously. Huang Lan rolled her eyes delicately, her cheeks translucent red. I'll be there whenever Erasure needs me. Go, sis isn't that cheap. Huang Lan rubbed her arms and took the initiative to change the subject. It's getting late. Why don't you send me home? Okay, send you home. After Wu Tian answered, he called Uncle Fu Gue to bring the car over. After sending Sister Lan to Huafu Sky City and getting off the bus, Huang Lan opened her mouth and asked with a smile, Kid, do you want to go sit in sister's room? It's too late. Some other time. Alright then, go back and slow down. We'll meet again some other day. Huang Lan waved her hand and turned towards her residence. Seeing Sister Lan's back disappear in front of his eyes, Wu Genius turned his head to Lu Fugue and instructed, Uncle Fugue, let's go home. Alright, Lu Fugue started the car and drove away from the place, unable to help but laugh secretly. Xiao Tian, these two women are both interested in you. What's the point? Can't you see that they all like you? No. Wu Tian rubbed his chin with his hand. To say that Xin Shui liked him was still reasonable, but how could Sister Lan like him? You are good at everything, but your emotional intelligence is too low. Lu Fugue shook his head with a bitter smile and said in a very certain tone, from my 40 years of experience, those two girls are fighting over you. They both love you in their hearts. Yes? A word woke up the dreamer. Wu Tian seemed to be awakened by these words. When you think about it, the two women are really a little bit jealous of each other. Each other are secretly competing for favor. No one is willing to step back. So which girl do you really like? Wu Tian held back a half day before emerging with a sentence. Xiao Shui and Sister Lan are both good. Each has their own good points. Ahem. Lu Fugue coughed dryly twice and said sarcastically with a smile. Xiao Tian, could it be that you still want to kill two birds with one stone? No. I just haven't thought about it yet. Wu Tian scratched his hair with his hand, feeling a bit distressed. Whereas he used to agonize over not being able to find a girlfriend, now it's the opposite. And the number of girls around him also agonizes him. You're the one who does big things. I'm sure it's not hard for you to do anything emotionally. After Lu Fugue said this, he drove his car and accelerated to his residence. Wu Tian looked out the window without saying anything. Other things may not be difficult for him, but emotional matters are really difficult for him. And sometimes he doesn't really know how to make a choice. Forget it. You can only take one step at a time in this kind of thing. When you get home, you dive into your study and start reading and studying in earnest. It's the only time you can forget your worries. The next day, Wu Tian woke up and wanted to go to school, but halfway there, he received a call from Li Mu. When he learned that it was about the cell phone operating system, he asked Uncle Fu Gue to turn the car around and rush to Tianmu Technology. In the company, Li Mu was holding an impromptu meeting for the employees to celebrate the stage victory of the cell phone system and commend everyone. Seeing Wu Tian rushing over, Li Mu announced that the meeting was adjourned and quickly greeted him. Boss Wu, I have good news for you. The new system is basically complete. So soon? Hearing this news, Wu Tian was also happy. It's not fast. Before you joined the company, we've been working on the new system for half a year. Only that we haven't made much progress before because of financial constraints. Li Mu always had a smile at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Developing a cell phone operating system was the biggest dream of his life, and any little achievement would make him feel happy. Not bad. Wu Tian patted Li Mu's shoulder and praised. You deserve a lot of credit for being able to make a cell phone system. No, the biggest credit goes to Boss Wu. If you hadn't helped us make so much money from making two games, we wouldn't have the funds to invest in the new system. It seems that the cooperation between us is perfect. I earn profits for the company to invest in research and development, and you lead everyone to make the system by accumulating technology. Right. Li Mu nodded approvingly, then added, come on, I'll take you to see the new system demo. With these words, he took the lead and headed towards the multifunctional conference room. Wu Tian followed closely behind and followed them, accompanied by Yuan Wangchun and the others. When he came to the conference room, Li Mu couldn't wait to open the PowerPoint and project it onto the white screen to explain about the architecture of the new system. Li Mu spoke passionately and had a lot of confidence in the new system. After all, it was his heart and soul for more than half a year. Wu Tian listened with great interest. He didn't know much about many specialized knowledge, and after listening to this demonstration and narration, he also felt that the new system was very good. Snap! When Li Mu finished his demonstration, Wu Tian couldn't help but raise his hand and applaud, and a few others followed suit. Hearing the applause, Li Mu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and opened his mouth to inquire. Boss Wu, what do you think? From my personal perspective, the new system is very good, and I'm willing to try it if I'm a user. Wu Tian gave this very pertinent answer. Thank you, Boss Wu, for recognizing and affirming the new system. There are still a few details that I'm having my team handle. That's good. The most difficult thing about the system is the ecological establishment. Now that the system is done, there are only a dozen or so commonly used software. It will take a long time to establish a perfect ecology, and you have to keep burning money. Li Mu stated the current predicament. For money, we can get a loan from the bank. With the current size of the company, it can't borrow much money from the bank, and it still has to borrow from this program to finance it. The cell phone system is too competitive. The profit cycle is relatively long, and it burns money badly. I'm afraid it's very difficult to borrow this project to finance it. Wu Tian couldn't help but splash cold water. From the beginning he knew that making new cell phone systems was hard as hell, and could burn a lot more money than games. Unlike games, which can pay back money in a short period of time, it is difficult to see revenue in a short period of time on a mobile system. The investment is too big and the risk is too high for many big companies to take a chance on a cell phone system. However, Wu Tian also thought about it. If the fear of failure are not to do, in this field will be stagnant, never be able to break the foreign technology monopoly. Ugh, Li Mu sighed and said with some frustration, "It's really hard to borrow this project to finance it. After all, there aren't many bosses as bold as you and Luzhou. Don't be anxious, I'll figure out the financing. Your main task is to do a good job with the system." Wu Tian patted Li Mu's shoulder and comforted him with a smile. "But, alright." Wu Tian didn't give Li Mu a chance to open his mouth and instructed, "Give me the PPT and details of this project, and I'll definitely be able to find a way to finance it." "Okay, I'll prepare it right away." After Li Mu answered, he hurriedly asked his secretary to prepare the information. He quickly handed over the prepared information to Wu Tian and said gratefully, "Boss Wu, thank you for supporting me. This is our common endeavor." Wu Tian pursed her lips and took the information and turned to leave. 150. After getting the project, the first thing that came to Wu Tian's mind was his family's power. If he could get the Wu family to invest in the new system, he could definitely get twice the result with half the effort. But soon he dismissed the idea. Financing the project was tantamount to having the family throw money at his company, which was clearly against his grandfather's wishes. It's not a big deal to use family power to solve other problems, but it would be cheating behavior to have the family directly invest money. In order not to let my grandfather underestimate me, I will have to think of other ways to finance it now, and I must not use the family to cheat. After thinking for a moment, Wu Tian felt out his cell phone and dialed Lu Jun. Uncle Lu has been mixing with the business community in Luzhou for more than 10 years, and he knows a lot of bigwigs in the business community, so maybe he can find a suitable financing channel. "Uncle Lu, what have you been busy with lately?" When he made the call, Wu Tian asked smilingly into the cell phone. "Is busy developing that piece of land in the Emerald Garden." On the other end of the phone, Lu Jun paused for a moment and then said, "Scenery Village is being demolished and relocated. I intend to give Scenery Village and Jade Garden replanning, or we can lose a lot of money. It's all my fault that I made Uncle Lu lose money." As soon as he mentioned that piece of land, Wu Tian felt a bit apologetic in his heart. Fengquang Village is an urban village project, bundled with Jade Garden. If Weingal hadn't forcibly raised the demolition and relocation payments for the villagers of Scenery Village and lowered the prices of newly built houses in the urban village, it wouldn't have made the project lose money. This amount of money Uncle can still afford to compensate. Lu Jun did not blame Wu Tian and took the initiative to change the subject. "Xiao Tian, you're looking for Uncle for something, right?" "Hey, I really have something I want to ask Uncle Lu for help. We don't have to be polite directly, so you can tell me what's going on. It's like this. Our company has recently put up a new project and we want to find a big brother to finance it." Wu Tian said politely into his cell phone. "I know a lot of big brothers, so I just have a dinner party later. You come to Scenery Village and wait for me. When you're done, we'll go together." "Okay, I'll come over right away." Without any hesitation, Wu Tian hung up the phone and let Uncle Fu Gui drive and hurriedly rushed to Scenery Village. "I would like to take this opportunity to see my old house. After a while, the demolition of this place will be greatly changed, and I am afraid that I will not have the opportunity to see it in the future. Scenic Village is part of a faraway urban area and is relatively isolated. It took over 50 minutes of driving to get there. Nowadays, the Scenery Village has long been completely different. There are excavators demolishing houses everywhere, and dust is flying everywhere." When Wu Tian rushed to his old house, he found that the place had already demolished the excavator, leaving only a pile of dirt. It was inexplicably hard to watch the place where he had lived after hours become what it was now, and his nose was sore. After staring at the pile of waste soil for a few moments, he hurried to the demolition office and learned from the director that Lu Jun had gone to the Jianan building across the street. Wu Tian ran to the Jianan building again and saw Lu Jun on the roof. He was looking around with binoculars and there were a few surveying engineers behind him. "Uncle Lu, busy." Wu Tian quickly walked over and stood down at the position next to Lu Jun. "Xiao Tian, you came just in time." Lu Jun handed the binoculars in his hand to Wu Tian and said with a smile, "Take a look at our 2 plots of land. I want to replan them, and I intend to revise the design drawings and resubmit them. Let's see." Wu Tian took the binoculars and stood in a position where he could look down on everything below. Right in front of him is the urban village where he used to live, the village and the city, and in front of him on the right is the newly opened lot Emerald Park. "Look over there." Lu Jun pointed to the back right and introduced, "That's a large shopping plaza, next to the small snow already hospital under construction. After the completion of our property has a pull effect. How does Uncle Lu plan to reprogram? I'm going to arrange the Emerald Garden development and Scenery Village vertically to form a body with more city, the hospital and little snow." Lu Jun said with a few moments of complacency. He thought long and hard about this scenario. In this way, the grade of the property can be upgraded a lot. "No." Wu Tian shook his head and retorted. "Since this is the case, the light of the building is much worse, the visual effect is greatly discounted, and the floor area ratio is significantly reduced. But I still think, Uncle Lu, what is that swamp in front of the Emerald Garden for?" Without waiting for Lu Jun to finish, Wu Tian could not help but open his mouth to interrupt. It's abandoned swampland, formed for historical reasons, but it's all soft mud with springs in the ground, and the city specifically prohibits the development of property on it. So can we buy it? Ha! Lu Jun froze slightly, seemingly startled by this. What's the point of buying a piece of wasteland? What would be the impact if there was an additional park near our property? Then the value of our property can be. Lu Jun did not finish his sentence. His eyes suddenly lit up. You mean to build the abandoned swamp into a park? Right. Wu Tian nodded and pointed at the swampy land and said, let's buy the swampy land and the barren mountain across the street. Build a super high-rise building on the right side of the barren mountain to form a landmark of the far city, and build villas on the left side of the barren mountain. How about it? Good. Great. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun couldn't help but clap his hands and analyzed. Building properties and villas around the park. This can raise the properties up several notches. No, what I mean is to develop this place into the new center of Far City. Wu Tian pointed at a few dilapidated factory buildings in the distance. By the factory buildings, and when we have the money we'll develop the place into a specialty commercial street, and form a business, residential, and entertainment complex at that time. Good boy. Your ambition is really not ordinary. Lu Jun stretched out his thumb and praised loudly. This kind of ambition and vision, even he couldn't help but secretly cry out. I didn't realize that this kid was going to use a piece of abandoned swampland to build a park to pull in property, and I didn't realize that this kid was buying the plant to develop a business. Once the park is built, it is sure to attract more developers to build properties. When the development of the area is mature, the plant that is the core area, then the development of special commercial street that is perfect. Use the park to drive commercial housing development, and after gathering enough foot traffic, develop commercial in the residential core. Lu Jun seems to see a new city in the Far City being born in front of him. I'm just making a suggestion. It's up to you, Uncle Lu, to do the specifics. Wu Tian also bloated over his sudden thought. Along these lines, there's a lot of money to be made, whether it's in commercial real estate or developing commercial. If it's done right, the priority now is to buy these plots of land. These wastelands and mountains are not worth much. It won't cost much to buy these plots of land. I'll go and do it now. Lu Jun said he would do it and arranged for his men to split up. In order not to draw attention from the outside world, he had two companies set up. One company to buy swampy land in barren mountains, and another company to specialize in acquiring those factories. The marshes and barren hills are abandoned parcels of land that wouldn't be worth much if purchased now, but those factories are worth a lot of money, more than the Emerald Park lot if you buy them all. With Lu's group's current situation, it could only buy the factory by taking out a loan, which was considered a big deal in the Far City. 151 businessman, busy most of the day. Lu Jun, to arrange these things, cheerfully said to Wu Tian, good boy, you not only brain is good, see the problem is also visionary. Not only solved the Emerald Garden and the scenery of the village's predicament, but also let that piece of barren mountain into a golden goosebumps. No surprise, the profit has more than 50 points. Those few factories are the big head. The long-term value is incalculable. Wu Tian raised his head to look far into the distance. The smile on his face was extremely wide. How did you come up with such a great idea? I also have a feeling. Wu Tian retracted his gaze and said with a smile, when I used to live here, I dreamed of having a park and a pedestrian street, which is the common expectation of all the people of Scenery Village. Honestly, it's a shame that a talent like you isn't in real estate. Real estate is so lucrative and risky that I'm still more interested in physical investments. People have their own aspirations. I won't force them. Lu Jun patted Wu Tian's shoulder and spoke. I'll take care of this side of things. You'll just wait to count your money when the time comes. I'm afraid that a lot of money is needed to build parks and super high-rise buildings in the early stages. How does this Uncle Lu intend to solve it? I plan to do it in 4 phases. Lu Jun thought about it for a while and said back very seriously. In the first phase, we will first use our money to develop the Emerald Garden and the Scenic Village, and then utilize this property to take out a loan to build a park. And then what? The second phase, when the park is built, sell the Jade Garden property at a high price to cash out, then use the money to build a super high-rise. The third phase, use the super high-rise loan to build villas while selling the super high-rise to pay back the previous loan. And the fourth phase will begin to engage in the commercial street. Uncle Lu is really great, making plans so quickly. These are the most basic things of real estate. Compared to your visionary program, it's a world of difference. Lu Jun expressed his admiration and appreciation for Wu Tian between the lines. By the way, Uncle Lu, I came to find you this time because I want you to introduce a few bigwigs in the business world to help finance our company's new project. What new program? Cell phone operating systems. There's a lot of competition for this kind of program. It burns too much money, and the profit cycle is too long for the average person to invest in it. I know. Wu Tian nodded his head and said in a firm tone, since I have decided to do something, I will not give up easily even if it is a great difficulty. It's good for young people to have this intrusion. Let's do it this way. I just happen to have an appointment with the old president of Huafeng Group. I'll introduce you guys to each other. Thank you, Uncle Lu. No need to be polite between us. Let's go. Lu Jun made a pleased gesture and took the lead in the BMW. Then said, the owner of Huafeng Group is named Zhao Changfeng, a big man in the business community of Luzhou, a famous investor who has invested in nearly 100 projects. And if you can get him to invest in your company's projects, then you are not far from success. I'll do my best. Wu Tian forced a smile. This time it is very difficult to pull investment for the project. Right now we can only go all out and do our best. Led by Lu Jun, the two arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel. Walking into the elevator, Wu Tian ran into a familiar girl. The girl was dressed in a one-step skirt suit from the hotel, tied in a ponytail defense, looking fresh trickle embroidery, with the slightest hint of Hatsuko's fresh aroma. Are you Cheng Yuan? After staring at the girl for half a day, Wu Genius couldn't help but try to ask. Right. Cheng Yuan first nodded, then stared in disbelief. I don't seem to know you. How do you know my name? You are a student of the University of Technology, right? We met when we enrolled. Wu Tian explained with a smile. On the day of enrollment, Cheng Yuan was the most beautiful girl among the freshmen, so fresh and elegant that one look would make people fall in love with her. That was why Wu Tian had a deep impression of this girl, and after seeing that one side, it was deeply engraved into his mind. Sorry, I forgot about you. Cheng Yuan smiled awkwardly, a few apologies hidden on her face. It was fine if she didn't smile, but this smile of hers was even more charming. Even Wu Tian was infected by such a clean smile and shrugged indifferently. It's fine. Actually, we don't know each other well. We just chatted in the freshman group. Freshman group? Right. So what's your screen name? Tin. Yikes. Cheng Yuan covered her mouth and exclaimed, your brother Tian? Yes, I'm Tin. The same Tian who rewarded me $500,000 for my new book? Yes. I didn't expect to see you here. Thank you so much. Cheng Yuan was moved to tears and bowed deeply towards Wu Tian to express that gratitude in her heart. She didn't remember the boy in front of her, but at the mention of Tian, that was something that made her look unusually excited. She wrote a cold book online. The effect of the new book period was terrible. It was Tian who rewarded $500,000, so that she managed to kill the new book list. Since then, her book's numbers have gotten better and better, dominating the charts for a long time and completely exceeding expectations. No need to be polite. Wu Tian waved his hand atmospherically and couldn't help but be concerned. How's that book of yours doing lately? I've been catching up on the updates before because I've been really busy lately and I haven't had time to read, so I'm going to wait until I have some free time later. The book is getting a lot of traffic right now, and it's been selling pretty well since it hit the shelves. That's good. I've seen the potential in that book of yours for a long time, and it's only natural that it would produce results. Brother Tian, my book is thanks to you. If you didn't reward me so much money to get me on the list, I'm afraid my book would have been buried long ago. It's you who made me find the confidence to keep going. Thank you. Cheng Yuan once again bowed deeply to express her gratitude. To her, Wu Tian was simply her savior, helping her find the confidence to continue creating. I just thought your book looked good. You're welcome for the lift. I've long wanted to find a chance to thank you, and I didn't expect to run into you here by such a coincidence. Cheng Yuan was a bit incoherent with excitement. $500,000 was just a small amount of money to Wu Tian, but to Cheng Yuan it was a great favor. Without the $500,000, she would have given up on that book long ago and her life wouldn't be what it is now. By the way, why are you here? I work here as a waitress. By all accounts, that book of yours sold well, so you shouldn't be short of money now. So why are you working here as a waitress? I came over to work part-time. Cheng Yuan stroked the hair at the corner of her ear and explained with a smile. After writing the book, I came out to experience life, so that I can make the characters inside the book more realistic. I didn't realize you were trying so hard. You helped me and gave me a chance. If I don't go for it myself, then I'll be failing you. Cheng Yuan always had a smile on her face. While this was happening, the elevator stopped at the 6th floor. After the elevator doors opened, Wu Tian smiled and said to Cheng Yuan, I'm here to talk about something. We'll talk again sometime. Well, bye. Cheng Yuan had some more things to say, but seeing that Wu Tian was very busy, she had to leave it at that. 152 Project Finance. After saying goodbye to Cheng Yuan, Wu Tian followed Uncle Lu to a private room where the two of them chatted, mainly about things related to Zhao Changfeng. It didn't take long for the door to the private room to be pushed open, only to see a balding middle-aged man walk in, his temples a little graying. Don't look at the man in his early 50s, the aura emanating from his body is very intriguing, and he looks like the kind of big brother who has been in a high position for a long time. As soon as he entered, Lu Jun hurriedly got up to welcome him, smiling curtly, Boss Xiao, it's an honor to have you. There was no need to think to know that the bald man in front of him was Zhao Changfeng, the chairman of Huafeng Group. Mr. Lu, I've kept you waiting. Zhao Changfeng revealed a hint of a strong but not impolite smile. Even with a smile on his face, he still managed to radiate an oppressive aura, raising his hands and feet to give people pressure. It hasn't been a long wait. We just arrived as well. After Lu Jun said this, he pointed at Wu Tian behind him and introduced. This is Tianmu technology investor Wu Tian. He is a good friend with me. Boss Zhao, I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you. Wu Tian rushed forward to shake hands with Zhao Changfeng and greet him. Young and promising. Not bad. Zhao Changfeng smiled faintly and just reached out for a symbolic handshake. Lu Jun was worried about the cold scene and hurriedly reached out and made a gesture of invitation. Boss Zhao, please take a seat. All sit down. Zhao Changfeng said this and directly walked over to sit at the main guest's seat. Lu Jun and Wu Tian took their seats in turn. After being seated, Lu Jun pushed the menu over and smiled as he fawned. Boss Zhao, I heard you like Cantonese food? I don't care. Just watch and order. Zhao Changfeng waved his hand atmospherically, not even looking at the menu. Well then, I've ordered the specialties here. I hope Boss Zhao likes them. Don't make such a fuss. Just be casual. Yes, yes, yes. After Lu Jun answered, he hurriedly picked up the teapot and poured Zhao Changfeng a cup of tea. Boss Zhao, please drink tea. Yes. Zhao Changfeng picked up the teacup and took a sip of the tea, nodding his head with satisfaction. Not bad. This is my favorite alpine cloud mist tea. Knowing that Boss Zhao likes high mountain yunwu, this is the authentic handmade tea I asked someone to bring from Anbei. Boss Lu, you really have a heart. Zhao Changfeng sipped a few mouthfuls of tea and smiled. Don't worry, Changlong's several ratios of investment will arrive soon. Thanks, Boss Zhao. It's nothing between us for mutual benefit. Right, there is a new investment at hand. I wonder if Boss Zhao is interested. After some warming up, Lu Jun took the initiative to introduce the main topic. The main reason for bringing Wu Tian here tonight was to help him finance his project and tide over this difficult situation at hand. Tell me. Zhao Changfeng shook his sleeves and leaned his body back in his chair. Lu Jun didn't rush to mention the new project, but instead asked in an aside. I wonder if Boss Zhao has heard of the God of War game that's been very popular lately? Of course I've heard of it. My son dropped tens of millions on this game. What does Boss Zhao think of this game? From an investor's point of view, this is not a game. It is simply a money-grabbing magic. Very powerful. Mentioning this game, Zhao Changfeng cannot help but feel emotional. My son never played games before, but this game makes him addicted. The key is to spend tens of millions of dollars. He still feels quite happy. So, Boss Zhao thinks the God of War game is a success? Of course, this game can capture the psychology and weaknesses of the tycoons and make them willingly drop money into it. And the psychological control of the rich second generation is simply to the extreme. Thank you Boss Zhao for giving such a high recognition. Lu Jun grinned and pointed at Wu Tian beside him. Actually, this game was developed under the leadership of Wu Tian. Him? Zhao Changfeng's eyes lit up, his focused and serious gaze scrutinizing Wu Tian as if he was admiring an antique. Before, when he saw Wu Tian he just casually glanced at him for a few moments, but now it was completely different. His gaze was deep and frightening. After staring at Wu Tian and scrutinizing him for half a day, Zhao Changfeng couldn't help but boast. Good boy, so young to develop such a lucrative game. What a wizard. It was previously in the back of my mind to wonder who developed such a money-sucking game. It was getting the answer that left him in awe. I didn't expect this kid in front of me to have this kind of mind and vision at such a young age. It's really admirable. I don't dare to say that. There are still a lot of places that I need to learn from my seniors. Wu Tian humbly laughed. The words just fell. Lu Jun rushed to the side of the fork in the road. Before I thought this kid is crooked. Good luck to develop such a lucrative game. And then realized that this kid is unique vision. Invested in several projects or earning over. Oh, what other projects has little Wu invested in? Zhao Changfeng was aroused and asked with all curiosity. The catering that I had previously disliked and dumped was bought by this kid and turned out to be a huge profit. Yes? He took over a live streaming company that was on the verge of closing down and is now making an equally big profit. Lu Jun wanted to use this to raise Wu Tian's value and gain Boss Zhao's trust. Not bad. All walks of life can be played for profit. Zhao Changfeng was now looking at Wu Tian with even more enthusiasm. It was as if he had found a diamond in the rough on the trash heap. And he couldn't help but want to pick it up and play with it. Boss Zhao, Xiao Wu has recently created a new project, just suffering from a lack of money, otherwise it would have been a big profit. After making a big detour, Lu Jun returned to the topic. Zhao Changfeng instantly became interested and asked anxiously, tell me quickly, what's the project? Yes, Lu Jun words to the mouth and swallowed back. Ancient fiddling metaphysical road, this is the project that Xiao Wu came up with. Or let him tell you. Little Wu, tell me quickly. What exactly is this project? Zhao Changfeng landed his gaze on Wu Tian again. After Lu Jun's so many mouthfuls of patting, He had now grown a keen interest in the new program. It's like this. Wu Tian brewed a bit and spoke back. Our company spent half a year developing a cell phone system. Cell phone system? Right. It's too much investment, too much competition, too long a return cycle, and it's not a good idea to do it in China. As soon as he heard that it was a cell phone system, Zhao Changfeng looked like he was poured with cold water, and his passion instantly dropped to the freezing point. The future is the mobile era. The system is a cell phone platform. If you can make the domestic system, you can grasp tens of billions of embrace, generate hundreds of billions of profits and participate in international competition. Young man, I have to admit that you are very ambitious, but have you ever thought about how much you will lose if you fail? Sometimes too many concerns shackle our self-confidence and ambition. If we are afraid of failure, where is the success? You have passion and ambition, but with your few words, you can't impress me at all. Zhao Changfeng shrugged his shoulders, and the look on his face became even more odd. Wu Tian did not say anything, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. This smile made Zhao Changfeng a bit puzzled, and he wondered, young man, what are you smiling about? 153, looking for trouble? Actually, Boss Zhao is very interested in this project. He just wants me to find a reason to convince you. Am I right? The smile on Wu Tian's face intensified. After just half an hour together, he seemed to have seen through Zhao Changfeng's heart. These so-called big bosses are not short of money. They like to take risks and make any high-risk investments, but they don't take risks fearlessly, and before they do something, they have to find a reason why it's worth the risk. You're not deeply involved in the world. I didn't expect to have a mindset of handling things that is seriously at odds with your peers. It's really rare. Zhao Changfeng couldn't help but secretly admire him. This young man in front of me is really different. Just half an hour of contact, can see through his mind, really has a superiority. I'm flattered. Wu Tian couldn't help but gloat. It seems that those family handling scriptures he read earlier were of great use in teaching him how to get along with the big boys. Then what method are you going to use to convince me to invest in you? Zhao Changfeng waited for an answer with an urgent face. Since I am asking you to invest in the project, I am of course speaking with the project. Wu Tian took out the information prepared in advance from his bag and handed it over. This is the detailed program of the new system. You'll understand it as soon as you read it. Let's see. Zhao Changfeng took the information and opened the file inside, realizing that it was all sketches. Looking over the sketches, I realized it was like a slideshow. There's no specialized knowledge in there. It's all basic stuff that the average person can understand at a glance. After reading the new system to resolve the antipathy, Zhao Changfeng pondered for a few seconds and looked up at Wu Tian. I have to admit, your company is indeed all-talented. This system was built by our company in half a year, and it has basically been completed. What's missing now is perfecting the ecology. Wu Tian said calmly while gesturing. This is equivalent to the fact that the wasteland has been reclaimed, and now we need to have people plant a complete variety of crops on it and grow these in an orderly manner, and then finally market their fruits. That's an apt analogy. Everything is ready now. As long as we have money we can make the land full of plants and sell the fruits. Wu Tian made a very straightforward analogy. It's boring to talk directly about the system, and switching to this vivid analogy resonates more with people. You can hold the company or just invest in a single project, and you'll get the lion's share of the profits. But there's one thing, you can't be directly involved in the operation of the company or the project. Good. I've decided to invest in this project. After deep thought, Zhao Changfeng made a decision right away. He had carefully considered that the project of the cell phone system was risky, but it was also very profitable. Do it, he can definitely become a giant in the Chinese technology sector. Fame, lying down to make money, and then also participate in international competition. Even if it doesn't work out, the big deal is losing money. For him, there was no shortage of money right now. He had more money in his hand than he could spend in several lifetimes, and he liked to make these kinds of risky investments. Winners and losers. This is equivalent to a big gamble. Win is to earn a lot of money. More importantly, can make a name for themselves in China. The loss is naturally serious if he loses, but it's not so bad that he can afford to lose all this money. Boss Zhao, this kind of investment can easily amount to billions of dollars. I hope you can think it through. Wu Tian kindly reminded. I've thought it over. I'm sure your kid isn't a light, Zhao Changfeng said half-jokingly. The reason why I dare to invest this time is also because of Wu Tian's personal ability. Don't look at the boy's young age. All aspects of the tribe down. Mentality, temperament, ambition, and vision were all much stronger than those of his age, and there were even some aspects that even he was inferior to. Thank you Boss Zhao for trusting me. If Boss Zhao thinks about it, let's make an appointment to draw up a contract. Some other time then, you can meet me at my office. Good. Wu Tian raised his teacup and smiled. Boss Zhao, I hope we can work together happily. Have fun working together. Zhao Changfeng clinked his cup and took most of a sip of the tea in it. At that moment, the waiters walked into the private room with the dishes, not realizing that one of the waiters was none other than Chen Yuan. After seeing Wu Tian, she looked surprised, and after a slight freeze, she smiled sweetly at Wu Tian as a greeting. On the contrary, it was Zhao Changfeng who was next to him, and after seeing Chen Yuan, the look in his eyes was obviously a bit odd. When several waiters finished serving the food and were ready to leave, Zhao Changfeng pointed at Chen Yuan and ordered, "You, stay." Yes, several other waiters exited the private room. Chen Yuan stayed alone in the private room and asked with a smile, "This guest, may I ask what your order is? Come over and drink with me." Zhao Changfeng patted the spot beside him and said in an irresistible tone, "I'm sorry, I'm only responsible for serving the guests, not accompanying them." Chen Yuan politely refused. It was mostly for Tian's sake that she forced a smile on her face and wore it, not wanting to offend Tian's friend. Pop! Zhao Changfeng took out his gold card and slapped it on the table, and said with great wealth, "Stay with me for a day, and this $5 million in the card is yours." The waitress resembles his first girlfriend, and that's what makes his heart skip a beat. "I'm sorry, I'm not the kind of girl you think I am." The smile on Chen Yuan's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by anger. "I didn't realize that the other party was going to take money for her, which was a naked insult. I don't need to know what kind of girl you are. All you need to know is that you're the girl I'm looking at." Zhao Changfeng got up and slowly approached Chen Yuan. "Boss Zhao." At the critical moment, Wu Tian got up and blocked in front of Chen Yuan, smilingly relieving himself. "This girl is my friend. I hope that for my sake, you don't get on her bad side." "A friend of yours? Right. Since she's your friend, let her come over and keep me company, for any amount of money." Zhao Changfeng was determined to have Chen Yuan as his companion. There are plenty of women around, of all shapes and sizes, and a man like him is never short of women. But it's been a long time since he's met a woman who can make his heart flutter, and the girl in front of him reminds him of his first girlfriend, which is why he's bent on having this girl as his companion. Yuan, she is not that kind of girl. Even if she is poor or suffering, she will not sell her body for money. I hope Boss Zhao can let her off the hook. Wu Tian persuaded in a very euphemistic tone. "I'm partial to her today." Zhao Changfeng was still energized and said to Wu Tian, "There is an additional clause attached to our cooperation. If you can't get this girl to accompany me, the cooperation between us will be cancelled." "Boss Zhao, this is no fun." The smile on Wu Tian's face gradually disappeared and his face became ugly. "Wu Tian, you don't have a choice now. If you want to cooperate, hurry up and let that girl come over to accompany me. If Boss Zhao has to use this as a condition, it's fine if we don't cooperate." After Wu Tian said this, he pulled Chen Yuan and turned to leave. To be honest, Zhao Changfeng's character made him feel very disappointed, and it was better not to cooperate with such a person. 154. The two cannot be reconciled. "Stop." Zhao Changfeng's old face sank, and he reminded in a cold voice, "If I don't invest, your homemade system won't do at all. Even if you don't invest, I will still go find a better investor." Wu Tian shot back without showing any weakness. "Think about it, no one but me is going to burn you. I've considered it very clearly. Even if the system doesn't make it, I won't do business with my friend's body." Wu Tian's tone was very strong and there was no room for negotiation. He would never trade Chen Yuan's body for project financing. After saying this, he pulled Chen Yuan and prepared to leave. Pop! Zhao Changfeng seemed to be annoyed and slapped the table fiercely, threatening, "Wu Tian, if you dare to leave the private room with that girl today, you are an enemy of me." Zhao Changfeng, "So what? Make an enemy of me, and I'll do whatever it takes for you to be destroyed." Zhao Changfeng bared his teeth and said viciously. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone of voice, and this time he had been completely enraged, his anger hidden. "Boss Zhao, I know you're rich and powerful, but I, Wu Tian, am not intimidated either." Wu Tian shot back without showing any weakness, and was not cowed by the other party's status. "Is it worth it to go against me for a woman? I only do what I think is right. No one can sway that." After Wu Tian said this, he pulled Chen Yuan and walked resolutely towards the outside of the private room. Before walking out of the private room, he also heard Zhao Changfeng growling behind him. "Wu Tian, I, Zhao Changfeng, am incompatible with you." Wu Tian did not respond, but just pulled Chen Yuan away at a fast pace, walking out of the private room a long way before stopping. "Brother Tian, thank you." Chen Yuan retracted her arm and bowed deeply to express her gratitude. She had heard the conversation in the booth earlier. The boy in front of her is willing to give up a negotiated business deal to protect her, at the risk of feuding with a business tycoon. To be honest, she also didn't expect Brother Tian to protect her so much. Her heart was incredibly touched and she didn't even know how to express her gratitude. "It's nothing, don't take it to heart." Wu Tian pursed his lips and comforted in a flat tone. Just after saying this, he saw Lu Jun huffing and puffing as he chased out. As soon as he came over, he scolded in a serious tone, "Xiao Tian, you are really too impulsive." It was hard to negotiate this cooperation, but it ended up fizzling out. Zhao Changfeng's character is no good, so let's not have this kind of cooperation. Wu Tian shrugged indifferently. Do you know how much it would cost your company to lose this partnership? I know. Then you. Alas. The words Lu Jun wanted to say finally turned into a deep sigh and said worriedly, not only did you lose your cooperation this time, but at the same time you also offended Boss Zhao and planted the root of trouble for yourself. Offended is offended. It doesn't matter. Zhao Changfeng is vindictive. You have just offended him, and will definitely spare no effort to bring you down. I am worried. Uncle Lu, don't worry about me. Wu Tian wiped his handsome hairstyle and said confidently, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, water comes and earth covers. I don't believe he can do anything to me. He has money and power. His energy is beyond your imagination. If he really moves, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight. Lu Jun still couldn't help but worry secretly. Big deal. Lu Jun was so angry that he didn't even know what to say, raised his head and glanced at Chen Yuan, lowered his voice and said to Wu Tian, it is said that a red face is a curse. It is really not worth it for a woman. I'm not doing it for women. I'm doing it for justice. I do things from my heart. If I do things without a conscience, it's useless to make more money. What you said makes sense. Lu Jun nodded approvingly, and the words he wanted to say were finally scratched into size once again as he instructed. Then take care of yourself. I'll go back first. With those words, he threw his hands behind his back and headed for the elevator. Seeing Lu Jun walking away, Chen Yuan tried to ask in a low voice, Brother Tian, did I cause a big trouble for you this time? This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't be too concerned. Wu Tian smiled and comforted. But you lost big business and offended the big boss just to help me. I tore my face off with Zhao Changfeng for the sake of justice and conscience, and had I known that he was this kind of person, I shouldn't have wasted my time talking to him about cooperation. But, okay. Wu Tian knew that this girl still had lumps in her heart and took the initiative to diverge from the topic. Let's not talk about this. Find a place. I'll treat you to dinner. You've helped me so much. It's better if I treat you. Chen Yuan put her hands behind her back with an extremely sweet smile on her face. Good. Then let's go. Wu Tian made a gesture of invitation after saying this. Chen Yuan smiled gently and took the lead in the direction of the elevator. The two went to a nearby Chinese restaurant and started chatting after ordering a few dishes. Brother Tian, what kind of business are you in? Chen Yuan couldn't help but be curious and try to inquire. Invested in a tech company that was recently working on a mobile operating system. Wow, so powerful. As soon as she heard about such a high-end thing, Chen Yuan was immediately impressed with Wu Tian. The operating system is only completing the initial architecture. It's still far from being a success, and it needs to be financed by someone. I'm sorry, if I hadn't shown up, your financing would have been successful. At the mention of financing, Chen Yuan once again showed an apologetic face. Why are you talking about this again? Seeing her in such a depressed mood, Wu Tian took the initiative to digress. Right, tell me about you. How did you come to write novels? It started out as a total hobby, writing with other people for fun, and then when I realized I could make money, I put more energy into my novel. You're so pretty, you can obviously rely on your face to eat, but you still work so hard. It's amazing. Wu Tian couldn't help but extend his thumb in praise. How am I as pretty as you say I am? Very beautiful indeed, with perfect temperament, looks, complexion, and figure. You should be the most beautiful female author of all time. Am I that pretty? Chen Yuan felt a little embarrassed as she ran her hand over her face. Yes, he. Chen Yuan laughed beautifully. Just as the waitresses brought the dishes to the table in turn, Wu Tian asked for a bottle of beer and asked Chen Yuan, do you drink? Why do you boys like to let girls drink? Chen Yuan blinked her two big eyes and asked back with a smile. I didn't mean that. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly and explained. I was just asking politely. I'm not drinking. You drink. Aha! Wu Tian nodded. So he didn't say anything more and poured full of wine and drank it beautifully. Just as the two were halfway through their meal, a couple of straggly boys burst into the restaurant and walked straight to their table. The three punks approached the Wu Tian duo and blatantly yelled, Kid, someone asked us to teach you a lesson. Zhao Changfeng sent you guys, right? Without even thinking, Wu Tian knew that these three punks were sent by Zhao Changfeng. 155 unexpected attacks. Where's all the bull asterisk. After the three gangsters roared this, they carried their fists and were ready to strike. Frightened, Chen Yuan let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly reminded Wu Tian. Quick, we'd better run. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I can handle it. Wu Tian got up and shielded Chen Yuan behind him, soothing him with a gentle tone. But, Chun Yuan still couldn't hide the fear and uneasiness in her heart. After all, the other party had too many hands, and if the three gangsters were together, Wu Tian's small body would definitely not be an opponent. What if it gets broken? But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Wu Tian. Trust me, it will be fine. Oh, seeing such a confident gaze from Wu Tian, Chun Yuan didn't say anything more, but just huddled behind with a fearful face, secretly nervous in her heart. Kid, watch the fight. The three punks raised their fists and pounced on Wu Tian with open teeth and claws, savage like a few mad cows. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and saw a few people approaching before he grabbed the bottle on the table and smashed it hard. Boo! With a muffled sound, one of the punk's head was directly opened, and blood was pouring out, quickly coloring his face red. The other two punks froze slightly and pounced even more ferociously. Wu Tian hurriedly pushed the table beside him over, separating the two punks, and then leapt forward. His right hand propped up on the table in a quick horizontal sweep, easily kicking one of the punks out. After resolving this punk, Wu Tian didn't make any pause. His body quickly slid down, drilled out from under the table, and diabolically kicked at the third punk. This kick just hit the gangster's knee area. The gangster in a scream, directly kneeling on the ground. Half a day cannot climb up. Seeing this scene in front of her, Chun Yuan had long been dumbstruck. She didn't expect Wu Tian's body seemed weak, but he fought so fiercely, and in 3 punches and 2 kicks, he knocked over 3 punks. Previously, he had always thought that Tian was just a rich big boss, but at this moment, he realized that the boy was not only rich, but his body was also tough and scary. This fight just now had completely subverted her seriousness towards Tian, and her eyes were filled with admiration and surprise. Get out! Wu Tian kicked the punk and impatiently yelled, "Get out of here and don't let me see you guys again." Without saying a word, the 3 punks got up from the ground in a state of disarray and walked towards the outside of the restaurant in a grayish manner. At this moment, there was no more previous arrogance and dominance. This moment became like a grandson, looking at Wu Tian's eyes full of fear. The 3 of them probably didn't even dream that the seemingly weak and foolish boy in front of them was so incredibly strong. Go tell Zhao Changfeng. Before the few punks went out, Wu Tian coldly spoke. Tell him to stop looking for trouble from me. After all, I'm not one to be messed with. The 3 punks didn't reply and walked out of the restaurant scared less, fleeing the place as fast as they could. It wasn't until the punks walked away that Wu Genius fished out a few bills from his pocket and handed them to the restaurant owner. Sorry for breaking your stuff. This is to compensate you for the damage. It's fine. It's fine. The restaurant owner was about to go ballistic, but when he saw that Wu Tian was shelling out so much money, he was beaming with joy inside. MS. Chang, let's go. With the restaurant in such a mess, there was no way the meal could be eaten anymore, so Wu Tian could only take Chun Yuan and leave the restaurant. It was only when she walked out of the restaurant that Chun Yuan couldn't help but adore. Brother Tian, I didn't expect you to be so deep in hiding and so skilled. I've been strengthening my body and practicing martial arts recently, and the results are quite good. Wu Tian scratched his head and explained with a smile. You're such a strong fighter and such a nice person. Any girl in the future would be really lucky if she could marry you. Don't praise me. I'll be proud. Wu Tian pursed his lips and digressed. Let's go. I'll take you home first. Good. Chun Yuan answered and then followed Wu Tian towards the opposite side of the street. Her heart as happy as if she had eaten honey. After sending Chun Yuan home first, Wu Tian then returned to his residence. When I got home, I opened Chun Yuan's novel, which I hadn't read for a long time, and found that it had been updated with more than 100,000 words. Solely, I cuddled up to my phone and watched in fascination. The storyline of this book has ups and downs, and the characters are so full and emotional that it's a little overwhelming. It's still all engrossing and evocative until I've read all the words of the update. I really can't believe that a girl in her mid-20s can write such an emotional story. It's such a rich experience. After reading the novel, he went to take a shower, and then dug into his study to learn about his expertise in economics and management. When he read the book until very late, Long Yun sent over a bowl of brain-awakening soup, and without saying anything, he exited the study again. Study until late. The next day after getting up, Wu Tian did not go anywhere. The first time to rush to the school class, worrying that if he misses class again, Mr. Mu will come to the house to find him again, and then it will not be good to deliver. Luckily, Mr. Mu didn't say much this time, just looked at him meaningfully for a few moments and started the class. The first 2 sessions were both Mr. Mu's classes. After the 3rd class, I suddenly received a call from Li Mu. Boss Wu, it's bad. Something's happened. What's going on? Wu Tian's brows tightened as he hurriedly asked after him in a sharp voice into his cell phone. Our new system has been hacked and is semi-paralyzed. How come? 2 hackers from different regions are launching attacks on our system and the situation is very bad. Our new system, It hasn't been officially launched yet. How could we encounter hackers? Wu Tian couldn't help but mutter secretly to himself. The new system hasn't officially gone live yet and poses no threat to competitors, who have no need to find hackers to attack. After a little contemplation, Wu Tian's eyes brightened slightly and he said to himself, could it be that he is behind this? The first thing that came to mind was even Zhao Changfeng. Yesterday in Shangri-La offended Zhao Changfeng. With his vindictive character, he will definitely find someone to secretly do blackmail. It's just that I didn't expect Zhao Changfeng to be so despicable as to look for hackers to attack the new system, trying to make this new project of theirs die before it was even launched. I've asked the technicians to return to the reconnaissance and lock the other party's IP. I believe we'll soon be able to find out who's behind it. Good. Wu Tian nodded approvingly and once again said into his cell phone, have all the technicians in the company go all out to maintain our new system. Never let the system be destroyed by hackers. Don't worry about this. It's not that easy to destroy our new system. After all, we're not vegetarians either. Li Mu's tone clearly carried a bit of confidence. Those technicians that the company has raised have real skills and are able to function in critical moments and stand alone for the company. This incident is a wake-up call for us. Although the system is important, cybersecurity should not be ignored. It seems that we need to make a new set of security for the system as a barrier. Well then, once this fiasco is over, make a set of security for the new system. Good then, when you find out who's behind this, notify me at the first opportunity. After Wu Tian said this, he directly hung up his cell phone. 156. A grudge. Wu Tian had already guessed the mastermind behind the scene, and it was 80% Zhao Changfeng's doing. At the moment, it is only a guess. Not yet sure. Can only wait to find out the results and then make a decision. After answering the phone, the class continued, and after the fourth class, Li Mu once again put in a call. When Wu Tian picked up the phone, he asked urgently into the cell phone, have you found out the black hand behind the scene? Who is hacking our system? Both hacker zips are from the Huafeng group. It's really him. The result was the same as what Wu Tian had guessed. It was really Zhao Changfeng who had someone behind his back. I just don't understand. We have no grudges with the Huafeng group. Why are they hacking our system? On the other end of the phone, Li Mu couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. It was me who had a conflict with Zhao Changfeng yesterday, so the old man took the opportunity to retaliate. What's the situation? Yesterday afternoon, I was looking for Zhao Changfeng to finance, but I ended up falling out over a woman. Wu Tian briefly recounted what happened in the hotel yesterday. After listening to the narrative, Li Mu immediately expressed his support. Boss Wu, you're right. You can't violate your conscience for the sake of business. Looks like you're thinking what I'm thinking, but I'm afraid we'll be in trouble if we offend Zhao Changfeng. After all, the Huafeng group is very powerful. You don't need to worry about these things. I will find a way to smooth things out. Just take care of the company. Wu Tian said this and hung up his cell phone. After making the call, he missed class and left the classroom. With this situation at hand, the hacking had to be dealt with, or there was no point in taking classes here. Sneaking around and just slipping out of the classroom, he ended up running into Mu Ran. As soon as he saw this woman, Wu Tian's heart secretly cried out that it was not good, and he had the feeling of stealing something and being caught in a man's bag. Wu student. Mu Ran's face slumped and he asked with a teacher's demeanor, what do you want to go sneaking around for if you're not in the classroom? I have a stomachache and want to go to the restroom. Wu Tian hurriedly found an excuse to lie, but how could he fool Mr. Mu with this lie, and immediately broke him down. Don't think I don't know. You're trying to sneak out and miss class, right? For a while, Wu Tian's face became uglier than a bitter melon. Mu was a veteran, and it didn't look like it would be that easy to muddle through from her. Wu, you have previously written me a pledge that you won't miss class in the future. Why do you want to miss class again? Mu Ran exasperatedly reprimanded with a stern face. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, I was wrong. Wu Tian hurriedly apologized and explained. There is something urgent in the company that I need to deal with. You're a student now. Even if there's a big deal, you have to put your studies first. Hurry up and go to class. What? Doesn't my talking work? No. Wu Tian hurriedly waved his hand. Then his tone changed. By the way, Mr. Mu, you had severe menstrual cramps in my house last time. Are you better? Cough. Mu Ran coughed twice dryly. At the mention of this matter, her face became unusually embarrassed, and she instructed in a low voice. Student Wu, didn't I tell you? Don't mention what happened last time again. She didn't want her classmates to know about that time she spent the night at Wu Tian's house, and it would be harmful to her reputation and honor if it got out. Mu rested at my house for a night because of menstrual cramps. We didn't do anything shameful between us, so what are you afraid of? Wu Tian intentionally raised his voice, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't hear him. Shoo! Mu Ran made a silent gesture and twisted his head to look around. confirming that no one was around before tugging Wu Tian's sleeve and walking to the corner. Taking a stand, he criticized, "Wu student, last time we agreed that that matter should not be mentioned again. Why are you still talking about it?" For her, a topic like spending the night at a student's house was very sensitive, and she wouldn't be able to face it if it got out. "I'm sorry, Teacher Mu, my mouth is a bit out of control today. I'm afraid that I'll go back to the classroom and talk nonsense again." Wu Tian put on a well-behaved appearance. Cootie. It was also obvious that he was deliberately threatening Mr. Mu. "You," Mu Ran gasped, the corner of her mouth twitching hard. "Wu student, what exactly do you want? I really regret that I spent the night at Wu Tian's house last time, but instead I was held by this kid, and now it's really troublesome. My company has some urgent matters. I want to take half a day off. I hope teacher will approve." Wu Tian smiled and pleaded. "What if I don't say yes? If my classmates knew that Mr. Mu had spent the night at my house, they would definitely think wildly, and maybe even twist the truth. Are you threatening me? Don't dare." "You," Mu ran angry, gnashing teeth, "but take this kid has no way. Finally had to compromise. Forget it, I'll grant you leave." "Thank you, Teacher Mu." Wu Tian thanked him and then left the place with quick steps, leaving Teacher Mu to sulk alone. This brat, getting bolder and bolder. Mu Ran cursed under his breath and turned around to enter the classroom. After Wu Tian left the school, he asked Uncle Fu Gue to send him to Huafeng Group. He wanted to talk to Zhao Changfeng again. There was no deep hatred in the first place, and he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Huafeng Group is worthy of being a large company. The office building is majestic and magnificent, like a bare eagle standing on Changfeng Street. Wu Tian entered the lobby of Huafeng Group and was stopped by the security guards and the receptionist, and it took him a lot of effort to finally meet Zhao Changfeng in the chairman's office. Zhao Changfeng sat behind his desk in a domineering manner, holding a white porcelain teacup in his hand, his eyes sharp and chilling. "Boss Zhao," Wu Tian shouted without being humble and said expressionlessly, "calling you Boss Zhao is because you're older than me. It's a mutual respect between people. Speak up, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Zhao Changfeng took a sip of tea and narrowed his eyes as he sized up Wu Tian. "I am looking for you this time because I want to reconcile with you." Wu Tian took 2 steps closer and said in a gentle tone, "It's not advisable to settle an enmity. I hope that each of us will put aside our grudges and treat each other honestly." "So, you're afraid?" The corners of Zhao Changfeng's mouth rose, a winning smile tickling his face. In his opinion, the kid in front of him was afraid to concede defeat and took the initiative to run to beg for peace. "I'm not afraid. I just don't think it's necessary. It won't do anyone any good if we fight to the death." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Changfeng threw back his head and let out a burst of maniacal laughter, laughing for a long time before he couldn't hold back his blow. "Young man, you're taking yourself too seriously. With my strength, it's easier to straighten you out than strangling an ant. I admit that your Huafeng Group is very strong, but I, Wu Tian, am not a soft persimmon and am not that easy to pinch. In my eyes, you're not even as good as a persimmon." Zhao Changfeng put down the teacup in his hand and smiled. "I just got someone to attack your system, and your company immediately went into a chicken fight. You're the chairman of the Huafeng Group. Don't you think it's out of character to use such nasty tactics? You're still too young." Zhao Changfeng shook his head with a bitter smile and said in a pressurized tone, "The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit, and the means don't matter." 157. "We'll go all the way. Do you really think that you can bring down our company with such tactics?" Wu Tian's tone was a few degrees colder. Originally, he came here with sincerity to reconcile, but the other party's attitude disappointed him. "This is just a little bit of my tricks." Zhao Changfeng slowly clenched his fists and grimaced. "I have 100 ways to screw you over. Boss Zhao, you are now trapping yourself in a walled city, always thinking that you are the most fluffy and ignoring others. It's not my turn to be lectured by you brats." Zhao Changfeng shook off his hand and yelled impatiently, "You're not welcome here. Please, Boss Zhao. Still, I hope we can reconcile." "Do you really want to reconcile with me?" "Right. That's simple. As long as you get that girl surnamed Cheng to accompany me, I'll settle with you." Zhao Changfeng clenched his teeth and bones and proposed such a condition. The two had fallen out before and it was because of Cheng Yuan. "I shouldn't have come to you." Wu Tian smiled contemptuously, extremely disappointed with Zhao Changfeng's face. "I didn't expect the old man to be dead set on getting Cheng Yuan even now. It's really shameless." "Good, then I'll change my conditions again." Zhao Changfeng changed his tone and then made a demand. "As long as you kneel down and apologize to me, I can let you go." This kid had made him lose face before, and now he needed to get it back in this way. "Let me kneel and die." Wu Tian decisively refused. Even if his head was under the knife he would not kneel. "Since you're so hard-headed, there's nothing more to say. So, Boss Zhao is determined to fight me?" "No, it's not me fighting you." Zhao Changfeng wiggled his fingers and said in a cold, stern tone, "It's me who stomps you down. In that case, then I will accompany you to the end. After Wu Tian said this, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the office. If he had known this, he shouldn't have come over to Zhao Changfeng. It looked like the old thing was already determined to bring him down, and there was no other way back but to rise to the occasion. Before walking out of the room, Zhao Changfeng's icy voice was heard. Kid, one day, I'm going to make you kneel on the ground and beg bitterly for me to let you live. This day will never come. Wu Tian dropped these words and left quickly without looking back. It looks like a fight with Zhao Changfeng is inevitable. Behind Zhao Changfeng was the Huafeng Group, a giant consortium that was more terrifying than any opponent he had encountered before. But he wasn't going to concede. Even if his opponent was as tough as he wasn't going to back down. Walking out of the company, he then fumbled for his cell phone and dialed Long Yun. After the call was made, Long Yun's mechanical voice was heard coming from the phone. Young master, what are your orders? Ever heard of the Huafeng Group? Wu Tian did not rush to answer, but asked into his cell phone. I've heard of it, one of the top 10 consortiums in Luzhou. Its industries are spread all over the city, and it has a lot of monopolized assets. With the power of our Wu family, how long would it take to exterminate the Huafeng Group? Long Yun's voice paused for a few seconds and couldn't help but ask, young master, why do you want to destroy the Huafeng Group? When you encounter a wild beast in the deep mountains that wants to eat you, you either get eaten by the beast or kill the beast. Wu Tian gave this euphemistic explanation. About the grudge between him and Zhao Changfeng was not explicitly stated, but only used this analogy to illustrate the current situation between him and Huafeng Group. The Huafeng Group is a large consortium. With our Wu family's strength and power, it would take 3 days to exterminate them. Long Yun spoke back coldly. Good, then you go and make arrangements. I want to make the Huafeng Group disappear in Luzhou. This is a matter of great importance, and I need to consult the old man. And Grandpa's permission? Right, forget it then. Wu Tian thought for a while and made a decisive decision. The Huafeng Group doesn't need the family to step in. I'll figure out a way to smooth things out on my own. Every time you encounter a roadblock, you let the family take care of it. And in doing so you're sure to make Grandpa look down on you. He decided to personally deal with Zhao Changfeng and the Huafeng Group this time, not relying on his family's power, so that it would be a kind of exercise in growth for him. Young master, do you really want to fight against the Huafeng Group with your personal power? Long Yun had a few hidden concerns in his tone. Right, young master, it's not that I'm underestimating you. With your current strength against the Huafeng Group, it's like hitting a stone with an egg. Huafeng Group is like a boulder. I can't break it alone, but I can find a lever to cock it up. Wu Tian made such an analogy. But, alright, you don't have to care about this matter. Wu Tian said this and directly hung up his cell phone. After making this call, he turned to dial Li Mu's phone and instructed into his cell phone. Have someone investigate the details of Huafeng Group and Zhao Changfeng. The more detailed the better. Hanging up the phone, he wandered blindly up and down the street. It looked calm, but inside, it was actually a little agitated. He also only just grew up. In the business world, hair is not complete. The first time to personal strength with this kind of giant struggle, it is inevitable not to feel panicked. It definitely won't work if you go head to head. You have to find a shortcut and find a way to beat your opponent from the side. Just as he was thinking about the Huafeng Group's affairs and secretly agonizing, he ended up accidentally colliding with a girl. The girl, dressed fashionably in a super short skirt, was knocked over and almost fell over. I'm sorry, are you alright? Wu Tian hurriedly reached out to hold the girl's arm and hurriedly opened his mouth to apologize. Don't touch me. The short-skirted girl impatiently pushed Wu Tian away, glaring at him and cursing in exasperation. Why don't you walk without eyes? Are your eyes blind? Can you speak properly? Wu Tian bumped into someone knowing that he was at a disadvantage and had already taken the initiative to apologize. But he didn't expect this hairy girl in front of him to open her mouth to curse. She was already in a bad mood, and when she was scolded by this girl, she was immediately on fire. This young lady just doesn't speak properly, so she scolded you for being blind. What's wrong with that? The short-skirted girl instead became even more flamboyant. This kind of girl, at a glance, is even spoiled and spoiled. That's right, I am blind. After Wu Tian said this, he once again slammed towards the girl's chest. Intend to give this girl a little lesson. See if she still dares to be so arrogant and bossy in the future. Ah, hiss. The short-skirted girl covered her chest in pain and sucked in several breaths of cool air, and tears almost rolled out of her eyes. It hurt for a while before she hissed like a frenzied tigress. Little bastard, how dare you bump into me? Sorry, I'm blind and can't see anything. After Wu Tian said this, he once again slammed towards the girl's chest. Ah! The young girl screamed in pain and couldn't stop the tears from rolling down her face. The pain of having a part of your body hit twice in a row is unfathomable to the average person. She forced herself to endure the severe pain and huffed and growled. Bastard, you clearly hit me on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm really blind. After Wu Tian said this, he was ready to crash over again. 158. Where did you get this young lady? The short-skirted girl covered her body in fear and retreated back and forth, and at the same time, she couldn't help but threaten. Bastard! How dare you bump into me and take advantage of me? Do you know who I am? I don't know. For your information, I'm the first lady of the Huang family, Huang Shanshan. Who cares what kind of big miss you are? Just don't mess with me. Wu Tian tilted his head and laughed, strutting and preparing to leave. To be honest, he had seen a lot of bratty and bossy young ladies like this, who were born lacking in upbringing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You bumped into this lady and still want to go? Huang Shanshan crossed her arms and ran over to block in front of Wu Tian with a huff. He had never been bullied like this before, and naturally he couldn't let it go after being hit in that area by the asshole kid this time. Is it hard to believe that you still want to keep me overnight? Wu Tian playfully teased. You. Huang Shanshan was so angry that the corners of her mouth twitched for half a day before she cursed out. You're a dead scoundrel and a stinking rascal. Too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Get out of the way. Wu Tian waved his hand impatiently, not wanting to continue pestering with this girl. I won't allow it. Get out of the way. This young lady just won't allow it. Huang Shanshan crossed her arms and blocked the front, with an expression that she wouldn't let the road go to death. Really not allowed? Death won't allow it. Then don't blame me for not being polite. After Wu Tian said this, he directly picked up Huang Shanshan from the ground. Frightened Huang Shanshan shouted, both hands desperately slapping Wu Tian's shoulders. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Animal, beast, pervert, what do you want? Quickly, let go of me. I think you're wet trash. Wu Tian walked over with Huang Shanshan in his arms and threw her inside the yellow trash can. A pungent stench swept through the air, barely missing the man. Vomit. After a bout of dry heaving, Huang Shanshan yelled at the top of her lungs. Bastard, quickly fish this lady out. I see that you look like garbage just for staying inside a garbage can. Wu Tian clapped his hands and turned around to leave quickly. After walking a long way you can still hear Huang Shanshan's curses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asshole, this lady and you are irreconcilable. This lady must kill you. Wu Tian turned a deaf ear to this kind of scolding and walked towards the opposite side of the street with big strides, leaving Huang Shanshan in the trash can being smoked and vomiting. Walking along the street all the way, I walked for about 50 minutes before I reached home. Remembering that Uncle Fu Gue was still waiting at Huafeng Group, I rushed to make a phone call. After returning home, Wu Tian didn't go anywhere and nestled alone in his study to read. When he finished reading an economics book, he looked up and realized that Long Yun was standing not far from him. The woman was like a log, so motionless that those who didn't know thought she was a statue. Wu Tian put down the books in his hands and couldn't help but be curious. Secretary Long, when did you come in? 10 minutes ago. Long Yun's face was expressionless as he faintly replied back. Why are you like a wood also not pitchier? Wu Tian patted his chest. Ban jokingly said, luckily it's daytime. If it's nighttime, this young master has to be scared to death by you alive. Young master gets scared too? What kind of person wouldn't be scared? Young master dares to fight against the Huafeng Group. This kind of boldness is not something that ordinary people can compare to. The expression on Long Yun's face was still cold and arrogant. Wu Tian seemed to have heard the implication. Are you mocking this young man, thinking that I am deliberately trying to show off? Don't dare. Remember your identity. You are just my secretary. Remember to knock on the door in the future and don't just enter my room without my permission. Wu Tian ordered with his young master's demeanor. Yes, by the way, what is it that you wanted to see me about? I still think it's too risky. With young master's current strength, it's not enough to fight against Huafeng Group. This young man has his own way. I need to report this matter to the old master. After all, it's a big deal. I'll call the old master now. After Long Yun said this, she turned around and walked towards the outside of the study. Wait! Wu Tian's eyes darted around a few times, hurriedly called Long Yun and instructed, just call Grandpa in the study. Put him on speakerphone. Young master is going to eavesdrop on me talking to the old man? Where's all this nonsense? Just pretend I don't exist and hurry up and fight. Wu Tian mainly wanted to hear his grandfather's opinion on this matter. Yes, after Long Yun answered, she fished out her cell phone and dialed Wu Jihe in front of Wu Tian and turned on the speakerphone. When the phone was connected, Wu Jihe's impatient voice came from inside. What's the matter? Just say it, Mr. Wu. The young master is going to fight against the Huafeng Group this time, but he only wants to rely on his own strength and doesn't want to use his family's power. Long Yun narrated concisely into the phone. The caller was immersed for a few seconds before Wu Jihe's voice came out. That kid is now stiff-winged, wanting to break away from the family's embrace and fly to higher ground. Mr. Wu, I'm calling to ask your opinion. Since the brat wants to deal with the Huafeng Group on his own, let him do it. Huafeng Group is one of the top 10 consortia in Luzhou. Its strength cannot be underestimated. With young master's current personal strength, I'm afraid that he can't fight Huafeng Group at all. Long Yun voiced the hidden worries in his heart into the phone. It's good that the kid dares to challenge. I believe in him. On the other end of the phone, Wu Jiha's tone carried a few moments of relief. But, alright, Wu Jiha interrupted impatiently and said in a deep voice, let Xiao Tian do it first, and if he can't handle it well, then we'll step in to help him. After these words, Wu Ji and his cell phone hung up. Long Yun froze for a few seconds as she looked at her cell phone and slowly looked up at Wu Tian. You heard everything the old man said? It looks like Grandpa still trusts me. After listening to that call from Grandpa just now, Wu Tian couldn't help but feel secretly happy. But I'm still worried about. Wait. Wu Tian sized up Long Yun with that scrutinizing gaze and couldn't help but be skeptical. Secretary Long, you care so much about this young man. Are you in love with him? Young master is overthinking. Long Yun was embarrassed and said coldly, I'll go out first. With those words, she turned and walked quickly away. Hey, Wu Tian still wanted to speak. Looking at Long Yun's departing back, the words he wanted to say could only be swallowed back. Wasn't that joke a little too much just now? Should we go apologize to Secretary Long? Forget it, he was at least a young master. Apologizing to the secretary was out of character. Let him be angry. Just as he was about to continue reading, his cell phone rang with an email from Li Mu. The content of the email is detailed information about Zhao Changfeng and Huafeng Group, including the company's manpower, finance, structure and Zhao Changfeng's personal privacy and other aspects of detailed information. Wu Tian opened the email and carefully read the content of the email while thinking about how to deal with Zhao Changfeng. After deep thought, Wu Tian quickly saw the brokenness of Huafeng Group from within this information. The statements reveal that the company's finances are clearly in trouble, and it looks like there is tax evasion. 159 Know yourself and know your enemy. Wu Tian through the hands of this information found the existence of tax evasion Huafeng Group. If you can find the basis, but also able to drink a pot of them. But Huafeng Group was a big company after all. It wasn't that easy to investigate them, and I was afraid that Wu Tian couldn't do it with his current personal strength. What should we do now? After thinking hard for a long time, suddenly a bright light came to his eyes and he opened that information in the mail again. Through Zhao Changfeng's personal privacy can be found. The old man in the shopping mall made a lot of enemies. One of the rivals named Zhang Dehua is the boss of Jinhua Group. From this information can be seen, Zhang Dehua and Zhao Changfeng is a deadly rival. The two in the business world fight to the death. After reading this information, the corners of Wu Tian's mouth rose, revealing a few smug smiles. Lend a hand. With Wu Tian's own strength, he definitely couldn't fight Zhao Changfeng. But if we borrowed this power of Zhao Changfeng's enemy to deal with him, we would be able to get twice the result with half the effort. That's right, he was planning to use Zhang Dahua's power to deal with Zhao Changfeng, so it would be much easier. After making this decision, he got up and left the study, ready to find Long Yun to help investigate Zhang Dahua's information. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you will win 100 battles. And if you want to cooperate with Zhang Dahua, you must first find out the reality of this person. Secretary Long lived in a room not far from him, and walking over to find the door unlocked, he pushed it straight through and barged in. As soon as I walked in the door, I was dumbfounded. I only saw that Long Yun had just finished her bath and was changing into her pajamas in her room, and at this time, she had already removed her bath towel, and her pajamas had not yet had the time to put them on. The perfect body was on full display, hot and extremely piercing. Anyway, Wu Tian was looking dumbfounded. Long Yun carried a nightgown before she had time to wear it. She saw Wu Tian barging in, let out a cry of shock, hurriedly grabbed the bath towel to wrap her body, her pretty face instantly scarlet and hot. Young master, why did you barge in without knocking? Long Yun gritted her teeth and chided with some anger. He had actually locked the door, except that there was something wrong with the lock, and sometimes it could be opened from the outside. It was just that she didn't expect the young master to barge into the room all of a sudden, and in the past, the young master never took the initiative to enter her room. I am the young master. What door to knock on? Wu Tian had a few moments of dominance as he tilted his head and did not act like he had done anything wrong. He was at least a young master. A young master should act like a young master. Even if he did something wrong, he couldn't admit defeat. But you looked at my body. Long Yun was ashamed and angry. The thought of being shown her body by the young master made her feel resentful. This was the first time she had been shown her body by a man, and it was her own young master, so it was embarrassing to think about it. So what? Is it possible that you still want to gouge out this young man's eyeballs? Wu Tian asked back with a strong tone. I don't dare. Long Yun gritted his teeth for half a day and finally could only weakly spit out two words. What else can you do when you've been shown your body by the young master? You can only recognize your own bad luck. After all, this was her own young master, not to mention looking at her body. Even if she scourged her, she could only swallow the bitter fruit. Secretary Long, why don't you lock the door when you change clothes? Wu Tian's tone softened a few points. After all, he was the one who was at fault first. Looking at Secretary Long's body, he couldn't be so forceful all the time. The door lock is broken. That's not my fault. It's your door lock. Yes. Get someone to fix it someday. Good. Long Yun glanced up at Wu Tian and opened her mouth to ask, young master is looking for me this late. Is there something wrong? I came over here to ask you to investigate Jiang Dahua of Jinhua Group. I need his details. The more detailed the better. The reason why Wu Tian gave this small matter to Long Yun was because he felt that this woman was very efficient in her work. Why are you investigating Jiang Dahua? Don't ask why. Just do whatever you're assigned to do. Yes, the faster the better. Wu Tian said this and turned around to leave the room. Phew! Long Yun secretly let out a breath and walked over to unlock the door of the room, once again removing the bath towel on her body and preparing to put on a nightgown. He had just taken off the bath towel, only to have the door of the room pushed open again, only to see Wu Tian return to the room once again. Frightened, she hurriedly picked up the bath towel and wrapped it around her body in a panic, chiding softly, young master, why didn't you knock again? It was really unexpected that the young master had gone and returned, once again barging into the room and seeing her body once more. Just like that, she was taken advantage of by the young master twice for nothing. There's something I forgot to say to you. Wu Tian scratched his head with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. What's the word? You have an awesome body and your skin is as watery as jade. Very good. Wu Tian stretched out his thumbs and praised a few times, closing the door of the room once again and leaving in quick steps. Long Yun's head was full of black lines, gazing at the door of the room with a stupid look on her face, not even knowing what to say, only that her cheeks were getting redder and redder. Just convinced the young master to run back just to say this painless nonsense. She now even suspected that the young master returned just to peek at her body again. It looked like she'd have to get someone to fix the door to her room soon. She didn't want this awkwardness to keep happening. Worried that the young master would return again, she simply got under the covers and began to change her pajamas, her heart thumping wildly. This night, Wu Tian didn't sleep much, lying alone on the bed tossing and turning, each thinking about his own thoughts. Wu Tian was secretly distressed. He really didn't expect his grandfather to find such a hot body and perfect face woman for him as a secretary. Ever since he had seen Secretary Long's perfect body, he had felt itchy inside, and his entire body was inexplicably a little agitated. I didn't drift off to sleep until after 3 a.m. He was awakened early the next morning by a sharp knock on the door, put on the clothes and pants and walk over to open the door of the room, and saw Long Yun standing outside the door in formal wear, without the shyness of last night, and resumed the previous days of high coldness. Young master, why are your eyes so dark? Long Yun slightly stared with a puzzled frown. Wu Tian rubbed his eyes and complained, the dark circles on this young man's face are all thanks to you. What does this have to do with me? This young man was so excited to see your perfect body last night that he stayed up all night. Long Yun blushed in embarrassment. I had almost forgotten about last night's events, and after hearing this, my cheeks blushed once again. The young master had really gotten the better of her, looking at her body and taking advantage of her, but in the end, he was still looking for trouble from her. Wu Tian scratched his head in embarrassment and couldn't help but ask, this early in the morning, looking for me for something? This is Jiang Dahua's information. Long Yun took out a piece of information from her bag and handed it over. So fast? Wu Tian was doubly surprised to receive the information. He had already known that Secretary Long was very efficient, but he just didn't expect it to be so amazingly fast, and he got things done in one night. Rushing to receive the information, he opened it and smiled with great satisfaction. Not bad, good job. Does the young master have any other orders? It's fine, you can have a good rest. After Wu Tian said this, he held the information and walked towards the outside, and after a few steps he suddenly turned back. Secretary Long, I think you wear jeans to emphasize your figure the most. 160. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At the mention of the word figure, Long Yun seemed to have thought of something, and her cheeks once again became red and hot, her expression unusually awkward. It always felt like the young master was deliberately molesting her, or maybe it was just her illusion, but on second thought, even if the young master was really molesting her, it didn't seem like a big deal. As long as the young master didn't do anything excessive to her, everything was acceptable. Through this recent period of time together, it was found that the young master's character was not bad, so he should not have that kind of excessive demands on her. Returning to his senses, he realized that the young master had left the room long ago. When Wu Tian left home, he asked Uncle Fu Gue to give him a ride to Jinhua Group. He intended to find Jiang Dahua to discuss the matter and join forces to deal with Zhao Chanfeng. It's really not easy to see this so-called big company boss came to Jinhua Group only to be blocked by the secretary, saying that you have to make an appointment in advance. Wu Tian ended up taking advantage of the secretary's inattention and forced his way into the chairman's office. In the office sat a middle-aged man, in his 40s, already looking a little pale, clearly a sign of energy and physical exhaustion. This was the director of Jinhua Group, Changjiang Dehua, who saw an uninvited guest barging into the office and immediately scolded his secretary. "What's going on?" The secretary, frightened with cold sweat on her forehead, explained with trepidation. "I didn't let this gentleman in, but he had to come in, and I couldn't stop him. So what did he want with me? I don't know. Forget it, you go down first." Zhang Dehai impatiently waved his hand and instructed his secretary. "Yes." The secretary wiped a cold sweat from her forehead and obediently exited the room. Before leaving, she couldn't help but give Wu Tian a hard stare. Like this kind of thick-skinned boy, she had never encountered him before. After the secretary left, Zhang Dehai leaned his body back in his chair and asked in a deep voice with a stance, "You broke into my office. What's the matter?" "Boss Jiang, I've come to find you for an important cooperation." After Wu Tian said this, he fished out his business card from his pocket and handed it over. After receiving the pasta sheet and looking at it for a few moments, Zhang Dehua once again looked up at Wu Tian. "You are the owner of Tenmu Technology Company? Right. Say, what's it to me? I want to work with you. A small company like yours is not qualified to cooperate with us." Zhang Dehua waved his hand impatiently, not putting the owner of a small tech company like Wu Tian in his eyes at all. Compared with Jinhua Group, Tianmu Technology is very small in size, which is like the difference between an elephant and an ant. "Don't rush to deny it first. Wait for me to finish my words first." Wu Tian acted quite calmly, with a faint smile on his face since the beginning. "Well, I'd like to see what you have to say. I've heard that your Jinhua Group is in competition with the Huafeng Group, and you and Zhao Changfeng are mortal enemies. So what, Zhang Dong, are you dreaming of screwing Zhao Changfeng? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Zhang Dong should understand the truth that the enemy of an enemy is a friend. I probably heard it." Zhang Dehai leaned his body on the chair and spoke faintly. "You have a grudge against Zhao Changfeng, so you want to use my hand to destroy Zhao Changfeng. Zhang Dong deserves to be smart. You're a kid who's pretty good at what he wants to do." See the smile. Wu Tian pursed his lips and said unabashedly, "Zhao Changfeng wants to bring me down, and I can't fight Zhao Changfeng with my strength, so that's why I found you, hoping that we'll unite to fight against Zhao together. I have my own way of dealing with Zhao Changfeng. I don't need to join forces with you." Zhang Dehua nonchalantly refused. With the strength of his Jinhua Group, he didn't need to cooperate with a small boss of a technology company. "Zhang Dong, I think you understand more than anyone else that there is not much difference between the strength of your Jinhua Group and Changfeng Group. No one can destroy anyone, but if you add a small weight, the ending is very different. You kid better stay wherever you are. I won't cooperate with you." Zhang Dehua finished saying this and reached out his hand to make a please gesture. "Take care." "Not yet." Wu Tian did not intend to leave, but slowly paced to the desk. "I suggest that Zhang Dong reconsider. Don't think about it, just go. I heard that Zhang Dong has been going to Shiyuan a lot lately." "What do you mean?" "I mean, Zhang Dong went to Shiyuan. Your wife should not know." "You?" Zhang Dehua frowned slightly for a few moments, his tone becoming grave. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "Then I'll say it plainly. Zhang Dong hid a woman behind his wife's back in Shiyuan, named Lu Mei, who got pregnant and had an abortion not long ago. Am I right?" "Kid, how dare you secretly investigate me?" Zhang Dahua's body trembled with anger, his entire body filled with rage. "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. What the hell do you boys want? There's no other meaning. I just want to work well with Dong Zhang and seek great things together." The smile on Wu Tian's face slowly swept away like ripples. "Are you trying to threaten me?" "Sort of. Kid, you should know what happens when you go against me. As I said, I don't want to be your enemy. I only want to be partners with you." Wu Tian slowly straightened his body and said with a sincere face, "There is no benefit for me to be enemies with you." "You?" Zhang Dehua originally wanted to get mad, but he quickly suppressed his anger and coldly asked, "Do you really want to join me in dealing with Zhao Changfeng?" "Sure, that old fox Zhao Changfeng is not easy to deal with. This I know, but I have discovered a financial breach in the Huafeng Group." Wu Tian said here and took out a few details and laid them on the table. After Zhang Dehua read the information, he immediately brightened up. "Kid, how did you find out all this? Our company has a lot of elites. It's not at all difficult to hack into other companies' financial systems," Wu Tian said with a complacent look. Regarding Huafeng Group's financial statements, this is what Li Mu brought a few brothers from the company to figure out yesterday. Zhao Changfeng could let hackers hack his own company's system, so he could let his own company's technicians hack into Huafeng's financial system. You know, Li Mu spend high salaries to raise those technicians is not a dry rice. In this aspect of the ability is amazing. Good boy. It seems that I have underestimated you. Zhang Dehua couldn't help but be impressed with Wu Tian. This kid can get to the Huafeng Group financial blackmail. It seems that it is not oil lamp. Must not be underestimated. through this financial statement, what breakage can you see? Wu Tian pointed at the information and asked Zhang Dahua with a smile. There is obviously tax evasion in their company. Zhang Dahua was as shrewd as he was, and with a glance, he could see the cattiness of Huafeng Group. Then what are Zhang Dong's plans? I've long since sent someone to work as an undercover agent in the Huafeng Group. I'll have him report on the Huafeng Group right now. I want Huafeng and Zhao Changfeng to be completely finished. Zhang Dahua finished saying this and hurriedly fumbled for his cell phone to make a call. 161. After the first phone call, followed by Zhang Dahua felt out his cell phone to make the second and third phone calls, one after another to the tax and industry and commerce friends call. The only reason for making these calls is to make the tracing go smoothly, so as not to be hampered, and then return to no avail. This is not over. Zhang Dahua fourth phone call to the Public Security and Discipline Inspection. Let them collaborative linkage, so that Huafeng Group cannot find any retreat. Then he made a fifth call. This time it was a call to the company's public relations manager, asking the manager to arrange for the major news media to prepare for the exposure of the Huafeng Group. This time used all the relationship that can be used, is to make Huafeng Group completely collapsed. Let Zhao Changfeng from then on fell Luzhou business world. Zhang Dong is worthy of being an old man. His methods are really old and skillful. Watching Zhang Dahua finish his phone call, Wu Genius couldn't help but praise him. Actually, I've long wanted to exterminate Zhao Changfeng, only that I've never found a loophole. Zhang Dahua smiled sinisterly and said triumphantly, thanks to you discovering the loopholes in the Huafeng Group. If nothing goes wrong, Huafeng Group will have a major crisis, and even Zhao Changfeng will be investigated. The smile at the corner of Wu Tian's mouth grew stronger. Let's go, little brother. Come with me to Huafeng Group to watch the show. Zhang Dahua finished saying this and took the lead towards the outside of the office. Wu Tian followed closely behind and followed out. The two arrived at Huafeng Group and found that the entrance to the company was already crowded with staff from the Procuratorate and Taxation. On top of that, there were many media reporters who were frantically taking photos and reporting, and passers-by were pointing. Zhao Changfeng was soon seen being taken out of the company by two uniformed prosecutors, and many reporters gathered around to try to interview him. With law enforcement officers in the way, Zhao Changfeng was led towards the official vehicle. Zhang Daihua walked over to greet the law enforcement officer. Director Huang, what's the situation here? He was asking a question knowingly. He was the one manipulating behind the scenes per se, and had to ask such a question on purpose, just to cover his ears. We received a report from the public that the Huafeng Group was cheating on taxes and we brought the company's legal person, Zhao Changfeng, to investigate in accordance with the law. Director Huang explained in a serious tone. I see. Zhao Changfeng nodded in understanding and tried to ask, can I have a word with Boss Zhao? Sorry, don't interfere with our law enforcement. Director Huang said so with his mouth, but he winked at the officers who were seizing the detainees. The two staff members immediately understood and pushed Zhao Changfeng in front of Zhang Dahua, their heads twisted to the side. Boss Zhao, are you alright? Zhang Dahua pretended to be heartbroken and concerned, but the corners of his mouth were tinged with a gloating smile. He and Zhao Changfeng were arch rivals, fighting to the death in the business world, or the first time they conversed in a tone as relaxed as this. You're behind all of this. Zhao Changfeng gritted his teeth and questioned in a low voice. His current appearance was practically cannibalistic. Zhang Dahua put on an innocent expression. Boss Zhao mustn't wrong a good person. How did you find out? Zhao Changfeng brought his head over and hissed in a soft, inaudible voice. The company's accounts had always been secretive, and he had done his homework in this area, so it was unlikely that there would be any problems, but he never dreamed that this time he would be found broken by Zhang Dahua. Until now, I haven't figured out how Zhang Dahua could have discovered the loopholes in the company's finances. This is also thanks to a friend, Zhang Dahua said and pushed Wu Tian behind him. It was this friend who helped me with important information. Wu Tian? Zhao Changfeng was shocked. Never dreamed that it was Wu Tian the kid who discovered the company's financial loopholes, but he still couldn't figure it out and couldn't help but question in a low voice. Kid, how did you find out? Boss Zhao, you should have heard of an eye for an eye. Wu Tian came closer with a smile and whispered, you used to hack our company's new system before, so I'll use to hack your company's financial system. Our company is full of talents. It's not much difficult to open the backdoor with technology. You brat is truly despicable. Zhao Changfeng's mouth trembled with anger, and his old face had twisted and distorted. This kind of despicable tactic was also taught to me by you. Wu Tian slightly sighed, and said with all helplessness, before, I sincerely looked for you to reconcile, but you were unwilling to do so, so I had no choice but to self-protect in this way. You. Zhao Changfeng's face was furious, and only after a long time did he ask, did you find Zhang Dahua to deal with me? That's right. Wu Tian nodded and explained with a smile, with my personal strength, I'm not a match for you at all, and even if I knew about the loopholes in your finances, I couldn't fight you, so I looked for Zhang Dong to help me. Shameless, Zhao Changfeng cursed in anger. Never have I seen a guy as shameless as Wu Tian, who had united his enemies to come together against him. For a small character like Wu Tian alone, even if there were 10 more he wouldn't put it in his eyes. However, when coupled with a business tycoon like Zhang Dahua, who united all forces against him, the situation would immediately have to be extremely bad. I'm afraid this time he'll be doomed and never be able to recover. Boss Zhao, originally we were able to become friends, or even partners, and you had to make me do something against my conscience. There's no other way. I can only choose to let you perish. Wu Tian slightly tilted his head, and his entire body erupted with an amazing aura. Ha ha ha. Zhao Changfeng suddenly tilted his head back and let out a burst of wild laughter. Only after the laughter did he lose his mind and mocked himself. I think I, Zhao Changfeng, have been wise all my life, but I actually lost to a brat like you. I'm really not willing to do it. Not willing to do it. He had never considered Wu Tian as an opponent before. In his opinion, this kid was not worth mentioning at all. After all, this kid was just the small boss of a tech company, and his strength and power were far from his. But what I did not expect is that the boy's brain is good, by way of an eye for an eye, to find out his company's financial loopholes. What was even more unexpected was that this kid could think of borrowing strength and using his powerful enemy against him. It was a combination of the two that killed him. You didn't lose to me, you lost to your own conscience. Wu Tian let out a light breath and admonished. Remember the saying, evil cannot defeat good. Zhao Changfeng didn't speak again, just glaring at Wu Tian with those deep and long eyes. At this moment he looked so weak and powerless. It was only at this point that he realized that he should never underestimate his opponent's strength just because he seemed soft. Your opponent can find your fatal weakness and hit you so hard that you don't have any chance of turning the tables. At this time, Director Huang of the Procuratorate instructed his subordinates, take Zhao Changfeng back for proper examination. Yes, the two staff members got the order and walked towards the car with Zhao Changfeng's arm on their left and right. Zhao Changfeng's eyes always fell on Wu Tian, and from the beginning to the end, he had a lifeless look, as if he had been pushed onto a guillotine. In fact, he still felt unwilling in his heart. If he lost in the hands of Zhang Dahua, who was equal to him in strength, he was convinced, but he ended up losing in the hands of a hairy kid, which was a bit hard for him to accept. 162, a strong team. After Zhao Changfeng was taken away, the scene gradually quieted down. Zhang Dahua stood in front of the Huafeng building and couldn't leave. Only after a long time did he turn his head to look at Wu Tian and asked with a smirk, what do you think will be the outcome of that old man surnamed Zhao? In my opinion, Zhao Changfeng is by no means just as simple as tax evasion and leakage. Along with other offenses, coupled with the suppression of your various forces, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for Zhao Changfeng to get off the hook. I didn't expect you to be so young and see things with such depth. Zhang Dahua nodded his head in recognition and said with a confident expression, I'm afraid the old man has a prison sentence this time. That depends on what you do next. Go, get in the car first. Zhang Dahua turned around and got into the BMW, and after getting in the car, he turned his head to Wu Tian and inquired, what do you think I'll do next? In my opinion, Zhang Dong will definitely go all out to suppress Zhao Changfeng's forces, blocking them from all aspects, and won't let Zhao Changfeng have any more chances to turn the tide. Wu Tian eyed the distance with a smile on his face. Not bad. Zhao Changfeng nodded appreciatively. He was now liking this young man in front of him more and more. He then fumbled for his cell phone and dialed a number, and instructed into it, use everything to block the Huafeng group, so that they will be caught in a huge crisis and be unable to care about Zhao Changfeng. After making this call, he couldn't help but say to Wu Tian, I believe it won't be long before the news of Zhao Changfeng's jail sentence will appear on the streets. As far as I know, Zhao Changfeng also has a not-so-small amount of power within his family in addition to his company's power. You mean his brother? Sure, you're right to remind me. It looks like you know Zhao Changfeng's situation very well. After Zhang Dahua said this, he dialed the phone again and arranged for someone to create trouble for Zhao Changfeng's brother. In this way, the forces around Zhao Changfeng were all tied up, and no one would help Zhao Changfeng when he couldn't take care of himself. As things stand, I think I should go. Wu Tian prepared to push the door and get out of the car. As a result, Zhang Dahua tugged on his arm and stopped him. It's been a pleasure working with you. Why don't we have dinner together and share the success of our labor? Good. Wu Tian nodded. Getting to know a business giant like Zhang Dahua would do him no harm, and would be conducive to broadening his network. There's a small restaurant across the street here that tastes good. Let's go eat there. Zhang Dahua said this, got out of the car and walked towards the opposite side of the street. Wu Tian followed closely behind him. The two of them went up the stairs to the second floor and walked into a very distinctive tapas restaurant and found a seat by the window. This is all Luzhou specialties. A few people casually ordered a few dishes and asked for 2 bottles of fruit wine. I didn't realize that a big boss like Zhang Dong would also come to a small place like this to eat. Wu Tian poured 2 glasses of fruit wine and pushed one of them over. I love this specialty snack. Come on, cheers. Jiang Daihua raised his glass and revealed an amiable smile. Celebrate our cooperation so perfectly. Cheers. Wu Tian raised his glass and clinked it. The two had gone from their initial saber rattling to such harmony in just over an hour. Young man, I appreciate you. You really are somewhat different. Jiang Daihua praised from the bottom of his heart. In the beginning, he despised Wu Tian from the bottom of his heart. He thought the same as Zhao Changfeng, thinking that Wu Tian was only the small boss of the technology company, and his status was far from him. But get along only to find that the young man in front of me is different from others, with an extraordinary temperament, and the brain is particularly smart and quick to respond. Jiang Dong is too kind to receive such an evaluation. Wu Tian was secretly pleased. You could say that, without you, it would have been impossible for me to bring down Zhao Changfeng. Jiang Daihua raised his glass once again. Come, I'll toast you with this one. Thank you, Dong Jiang. Wu Tian thanked him and then drank the fruit wine in his cup. It was the first time he'd ever had fruit wine, and instead of the potency of white wine and the purity of the drink, it was a bit of a misnomer. Pop. Jiang Dahua put down his glass and tried to ask. Now Zhao Changfeng is considered to have collapsed. In your place, what are you going to do next? Huafeng Group is a big piece of fat meat. If it were me, I would definitely find a way to eat it. Wu Tian did not hide his ambition and said with a smile. Huafeng Group is a giant. The thin camel is bigger than a horse. How easy is it to eat it? A big fat meat like Huafeng. If one person eats it, he will definitely die alive. You can find a way to scratch it and cut it into small pieces. Makes sense. I have to advise Jiang Dong that when it comes to fat meat like this, you only need to eat the fattest piece. You must not be greedy. Well said. Jiang Dahua slapped his thigh and said happily, with your mind and intelligence, you will become a great man in the future. Thank you. Wu Tian smiled faintly. It looked like this cooperation had completely won Jiang Dahua's favor and trust. The two ate and talked, and the meal lasted several hours, until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Daihua left in a hurry after answering the phone and left a phone number for Wu Tian before leaving. Wu Tian sat alone on the second floor of the restaurant, leaning his body back on the chair and just staring at the opposite side of the Huafeng mansion in silence. I didn't realize that such a giant company would just go down the drain and would become history after a short while. The one who destroyed Huafeng was not Wu Tian, nor Jiang Dahua, but Zhao Changfeng himself, and it was all his own doing. As the saying goes, you can't live with yourself. When Wu Tian left the restaurant, he found that the newspapers and media were reporting the latest news about Zhao Changfeng. From the newspaper news, Huafeng Group is suspected of tax evasion, misappropriation of public funds, granting bribes and other dozen of charges. The legal person Zhao Changfeng has been handed over to the judiciary to do further investigation and evidence collection. Such a large company can be a big deal, and the company's share price fell rapidly, evaporating hundreds of millions of dollars in a single day. Huafeng Group has experienced financial, business and PR crises one after another from its headquarters to its major companies. It was already bad enough, plus Jiang Dahua was manipulating behind the scenes, causing the entire Huafeng Group to be semi-paralyzed. Unsurprisingly, the Huafeng Group will fall. Just as he was staring at the newspaper out of his mind, he received a call from Li Mu, excitedly saying something about Huafeng Group and Zhao Changfeng. When he learned that Wu Tian was behind all of this, Li Mu simply admired Wu Tian. How fluffy is it that the owner of a small tech company can straighten out the bigwigs of the business community in Luzhou? After talking to Li Mu on the phone, Wu Tian returned to his residence with the newspaper. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Long Yan sitting on the sofa in the hall, holding a newspaper in his hand and was reading it seriously. After seeing Wu Tian, Long Yan put down the newspaper and exclaimed, I just learned that the Huafeng Group is in crisis and Zhao Changfeng has been sent to the judicial department for investigation. What's meant to be is always meant to be. Wu Tian walked to the seat opposite Long Yun and sat down, placing the newspaper on the coffee table. 163 lend a hand. It's you? Long Yun slightly stared up in disbelief. Young master is behind all of this? Sort of. Wu Tian nodded. Although the key person who brought down the Huafeng Group was Jiang Dahua, without him maneuvering around it, this matter would not have been possible at all. This result really surprised me. Long Yun's face evoked a pleased smile, quickly returning to indifference as she lamented. I didn't expect young master to really rely on his own strength to step on Zhao Changfeng and Huafeng Group, accomplishing a snake-eating elephant feat. Before, I thought it was impossible for the young master to step on the Huafeng Group, because a fight between the two is akin to egg on the face of a stone. She was even worried that a vicious fight between the two sides would bring danger to the young master. But the result surprised her. The young master really relied on his own strength to smooth out the Huafeng Group and put Zhao Changfeng in crisis. The young master was able to destroy Zhao Changfeng in such a short period of time. It was indeed very impressive. As it turns out, even without relying on my family's strength, I can still find a way to exterminate my enemy. Wu Tian had a few complacent laughs. Young master, I'm curious, how did you do it? I'm merely borrowing the power of Jiang Dahua to eliminate Zhao Changfeng. Wu Tian explains simply. That's okay? Sure, young master is really. Long Yun had an odd expression, and for a while, he didn't even know how to describe his own young master. This young master of hers was indeed smart, able to think of such a way to get the best of both worlds, without jeopardizing his own interests, but also easily exterminating his opponents. I have to admit that the young master does have something to offer. No matter how powerful the opponent is, they all have weaknesses, and by finding the opponent's fatal weakness to attack, one can get twice the result with half the effort. Wu Tian sighed as if he was talking to himself. Well, I'll tell the old master this news now. Long Yun finished saying this and got up to go back to her room. Wu Tian had wanted to follow him over to eavesdrop on Secretary Long's conversation with his grandfather, but he thought better of it. This time, he relied on his own strength to solve Zhao Changfeng and Huafeng group. I think Grandpa must be very pleased. After sitting in the living room and contemplating for a while, he got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower, after which he went to the study to read and study. Recently, I've been active in reading books, but I've been a bit deserted in practicing martial arts, and I was called up by Qinglong at 5 o'clock the next day to practice. Wasted a week. Obviously some regression. It seems that the practice of this kind of thing still need to persist day by day. Not a day cannot be wasted. He practiced until 8 o'clock when he went to the bathroom to take a shower. I had just gotten dressed when I got a call from Huanglan. Sister Erisher, can I help you? Wu Tian asked into his cell phone as soon as he picked up. Every time he received a call from Erisher, the first thing that came to mind was dinner. And every time this woman asked him to dinner, I ordered the dress for you. Come over and try it on. On the other end of the phone, Huanglan's tone was gentle and cordial, with the feeling of a big sister next door. What dress? Didn't I tell you before to wear a tuxedo when you go to my house? Wu Tian suddenly remembered that he had promised Sister Lan earlier that he would accompany her to the Huang family when he had time. I've been so busy the last few days that I forgot about it. Huanglan's unhappy voice came from the phone. Bad boy. You promised to accompany me back to the Huang family before. You won't forget about this, right? I really forgot about it. Wu Tian laughed awkwardly. Humph. All you know is picking up girls all day long, and you don't take sister's business to heart. Huanglan grumbled and commanded with a few strong words. I don't care. You have to accompany me back to the Huang family today. Okay, I'll stay with you. That's more like it. Hurry up and come to where I live to try on dresses. Okay, come over right away. Wu Tian hung up the phone and then asked Uncle Fu Gue to drive him to Huafu Sky City. Knowing that Sister Erisher lived on the 10th floor, room 2, she took the elevator straight to the 10th floor. When she came to the door of the second room, she found that it was unlocked, so she thought that Erisher must have left the door open for her on purpose. Not bothering to knock, he just pushed the door and walked in. This is the first time to come to Erisher's sister's residence. Enter the door to smell the pungent aroma mixed with the first sun of the warm fragrance. Let a person delirious. The room was tightly organized and spotless, and it looked like it had just been specially cleaned up. At that moment, Huanglan was wearing a more atmospheric long-striped nightgown and was making coffee in the kitchen. Here you are. Have a seat. Huanglan walked out from the kitchen with 2 cups of brewed coffee and handed one of them to Wu Tian. Here, try the coffee I made. It smells really good. Wu Tian couldn't help but praise it after taking a sip of the coffee. In fact, he had little interest in coffee, and his habitual compliments were merely to please Erisher. Then, do you think it's the coffee scent, or the sister scent? Huanglan deliberately twisted her body and seduced like a water snake. Wearing pajamas was already sexy, and with this sultry stance, it just made the blood rush. Coffee smells good, and Sister Erisher smells even better. Wu Tian curried a favor, but it was also his sincere words. He didn't feel the scent of coffee, but the scent of Arashi's body was mesmerizing. Erisher is a combination of flirtatious, pampered, and reserved, bringing out that seductive power of the little woman to the fullest. You kid has also learned to be oily. Huanglan put away her sultry face and opened her mouth to savor the coffee. I'm not telling lies. Erisher smells good, better than braised pork. Put. Upon hearing this, Huanglan spewed out all the coffee in her mouth, hurriedly wiping her mouth with paper and complaining. Brat, are you praising your sister, or are you damaging her? Complimenting you. Of course. You say sis is as fat as red meat? No, Erisher is fat but not greasy. Sister fat? Not fat. What I mean is that you are plump but not fat. Looking at you makes your mouth water. Wu Tian laughed nervously and explained. That's more like it. Huanglan slightly rolled her eyes and quickly put away her smile again, saying with a straight face, I had someone order a dress for you. Go in and try it on. With those words, she took the lead and headed for the bedroom. To be precise, it was her fitting room, which was stocked with a wide array of clothes of all colors. As soon as he entered the room, Wu Tian landed his eyes on a sexy little set of clothing, which was actually even a few small cords. He couldn't help but secretly wonder how he could wear it so thin. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to wear it on his body? What are you looking at? Huang Lan's pretty face reddened as she hurriedly sidestepped in front of that small piece of clothing, somewhat embarrassedly ranting. Don't look at the fact that she was usually big and unrestrained in front of Wu Tian, but in reality, she wasn't that open. At least being stared at by a boy's private clothing would also embarrass her, and she might even feel flushed. I just didn't realize that Sister Erasure likes to wear this. Wu Tian scratched his head, then realized that his gaze was too focused. It was just instinctive curiosity because I hadn't seen this before. I don't like this. It's hard to wear it once. After saying this, Huang Lan hid the small set of clothes. You still buy it if you don't like it? 164 customized dresses. I didn't buy this. It's a gift from a friend. Discussing this with the boys, Huang Lan's face was also a bit embarrassed. From the boyfriend. Wu Tian nodded in understanding. It must be a boyfriend to send something so private. A regular friend would definitely not send these. What are you thinking about? Huang Lan rolled her eyes fiercely and hurriedly explained. This was given to me by a female friend on my birthday, and it's been hanging here since I wore it only once. A female friend gave this to you? Right. That female friend of yours is a bit of a pervert. Okay, let's not talk about this. In order to dissolve the embarrassment, Huang Lan took the initiative to change the subject. This is a customized dress for you. Try it on quickly. With those words, he took the tuxedo off the hanger. Okay, I'll try. Wu Tian didn't think much about it and simply removed the set of clothes on his body. Huang Lan's eyes flickered slightly, staring at Wu Tian's sturdy and hard muscles rather surprised, not expecting this kid to look thin and weak with such a majestic figure. It was just that she didn't know that Wu Tian used to be really skinny and weak, and it was only under the recent powerful hammering that he had become so majestic and dominant as he was now. Ahem! Wu Tian was a little embarrassed by this stare from Sister Lan and hurriedly protected his body with his hands. Sister Lan, can you evade for a moment? Huang Lan was originally just surprised at Wu Tian's figure, and she blushed in embarrassment when these words came out. She didn't hold back though, and deliberately put on a big grin. It's not like sis hasn't seen it before, so hurry up and change your gift. Wu Tian also realized that his move was too petty. People Lan's sister all put fear. He a big old man afraid of what? Took the gown and put it on generously. Cool. Huang Lan sized up Wu Tian from top to bottom and couldn't help but quip. They say that people rely on their clothes and makeup and horses rely on their saddles. This is really not true at all. Changing into his gown, Wu Tian looked handsome and his temperament was 100 times more perfect than the gangly look he had before. Sister Lan, can you be more subtle? You're acting like you haven't seen a man in 800 years. Wu Tian couldn't help but make fun of it. Now that I'm getting better acquainted with Erasure, a little joke won't hurt. Sis is saying that the clothes are handsome. Sis is looking at the clothes, not you. Huang Lan shot back generously to diffuse the awkwardness of the moment. Thank you Erasure for ordering such a perfect dress for me. Here, change your pants too. Good. Wu Tian was about to change his pants when he suddenly thought of something else and kindly reminded. Sister Erasure, do you want to evade for a while? What's there to avoid? Change. Really not recusing yourself? Right. Then I can change. Wu Tian didn't care. He was a man, so it wasn't like he would suffer anyway. Just as he was about to change his pants, Huang Lan's pretty face blushed. I'll go out for a while, so take your time to change yourself. With those words, she quickly fled the small room. She said it didn't matter, but in fact, she still felt embarrassed inside. She didn't want to see something dirty that would make people blush. Hey! Wu Tian shook his head with a bitter smile and closed the door to his room before he changed his pants as well without any haste. This suit is really nice. It's almost like it was customized for him. Perfect to the point of impeccability. Although the gown fits well, dare not price is not low. Look at the workmanship, at least $100,000. Changing her gown and walking out of the room, she found that Erasure had also changed her clothes. She was now wearing a black slim-fitting dress, which was relatively simple. Let's go. Accompany me back to the Huang family. Huang Lan pulled the hair at the corner of her ear and took the lead as she walked outside. Wu Tian followed quickly and tried to ask, should I buy some gifts for your family? No need. It's not quite right to just show up empty-handed like that. Nothing inappropriate. Let's go. Huang Lan said this in a non-committal tone and walked inside the elevator with her long legs. Wu Tian froze slightly and quickly followed him in. To be honest, it always felt like Arashi's relationship with her family wasn't very harmonious, as if there was something in between. Tried a couple times to ask, but finally gave in. The two of them went downstairs and took a car to the Huang family residence in the East District. This kind of courtyard is different from the modern villa. It is a kind of anti-ancient garden-style architecture, combined with modern decoration. It looks a bit unorthodox. After getting off the bus, Huang Lan stood outside the main gate of the Baiyan. looking at the thick city wall with a particularly depressing mood. After fuming for 10 seconds or so, she took a step towards the inside of the alibi, her pace slow and heavy, giving the impression that she didn't want to go home. Anyone else would have been as happy as a sparrow to go home, only Arisher acted so moody. Inside the yard is also a garden structure, like a big garden with flowers, trees, pavilions, rockeries and small lakes. The building in the middle of the forest garden was magnificent, standing in the center like an eagle spreading its wings. This should be the main residence of the Huang family. The two made their way along the stone pathway and soon arrived in the hall of the main house. The halls are decorated with gilded splendor, instead of destroying the overall beauty of the landscape garden. Walking into the lobby, I saw a girl in a short skirt holding a bird cage and teasing the birds. Seeing this girl, Wu Tian's expression immediately tightened. Wasn't this the same Huang Shanshan who had collided with him on the road earlier and ended up being thrown into the garbage can by him like trash? A bratty and capricious $1,000 princess. How could this girl be in the Huang family? Could it be a member of the Huang Lan family? Wu Tian didn't move and followed behind Sister Lan, slightly dodging for fear of being recognized by this girl. After all, after throwing this girl into the trash can on the street before, this girl would definitely hold a grudge. Huang Shanshan was originally teasing the birds, and as soon as she saw Huang Lan walk into the hall, she sneered. Yo, who's this? You still know how to go home. Where's Grandpa? I want to see him. In response to this taunt, Huang Lan pretended not to hear it. Who do you think you are? You can see me whenever you want? You. Huang Lan's mouth was viciously drawn in anger, and she forced herself to hold back her anger. I don't want to argue with you. I'm going to look for Grandpa. With those words, he was ready to head for the second floor. Stop. Huang Shanshan slammed the birdcage onto the table and viciously insulted. What qualifications do you have to go up to the second floor as a feral? Huang Shanshan, please keep your mouth clean. Huang Lan's fists clenched tightly, and her entire body erupted with an anger she had never felt before. You are originally a wild seed. Originally a. So what if I say you? Huang Shanshan clasped her hands on her chest and yelled even louder instead. You. Huang Lan's body trembled with anger. Both fists pinched and cackled. It had long since been tolerated, but she still hadn't had a fit. Huang Lan could barely stand it, but Wu Tian, who was standing at the back, couldn't stand to hear it anymore and stepped forward to glare at Huang Shanshan. Warning, stinky girl, if you say another word, believe it or not I'll tear your mouth apart. To be honest, every time he encountered this kind of stinky girl, he felt his palms itching and couldn't help but want to educate her properly. 165 Entering the Huang family. Yikes! Huang Shanshan let out a cry of shock, her two eyes rolling round as she pointed at Wu Tian's nose. You're the guy who threw me into the trash. That's right, it's me. As things stood, there was no need for Wu Tian to be covering up. A 7-foot man is still afraid of this hairy girl. This young lady has been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect you to send yourself to my door. Huang Shanshan was like an angry bird, staring at her big round eyes and screaming. You, last time you threw this young lady inside the trash can. This time you still dare to come to my house. What a coincidence. Wu Tian pursed his lips. He had heard before that this girl was the Huang family's golden girl, but he didn't realize that this girl was family with Huang Lan. After all, in Luzhou not only Huang Lan and their family name is Huang, there are several other Huang families who are very rich. Next to him, Huang Lan listened in a daze, tugging on Wu Tian's arm and staring in disbelief. How do you know Shanshan? I collided with Huang Shanshan on the street a few days ago, and this girl scolded me for being blind. As a result, I threw her inside the trash can. Wu Tian's tone was calm without a ripple. Throw it in the trash? There were a few odd expressions on Huang Lan's face. I didn't expect Wu Tian to be so ruthless, directly throwing Shan Shan inside the trash can. No wonder Huang Shan Shan was furious. Who is that girl to you? Wu Tian couldn't help but ask the doubt in his heart. She's my cousin. How can there be this kind of sister who calls her own sister a savage? Wu Tian clenched his fists, now itching to go up and slap this girl a few times. Alas, Huang Lan couldn't help but lament. There were too many bitterness in her heart that she didn't know where to start. At this time, the opposite side of Huang Shanshan once again cursed at Wu Tian. Bastard! Last time I threw this lady into the garbage can. Today see how this lady can pack you. Just buy you? Wu Tian stared at Huang Shanshan with a scrutinizing gaze for a few moments and took a step towards her. Don't forget that this is in the Huang family. There's no room for your arrogance today. After Huang Shanshan finished saying this, she yelled at the door with her voice. Someone, come quickly. As the shouts passed, more than a dozen bodyguards rushed into the hall. Huang Shanshan crossed her arms, like a tigress, and ordered her bodyguards, go together. Teach this kid a hard lesson for me. Beat him to death. Yes. More than 10 bodyguards got the order and pounced towards Wu Tian. Stop. At the critical moment, Huang Lan blocked in front of those bodyguards, stopping them. With me here, I'll see which of you dares to touch him. Huang Lan, where in our Huang family are you allowed to speak? Quickly get out of the way. Huang Shanshan impatiently glared at Huang Lan, growling and cursing under her breath. Shannon. Huang Lan eased her tone and said softly, Wu Tian is my friend. For my sake, don't make a move on him. He's your boyfriend? Right. In order to defend Wu Tian, Huang Lan could only nod her head in acknowledgement. There's really something wrong with your eyes. How can you look at this kind of trashy goods? It's simply a disgrace to our Huang family. Huang Shanshan despised without mercy. All this time, she had never treated Huang Lan as her sister, and every time she spoke, she was so unforgiving. Shanshan, actually Wu Tian is nice. Not bad my ass. Huang Lan didn't finish her sentence, but was interrupted by Huang Shanshan's exasperated. This guy threw me into the trash can and took advantage of me. What do you say to this account? Ha? Huang Lan twisted her head and blankly glanced at Wu Tian, not expecting this guy to be so philandering as to take advantage of Shanshan. After being slightly stunned, she relieved herself with a smile and said, I apologize to you on behalf of Wu Tian. Let's forget about this matter. No, if you want to apologize, you should also let this kid apologize. Huang Shanshan once again dropped her gaze onto Wu Tian. If you want this young lady to forgive you for not being you, then quickly apologize to this young lady. For me to apologize to a hairy girl like you, there's no way. Wu Tian decisively refused. He could apologize for being wrong, but he hadn't done anything wrong, so how could he apologize to this girl? He couldn't wait to teach this girl a good lesson now to relieve his anger. Since you refuse to apologize, then don't blame this young lady for being impolite. After Huang Shanshan said this, she beckoned to her bodyguards and ordered, Go together and teach this brat a hard lesson for me. Upon receiving the order, more than 10 bodyguards once again swarmed towards Wu Tian despite Huang Lan's obstruction. In the Huang family, Huang Lan's words were not good. In comparison, everyone instead listened to Huang Shanshan. After all, Huang Shanshan was deeply favored by the old man. I won't allow you to hit him. Huang Lan still wanted to obstruct, but she was restrained by 2 bodyguards, and the other bodyguards continued to close in on Wu Tian. Wu Tian's expression looked calm, but inwardly, he was secretly anxious. He really regretted that he didn't bring Qinglong here before. If he and Qinglong combined their efforts, they might be able to defeat these bodyguards. Right now he was alone and alone. Even if he put his life on the line, he was no match for more than a dozen bodyguards. No, we have to find a way to get out of this. Escape? No. Wu Tian quickly dismissed this idea in his mind. If he escaped now, wouldn't he make people laugh posthumously? Stop. It was at this moment that a low growl came from outside the hall door. Everyone looked back, only to see the eldest young master, Huang Zhe, heading this way. Huang Shanshan quickly stepped up to welcome him, hugged Huang Zhe's arm and pampered him. Brother, this kid Wu Tian bullied me before, took advantage of me, and threw me into the garbage can, and today he sent me to the door. So I'm just about to let the bodyguards teach him a hard lesson. Since Wu Tian is here, he is a guest of our Huang family. No one is allowed to touch him. Huang Zhe immediately put down his harsh words. Anyone who dares to touch him is an enemy of me. The moment these words came out, more than a dozen bodyguards stood in place in fear, not daring to move. Among the several young masters and young ladies, Huang Zhe had the strongest ability and was deeply loved by the old master, and his voice in the Huang family was needless to say. When this came out, it left Huang Lan next to him dumbfounded. She remembered that the two had a grudge before, and the last time they met at the auction, Huang Zhe had looked like he wanted to screw Wu Tian. How come all of a sudden? Huang Zhe's temperament had changed drastically, and he even defended Wu Tian in public, preventing the bodyguards from laying hands on Wu Tian. What the hell? Huang Shanshan was also stunned and said with a face full of incomprehension, Brother, I'm your sister. I'm being bullied by that brat. You don't take the lead for me. Instead you stick up for that brat. What's wrong with you? Shan, we can't afford to mess with that kid. If you hit him now, you'll get the Huang family in big trouble. Huang Zhe lowered his voice to speak kindly. The last time he fought with Wu Tian, it almost caused his company to close down and almost put the entire Huang family in crisis. It could be seen how powerful the strength behind Wu Tian was, or at least it was something that they, the Huang family, did not dare to offend. If he messed with Wu Tian again, I'm afraid that the Huang family would be doomed. What's more, Wu Tian spared him last time and left the company a way out, so he can't repay him for his kindness. That one brat, what's there to mess with? Huang Shanshan was unimpressed, thinking that the kid in front of her was just an ordinary commodity. 166 facing the Huang family. Anyway, with me here, no one can touch him. Huang Zhe couldn't explain it for a moment, so he could only put down harsh words. No matter what, he had to protect Wu Tian's safety in the Huang family. If Wu Tian had any slip-ups, the Huang family would definitely suffer with him. Brother, I'm your sister. Why are you helping outsiders bully me? Huang Shanshan flattened her mouth and cried. When she cried like that, she immediately drew her uncles and aunts to her. Because Huang Shanshan was the youngest, the elders usually spoiled her. Once they saw little Shanshan crying like this, they all gathered around to ask about the situation with heartache. Shan, who bullied you? The elders gathered around to inquire about the situation, their faces full of favor. It's that kid who bullied me. Huang Shanshan directly pointed the finger at Wu Tian. Him? It was then that the Huang family noticed Wu Tian's presence and questioned, who is this kid? His name is Wu Tian. He is Huang Lan's boyfriend. Huang Shanshan hurriedly explained the situation to her elders and cried, this guy Wu Tian is really over the top. He took advantage of me before and almost forced me, and when he couldn't force himself, he simply threw me into the trash later. She deliberately added salt and vinegar to slander Wu Tian as a way to gain the sympathy of the Huang family elders. Sure enough, when the Huang family heard this, they instantly became furious and couldn't help but accuse Wu Tian. How outrageous! Daring to plague the women of our Huang family, really deserved to die. Second uncle, second aunt, fourth uncle, fifth uncle, it's not what you think. Huang Lan hurriedly defended Wu Tian. Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by the elders. Huang Lan, look at what kind of trashy boyfriend you've found. It's simply a disgrace to our Huang family. You're really out of shape. Several elders split their heads and scolded Huang Lan. The more he cursed, the worse it became. And in the end, he even cursed such words as waste. This kind of words would be understandable if it was just Huang Shanshan cursing. It was really hard to accept that the eldest of the Huang family cursed this kind of words. Hearing these merciless curses, Huang Shanshan's nose turned sour and tears rolled out of her eyes. Affection is bull asterisk to her. All she's gotten since she was a little girl is humiliation and abuse. Never affectionate love and consideration. She dreamed of being like ordinary people, loved by her family and recognized and encouraged by her elders. But after all these years, the family has brought her nothing but hurt. Enough! Wu Tian could not bear it anymore and roared, wrapping his arms around Huang Lan's body and protecting it tightly behind him. Pointing at the noses of those elders of the Huang family, she scolded, Sister Lan respects you all, treating you as family and elders. Look at you all. What you say simply chills Sister Lan to the bone. Every time he saw Erishur in the past, he was very happy, but it was the first time he saw Erishur crying so sadly, and to be honest, he felt very bad in his heart. As a man, he had to stand up and guard Erishur now. Upon hearing this, Huang Lan cried even louder instead. This time, she was moved to tears. It never occurred to her that when she was sad and upset, it was Wu Tian who stood up for her, ignoring the Huang family and the gawking bodyguards, and took the initiative to stand up for her. At this moment, she was particularly warm in her heart, as if she had found a spiritual support. The elders of the Huang family froze for a few seconds, perhaps not expecting this kid Wu Tian to be able to say these words in the Huang family. After a slight freeze, the rather prestigious elder stood out and vocalized, in the Huang family, there's no room for you to speak here. Come on, tie this kid up for me. Yes. A few bodyguards were ready to strike when they got the order. Stop. When the hall was incomparably chaotic, a bellowing cry came from the second floor, only to see a white-haired old man slowly descending the stairs. The old man was nearly 70 years old. His pace was still steady, and his eyes were permeated with a deep and domineering aura. This was the head of the Huang family, the grandfather of Huang Zhe and Huang Lan. As soon as the old master came downstairs, the Huang family all came forward to greet him, all acting extremely respectful. Elder Huang shook his sleeves, walked to the main seat and sat down, asking in a deep voice, what's the situation with all the noise in the hall? Grandpa. Huang Shanshan put on a well-behaved face, stepped forward to take the old man's arm and explained. Huang Lan brought her boyfriend back. You're talking about that kid? Elder Huang looked up at Wu Tian with contempt and disdain in his eyes. Yeah, that kid's name is Wu Tian. Isn't it just bringing back a kid, as to make such a big fuss? Elder Huang blankly glanced at Huang Lan, and there was clearly a sense of reproach in his tone. The boyfriend Huang Lan brought back isn't a good person. He even bullied me before. Huang Shanshan put on an aggrieved stake and cried. Elder Huang's face sank. Outrageous. That kid threw me into the trash can before, and used the opportunity to molest me, almost forcing me. Huang Shanshan didn't finish her sentence. Tears rolled out of her eyes. Pop. When Elder Huang heard this, he instantly burst into a rage and slapped the table fiercely. What a bastard. Even my granddaughter dares to be bullied. Grandpa, you have to do it for me. Huang Shanshan shook her grandfather's arm in a petulant manner. Men, maim this kid's limbs and throw him into a mass grave. Elder Huang ordered immediately. No one dared to neglect the old master's order, and a few bodyguards rushed forward to prepare to make a move on Wu Tian. Wait a minute. This time, the one who stepped in to stop it was still Huang Zhe, who hurriedly stopped the bodyguards from making a move on Wu Tian while saying to the old man, Grandpa, Wu Tian cannot be beaten. This kid molested my granddaughter. Why can't he fight? Elder Huang asked in a domineering manner. We can't afford to mess with this kid. If we hit him, our Huang family will be finished. Simply nonsense. Elder Huang glared coldly and bristled. Can a mere brat still threaten our Huang family? Grandpa, you mustn't underestimate Wu Tian. He is now the owner of Tenmu Technology, as well as a seafood TV investor, and also owns two major flow restaurants, Fuyuan and Huihua Eatery. Huang Zhe revealed Wu Tian's apparent identity. Upon hearing this, the hall grew quiet. All of them did not expect that this stupid kid called Wu Tian in front of them had so many quality assets in his hands. Although these assets were far from the Huang family, it was rare for this kid to have so many quality resources at such a young age. Even Huang Shanshan felt surprised. She originally thought that Wu Tian was a poor person, but she didn't expect that this kid was deep and had a little strength. Humph. Elder Huang snorted coldly, unimpressed. With this amount of strength he has, he's too far from our Huang family. Grandpa, what I just said is just his superficial identity. In reality, he has amazing forces behind him. As he said this, Huang Zhe's tone was very grave. What forces? What kind of power? I'm not sure yet, but one thing is for sure. The power behind him is 10 or even 100 times stronger than our Huang family. What does that mean? Grandpa, you remember that a few days ago, the Zephyr Group suddenly faced a crisis. With the capital chain breaking, the business shutting down, and the upstream and downstream industry chain completely collapsing. Huang Zhe said in a serious tone that he had never had before. 167 pitiful backgrounds. At that time, you told me that someone was manipulating behind the scenes, and that's what caused the Zephyr Group and Huang family to fall into a crisis. After answering this, Elder Huang stared in disbelief. But what does this have to do with Wu Tian? There are connections. Big connections. Huang Zhe took a few steps forward and said in a very solemn tone, I've never told you guys that the person who was actually manipulating things behind the scenes is Wu Tian. What? It's this kid? Elder Huang stared with wide eyes, looking hard to accept. Some time ago, the Huang family and its Zhejiang group suffered a huge crisis. From the capital to the industrial chain all broken. The company and the Huang family are under great pressure, but never thought that it was this kid who was behind the manipulation. To be able to put the Huang family and the Zephyr Group into a crisis, almost collapsing, it could be seen how amazing the power behind the kid in front of him was. After hearing this, even Elder Huang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Everyone else couldn't help but be secretly shocked by the power behind Wu Tian. The kid in front of him looked ordinary, dressed in a way that could even be described as shabby, but he didn't expect the power behind him to be so amazing. At this moment, the eyes of the Huang family members looking at Wu Tian no longer had half a bit of contempt, and their gazes had obviously become much more grave. After staring at Wu Tian with scrutinizing eyes for a long time, Elder Huang couldn't help but secretly question, do you think this kid really has such a powerful force behind him? 1,000 times true. Huang Zhe nodded his head very seriously and said in a low voice, if we offend Wu Tian today, it will surely cause great trouble for the Huang family. But why do I feel that this kid is just an ordinary person? Elder Huang had read countless people and never lost his eyesight when looking at people. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that the kid in front of him did not look like a young master of a large noble family, and his demeanor was permeated with the beggar-like temperament of a lower-class commoner. If one is really that powerful, no matter what one wears, one cannot hide that unique aura. Grandpa, I've investigated before. The real kid is really not an ordinary person. Since you've investigated, tell me instead what kind of power this kid in front of me has? Huang Zhe opened his mouth wide but didn't know what to explain. He had previously sent people to investigate and found that the forces extending behind Wu Tian were very mysterious and could not be found out at all in a short period of time. After thinking for a while, he spoke back to his grandfather. The forces behind him are too powerful. We simply can't find out. Is it really that good? Right. Allow me to think. Elder Huang rubbed his chin with his hand, darkly lost in contemplation. If this kid in front of him had no power at all, and instead made the Huang family so scornful, it would definitely make a mockery of him. On the contrary, if this kid was really the son of a certain power group's son and young man, the Huang family would definitely cause a great disaster if they offended this kid. Before figuring out the situation, Elder Huang acted very cautiously, easily not daring to jump to conclusions yet. After thinking for a moment, Elder Huang instructed Huanglan, you, take Wu Tian to the side hall to rest. We'll talk about anything at dinner. Thank you, Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Huanglan secretly sighed in relief and pulled Wu Tian to leave the hall as if he was fleeing. No sooner had the two men left than the hall began to boil. The Huang family were all talking about Wu Tian's identity. Some people thought that Wu Tian was the son and young man of a hidden mansion, while others suspected that Wu Tian was a charlatan. There was a clear disagreement about Wu Tian's identity. There! Elder Huang interrupted the crowd and said in a deep voice, I will send someone to investigate Wu Tian's identity later. Before the results come out, everyone try not to mess with this kid. He didn't want the Huang family to be fooled. And even more so, he didn't want the Huang family to offend the hidden magnificent sect and cause unnecessary trouble for the family. Grandpa has a point. The crowd nodded in agreement. Although the Huang family is not a big family, but in Luzhou is also considered a little famous. The Huang family has been living a carefree life since childhood. Even if they don't struggle in their lives, they don't have to worry about food or clothing. But once you mess with a powerful character and bring about the destruction of the Huang family, then it will be completely finished. Subsequently, Elder Huang arranged for many people to investigate Wu Tian's origin and backstory. The Huang family members also avoided each other and tried not to provoke Wu Tian. Besides, Wu Tian, he was brought by Huang Lan to a small forest at the back of the mansion. The woods were far from the dwelling, overgrown and looked like they were rarely visited or tended during the week. Huang Lan walked to a large tree and stopped, tilted her head and looked at the tree, as if she were talking to herself. After hours, when I was wronged by something, I would often run underneath this large tree and cry. No wonder this tree grows so vigorously, so it's because Sister Lan watered it up with her tears. Wu Tian couldn't help but joke. He was seeing that Erisher was in a heavy mood and wanted to deliberately amuse her. But, sure enough, Huang Lan was amused by this and swung her fist around to smash Wu Tian's chest, snapping, "Screw you, I'm like this and you're still making fun of me." I have never seen Sister Erisher cry before. Today is the first time I have seen Sister Erisher shed tears. Seeing Sister Erisher like this, I am all. Wu Tian swallowed back his unfinished words. To be honest, it was especially hard for him to see Erisher shedding tears at his family's expense earlier. Seeing how the Huang family treated Sister Lan in this manner, I'm sure Sister Lan hadn't suffered a lot of aggression or shed a lot of tears. Ugh! Huang Lan sighed deeply and lamented. How wonderful it would be if I could be a big tree, thriving and carefree every day. It would be a shame for a woman as outstanding as Erisher to be just a big tree with no thoughts. Am I good? Of course. Wu Tian praised in a very serious tone. Sister Lan has a beautiful face, a perfect body, and a great voice, which is something that many women can't envy. What you see is only on the surface. Underneath my bright and beautiful exterior lies an unknown miserable life. Huang Lan's complexion gradually dimmed. If Erisher is usually the brightest jewel of all, shining brightly, then at this point she is like a reflection without light, giving a sad, bleak, depressing, pitiful feeling. Sister Lan, you must have experienced a lot of pain. Can you tell me about it? Wu Tian couldn't help but be curious and tried to ask. He was now curious to know Arashi's story, wondering what kind of pain this woman had been through that made her look so sad and forlorn. Yes, Huang Lan nodded and slowly sat on the ground against a large tree, his face expressionless. I haven't seen my mother since I was born. How did your mother die? Wu Tian had also lost his mother's love, and felt deeply about what it was like. Whether my mother is dead or alive I don't know, nor do I know her name. Huang Lan gritted his teeth, clasped his hands tightly around his knees, and said, "Actually, I'm a bastard." Bastard? Huang Lan lowered her head and said in a heavy tone, "My father married very early and then adopted my mother before giving birth to me." 168. The Bastard's Life. Wu Tian's heart trembled fiercely. He didn't realize that Huang Lan was an illegitimate child born to his mistress. No wonder he was so unpopular in the Huang family. Huang Lan did not notice the change of expression on Wu Tian's face and continued, "My mother insisted on giving birth to me back then, and I was later brought back to the Huang family. What about your mother?" Under the oppression of the Huang family, mother left Luzhou and has not been heard from since. Have you looked for her? Looked for it, but couldn't find it. Then you must have had a hard time in the Huang family all these years. The Huang family treats me like a wild seed. Every day they look at me with that disgusting gaze this and even humiliate me. Every time I am aggrieved, I secretly run here to cry. As Huang Lan said this, tears rolled out of her eyes. Too many grievances and tears have been shed over the years. Even if she suffered a great deal of aggression she had no place to cry, pointing to hide in the corner to secretly wipe tears. That kind of loneliness and helplessness is hard to understand. Sister Lan, I really did not expect. Wu Tian's nose was sour, and his heart was particularly bad. I can't believe how Erisher has survived all these years. Every day, she has to put up with her family's indifference to her, as well as the taunts, humiliations and blank stares of her loved ones. I have to admit, Erisher is really strong inside. I'm afraid that if it were an ordinary person, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it long ago. I don't even know how I managed to hold on. Huang Lan jumped into Wu Tian's arms at once and cried with unrestrained abandon. She used to dream of having someone listen to her woes, wishing for a shoulder or an embrace to comfort her, but they were simply a luxury for her. These simple little requests were so far out of reach. Cry! Wu Tian hugged Sister Lan's body and gently patted her back like he was coaxing a child. It never occurred to me that such a beautiful, sexy, arrogant and cold beauty star had an unknown miserable childhood. On weekdays, lawn face fans and the media, always a high cool posture. On the surface of the beautiful scenery, the heart of the suffering who can know. I want so badly to live an ordinary life. Huang Lan clasped her hands tightly around Wu Tian's body. Only at this time did she feel the most solid. What can't defeat us will inevitably make us strong. Wu Tian patted Huang Lan's back and said soothingly, Sister Lan, you are the strongest woman I've ever seen. No woman wants to be strong. And if I wasn't, I probably wouldn't have survived a long time ago. Yeah, it's hard not to be strong when you grow up in that environment. Thanks. Thank you for showing up just in time to find a shred of comfort in my life. I'm also happy to know Arashi-san. Hold me and don't talk. Wu Tian obediently hugged Arashir tightly, only hoping that the woman would be able to move on from her childhood. Honestly, Arashir is so pathetic. After falling into Wu Tian's arms and crying for a while, Huang Lan slowly opened her eyes. Bad boy, have you hugged enough? Enough. Wu Tian came back to his senses. Why don't you cut sis loose? Oh. Wu Tian then realized that the two of them were sweating from hugging. The embrace just now was innocent, and neither one of them was imagining things. Huang Lan got up and straightened her scattered dress and hair. Embarrassed? I made you laugh just now. No, Arashir is still beautiful when she cries. Go! Huang Lan raised her hand and smashed Wu Tian, snapping, bastard, don't make fun of sis. Arashir, are you in a better mood? Much better. Huang Lan rubbed her face and tilted her head slightly. It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. Pouring your heart out is like unloading the vengeance from your heart, and the whole person is much more comfortable. Sister Lan, you can confide in me whatever is on your mind in the future. Don't hold it in alone. Wu Tian smiled and persuaded. Good. Sis will confide in you if she has anything on her mind from now on. Don't worry. I promise to be on call. What if sis becomes dependent on you one day and can't leave you? Huang Lan thought of this and tilted her head half jokingly. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to answer yet for a while. See how scared you are. Huang Lan laughed lightly and quickly, and said with a big grin, don't worry, there's no shortage of men around sis, and sis won't rely on you for the rest of her life. Sister Lan really loves to joke. Wu Tian laughed dryly and took the initiative to change the subject. By the way, Sister Lan, the Huang family treated you like this. Are you holding a grudge against them? Holding a grudge isn't so bad. After all, it's family, but the resentment in your heart is inevitable. Huang Lan gave such a pertinent answer. Sister Arashir is so broad-minded. That's for sure. Huang Lan puffed out her chest. With such a jerk, it instantly made Wu Tian feast his eyes, and his two eyeballs emitted a dazzling blue light. Huang Lan's delicate face flushed red and hurriedly pressed her hand against her collar, pretending to be angry as she snapped. Brat, you're not honest either. He. Wu Tian laughed nervously as a way to dissolve that embarrassment in his heart. Just now, I didn't mean to peep at Sister Arashir. I just accidentally saw it, and I only blame Sister Arashi's body for being too perfect. Next time, if you want to see it, tell sis will let you see enough. Seeing Wu Tian's embarrassed look, Huang Lan couldn't help but joke instead. Good. Wu Tian first nodded, then shook his head in a hurry. Sister Lan, I'm not as bad as you think. Alright, sis knows, you're not particularly bad, just bad in general. Huang Lan laughed to herself as she covered her mouth after saying this. Soon she put away her smile and said with a straight face, it's getting late, let's go back. After saying this, he bounced off in the direction of the mansion. Every time she was with Wu Tian, she felt especially happy, as if the boy was like a pistachio, able to erase all the sorrows and worries in her heart. On the way back, Wu Tian couldn't help but be curious and opened his mouth to ask, Sister Lan, how did you think of becoming a singer? In the past, my family said that I couldn't do it. They all thought that I wouldn't succeed. I preferred to go for it. Just wanted to use my strength to prove myself, and as a result, I've had this small achievement. Huang Lan said with a bit of complacency. Won't you impress the Huang family when you become a singer? Just the opposite. Huang Lan smiled to herself. After I became successful, my family instead looked down on me even more, all believing that I relied on my body to become a singer. Relying on your body is also a skill. Q. Huang Lan gently bumped Wu Tian with her elbow and tilted her head to prove her innocence. Sister's body is clean and has never let any man touch it. To be able to maintain innocence in the entertainment industry is indeed rare. Wu Tian nodded his head in recognition, and was now admiring Sister Lan even more. You believe sis is innocent? Of course I believe it, but no one believes it except you. Huang Lan let out another soft sigh, with too much helplessness in her heart. Sister Arashir, don't think so much. Clear your mind. Don't let other people's eyes affect your mood. Yeah, let's go. 169 Dining with the Huang family. The two returned to the mansion and found the Huang family all gathered in the hall, making noise as if they were holding a general meeting. From the conversation of a few people, they were still discussing Wu Tian. All of them were skeptical about Wu Tian's identity, wondering if this kid was the young master of a hidden mansion or not. Now even Elder Huang didn't feel a bit confused. Just now, he had arranged for several sets of people to investigate Wu Tian's origins, and got roughly similar conclusions. Surprisingly, none of them had found out about the force behind Wu Tian. Now everyone is Wu Tian's curiosity is even heavier, but instead feel that this kid has a few mysterious. I didn't realize that the Huang family of nearly 100 people was stumped by a brat's birth. After deliberation, Elder Huang finally decided to treat Wu Tian as an ordinary guest before figuring out his life. At this moment, when he saw Huang Lan walking over with Wu Tian, Elder Huang led the Huang family to welcome him. Little Wu, since you've come to our Huang family, you're our guest. I've asked the kitchen to prepare wine and food. Please. Elder Huang took the lead towards the dining room after saying this. The Huang family followed closely behind and only Huang Zhe came over and said politely to the duo, Xiao Wu, Lan, please. Huang Lan's footsteps slightly lurched, and she couldn't help but raise her head to look at Huang Zhe for a few moments. As far as she could remember, the half-brother had never addressed her so affectionately. In the past, although Huang Zhe didn't humiliate her as much as the rest of the Huang family, he was nonchalant towards her though, and usually rarely took the initiative to talk to her. It was the first time he had called her Erisher so affectionately. She knew that Huang Zhe was calling him that for Wu Tian's sake, and to put it bluntly, it was considered to be a disguised attempt to curry favor with Wu Tian. Huang Zhe didn't say much and led Wu Tian to follow the Huang family into the restaurant. In the dining room is a large round table. This type of round table can seat more than 20 people, specially ordered for family dinners. After Elder Huang took his seat, the Huang family also took their seats, and Huang Zhe brought Wu Tian and Huang Lan to sit next to himself. After sitting down, Elder Huang sidestepped Wu Tian and asked, Little Wu, what kind of business is your family in? Any business. Wu Tian gave this answer. Now the Wu family was a huge business empire with various industries under its umbrella. Then what kind of people are in your family? Elder Huang continued to pursue the question with a stance. He wanted to find some clues from Wu Tian's words and peek into whether this kid was a hoe or not. All walks of life, all kinds of people. Wu Tian did not know much about the family and could only give a generalized answer. Yes? Elder Huang was slightly disappointed that he hadn't spied any breaks from these words just now. After asking a few questions, he didn't bother to pursue further and raised his glass to the crowd. Today is a joyous day. It's rare for us to have a family reunion. So come on, let's all drink this toast together. Cheers! The Huang family members did not dwell on Wu Tian's birth, and raised their glasses to toast Elder Huang. Just as the Huang family was gathering and drinking happily, a country-faced man burst into the restaurant in a hurry. The man's name was Huang Taiping. He was Huang Zhe and Huang Lan's father, and he was the chairman of the Taiping group of companies. Dad, it's not good. Something has happened. As soon as Huang Taiping entered the restaurant, he reported to the old man in an urgent voice. Elder Huang put down his wine glass and said soothingly, Don't be so impatient. Speak slowly about what's going on. Because of the quality of our company's products, several banks have cancelled their loans, and we have serious problems with our capital chain. Huang Taiping wiped a cold sweat on his forehead. How come? Once he heard that Taiping Group's capital chain was in trouble, Elder Huang's expression also became tense. The Huang family has several companies under its umbrella, but Taiping is the family's pillar company, and once Taiping goes wrong, the Huang family is afraid that it will be in trouble. Dad, I suspect that a competitor is messing with us. Huang Taiping analyzed, then said, if we don't solve the problem of capital, our company will face great risks. Quickly contact the major banks. Elder Huang naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, and became impatient at this moment. Capital is the lifeblood of a company, and if the capital chain breaks, it is the same as choking off the company's lifeblood. The immediate priority is to solve the problem of capital. As long as we can find a bank willing to lend, the matter of capital can be solved. I've contacted them all, and no bank is willing to cooperate with us in the short term, Huang Taiping said with a face full of frustration. Upon hearing this, Elder Huang's face immediately became gloomy and black. The Huang family also looked like they were in great trouble. At this moment, how could everyone still have the heart to eat? They couldn't help but be secretly anxious. After a short period of silence, Master Huang's teeth and bones clenched. I have a good relationship with the president of several commercial banks in Luzhou. It seems that I can only step in personally. With that said, he fumbled for his cell phone and started calling. Everyone, including Huang Taiping, had pinned their hopes on the old man. After all, the old man's ability and connections were obvious to everyone, and every time something went wrong, the old man was the one who stepped in to solve the problem. Under the gaze of the crowd, Elder Huang made several phone calls in a row, and after making the calls, the expression on his face instead became even worse. Dad, how is the situation? Are there any banks willing to cooperate with us? Seeing his father finish his phone call, Kong Taiping hurriedly inquired about the situation. Ugh, Elder Huang sighed and shook his head helplessly. Several banks have already cooperated with their rivals. I'm afraid our company has no chance. Dad, Grandpa, it seems that the competitors had planned this long ago, and this time they are trying to screw over our Huang family. Huang Zhe couldn't help but open his mouth to digress. No! Huang Taiping gritted his teeth in defiance and muttered to himself in a fierce manner. Our Huang family must not collapse just like that. But right now, the Lushu Bank cancelled the loan. And seeing the capital chain break, the situation will only get worse. Huang Zhe had a bereft look on his face. Not only Huang Zhe, all the Huang family members present were looking downcast. Everyone knew that this time, the Huang family had encountered an unprecedented calamity. Dad, as the head of the Huang family, you must have a solution, right? Huang Taiping twisted his head and once again dropped his gaze on the old man. Elder Huang gritted his teeth helplessly. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly brightened up and dropped his gaze on Wu Tian. Didn't I say that this little Wu has an illustrious life? If he has such a strong background and power, it shouldn't be too difficult to help our Huang family solve this bit of trouble. Who is this kid? Huang Taiping then noticed Wu Tian's presence and couldn't help but open his mouth to question. His name is Wu Tian, the boyfriend that Lan'er brought back. Elder Huang explained with an expressionless face. Boyfriend? Kong Taiping stared at Wu Tian with that scrutinizing gaze and swept his eyes for a few moments before finally landing his gaze on Huang Lan and cursing. Unworthy thing, how did you find this kind of goods as a boyfriend? He had never been very fond of Huang Lan, his illegitimate daughter. 170 The noble house. Huang Taiping has never treated Huang Lan well, just because of this illegitimate daughter. His status in the Huang family was in tatters, ostracized and criticized by his brothers. If it wasn't for the fact that Huang Lan was his own flesh and blood, he would have already thrown it to the back of the mountain and fed it to the dogs. And how would he have kept it in the Huang family? Back then, he kept a mistress outside, but never dreamed that she was pregnant. What is even more unexpected is that the mistress went behind his back and gave birth to the child, which is now Huang Lan. Over the years, he has been harboring a grudge against his mistress, and when she was forced away from him, he took that grudge out on his mistress' daughter. Huang Lan, you only care about your business and your future. When did you even care about what kind of boyfriend I get? Huang Lan shot back without showing any weakness. On a normal day, she didn't want to talk back to her father, but I was in a particularly depressing mood today, so I couldn't help but top it off. Asshole, how dare you talk back to me? Huang Taiping was instantly enraged and was ready to make a move to teach his daughter a lesson. Stop. In the end, it was Elder Huang who spoke up to stop it. Now that the Huang family is in great trouble, it's not the time for conflict. Father's lesson is right. It was only upon hearing this that Huang Taiping hurriedly suppressed his anger and said to Wu Tian, Kid, my daughter won't socialize with you, and you're not welcome in our Wu family, so get lost. Ahem. Elder Huang coughed heavily and said to Huang Taiping, don't rush to get rid of Wu Tian first. Perhaps he can help our Huang family. Dad, this kid looks like he is poor. What can he take to help our Huang family? Huang Taiping thought that his father had said something wrong and couldn't help but open his mouth to question. I heard Xiao Zhe say that Wu Tian has a powerful background, and it's possible that he's a descendant of a hidden powerful family. Hidden gentry? Right. Dad, you're so funny. How can a hermit magnate be as rustic as him? Maybe I'm overthinking it, but what if he's going to really be the descendant of a powerful family? Elder Huang was more thorough in his considerations. Like most of the Huang family, he did not consider Wu Tian to be the descendant of some fluffy and coaxing magnate, but this kid before the fight down the Huang Zhe management of the Zephyr Group, so it can be seen, this kid behind the existence of a force, just do not know how big the force, there is no fear of anything. In case this kid was really a nobleman of a powerful family, and the power behind him was really bigger than the Huang family, wouldn't that be a big disaster? If this kid is after the mansion, I'll eat that door. Huang Taiping, perhaps because of his impatient mood, spoke much more flippantly than usual. He didn't believe that this kid was some kind of noble family. In his opinion, this kid was at most a thug, relying on a bit of money to come to the Huang family to pretend to be a bully. This is not the time to argue about this. Elder Huang pressed his hand, signaling Huang Taiping to calm down, and said, just how much strength little Wu has, we'll find out once we try. How do I try? It's very simple. Our Taiping company has encountered a serious predicament of a broken capital chain. If Xiao Wu can find 3 banks for us to make loan payments, it proves that he does have amazing strength. Elder Huang opened his mouth and proposed. This was echoed by the crowd. Everyone now really hoped that Wu Tian was a member of a powerful noble family and could help the Huang family solve this current crisis. We used all our connections to find a bank for a loan. How could this kid find 3 banks to give the company a loan? Huang Taiping couldn't help but snicker. Since the beginning, he did not believe that Wu Tian could have much strength. Whether we can or not, we'll know once we try. After Elder Huang said this, he turned his head to look at Wu Tian. Little Wu, if you can find 3 banks to give us a loan for Taiping Company, it proves that your strength and power is above our Huang family. I don't need to prove anything. Wu Tian shrugged indifferently. Since the beginning, it was the Huang family who were suspicious of his identity, and he didn't want to show anything in the Huang family. Then let me ask you this, do you have the strength to solve the bank loan problem or not? Elder Huang inquired impatiently. It's not a big problem, but I have to ask Sister Lan first. After Wu Tian finished saying this, he turned his head to Huang Lan and solicited, Sister Lan, do you think I should help the Huang family with this trouble? He wanted to respect Arashi's opinion on this matter. If Sister Lan wanted to help the Huang family, he would naturally spare no effort. If Sister Lan had a grudge against the Huang family and didn't want to help them, he would naturally go out of his way to show his support. If it's possible, I hope you can help our Huang family resolve this crisis. Huang Lan showed his attitude. For all the aggravation and tears shed at home, this was her home after all. Her grandfather was her real grandfather. Her father was her real father. And all these people in the Huang family were related to her by blood. Although she resented the Huang family in her heart, she didn't want to see her father, grandfather and family in deep water. Regardless, she had grown up in the Huang family, and although her father had treated her with indifference, he had never let her freeze or starve. Sister Lan, I'll listen to you. Wu Tian nodded approvingly, and then dropped his gaze on Elder Huang. Remember, I'm only stepping in to help you guys because of Sister Lan's face. After saying this, he fumbled for his cell phone and started calling. The call was naturally made to Secretary Long, asking him to arrange for a few banks under the Wu family to provide loans to Taiping. After making this call, he said to Master Huang, before long, there will be at least 3 banks lending money to your company. Kid, bragging. Huang Taiping also wanted to damage a few sentences. Words did not finish. Pocket's cell phone ringing, hurriedly touched the phone to connect the call. After only speaking a few words into his cell phone, his entire body looked exceptionally excited, and he hurriedly said to Elder Huang, Dad, there are 4 banks that are willing to provide loans for our company. Great, great. Upon hearing this, Elder Huang looked exceptionally excited and hurriedly asked after him, which 4 banks? Everest Dragon, Chihuahua, Binky. No, I called the presidents of the 4 banks before, and they all made it clear that they refused to lend money. So how come they suddenly took the initiative to lend us money again? It says that there is a guarantee from Mr. Wu, Huang Taiping explained. Mr. Wu. Elder Huang frowned slightly and violently stood up from his chair, exclaiming, Wu Tian. It was not until then that they reacted to the fact that the person who had provided them with a guarantee was Wu Tian. I didn't realize that this kid only made 1 phone call, but he made the 4 major banks take the initiative to provide loans for Taiping. God, this kid is simply divine. At this moment, even Elder Huang couldn't help but secretly admire Wu Tian. It was only until this moment that he dared to confirm that the kid in front of him definitely had a shocking power, and was definitely the descendant of a powerful noble family. To be able to solve the Huang family crisis with a single phone call, this kind of strength and power is really amazing. 100 times more than the Huang family fluff. The Huang family members were also astonished. Everyone only now recognized Wu Tian. This kid definitely had amazing strength behind him. 171 attitude reversal? The most surprised than Huang Shanshan, she may not even dream of. Wu Tian. This kid rely on a phone call. Sister solved the problem of the Huang family's financial chain. All this time, her grandfather was omnipotent in her mind, and there was nothing that he couldn't solve. And this time the capital chain crisis, even Grandpa was at his wit's end, but he didn't expect Wu Tian to solve it perfectly with just a phone call. Through this matter, even an unintelligent hairy girl like her could understand what a fluffy character Wu Tian was. I thought this kid was nothing before. It was only at this time that he realized that this kid was a superb man, much more fluffy than they could be in the Huang family. Huang Shanshan had long forgotten her previous hatred, and now she couldn't help but look at Wu Tian in a different light. The amazing energy that this kid had shown surprised her. What a surprise! Huang Taiping came back from his daze, not believing this fact until now. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to believe that Wu Tian, a silly boy with shabby clothes and no taste, had such a big power behind him. A single phone call can solve the crisis of Taiping Group's capital chain, which shows how amazing the power behind it is. Previously, he had looked down on Wu Tian, but now he had to re-examine this brat. It is said that you can't judge a person by his appearance, but I didn't realize that the kid in front of me is a superb man. Wu. After a short period of dumbfoundedness, Huang Taiping took the initiative to welcome over and hold Wu Tian's arm. Forgive me for being blind. I really looked away from you before. I'm supposed to be ordinary. Wu Tian casually coped. In fact, He didn't have much favor with the Huang family. When she thought of the abuse and injustice that Sister Lan had suffered in the Huang family over the years, she even hated the Huang family a little in her heart. Whether you're ordinary or not I don't know, but you're the benefactor of our Huang family, this I know. Elder Huang changed his previous posture and said in a kind and grateful tone, "Little Wu, thank you for solving such a big crisis for our Huang family. I honor you." After saying this, he personally poured a glass of wine for Wu Tian and handed it over. He knew that this kid must not be offended, and if he could flatter this kid, it would greatly benefit their Huang family. "You are the elder. It's only right for me to honor you." With the words having come to this, Wu Tian could only accept the wine cup and clinked it with Elder Huang before drinking it all down. "It's really boozy. I'll drink too." Elder Huang tilted his head and poured half a cup of wine into his mouth. Choking, he coughed violently a few times and turned his head to the Huang family and commanded, "What are you stupidly standing there for? Quickly thank the benefactor." Only then did the Huang family react and raise their glasses to toast Wu Tian. At this time, everyone no longer had the cold arrogance from before, and no one dared to look down on Wu Tian anymore. All of them were enthusiastic and eager to go up and try to curry favor with each other. Everyone was an understanding person and knew the importance of pleasing Wu Tian. No one dared to neglect such an honorable guest at this time. Only Huang Taiping was still dumbfounded in place. Elder Huang hit him hard and reminded him in a low voice, "What's the point of staring stupidly? Do you still need me to teach you? Dad, you mean to let me?" Huang Taiping came back to his senses. "Right." Elder Huang nodded vigorously and said in a deep voice, "As you saw just now, Wu Tian's power is frighteningly large. We must find a way to enlist him. But he's not warm and fuzzy to us Huang family members. It's not easy to enlist him." Huang Taiping shook his head with a few moments of disappointment. Having paid attention and observed just now, Wu Tian didn't have much goodwill towards the Huang family. Instead, there were a few moments of loathing in his eyes. "He's obedient to Lanner. You just need to control Lanner and enlisting Wu Tian won't be a problem," Elder Huang advised. Not bad for a veteran who hit the nail on the head and pointed out the crux of the problem. "Right." Huang Taiping nodded with approval. This brat does listen to Huang Lan, and the bond between him and Lanner seems to be very deep. "Do I need to teach you what's next?" "Understood. Remember, people like Wu Tian should be enlisted by all means." "Good. Even if we can't climb up, we definitely can't offend." Elder Huang lectured in a serious tone. "Yes, go." Elder Huang patted his son on the shoulder, dropped a confident look, and said nothing more. Huang Taiping poured himself a glass of white wine, raised the glass towards Wu Tian, smiled and said curtly, "Little Wu, I was offended much before. I'll toast you a glass as an apology." "I dare not." Wu Tian raised his cup and clinked it with Huang Taiping, taking a sip of the white wine in the cup, acting nonchalantly. Huang Taiping finished his drink and complimented with a smile. "Xiao Wu, you're good-looking and imposing. You're really a match made in heaven with Lan Lan. A man and a woman." "Yes?" Wu Tian still looked like he was in love. Thinking of the grievances that Huang Taiping had subjected Sister Lan to over the years, he felt that this man was not a qualified father and was truly disappointing. "Right." The smile on Huang Taiping's face grew more and more awkward. He wanted to take the opportunity to please Wu Tian, but in the end, his hot face was stuck on his cold ass. However, considering Wu Tian's status, he could only grit his teeth and bear it. Turning his head to Huang Lan, "Lanner, you really have a good eye for finding such a good boyfriend as Wu Tian. It's really gratifying for Dad." Huang Lan's nose soured and tears almost rolled out of her eyes. It had been a long time since I had heard my father call her by the title of Lanner. Before, my father had always called her by her name. He had never been so affectionate as he was now. "Lanner, Dad has made you suffer all these years. Dad apologizes to you." Huang Taiping changed his previous indifferent attitude and took the initiative to open his mouth to apologize to his daughter. After all, Huang Lan now had Wu Tian backing him up. In case he pissed Huang Lan off again, this would be very unfavorable to the Huang family. What's more, he wanted to use his daughter to enlist Wu Tian. "Dad!" Huang Lan cried out and jumped into her father's arms. All these years, she had dreamed of being floored by her father and pampered in his arms, and today she finally got her wish. At this moment, all the resentment in her heart disappeared and was replaced by affection. "Good daughter, Dad will love you well in the future." Huang Taiping gently patted Huang Lan's back and said softly. It had never occurred to her before that her daughter was so powerful that she could climb up to the young master of a powerful noble family like Wu Tian. If his daughter could marry Wu Tian in the future, she would really become a phoenix and her value would increase 100-fold. That's why he has to get ahead of his daughter. Huang Taiping could think of these. The rest of the Huang family were not stupid. Naturally they could all think of these long-term benefits. Everyone who had lost out on pleasing Wu Tian had gathered around to please Huang Lan. And even the few elders who had previously humiliated Huang Lan had taken the initiative to open their mouths to curry favor. For a while, Huang Lan became the center of attention. becoming the darling of the Huang family and receiving all sorts of praises from the Huang family. Huang Lan opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. In the past, the Huang family had treated her as an outsider, treating her with indifference and all sorts of humiliation and mockery. It never occurred to me that one day, the Huang family would be desperate to flatter and please her. And even those elders had become unusually enthusiastic. 172 Fighting for love. Huang Lan tilted her head high, the corners of her mouth curling into a happy smile she had never seen before. This was the first time she had been recognized by the Huang family, the first time she had been pampered so much by the elders of the Huang family. Finally, she also tasted the warmth given by her father's love, and the feeling of being a golden girl of the Huang family. I've been dreaming about this for a long time, and today I finally got what I wanted. And it's all thanks to Wu Tian. She knew that these people were either afraid of the power behind Wu Tian and thought that she and Wu Tian were boyfriend and girlfriend, so they didn't dare to offend. There were also people who wanted to flatter and climb up to Wu Tian through her, wanting to use her to get close to such a superstar like Wu Tian. The Huang family had all changed their attitudes towards her because of Wu Tian. From now on, the Huang family no longer dared to bully her, no longer dared to call her a cheap bastard. From today onwards, she truly metamorphosed into the Huang family's golden young lady, and her status in the Huang family was no longer that of a bastard. And all of this was thanks to Wu Tian. It was Wu Tian who changed the Huang family's attitude towards her. It was Wu Tian who changed her status in the Huang family. Without Wu Tian, she might never have tasted fatherly love and affection, and would always be a wild child in the eyes of her loved ones. In this way, Huang Lan was surrounded by the Huang family desperately to flatter and please, and all of a sudden became the jewel of the Huang family. All this looked in Huang Shanshan's eyes and made her feel bad. In the past, she was the jewel of the Huang family, spoiled and pampered by the Huang family, unexpectedly because of Wu Tian's appearance. All of this has changed. The illegitimate son Huang Lan has instead become the favorite of the Huang family, and she, the authentic young lady, has instead been left out in the cold. The contrast made her heart extremely unbalanced. I didn't expect that the bastard son who was previously left out in the cold by the Huang family would be so favored, all thanks to Wu Tian. Now he really couldn't help but be jealous of Huang Lan, and he didn't know where he found such a fluffy hidden noble, and all of a sudden he flew up to the branch and became a golden phoenix. No, she had to find a way to snatch Wu Tian into her hands. Only she, the authentic Huang family's daughter, could be worthy of Wu Tian. What qualifications did a pheasant like Huang Lan have to be with Wu Tian? Thinking of this, she squeezed into the crowd and changed her previous attitude, extending her right hand towards Wu Tian in a meek tone. Hello, I'm Huang Shanshan, an unruly and capricious young lady. Didn't you want someone to beat me up before? Wu Tian scrutinized the girl in front of him, his tone carrying a few moments of teasing. There was nothing to like about the bratty millennial to begin with. Later, when he saw this girl humiliate Sister Erishur, he couldn't help but want to teach this girl a lesson to relieve his anger. Before, you even threw this young lady into the garbage can. This young lady wanted to beat you up only when she was angry, but you just helped the Huang family out. This young lady doesn't see eye to eye with you. Huang Shanshan generously waved her hand and digressed. Go to the boudoir with this young lady. This young lady has something to say to you. What's the word? Go ahead. I'm listening. There are some words that are not convenient for others to hear. Huang Shanshan bit her lip. Instead, there were a few twinges. Sorry, I don't have time right now. Then what are you doing? I'm going to stay here with Sister Lan. After Wu Tian said this, his big hand reached out and just wrapped around Huang Lan's slender waist. He was trying to use this opportunity to tell Huang Shanshan and the Huang family that Huang Lan was his woman and no one would be allowed to bully her in the future. This sudden embrace caused Huang Lan to blush, her heart thumping like a drum. This was the first time she was hugged by a man, and it was in front of the Huang family, so it was inevitable that she felt flushed. You, Huang Shanshan bit her lip in anger, turned her head and glared fiercely at Huang Lan, scolding, just a wild seed. How can she compare to this young lady? Apologize. Apologize to Sister Lan for what you just said. Wu Tian instantly became furious and ordered in a cold voice. Humph. Wanting this young lady to apologize to this wild seed. Not a chance. Huang Shanshan clasped her hands on her chest and shot back without showing any weakness. Pop. Wu Tian raised his hand and slammed a hard slap on Huang Shanshan's face, roaring, say it again. Apologize to Sister Lan. You actually hit me. Huang Shanshan was immediately annoyed like a dynamite bag. Think she haul Huang family daughter, was grandfather and parents as the jewel in the palm of the hand. From childhood to the Huang family pampered, never been beaten. This time, after receiving a beating, she naturally refused to let it go and ran to her grandfather, crying, Grandpa, Wu Tian, she beat me. Oh. Before the words were out of her mouth, she wiped tears from her eyes and cried, that's because you deserve to be beaten. If it were usual, Elder Huang would have defended his granddaughter. But today is different from the past. Today's hands to beat people but Wu Tian. Their Huang family cannot afford to offend the character. Grandpa, why are you protecting outsiders? Oh. Being reprimanded by her grandfather. Huang Shanshan cried louder instead. Enough! Elder Huang roared and ordered Huang Shanshan, listen to Xiao Wu and go apologize to Lan'er. What? You're asking me to apologize to her? Go! Elder Huang roared somewhat hoarsely. Hearing the roar, Huang Shanshan didn't dare to speak again. Having never seen her grandfather lose his temper like this before, gritting her teeth, she could only walk over to Huang Lan. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't have scolded you. Although she apologized on her lips, she hated Huang Lan in her heart. Don't blame me for being impolite to you if you dare to call me a wild seed again in the future. Huang Lan aimed a warning. Since childhood, she had never been so hardened in the Huang family as she was today. After saying this, she turned her head to Elder Huang and Huang Taiping and said, Grandpa, Dad, I'll take Wu Tian to his room to rest first. After saying this, she pulled Wu Tian's arm towards the outside. The two left the main building and came to a small building at the back. This was the Huang family guest room, where Huang Lan usually stayed when she went home. Returning to her room, Huang Lan unlocked the door and just let out a happy laugh. Laughing, she cried again, excitedly saying, after living so long, I've never been so happy as I am today. Sister Lan, as long as you're happy, it's good. Wu Tian smiled in relief as well. He knew that Erishur was crying because she was happy. Wu Tian, thank you. Huang Lan wiped her tears and thanked Wu Tian very solemnly. It was you who helped me find a sense of home. Sister Erishur has helped me so much. It's only right that I help Sister Erishur. It's only now that I realize the truth that only when you truly become powerful will no one dare to underestimate you. Huang Lan tilted her head slightly and said with a serious face, it's your strength that helped me win the respect of my loved ones and family. Huang Lan, I really don't know how you survived all these years. If I hadn't known you, I would have stayed up like this, so I'm glad that I knew you, and my bitter days are finally at an end. Huang Lan rubbed her nose, leaving all her grievances and heartaches far behind. Without Wu Tian, perhaps she would not have felt the warmth of her family and the coziness of home for the rest of her life. Sister Lan, cheer up, there will be many people who will love you in the future. Wu Tian smiled and pacified. Only at this time did it feel like Erishur was a helpless little woman who needed a man to care for her with all his heart. 173 Atmosphere is charming. Ka-ching, just as the two were chatting in the room, the door was pushed open, only to see Huang Shanshan barging in. This girl was wearing a short slim-fitting dress before, and only a moment later, she had already changed into a halter dress. Now it looks even more sexy and seductive, especially the upper body, which is obviously more beautiful and eye-catching than before. Huang Shanshan, what do you want again? Wu Tian rushed to protect Sister Lan's body and questioned with a face full of vigilance. Seeing that this girl is coming from a bad place, it's likely that she's trying to bully Sister Erishur. Brother Xiao Tian, I came to find you. Huang Shanshan changed her attitude from the past. Her whole person became much gentler. I have something to say to you. Say what you have to say. Little brother Tian. Huang Shanshan pretended to be intimate and held Wu Tian's arm, asking in a soft tone, how do you think I look? Am I pretty? Average. Wu Tian retracted his arm and coldly spat out these three words. In all conscience, this girl's looks and body are not bad. Definitely a first-class beauty, on par with Sister Lan. Only this girl doesn't have a good heart. That's far worse than Erishur. Sister Lan is a woman who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, with a knife's mouth and a tofu heart, while Huang Shanshan is pampered and born with a spoiled missy temperament. Brother Xiao Tian, if you're interested in me, I can be your girlfriend. Huang Shanshan blinked her big eyes and pretended to be shy as she pressed her body over. To put it bluntly, she just couldn't see Huang Lan finding such a fluffy, luxurious son and was determined to snatch him up. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Wu Tian reached out and pushed Huang Shanshan away while wrapping his arms around Huang Lan's body once again. There's only one woman I love, and that's Sister Lan. When he said this, his acting skills were pretty good, and a few moments of deep emotion intentionally leaked from his face, and Huang Lan almost believed it. This young lady has boobs and an ass. Where is she inferior to Huang Lan? Huang Shanshan tilted her head in defiance and questioned. You can't even compare to Arashi's toes. You. Huang Shanshan's body trembled with anger, and only after a long time did she hold out her chest and retorted. This young lady is much cleaner than Huang Lan. At least this young lady is still a virgin body, and has never been defiled by a man. Even if your body is clean, a dirty mind is disgusting. Wu Tian struck without mercy. That's better than Huang Lan, who has been slept with by I don't know how many men. Pa! Wu Tian raised his hand and slammed it over. Warning, please keep your mouth clean. If you dare to defile Sister Lan again, I'll tear your rotten mouth off. You, how dare you hit me? You wait, This young lady is not finished with you. Huang Shanshan put down these words and stomped her feet and ran away in a huff. What a lack of upbringing. Wu Tian cursed and turned his head to Huang Lan and said soothingly, that girl has a sharp tongue. Don't take her words to heart. It doesn't matter. I got used to it a long time ago. Huang Lan shrugged, his expression very calm. It's okay. Thank you for defending me just now. Huang Lan tilted her head and said in an ambiguous tone, it would be so nice to have a man guard me like that for the rest of my life. Don't worry. You'll find the right good man. Can you find it? Sure. Hopefully. Huang Lan would smile, her odd eyes sizing up Wu Tian. Suddenly I realized that you're really a bit different from other men. What's the difference? There are principles. There is a bottom line. And it's not like other men are so casual. Huang Lan tossed her long hair and said with a smug smile, if it were any other man, facing Shan Shan's temptation, I'm afraid that he would have already thrown himself under her garnet skirt, while you can still act so calmly. It's really rare. Shan Shan is very pretty, but compared to Sister Arashir it's still a long way off. If she's going to fall it's going to be under Sister Arashi's garnet skirt. Wu Tian smiled and joked, you boys are really getting sweet-talked. Arashir hasn't tasted it. How do you know my mouth is getting sweeter? Asterisk 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 Q. Huang Lan smiled demurely with a red face and snapped, not only has your kid's mouth gotten sweeter, his guts are also getting bigger and bigger. In the past, I thought this kid was so honest that he didn't even dare to joke around in front of her, and after getting along, I realized that this kid was getting more and more unrestrained. It's all learned from Sister Arashir. Wu Tian smiled back. That's true. I did learn it from Huang Lan. At first, when he only knew Arashir, there was a heart barrier. After all, this woman was the idol star he admired. After getting along, I realized that this woman has no shelf, and from time to time, she even flirted with him, and after a long time, she slowly became bold in front of Lan, and put the blame on Sis. Huang Lan rolled her eyes demurely and suddenly proposed, let's go. Sister will take you to do something crazy. Sister Lan, don't come over. Wu Tian pretended to be scared and protected his body, protesting, I'm not such a casual man. I hope that Sister Arashir won't force me to do so. Put. Huang Lan was directly amused by the action and expression. Swinging her fist and smashing Wu Tian gently, she said in a bad mood, brat, what are you thinking about? Sis is not such a casual woman. So what does Arashir mean by, sister will take you hiking, climbing? Right. Huang Lan nodded and explained, there is a small mountain in our back house. I often climbed it to play after hours. Today you accompany me, but it's going to be dark soon. With you, there's nothing to be afraid of. Alright then. Wu Tian didn't want to refute Sister Lan's interest, so he only nodded his head in agreement. Huang Lan walked over and took a bottle of white wine from the liquor cabinet. Take this with you. Let's drink on the way. What? Climbing mountains and drinking? Sis is in a good mood today, so I'll drink with you. Aren't you afraid that I'll get drunk and do you in the mountains? Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh and joked. If that's the case, Sis won't blame you. Arashir, look at you. Are you just dying for me to get you drunk? Asterisk 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 Q. Huang Lan spat lightly and hugged the red wine to Wu Tian. Let's go. After saying this, he took the lead and walked towards the outside of the room. Wu Tian pursed his lips and followed closely behind him. The two of them walked through the Huang family's mansion, skirted the back garden, and climbed up along the path toward the top of the mountain. This hill behind the Huang family was originally intended to be a backyard garden, but as a result, it has been stranded without development due to lack of funds. No one usually went up this hill. Only the Huang family servants would run up there for fun, sometimes dating on the hill. Huang Lan often went up to the mountain after she was young and followed the servants, but she never went up there when she grew up, and this time she was in a good mood and planned to go to the mountain with Wu Tian to play. Halfway up the trail, Huang Lan was tired and sweating, and opened the red wine he was carrying in his arms to take a sip, drinking it and handing it to Wu Tian. Do you drink? No drink. In this situation, Wu Tian was in little mood to drink. Is it too much for sis? Of course not. Then you take a sip. 174 Huang family accidentally shipwrecked. Alright, Wu Tian, in order to prove that he didn't dislike Sister Arashir, picked up the wine bottle and took a big hard gulp of red wine. Or the first time I drank red wine from a bottle. The bottle still has the aftertaste of Arashir on it, and the light and warm aroma is mesmerizing. What a silly boy. Huang Lan shook his head with a bitter smile, probably too thirsty, and took the bottle and drank several mouthfuls in a row. Sister Lan, drink less. Wu Tian was afraid that Sister Lan would get drunk, so he grabbed the bottle and drank the rest of the red wine in one go. After finishing their drinks, the two continued to climb the mountain. Climbing halfway up the mountainside, Huang Lan's tired little face turned red and her mouth gasped for air. Climbing too fast. I'm exhausted. Still climbing? Of course I'm going to climb. I'm going to climb to the top. Otherwise, I'll carry you? No. I'll climb by myself. Huang Lan gritted her teeth and continued to climb up the mountain. It may have been a long time since I walked, and it was particularly hard to climb. It took the two of them more than half an hour to climb to the top. Huang Lan collapsed helplessly on the grass, looking at the darkening sky and said, "Every time I climbed to the top of the mountain step by myself, I felt especially proud. You are really a strong woman." Wu Tian couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Seeing Sister Lan climb all the way to the top of the mountain through gritted teeth did surprise him. If it were an ordinary woman, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to crawl anymore. It can't be helped. My family circumstances dictate that I have to be strong. A quiet smile escaped Huang Lan's face. Whoever marries a woman as fine as you will surely be happy. Do you want to? Ha, forget it, it's nothing. Just as the two of them were chatting, they heard bad noises coming from the Huang family's mansion at the bottom of the hill, more lively than a grocery store. Wu Tian's expression tightened as he looked down at the mountain. Sister Lan, listen, what's that sound in the Huang family's mansion? You solved the capital chain crisis for the Huang family. The Huang family must be having a banquet to celebrate. Don't mind them. Huang Lan said this and collapsed on the grass to continue enjoying the tranquility and happiness of the moment. Every time she was with Wu Tian, she could feel especially relaxed, without any worries. How come it doesn't sound like a drinking celebration? Wu Tian felt that something was not quite right when he listened to the sound, and the bad noise was particularly harsh. Don't mind them. Chat with sis. Huang Lan changed her position and turned her head to face Wu Tian. Kid, have you ever been in love before? Liked a girl? Who? My classmate. I envy your classmates. But she doesn't like me. She likes money, power, and her vanity. Wu Tian smiled to himself as he said this. Huang Lan rolled over and got up from the ground, wondering, you're rich and powerful. Why doesn't she like it? I didn't have anything before. Huang Lan listened to some confusion, but also did not dwell on this issue. Smiled and said, if you do not have money and power is good, sister can adopt you. Ha! Wu Tian laughed without saying anything. If she really didn't have any money or power, she wouldn't have had the chance to get to know Sister Erisher, let alone talk about whether or not she was a package deal. At that moment, the sounds down the hill grew louder, accompanied by smashing and screaming. Hearing this voice, Huang Lan also sensed that something was wrong. Kid, did something happen to our Huang family? Something is definitely wrong. Wu Tian nodded his head vigorously, having felt that the sound at the bottom of the mountain was not quite right before, only a bit too far apart to hear it at all. I'll give Grandpa a call. Huang Lan hurriedly fumbled for her cell phone to call her old man, and the call went unanswered, then rushed to call her dad. Again no one answered. Even Huang Zai's phone was not answered. Sensing that things were not good, Huang Lan hurriedly said to Wu Tian, something must have happened to the Huang family. Let's go back quickly. Quickly go down the mountain. Wu Tian took Huang Lan and hurriedly descended the mountain, while fumbling for his cell phone to call Chun Lon. If something did happen to the Huang family, it would definitely not be a small matter, so it would be safer to call Qinglong to come over and pick up the pieces. The path down the mountain was well traveled, and it took the two of them more than 10 minutes to return to the Yellow House. The entire mansion was found to be in disarray, with signs of vandalism and wreckage everywhere, as if it had been invaded by ghosts. Huang Lan's heart sank as he hurriedly ran in the direction of the main residence, soon saw the bodyguards lying all over the place outside the main mansion. More than a dozen of them were all seriously injured, lying on the ground paralyzed and wailing with wounds. What happened? How did you guys get hurt like this? Huang Lan crouched on the ground and asked the bodyguard about the situation in an urgent voice. Just now a group of people suddenly broke in, without saying anything. Cough. Hands on the fight. We simply cannot resist. The bodyguard intermittently recounted what happened. It turns out that after they went up the mountain, more than 20 people suddenly broke into the Huang family and vandalized them mindlessly. More than a dozen bodyguards rushed ahead to protect the safety of the Huang family and engaged in an armed struggle with the thugs. Only those thugs were too ferocious. The bodyguards were no match for them, and one after another they were knocked down by the thugs. Where are they? My grandfather and my father? Huang Lan asked anxiously after them. The bond of blood is thicker than water, making her heart miss her grandfather and father, and her mind is overwhelmed with worry. The old master has taken everyone into hiding. After the bodyguard finished saying this, he continued, the main force of thugs has already left, and there are still a few thugs searching for the whereabouts of the old master and the Huang family. I'm going to look for Grandpa and Dad. After Huang Lan said this, she ran towards the main residence as fast as she could, and Wu Tian followed closely behind her to follow. Elder Huang and Huang Taiping lived on the second floor of the main house. The two hurried up the stairs to find the inside in a state of disarray, the place clearly showing signs of having been rummaged through. After searching around and not finding them, Huang Lan looked even more impatient. Where in the world did Grandpa and the girls go? Don't be anxious first. Wu Tian calmed down and opened his mouth to inquire. Does your Huang family have any place to hide? Can hide. Right. The study. Huang Lan suddenly remembered and hurried downstairs towards the study. The study was a separate building, relatively hidden in the Huang family, which hid not only books, but also many antique jades. When the two of them ran to the study, they found that their grandfather and father as well as the rest of the Huang family were in the study, and there were many Huang family members who were still injured. But fortunately, their grandfather and father were not injured. By now the Huang family had been surrounded by several thugs. There were 4 thugs, and the faces of these thugs were painted like a cat with a flowery face, obviously a deliberate disguise. The thugs glared intently at the Huang family, as if they had some kind of deep hatred. After a short stare down, the 4 thugs raised their sticks and were ready to rush up and smash them. Stop! At the critical moment, Huang Lan jumped up to protect in front of her grandfather and father and the Huang family, yelling at the robbers, "I forbid you to hurt my family." Although her family had put her through a lot before, she still didn't want to see them hurt. 175 Save me. Lanner, quickly, come here. Elder Huang's voice trembled as he beckoned to his granddaughter to stand behind him. Even Huang Taiping was anxious, fearing that the thugs would lay their hands on his daughter. They were Huang Lan's closest family members, and although they had acted somewhat indifferently in the past, they didn't want to see their granddaughter or daughter get hurt. This is perhaps kinship. No matter how much resentment there is in your heart, you will worry about each other in times of crisis. On the contrary, those Huang family members, seeing Huang Lan step in to guard them at the critical moment, all hung their heads in shame. They usually didn't humiliate Huang Lan a lot, but they didn't expect that when they were in danger. It was Huang Lan who stepped in to protect them, and all of them felt guilty and uneasy in their hearts all of a sudden. Dad, Grandpa, you guys hurry up and leave. Huang Lan twisted her head to look at her family behind her, urging in a sharp voice, "You silly girl." Huang Taiping gritted his teeth in pain, his old face red for a while at this time. He sighed a little to himself. Compared to his daughter, he as a father was so far away. In the past, he always thought that Huang Lan was an illegitimate child, and his heart was resistant to Huang Lan, but now he realized that at the critical moment, it was still Huang Lan who valued his feelings the most. "I've never felt so guilty as I do now, and I secretly blame myself for not being a good father in the past. Those thugs don't care that much, they don't have the slightest pity for her." Seeing Huang Lan blocking the way, they wielded their clubs and smashed at her. "Ah!" Huang Lan screamed in fear and clutched her head with both hands in death. The old master and Huang Taiping, as well as the rest of the Huang family, were all tense and sweating coldly, and they couldn't help but worry about Huang Lan. In the nick of time, Wu Tian rushed over as fast as he could and tackled Huang Lan to the ground, rolling several times in a row before escaping the thug's attack. Seeing Huang Lan dodge away, the crowd was secretly relieved. Wu Tian hurriedly helped Huang Lan up from the ground and said with concern, "Sister Lan, are you alright?" "It's fine." Huang Lan shook her head, and to be honest, she was also scared just now, her heart about to pop out. If Wu Tian hadn't made a timely move, she would have been smashed beyond recognition by the thugs even if she wasn't killed. "It's good that you're fine. You stand back, let me deal with these thugs." Wu Tian pushed Huang Lan to a relatively safe distance behind him and said with a smile, "Hey!" Huang Lan grabbed Wu Tian's arm and instructed in a low voice, "Be careful, don't get hurt." "Don't worry, I'm fine." Wu Tian dropped a comforting look and turned to face the thugs. "Come on, do it." From the movements of the 4 thugs, it could be seen that these people were all practiced, and their hands were more powerful than the Huang family's bodyguards. If with 4 thugs hard contact, may he is not the thug's opponent, right now can only be wise. The Huang family stood back and didn't say anything. Everyone couldn't help but secretly worry for Wu Tian, worried that this kid would be killed. Worried, everyone will not open their mouths to stop. After all, this kid is an outsider. There is this kid to deal with the thugs. The Huang family cannot wait. Under the gaze of the crowd, they only saw 4 thugs waving their clubs and rods and pouncing towards Wu Tian, all of them with a ferocious and vicious look. The atmosphere of the scene became tense all of a sudden. Seeing the 4 clubs smashing at Wu Tian together, he had thought that this kid would be smashed in the head when he was smashed, only to see Wu Tian's body flickering. Like a loach, he slid over the right backside and easily dodged the attack. Failing to hit, the 4 gangsters became even more ferocious and once again smashed towards Wu Tian with sticks in their hands. Wu Tian did not dare to be careless and dodged again. Right now, he wasn't sure he could defeat the 4 thugs, so he could only stall for a while. A few rounds down, the 4 thugs were unable to knock down Wu Tian. Instead they became impatient and increased their speed to continue their attack. Wu Tian retreated back and forth, until he retreated to the corner, and seeing that the time was ripe, he grabbed the potted plant and ruthlessly smashed it into one of the thugs. Bang! One of the thugs was caught off guard, didn't dodge, and was knocked back several steps by the flower pot. This smash instantly disrupted the other few thugs, A few people obviously became a bit flustered. Wu Tian seized the opportunity to meet up with a vicious kick in the pants of the second gangster, kicking him screaming. The other two thugs reacted and hurriedly raised their sticks towards Wu Tian, both with a cannibalistic look. Wu Tian hurriedly dodged, while fleeing towards the right rear as fast as he could, causing the two thugs to rush to chase after him. Before chasing him to the desk, Wu Tian leaped onto the desk and with the advantage of the desk, he turned around and kicked his leg across the room. The third thug knocked down, saw the four thugs raise the stick to smash. He rushed to reach out and catch the stick, force a fold and pull from the hands of the thugs to snatch back the stick. The fourth thug, seeing the situation, turned and ran. Where would Wu Tian give him a chance to escape? Leaping and flying over, he ruthlessly kicked the outlaw in the ass, sending him tumbling. At this point, all four thugs were dried out by Wu Tian. The Huang family had long since looked dumbfounded. The fight just now was overly exciting. It was like watching a real-life version of a blockbuster movie. They didn't expect Wu Tian to be so tough. With his swift and powerful moves, he was able to knock over all the four thugs in 3 punches and 2 kicks. I had thought that a noble son of a hidden mansion like Wu Tian, who had grown up in a honeypot since he was a child, must be weak and not capable of much. But Wu Tian's performance was astonishing. It was really impressive that this kind of young master of a luxurious family was so powerful in his stance. Even Elder Huang couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He was shocked by Wu Tian's amazing stance. He had seen countless people, and had been in the business world for decades, so he had seen all kinds of characters, but it was the first time he had seen someone like Wu Tian. Not only did he have a fluffy birth, but he also had such a powerful body, and the key was that he was still so low-key as a person, which really surprised him. Huang Taiping was equally dark. He was shocked by this performance of Wu Tian's, his eyes staring straight ahead as he felt incomparably astonished and surprised. Now he admired Wu Tian even more, and at the same time recognized his daughter's vision to find such an excellent boyfriend. Behind the crowd, Huang Shanshan's eyes almost didn't glaze over in shock. All along, she had felt that Wu Tian was a weak kid who must not be capable of much. The sight of it just now almost didn't make her eyes fall out of her head. I didn't realize that not only was Wu Tian's body so powerful, but even his fighting posture and movements were handsome and impressive. That move mesmerized her. Handsome as hell. Now she was even more jealous of Huanglan, looking for a man who was not only a noble young man from a hidden mansion, but the key was that this young man's body was so amazing. Now she was even more convinced that she must find a way to get her hands on Wu Tian and find a way to take this outstanding man for herself. At this point she was already stupidly thinking about how to dominate this man. Huang Lan and Huang Zhe had long seen Wu Tian's powerful hands, but this time it still made the two of them scratch their heads. It seemed as if Wu Tian's stance was improving every day, giving unexpected surprises every time. 176 Re-entering the police station. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wu Tian walked over and stepped on the chest of one of the thugs and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you people? Why did you attack the Huang family? Humph, kill us if you have the guts." The thugs tilted their heads stiffly, not looking like people who were greedy and afraid of death. "I'd like to see if it's your mouth that's hard, or my means." Wu Tian casually grabbed the pieces of the flower bed and put them on the neck of the thug, forcing him to ask, "Say, who the hell are you guys?" No comment. Looking for death. Encountering this kind of hardcore, Wu Tian was also angry, waving his fist and smashing it fiercely on the thug's chest, and then putting the flower bed pieces close to the thug's neck. He asked in a cold voice, "I'll give you another last chance. If you don't tell the truth again, don't blame me for being impolite to you." Humph. The thug snorted coldly and shut his mouth rather than die. Just as Wu Tian was about to continue pressing the issue, a group of police officers barged into the study and surrounded it. "Stop." One of the female police officers drew a pistol and aimed it at Wu Tian's head. "If you dare to move again, I'll shoot." "It's you?" Wu Tian looked up and saw this familiar face in front of him. The policewoman in front of her was no one else but the female officer Su Ruyun, the captain of the East City Police Station, who had been molested by her before. This place is under the jurisdiction of the East Side District, and it's not unusual to see Officer Su here. "Bastard boy, we meet again." Su Ruyun teased the corner of his mouth as a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Last time, he was molested by this kid in public and was taken advantage of, and that account has been kept in his heart. I didn't expect Wu Tian to fall into her hands once again, so I just took this opportunity to teach this rogue boy a good lesson." "Officer Su, you look so dominant in your police uniform." Wu Tian's gaze shifted downward and landed on Su Ruyun's body with a hard glance. "Don't say, this woman's body is really dominating. Not on par with Huanglan, even wearing a police uniform can't stop that piece of pride. You, being molested again." Su Ruyun's mouth twitched in anger, and she threatened in a low voice, "Little bastard, you'll have a good time when you go back to the police station later." After saying this, she put away her pistol and turned her head to her subordinates and ordered, "Bring Wu Tian back to the police station along with these thugs." Yes, a few policemen got the order and started to arrest Wu Tian and the four severely injured thugs. Wait! Seeing that the police were about to take Wu Tian away, Huang Lan rushed forward to stop them. Officer, Wu Tian didn't commit any crime. Why are you arresting him? I just witnessed him commit murder with flower pot pieces. Su Ruyun gritted her teeth and bones and said coldly, the thugs were going after us. He was defending us. That's self-defense. Whether it's self-defense or not, I will judge for myself. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. Su Ruyun finished saying this and impatiently asked, which one of you just called the police? It's me. Huang Zhe took the initiative to step forward. Go, follow me back to the police station to record a statement. Su Ruyun finished saying this and took the lead to walk towards the outside. Huang Lan still wanted to stop it, but was interrupted by Wu Tian. Don't worry, Sister Lan, I'll be fine. I'll be back soon. But, I didn't commit any crime. I'm familiar with their director. Absolutely nothing will happen. After Wu Tian said this, he said to Sister Lan, many of the Huang family members are injured. Hurry up and send them to the hospital. I'll come over to find you later. Alright. After hearing this, Huang Lan nodded with relief. I'll have Qinglong help you later. Wu Tian had just finished saying this when he saw Qinglong hurriedly running over. As soon as Qinglong saw that his young master had been arrested by the police, he immediately began to get anxious. Wu Tian was worried about Qinglong getting into trouble and hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Qinglong, don't fight with the police. These cops all had guns, and in a real fight, Qinglong would definitely be at a disadvantage. What's more, the charge of assaulting a police officer was no joke, and he couldn't let Qinglong get caught in the station as well. Yes, upon hearing this, Qinglong immediately withdrew his fist. He was now subservient to Wu Tian, and since the young master did not allow him to make a move, there was naturally a reason not to do so. I'll go to the police station and walk around. I'll be out soon. After Wu Tian said this, he instructed Qinglong, you stay in the Huang family, don't move an inch to protect Sister Lan. If any more thugs come to commit crimes, you'll help deal with them, and you mustn't let Sister Lan get hurt. Understood? Okay, I'll leave first. After saying this, Wu Tian followed the two policemen towards the outside. Just like that, Wu Tian was once again brought to the police station and was locked up inside an interrogation room alone. After more than half an hour, Su Ruyun walked into the interrogation room alone, and asked with a captain's stance, tell me, why did you commit the murder? I think Officer Su already knows what happened. I was in self-defense. Wu Tian returned playfully. Justifiable defense? Right. You have obviously subdued the assailant, and in the absence of resistance from the assailant with a flowerpot ceramic tile ready to cut the assailant's aorta, this is also considered self-defense? I just wanted to scare the thugs. I didn't really want to kill anyone. Wu Tian argued in a calm tone. Why should I trust you? If you don't believe me, you can ask the Huang family. They can all testify for me. Humph. Cut the crap with me. Su Ruyun realized that there was no way to continue the interrogation, and in the current situation, it was impossible to convict Wu Tian. Things have been clarified. Those thugs broke into the Huang family to commit murder. Wu Tian tyrannized the thugs with his own strength and protected the safety of the Huang family. It was reasonable to say that not only was Wu Tian not guilty, but he had merit. But she didn't refuse to let go of Wu Tian and said viciously, little bastard, you took advantage of me last time. Let's see how I can clean you up this time. What do you want? I want you to taste my methods. After Su Ruyun said this, she raised her leg and kicked towards Wu Tian's pants area. The kick wasn't heavy in force, but it wasn't light either. It wasn't so bad as to waste Wu Tian, but it could make his life worse than death. Asterisk. Wu Tian cursed and hurriedly dodged away in fear. As a police officer, you dare to use lynching. How outrageous. Less ing bull. Su Ruyun missed a blow and raised his leg to kick at Wu Tian's pants again, with more force than before. This time Wu Tian didn't dodge and reached out to hold that supple thigh and smiled. Come on, let's hurt each other. Rascal, let go. Don't you like to kick me? Let you taste my methods. Not only did Wu Tian not let go, but he slowly lifted the woman's leg upwards. Ah! Su Ruyun cried out in pain and hissed angrily. Bastard! Animal! Hurry up and let go of me. How does it feel? I'm going to shoot you. Does it hurt? Asterisk. Ah! Su Ruyun hadn't finished cursing when she screamed in pain and tears rolled out of her eyes. The asshole was so over the top, he barely broke her leg. Officer Su, next time you dare to kick me, don't blame me for being rude to you. Seeing Su Ruyun's eyes brimming with tears, Wu Tian then released her right leg. 177, offended the devil woman. Bastard, I'll kill you. Su Ruyun couldn't hide the shame and anger in her heart after she got free, and felt out her pistol and aimed it at Wu Tian's head. No one had ever dared to treat her like that, and it almost didn't break her legs in half. As a police captain, I've never suffered this kind of humiliation. Wu Tian was not afraid in the slightest and shrugged his shoulders without any concern. Officer Su, if you don't see me in your eyes, just shoot me. You. The corners of Su Ruyun's mouth trembled with anger, and the hand holding the robber trembled for half a day. But in the end, he didn't shoot. The guy was a bit shameless, but not guilty enough to die. What's more, this kid had a powerful background, so if she really shot him, she would get herself in big trouble. Bang! At that moment, the door of the interrogation room was kicked open, and Liang Tianhua, the police station chief, hurriedly broke in. He had hurriedly kicked in the door because he had heard that Captain Su had put Wu Tian alone in the interrogation room and was afraid that something would go wrong. As soon as he saw Captain Su pointing his pistol at Wu Tian, cold sweat broke out on his forehead in fear, and he hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Captain Su, you're crazy, quickly put the gun away. Director Liang, why are you here? Su Ruyun put away her pistol somewhat sheepishly. Originally, he just wanted to hide here to teach Wu Tian a lesson in private, but he didn't expect that he was still known by Director Liang. What crime did Wu Tian commit this time? Su Ruyun was momentarily tongue-tied, and really couldn't find any suitable charge to place on Wu Tian's head. Captain Su, you really let me down. Liang Tianhua glared fiercely at Su Ruyun and reprimanded in a low voice. How many times have I told you that we can't afford to mess with Wu Tian and told you not to mess with him? How come you just don't listen? I just wanted to teach him a lesson. He's not yours to lecture. Go apologize to him. Not going. Su Ruyun tilted her head to the side somewhat capriciously. Having been taken advantage of by this kid, now asking her to apologize to this kind of rogue scoundrel was never going to happen. Liang Tianhua was so angry that he threw his sleeve with force and said coldly, forget it, I'll settle the score with you later. He knew Su Ruyun's character, and it wasn't easy to get the woman to apologize. Slowly he lowered his stance and smiled at Wu Tian. Captain Su was much offended just now. I apologize to you on her behalf. Director Liang is serious. Wu Tian smiled faintly and said half-jokingly, your Captain Su is deliberately targeting me, perhaps because he likes me. Su Ruyun immediately became furious upon hearing this and was about to curse a few times, only to be glared back by Liang Tianhua. Liang Tianhua accompanied a smiling face to Wu Tian and said curtly, Captain Su is this foul temper. Don't take it to heart. I'll let someone send you back, he said, reaching out and making a gesture of invitation. I don't want to go back yet. Wu Tian fiddled with his handsome hairstyle and said with a smile, ha! As soon as he heard this, Liang Tianhua was not solid in his heart, thinking that Wu Tian was looking for trouble, and tried to ask, so what do you mean? I want to know what's going on in this case. Oh, upon hearing this, Liang Tianhua sighed in relief. The case is still under trial, and no results have been found out yet. Who the hell are these thugs? It hasn't checked out yet. Then why did they do it to the Huang family? Liang Tianhua smiled awkwardly and said, a few thugs are too hard-mouthed and refuse to talk, so I'm afraid there won't be much progress in a short time. Yes? But don't worry, we will definitely find a way to find out the result as soon as possible and inform you as soon as we have any news. Liang Tianhua assured with a smile. It has long been known that Wu Tian behind the powerful forces, even the city council do not dare to offend. His small police station director naturally wanted double to please. Alright, Wu Tian did not pursue the matter further. He knew the case was tricky, and he really couldn't find out much in a short time through those tough-talking thugs. Mr. Wu, it's getting late. I'll arrange for someone to send you back now. Liang Tianhua smiled to curry favor. No need. Wu Tian waved his hand and dropped his gaze on Su Ruyun's face. Since Captain Su brought me here, let her send me back. Do your daydreaming. Without waiting for Liang Tianhua to speak, Su Ruyun expressed her strong opposition. She hated this stinking rascal Wu Tian now, and couldn't wait to beat this brat half to death in order to solve her heart's hatred. As the captain of the East Side Thunderbolt, with the title of Female Devil, making countless thugs scared, I did not expect to be taken advantage of by this kid Wu Tian. The thought of having her body touched by those dirty hands made her gnash her teeth in hatred, and in her heart she secretly vowed that one day she would teach this smelly rascal a good lesson. Since Captain Su doesn't want to send it even if it's okay, goodbye. Wu Tian waved his hand, turned around and walked towards the outside. When he walked to the door he suddenly turned back. By the way Captain Su, your long supple and slippery legs are just a little bit less meaty and chrome to the touch. The angry Su Ruyun almost didn't spit out blood. This asshole, taking advantage of her and still has the nerve to talk here. It's really outrageous. If it wasn't for Director Liang being here, she would have taken out her pistol and fired a few shots at this kid to see if this smelly hooligan still dared to talk nonsense. You guys are busy. I'm leaving. Wu Tian threw his hands behind his back and strutted out. Just as he stepped out of the interrogation room, he saw Huang Zhe quickly welcoming him. Concerned, Mr. Wu, are you alright? It's fine, Wu Tian said expressionlessly. As the saying goes, reaching out doesn't make you smile. not to mention that Huang Zhe's performance today made him quite satisfied. In comparison, within the Huang family, Huang Zhe's attitude towards Sister Lan was considered the best, unlike the others who were so mean. It's good that it's fine. Let's leave first. Huang Zhe reached out and made a please gesture. Ever since he knew about Wu Tian's life, he had always been careful in front of him, fearing that he would accidentally offend him again. The two walked out of the East Side police station one after the other. After getting into the car, Wu Tian couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, "Who exactly are these thugs tonight?" "I don't know." Huang Zhe shook his head painfully. He couldn't help but have a dark headache at the mention of these thugs. To be honest, it was fortunate that Wu Tian had made a timely move tonight, or else the Huang family would have suffered. After contemplating for a few seconds, he opened his mouth and thanked Wu Tian. "Thank you for relieving our Huang family tonight." "There's no need to thank me. I only stepped in because of Sister Lan's face." After Wu Tian finished saying this, he continued to pursue. "Did your Huang family offend someone?" "Mainly for the sake of Sister Lan. Otherwise I wouldn't bother to ask about the Huang families." Huang Zhe swallowed back his words as they came out of his mouth, looking like he was about to say something, obviously covering up a bit. This, on the contrary, made Wu Tian even more curious and once again pursued. "Don't stammer. If you have something to say, just say it." "Okay." Huang Zhe hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "Actually, our Huang family used to do those shady businesses and accidentally offended a few organizations." "There's still this kind of thing?" Wu Tian's eyes flickered and his brows furrowed slightly. 178 help? A spring in your step? Wu Tian froze slightly for a few seconds and couldn't help but continue to pursue. "What exactly has your Huang family offended?" "Our Huang family has offended 3 organizations, 2 major forces in Luzhou City and a certain organization in Jiangnan province." Huang Zhe looked ahead and explained very seriously. 2 of the major forces have already died out, and now that organization in Jiangnan is left. "What organization?" "Dragon and Tiger Hall." "Do you mean to say that the gang of thugs tonight were sent by the Dragon and Tiger Hall?" "It's a possibility. Let's go back to your Huang family first." Wu Tian didn't say anything more, intending to go back to the Huang family first to check the situation. The two returned to the Huang family's mansion to find that the aftermath had been pretty much taken care of, and the injured had already been sent to the hospital. The rest of the Huang family looked terrified. Although the matter had already passed, it still left a shadow in everyone's heart. Just as Wu Tian walked into the Huang family's main residence, Elder Huang brought people to welcome him and said gratefully, "Little Wu, thanks for helping the Huang family out this time. On behalf of the entire Huang family, I would like to thank you." After saying this, he bowed deeply towards Wu Tian to thank him. The Huang family bowed to express their agreement. If he was afraid of Wu Tian's identity before, then now he was truly grateful for Wu Tian's help. If Wu Tian hadn't subdued the thugs before, the Huang family would have had to suffer a severe beating, and it was still a matter of whether they were dead or alive. "Old sir, you are too kind." Wu Tian rushed forward to help the old man up. This was, after all, Huang Lan's grandfather, and even if it was for the sake of Sister Lan's face, the respect that should be shown still couldn't be less. "From now on, you are our Huang family's honored person. Our Huang family is indebted to you." After Elder Huang finished saying this, he opened his mouth in a soft tone and proposed, "It's too late tonight. Why don't you stay in our Huang family for the night?" "Then, okay." Wu Tian nodded, deciding to stay tonight mainly because of Sister Lan's safety. "Lan'er, quickly, take Mr. Wu to rest there in your room." Elder Huang hurriedly instructed Huang Lan. "Okay, Grandpa." After Huang Lan answered, she said to Wu Tian, "Let's go. I'll take you there." "Good." Wu Tian nodded and followed Huang Lan towards the house from before, with Qinglong following closely behind him. The 3 of them returned to their room. Huang Lan couldn't help but say gratefully, "Thank you for saving me and my family. I don't even know how to thank you properly." "Sister Erishur, there's no need to be so polite between us. You saved our family, you are now a credit to our Huang family, and the entire Huang family is grateful to you. Erishur, I'm doing this for your sake. Thank you." After Huang Lan thanked her, she whispered in a somewhat embarrassed voice, "Just now, Grandpa looked for me and wanted to ask you to ask me to be his granddaughter-in-law?" "Screw you." Huang Lan rolled her eyes without a good look and whispered, "My grandfather wants to ask you to help our Huang family deal with that gang of thugs." "No problem." Wu Tian resolutely agreed. With those thugs eyeing Erishur, he wasn't at peace with himself and needed to find a way to deal with those thugs so that he could get rid of them once and for all. "Do you really want to?" "Sure. My grandfather was afraid you wouldn't want to. I mostly didn't want to put you in danger. You've been so good to Sis. Sis doesn't even know how to repay you." Huang Lan bit her lip, her eyes filled with gratitude. "The help is mutual, and you've helped me a lot before. I'm really glad to know you." Huang Lan took a deep breath and instructed uneasily, "I heard that the gang of thugs are from the Dragon and Tiger Hall. and they are particularly fierce, so you must be careful. Don't worry. After Wu Tian said this, he looked up and instructed Qinglong, you don't need to worry about my side. Go and check out the details of the Dragon Tiger Hall and give me an answer as soon as possible. Okay, I'll go now. Qinglong answered and then turned to leave the room. The room quieted down after the green dragon left, and the exasperation was slightly awkward. In order to diffuse the embarrassment, Huang Lan smiled and suggested, kid, go take a shower first, and go to bed early afterward. Good. Wu Tian nodded and dug into the bathroom. He soon finished his shower and walked out, holding a towel as he wiped his hair and smiled. Sister Erasure, this towel at your home smells so good. Yikes. You. When Huang Lan saw the pink towel in Wu Tian's hand, her pretty face suddenly blushed. Why are you wiping your head with my bath towel? Then why didn't you say so earlier? Wu Tian hurriedly dropped the towel in fear. Put. Seeing Wu Tian in this state, Huang Lan couldn't help but sputter with laughter and walked over to pick up the towel and scolded. Brat, you still dislike your sister. Hey. Wu Tian awkwardly scratched his head and also realized that the action just now was too blunt, and somewhat apologetically explained. It's not that I dislike Sister Lan. I just think that the flavor is too strong. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold it. Q. Huang Lan ranted without a good mood, holding the towel and blushing as she ran into the bathroom. Wu Tian shook his head with a bitter smile and turned around to enter back into his room to sleep. The night was silent, and the next day he was awakened by a sharp knock on the door, which he had expected to be Erasure knocking outside. Frightened, he hurriedly put on his clothes and pants and cleaned up properly before opening the door to his room, realizing that it was Qinglong standing outside the door. Did you find out about the Dragon Tiger Hall? Seeing this expression on Qinglong's face, Wu Tian knew that things were going well. Right. Qinglong nodded his head and said with an expressionless face, after poking around from many sides, he has already found out the details of the Dragon and Tiger Hall. Tell me about it. Dragon Tiger Hall was originally a large company in Jiangnan, and then because of poor management, it took to the Black Road, relying on those gray business to grow and prosper. Get to the point. The Huang family was originally a small branch under the Dragon Tiger Hall. Then it betrayed the organization when it had a conflict with the Dragon Tiger Hall, and ran to Luzhou to develop alone. And this time, the Dragon Tiger Hall raided the Huang family also for revenge. Qinglong spoke about the grudge between the Dragon Tiger Hall and the Huang family in one breath. Drink some water first. Wu Tian poured a cup of water and handed it over. He watched Qinglong finish his water before continuing to pursue. Then have you found out the true strength of the Dragon Tiger Hall? The Dragon Tiger Hall is very powerful, with many criminal priors, and has a great reputation in the Jiangnan area. Can we find a way to destroy the Dragon Tiger Hall? Qinglong hesitated for a few seconds and said in a deep voice, with our current strength, going against the Dragon Tiger Hall is like hitting a stone with an egg. The Dragon and Tiger Hall is that powerful? Right, I understand. Go ahead and get busy. Wu Tian nodded in understanding, having a general subjective understanding of the Dragon Tiger Hall. The Dragon Tiger Hall was very powerful. A small family like the Huang family was no match at all, and with his current personal strength, he simply couldn't fight the Dragon Tiger Hall. This was why Elder Huang had asked Sister Lan to plead for his help, clearly wanting him to use his family's power. After thinking for a while, he felt out his cell phone and dialed Longyun, and asked into the phone, Secretary Long, have you had dinner? 179 Dragon Tiger Hall. On the other end of the phone, Longyun paused slightly for a few seconds and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask rhetorically, how did young master start caring about such a trivial matter as whether or not I've eaten? Can't you care a little? Wu Tian's tone suddenly became a few points colder, feeling that he did care a little too much about Secretary Long recently. Since the last time he accidentally looked at Longyun's body, his heart was secretly guilty, and he cared for a few words from time to time. Okay. Longyun spat out a word in a stiff tone. So did you eat or not? No. Remember to get breakfast later. Don't starve your brain silly. Yes. Right. After saying a few words of nonsense, Wu Genius went straight to the point. Secretary Long, have you ever heard of the Dragon Tiger Hall? I've heard that. You've heard of all this? Wu Tian was a bit surprised. Longyun was a woman after all. She should rarely care about this in normal times. Yes. On the other end of the phone, Longyun explained patiently. The Dragon Tiger Hall was originally just a small organization that had some skirmishes with the industries under the Wu family clan, and the old gentleman had asked me to investigate the Dragon Tiger Hall before. Conflict with our Wu family? Right. The Dragon Tiger Hall is so fluffy that it even dares to mess with our Wu family? Young master, perhaps I didn't make myself clear. Longyun brewed in her mind for a few seconds and explained very seriously. The Dragon Tiger Hall has no direct conflict with our Wu family. It only clashed with our small company, and the Wu family is considering eradicating the Dragon Tiger Hall. I see. Wu Tian nodded with understanding and tried to ask, when does Grandpa plan to eradicate the Dragon Tiger Hall? To deal with this kind of small organization, it's not necessary for the old master to step in. As for when the Dragon Tiger Hall will be eradicated, I'm not sure. Long Yun couldn't help but open his mouth to follow up after saying this. Young master, why are you suddenly concerned about the matter of the Dragon Tiger Hall? Nothing, just asking casually. I'll hang up first. Wu Tian said this and directly hung up his cell phone. Since the Dragon and Tiger Hall had a grudge against the Wu family, without him having to open his mouth, he believed that it wouldn't be long before this kind of organization would be exterminated by the Wu family. Just after the call, Huang Lan came over and smiled. Grandpa asked me to call you to go down for breakfast together. Okay, let's go. Wu Tian nodded and followed Sister Erisher out of the residence to the main mansion not far away from each other. In the dining room a sumptuous breakfast had been prepared, with all kinds of food, all kinds of categories, all kinds of things. It was a feast. Little Wu, please take a seat. Elder Huang pointed to the main guest position beside him and smiled warmly. No need to be too polite. Everyone sit down. Wu Tian smiled bashfully and walked over to accompany the old man to sit down. Sister Lan sat down beside him, and the rest of the Huang family took their seats as well. Wu, did you sleep well last night? Not bad. That's good. Eat quickly. Elder Huang became particularly amiable and took the initiative to give Wu Tian a dish. This instead made Wu Tian a little embarrassed. Halfway through the meal, Elder Huang put down his chopsticks and smiled. I have an unkind request. I don't know if it's appropriate to speak. Just say what you have to say. Old man. That's good. Elder Huang sat upright and said in a very serious tone. Our Huang family was attacked by thugs last night. Luckily you stepped in to save our family from harm. But I'm worried that those thugs will come back again. So I'd like to ask you to help our Huang family deal with those thugs. I've promised Erisher that I'll help you guys deal with those thugs. Thank you so much then. Elder Huang raised his wine glass and smiled gratefully. That I thank you on behalf of the entire Huang family. With you out there, you'll surely be able to make that gang of thugs die. Thank you. Wu Tian picked up his wine glass and took a sip of wine in a coping manner, saying, I heard that your Huang family had offended the Dragon Tiger Hall before? Right. Elder Huang put down his wine glass and explained with a heavy face. Because of historical reasons, we have a deep enmity with the Dragon Tiger Hall, and those thugs last night were sent by the Dragon Tiger Hall. What deep hatred do you have with the Dragon Tiger Hall? Alas, these are a long story. It's mainly a dispute of interests. Elder Huang didn't want to go into too much detail, just passing it off in a single stroke, then assured, as long as Mr. Wu can help us resolve the Dragon Tiger Hall, we will definitely repay Mr. Wu. That won't be necessary. I'm doing it for Arashi's sake. It's so nice of Erisher to get a boyfriend as good as you. Before Elder Huang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the old butler who hurriedly barged in. The old housekeeper yelled at the top of his voice before he even entered the door. Master, it's not good. Something has happened. Don't yell. I'm receiving an honored guest. Elder Huang twisted his head and scolded the butler. Your lordship. The housekeeper could not care so much. Ran over to explain in a hurry. Something big happened. Last night that gang of criminals, came again. What? Upon hearing this, the old man stood up from his chair, his old face immediately becoming gloomy and black. The Huang family was also startled by these words, and their entire demeanor became tense, all of them looking like they were in great danger. For a moment, the entire restaurant became tense, or Huang Laozi was the first to react, ordering his children and grandchildren, don't be stupid, quickly, call the police. When the crowd heard this, they pulled out their cell phones and prepared to call the police. Bang! Not yet had time to call, only to hear bang sound. The restaurant door was directly opened. More than 10 thugs like wolves like tigers broke in. The Huang family's body shrank in fear and backed up, all unconsciously hiding behind them for fear of being killed by the thugs. At the head was a tattooed man in his 50s, barging into the restaurant and scanning the Huang family like a vicious wolf, his entire body erupting with a shocking rage. Zhao Longhu? Elder Huang instantly recognized the tattooed man as none other than Zhao Longhu, the boss of the Dragon Tiger Hall. Back then, it was because of the uneven distribution of benefits between the old man and Zhao Longhu and the others that they ended up parting ways, so much so that they went from partners to hostile relations. I just didn't expect the Dragon Tiger Hall to develop and grow so fast, and now its power has long surpassed that of the Huang family. Old man, you probably didn't even dream that there would be such a day. Zhao Longhu shook the horizontal meat on his face and said viciously, back then, you turned your back on the Dragon Tiger Hall. This time I'm going to clean up my house and exterminate your Huang family. Zhao Longhu, back then if it wasn't for you. Elder Huang still wanted to argue, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhao Longhu's deep voice. I don't want to mention the matter of that year again. Anyway, today I must exterminate your Huang family. After saying this, He slowly raised his hand and waved it forcefully, 2 words bursting out from between his teeth. Do it! Getting the order, more than a dozen thugs surrounded them in a murderous rage. Seeing so many killers approaching, the Huang family's hearts were beating wildly in fear, and they all shrunk backward to avoid them. Yesterday has seen how ferocious these thugs, even those bodyguards of the Huang family, are no match for them, and they can only wait for the death of these unarmed Huang family members. 180 Dragon Warrior. Wait! At the critical moment, Wu Tian stood up from his chair and asked Zhao Longhu with a smile, "Are you the Dragon Tiger Hall boss?" "Right." Zhao Longhu nodded and narrowed his eyes as he sized up Wu Tian. "And who are you, kid?" "My surname is Wu. My name is Wu Tian." Wu Tian got up and slowly approached towards Zhao Longhu, smiling. "Why don't we make a deal?" "What's the deal?" "How about you spare the Huang family and I spare your Dragon Tiger Hall?" "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Zhao Longhu threw back his head and laughed, as if he had heard a heavenly joke. After laughing for a long time, Zhao Longhu couldn't help but taunt, "You kid is really big talker, daring to speak to me in such a tone. You think I'm bluffing? I think your kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven." Zhao Longhu shook his bladder and bullishly yelled, "Do you know how powerful our Dragon Tiger Hall is now? As far as I know, you guys are nothing but a small organization that is off to the side. Hardly a great organization." Wu Tian unflinchingly demeaned. Previously had already done a thorough investigation of the Dragon Tiger Hall. Although this organization was somewhat famous in Jiangnan, and 100 times more fluff than the Huang family, but if compared to the Wu family, it was still a long way off. If the Wu family used their forces to try to eradicate the Dragon Tiger Hall, it would be easier than stepping on an ant. "You kid is really a frog at the bottom of the well." Zhao Longhu bristled, tilted his head and yelled, "We have more than 100 people in the Dragon Tiger Hall, with branches all over Jiangnan. As long as I stomp my foot, I can make Jiangnan province tremble 3 times. With just one phone call from me, I can make you all perish in Jiangnan." Wu Tian shot back without showing any weakness. "You kid is really crazy." Zhao Longhu shook his sleeves and shouted at the top of his voice, "If you have the guts to make a phone call to exterminate our Dragon Tiger Hall, I'd like to see how capable you are." "I don't really want to do that. It wouldn't do you or me any good. I'd like to see how capable you are, so make a phone call and destroy us." Zhao Longhu stretched his neck and yelled, like a belligerent rooster at this moment. He didn't believe that the kid in front of him could be capable of much. Even if he was more capable, he couldn't destroy the Dragon Tiger Hall with a phone call. In his opinion, this kid simply didn't know the heights of heaven, and didn't know how powerful the Dragon Tiger Hall was. "In that case, then don't blame me for not being polite." Wu Tian had already said what he needed to say, so there was no need for any more nonsense at the moment, and fished out his cell phone to dial Long Yun's number. He only instructed Secretary Lon to use his family's power to exterminate this small organization, the Dragon Tiger Hall, in a short period of time. Compared to the Wu family, the Dragon Tiger Hall was indeed a small organization, not to mention that this organization had offended the Wu family, and with a slight use of power, it would be able to make the Dragon Tiger Hall completely disappear in Jiangnan. After making the call, Wu Tian sat back to his position and said with a smile, "Within an hour, your Dragon Tiger Hall will surely perish." "Good, then I'll wait for you for an hour. I'd like to see how your kid's blown bull will end up." Zhao Longhu took the bar chair and sat down on the opposite side, glaring at Wu Tian intently. In this way, neither party spoke, falling into a state of cold war, and the air in the restaurant was as suffocating as if it had frozen. Time passed quietly, and after less than half an hour, the phone rang in the restaurant. The attendant behind Zhao Longhu hurriedly fished out his cell phone from his carry bag and handed it to Zhao Longhu with both hands, reminding, "Hall master, your phone is ringing. What's the waste of words? Pick it up." Zhao Longhu impatiently waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to pick up the phone for him. "Yes," the attendant answered and then picked up the phone. After picking up the phone and only saying a few words, his face was like ashes, and he said in a trembling voice, Zhao Hall master, something has happened. Out. Something big has happened." "What is it?" "All 12 branches under the Dragon Tiger Hall have been destroyed. The Dragon Tiger Hall has been completely destroyed." Puff! After hearing these words, Zhao Longhu's body shuddered viciously like an electric shock, and he directly fell off his chair, paralyzing on the ground like mud. It took a great deal of effort to get up from the ground, and his face looked at his subordinate as if he were dead. "Say it again. What happened to the Dragon Tiger Hall?" "Just now, the Vice Hall Master called. The branches under the Dragon Tiger Hall were completely wiped out in a matter of moments." "How could this happen?" Zhao Longhu pounced over like a madman, reached out and grabbed his subordinate by the collar, roaring and asking, "Our Dragon Tiger Hall was fine. How could it suddenly perish? Just 10 minutes ago, a lot of mysterious forces suddenly infiltrated into the Dragon Tiger Hall, and made it a mess. Then the police arrested all the brothers of the Dragon Tiger Hall and found all the incriminating evidence. and the deputy hall master was the one who took advantage of the chaos to escape. Oh my god! Zhao Longhu clutched his head and hissed frantically. Who the hell is it? Who the hell is this mysterious force? The mysterious force is too mysterious, and the vice hall master doesn't know the background of the other party, only that their surname is Wu. Wu. Zhao Longhu snapped his head up and looked at the young kid sitting across from him, and the corners of his mouth trembled for half a day before he asked, Is it you? Yes, it's me. Wu Tian's gaze was as calm as a lake without any ripples. I had expected that with the Wu family's power, I would soon be able to bring about the demise of the Dragon Tiger Hall, but I just didn't expect it to be this fast. The Huang family members were all shocked as well. They all looked at Wu Tian with that look of a monster. They didn't think that this kid could really make the Dragon Tiger Hall perish with just one phone call. The strength of the Dragon Tiger Hall was obvious to everyone. To be able to let this organization perish in such a short period of time, it could be seen how powerful the forces behind Wu Tian were. It was frightening to think about it. I didn't think it was really you. Zhao Longhu didn't want to accept this fact, but he couldn't not accept it either. Dreams did not expect, in front of this kid behind the power so amazing, really rely on a phone call on the destruction of their Dragon Tiger Hall. Previously, I thought this kid was joking and bragging about big words. Until this moment, he didn't realize that this kid was deeply hidden and was a fluffy and coaxing powerful character. I told you a long time ago that I can destroy your Dragon Tiger Hall. Now I believe it, right? Wu Tian coldly grunted, without half a bit of sympathy in his heart. You, Zhao Longhu had long been speechless, not realizing that the Dragon Tiger Hall, which took more than 10 years to build up, would be destroyed in the hands of a brat like this. The heart is upset, but there is nothing to be done about it. If he had known that this kid was so tough, he would have just reconciled with this kid, and he wouldn't have gotten into such a miserable situation. But it seems too late for regrets. The Dragon Tiger Hall had already been destroyed, and right now there was only him and these 10 or so brothers behind him, and there was no way back at this point. It was said that rabbits bite when they are anxious, and their Dragon Tiger Hall had now been pushed into a desperate situation with no way to retreat. Kid, no matter what you are, since you destroyed the Dragon Tiger Hall, I'm going to let you be buried with me. After saying this, Zhao Longhu beckoned to his subordinates and ordered, Go together, get Wu Tian and the Huang family to death. To the death. 181. Beautiful policewoman. Stop. It was at this moment that a woman's violent shout came from outside. After the roar, only Su Ruyun broke in. At this time she was wearing a gray denim suit. Her whole body was domineering. Originally with girlfriends to this side of the dinner. Eat dinner, just visit the neighborhood. Investigating the case of last night's thugs attack the Huang family mansion. When she passes by the Huang family's mansion, she realizes that things are not going well inside. So she just breaks in to see what's going on. Who knew that as soon as she came in, she would see so many thugs trying to make a move on the Huang family, so she rushed out to stop them. Here comes another one looking for death. Zhao Longhu glanced at Su Ruyun and said coldly, Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Open your dog's eyes and see clearly. I'm a police officer. Su Ruyun directly fished out his police officer's license from his shirt pocket and yelled at the thugs. Everyone squat on the ground, hands on your head. As soon as they heard about the police, Zhao Longhu and the gang of thugs were scared and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. But on second thought, they have committed many big crimes. If they are caught back by the police, even if they are not shot, they will sit through the labor bottom. Thinking of this, Zhao Longhu's heart crossed and mobilized to his subordinates. We're dead if we're caught by the police, so we might as well do this policewoman. Yes, the thugs naturally obeyed the hall master's arrangement. You guys are so bold. How dare you make a move against the police? Su Ruyun's eyes sank, hissing in a cold voice, Believe it or not, I'll shoot all of you. Subdue this first. After saying this, Zhao Longhu led his brethren to pounce towards Su Ruyun. Seek death. Su Ruyun has a lot of courage and takes the initiative to attack towards those thugs. Her little kung fu was no match for the thugs, and she was beaten to a standstill, back and forth. Seeing that those thugs are going to take advantage of the situation and continue to launch an onslaught on Su Ruyun, in a moment of urgency, Wu Tian shouted loudly, Officer Su, don't pull out your gun. Be careful of discharging it and hurting the innocent. As soon as they heard about the gun, the thugs retreated in fear, all looking for a place to hide around, for fear of getting hit by a bullet. Where is there any gun? Su Ruyun touched his waist out of habit. Guns are only worn when on duty and are strictly forbidden during personal private time. Officer Su, don't ever pull out the snatch from your clothes. I'm scared. Wu Tian raised his hands in fear, while scowling and winking at Su Ruyun. Originally, he wanted the woman to cooperate with him in acting, pretending to hide a pistol inside her clothes, but the didn't react at all and glared fiercely at Wu Tian. I told you, I don't have a gun. Upon hearing this, the thugs secretly relaxed their guard. knowing that the woman didn't carry a gun and had nothing to fear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Tian cursed and walked over to Su Ruyun and whispered, I asked you to pretend that you have a gun in your pocket as a deterrent to those thugs. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Su Ruyun reacted only then and even rolled her eyes at Wu Tian in a sly manner. At this time, he instead blamed Wu Tian for not stating his intentions earlier. If I told you, didn't those thugs hear me? So how can I act? Wu Tian growled with a reddened face, and rightly so. Alas! Wu Tian sighed, shook his head and lamented. They say that having big boobs is not a good idea. This is really true. Asshole, who are you calling boobs? Big sister. I'm calling you brainless. You, before the enemy. Su Ruyun could only suppress the anger in her heart. Too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Think of a way to deal with those thugs first. There are so many thugs, so what are you going to do? Call the police. Ha! I told you to call the police quickly. Oh! Wu Tian nodded and reached out to wrap his arms around Su Ruyun's thin waist. This action immediately made Su Ruyun furious, hitting Wu Tian's body hard with her elbow and cursing. Bastard! I'll let you call the police. Is the hug not tight enough? Wu Tian hugged this woman's body even harder. You! Su Ruyun gasped and grimaced, pushing Wu Tian away with force and cursing under her breath. I'm giving you a 110 call to the police, not letting you call me to the police. Then you didn't say so earlier. I thought you told me to call the police on you. Wu Tian smiled shamelessly after saying this. Don't look at him playfully, but he's actually stalling on purpose. Just now, he had already called Qinglong to request for backup, and before Qinglong arrived, he had to find a way to stall those thugs. With him and Su Ruyun, two people's hands are not enough thugs' stuffed teeth. After all, these thugs are numerous, and each is a powerful role. Bastard, you damn well want to take advantage of me on purpose. Su Ruyun gritted her teeth in anger, never having seen this kind of cheeky smelly man. Officer Su, this is not the time for flirting. Bah, who is flirting with you? Su Ruyun rolled her eyes fiercely and urged once again. Later on, I'll think of a way to stall those thugs, and you call the police so that the bureau can send someone to support them. How far is this from the nearest police station? 5 kilometers. How long will it take them to get here as fast as they can? It'll take about half an hour in traffic. Half an hour. I'm afraid we'd have been beaten to a pulp. Then what? Are we waiting for death here? Su Ruyun glared fiercely at Wu Tian. Her heart was getting more and more agitated at this time. I've never been in a situation like this before, and it's the first time I've faced so many thugs alone. Right now, if he fought the thugs hard, he would definitely be abused alive. But as a police officer, she naturally could not back down, and no matter what, she had to rush to the front to protect the safety of the people. I have a way, just in case you don't want to. Wu Tian put his head over and said with a smile, I'm really convinced of you. You're still laughing at this time. Su Ruyun whitened Wu Tian fiercely and said impatiently, what's the solution? Say it quickly. The way to do this is simple, the beauty trick. What beauty plan? As soon as you take off your clothes, with your beauty and figure, you can surely make those thugs swoon and go weak in the knees. You're looking for death. When Su Ruyun heard this, she instantly became furious. Can you say something human? I thought this kid could really come up with some good ideas, but after all, this scoundrel is full of here. Why don't you try it? Try mud, sister. Su Ruyun viciously white Wu Tian a glance, lazy to talk nonsense with this guy again, twisted his head to glare at those thugs. Good words, I advise you to give up resistance. The law will be lenient treatment. Either way, we're all dead, so getting you killed might give us a chance to live. Zhao Longhu roared with a fierce face, even if you get me killed, you still won't be able to escape. Then try. After Zhao Longhu finished saying this, he beckoned to his subordinates and ordered, go together and set this straight first. There wasn't much time at the moment. The police and the Huang family had to be dealt with, and then they had to run for their lives as fast as they could. ______.